Recently, that fellow Shaolin seems to have become particularly diligent, practicing diligently every day during this period. Master Roshi gazed thoughtfully at Shaolin, who was outside unleashing the Kamehameha wave towards the sea. A few years ago, he was merely an arrogant and awkward young lad. Yet now he has transformed to the extent that he no longer even enjoys watching beautiful fitness routines, truly embodying the essence of a martial artist. Speaking of beautiful fitness routines, it appears one has just begun. Master Roshi suddenly broke his serious demeanor, turning on the television and leering at the screen, imitating the movements of the women displayed. The scene shifted back to Shaolin, who had also paused his training outside, displaying a weary expression on his face. 12 times. I can now unleash the Kamehameha at full power 12 times in succession. Is this the result of my month-long training? It's a bit slow, isn't it? In the world of Dragon Ball, cataclysmic events occur frequently that if I do not elevate my strength immediately, I fear I won't find peace even in the underworld. But I am merely a human from Earth, lacking the Saiyan physique of Goku and Vegeta. In the Dragon Ball universe, the ordinary inhabitants would never describe this world, unless they were traversers. Indeed, Shaolin is now a traverser, having crossed over from reality to this realm a month ago. He also extracted the current timeline from his memories. It is approximately 1 year after Goku's victory over the formidable Piccolo, with 4 years remaining until the main storyline of Dragon Ball Z begins. This marks the onset of Earth's tribulations, a truly arduous planet to have traversed here without even receiving a system, and to have taken on the identity of Shaolin is quite frustrating. Although Shaolin possesses considerable strength, it pales in comparison to what awaits him with Frieza, Super Saiyans, and androids, making him seem like an insignificant insect. As a traverser, he naturally refuses to accept such a fate. Though I may be a human from Earth, I will not surrender. Shaolin sprang to his feet with a spirited expression, deep in contemplation. While he envies the Saiyans, he refuses to feel inferior. He must discover a method for Earthlings to grow stronger. Compared to the Saiyans' innate advantages, what are the strengths of Earthlings? The opposite of physical prowess is wisdom, enhancing oneself through technology. Becoming an android? No, that would lack meaning. It would not be true to the essence of being an Earthling. What are the 3 essentials of martial arts? Heart, body, and technique. This concept suddenly flashed in Shaolin's mind. The heart signifies one's state of mind, likely referring to spirit and willpower. The body pertains to physical fitness. Finally, technique. In Shaolin's thoughts, technique can perhaps be divided into combat skills and the ability to manipulate energy. Chi. This concept is of paramount importance in the early stages of Dragon Ball. Before battling Piccolo, Goku trained under the guidance of Kami, focusing on mastering Chi. Even at the beginning of Dragon Ball Z, during the encounter with Raditz, it was mentioned that Earthlings, due to their unique application of Chi, could freely control their combat. Power. When Goku and Piccolo unleashed the Kamehameha and Special Beam Cannon, their power levels surged from 427 and 396 to 963 and 1485 respectively. This indicates that mastering the application of Chi can significantly enhance one's combat strength. However, as Dragon Ball Z progressed, the portrayal of Chi became increasingly sparse, favoring depictions of various Saiyan transformations instead. If the Saiyans' advantage lies in their limitless physical growth and diverse hair color transformations, then the advantage of Earthlings is their adept control of Chi. Decision made. Shaolin's future training objective will be to focus on mastering the application of Chi while maintaining balance in both mind and body. I, Shaolin, am not merely an Earthling. I am a martial artist. With 4 years remaining until the Raditz saga, I, Shaolin, shall defeat the Saiyans as a representative of Earth. With this thought, a surge of passion ignited within Shaolin. This feeling was akin to the thrill he experienced in his past life when challenging the highest difficulty level in a game. The prospect of challenge elevates one's adrenaline. In the time that followed, Shaolin divided his day into 3 segments. He would rise at 5 a.m. to prepare breakfast, as the only woman at Kame House, Launch, had recently left with Tian Shinhan, leaving Shaolin to assume the role of a homemaker. At 6 a.m., he would don the heavy turtle shell for weight training, aimed at enhancing his physical strength. At 10 a.m., he would engage in meditation, focused on cultivating his mindset and willpower, while also repeatedly visualizing techniques he had previously learned to solidify his foundation and refine his skills. At 18 noon, he would prepare lunch. From then until 6 p.m., he would dedicate himself to training with Qi. His Qi training was still in its rudimentary stages, primarily involving the continuous release of Kamehameha waves toward the sea. Shaolin estimated his current combat power to be between 180 and 200. The Kamehameha he unleashed possessed a power level of approximately 600, yielding a threefold enhancement. This means that this technique, which utilizes Qi, could instantly triple his combat strength. Dinner time arrived at 7 p.m., during which Shaolin would personally cook. Having originated from Huaxia, his culinary creations were distinctly influenced by his heritage. Master Roshi expressed that he had never tasted anything quite like it, yet found it utterly delicious. He particularly relished Shaolin's tomato and scrambled eggs, as well as the steamed fish. From 8 p.m. to 9:30 p.m., he would indulge in leisure time, accompanying Master Roshi to watch television or read books, expanding his knowledge. After 9:30 p.m., it was time for rest. Shaolin generally adhered to this routine. Of course, it was not every day that he followed this schedule. At least on weekends, he would venture to nearby islands and cities, refusing to neglect his physical well-being. The principle of Kame-style martial arts emphasizes the importance of balancing work and rest. Master Roshi felt a deep sense of satisfaction, knowing that his disciple had surpassed him while still cherishing his teachings. Over the years, Shaolin had remained by his side, while Launch and Goku had departed. Though Shaolin may not be his most outstanding student, he was certainly the most generous. Thus, spring turned to summer, and a year had passed. Through Shaolin's relentless efforts, he could distinctly sense his progress. His Kamehameha could now be unleashed 50 times consecutively at full power. If a power level detector were available, Shaolin would know that his current strength is approximately 280. Over the course of a year, he had indeed grown stronger, albeit not dramatically. Reflecting on the Dragon Ball manga from his past life, he recalled that Goku had only trained for a few months under the Kai and had boosted his power from around 400 to 8,000. Astounding 20-fold increase. Even Gohan managed to elevate his power from 2 to approximately 800 to 900 within a year, resulting in a staggering 400-fold enhancement. As for Shaolin, he has not even achieved a 2-fold increase. Truly, the comparison is demoralizing. He must intensify the difficulty of his training. Chapter 2: Deep Sea Training on Weekends. Shaolin occasionally flew to Wan Ning Jiaonan Company to seek Bulma's assistance in constructing a gravity machine. However, what is a gravity machine? Having never built one before, Bulma's father, Dr. Brief, looked perplexed. It is simply impossible to create it in a short time. Bulma pointed at her bewildered father and then turned to Shaolin, exclaiming, "Even though the world is at peace, why are you still training? I truly cannot fathom the obsession of you martial arts enthusiasts." Yamcha is no different. He stood me up on our last date, using training as an excuse. How infuriating. With that, Bulma began to vent her frustrations to Shaolin endlessly. Unable to endure her incessant chatter, Shaolin quickly devised an excuse and slipped away. As he soared through the sky using the Bu Kong Shu technique, Shaolin felt troubled. What should he do? He found himself unable to utilize the most effective gravity training method from the Dragon Ball world. Did this mean he would have to wait until Vegeta arrived on Earth to create such machinery? That would be quite troublesome, as it would take 4 years. By which time Vegeta's battle power would be around 150,000. Wouldn't he just be delivering vegetables if he faced him? This was a dilemma. The turtle shell-weighted training no longer satisfied his needs. In his moment of distress, Shaolin suddenly recalled knowledge he had acquired from his studies. The Earth's oceans are vast and deep, and thus, the pressure in the depths of the sea is incredibly high. He had an idea. If he jumped into the ocean's depths to train, he could simulate gravity training. Upon returning to Kame House, Shaolin plunged into the ocean. 10 minutes later, he emerged gasping for air. He had not even reached a suitable depth for training before running out of oxygen. This was quite troublesome. There was no air underwater. And he was not a fish. He couldn't breathe through gills. Did he need to carry an oxygen tank? Wait, an oxygen tank? He had a solution. He could use his own ki to create an oxygen tank, encapsulating air to take into the sea, allowing him to inhale whenever he needed. Shaolin couldn't help but marvel at his cleverness. What he initially thought would be a simple task turned out to be quite challenging. He had to expel ki from his body, control its shape, and ensure it did not dissipate. Although only a small amount of ki was required. It was precisely because of this small quantity that it was prone to dispersal. If Shaolin had not concentrated all his mental effort to maintain it, the ki-formed oxygen tank would have vanished instantly. This was incredibly difficult. The ki he was using seemed trivial compared to the Kamehameha, yet controlling it was a significant challenge. As he carefully maintained the shape of the oxygen tank, he cautiously moved his feet when suddenly, he felt a moment of imbalance beneath him, causing the shape he had painstakingly maintained to disappear. Failure. Shaolin felt a buzzing in his mind. Unlike physical exhaustion, manipulating ki consumed considerable mental energy. It seemed the concept of heart and body techniques in martial arts was indeed accurate. Training the mind was applicable in this scenario. However, the method of transforming and maintaining a small amount of ki was exceedingly difficult, akin to drawing on paper compared to drawing on a fly's rear. In the following days, Shaolin shifted his training focus from emitting ki blasts to mastering how to manipulate minute amounts of ki into desired shapes. He needed to maintain ki not only on land, but also in the ocean's depths. The challenges posed by the liquid and pressure in the ocean made it significantly more difficult than on land. It took Shaolin 6 months to truly master this skill. The ki-generated oxygen tank could sustain him for approximately 2 hours of training in the deep sea, encased in the pressure of the deep ocean. It felt like a perfectly fitted supergravity suit. With each descent into the depths, the pressure increased exponentially. Shaolin engaged in unimaginable training, creating an oxygen tank from ki and training in the immense pressure of the ocean floor. After a year, he felt his strength growing at an astonishing rate. 1 time, 2 times, it seemed almost 3 times. If only he had a battle power detector, he could ascertain his strength. There were still 2 years until Raditz arrived on Earth. This pace was far too slow. He doubted he could defeat not only Frieza, but even Vegeta. Was this the limit of human potential on Earth? Shaolin felt a twinge of frustration, yet he did not give up. He continued his training. Meanwhile, the turtle hermit, glancing at beauty magazines in Kame House, occasionally peeked out to check on Shaolin, who was seated in meditation. At that moment, countless tiny white light points surrounded Shaolin, fluttering like fireflies. They eventually converged around him, outlining his short and adorable figure with a glowing white aura. This was Shaolin's latest training achievement. Those white light points were miniature oxygen reservoirs he had created to facilitate his underwater training. By encasing small amounts of ki around the oxygen, he could access it whenever he felt short of breath. These little light points would automatically enter his body to provide oxygen. Thanks to this innovation, Shaolin could train underwater for an entire day without issue. The turtle hermit recognized Shaolin's progress and couldn't help but reflect on his own age. Shaolin's strength had likely surpassed his own by leaps and bounds, especially in the manipulation and application of ki. There was unlikely anyone on Earth as skilled as he. Yet another pressing issue loomed ahead. Training underwater could no longer provide him with substantial improvements. It had been said that the deepest parts of Earth's oceans were over 10,000 meters deep, with the lowest point exerting approximately 1,135 atmospheres of pressure. 1 atmosphere equates to about 10 kilograms, so it could be deduced that the pressure at the ocean's bottom could withstand nearly 10 tons. Shaolin's small frame weighed around 60 kilograms. 10 tons of pressure equated to roughly 180 times the force of gravity. In the original story, Goku trained at 100 times gravity to achieve a battle power of 90,000. However, this likely varied from person to person, given everyone's distinct weight. Each meter deeper in the ocean increased the pressure by 1 kilogram. Currently, Shaolin could reach depths of about 240 meters, equivalent to 4 times his weight in gravity. Underwater, he skillfully executed punches, contending not only with the ocean's pressure, but also with the sensation of weightlessness caused by buoyancy. This demanded exceptional physical prowess and body coordination. After a year of training at the ocean's bottom, Shaolin had long since overcome this challenge. His punches stirred waves, creating a force field that bewildered countless marine creatures upon their entry. Among them, Shaolin spotted a fish strikingly reminiscent of those from his past life. Oh, it's a tuna. Chapter 3: The Rescue of the Senzu. Bean, you mean to eat this raw? Night fell, and the stars twinkled both in the sky and in the sea. The coconut trees on Kame Island swayed gently in the evening breeze, casting a soft light on the beach, where the waves continuously crashed, shimmering with brightness. Inside, the turtle hermit questioned as he picked up a slice of red crystal-like sashimi with chopsticks. It was his first time eating raw food. Could this truly be edible? I've inspected it closely. There are no parasites. Just dip it in this sauce and eat, Shaolin replied, presenting a plate of soy sauce mixed with green wasabi to the turtle hermit. Indeed, it's wasabi soy sauce. This modest amount of mustard was skillfully ground from the wasabi that Xiao Lin had gathered from a mountain stream during his break. Oh, how delectable. It feels as though I can sense the vitality of the ocean. Master Roshi took a small bite, and soon he could not restrain himself, eagerly using his chopsticks to devour the fish slices, exclaiming how delicious it was. After all, it was a particularly plump tuna. Observing Master Roshi relishing the meal, Xiao Lin felt a swell of pride. In his previous life, he had been enamored with culinary anime, mimicking the scenes to create dishes, and had even searched the internet for a wealth of cooking knowledge. Not every part of the tuna is suitable for raw consumption, so Xiao Lin wisely selected the most visually appealing and flavorful belly portion. Quite remarkable. I always believed that fish only tasted good when cooked. I never expected raw fish to possess such a unique flavor. No wonder Karen, the cat deity, loves fish so much, Master Roshi remarked while eating. His mount, the old turtle, advised him to slow down a bit. Karen? Xiao Lin recalled that there was indeed such a character in the original Dragon Ball series. A talking cat who had lived for several centuries, residing in Karen Tower. Karen had once guided Goku in his youth. However, the most impressive aspect of Karen was undoubtedly the magical Senzu beans he cultivated, a divine item in the Dragon Ball world that could satiate hunger for 10 days and restore energy instantly. However, before the events of Dragon Ball Z, it seemed that all the Senzu beans had been consumed by Yajirobe, leaving only 2 by the time of the Saiyan saga. Xiao Lin thought to himself that if he could prevent Yajirobe from consuming them, perhaps he could carry a large sack of Senzu beans to confront Frieza. When he ran out of energy, he could simply eat one, akin to a health potion in a game, allowing him to outlast Frieza even if he couldn't defeat him outright. With this thought, Xiao Lin felt no hesitation and swiftly grabbed the platter of tuna slices. Dashing out the door, Master Roshi, who had intended to continue eating, found that he could only grasp at the remnants of the meal. Upon realizing it, he saw that Xiao Lin had already exited. I am still not full, Master Roshi lamented. Karen, the cat deity, was grooming itself when suddenly it sensed a powerful energy approaching at high speed. Such strength. Whose energy could this be? Goku? The cat deity stood up, leaning on its staff, beads of sweat forming on its feline brow. Soon, a white light orb appeared in the darkness, and moments later, a figure materialized before the cat deity. Oh, Karen. Long time no see. Xiao Lin. The cat deity looked incredulously at the young boy holding a small wooden boat, finally piecing together the memories. He was one of the 4 who had trained here after the demise of the original Demon King Piccolo several years ago. Yet, it was astonishing how much stronger he had become in such a short time. However, what shocked the cat deity most was, "You've grown your hair. Is that not a wig? How rude. I can grow my hair too. I just chose not to before," Xiao Lin pouted. Haha, my apologies. It has indeed been years. But speaking of which, Xiao Lin, your strength seems to have increased immensely. You might even surpass Goku at this point. Indeed. I have been training daily for the past 2 years, Xiao Lin replied, a bashful smile gracing his face, reveling in the acknowledgement. Would you like to spar a bit? I haven't had a chance to test my skills in battle. Xiao Lin was eager, wishing to gauge his own level. Oh no, that's not necessary. You have surpassed me by too great a margin. The cat deity hurriedly waved its paws in refusal. What a pity, Xiao Lin said, a hint of regret on his face, but he still placed the small wooden boat containing the tuna slices down. Let's make a trade, Karen. I will exchange these tuna slices for some Senzu beans. Tuna slices? The cat deity, a charming feline, was irresistibly drawn to the glistening red fish. They looked utterly delicious. Unable to resist, the cat deity stepped forward and sampled a few slices. Exquisite. Dipping them in a green sauce, the flavor became even more exhilarating. 3 beans. Huh. I will give you 3 Senzu beans once I finish this platter of sashimi, the cat deity stated. Xiao Lin readily agreed, as preparing sashimi was a trivial task for him. However, Senzu beans were a precious healing remedy. The cat deity led Xiao Lin to its small storage area. No, they're all gone. This too is empty. The cat deity gasped in shock at the sight of the empty jars. These containers were supposed to be filled with Senzu beans, the result of centuries of accumulation. Was it all just a dream? But soon, the cat deity discovered the culprit. It was the rotund Yajirobe, who was sprawled nearby, sound asleep while clutching a jar that contained only a few Senzu beans. You fool. The cat deity, in a fit of anger, took hold of Yajirobe and gave him a good thrashing. Ultimately, Yajirobe agreed to stay and perform labor in exchange for his release. Xiao Lin was taken aback. realizing that the Senzu beans were indeed gone. It seemed that the narrative had anticipated this bug, preventing it from disrupting the balance. One bean, then. Back at the center of Karen Tower, the cat deity began to bargain with Shaolin. One bean, fine. Shaolin did not quibble, though he lamented that the Senzu beans had been wasted by Yajirobe. In the future, can I still trade fish slices for Senzu beans? Shaolin inquired as he prepared to leave. That can be arranged, though supplies may be limited. There are only about 10 beans left, and they can only be harvested a few times a year, with a maximum yield of 10 beans, the cat deity replied, expressing its desire for fish. That sounds splendid. I will be back often, Shaolin declared before taking flight. It was indeed unfortunate that he could not prevent Yajirobe from wasting the Senzu beans. However, there was no remedy for it now. He would have to devote himself to training even harder. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful could he lessen his reliance on the Senzu beans. Chapter 4. The turn of events in the cosmos. Planet Karar, once a peaceful world, now lay shrouded in smoke due to the invasion of the Saiyans. Vegeta, the self-proclaimed last Saiyan, sat atop a hill of Kararin's corpses, gnawing on a cultivator's arm. Below the hill stood two figures, the bald man Nappa, who would never transform into a Super Saiyan, and Raditz, Goku's brother. Both scanned their surroundings when suddenly, Raditz's scouter beeped. Ding ding ding. 20,000 battle power. Nanny. Raditz's expression was one of disbelief. His own battle power was only 500. A power level of 20,000, even if he transformed into a great ape, would be insurmountable. He never anticipated that this planet would yield such formidable strength. Nappa noticed it too, and soon both he and Raditz assumed battle stances, preparing to confront the enemy. Seems like Frieza's planet has gained another stronghold. I never expected you filthy monkeys to be so capable, a sarcastic voice taunted, and the figure gradually revealed itself. A creature with a human body and a catfish head, entirely purple, stood before them. Na Ba, filled with indignation, took great pride in his Saiyan heritage, being born into a distinguished lineage. Although his opponent possessed superior combat prowess, Na Ba believed that his transformation into a great ape would render the adversary little more than an easy target. He was poised to strike. Oh, the foul monkey dares to resist? The purple catfish creature gazed upon Na Ba with indifference, as though he were insignificant. Cease, Na Ba. This fellow is clearly a messenger sent by Frieza, Vegeta interjected, his voice authoritative. He fixed his gaze upon the purple catfish and spoke its name. Am I correct? Chio-E. To Na Ba's surprise, Chio-E arrogantly remarked, Indeed, Vegeta. Recently, a wealthy nation has commissioned us at tenfold the price to procure a suitable planet for them. Lord Frieza has specifically ordered your filthy monkeys to conquer the planet of the Ultraman in the M78 Nebula. M78 Nebula? That is the very planet teeming with the Warriors of Light. While the Saiyans were renowned as the foremost combat race in the universe, the strength of the Warriors of Light was formidable. Moreover, they represented an entire planet, whereas the Saiyans numbered merely 3. Legends spoke of the Warriors of Light possessing combat powers generally exceeding 3,000, with some exceptionally strong individuals surpassing 10,000. How could they possibly conquer such a place? Enough of your nonsense. With just the 3 of us, how could we possibly seize that planet? You must be wishing for our demise. Raditz bellowed, his fury palpable. With Vegeta's backing, he seemed undeterred by Chio-Yi's superior power. Is that so? Chio-Yi smirked, then produced several vials containing green pellets from his battlesuit and tossed them to Raditz. Instinctively, Raditz caught them and, upon inspection, inquired, cultivators? Precisely. These are gifts from Lord Frieza for your army. A total of 30 cultivators. With such power, do not claim that you cannot even conquer the M78 Nebula. Chio-E taunted, his demeanor dripping with disdain. Cultivators? What can these worthless beings with a combat power of 200 accomplish? They are only fit for bullying trash planets and serve as sustenance for the strong. Raditz could no longer contain his rage and shouted at Chio-E. Do not jest with me, you fool. Are you defying Lord Frieza's orders? Chio-Yi's expression darkened with hostility. If so, I have no qualms about eliminating you filthy monkeys here. Then go ahead and try. Na Ba interjected, unable to tolerate such provocation. As a proud Saiyan, he would not back down. Though Chio-E boasted a combat power of 20,000, their prince, Vegeta, could create an artificial full moon. In that scenario, the 3 Saiyans could transform into great apes, rendering Chio-Yi's 20,000 000 power irrelevant. Listen, Naba, Raditz, Vegeta calmly stated as he rose. I understand, Choi. Within 2 years, we will conquer the Ultraman planet in the M78 Nebula. Return and inform that scoundrel Frieza. Humph, at least you possess some self-awareness, filthy monkey. Choi scoffed. But be mindful, our guests are not known for their patience. Suddenly, Vegeta's eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he glared at Choi. If you dare to call me a filthy monkey again, I shall slay you on the spot. Upon uttering these words, Vegeta's presence surged, manifesting as a violent wind that bore down upon Choi. Despite his combat power reading only 180,000 compared to Choi's 20,000, Choi felt an overwhelming fear. He sensed that he could not triumph over the figure before him. How could this be? Clenching his fists, he ultimately relaxed, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Reluctantly, he turned away, muttering, "Humph, I hope your words are not mere bravado." He then departed without a backward glance. That bastard dared to speak to us in such a manner. We must kill him at the first opportunity. Raditz exclaimed first, but Naba countered with scorn. Kill him? And what of you, a lowly warrior? How dare you, Naba? You too would speak to me in such a manner? Raditz retorted, furious. Isn't it true? You are merely a slightly more formidable version of a cultivator, Naba replied haughtily. Raditz seethed in silence, feeling unable to refute Naba, even while he had challenged Choi. This perhaps illustrated the hierarchy among their kind. Enough of this bickering. We must set off for the Ultraman planet in the M78 Nebula, Vegeta declared, silencing the others. But first, we need to bolster our numbers. He turned to Raditz and said, I have heard you have a brother named Kakarot, who was dispatched to a distant planet long ago. Bring him here. Naba, who had finally found some peace, voiced his confusion. Raditz's brother. Isn't he just another lowly warrior? What purpose would it serve to summon him? Even if he is a lower-class warrior, he is still a Saiyan. Once transformed into a great ape, he could contribute to our strength, Vegeta explained. Indeed, quite clever, Vegeta. Let us proceed with this plan, Naba concurred, then arrogantly addressed Raditz. Hurry along, Raditz. Fetch your useless brother, and let him serve us, superior warriors. Though Raditz was displeased with Naba's condescension, he recognized Vegeta's nod of approval and reluctantly boarded the ship, setting off for Earth. This decision would herald one of the most unforeseen twists in the Dragon Ball saga. Raditz would arrive on Earth a full year ahead of schedule. Meanwhile, the traveler Xiaolin remained immersed in his training, oblivious to the significant changes unfolding in the narrative. Chapter 5. Dragon Ball. Another year had passed. Xiaolin, having devoted himself to extensive training, was now capable of diving to depths exceeding 600 meters underwater. The pressure there was approximately 600 kilograms, surpassing half a ton. This pressure was not merely singular. Every inch of his skin bore the weight of 600 kilograms. This equated to roughly 10 times gravity. Xiaolin had acclimated to this environment, adeptly navigating the sensation of weightlessness in liquid while swiftly executing punches that generated whirlpools in the depths. At this moment, a spherical object was drawn toward Xiaolin. Curiosity piqued. He reached out and grasped it. It was orange, adorned with a star. A Dragon Ball, Xiaolin exclaimed, astonished. He finally grasped the reality of his surroundings. Indeed, this was the world of Dragon Ball. It was perfectly reasonable for such an object to exist. With Raditz's arrival still about a year away, perhaps he should collect the 7 Dragon Balls to make a wish. What should he wish for? To become wealthy? To grow 10 centimeters taller? To transform into a handsome man? Each option held its allure. Perhaps he should wish for a regeneration ability akin to that of Piccolo, allowing him to regrow any lost body part as long as he retained his life force. After all, with such a grand advantage in the Dragon Ball world, why not take full advantage? Eagerly, Xiaolin propelled himself from the ocean floor back to land, calculating that he still had a year before Raditz's arrival. So summoning Shenron once would likely not disrupt the original narrative. Upon reflecting on past actions, I cannot help but feel a sense of regret. Had I realized sooner, the 3 preceding years could have granted me 2 additional wishes. Within the Kame house lies a dragon radar, a relic left by Bulma and son Goku from years ago. Upon discovering it, Shaolin emulated the anime by pressing the buttons above in quick succession. Beep, beep, beep. Oh, it works. A large triangle on the device began to flicker. And after a few more presses, the triangle shrank while the detection range expanded, revealing 7 blinking dots that indicated the locations of the 7 Dragon Balls. The era of Dragon Balls has evolved since Goku's childhood. Shaolin found that seeking the 7 Dragon Balls no longer required significant time. Within about a week, he had collected 6, with the final one being the 4-star ball, which remained in Goku's possession. It appeared that he would have to request it from Goku. The prospect of meeting the protagonist of the original world filled him with excitement. However, approaching him directly for the Dragon Ball seemed somewhat inappropriate. So he decided to prepare a gift instead. Money? Goku had little interest in currency, and Shaolin himself possessed very little. A sparring match? That seemed odd, especially since he would be taking something from Goku while also fighting him. Thus, he resolved to prepare some culinary delights, as he had only brought his culinary knowledge with him. Consequently, Shaolin hunted numerous large creatures, skillfully transforming them into delectable dishes using the techniques he had mastered in his previous life. There were steaks, chicken chops, pork chops, sashimi, and sushi, among many others. Additionally, he showcased the dishes he learned in Huaxia, such as Bai Ji, Shao Yi, Mapo Tofu, Gong Bao Ji Ding, Lion's Head, Sambujan, and Dong Paro, to name just a few. Ultimately, he had to utilize the capsule space to transport all of it. After all, Goku was renowned for his immense appetite, and while the variety of dishes appeared plentiful, the quantity was not as overwhelming as it seemed. Once the meals were prepared, Shaolin set out for Baozi Mountain, where Goku was engaged in training by felling trees. With a single punch, he toppled a large tree and tossed it into the sky, swiftly reducing the thick trunk to firewood with just a few more punches and kicks. All done, time to head back. I wonder what delicious food Chi-Chi has prepared for me. Goku effortlessly lifted the sizable pile of firewood, resembling a small mountain, and began his ascent to their home. At that moment, he was hailed by a familiar voice from behind. "Hey, Goku." Son Goku turned, puzzled by the call, and was pleasantly surprised to see his childhood friend. A bright smile spread across his face. "Wow, it's Shaolin. It's been such a long time. Wow, you've grown your hair." Goku's joy was palpable upon Shaolin's arrival. "How rude of me. I have hair too. I just used to shave it often," Shaolin replied, equally intrigued by the original protagonist, and swiftly descended from the sky to converse with Son Goku. It was truly astonishing to be speaking with the character from his beloved anime. As if he were in a dream, they walked side by side, and Goku warmly invited Shaolin to his home. "Shaolin, you seem to have gotten stronger. Did you arrive using the instant transmission technique? I couldn't feel your energy at all," Son Goku remarked. "Really? That's one of my key training projects. Even in battle, I do not reveal my energy," Shaolin responded. Indeed, in martial arts, it ultimately boils down to mind, body, and technique. While Shaolin lacked confidence in surpassing a Saiyan, he felt pride in his mastery of techniques, believing himself to be the best in the world in that regard. Techniques encompassed not only the application of energy, but also various martial arts skills. Early techniques like the solar flare, after-image technique, and four-body technique were all quite formidable. However, as time progressed, Goku and his peers had abandoned them, excessively relying on transformations and fusion to enhance their combat prowess. This might have been a valid approach for the naturally gifted Saiyans, but for a human like Shaolin, it felt like a misguided path. It was evident that in later stages, Goku had become overly dependent on various transformations, with his base strength hardly progressing. At the start of each movie, the regular Son Goku was often portrayed as being easily overwhelmed. Ultimately, he relied on his Super Saiyan form to defeat his adversaries. Clearly, refining one's base power was the most advantageous strategy. As a human, Shaolin could not adopt the same method of enhancement. Thus, he aimed to innovate within his techniques. For instance, what uses it to conceal one's energy in battle? Wouldn't that mean one cannot unleash their full potential? Goku questioned, puzzled, as he believed that fighting should entail giving one's all. Is that so? Shaolin recognized that merely discussing theory would not resonate with Goku. He posed a question instead. "Goku, if I were to use the after-image technique against you, what would you need to do to accurately strike my true form?" "Of course, it would rely on sensing energy," Goku answered almost instinctively, having learned from the training of the Kaioshin to utilize energy to perceive the movements of faster opponents. Upon realizing this, Goku acknowledged, "Ah, I see. Shaolin, you are quite clever." However, after a brief pause, he added, "Though it does seem a bit cunning." "Well," Shaolin replied with a hint of exasperation, "do you think everyone possesses your extraordinary talent? I lack that absurd protagonist aura and must delve into other areas." "What is the protagonist aura?" Goku inquired, perplexed. "It's hard to explain. In short, It's something quite impressive, Shaolin replied, suddenly turning to Goku with a serious expression on his face. But no matter how strong you become, I will surpass you. After all, we are both disciples of the Kame school, and I do not wish for there to be too great a gap between us. I truly look forward to it. Shaolin. Goku responded excitedly to Shaolin's words. Since we have this rare opportunity, why don't we spar a bit? Chi-Chi has been so strict lately that I haven't had a chance to challenge any strong opponents. That sounds great, but let us eat first, Shaolin readily agreed. After 3 arduous years of training, he was eager to gauge his current abilities against Goku. Chapter 6. Shaolin vs. Goku. Could you please refrain from your impolite eating habits while we have guests? At the dining table, Chi-Chi, Goku, Shaolin, and the 3-year-old son Gohan gathered, surrounded by an abundance of food. Observing Goku's voracious consumption, Chi-Chi could not help but scold him. There was little she could do. The food Shaolin had brought was simply too delectable. Goku continued to eat, making loud chomping noises. You should be more mindful of your role as a father. Don't you worry about setting a poor example for Gohan? Chi-Chi gently admonished, affectionately ruffling the hair of the little boy with a monkey tail beside her. Gohan has the potential to become a great scholar. He mustn't follow in your footsteps as a mere brawler. Gohan, feeling shy from the affectionate gesture, nodded quietly in response. In truth, he too wished to indulge like his father, especially since Shaolin's food was so incredibly delicious. Yet, he feared disappointing his mother, so he exercised restraint. Witnessing the familial scene unfold, Shaolin felt an awkwardness wash over him. I sincerely apologize, Shaolin. I didn't expect you to witness Goku's rather unbecoming behavior during your visit, Chi-Chi said, sensing Shaolin's discomfort and offering an apologetic smile. No, not at all. I have experienced Goku's hearty appetite before. Shaolin quickly waved his hands, reassuring her that he was unfazed. After dinner, Chi-Chi took Gohan to their room for bed, while Goku led Shaolin to a nearby wilderness several kilometers away to spar. Goku donned his iconic Kame-style fighting uniform, while Shaolin positioned himself opposite him. Shaolin, during this spar, I will be going all out, so please do not hold back. Goku called out to Shaolin. I couldn't be happier, but you absolutely mustn't hold back. Goku. Krillin also adopted a fighting stance, his face serious. He was now facing Son Goku, the strongest Saiyan in the Dragon Ball world. A truly rare opportunity. Although he had inherited Krillin's original fighting experience after being transported here, this was his first real combat experience. He had to do his best. I'm going for it. Krillin. Goku had barely finished speaking when his figure vanished from the spot. Krillin's expression was serious. The instant Goku began to move, he caught his opponent's movement. Goku launched himself directly towards him. In a flash, he appeared before him. Such speed. Krillin couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, having been transported from the real world. This was the first time he had seen someone so strong. So Krillin moved, throwing a full-force punch at the oncoming Son Goku. Bang! Under the night sky, a small mound, about the size of an ordinary house, was smashed to pieces in the distance. Krillin stared in disbelief, completely stunned. After a long while, a badly wounded arm emerged from the ruins of the mound, and Goku, his clothes torn, struggled to his feet. Oh dear, I almost died. Goku's face was full of pain, but his tone was still somewhat cheerful. Krillin, you've really gotten so much stronger. Huh. Are you alright, Goku? Krillin was taken aback for a moment, then immediately went to Goku and fed him a Senzu bean. He was also very confused. He hadn't expected that the future Super Saiyan would be defeated with a single punch. Could it be that his deep-sea training method was so powerful that it had made him a super strong warrior? It seems that the path he chose was correct. If he continued, he would definitely surpass Super Saiyan. If only I had a power level detector, I could know my current strength. I've recovered well. Let's do it again. Krillin. Son Wukong truly lives up to his reputation as a warrior race. Even on the verge of death, he doesn't think about resting, but about continuing to fight. But Krillin didn't mind. It would be too boring to end it with just one punch. Come on, Wukong. Krillin leaped forward, creating distance between himself and Son Wukong. Although his strength was unequal to Wukong's, it didn't matter. Krillin felt this could be a training opportunity. He could use it to practice his theoretical method of fighting with all his might while suppressing his internal energy. After the recent crushing defeat, Son Wukong also became very serious. Then, the two flashed and finally collided in the middle of the open field. A powerful wind pressure erupted from the two of them, sending sand and gravel flying everywhere. Krillin clearly felt Son Wukong's energy steadily increasing, much stronger than before he ate. Is it because of the Saiyans' near-death ability to become stronger? After fighting for a while, Goku seemed a little bored. Krillin, you weren't using your full strength. Your later punches were clearly weaker than the first one. I was using my full strength. Krillin smiled and said, because I was training a method to suppress my ki while fighting. You mean that technique that combines the afterimage fist with a sneak attack? Although it's powerful, your strength has also weakened considerably. It doesn't hurt at all. In comparison, the first punch was much stronger. Goku was troubled for a year, seemingly not understanding Krillin's seemingly misguided thinking. Is that so? Krillin smiled mysteriously, then continued, Goku, believe it or not. I'll close my eyes next, but you won't be able to hit me even once. How is that possible? Although you're stronger than me, you should still underestimate me. Then let's make a bet. If you can hit me once, I'll cook you a big meal. But if you can't hit me, then you have to lend me the 4 stars. No problem. Sun Wukong readily agreed to Kobayashi's suggestion. So, the two stood facing each other. Kobayashi slowly closed his eyes. At that moment, the aura Sun Wukong sensed from him weakened further, even giving him the illusion that Kobayashi was like a reflection in water, real yet illusory. Sun Wukong didn't hold back. The background music started, and he immediately began to move. Countless fists, like raindrops, struck Kobayashi with immense force. Such a dense attack would be impossible for anyone else to dodge completely. They would at least have to block with their hands. Sun Wukong thought so too. But when he actually launched his attack, he realized how naive his idea was. Ah, hit, 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 hit. Ah, hit, 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 hit. Ah, hit, 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 hit. Oh. Hit, 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 hit. Ah, hit, 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 hit. I dodged, dodge, 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 dodge. Wukong's fists were all dodged by Kobayashi with very slight movements. Or rather, it was more like, wow, that's powerful. It's like he predicted my next attack. So how about this move? Goku flashed into the air, using both hands simultaneously in his classic pose. Kemui Haki. The earth trembled, and a few seconds later, an absurd mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Many small hills in the wilderness were blown away. The dazzling white light illuminated the horizon as if it were daytime. The houses within a radius of dozens of miles, which had been asleep, were startled awake by this sudden change. They thought it was the end of the world. Boom! The ki blast struck the ground, creating a huge crater. Compared to the crater, Goku, flying in the sky, looked like an ant. He was panting heavily, clearly having overused his ki. Oops. I got too excited and accidentally used my full power. He couldn't sense Krillin's aura at all. Could he have been killed by the shockwave? Goku tried to sense his surroundings, but couldn't detect Krillin's aura at all. He immediately panicked. What should he do? Krillin had already been revived once by the Dragon Balls. If he died now, he was truly dead. Chapter 7. Plot moved forward by 1 year. Goku was extremely annoyed that he had killed Krillin. But this feeling didn't last long. Soon, he heard a reassuring voice. Yo, Goku. Goku immediately turned around and found Krillin floating behind him, greeting him with a relaxed smile. Little Krillin. Goku was overjoyed and excitedly gave him a bear hug. Thank goodness, you're all right. Wait, Goku, let go. I don't like being hugged by men. Krillin tried to break free of the embrace. This was the first time he'd ever experienced something like this. In his past life, he didn't believe in friendship. After all, humans are selfish creatures. How could they truly care about others? But today, Wukong's sudden bear hug caught him off guard. Because this hug, besides making Krillin feel incredibly awkward, also brought a touch of friendly concern. It was a feeling of being valued. During a battle, you can only faintly sense someone's ki at close range, and then you can't even feel it anymore. I thought you were dead. Wukong released Krillin, curiously looking him up and down, and found that Krillin wasn't even injured. His own clothes were torn, but Krillin was still spotless, showing no signs of the intense battle he had just fought. You dodged the Kamehameha too? Wukong asked curiously. Actually, he already knew the answer in his mind. He was just a little surprised. The Kamehameha was his strongest skill, instantly increasing his ki 6-fold. And the damage it dealt to others was naturally 6 times that of his full power. He just hadn't expected Kobayashi to dodge it so easily. That was really powerful. Kobayashi nodded. He had also felt the power of the Kamehameha for a moment. If he had been hit by that attack, he probably would have been seriously injured. Shaolin continued. However, avoiding it is quite effortless for me in my current state. Current state? Wukong felt puzzled by Shaolin's words. Reflecting on the recent battle, he suddenly exclaimed, "It felt rather peculiar when I attacked you. It was as if you had anticipated my every move. Not just as if, I truly did." Shaolin replied with a confident smile. Indeed, This was a proud technique he had developed over the past few years. He named this technique Xian. Spending prolonged periods beneath the sea, visibility was often limited, leading Xiao Lin to practice with his eyes closed. In this state, his mental acuity became highly concentrated, allowing him to unconsciously sense the surrounding energy. Gradually, Xiao Lin discovered that nearly all objects in the world possessed energy. Static objects had still energy, while dynamic ones exhibited movement. Furthermore, when an object moved, its energy would precede its motion, guiding its path. Inspired, Xiao Lin created the technique known as Xian, akin to the Kinbunshiko haki from One Piece, which allows one to foresee an opponent's forthcoming moves. However, Xiao Lin had yet to master it fully. To predict movements 1 second ahead, he needed to minimize his own energy to avoid interference in his perception. This, of course, came at the cost of reducing his peak combat power to about 1/3. Nevertheless, Xiao Lin was confident that he would eventually learn to suppress his energy even at full power while continuing to utilize Xian. He generously shared the method of Xian with Wukong, who was deeply impressed by this skill. Although it only allowed him to foresee movements 1 second ahead, it was still an impressive ability. It is worth noting that as experts, they could unleash multiple punches within that brief moment. Xian is indeed remarkable, Wukong praised sincerely. But is it wise to reveal such a formidable technique to yourself? Ha ha ha, it's nothing, Xiao Lin replied. In the future, if you learn any remarkable martial arts, feel free to share them with me. The essence of martial arts lies in continuous exchange for improvement. Xiao Lin smiled, yet internally, he occasionally felt a twinge of possessiveness. However, he could not help but divulge everything to the innocent Wukong, perhaps influenced by his past memories. In this narrative, Wukong will later teach Xiao Lin the Kaioken and Genkidama, which will become the protagonist's most powerful skills after his own modifications. Wukong understood that his strength was inferior to Xiao Lin's, yet he felt no disappointment. Rather, he was invigorated by the prospect of a worthy rival. Thus, the two engaged in sparring until dawn, during which Wukong also taught Xiao Lin the techniques of the Turtle School's Kamehameha. Consequently, when they returned to Baozi Mountain the next day, Wukong, having spent the night away, received a stern reprimand from Chi-Chi. Xiao Lin felt somewhat awkward, and as soon as Wukong handed him the 4-star ball, he immediately took to the skies. While flying, Xiao Lin suddenly sensed a formidable energy near Baozi Mountain. This presence appeared even stronger than Wukong's. Could it be Piccolo Daimao? Is he also seeking Wukong? Xiao Lin pondered aloud, yet he had no intention of halting his flight, as he was eager to witness the Shenlong. To avoid disturbances during his wish, he intentionally sought a remote location to summon it. Without hesitation, Xiao Lin unleashed his full energy, soaring into the distance. Shortly after he flew away, beneath the shade of a tree on Baozi Mountain, an unexpected face emerged. It was the Saiyan Raditz. This character, whom Xiao Lin had anticipated arriving on Earth in a year, had appeared a year early. At this moment, Raditz, who should have been relaxed, wore an unusually grave expression. No wonder Kakarot failed to eradicate the native inhabitants here. He never expected such monstrous beings to exist on this primitive planet. Raditz was drenched in cold sweat, and the battle power scanner over his left eye was fixed at a reading of 3,754. This was the battle power of that diminutive Earthling, Xiao Lin. In truth, Raditz had arrived on Earth long ago. Although he arrived a year early, the events unfolded similarly to the original narrative. Raditz first eliminated an armed Earthling, mockingly stating that Earthlings were merely weaklings with a battle power of 5. He also questioned his foolish brother's failure to eliminate the planet's native population. Subsequently, he began assessing the strongest battle powers on this planet, finding readings of 408 and 427. He speculated that his brother Kakarot, a low-class warrior, would possess similar values. Raditz first located the individual with a battle power of 408, which, predictably, was Piccolo Daimao. At that moment, Piccolo was visibly pale, yet he maintained his prideful demeanor, only to be soundly defeated by Raditz. Raditz then sought the individual with a battle power of 427, which turned out to be Wukong. However, at that moment, Wukong was engaged in combat with a diminutive Earthling. Chapter 8. Wukong's demise. When Raditz found Wukong, he discovered him battling a small Earthling. Raditz activated his scanner and noted Wukong's battle power at 427, marking him as the strongest being on this planet. Kakarot bore an uncanny resemblance to their father. Yet, This individual had failed to eliminate all the Earthlings and was instead playing house with someone of zero battle power. Raditz felt anger towards Ryukong's carefree demeanor, deeming such trivial confrontations as an affront to their noble Saiyan heritage. It seemed necessary for him to educate this foolish Ozaru. Raditz prepared to intervene in the duel. At that moment, the previous 2 chapters depicted the beginning of Ryukong and Shaolin's sparring session. Ryukong made the first move, followed closely by Shaolin launching a full-force punch. The initially disdainful Raditz had not yet stepped forward when his battle power scanner began to spike dramatically. His gaze was instantly drawn to Shaolin. Bakara, how could this Earthling's battle power suddenly escalate? Raditz exclaimed in horror as he observed the scanner. 337-3754. How could this be? Wasn't the battle power of Earthlings only 5? What was this diminutive figure before him? Was it true that smaller beings were stronger? Before Raditz could fully process his astonishment, he witnessed his brother Kakarot, Ryukong, being sent flying by the small Earthling's punch, appearing to be on the brink of death. Yet, in the next moment, after seemingly consuming something peculiar, Kakarot instantly revived with full vigor. The scanner began to fluctuate wildly. 4275-236-37. 637. Raditz was bewildered. His brother Kakarot had also increased his battle power. As the battle progressed, Ryukong unleashed the Kamehameha, a technique that could amplify his energy 6-fold before striking the enemy. Raditz's scanner numbers surged once more. Ryukong's battle power skyrocketed to 7861-3202-560-3901. That fellow Kakarot had achieved a battle power of 3,901. Raditz's expression turned to one of terror as he swiftly retreated from the battlefield. How infuriating! Wasn't Kakarot born with only a battle power of 2? Why had he become so formidable? He himself only possessed a battle power of 1,500. Raditz felt a sense of dread. He had anticipated a simple task of bringing Kakarot back to their planet, yet the situation had far exceeded his expectations. Nevertheless, Vegeta had insisted on retrieving Kakarot. Raditz distanced himself from the center of the conflict, allowing his mind to calm. If I were to return empty-handed, it is likely that Vegeta would not spare me. This time, I aim to bring Kakarot back, and it may not necessarily require the use of force. Furthermore, even with a combat power of 3,000, I possess the means to defeat them. Raditz took out a small vial from his possession, a gift received from Choi prior to his departure, containing a total of 30 cultivation beings. Each of these beings possesses a combat power of 1,200, which, when they swarm together, could very well rival that of the 3,000 combat power. Raditz waited patiently until dawn. By this time, Xiaolin had already ventured far away, while Su and Wukong remained under the stern reprimand of Chi-Chi. However, in a moment that surprised even him, Su and Wukong interrupted Chi-Chi mid-sentence. Chi-Chi, hurry and go inside. What? I have not finished speaking. Stop the nonsense and get inside quickly. Oh, now you have learned to be stern with me. Despite Chi-Chi's playful defiance, Su and Wukong turned a serious gaze toward the horizon. At that moment, a figure swiftly approached, eventually landing before him. It was none other than Raditz. Kakarot. Such formidable energy. Yet it exudes an aura of malevolence. Who exactly are you? I am the boundary. As this is a Dragon Ball fanfiction, the protagonist is different, and thus, the scene shifts back to Xiaolin. To safeguard his wish from being seized by others, Xiaolin specifically chose a deserted island for his endeavor. The sky was engulfed in darkness, and the Shenlong made a grand entrance. Without delay, it inquired about Xiaolin's desire. Xiaolin, eager to exploit a loophole, boldly declared, I wish to become a Saiyan. Naturally, this request was denied. Ultimately, he could only wish for a regenerative ability akin to that of the Namekians, which was granted. With this newfound capability, he no longer feared the repercussions of battle. After the wish was fulfilled, the Shenlong entered a sage-like state, transforming into 7 stone-like entities, ready to disperse in various directions. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaolin grasped the 4-star Dragon Ball meant to be returned to Wukong, for it was borrowed. After a brief interlude, he returned to Kame House. By now, the sun had risen high, yet due to the strong winds, numerous clouds obscured the sun's rays. On the roof of Kame House, a wooden rooster used for wind direction testing spun wildly. Xiaolin produced the 7 Dragon Balls, and under the watchful eyes of the Kame Sennin and the old turtle, he shouted, Come forth, Shenlong. A magnificent beam of light spiraled skyward, and the sky darkened, thunderclouds swirling, culminating in the appearance of a verdant Shenlong. State your wish. It commanded with an authoritative tone. I wish to become a Saiyan. Xiaolin attempted, but the Shenlong lacked the power to grant such a transformation. Then grant me a gravity training chamber with a maximum of 2,000 times Earth's gravity. The Shenlong shook its head once again, indicating its inability to comply. Frustrated, Xiaolin ultimately wished for an opportunity to resurrect himself, which was finally granted. At that moment, a white streak cut through the distance, drawing nearer until it landed on the beach of Kame House. A frantic figure leaped down, grasping Xiaolin's shoulder. Hurry, save Wukong and Wufan. The newcomer was Chi-Chi, her face pale as she recounted the recent events. A long-haired man with a tail suddenly seized Wufan, and Wukong attempted to rescue him, only to be restrained by several green-skinned assailants. Following a violent explosion, Wukong lay in a pit, his fate uncertain. It was evident Raditz had arrived. How infuriating. Wasn't the plot supposed to commence a year later? Raditz's arrival signified that Vegeta would soon follow. Without further contemplation, Xiaolin propelled himself into the sky and soared away. At present, Xiaolin lacked the ability to sense energy on a global scale, unless the energy was potent enough to influence the entire world. Midway through his flight, he detected over 20 formidable energies, each surpassing Wukong's by a significant margin. Where was Wukong's energy? Suddenly, Xiaolin noticed a pit where Wukong lay in a classic Yamucha pose, surrounded by wisps of smoke. Wukong, Xiaolin exclaimed, descending rapidly to assess the situation. To his dismay, he discovered that Wukong had lost all vitality. As Xiaolin attempted to lift Suin Wukong, several green figures emerged from the shadows, cackling ominously, before exploding in his horrified gaze. Chapter 9, Raditz is. Although I cannot fathom why Xiaolin possesses such high combat power, surviving several vegetable being self-detonations seems improbable. A man clad in black Saiyan battle attire emerged from the forest. Activating his power scanner to survey his surroundings, he found only combat power readings around 1,000, all belonging to his vegetable minions. This man was Raditz, known as Suin Wukong's brother in the original series and the first adversary in the saga of Dragon Ball Z, ultimately defeated by Piccolo and Suin Wukong in unison. His initial combat power was recorded at 1,500. With both Suin Wukong and Xiaolin deceased, Raditz contemplated the prospect of claiming Chi-Chi and Shirbao for himself. Having admired these female characters in the anime, he never anticipated his desires would materialize today. As Raditz mused aloud, he was suddenly struck in the head, causing him to collapse to the ground. Before he could regain his footing, he felt a powerful grip on his tail. Struggling, he turned to see Xiaolin, whose combat power read 1056 on the scanner. Realizing that Xiaolin had evaded the explosion by taking refuge in the forest, Raditz felt a surge of indignation. He wished to protest, "You are not adhering to the rules of combat." Yet, with his life now at the mercy of another, he refrained from uttering any defiant words. Unwilling to perish without enjoying his victory, Raditz sought to plead for mercy. However, Xiaolin interjected, "Who are you? How do you know Chi-Chi and Shirbao?" Having just concealed Wukong's body, Xiaolin intended to deal a fatal blow. Yet, hearing Raditz's mutterings regarding anime, Chi-Chi, and Shirbao, he felt a chill of realization. He suspected that Raditz, like himself, was also a traveler from another world. Thus, he refrained from delivering a fatal strike immediately. Seizing the opportunity, Raditz revealed his origins, explaining that he had traversed here after killing Suin Wukong, who had been slain by the original Raditz. Xiaolin listened with skepticism, mindful of Wukong's body and the recent attack that had instilled caution in him. Thus he did not release Raditz's tale just yet. Once Raditz divulged the plot of Dragon Ball Z, Xiaolin decided to loosen his grip. With the storyline accelerated by a year and Suin Wukong now gone, he realized he had already expended his wish on the Dragon Balls, which would soon enter a dormant state, requiring a year before they could be sought again. Coincidentally, Vegeta was set to arrive in a year, leaving insufficient time to resurrect Wukong. During this exchange, Xiaolin inquired about Raditz's combat power, which, at full strength, barely reached 3,800. After 3 years of training, he had only managed to elevate his own power from 280 to 3,800, a painfully slow progression. With only a year remaining to train, he found it implausible to surpass Vegeta's strength, especially considering Vegeta's capability to transform into a great ape. Therefore, Shaolin sought the assistance of La DZ. Despite the latter's peculiar behavior, With the innate talent of the Saiyans, a year of training should yield greater progress than his own. Even if he could not match Vegeta, he could at least buy some time while awaiting Wukong's resurrection. Ultimately, Shaolin released Raditz and made an agreement to join forces against Vegeta, who would arrive a year later. Raditz surprisingly complied. However, Shaolin, you truly need not train. Following the storyline, you shall be blessed with a wife of exquisite beauty. Why not relish in the joys of family life rather than engage in relentless battles? Raditz, perplexed, remarked, regardless. Earthlings in the Dragon Ball universe cannot ascend to the top tier of power through training alone. Nonetheless, that is not a reason to abandon one's aspirations. Shaolin paused momentarily, then resolutely declared, since heaven has granted me this opportunity, I must strive to make the most of it, for I am a martial artist. How very adolescent of you, Raditz replied, suddenly adopting a rather lewd demeanor. If you are so devoted to martial arts, does that mean you have no intention of pursuing romance? Perhaps you could let me have number 18? Suit yourself. Everyone deserves the right to pursue love. If you succeed, then so be it. Shaolin, eager to enhance his combat prowess, lamented the fact that while others in this world had golden opportunities, he did not. He swiftly flew to find Wukong's lifeless body and the unconscious Xiao Wu Fan, then continued his journey without pause. In a desolate region, atop a towering rock formation, a green humanoid creature was struck with terror, its face turning pale. What is this? How can such a formidable power exist on Earth? Piccolo Daimao was utterly astonished, sensing an overwhelming energy drawing nearer. A mere little bald head, Piccolo Daimao could hardly believe his eyes as Shaolin descended before him. How have you grown hair? The situation was dire, and Shaolin paid little heed to the ongoing remarks about his hair. Piccolo Daimao. Shaolin informed him of the impending arrival of the Saiyans in a year's time. Upon hearing this and glancing at the lifeless body of Wukong that Shaolin bore, Piccolo's complexion turned a shade of green. However, as the previous main antagonist, he maintained a facade of aloofness, unable to immediately agree or disagree. Saving the Earth is of little concern to me. However, training Sun Wukong's son to become a warrior of the demon race is quite intriguing. A mysterious smile crept onto Piccolo's face. I wonder what expression Sun Wukong would wear if he and his son were to engage in battle one day. Shaolin looked at him incredulously, thinking, you will become more of a father figure than Sun Wukong himself. Had he not seen Dragon Ball, he might have been deceived by this so-called Piccolo Daimao. After entrusting Wu Fan to Piccolo, Shaolin returned Wukong's body to the Kame house. Upon learning of Wukong's demise and the threat of even stronger enemies to come in a year, despair enveloped everyone. Chi-Chi wept bitterly, clutching Wukong's body. Shaolin sighed, realizing that the Earth was about to endure a tumultuous decade. Chapter 10. Despair. Meanwhile, in the celestial realm, the gods arranged for Wukong to be taken to the Kaioshin planet, gathering the Z warriors for special training. Raditz was also invited, but withdrew after only a few days. Shaolin was among them, but his sole purpose was to utilize the time and spirit training room for his own cultivation, a place where a day equated to a year of training. Regrettably, upon entering, Shaolin was immediately overwhelmed and expelled. The time and spirit training room first appeared after Wukong defeated Piccolo Daimao's father, and at that time, Wukong was also ejected due to insufficient strength. It seemed that only those with battle powers exceeding 1 million could enter. Discovering this truth, Shaolin felt a pang of disappointment. If he could train in the time and spirit room for 2 years, he could undoubtedly elevate his power level beyond 10,000. Training under the deity would not yield significant improvements, so Shaolin resolved to focus on enhancing his mastery over Ki. At that moment, a bold idea took shape in his mind. Should this idea come to fruition, he might stand a chance against Vegeta. Shaolin bid farewell to the Kame master and embarked alone to a deserted island. He trained underwater in the mornings and practiced Kamehameha on the island in the afternoons. However, Shaolin's Kamehameha did not manifest as it did in the manga. Instead, it remained concentrated in his hands, gradually expanding. 1 year later, in the west city of the Dragon Ball world, 2 large spheres descended from the sky. Amidst the astonished gazes of countless onlookers emerged 2 figures with tails, Naba and Vegeta. Annoyed by the crowd surrounding them, the 2 Saiyans exchanged glances. And with a mere gesture, the entire city was reduced to ruins, a classic entrance. Naturally, the Z warriors on Earth soon noticed this development, particularly Shaolin. who was currently discussing plans with others to gather the Dragon Balls to resurrect Wukong, was taken aback by the sudden arrival of the Saiyans. Yamcha, Chaozi, you and Bulma go find the Dragon Balls to bring back Wukong, Shaolin said gravely. Tianjin Fan and I will intercept the Saiyans. Utilizing the Bukajutsu, he sped towards the location of the Saiyans. Upon landing, he found himself awaited by Sun Wu Fan, Piccolo Daimao, and the time traveler La DZ. Wu Fan, seeing La DZ, reacted as if he had encountered a cat, filled with both anger and fear. La DZ, trying to assert himself, exclaimed, I am your uncle. However, even this declaration could not erase Wu Fan's memories of witnessing his father's murder. At this moment, Shaolin and Tianjin Fan also arrived. After some pleasantries, Shaolin turned his attention to La DZ. What is your current battle power? He inquired, sensing that La DZ's energy was roughly 1/3 of his peak level. However, given that most characters in Dragon Ball could control their ki, he felt it necessary to ask. 2000, La DZ replied. That is my full power. Shaolin was taken aback. Something was amiss. Were all the Dragon Ball travelers so unmotivated in their training? It was a shame to waste such Saiyan blood. Do not worry. I possess a golden opportunity that will allow me to enhance my battle power shortly, La DZ reassured him, seemingly unfazed. Shaolin was about to respond when he suddenly sensed two powerful energy waves approaching from afar. In mere moments, they were upon him. 3,938. 1,800, 2,000, 1,500. Is this the strongest battle power on this planet? Naba's face twisted into a mocking grin. He then glanced at La DZ, saying, La DZ, I never expected you, a noble Saiyan, to betray us. The formidable energy left Piccolo Daimao visibly shaken. Tianjin Fan and Sun Wu Fan were equally affected. Meanwhile, Shaolin calculated his own power, with only 1/4 of his strength. He was assessed at 1,500. Therefore, his full power would likely hover around 6,000. It was baffling that while other travelers achieved battle powers in the billions within a year, he was left with only a few thousand. Where had he gone wrong? Enough of this, Naba. You're merely a 2,000 battle power weakling. Your absence will change nothing. Let us fight, but do not cause too much destruction. This planet might fetch a good price, Vegeta said, arms crossed, exuding arrogance and showing no concern for La DZ's defection. Very well, Naba nodded, a sinister grin spreading across his bald head as he entered a combat stance. In an instant, Piccolo, Tianjin Fan, Wu Fan, and Shaolin also assumed their battle stances, beads of sweat lining their faces. Only La DZ remained casually standing, exuding an air of nonchalance. Naba charged forward like a massive mountain of flesh, delivering a punch to Piccolo and Tianjin Fan, while his leg confronted Shaolin and Wu Fan. After exchanging a few blows, Shaolin and the others were sent flying. In truth, Naba's battle power was only around 5,000, while Shaolin's was 6,000. In the midst of the fierce battle, Shaolin remained acutely aware of the safety of his comrades, striving to prevent the formidable Naba from claiming their lives. His defensive strategy was solely intended to buy time, awaiting the resurrection of Wukong, which would allow him and Wukong to engage in the classic 2-against-1 scenario within the canyon. Naturally, he did not expect any assistance from Vegeta, for his pride would never permit him to stoop to such a level. However, as one would typically engage the Saiyan warriors, the initial target would be the vegetable warriors. Where had they gone? Just as Shaolin pondered this, reality provided an answer. Suddenly, numerous green figures sprang forth around him, vegetable warriors. The remnants of their attacks erupted with a resounding boom, and Shaolin narrowly evaded the explosion. These vegetable warriors had the uncanny ability to conceal their energy. Thankfully, his vigilance had spared him. Unfortunately, on the other side, Goku was in dire straits, having been bombarded by 3 vegetable warriors, barely clinging to life. Naba fared even worse, having been struck by a multitude of them. His attire was tattered, and his body bore the marks of grievous wounds. RATZ. Naba roared in fury. Where was RATZ? RATZ launched a powerful punch at the nearly defeated Goku, who barely managed to evade it. To Shaolin's shock, RATZ immediately directed a fierce energy blast at Sun Wu Fan. Helpless, Sun Wu Fan was shielded by Goku. But after a harrowing scream, Goku departed from the realm of the living. Even the gods of the heavens seemed to vanish. All present were left in stunned silence, Shaolin included. He could hardly believe that Radz had betrayed them. What was worse? He sensed that Radz's energy surged dramatically after slaying Goku, precisely matching the energy that Goku had just lost. Could it be that this rogue had awakened the ability to drain the fighting power of others? A wave of regret washed over Shaolin. Had he been more decisive, Goku might still be alive. With Goku's demise, the Dragon Balls would be rendered useless, meaning Wukong could not be revived. The narrative had taken an unexpected turn, casting a shadow of despair over the world of Dragon Balls. In Chapter 11, titled One Can Stand Alone, Radz, a traveler from another realm, initially sought to ascend to greatness through rigorous training. However, he soon realized that this path was fraught with hardship. Before his journey, he was merely an ordinary student, spending his days either studying or engaging in frivolous banter with friends, utterly unprepared for such intense training. Furthermore, having acquired immense power upon his arrival, he found himself unrivaled on Earth. As he strolled through the streets, enticed by culinary delights, fashionable attire, sleek automobiles, and beautiful women, he recognized that his only asset was his formidable strength. Thus, he attempted to leverage this power to obtain these pleasures, and after his initial success, he became insatiable. He began to disregard the rules of the human world, declaring himself a sovereign being. Consequently, he grew increasingly reluctant to train, surrendering himself to a life of indulgence until he awakened a plundering system. This system endowed him with a unique ability. Slaying beings weaker than himself would grant him a fraction of their power, while defeating stronger foes would yield a full share of their strength. Thus, Radz orchestrated a scheme, successfully ambushing Goku to seize his energy. Radz's combat power surged to 5,000. Naba, are you alright? I'm here to assist you. But those vegetable warriors are so dim-witted that they took you down as well, Radz remarked as he approached Naba. Naba, unable to sense energy and not activating his combat detector, still held an impression of Radz as a mere 2,000 in combat power, and thus did not anticipate any threat. As a seasoned warrior, Naba had always looked down upon these lower-tier fighters. Yet, this arrogance would cost him dearly today. Naba, get away. In the distance, Vegeta sensed the impending danger. However, his warning only piqued Naba's curiosity, ultimately providing Radz with a significant advantage. You're next. Radz suddenly launched a treacherous attack on Naba. With a chilling touch, Naba's eyes widened in disbelief. He witnessed the corners of Radz's mouth curl into a sinister grin, followed by an energy blast directed at his chest. Boom! Naba's limbs flailed helplessly. Naba was dead. In an instant, both Z fighters and Saiyans fell victim to the cunning machinations of a treacherous foe, losing one warrior each. Power surged within Radz, who laughed maniacally as his combat power soared to 11,000. Are you insane? By killing Goku, Wukong cannot be revived using the Dragon Balls. Shaolin shouted in fury. At that moment, he was fully on guard. If Radz indeed possessed a plundering system, he had become the most perilous individual present. 6,000 in combat power, Radz scoffed dismissively, indicating that he could only absorb energy from those of comparable or superior strength, hence showing no interest in Shaolin. Mind your words, shorty, otherwise, I might just take your life. Radz glared dangerously at Shaolin, who was prepared to retaliate. Just then, Vegeta intervened, observing Radz's alarming power levels through his scouter. He was taken aback to see that a lower-tier warrior had reached 11,000. This was highly suspicious. Moreover, this individual had just murdered his only subordinate. Although Naba was not particularly powerful, he was loyal and useful, unlike the capricious Radz. Radz, are you ready to meet your end? Vegeta thought, seething with anger as he prepared to confront Radz himself. Radz stared in astonishment at Vegeta, whose scouter displayed a staggering 18,000 combat power. Wait, Vegeta, aren't we allies? Radz pleaded, but Vegeta ignored him entirely. Unleashing a furious attack, Radz, having focused primarily on gaining power and neglecting his combat skills, soon found himself at a disadvantage against Vegeta's superior strength. Uncle Goku, Sun Wu-fan cried out in despair, his rage causing his power to spike to 4,000. Yet, he was swiftly knocked unconscious by Shaolin. Shaolin, what are you doing? Tianjin fan questioned, bewildered. Shaolin replied, Tianjin Fan, take Wu Fan back and train him diligently. He possesses immense potential. Also, bring Bai Ku's body. There is still a chance for his revival. For details, consult Mr. Bo Bo in the heavens. He knows where the goddess spaceship is located. We can use this ship to reach Namek to gather the Dragon Balls and resurrect Bai Ku and Wukong. Shaolin had intentionally refrained from mentioning the Dragon Balls in Vegeta's presence to prevent Frieza from learning of their existence, as long as Frieza remained unaware. He would not attack Namek. This would afford them more time to seek out the Dragon Balls once they arrived. Leave this to me. I can handle it alone. You alone. Tianjin Fan expressed his astonishment, though he sensed Shaolin's newfound strength. He still felt that Shaolin was considerably weaker than Raditz and Vegeta. Don't worry, Tianjin Fan. I am the strongest Earthling. Shaolin reassured, projecting confidence. Tianjin Fan wished to say more, but Shaolin tossed him a large bag. Upon opening it, Tianjin Fan discovered it was filled with Senzu beans. Rest assured, I possess this marvelous resource. Shaolin revealed another bag. These were the Senzu beans he had collected over the past 4 years. Tianjin Fan understood that he could offer little assistance and departed with Bai Ku's body and Sun Wu Fan. Shaolin then took 10 Senzu beans from his bag, placing them in his mouth. A strategy he had devised over the year, to keep Senzu beans in his mouth and swallow one when he felt fatigued. Akin to a mobile phone equipped with 10 batteries. Originally, it was my intention to allow Vegeta to eliminate Raditz with his own hands. However, upon realizing his inferiority, Raditz resorted to frantic leaps and evasive maneuvers, even employing the remaining Namekians as shields against Vegeta. Ultimately, he managed to evade capture by slipping aboard Nabek's spacecraft to escape Earth. TCH, like a cowardly turtle, how utterly disappointing. Vegeta found such rodent-like behavior exceedingly irksome. A lowly warrior, indeed, devoid of any pride as a Saiyan, succumbing to fear in battle. In truth, Vegeta had come to Earth merely to discern why Raditz had been so reluctant to return. Yet in the recent skirmish, he seemed to have overheard something intriguing. Shorty, what did you just mention about resurrecting something? Vegeta inquired, fixing his gaze upon Xiaolin. If you divulge that information, I may spare your life. Xiaolin recollected his earlier indiscretion at the moment of Piccolo's demise, suspecting that he had inadvertently revealed the existence of the Dragon Balls to Vegeta. However, he had only mentioned resurrecting Wukong, likely leaving Vegeta ignorant of the true capabilities of the Dragon Balls. He chuckled, who knows? I truly admire you Earthlings. Though your strength is feeble, your bravado is remarkable. Vegeta sneered, in that case, prepare to meet your end. Chapter 12, Kamehameha on the Plains. Two figures darted about with remarkable agility. The sounds of their physical clashes echoed in a rhythmic exchange. Arrogant Vegeta, confident in his superior combat prowess, intended to toy with Xiaolin, engaging him with equal force. Although Xiaolin was an interloper, his memories were a fusion of both worlds, granting him unparalleled mastery in martial arts, far surpassing Vegeta. As Vegeta and Xiaolin exchanged blows of equal strength, Vegeta suddenly spotted an opening and propelled himself forward, hands clasped in a powerful strike. Whoosh! His fist sliced through a mere afterimage. What? Vegeta was taken aback, suddenly sensing a gust behind him. Turning around, he unwittingly presented his face to an incoming fist. Ugh! Vegeta's visage contorted painfully. He plummeted like a cannonball from the sky to the ground, crashing through a mountain and embedding himself within the earth. Unable to suppress a mouthful of blood, he wondered, what on earth? How could that short 1's attack be so formidable? Just as he sought answers, a white energy wave hurtled toward him. It was the Kamehameha. Vegeta quickly reacted to evade the strike, yet it was too late. The Kamehameha grazed his left cheek, obliterating the mountain where he stood. The power level detector on his left malfunctioned, and in its final moments, he observed Xiaolin's battle power reading nearly matching his own at 18,000. Cursed, deceitful Earthlings resorting to such underhanded tactics. No sense of martial ethics. Vegeta fumed. This is martial skill, Xiaolin remarked, casting a long shadow as he faced the sun. His words were slightly muffled, as he had a Senzu bean lodged in his mouth. His hands appeared to be enveloped in a faint white energy. This white energy was akin to the Kamehameha, or perhaps it was indeed the Kamehameha, but in this instance, it was not projected outward, rather, it coiled around his hands. As the ultimate technique of the Kame Sennin, The Kamehameha could triple the user's energy before unleashing it. Over the course of a year, Xiaolin had experimented tirelessly, honing his control over his own energy. Ultimately, he achieved the ability to release and retract his energy simultaneously, allowing it to adhere to his body. To prevent wastage, he only allowed energy to manifest at the points of attack or defense. This dynamic application of energy throughout his musculature during combat led him to name this state Kamehameha Flow. When executed correctly, this technique could amplify his combat power threefold. With this enhancement, Xiaolin's power level equaled that of Vegeta, which emboldened him to confront the Saiyan. Injured, Vegeta ceased to hold back, unleashing his full power to clash with Xiaolin. In an instant, the surrounding space quaked, explosions erupting everywhere. Their figures moved with the swiftness of lightning. Beyond the perception of the human eye, far away on KO's planet, Suin Wukong paused his training, sitting alongside KO, both captivated by the scenes unfolding in the crystal ball. Xiaolin is truly remarkable, managing to hold his own against the Saiyan, Wukong mused, a tinge of envy in his voice, wishing for a chance to engage Vegeta in a fierce battle. Unfortunately, with Piccolo's demise, he could not return. That fellow is indeed a genius, KO remarked. His Kamehameha flow can enhance his battle power without the adverse effects on his body, merely consuming his own energy. As they spoke, KO noticed Xiaolin's mouth moving as he swallowed another Senzu bean. Xiaolin returned to peak condition. KO was at a loss for words, conceding, well, the self-supplying Senzu beans are rather unscrupulous. Xiaolin is quite cunning, keeping the Senzu beans in his mouth. I fear Vegeta may be on the losing end, Wukong lamented. In his perspective, battles should be fought with honor. Fool. Intelligence is also a form of combat power. However, after uttering those words, Wukong received a solid punch from KO. Meanwhile, at Kame House on Earth, Yamcha, Jiaozi, Kame Sunin, Buerma, and Chi-Chi wore expressions of despair. The Dragon Balls they had recently collected had turned to stone. They had witnessed this phenomenon before, when Piccolo Daimao had slain Shenlong. The Dragon Balls had also hardened. Now, given their current state, they feared it was a result of Piccolo's demise at the hands of the Saiyans. In their hearts, they regarded Piccolo as formidable as Wukong. And with his death and the Dragon Balls rendered useless, Wukong could not be revived, marking an unprecedented crisis for Earth. At that moment, Tianjin Fan entered, carrying Gohan and Piccolo's lifeless body. The group was taken aback, with Chi-Chi weeping uncontrollably over Gohan. Kame Sunin and Buerma rushed forward to inquire about the circumstances. Tianjin Fan's expression was grave as he recounted the events of the battlefield. That Ladizi is truly despicable, Buerma exclaimed, clenching her fists in anger. Can Xiaolin really handle a Saiyan alone? Jiaozi asked with concern, recalling their previous encounter in the World Martial Arts Tournament where Xiaolin had fought evenly against him. No problem, Kame Sunin affirmed confidently. In fact, Xiaolin has been diligently training every day for the past 4 years. I believe his efforts will yield results. The group exchanged glances, as they too trained daily, yet found themselves no match for the Saiyans. What is that? Buerma questioned, noticing a peculiar object in Tianjin Fan's hand. This is a device brought to Earth by the Saiyans, seemingly designed to measure our power, Tianjin Fan explained. Is that so? Let me see. Buerma took it and quickly figured out how to use it. The readings displayed 2 values at a distance of 1,800 kilometers, 18,000 battle power, and 16,000 battle power. To provide a clearer perspective on these measurements, Buerma tested the others. The weakest were Wulong and Puki, with scores of merely 2 or 3, while Tianjin Fan boasted 2,000 as the strongest among them. In stark contrast, the battle powers recorded from 1,000 kilometers away were terrifyingly high, exceeding 10,000. The 18,000 must belong to a Saiyan, Buerma speculated. Is Xiaolin in grave danger? No, wait. Yamcha and Tianjin Fan exchanged glances, their initially serious expressions melting into incredulous grins. The 18,000 battle power is Xiaolin's. I can feel his energy surpassing that of the Saiyans, and the gap is growing more pronounced, they shouted in unison. After a brief silence, Kame House erupted in cheers. The plains, once merely a landscape, could no longer be called a plain. Countless peaks lay shattered, the ground riddled with depressions, as myriad creatures hastily fled the scene. Reminiscent of a prehistoric migration, the Saiyans' descent had obliterated a grand metropolis, and it was only natural for humanity on Earth to take notice. The astute media dispatched helicopters in search of interviews. Yet, The clash between Xiaolin and Vegeta was far beyond the reach of these ordinary humans. Vegeta fell victim once more to Xiaolin's afterimage technique, sent sprawling by a powerful blow. Last time it was his left cheek. This time, it was his right. Infuriated, Vegeta unleashed a surge of energy that sent debris flying. In their recent encounter, he realized he was no match for Xiaolin. The latter's combat experience far surpassed his own, leaving Vegeta unable to gain the upper hand. Additionally, the prolonged battle had taken its toll, causing Vegeta to feel his stamina rapidly depleting. And a sense of falling behind Xiaolin began to creep in. How could I, the noble prince of the Saiyans, possibly lose to a rustic from this wretched place? Vegeta steeled himself, swiftly launching a series of yellow energy spheres towards Xiaolin, employing his signature prince strategy. Xiaolin, however, bit down on a Senzu bean, deftly evading the barrage of attacks. Presently, Xiaolin felt a sense of relief. He had not anticipated the immense power derived from his newly developed Kamehameha wave combined with the Senzu bean, which tripled his base combat strength. Coupled with his prior combat experience, he found himself overpowering Vegeta. The only drawback was the considerable energy expenditure. Without the Senzu bean's enhancement, he doubted he could last even half an hour. He needed to subdue Vegeta swiftly and send him away from Earth. Yet, Xiaolin felt a deep conflict within. Should he eliminate Vegeta? Though currently an antagonist, Vegeta was also a crucial protagonist, necessary for the battles against Cell and Bu ahead. It was a dilemma indeed. Vegeta's prince strategy persisted, and as Xiaolin dodged, he pondered. Suddenly, Vegeta unleashed a powerful attack upon the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Xiaolin sensed Vegeta's energy rapidly waning, having in mere moments. Initially, Xiaolin thought Vegeta had accidentally struck him, but soon, from the dust emerged a luminous blue sphere, resembling a moon, soaring skyward. Realization struck Xiaolin. How could I have overlooked this? The Saiyans possessed the ability to transform into giant apes under a full moon. Reacting quickly, Xiaolin launched a Kamehameha at the blue orb. Boom! The sphere detonated upon contact with the energy wave. In the original tale, Master Roshi and Piccolo had eliminated the moon to prevent the transformation into giant apes. While it was indeed clever to consider destroying the moon to halt the transformation, it was only effective against lower-tier warriors. As the dust settled, a colossal figure clad in battle armor emerged, a giant ape, Vegeta. Even a mere glimmer of moonlight was sufficient for him to achieve this transformation. This was one of the methods by which Saiyans distinguish their power levels. As a prince among Saiyans, Vegeta was undoubtedly among the elite. How could I be reduced to this grotesque form? You little pest, do not expect a swift end. The giant ape Vegeta towered like a mountain, exuding an intimidating aura. The intensity of his energy was unlike anything Xiaolin had ever felt. Previously, he had only witnessed such power on television, but now, Xiaolin comprehended the true essence of energy. Not only he, but even those at Kame House, miles away, could sense this overwhelming force without effort. Bulma's power level detector registered an astonishing 90,000 points. Boom! Amid Bulma's astonishment, the device exploded, its shattered remnants foreshadowing Earth's peril. On another front, boom, 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 boom. Each punch from the giant ape Vegeta cracked the earth, sending massive boulders hurtling through the air, each the size of a compact car. Xiaolin found no foothold, resorting to the sky dance technique to evade, desperately seeking an opportunity to strike Vegeta. The Kamehameha was unleashed at full force, enveloping Xiaolin in a white energy membrane. This was his proud technique, yet it appeared utterly feeble before the giant ape Vegeta. With Piccolo deceased and the Dragon Balls rendered useless, and Goku unable to return, the narrative diverged significantly from the original. Now, Xiaolin was Earth's strongest warrior and could not afford to falter. He still had numerous techniques to employ, albeit at the cost of slightly diminishing his combat power, perfect for the current predicament. What an insufferable insect! The giant ape Vegeta wreaked havoc, reveling in destruction, his innate tendencies compelling him to prolong the game despite his overwhelming strength. Seizing a nearby peak, he snapped it like a javelin and hurled it at Xiaolin. Only this javelin was excessively massive. Xiaolin chose not to evade this time, instead confronting it head-on with a Kamehameha. The collision of the energy wave and the rock erupted in a cloud of dust. Xiaolin charged forward, aiming for the giant ape Vegeta's eyes. With a thunderous roar, Vegeta unleashed a powerful shockwave that halted Xiaolin's advance before a massive furry hand seized him. The pressure of Vegeta's grip shattered Xiaolin's bones, suppressing the instinct to scream. Xiaolin consumed all the Senzu beans in his mouth. His body instantly revived, and he shouted, "Solar flare!" A blinding light erupted before the giant ape Vegeta, forcing him to shut his eyes. Yet, the giant hand tightened its grip on Xiaolin, fearing a sudden attack while his vision was obscured. At that moment, another figure emerged behind the giant ape Vegeta, another Xiaolin. Indeed, this was Xiaolin's shadow clone technique inspired by Tenshinhan's four-way split. It allowed him to divide his body into two, albeit reducing his combat power by half. He had deliberately attacked the boulder thrown by Vegeta to create a visual blind spot for this maneuver, all aimed at severing Vegeta's tail. Now, the Xiaolin behind Vegeta unleashed his self-created technique, the Spirit Blade. A technique that condensed energy into a rotating blade capable of easily slicing through various objects. "Off with your tail, Vegeta," Xiaolin silently urged, as he felt he was on the verge of striking Vegeta's tail. However, Vegeta abruptly turned. The Spirit Blade missed its target, merely severing a distant peak before vanishing into the sky. Simultaneously, the giant ape Vegeta unleashed a kick towards the Xiaolin behind him, channeling his power. A wave of intense pain surged through Xiaolin. With only half his combat power remaining, he could no longer withstand it. Darkness enveloping him as he lost all signs of life. In his final moments, he heard Vegeta's taunt. "After all this time, this prince has mastered the energy you Earthlings speak of. Your tricks are of no consequence to me." Chapter 13, the Saiyan arc concludes. Gazing at the lifeless form of the diminutive Xiaolin, Vegeta displayed no mercy, letting him plummet to the ground. With a thud, Xiaolin's corpse lay face up, his mouth slightly agape, and his once bright eyes now devoid of light. Vegeta, having mastered the use of energy in battle, could sense that Xiaolin's energy had completely vanished. He was indeed dead. Vegeta had come to Earth merely to ascertain why Raditz had not returned for so long. Yet he had not anticipated that Nappa would also perish. There is no alternative but to ensure that the original inhabitants here are eliminated, thereby selling this land at a premium to those from other planets. After all, the Saiyans have always thrived in the real estate sector. Thus, instead of wasting time transforming into a great ape, it is imperative to commence work immediately. Vegeta slowly advanced, only to be interrupted by a small helicopter that circled around him, its occupants seemingly wielding glimmering objects. These were reporters from Earth, undeterred by the fierce winds that had ceased following the death of Xiaolin, allowing them to approach. As diligent journalists, they aimed to broadcast the frontline news to the entire world. Meanwhile, at the distant Kame house, the loss of Xiaolin plunged the group into despair. Just as they were at a loss, a live broadcast appeared on the television. A colossal gorilla dominated the screen, which outsiders presumed to be a special effects spectacle. However, those at Kame house, who had witnessed Sun Wukong's transformation into a great ape, knew this was indeed reality. Alarmingly, even in his transformed state, Vegeta retained his consciousness. A tense silence enveloped the cramped space, as everyone remained mute. Suddenly, Bulma gasped in astonishment, her trembling finger pointing toward a corner of the television. Everyone turned in unison to witness a figure unsteadily rising. It was Xiaolin. Recognition dawned upon them. Despite his diminutive stature, the vibrant Kame school uniform unmistakably identified him. How could he have returned from the dead? Master Roshi, Wu Tian, immediately recalled events from a year prior, when Xiaolin had made a wish to the dragon Shenron for a chance at resurrection. This was truly an unexpected stroke of fortune, for the dragon could only grant each individual one revival. It felt as though they had encountered a glitch in the system. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, Sun Wukong and King Kai were intensely focused. In the crystal ball, Xiaolin consumed a Senzu bean, restoring his energy, and subsequently executed a powerful attack. Impressive. Sun Wukong couldn't help but marvel. Even with his utmost effort, he could not sense Xiaolin's energy. He reminisced about their training a year ago, when Xiaolin had elucidated the theory of suppressing one's energy while enhancing strength, rendering opponents unable to detect it. Today, he was witnessing its practical application. Back at the scene, Vegeta, irritated by the helicopter's cameras, attempted to swat them away. Indeed, he intended to strike down the helicopter before the eyes of the entire world. The reporters aboard the aircraft were taken aback, urgently instructing the pilot to flee. However, they were far too slow. The gorilla's face contorted into a mocking grin as it reached out its hand, preparing to attack the helicopter. The journalists were in despair. realizing that their job had become a matter of life and death. In this dire moment, Vegeta suddenly cried out in pain, frozen in place. His intention to strike the helicopter thwarted. Something had happened. He felt his powerful tail severed. As he shrank back down, Vegeta's eyes burned with fury as he turned to see who had ambushed him. Upon recognizing Xiaolin, he was utterly bewildered. How could this be? Hadn't he perished? Moreover, Xiaolin had just attacked him without him sensing any energy from his opponent. How had he accomplished this? The ensuing battle between the now-human Vegeta and Xiaolin was devoid of suspense. Vegeta's power had significantly diminished, while Xiaolin, bolstered by the Senzu bean, was at his peak. Vegeta found himself on the receiving end of a relentless assault, yet his pride as the Prince of Saiyans prevented him from fleeing. Thus, he endured a thorough beating. In the final moments, as Vegeta felt his demise looming, he cursed and contemplated escape. However, he lacked the strength to do so, resorting to crawling on the ground. Gasping for breath, his eyes swollen shut. Xiaolin. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. Glancing around, Xiaolin confirmed the source. Was it Wukong? On King Kai's planet. Wukong was pressed against King Kai's back. King Kai muttered to himself about Wukong's reckless nature, stating that he would not intervene in whatever happened next. Indeed, he was currently on King Kai's planet, utilizing King Kai's abilities to communicate with them. The voice resonated again, and Xiaolin understood the situation. Wukong had been inspired by the battle between him and Vegeta, yearning for a confrontation with Vegeta, thus pleading for Xiaolin to spare him. Xiaolin was rendered speechless. He had been engaged in a fierce struggle while a group of spectators leisurely observed. How absurd. Did he think this was a movie? Please return soon, Wukong. I have no desire to contest your role as the protagonist of Dragon Ball. Xiaolin had no intention of killing Vegeta, for he needed to consider how to deal with the androids and Bu in the future. Yet, Vegeta's stubborn pride made him unwilling to retreat. No matter how much he was beaten, cursed be Kakarot. This mere low-class warrior, besides being incapable of fighting, is also foolish. Once I regain my strength, I shall take your lives. Vegeta seemed to hear Wukong's voice as he boarded the spaceship, defiantly retorting, and you, shorty, next time, embrace your insufferable sense of justice and perish. The spaceship activated, swiftly departing from Earth. The Prince of Saiyans, though incapable of fighting, was indeed tenacious in his words. Xiaolin gazed at the vanishing light in the sky with a sense of melancholy. Perhaps this was his singular opportunity to defeat a Saiyan. Life without a cheat code truly posed a challenge. What was I thinking? Xiaolin abruptly shook his head, recalling Zhuge Liang's wisdom about not underestimating oneself. Though his innate talent paled in comparison to the Saiyans, that was not the reason for halting his progress. Even a slight increase in strength was worth pursuing. He would continue his training. There was still something of great importance to convey to Wukong. Xiaolin suddenly shouted to the heavens. Wukong, are you still watching? After a pause, a response came. What's up, Xiaolin? It was Wukong's voice. Wukong, I plan to journey to Namek to seek the Dragon Balls to resurrect you and Piccolo. During your time on King Kai's planet, do not neglect your training, for even greater foes await us. Greater foes, you say? How splendid. Upon hearing Xiaolin's words, Sun Wukong expressed immense excitement, immediately forsaking further conversation to focus on his training. From that point on, King Kai's planet remained in a state of disarray. Chapter 14. The super divine water and the Kame School's key flow. The Saiyans had fled Earth, yet due to the Dragon Balls being rendered ineffective, the cities destroyed and lives lost could not be restored. Shortly after Vegeta's departure, the inhabitants of Kame House arrived by airplane to reunite with Xiaolin, exchanging pleasantries in a warm embrace. Observing the jubilant atmosphere, Xiaolin found no joy within himself, for he alone understood that even more formidable enemies were on the horizon. This was merely the beginning of Earth's calamities. Thus, Xiaolin solemnly gathered everyone together to recount Piccolo's origins. After a lengthy discourse, they learned that Piccolo was indeed a Namekian, and Namek was a wondrous planet inhabited by beings capable of extraordinary magic, among which the Dragon Balls were crafted. Our current objective is to venture to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls to resurrect Wukong, Piccolo, and those slain by the Saiyans. Tianjinhan and Lu Ping would accompany Bulma to the Heavenly Temple to seek Master Popo, who would guide them to the ship of the God of Heaven. While Xiaolin intended to continue his training, previously he had not disclosed the existence of the Dragon Balls to Vegeta and the others, and he believed that the current Frieza force remained unaware of the magical orbs on Namek. Thus he felt he still had ample time. In the original text, Master Roshi possessed two types of water for unlocking potential: super sacred water and super divine water. While the super sacred water was merely ordinary water, the super divine water was the genuine article. However, the super divine water was highly toxic, particularly potent against those with malevolent intentions. If one could withstand the poison, it would trigger their latent abilities, exponentially increasing their combat prowess. The last time the Supreme Kai summoned the Z fighters, they had already consumed it. But due to the absence of Xiaolin, he had not partaken. Now, Xiaolin intended to give it a try, if it truly enhanced his strength. With his current level of combat power, he should qualify to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. With a swift motion, Xiaolin utilized his instant transmission to fly towards Karin Tower. During his flight, he noticed that after experiencing a fierce battle, his energy had indeed increased, approximately 1/20th of its original capacity, placing his base power level around 6,300. Battle itself is a form of training. Shortly thereafter, Xiaolin arrived at Karin Tower, where Karin was already accustomed to his sudden appearances. However, this time, Xiaolin sought not the Senzu beans, but the super divine water. Karin informed him that the super divine water could only be obtained through trials. Xiaolin had no objections, and upon passing through a door, he encountered a figure identical to himself. He understood then that this was a classic trial found in many stories: to conquer oneself. The essence of overcoming oneself is to surpass one's former self. Xiaolin had long contemplated his developmental trajectory, but he knew that to break through, he required time. Karin had mentioned that time flowed slowly within this illusion, providing him the perfect opportunity for advancement. Xiaolin resolved to modify his Turtle School's Kamehameha technique, which enveloped his body in a protective aura, ensuring that each of his attacks bore the potency of the Kamehameha. The Kamehameha's power is a threefold increase of one's base strength. Now, Xiaolin aimed to upgrade to the God Turtle Kamehameha, an enhanced version learned from Yukong, which elevated the original threefold increase to a sixfold enhancement. Due to the distinct application of energy, Xiaolin needed to reacquaint himself with the flow of energy during the God Turtle Kamehameha's activation and identify its vulnerabilities. By releasing and absorbing energy, he sought to achieve balance. 6 months later, within the illusion, the two Xiaolins engaged in an intense sparring match. Both utilized identical techniques, and as they fought, white energy enveloped their bodies. Kamehameha. The threefold boost in power caused even the stable illusion to tremble. After several rounds of combat, the real Xiaolin suddenly grinned and unleashed a powerful shout, releasing a surge of blue energy that enveloped him, transforming him into a blue silhouette. God Turtle Kamehameha. Xiaolin's strength surged again, reaching 6 times his baseline. He understood that swift resolution was essential. Although this exertion bore no harm, being a novice, it consumed considerable energy. With exaggerated speed, Xiaolin advanced and unleashed a flurry of strikes, ultimately defeating his mirrored self. Subsequently, a stone pedestal emerged in the environment, upon which rested the super divine water. Upon drinking it, Xiaolin experienced intense pain as he felt something surge into his body while another force seemed to escape. After what felt like an eternity, he sensed that his strength had quintupled. Although uncertain of his exact combat power, he surmised it to be at least half that of the great ape transformation of Vegeta. This enhancement equaled what would have taken him 5 years of training. Truly, the affluent rely on technology, while the impoverished depend on mutation. Emerging from the illusion, Karin informed him that merely half a day had elapsed. Despite feeling as though he had trained for 6 months, Xiaolin couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the Dragon Ball universe. He then proceeded to Bulma's residence, where she had recently returned piloting the Supreme Kai spaceship. Bulma informed Xiaolin that the modifications would be completed in about a week. By the way, Xiaolin, you mentioned a year ago that the gravity training room had already been constructed, Bulma suddenly stated. Is that true? Where is it? Xiaolin exclaimed in delight, realizing that this device would enable him to reach even greater heights within the hyperbolic time chamber. Bulma handed him a capsule, explaining that the gravity training room could support up to 50 times normal gravity. She had begun researching it upon Xiaolin's suggestion a year prior. Taking the capsule, Xiaolin praised Bulma as a genius, prompting her to bask in the compliment, though it was unclear whether she was reveling in her brilliance or her youth, given that she was already in her 20s. Of course, Xiaolin dared not mention her age. With several days remaining until the spaceship's modifications were complete, Xiaolin seized the opportunity to train. Initially, he intended to train alongside Wu Fan, but each person could only enter the hyperbolic time chamber for 2 days. Later, during the Android saga, it would be Wu Fan who transformed into Super Saiyan 2 thanks to his training in the chamber. Xiaolin feared that his presence might hinder Wu Fan's transformation. It was well known that in the Android saga, Wu Fan played a pivotal role. Furthermore, with Wu Fan's current combat power barely exceeding 900, he could not enter the chamber. After careful consideration, Xiaolin ultimately decided to enter alone. Chapter 15. The Hyperbolic Time Chamber Success. Xiaolin beamed at the sight before him. Mr. Popo, unable to enter due to his low power level, indicated that he would open the door for him in 2 days. With the door sealed, Xiaolin prepared for his inaugural training session. He meticulously planned his training regimen, understanding that martial arts fundamentally revolves around the enhancement of mind, body, and technique. To him, the mind represented unwavering determination and self-confidence, the ability to train relentlessly, undeterred by hardship or external distractions. The body, of course, denoted physical strength, while technique encompassed fighting skills. Xiaolin believed he had already mastered the mind, as he would never abandon his training nor fear the pain that accompanied it. Thus, his focus shifted to the development of body and technique. For his physical training, Xiaolin opted for intensive sprinting as his primary exercise, as running engages numerous muscle groups. Ensuring balanced and comprehensive improvement, he began by running at full speed under 10 times normal gravity for a day. After a brief respite for nourishment, he continued, gradually increasing his running duration from 1 day to 1.5 days. He persisted in this incremental fashion until he could effortlessly run for 10 consecutive days. Thereafter, he intensified the gravity by an additional 5 times, maintaining the 10-day running regimen. After a year and a half, Xiaolin finally managed to run for 10 days under 50 times normal gravity. With that milestone achieved, he began to carry additional weight, strapping on a specially designed turtle shell, bringing his total weight to half a ton. Under 50 times gravity, this equated to an impressive 25 tons. After another 3 months, Xiaolin was finally able to run for an entire month while bearing the turtle shell under the same gravity. Following a few days of rest, he stored the gravity training room and returned to the expansive courtyard of the hyperbolic time chamber. During the next month, Xiaolin utilized the multiplication technique to create a duplicate of himself, engaging in combat with this doppelganger. Through these battles, he gradually recalled and refined his previous fighting techniques. In the final month, he chose to hone his god turtle Kamehameha, striving to maintain this state without relying on Senzu beans for explosive power. At long last, 2 years had elapsed. Upon emerging from the time and spirit house, I was greeted once again by the long-lost earth, where I could feel the pitiful grip of gravity, which truly allowed my entire being to relax. I began by taking a refreshing shower and changing into a fresh set of clothes, and finally, I rushed to the barber shop to trim away the unruly hair and beard. At long last, the bald Shaolin reappeared, utilizing the technique of Yukong Shu. I arrived at Bulma's abode, only to find her fervently modifying the spaceship. Imagine the sight of a blue-haired beauty, clad in simple attire for the sake of convenience, skillfully wielding a wrench to tighten screws. After admiring her for a moment, I became captivated by a device on the workbench. Wasn't this a Saiyan power level detector? How could it be here? Oh, that thing, Bulma replied. I borrowed it from Tianjin Fan some time ago, but it broke. So I set up a new one. Could I borrow it for a while? I inquired. Feel free. It's just a simple gadget. With the power level detector in hand, I flew towards Kame House. At that moment, Master Roshi was engrossed in a fashion magazine, smiling at the sight of a well-proportioned model when I suddenly burst through the door, startling him into a jump. Master Roshi, please help me check my battle power. What? On the sandy beach of Kame Island, Master Roshi quickly donned the power level detector. Beep, beep, beep. The device sprang to life. Ready. At the sound of Master Roshi's voice, I unleashed my energy while standing on the beach. A visible white aura surged from my body, towering higher than the coconut trees on the island. The previously calm sea began to ripple. The clouds in the sky were pushed forward, the coconut trees swayed, and the wooden sign atop Kame House spun incessantly. What a powerful energy! Master Roshi trembled, witnessing the rapid fluctuations of the power level detector. The old turtle beside him was so frightened that it withdrew into its shell. 6,000, 12,000, 36,000, 60,000, 168,000. 168,000 battle power. Master Roshi exclaimed. Hearing the reported number, I gradually calmed down. 168,000. My 2 years within the Time and Spirit House had yielded far greater enhancement than the 4 years prior. I believe the super divine water had awakened my potential, coupled with the gravity training pod's influence. Gravity training is truly unique in the Dragon Ball world. Simply entering it allows one to grow stronger. Having regained my composure, I began preparing a meal for Master Roshi. Ever since Lan Shi became acquainted with Tianjin Fan, she had left Kame House, and during this time, I had been diligently training, perhaps neglecting my visits to Kame House. Master Roshi had been relying on visits to larger islands for his daily meals. Now that I had finally returned, Master Roshi was eager to enjoy a meal prepared by me, especially since, for some unknown reason, my culinary skills had suddenly skyrocketed to an impressive level during a certain period. Once I had prepared a delightful feast, I placed the rice cooker in an accessible location. Suddenly, gazing at the rice cooker, an idea struck me. I turned to Master Roshi and posed my question. After everyone was well fed, familiar figures visited Kame House, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, and Jiaozi. They had been training in various locations, but were suddenly drawn by a powerful energy that made them tremble. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was my energy. But why had my energy transformed so extraordinarily in just a few days? They all wanted to see for themselves. After some conversation, they learned that I had consumed the super divine water and trained for 2 years in the Time and Spirit House. Upon hearing this, Tianjin Fan and Yamcha lowered their heads. They too had consumed the super divine water, yet their enhancements paled in comparison to mine. They had already sensed it. The potential of humanity indeed has its limits, and they felt themselves falling behind the times. Do not display such expressions, I urged, seeking to impart a dose of motivational wisdom. We are not striving to surpass others, but rather ourselves. Upon hearing this, everyone stood momentarily stunned, and then a glimmer of determination sparked in their eyes. Since they were already here, they might as well stay. I suddenly thought to teach them the Kamehameha technique. For I had previously learned the Wukong Shu from Jiaozi, the four-way fist from Tianjin Fan, and the spirit bomb from Yamcha. They were almost intrigued. Yet, they struggled to grasp it. The Kamehameha technique I developed was exceptionally intricate in its manipulation of energy. Even Yamcha, who understood the spirit bomb, found it challenging. Chapter 16, Journey to Namek. On Kame Island, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, and Jiaozi were practicing the Kamehameha technique I had taught them. The first step was to envelop the energy in their hands. The second step was to allow the energy to flow from their hands to other parts of their bodies. Then, boom, boom, boom. After 3 explosive sounds, all 3 were sent flying by their own energy. This was indeed the most challenging aspect of the Kamehameha technique. The energy transformed into a Kamehameha wave could also inflict harm upon oneself. A technique like the Kamehameha emphasizes the simultaneous release of the energy wave while absorbing it back, endowing the Kamehameha with destructive power while preventing self-harm due to the absorbed energy returning to their own reserves. I explained this once more, but the group struggled to achieve this effect. No rush, take your time, I encouraged them, joking that it would be strange if they could master a technique I created in an instant. It's worth noting that before learning the Kamehameha, I had trained by enveloping air with my energy to dive into the ocean. It was this meticulous experience that enabled me to develop the Kamehameha. 2 days later, the spaceship was finally completed. Aboard were myself, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi. Son Gohan did not accompany us, as Chi-Chi insisted he complete the previous year's studies. Yamcha, being the last to enhance his skills, chose to remain on Earth to continue training. Bulma, having avoided the fate of death that was supposed to befall Yamcha, also stayed behind. The spaceship traveled swiftly, yet it would still take half a month to reach Namek. During this time, the 3 of us did not cease our training, and I continued to instruct Jiaozi and Tianjin Fan in the Kamehameha technique. They both began to grasp the basics, allowing them to increase their strength by 0.5 times. But any higher would risk losing control and causing self-destruction. As I had not disclosed any information about the Dragon Balls to the Saiyans, Namek remained untouched. Unlike in the original story, it now appeared peaceful. Upon landing, I encountered the native inhabitants and expressed my desire to meet the Grand Elder. Since the Grand Elder possessed the ability to view others' memories, I believed that informing him about the developments in the Dragon Ball world would grant me permission to use the Dragon Balls. The Namekians sensed the energy of myself, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi, and upon realizing it was not malevolent, agreed to guide us. Having seen them in the anime, I was not overly surprised. But Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi found it quite amusing, remarking on the numerous Piccolo Daimos. It was no wonder, as Tianjin Fan had once challenged Piccolo Daimao and nearly met his demise. Their impressions were understandably vivid. Piccolo Daimao embodied the pure evil aspect of the Guardian, while the Namekian natives were different. "Please, do not commit any disrespectful acts," I cautioned, and shortly thereafter, we beheld the elderly yet colossal Grand Elder. Beside him stood Namek's mightiest warrior, Nail. The Grand Elder, resembling his portrayal in the original story, agreed to view my memories after I explained my intentions. I did not resist, and he gleaned the essence of the Dragon Ball anime from my memories. It is truly remarkable. The world possesses individuals like you. The Grand Elder could not help but express his sentiments. Had you not deliberately withheld information regarding the Dragon Balls, perhaps the planet Namek would have already faced Frieza's assault. Although Namek is currently in a state of tranquility, the Grand Elder still conveyed his gratitude to Shaolin. In a manner reminiscent of the original narrative, he awakened Shaolin's latent potential. Suddenly, an extraordinary surge of energy enveloped Shaolin, and his aura began to rise exponentially. 1 times, 2 times, 10 times, 25 times. The power surged forth like a tidal wave. What an exhilarating sensation. Shaolin felt as if his body had become remarkably light. He requested Tianjin Fan to assist him with the power detector to assess his current combat strength. However, Tianjin Fan was so overwhelmed by Shaolin's aura that his legs went weak. After a considerable pause, he finally tested Shaolin's combat power. Beep, beep, beep. 4,200. 000. 4,200,000. Tianjin Fan's mouth fell open as if he could fit an egg inside. Shaolin was equally astonished. Such a high figure. It felt as though he had just won the lottery. It is worth noting that Shaolin had spent nearly 7 years elevating his combat power from 280 to 168. 000. Yet now, with merely a gentle pat on the head, it had soared to 4,200,000. Overcome with excitement, Shaolin immediately expressed his thanks to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder smiled and replied, "There is no need for gratitude, Earthling. The fusion of the 2 souls within you has granted you significantly greater potential than the average individual, particularly since the contemporary soul is far superior to your original one." He elaborated on the principle behind the awakening of potential, explaining that this sudden spike in combat strength was not conjured from thin air. Rather, it was a complete realization of Shaolin's latent capabilities, honed over years of training. It could be said that Shaolin was now operating at full potential. This power level of 4,200,000 truly reflects the culmination of Shaolin's 7 years of arduous training. Subsequently, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi also had their combat powers awakened. Tianjin Fan's strength multiplied by 7, reaching 21,000, while Jiaozi's power increased 5-fold, attaining 8,000. Such multipliers are typical for Earthlings in the Dragon Ball universe. Individuals like Shaolin, who have fused with a transcendent soul, possess potential that far exceeds that of ordinary Earthlings. After the awakening of their abilities, the Grand Elder instructed Nailu to guide Shaolin and the others to various villages in search of the Dragon Balls. Within half a day, all 7 Dragon Balls were gathered, summoning the Dragon Purunga. This dragon, 100 times larger than the Earth Dragon, made a striking entrance that left Shaolin and the others in awe. Purunga inquired about their wishes, and Shaolin articulated his desires. His first wish was for the resurrection of those who perished during the Saiyan invasion of Earth. His second wish was to transport the revived Goku and Piccolo to Namek. For his final wish, Shaolin requested a remarkably sturdy rice cooker. With the arrival of the rice cooker, the Dragon Purunga transformed back into the Dragon Balls and scattered across the lands. "Shaolin, what were you thinking? You wished for a rice cooker." Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi displayed expressions of disbelief. "Hee, I believe it will prove useful in the future," Shaolin replied, stowing the rice cooker away, surprised to discover it could transform into a capsule. Meanwhile, the resurrected Sun Wukong and Piccolo had arrived on Namek. The two were still sparring when they suddenly noticed a change in their surroundings, leaving them utterly bewildered. "What just happened? How did we end up in this place?" Sun Wukong mused, his confusion evident as he surveyed the area. Piccolo quickly grasped the situation, raising his hand in a gesture of realization. "It appears we have been resurrected." "Resurrected?" Sun Wukong questioned, glancing at Piccolo and noticing the absence of his halo. "Indeed, our halos are gone." He immediately checked his head, finding nothing there. Although aware of their resurrection, they were still uncertain of their current location. No worries, we can simply ask someone familiar for guidance. At this moment, Piccolo, embodying the role of the intellectual, sensed the presence of Shaolin, Tianjin Fan, and others through their energy. Thus, the two unleashed their full power and soared into the sky. Bayu, two streams of white energy sliced through the horizon. This chapter concludes. Chapter 17, Reunion with Wukong. Shaolin, Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi, it has been so long. Wukong called out from a distance, prompting memories of their former training companions, whom they had not seen in many years. The last time Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi had encountered Wukong was during his wedding to Chi-Chi, which had been 4 or 5 years prior. Shaolin had also not seen Wukong for 3 years due to his training within the Time and Spirit Chamber. Meanwhile, Piccolo remained silent in the background, despite having forged a stronger friendship with Wukong during their time on KO's planet. As a proud warrior of the demon race, he would never smile at others. Disinterested in the warm reunion between Shaolin and Wukong, Piccolo turned his face away. At that moment, he caught sight of someone who bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. What is happening? Piccolo was utterly astonished. It was the first time he had encountered someone so similar to him. What is this? Piccolo's face turned green. The individual facing him was, of course, Nailu, who had just noticed Piccolo as well. Long ago, Namek had faced unprecedented calamities, leaving only the Grand Elder behind. The current inhabitants were descendants of the Grand Elder. This meant that all Namekians now shared a common bloodline. Thus, Nailu was also seeing a different kind of Namekian for the first time. Perhaps the Namekian warriors were generally aloof, as Nailu simply stared at Piccolo without uttering a word. However, Wukong, the naive fool, became excited upon seeing Nailu. Wow, there's another Piccolo here. You dimwit. I am Piccolo. Upon hearing Wukong's mistake, Piccolo was immediately displeased. Ha ha ha, is that so? I find it hard to tell the difference. Wukong chuckled. Hearing this, Piccolo's expression darkened. This muscle-headed fool. This is quite delightful. You have finally made a friend in Wukong. We must maintain good communication moving forward. Shaolin approached Piccolo to engage in conversation. To be honest, Shaolin had always admired the character of Piccolo in Dragon Ball, particularly his interactions with Wu Fan, where he sternly guided Wu Fan while also being attentive to his well-being. Were it not for entrusting Wu Fan to Piccolo's tutelage, Wu Fan would not have become the strongest individual among the Saiyans in Dragon Ball Z. Humph, do not flatter yourself. I only allied with you temporarily because I heard there are stronger enemies ahead. I still intend to conquer Earth. Piccolo averted his gaze, feeling a bit bashful. Is that so? I get the impression that you care for Wu Fan more than his biological father, Wukong, considering you once stepped in to save him, Shaolin teased, recalling the scene where Piccolo had rescued Wu Fan. Not at all. I merely. Piccolo, upon hearing Shaolin's remark, experienced a moment of social anxiety, leaving him flustered. That was just an accidental slip of the foot, and I happened to block that little brat's path. Do not be so cruel. Wu Fan would be heartbroken if he knew, Shaolin remarked. Humph, let him be. Piccolo gradually regained his composure, crossing his arms tightly in front of his chest and turning away, no longer wishing to converse with Shaolin. Yet, as he turned away, Wukong's cheerful face approached. By the way, I truly appreciate you for Wu Fan's sake, Piccolo. Humph. Piccolo refused to engage, turning his face away once more. Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, witnessing the scene, could not help but chuckle. They had once feared Piccolo, yet now he. Just then, Nailu interrupted, informing everyone that the Grand Elder seemed to have something to convey to them. The group followed Nailu as they flew toward the Grand Elder's residence. During the flight, Shaolin utilized a combat power detector to assess the battle strengths of Wukong and Baiku. Wukong possessed a staggering battle power of 150,000, while Baiku had a mere 10,000. Shaolin was momentarily taken aback. He recalled that just a year ago, Wukong's battle power was only around 400. The leap to 150,000 was indeed extraordinary. It is worth noting that after 6 months in the Super Divine Water Illusion and 2 years in the Mental Time Chamber, he had only managed to reach approximately 168,000. In truth, just a few days prior, he had not been nearly as formidable. Wukong, seemingly lost in thought, informed Shaolin that Baiku had also come to the North Kai's planet to train after his demise. During their sparring, Wukong decided to test Baiku's new technique, the demon binding light cannon. Initially, Baiku was reluctant, fearing the overwhelming power of the move might lead to his own demise. However, after enduring Wukong's persistent urging, he reluctantly demonstrated it. To their astonishment, a single strike left Wukong on the brink of death, though the reason for his near demise remained a mystery. After a few days, Wukong recovered, but his strength had surged dramatically, leaving both the North Kai and Baiku astonished. Shaolin understood then the Saiyan's ability to grow stronger after near-death experiences. Upon arriving at the residence of the Grand Elder, when Wukong saw the massive Namekian, he exclaimed, "What a large Baiku!" This remark infuriated Baiku, causing his face to turn green. Strangely, upon seeing the Grand Elder, Baiku, who typically displayed little interest in others, exhibited a change in demeanor for the first time. "You are Baiku, correct? You resemble your father, Kadazi." In his youth, the Grand Elder remarked. "Kadazi?" Baiku questioned, as the Grand Elder continued. "Indeed, when our planet faced catastrophe, your father sacrificed his life to send you to Earth. Such a pity. He was one of our rare geniuses." The Grand Elder continued, "Just like you. Though your essence has been divided into two, hence the lack of recognition." Baiku's eyes reflected a flicker of emotion, yet he maintained his composure, stating, "I am who I am. There is no notion of division. You are correct. Regardless of talent, life must go on. Simplicity is the essence," the Grand Elder said gently. "Come here, child." As white energy enveloped Baiku, his power multiplied exponentially, nearing a 20-fold increase. "This is incredible," Baiku exclaimed, as energy surged ceaselessly from him. Shaolin, observing the combat power detector, noted Baiku's battle power had soared to 200,000. In mere seconds, he had attained strength previously deemed unimaginable. Chapter 18. Wukong's Super Potential, 50-fold Activation. In the original narrative, you were meant to merge with Nalu, but it seems there is no crisis on Namek now. This development of potential serves as compensation for you. The Grand Elder had witnessed Shaolin's memories, which contained the tale of the Dragon Balls. Thus he was aware of the plot involving Baiku and Nalu's fusion. In the anime, their fusion resulted in a battle power of 1 million, which was indeed remarkable. Presently, Baiku and Nalu locked eyes in silence, their thoughts unknown. "Impressive, Baiku, you have surpassed me in an instant," Wukong remarked innocently. Shaolin cast a sidelong glance at him, thinking that with the Kaioken times 10, he might not easily defeat Baiku. The Grand Elder also observed Wukong, recognizing him from Shaolin's memories as the protagonist of the Dragon Ball universe. Saiyans are known to be a malevolent race, characterized by their combative and brutal nature. However, you are different. I can sense a benevolent aura emanating from you, the Grand Elder noted. You Saiyans possess the ability to grow stronger after near-death experiences. This phenomenon is not a secret among Dragon Ball enthusiasts. Yet, why has such a useful power remained underutilized since the Frieza saga? The Grand Elder's next statement surprised Shaolin. Recovery after near-death is essentially a form of potential development, he explained. However, this ability is limited in usage, and enduring such a state each time is quite troublesome. Allow me to assist you. The Grand Elder's words enlightened Shaolin. It dawned on him that near-death recovery is indeed a form of potential activation. If the potential is fully tapped, the ability would lose its efficacy, which explained why Wukong did not employ this method to gain strength against foes like Cell and Bu. Is that so? Yet, I prefer to strengthen myself through training. This sudden activation feels somewhat unorthodox. Wukong expressed his concerns. Do not be disheartened, Wukong. This is not an unorthodox method. It merely enhances the benefits of your future training. Shaolin encouraged, nudging Wukong forward. In the original story, Wukong did not have his potential activated by the Grand Elder, but perhaps it was worth trying here. Despite Shaolin's battle power exceeding 4 million, defeating Frieza still relied on Wukong. With no other choice, Wukong stepped forward to attempt it. As white energy enveloped him, Wukong exclaimed, "Wow!" Shaolin skillfully activated the power detector, which displayed soaring numbers. Baiku, Nalu, Tianjin Fan, and Jiao Zi all exhibited expressions of shock and tremors. Finally, the detector stabilized at 5,000,000. 5 million. Wukong's battle power had increased 50-fold. Shaolin had thought that the fusion of his two souls with a potential increase of 25 times was terrifying, yet it paled in comparison to Wukong. Truly, he is the protagonist of Dragon Ball. I can feel the immense power coursing through me, Wukong mused as he gazed at his hands. Never having felt such vast strength before, he could easily obliterate the very planet beneath his feet. Thank you, Grand Elder, Wukong expressed sincerely. The Grand Elder waved dismissively, indicating it was no trouble at all. No one was more pleased by Wukong's power increase than Shaolin, with a battle power of 5 million. If Wukong could transform into a Super Saiyan, Frieza would pose no threat. However, as this thought crossed his mind, the Grand Elder interjected. I suggest you return to Earth promptly. The group looked at him in confusion, only to learn that the Grand Elder had foreseen Frieza's arrival on Earth in half a month. What? Shaolin was the first to express his astonishment, realizing that the plot had shifted once more. He could not fathom why Frieza had set his sights on Earth, especially since he had not disclosed the existence of the Dragon Balls during his confrontation with Vegeta. Why would Frieza come to Earth? Yet, now was not the time for such thoughts. We must return swiftly, Shaolin urged, and the group boarded their ship, departing from Namek. Before leaving, Shaolin requested the Grand Elder to use the Dragon Balls a year later to restore Earth and revive its inhabitants, fearing Frieza might destroy the planet and lead to their demise. The Grand Elder, having accessed Shaolin's memories and knowing the Dragon Ball plot, shook his head, explaining that if Earth were destroyed, it would mean Shaolin and the others were no match for Frieza, who would then attack Namek. Ultimately, the Grand Elder agreed. Shaolin finally breathed a sigh of relief. On the spaceship, Wukong, Goku, and Tianjin Fan were puzzled by the group's anxiety regarding Frieza's name. Shaolin had no choice but to explain the immense reputation and terrifying battle power of Frieza, the cosmic overlord. 120 million battle power. Goku, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi exclaimed. They had thought their battle powers in the thousands were impressive, only to be confronted by a figure whose strength was measured in the hundreds of millions. The frightening reality was that even the smallest fraction of Frieza's power was beyond their comprehension. 120 million. Wukong, the muscle-headed Saiyan, scratched his head in confusion. It is approximately 24 times your power, Vic explained. What? Sun Wukong was also taken aback. However, he felt no fear. Instead, he became invigorated. Excellent. Is it 20 times mine? I am eager to engage him in battle. It is no surprise that he is a Saiyan. Even someone as benevolent as Wukong possesses a combative spirit. Fortunately, his optimistic demeanor also uplifted Xiaolin's spirits. Indeed, the protagonist is on our side. This time, Wukong has not perished. Xiaolin understood that the most crucial task now was to assist Wukong in mastering the transformation into a Super Saiyan. A 50-fold enhancement could render Wukong, with his 500,000 power level, invincible. However, the method of learning this transformation posed a significant challenge. After all, Xiaolin had only observed it, but had never experienced it himself. Transitioning to a moment 1 hour prior to Xiaolin's departure to Namek, a white streak pierced the sky, trailing a long tail before descending in the eastern city of Earth. It was a circular spacecraft. Had Xiaolin been present, he would have immediately recognized it as Vegeta's ship. With a whoosh, Vegeta emerged from it. TSK, I forgot to change the landing site and ended up in this wretched place. Vegeta's expression was grim, and his blue battle suit bore multiple damages. That despicable Raditz dared to ambush this prince. I shall not forgive him for this affront. Vegeta leaned against the ship's door and stepped out cautiously. He needed to find a hiding place immediately. Otherwise, in his current state, being recognized by those Earthlings would surely lead to his demise. Vegeta took another step, but this time he lost his footing and tumbled to the ground. He lay on his back, revealing a horrifying wound. Chapter 19. Vegeta returns to Earth. How could you casually bring a wild man home? Yet he collapsed right at my doorstep, and he is injured. Besides, he has a spaceship with him. I believe he must be an alien. If I save him, perhaps he will share some extraterrestrial technology with me. You are just being swayed by his looks. You fickle woman. What? How dare you accuse me of being fickle? It is you who is fickle. Any woman who approaches can leave you utterly enchanted. The quarrel between the two escalated into an intense argument, followed by the sound of a door slamming shut with such force that it shook the entire house. It turned out to be Bulma and Yamcha arguing. With Yamcha's combat power exceeding 1,000, it was not surprising that slamming a door could cause such a commotion. The man they were referring to was Vegeta. Awakened by the commotion, Vegeta observed his unfamiliar surroundings, the various needles and vials protruding from him, and was instantly enraged. Who dares to toy with me? I am a proud prince. Enough. It's all your fault for causing me to argue with my boyfriend. Unexpectedly, Bulma's interruption cut off Vegeta's fury. Before he could react, Bulma hurriedly shouted and dashed out of the room. leaving Vegeta confused. Vegeta attempted to remove the needles from his arm and leave this place. At that moment, an old man with a cat perched on his shoulder entered on a hoverboard. Bulma, really, you bring others home but neglect them. This old man was none other than Bulma's father, Brief. Brief approached to examine Vegeta's injuries, and, upon noticing his swift recovery, his eyes lit up. Oh, impressive. Despite such severe injuries, he has healed overnight. Vegeta, aware that the person before him was treating his wounds, refrained from retaliating. However, as a proud Saiyan prince, he would not easily engage in conversation with strangers. He merely huffed coldly, intending to leave. Ah, look, the muscular handsome guy is awake. As Vegeta attempted to exit, he was unexpectedly embraced by Mrs. Brief, who was balancing a tray of desserts on one hand. Vegeta was taken aback by the softness pressing against his chest, momentarily pondering why the other party's muscles felt so tender. Meanwhile, Mrs. Brief had already linked her arm with Vegeta's. That sensation of softness returned. Wait, what are you doing? The proud Saiyan prince found himself effortlessly led back to sit on the bed by Mrs. Brief. Patients must eat more to recover promptly. A meal card appeared before Vegeta, and Mrs. Brief presented him with a strawberry milkshake parfait. Mrs. Brief delighted in concocting sweets. Naturally, Vegeta had no idea what this was. But under the hopeful gaze of Brief and Mrs. Brief, he relented and began to consume it eagerly, hoping to finish quickly and depart. However, what is this? Vegeta paused mid-bite. It was cold, sweet, refreshing, and rich in creamy flavor. Delicious. In the past, Vegeta had subsisted on bland vegetables. Food had merely served to sate his hunger. He had not anticipated that on Earth, food could be so delectable. After a brief pause, Vegeta devoured the parfait in a whirlwind, asking if there was more. Truly a spirited young man, Mrs. Brief clapped her hands, beaming with joy. Shortly thereafter, numerous dessert-laden carts entered the room. The array of treats caused even the aloof Vegeta to exhibit a husky expression. Vegeta suddenly realized that this low-power planet was not without its merits. After a bout of indulgence, Vegeta patted his now rounded belly and let out a satisfied belch. Brief and Mrs. Brief applauded enthusiastically. Are you a professional in the eating competition? A young and handsome competitive eater. Humph, you are quite clever. In light of your ability to amuse me, I shall grant you one favor. Vegeta wiped his mouth with his arm. Whether it be slaying an enemy or obliterating a planet, I can accommodate. Vegeta reminded them. Brief and Mrs. Brief exchanged glances before looking back at Vegeta. No, that is unnecessary. Since you are someone our daughter Bulma brought back, you must all be friends. Friends do not require such formalities. Saiyans do not need friendship. Vegeta seemed averse to the notion of friendship, for in the world of Saiyans, only strength mattered. Equality was a foreign concept. Enough of this nonsense. State your request, or I shall dispose of you. Brief was somewhat taken aback by Vegeta's fervor. Mrs. Brief covered her mouth and said, Are you upset? Very well, since you insist. Please help us find our daughter Bulma. Brief casually suggested a task for Vegeta, given his agitated demeanor. Find someone. Vegeta raised an eyebrow, perceiving this as a slight against the Saiyan prince's worth. Once found, I shall prepare a grand feast of desserts for you. Mrs. Brief chimed in cheerfully. Humph. A waste of talent. Vegeta snorted coldly, yet his body obediently moved toward the door, indicating his acquiescence. You will be ridiculed if you venture out like that. Brief suddenly grabbed Vegeta. At that moment, Vegeta was clad only in a pair of shorts, his muscular body wrapped in bandages. Who dares to ridicule me shall meet their end. Vegeta was unfazed. Saiyans valued strength above all. Dear, why not lend him some of your old clothes from when you were young? That sounds reasonable. Brief went to retrieve his clothing, and Vegeta intended to ignore him. But just as he was released, Mrs. Brief seized him once more. Unable to refuse, Vegeta feigned indifference, standing still. Finally, Brief returned with the clothing and forced it onto him, at which point they both relented. Truly handsome, reminiscent of my former splendor. Indeed, one should return home early for dinner. Madame Brief waved goodbye alongside Brief at the entrance. Meanwhile, Vegeta donned a floral shirt paired with beach shorts and flip-flops, leaving the Capsule Corporation with a frown. Chapter 20, Vegeta and Bulma. Bulma, troubled by the matter concerning Lu Ping, ventured out to a bar to drown her sorrows. By mere coincidence, she encountered Yamcha at the bar, who was leaning against the counter, attracting numerous women with his charm. Bulma's temper flared instantly. It was an affront to her face. How could that hot-blooded girl endure such humiliation? In a fit of rage, Bulma marched over to confront him. Yamcha, caught off guard by Bulma's outburst, was momentarily speechless. Despite his thick skin, being caught in the act was uncomfortable. Yamcha remained silent while the eager women surrounding him took the opportunity to hurl insults at Bulma. Feeling an unusual guilt, Bulma found herself in a precarious position. Yamcha attempted to mediate, resembling a referee in a match, but his efforts only exacerbated the situation. Ultimately, a brawl broke out between Bulma and the other women. Though Yamcha was formidable, adhering to the chivalrous principle of not striking women, he could merely stand by and try to intervene. "Stop fighting," he shouted, grappling with the consequences of his own charm that had incited such chaos. Having spent years tinkering with machines, Bulma was relatively strong among women. Yet she found herself outnumbered and on the verge of being overpowered. Just then, a figure appeared before her, swiftly dispatching the women surrounding her. They crashed into the bar. Chairs and shelves, dazed and disoriented. "You brute, striking women," Yamcha exclaimed, recognizing the beauty of those who had just been sent sprawling. The perpetrator was none other than Vegeta, who had received a locator from Brief before leaving, enabling him to find Bulma quickly. Though the Saiyan invasion of Earth was a distant memory, Bulma and Yamcha were unaware that the man before them was the very Saiyan who had once attacked. Vegeta cast a sideways glance at Yamcha, dismissing him as an ordinary human, and turned his attention to Bulma. "Are you the alien who fainted at my doorstep?" Bulma inquired, perplexed. In the next moment, Vegeta seized her hand and forcefully began to pull her away. Yamcha, unwilling to stand idly by, immediately positioned himself in front of them. "Who are you? Why are you taking my girlfriend?" he demanded, assuming a threatening stance. Vegeta, having developed the ability to sense energy, felt Yamcha's rising aura but deemed it insignificant. "Step aside. I have no desire to kill today," Vegeta replied, raising an eyebrow. Yamcha, amused, found it laughable that this alien, whom he perceived as merely human-like, posed a threat. As he initiated a martial arts move, he was caught off guard when Vegeta struck him down effortlessly. Without a second thought, Vegeta took to the air, carrying Bulma with him. For the first time, Bulma found herself soaring through the sky without the aid of technology, and her face paled in shock. "Put me down. Let me go," she exclaimed, squirming as Vegeta held her with one hand, causing his flight to become unsteady. Eventually, he had no choice but to wrap both arms around her, pressing her close to his body to prevent her from wriggling. The sudden embrace rendered Bulma stiff, acutely aware of Vegeta's muscular form and the warmth radiating from him. As she calmed down, she couldn't help but acknowledge that this alien was rather handsome. Vegeta maintained a stern exterior, yet internally he was tumultuous. Holding Bulma closely was merely a practical decision, yet he found the sensation oddly disconcerting, particularly with her softness against him, nearly driving him to distraction. Having witnessed the destruction of planet Vegeta in his youth, he had encountered mostly bizarre creatures across various planets. It was his first time seeing a woman who resembled him so closely, let alone having such intimate contact. However, as the proud Saiyan prince, he could not afford to display any unusual expressions. They returned to the Capsule Corporation in silence, and upon landing, Vegeta hastily released Bulma and entered without a glance back, igniting her irritation. Was this his home or hers? In the living room, only Madame Brief was present. "Where's the old man?" Vegeta inquired, puzzled. "He's busy tinkering with the machines," she replied with a smile. "Oh," Vegeta crossed his arms, and the atmosphere in the hall grew tense. "What about the dessert? You promised." Indeed, it was a matter at hand. Madame Brief, still smiling, asked, "Can you even eat?" "Bring it to me," Vegeta huffed. Youthful enthusiasm. "Indeed," Madame Brief remarked, seemingly pleased. "Mom, how can you be so kind to him?" "He's just a stranger," Bulma interjected, entering and witnessing the scene, her anger boiling. "Bulma, you're back." "Don't say that. Young Vegeta is a good person," Madame Brief replied cheerfully as she left to prepare dessert. Soon, dessert was ready, and Bulma could only see that she watched Vegeta feast in her home. He devoured everything, and Bulma felt utterly powerless, realizing that even Yamcha was no match for him, indicating his formidable prowess. Reflecting on this, she found herself yearning for Shaolin and Goku. "Shaolin, please return quickly after resurrecting Goku," she silently prayed. Suddenly, Vegeta reacted. The name Shaolin rang a bell. He recalled that during his initial visit to Earth, the bald fighter who had confronted him until the very end was named Shaolin. In terms of strength, that diminutive fighter was comparable to him back then. However, after experiencing 2 near-death revivals, Vegeta's power had skyrocketed, placing him leagues above Shaolin. In his mind, Vegeta considered himself the strongest on this planet. The memory of being bested by Shaolin while being spared by him and Kakarot stung his pride as the proud Saiyan prince. Now, Vegeta sought to confront Shaolin, wishing to make him kneel in submission to cleanse the humiliation he had endured. Chapter 21, Dodoria and Zarbon. Just as Vegeta was about to inquire further about Shaolin, a massive explosion erupted. The blast originated near Bulma, and the force sent her hurtling backward, just as she was about to collide with the wall. Vegeta dashed forward to catch her. "Ah!" Bulma exclaimed in astonishment, while Vegeta focused on the source of the explosion. Amidst the swirling smoke, 2 peculiar figures emerged, one pink and one green. Vegeta instantly recognized them, Zarbon and Dodoria. Zarbon was a tall, handsome man with green hair, while Dodoria was a short, stout, pink creature with a menacing glare. It was utterly unexpected to encounter familiar faces in such a remote place. Dodoria gazed at Vegeta with a playful smirk. "You speak the truth, foul monkey." Vegeta furrowed his brow, realizing that the situation had exceeded his expectations. Both Zabo and Dodoria were Frieza's elite guards, having long lingered by his side. Why had they now come to Earth? Could it be that Frieza was also present here? Let us not dwell on that. "We must find Bulma swiftly," Zabo urged. "That Raditz fellow has been spouting nonsense, claiming that Earth possesses wish-granting orbs. Do not fret, that woman behind is indeed our target." Dodoria sneered, stepping forward to demand Bulma from Vegeta. Bulma, terrified, cast pleading glances at Vegeta, but soon despair enveloped her as Vegeta, surprisingly compliant, handed her over. "Well done, foul monkey," Dodoria proclaimed triumphantly as he took Bulma, turning to Zabo. Suddenly, Zabo wore a shocked expression. Before Dodoria could react, Vegeta launched a surprise attack. "Vegeta, you wouldn't." Zabo attempted to chastise him for his lack of honor, but Vegeta wasted no time, delivering a swift blow. Amidst the swirling smoke, he seized Bulma and retreated into the depths, also taking Mrs. Brief and Brief along, as well as their pet cat, shattering the wall that obstructed their path. Vegeta hastily flew away with Bulma's family. Shortly thereafter, a furious roar erupted from Capsule Corporation. Zabo, consumed by rage, hurled the boulders that had pinned him, obliterating Capsule Corporation in his wrath. How dare that despicable Vegeta betray Lord Frieza? Truly, these savage monkeys are a wretched lot. Zabo seethed, eager to pursue. But Vegeta had just destroyed his power scouter. Meanwhile, the 3 individuals accompanying Vegeta exhibited varying reactions. Bulma appeared utterly frightened. Brief expressed his astonishment at humanity's newfound ability to fly. Mrs. Brief inquired if they were embarking on a journey. Vegeta, ignoring their banter, questioned Bulma about why Frieza's men sought her. Initially, she was unaware of who Frieza was, but suddenly, realization struck her. Those 2 peculiar individuals had mentioned wish-granting orbs. The wish-granting orbs were none other than the Dragon Balls. They must have come seeking the Dragon Balls, for only she possessed the means to create a Dragon Ball radar on Earth. But how did Frieza know she had the radar? Bulma remained puzzled. However, Vegeta, intrigued by the potential of the Dragon Balls, lost his composure. Orbs that could fulfill any wish, if he could attain immortality. Combined with the Saiyan's ability to resurrect stronger after death, perhaps he could surpass Frieza? The prince's heart ignited with fervor. After all, a true man born of heaven and earth should not languish beneath others for long. How splendid! It seemed that this unexpected return to Earth would not yield naught. Thus, our proud prince began to coerce Bulma into revealing the means to acquire the Dragon Balls. His first tactic was intimidation, threatening to drop her to the ground, warning that if she did not divulge the location of the Dragon Balls, he would not be responsible for the consequences. Bulma considered her fate, trembling as she shook her head vigorously, not expecting Vegeta to actually release her. Only when Bulma was free-falling from a considerable height did Vegeta swoop down to catch her. A smug expression on his face as he contemplated asking Bulma for information about the Dragon Balls. However, to his astonishment, he discovered that Bulma had fainted, her eyes rolling back. No matter how he shook her, she did not awaken. How infuriating! How could she faint? Though Earth seemed vast to ordinary beings, it was insignificant to Frieza. Vegeta understood that Dodoria and Zabo were merely advanced scouts. When Frieza arrived on Earth, he feared he would have no chance to resist. Time was running out for Prince Vegeta. Observing his anxious demeanor, Brief and Mrs. Brief offered their suggestions. Bulma has always been one to respond better to kindness than coercion. If you treat her well, she will divulge what you seek. Treat her kindly? Vegeta frowned. As the proud prince of the Saiyans, he seldom extended kindness to others. But for the sake of immortality and vanquishing Frieza, he could consider it. Yet, how could he accomplish this? It posed a challenge. He could only seek guidance from Brief and Mrs. Brief. Soon enough, Vegeta, suppressing his discomfort, learned how to be kind to Bulma from them. At last, Bulma regained consciousness. Greeted by Vegeta's reluctant, blushing apology. What is happening? Bulma looked bewildered. In her perception, this individual named Vegeta was an arrogant man, yet here he was, apologizing to her. How wonderful, Bulma. Young Vegeta wishes to become your good friend and hopes you can share the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls, Mrs. Brief interjected at an inopportune moment. Vegeta felt a jolt of panic, instinctively wanting to deny it. However, for the sake of immortality, he restrained himself. Oh, is that so? Bulma squinted her eyes, a comical expression on her face. You're quite adorable. Why do you always act so cold? How infuriating. You woman. Vegeta could no longer contain himself. Adorable? Is that a term meant for the proud Saiyans? Sighing, he realized that only he knew how to locate the Dragon Balls on Earth. If you comply with my wishes, I shall assist you this once. Bulma, unfazed by Vegeta's demeanor, knew she possessed what he needed. Very well. After a struggle with his emotions, Vegeta finally relented. Thus, under Bulma's guidance, he led her family toward Kame House. Chapter 22. Vegeta at Kame House. Yamcha sought out Master Roshi to express his grievances. What? There are martial artists on Earth who surpass you? Master Roshi regarded Yamcha with skepticism. After training with the gods, Yamcha had vastly improved in strength and ability. If there was any shortcoming, it was perhaps a disparity in mindset. To be knocked down by someone else seemed rather exaggerated. While they conversed, an immense energy approached them. What incredible energy! It must be slightly stronger than mine. Master Roshi and Yamcha hurried outside, only to witness a plane landing on the island. Stepping off were Goku's wife, Chi-Chi, her father, Ox King, and young son Gohan. The energy they felt emanated from Gohan. Master Roshi was taken aback. Goku's 4-year-old child possessed such remarkable energy, surpassing even Yamcha's. In truth, after Gohan awoke and realized that his uncle Piccolo had perished, he initially secluded himself in a corner to weep quietly. Eventually, he steeled himself to begin training alone. His training consisted of the meditation techniques imparted by Piccolo, allowing him to train in secret amidst his mother's academic demands. Today, a peculiar alien had invaded the nearby area with a group of vegetable creatures. In order to protect his mother and grandfather, the 4-year-old Gohan rose to the challenge, confronting multiple foes and ultimately emerging victorious. Though the battle was somewhat convoluted, as Gohan was not the protagonist of this tale, it suffices to say that his character evolved following Piccolo's death in this encounter, endowing him with the courage to face adversaries alone, gradually transforming him into a formidable Z-warrior. After the conflict, he suggested that his mother and grandfather visit Kame House, as he sensed a surge of powerful energies suddenly manifesting on Earth. Before Uncle Xiaolin and Uncle Tianjin Fan return, it is imperative to safeguard the Earth. As a child, Wu Fan often listened to his father, Sun Wukong, recount tales of his youth, in which he mentioned that Master Roshi was his teacher, possessing numerous training methods to enhance one's strength. Hence, Wu Fan sought out Kame House, hoping to acquire these techniques to rapidly increase his power. The overwhelming aura he exuded. Was such cultivation truly necessary? Yamcha stood in awe, sensing the extraordinary energy emanating from Sun Wu Fan. Master Wu Tian, greetings, said the Bull Demon King, a disciple of Master Roshi, as he initiated the conversation. Chi-Chi, startled by the recent attack, was momentarily distracted and did not intervene in Wu Fan's choices. Not enough. Compared to that long-haired Saiyan and the one in blue attire from before, my strength is still far from adequate. Wu Fan clenched his fists, declaring, if a power level detector were present, it would reveal that Wu Fan's peak battle power had reached 3890. Please, Master Roshi, I hope you can teach me martial arts. I also wish to protect the place where my father and Uncle Baiku once safeguarded, he implored. Observing Wu Fan's resolute gaze, Master Roshi remained silent, lost in thought. Suddenly, Wu Fan became alert. Someone was approaching rapidly. Although the energy was faint, it felt eerily familiar, like that of the man Wu Fan swiftly turned to gaze into the distance, where a white, high-speed energy wave gradually materialized before everyone, growing larger and closer. Eventually, 4 new figures arrived at Kame House. Bulma? And who are these 3? Master Roshi inquired of the newcomers. Hello everyone, we are Bulma's parents. Introduced Mrs. Brief and Mr. Brief. Meanwhile, Bulma shouted angrily at Master Roshi, "That's not true. You old pervert," causing the old man to jump in fright. Bulma then turned her back on Yamcha in irritation, resentful that he had not defended her against the insults of another woman. Yamcha gazed in surprise at Vegeta, who stood with his arms crossed. "That's him. He the one who took me down with a single blow," Yamcha exclaimed, pointing at Vegeta. All eyes were drawn to the scene, yet Vegeta merely cast a brief glance at Yamcha, thinking, if he couldn't easily handle someone as weak as you, what difference would there be between himself and a monkey? Ignoring Yamcha, Vegeta instead regarded son Wu Fan with curiosity. Wu Fan, now tense, stared back at Vegeta, bewildered as to why this formidable foe was present when he had clearly been driven away by Uncle Xiaolin. Notably, among those present, only son Wu Fan had ever encountered Vegeta, leaving the others unaware that he was the Saiyan who had previously invaded Earth. Wu Fan entered a combat stance, his energy surging to its maximum. "What is wrong with you, Wu Fan?" the Bull Demon King asked, sensing something amiss with his grandson. "This guy is the Saiyan who invaded Earth." Wu Fan revealed the truth. Hearing this, Master Roshi, Yamcha, and the Bull Demon King instinctively moved closer to Wu Fan. "What? This is the same brute who wreaked havoc on television," Yamcha exclaimed. Wait. Wu Fan is just a child. Don't do anything reckless," Chi-Chi interposed, stepping in front of Wu Fan. "You little brat. I remember you're Kakarot's son," Vegeta remarked, accustomed to the disdain of others, believing that only the weak desired to gather in groups. Rejection, to a strong individual, was merely a commendation. Thus, Vegeta coldly stated, as a hybrid, "Your battle power is indeed commendable. However, it pales in comparison to mine." His unrelenting words struck a nerve in Wu Fan. How infuriating. Nevertheless, it was a fact that Wu Fan was weaker than Vegeta, which only fueled his frustration. "Shut up, Vegeta. They are all my friends. You should speak respectfully." The atmosphere became awkward, with only Bulma stepping forward to reprimand Vegeta. "Wait, Bulma, come here quickly. This guy is an evil being who wants to invade Earth," Yamcha warned from behind Wu Fan. "Humph, a bunch of cowards," Vegeta scoffed, only to be met with Bulma's ridicule. During their journey, Bulma had learned about Vegeta through questioning, and due to his desire for the Dragon Balls, he felt compelled to divulge certain details about himself to her. "Hey, you need to apologize to everyone, otherwise, your cold demeanor will make it hard for you to get along with others," Bulma advised, turning to Vegeta. "TSK." Vegeta clicked his tongue, having been coerced by Bulma throughout their journey. Given her beauty and figure, he had grown accustomed to acquiescing to her. Yet, as the proud prince of the Saiyans, he was reluctant to apologize. "I am not here to fight with you. That brat over there needs to rein in his energy. Frieza's men possess battle power detectors. If you continue to flare up, they will find us immediately." Vegeta redirected the conversation toward Wu Fan. Chapter 23, Raditz. The misunderstandings between both parties were temporarily set aside under Bulma's insistence. The information conveyed through Bulma made Master Roshi and the others aware of Frieza's army invading Earth. "The Cosmic Emperor, huh?" Master Roshi murmured, his posture seeming to droop further as he leaned on his cane. Since the revival of the Demon King Piccolo, disasters on Earth had never ceased. Now, they were to confront enemies from beyond the universe. "By the way, have the Dragon Balls been restored?" Bulma inquired. "Xiaolin and Tianjin Fan have been on Namek for some time now. They should have revived Piccolo by now," she added. Master Roshi nodded, indicating that the Dragon Balls had indeed been restored, kept at his residence for the purpose of reviving Goku. "Does this mean Uncle Baiku has returned as well?" Wu Fan exclaimed with delight, receiving an affirmative nod from Master Roshi. "Excellent. Let us use them and grant me immortality," Vegeta commanded. "Immortality?" Master Roshi was taken aback, then looked at Bulma. "Yes, I promised him that as long as he obeyed and did not harm us or the Earth, I would help him find the Dragon Balls," Bulma explained. "No way, Aunt Bulma. This guy is a villain who once sought to invade Earth." Wu Fan was the first to oppose, having witnessed the ruthless side of the Saiyans, who had killed his father and Uncle Baiku. "Indeed, Bulma, this concerns the safety of Earth. It is not something that can be dismissed lightly, Yamcha added, unwilling as a man to feel a hint of distance from Bulma. Seeing the unanimous opposition, Vegeta frowned. Normally, he would have subdued them with force, but today he decided to endure, having promised the blue-haired woman to heed her words and not harm the Earth or its inhabitants. With the tide of the conversation turning against him, it was Bulma who spoke up once more. Rest assured, Vegeta seems to have a strong sense of pride. Individuals with such personalities are unlikely to go back on their word. Vegeta looked at Bulma, who stood bravely in front of him, and felt an unfamiliar warmth as her genuine support washed over him. Mrs. Brief chimed in. Well, little Vegeta really enjoys sweets. People who like sweets aren't usually bad. Dr. Brief nodded in agreement, as a small black cat settled on his shoulder. Thus, Bulma's family stood alongside Vegeta. He glanced at the three of them, feeling a peculiar sensation. For the first time, someone stood by his side, as if he were being recognized. Although it is a gratifying feeling to be acknowledged by those weaker than oneself, Vegeta, please reiterate the promise we made so that everyone can feel at ease. Bulma turned to Vegeta and said, What is there to repeat? Vegeta replied reluctantly, though in truth, he was merely too bashful to utter the same words a second time. As pure-blooded Saiyans, we will surpass our previous strength after experiencing a near-death revival. If I were immortal, coupled with my ability to transform into a great ape while retaining my intellect, defeating Frieza would be a trivial matter. Having spent numerous years within Frieza's army, Vegeta was acutely aware of Frieza's formidable power, which reached a staggering 530,000. However, if he possessed immortality, he could rapidly acquire the strength necessary to defeat him. Suddenly, Vegeta felt the gaze of everyone directed towards him, realizing that his tail was no longer present. He understood that he would be unable to transform into a great ape for a considerable time. This thought ignited a flicker of anger within him. That despicable little bald head has caused this. Is immortality truly useful? The Dragon of Earth can only grant wishes within its capabilities. As a new voice resonated, all attention was drawn to it. Beyond Master Roshi, Yamcha, Bulma's family, Gohan's family, and Vegeta, an unfamiliar figure emerged. Raditz. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Vegeta's fury erupted, his energy surging dramatically. Gohan, too, reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, exploding with rage. This individual had killed his father and Piccolo, making him a genuine villain. With a power level exceeding 30,000 and nearly 4,000, he scoffed. How pathetic. Raditz, having traversed worlds, possessed a unique ability that allowed him to absorb the power of those he defeated. By killing someone stronger, he could acquire 100 of their combat prowess, and even one from those weaker than himself. After being pursued by Vegeta and escaping to Earth, Raditz returned to Frieza's army, soon witnessing the severely injured Vegeta return. Naturally, Raditz, armed with his stealing system, sought to ambush Vegeta and seize his power, but was thwarted by Frieza's minions. Raditz initially planned to break free, but was ultimately captured by Frieza's forces. Fascinated by this Saiyan, Frieza learned of Raditz's ambition to kill Vegeta. Intrigued as he had only 3 Saiyans in his ranks, Raditz being the weakest. When Raditz encountered Frieza, he fabricated a tale, claiming to be a prophet, asserting that Vegeta would betray Frieza, and he merely wished to eliminate the traitors within the ranks. To bolster Frieza's trust, Raditz divulged knowledge of the Dragon Ball's future events. Frieza, captivated, spared Raditz's life and commanded him to guide him to Earth. Eagerly agreeing, Raditz made time to obliterate several planets during their journey, thus amassing considerable power. Yet, the Saiyan Prince, Vegeta, was swiftly struck in the abdomen by Raditz, collapsing in pain. How weak you are, Vegeta. Would you like to witness the chasm between our strengths? Raditz removed his power detector and tossed it before Vegeta, which displayed a power level of 120,000. How infuriating. How can a mere low-class warrior possess such strength? Observing Vegeta's defeat, the others fell silent, trembling under the aura radiating from Raditz's power. Logically, many present were adept at sensing ki, making it improbable that they could remain unaware of such a formidable foe's approach. The only explanation lies in Raditz's ability to absorb skills, a rather impressive feat. He then gazed upon the familiar yet unfamiliar faces, having seen them countless times in the anime. Yet this was his first encounter in reality. Fear not. I have no intention of killing you. After all, you are too weak to warrant absorption, and you hold memories of my childhood. Raditz's eyes suddenly fixated on Chi-Chi, Bulma, and Mrs. Brief, admiring their beauty, especially Bulma's remarkable figure. With a wicked grin, Raditz decided that he would have these three women accompany him that night, fulfilling a childhood fantasy. With a combat power of 120,000, he felt invincible during this period on Earth. Why wait to indulge in this moment? Simply hand them over to me, and I shall spare your lives, Raditz proposed, his tongue darting across his lips in a most unsavory manner. It was immediately clear to everyone what his intentions were. Bulma, upon seeing this long-haired, long-tailed figure, though somewhat handsome, was utterly unwilling. Crossing her arms, she shouted no. Bulma looked pleadingly at Yamcha, who wished to rescue her, but was paralyzed with fear under Raditz's malicious gaze. He could only watch helplessly as Raditz reached for Bulma. Raditz! A blue figure struck Raditz's face with a powerful punch. It was Vegeta. Taken by surprise, Raditz was caught off guard. Despite his power level of 120,000, it was all stolen strength, and his actual combat experience was minimal. Reacting swiftly, Vegeta seized the opportunity to unleash a rapid flurry of punches, landing blows on Raditz's head, abdomen, and chest, culminating in a powerful kick that sent Raditz soaring into the air. Vegeta executed the prince's technique, which, while lacking in damage within the Dragon Ball universe, was spectacular in reality. A cloud of smoke engulfed the sky, and explosive force even disturbed the ocean's surface. The ultimate explosion. A beam of light erupted, rendering all else invisible. The onlookers squinted against the brightness, and even from space, a massive flash was visible, causing the ocean to recede momentarily before crashing back like a tsunami, a breathtaking spectacle. As everyone regained their senses, they were astonished to find Vegeta, exhausted, propped up with his hands on the ground, gasping for breath. Is it over? Someone had jinxed it. Soon, Raditz's furious voice echoed from above. Is the proud Saiyan prince only capable of ambushes? Raditz's attire lay in tatters, blood seeping from several wounds. Suddenly, he extended his hand, gathering energy. I have changed my mind. I shall annihilate you all. This is the fate that awaits those who defy me. Raditz had formulated a plan to instill fear in this group, confident that he could still use the Dragon Balls to revive Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Mrs. Brief, and indulge himself afterward. A yellow energy wave shot from Raditz's hand, instilling despair in all present on Kame House. Vegeta had just endured a beating from Raditz, and after a recent overwhelming surge of power, he was utterly depleted. Sun Wukong's son, Sun Wufan, was unable to move at all due to his feeble combat strength, completely suppressed by Raditz's overwhelming aura. Yamcha and Master Roshi found themselves in a similar predicament. Vegeta struggled to rise, as the proud prince of the Saiyans. How could he meet his demise here? In this seemingly hopeless situation, a familiar crimson figure suddenly materialized before everyone. A quintessential moment of crisis intervention. The red figure effortlessly deflected Raditz's energy sphere with a single punch. It was Wukong. Dad. The figure turned to greet everyone. Long time no see, everyone. In stark contrast to the jovial atmosphere among the others, Raditz's eyes burned with fury. Sun Wukong. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than the protagonist of Dragon Ball, who had been slain by Raditz a year prior, now inexplicably resurrected. How very resilient, like a cockroach, Raditz scoffed, lamenting that these hot-blooded protagonists seemed impossible to kill. You once claimed to be my brother. Why would you do such a thing? Sun Wukong demanded, his voice resonating with authority. Raditz merely chuckled, choosing not to engage in a direct confrontation. He recognized that Wukong's ability to easily swat away his ki blast indicated that he possessed formidable strength, perhaps even surpassing his own. Raditz believed that only those who survived had the opportunity to dominate the world. Moreover, with his plundering system, he considered himself the unequivocal chosen one, rendering any unnecessary conflict superfluous. With that thought, Raditz fled without a backward glance. Sun Wukong did not pursue him, merely observing his departure. Meanwhile, Krillin, Piccolo, and Tien Shinhan arrived on the island. Krillin remained silent upon hearing the news, having never taken a life himself. And considering Raditz had claimed to be a fellow traveler, he found it difficult to condemn him. For someone like Krillin, who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education in a lawful society, making the decision to kill was no small feat after scaring off Raditz. It was time for the group to catch up. Master Roshi and the others recounted the events that had transpired during their time apart, while Krillin shared the situation on Namek. Everyone was already aware of Frieza's arrival on Earth, and concern weighed heavily on their hearts. Only Sun Wukong appeared exhilarated, expressing a desire to confront Frieza in battle. The 15-day journey through space had not granted Wukong the power of Super Saiyan, yet it had enabled him to master Krillin's Kamehameha technique, enhancing his combat strength sixfold. Coupled with Wukong's 20-fold Kaioken, he could achieve a staggering 26-fold increase. Wukong's ultimate battle power had now reached 1.3 billion. However, this accumulated power could only be sustained for a limited time, as the strain of the Kaioken was immense on the body. During these 15 days, Krillin also sought Wukong's guidance on the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb, which Wukong willingly shared. Krillin managed to utilize the 20-fold Kaioken as well, but felt the toll it took on his heart, as if it might burst from his chest. It was likely that the Wukong of the original story had developed heart problems due to overexerting himself with the Kaioken. While personal strength could be enhanced through training, he resolved to minimize the use of such self-destructive techniques. After all, his own Kamehameha was far more effective and came without adverse effects. Chapter 25. The Prelude. Our spaceship landed at Bulma's home, but upon arrival on Earth, we discovered that her residence had been destroyed. Sun Wukong remarked, "What? How outrageous! Those fiends!" Bulma exclaimed, her anger palpable. There were numerous aliens roaming the city, but they had all been eliminated. Tien Shinhan reported. "We also dealt with 5 peculiar individuals known as the Jinyu Force," said Jiaozi, who was soaring above. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Vegeta, who had been lying on the ground, managed to rise, his strength having slightly returned. However, disbelief washed over his face as he heard that even Frieza's Jinyu Force had been vanquished. After working for Frieza's army for so many years, Vegeta understood the formidable nature of the Jinyu Force better than anyone. "Oh, it's you," Sun Wukong finally noticed Vegeta. "You are the Saiyan who invaded Earth, right? I remember you as Vegeta." Vegeta was perplexed, scrutinizing Sun Wukong closely, suddenly realizing he bore a striking resemblance to someone. "Bardock?" Vegeta's realization dawned. "No, you are Kakarot." "Kakarot?" During the 15 days in space, Krillin had mentioned the Saiyans to Wukong. According to Krillin, Kakarot was his Saiyan name. "Indeed, but I was raised on Earth, so please call me Sun Wukong," Wukong clarified. Vegeta recalled that it was Kakarot who had just rescued him. As a prince of the Saiyans, it was unacceptable for him to be saved by a low-class warrior. "Kakarot, let us fight. I must prove that I am the strongest among the Saiyans." Vegeta devised a plan to soothe his wounded pride. "However, well, we can, but you'll need to train first. You're far too weak at the moment," Sun Wukong replied without malice. Just half a month ago, he had indeed been inclined to battle Vegeta, but through diligent training and the Elder's potential enhancement, his combat prowess had reached astonishing heights. In contrast, Vegeta appeared lackluster, failing to ignite any desire for combat within Wukong. If there were to be a fight, he would prefer to challenge Krillin or that fellow named Frieza instead. "How dare you call me weak?" Vegeta roared, his pride wounded as he threw a punch at Sun Wukong, only for it to be effortlessly caught. "Let us save our duel for another time. For now, we must find Frieza, or Earth will be in peril," Sun Wukong said, releasing Vegeta and turning to Krillin. "Let us depart, Krillin." "All right," Krillin agreed, and together they soared away from Kame House. Humph! Piccolo, lounging beneath a coconut tree, cast a glance at the departing Wukong and Krillin, letting out a disgruntled huff. "Feeling resentful?" Tien Shinhan inquired. During their 15 days of travel, they had lost their initial fear of Piccolo. In their interactions, they discovered that this Piccolo was not as malevolent as his father, the Demon King Piccolo. Instead, he exhibited a certain coldness. Yet, this coldness had mirrored Tien Shinhan's demeanor before encountering Wukong. It stemmed from a detachment from unfamiliar individuals, devoid of any malicious intent. "I harbor no resentment. If Frieza truly possesses a combat power of 1.2 billion, I would merely be a hindrance," Piccolo remarked, a confident smile suddenly gracing his face. "As long as I continue to train, I will undoubtedly surpass them." "You are correct. I will not fall behind you," Tien Shinhan replied with a grin. "That's wonderful. Uncle Piccolo, you're still alive," exclaimed Wufan, suddenly embracing Piccolo. "Hey, you little rascal, what are you doing?" Piccolo attempted to shake Wufan off, but upon seeing him tearfully overwhelmed with joy, he ceased his struggles. Turning away, his green face was tinged with 2 rosy hues. "You have become an exceptional warrior. Refrain from such sentimental displays." Their touching reunion, however, once again struck a nerve with the prideful Vegeta. He felt as though his self-esteem was being repeatedly trampled. 1. 2 billion combat power? Frieza's battle power astonishingly reaches 1. 2 billion. Once upon a time, Vegeta reveled in his own battle power of 30,000. Only to realize he was merely a fool. Initially, he was defeated by the feeble Earthlings, followed by a loss to his former subordinate Raditz. And now even that lowly warrior Kakarot outshines him by several streets. No, not just a few streets. If Kakarot were truly capable of competing with Frieza, then his battle power would undoubtedly exceed 1. 2 billion. How infuriating. 1. 2 billion is 4,000 times his own. How can he possibly contend with that? Vegeta succumbed to despair. While everyone else basked in the joy of reunion, no one paid heed to Vegeta. After all, he was now but a stranger. Only Bulma remained attentive to him. Just moments ago, he had saved her from Raditz's attack. Although Vegeta's intention may not have been to rescue her, it was nonetheless a fact. In contrast, her fickle boyfriend Yamcha seemed rather unimpressive. Observing the dejected Vegeta, a wave of sympathy surged within Bulma. "Are you feeling lost?" she gently inquired. In truth, the term gentle rarely applies to Bulma, yet today she could not help but soften. Vegeta cast a glance at her, then scoffed coldly, seemingly attempting to appear strong, and replied, "No." He then regarded Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu, saying, "Women, hurry over. It appears you no longer need to hand over the Dragon Balls to me, since Kakarot and that little bald-headed boy seem to have a way to deal with Frieza." Bulma, having known Vegeta for a short time, seemed to grasp his character well. She chose not to mention Frieza again and instead recounted her youthful encounters with Goku. "What? You mean Kakarot once lost to that old man and the three-eyed guy?" Vegeta regarded the turtle hermit and Tien incredulously, struggling to fathom that Kakarot, who now exuded confidence in confronting Frieza, had once been bested by such pathetic opponents. Indeed, but Goku has never been discouraged. Instead, he learns from his experiences and continues to train to enhance his skills. Bulma mimicked a fighter's punches and kicks, though her attempts were rather unconvincing, eliciting a suppressed smile from Vegeta. Yet, as the proud Saiyan prince, he could not afford to laugh openly, fearing it would tarnish his image. Unable to contain himself, he turned his head away. "Did you just laugh?" Bulma playfully leaned in closer to Vegeta, her tone lighthearted. Embarrassed by being discovered, Vegeta retorted, "You're quite bothersome." With that, he took off, pursuing the direction where Goku and Krillin had vanished. Indeed, he was the illustrious Saiyan prince. How could he so easily surrender? This time, as Kakarot faced Frieza, he must watch closely. "Hey, where are you going?" Bulma exclaimed, suddenly irate. This infuriating man lacks any sense of romance. He must be heading to witness Goku and Krillin confront their adversary. The turtle hermit approached, leaning on his cane. "Then we should go as well," Bulma suggested. "Perhaps it's best if we don't. Such a battle is beyond our capacity to observe." Yamcha expressed reluctance. Truth be told, ever since the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, Yamcha had been living a life of luxury, unwilling to return to the arduous days of training. After all, a human's lifespan is limited, and it's better spent enjoying life than in relentless training. Fool. If Goku and the others fail, Earth will be doomed. "If you want to go, then I will," Bulma exclaimed, launching a capsule airplane and setting off. The others exchanged glances, acknowledging the validity of Bulma's reasoning. Furthermore, they were eager to witness the epic battle between Goku, Krillin, and the Cosmic Tyrant, and thus followed suit. Chapter 26. The first encounter with Frieza. Both Goku and Krillin were masters of Ki, and they immediately sensed Frieza's immense energy. During their flight, Goku curiously remarked to Krillin that he did not perceive Frieza to be particularly formidable. Krillin cautioned him not to underestimate their foe, who possessed 3 transformation stages. It was the final form, that diminutive bald-headed figure, that represented the pinnacle of strength, with a battle power soaring to 1. 2 billion. Goku, however, struggled to comprehend the magnitude of 1. 2 billion. Krillin explained that it could be equated to enough rice to sustain Goku for 5 years. Goku chuckled joyfully at the thought. Yet, at this moment, he felt an even greater anticipation for the impending battle with Frieza. A foe capable of providing enough sustenance for 5 years must be truly formidable, indeed. Meanwhile, "Oh, Raditz, you're back. How did it go with the Dragon Balls?" inquired a peculiar white beast seated in a stroller. "Lord Frieza, I have located the Dragon Balls. However, I am hindered by a formidable enemy. It seems only your presence can secure them, Raditz replied, unfazed, leveraging his knowledge of the storyline to gain Frieza's favor. Excellent, Frieza smirked, then lead the way. But, Lord Frieza, it seems we have visitors, Raditz interjected as Zarbon returned to Frieza's side. Noticing his battle power detector, Zarbon observed two approaching energies, both registering at 1,000. Yet their speed suggested otherwise. It was Goku and Krillin. Raditz, paying closer attention, quickly discerned their identities. Oh, is this the protagonist who can transform into a Super Saiyan? Frieza mused, casting a sideways glance, a faint smile gracing his lips. I am quite curious to see the one foretold to defeat me. That is merely a prophecy, which can be altered. As long as you do not kill that bald-headed one named Krillin in front of Goku, there will be no Super Saiyan, Raditz cautioned. Otherwise, Goku will become quite troublesome. No, there is no need for concern, Frieza dismissed. Did you not mention another prophecy? I have already acted upon it. It is true. What? Raditz expressed rare surprise, for the other prophecy was to remain confidential. Frieza interrupted Raditz, indicating he had a surprise in store for everyone. At that moment, two figures clad in turtle school attire materialized before Frieza. Krillin stood in awe, for as a Dragon Ball enthusiast, this was his first encounter with the true Frieza. He was a pivotal character, marking the climax of the Dragon Ball saga. Wow, is this person Frieza? Goku exclaimed, bypassing the actual Frieza and pointing at Zarbon beside him. He looks quite handsome. The onlookers exchanged awkward glances, with Krillin clearing his throat to clarify that the creature in the stroller, sporting horns, was indeed Frieza. Is your battle power merely 1,000? Frieza inquired uncertainly, sensing the opponent's weakness. Yes, Lord Frieza, Zarbon affirmed. Frieza turned to Raditz, intending to have him test the adversary. Raditz promptly declined. Before Frieza could express his displeasure, the astute Zarbon volunteered himself, confident in the power of science. He believed he could easily dispatch one with a mere 1,000 battle power, thus seizing the opportunity to shine in Frieza's eyes and overshadow Raditz. The heart of Lord Frieza will forever belong to me, Zarbon. Thus, Zarbon advanced, only to be sent flying by Krillin's punch, disappearing into the horizon like a shooting star. As Krillin fought, he pondered how chaotic the Dragon Ball narrative had become. Raditz, the time traveler, willingly subservient to Frieza, contradicted the typical character traits of a traveler, leaving Krillin baffled as to his motives. Was he perhaps scheming to usurp Frieza's battle power? If Frieza's power stood at 1.2 billion, and Raditz also possessed that strength, then his transformation into a Super Saiyan would be unimaginable. Caution was imperative with this individual. Oh, by the way, I have a plan, Krillin suddenly declared to Frieza. Mr. Frieza, are you aware that the Saiyan beside you possesses an extraordinary ability? Frieza glanced at Ladizzi with a hint of surprise. Without waiting for Frieza's consent, Saiyan divulged Ladizzi's secret. That individual is capable of absorbing the combat power of those he has slain. Otherwise, his previously unwillingness to train could not have led to such a sudden increase in strength. You should exercise caution. Is that truly the case? Frieza began to regard Ladizzi with newfound seriousness. To be frank, those endowed with such powers are often treacherous. One can never tell when they might turn against you. No, my Lord Frieza, you must trust in my loyalty. Ladizzi began to panic. Escaping was entirely out of the question for him now. He had not anticipated that Xiaolin would employ such cunning tactics. It's all right. Frieza regained his composure and remarked, your intentions are commendable. What matters is whether you can deliver. No, absolutely not. Seeing that Frieza showed no inclination to strike, Ladizzi hurriedly pledged his loyalty. Then let the battle commence. Without further ado, Frieza transformed into his final form, a diminutive bald figure. The previously feeble aura began to amplify exponentially. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback by the sheer strength radiating from his opponent, feeling a surge of exhilaration. Conversely, Xiaolin grew increasingly apprehensive. This diverged from the original narrative. In the original tale, Frieza's transformation into his final form required a considerable build-up. Yet here, it occurred instantaneously. Moreover, this small bald form did not even represent his full power. In the original storyline, Frieza's muscles would expand, and his height would increase slightly in his ultimate state. However, the current form seemed to approach a staggering combat power of 1.2 billion, as determined by Xiaolin based on the aura of his strongest state. During his 15-day journey across the cosmos, he had mastered the 20-fold Kaioken, combined with his Kamehameha energy flow, yielding a 26-fold increase. With a baseline combat power of over 4.8 million, his full potential would hover around 1.2 billion. Meanwhile, Wukong's baseline stood at 5 million. And with the mastery of his Kamehameha energy flow and the 20-fold Kaioken, he could unleash a combat power of 1.3 billion. Should the two unite, they might stand a chance against Frieza, provided they could do so within 10 minutes, as their stamina could only last that long. After all, the 20-fold Kaioken exacted a severe toll on the body. However, when Xiaolin proposed an alliance, Wukong surprisingly declined, insisting on a one-on-one confrontation. Very well, such as Wukong's character. Resigned, Xiaolin offered to take the first strike to allow Wukong to assess the current situation. Chapter 27. Fusion. Shall the little bald one strike first? Observing Xiaolin step forward, Frieza smirked, stating, although Raditz claims that I cannot kill you in front of Suin Wukong, lest it triggers a special buff, I, the Great King, shall show no mercy. Buff. Xiaolin was momentarily taken aback, then found it somewhat amusing. You are aware of sacrificial rites? Yet, regrettably, this time it may not unfold as you wish. The two stood in opposition, with Frieza's forces having cleared the surroundings, leaving only desolate ruins, billowing smoke, and flickering flames. Xiaolin held nothing back. The land of his previous existence had a saying about using one's full strength even against a rabbit. One must not hold back. Kamehameha energy flow, 20-fold Kaioken. A visible crimson wave of energy surged around Xiaolin, accompanied by a white outline upon the aura. This represented Xiaolin's utmost strength, with the 26-fold augmentation catapulting his combat power between 1.2 billion and 1.3 billion. The tremendous energy caused the very ground to tremble. With such power, one would expect Xiaolin to rejoice. After all, compared to the other seemingly invincible extraterrestrials, he was merely an ordinary Earthling. Moreover, with the updates following Dragon Ball Z, the innate talents of Earthlings had fallen behind the pace of this grand era. Yet regrettably, his adversary was the cosmic tyrant Frieza. This king, whose primary business revolved around real estate, was no feeble merchant, but rather a figure recognized throughout the universe as second only to the gods of destruction. In an explosive moment, Xiaolin and Frieza vanished from their original positions. Soon after, the sky was filled with resounding sonic booms. The two were engaged in a fierce clash. Raditz could not discern their movements at all. Only Wukong's keen eyesight allowed him to barely perceive their actions. However, in the realm of Dragon Ball, those with advanced combat prowess did not rely on sight to observe movements, but rather on the energy itself. To gain clarity on the battle, Wukong began to sense the energy of both combatants. Raditz, lacking such intuition, remained oblivious. The author, being an ordinary person, could not perceive it either. Thus unable to depict it accurately, there was no choice but to shift the scene. Meanwhile, Vegeta, still en route, suddenly sensed two immense auras surging ahead, unparalleled in strength. The weather began to turn tumultuous. So powerful, it left Vegeta questioning whether he could reach such heights. Yet, amidst this overwhelming energy, he recognized one familiar aura, Frieza, and the other belonged to the small bald figure who had once fought him to a standstill. Yet, that had only been half a month prior. How had this small bald figure become so formidable? Vegeta remained skeptical and quickened his pace toward the battlefield. The Z warriors in the aircraft also felt the immense energy emanating from ahead, and even those who could not sense energy noticed the previously clear skies darkening. As thick clouds gathered and flashes of lightning erupted from the depths, the ocean roared, trees in the forest were uprooted by the gale, and countless creatures fled in panic. Far above, in the heavenly temple, the Supreme Kai wore a grave expression as he sensed the events unfolding below. Witnessing such a grand spectacle of battle, he vowed he had never witnessed a clash of such magnitude. With a heavy sigh, he lamented his inability to protect the Earth, despite being its guardian. Though Xiaolin now matched Frieza in power, his status as a traveler endowed him with an imagination that surpassed this world's comprehension, coupled with years of honed combat skills, making him incomparable to Frieza, who was accustomed to a life of luxury as a real estate mogul. Particularly since Frieza lacked the ability to sense energy, he often relied on sight to capture Xiaolin's movements, resulting in delayed responses to both offense and defense. In contrast, Xiaolin, with a similar combat power, managed to gain the upper hand against Frieza. Yet, Frieza was a combat genius, capable of refining his skills during battle. Moreover, Xiaolan's 20-fold Kaioken could not be sustained for long. Thus, Xiaolan urgently required a decisive move. Indeed, it was the divine technique, Qi Yuan Zhan. This technique had once allowed Xiaolan, with merely 10,000 combat power, to injure Frieza with 1,000,000 combat power. Since Frieza could not sense energy, Xiaolan aimed to launch a surprise attack using the prince's combat style. The prince's combat style had never claimed a life in Dragon Ball, yet it could generate vast amounts of smoke. Such smoke could effectively obscure Frieza's line of sight. Frieza, vigilant of his surroundings, suddenly saw Xiaolan's silhouette burst forth from the smoke. Xiaolan launched a fierce assault on Frieza, yet Frieza managed to evade every strike. In a battle of equal strength, Frieza endured several blows, but as a prodigy, he gradually adapted to the rhythm of the fight. Now, he was able to block all of Xiaolan's attacks. Frieza had never encountered such a formidable foe before. Previously, he had found combat to be a tiresome endeavor due to his overwhelming strength. Yet now, facing an opponent of equal stature, he found it immensely engaging. The blood within him seemed to boil. After synchronizing with Xiaolan's movements, he successfully defended against the opponent's onslaught for the first time in this battle. However, this initial success also allowed Frieza to identify Xiaolan's vulnerabilities, igniting a spark of excitement within him. After enduring such prolonged suffering, I finally have the opportunity to retaliate. Prepare to meet your demise, Bald One. Frieza unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Xiaolan's left cheek. However, whoosh, the fist passed through an afterimage. It was, in fact, a phantom technique. Xiaolan's afterimage took on a mocking curve. Frieza, having never encountered such a technique, began to scan his surroundings, but the surrounding smoke obscured his vision. The real Xiaolan had already coalesced a Qi circle / behind him. The Qi circle / compresses 1's Qi into a blade, boasting a power 20 times greater than usual. It can combine with the Kaioken and the Kamehameha wave. Presently, Xiaolan wielded a 20-fold Kaioken, 6-fold Kamehameha wave, and a 20-fold Qi circle / culminating in a formidable battle power increase of 46 times, nearing 3 billion. After executing this technique, Xiaolan would be utterly drained. Yet, should it connect, Frieza would undoubtedly be cleaved in two. Goku, watching from the side, could hardly contain his excitement, acknowledging Xiaolan's significant progress in both strength and tactics. The fact that he could engage Frieza, of comparable might, in such a manner was astonishing. Raditz finally discerned that Xiaolan was gathering the Qi circle / a truly overpowered skill. Frieza was surely in peril. Raditz, now a subordinate of Frieza, felt compelled to assist him. Thus, he shouted, "Lord Frieza, watch out behind you." At that very moment, the Qi circle / was hurled forth, slicing through the air with such speed that it seemed to cleave reality itself. Hearing Raditz's warning, Frieza turned to look. But it was too late. The Qi circle / had already arrived before him. The real estate mogul finally began to panic, quickly crossing his arms in a defensive stance. The yellow Qi circle / collided with Frieza, creating a multitude of sparks akin to fireworks from a distance. Frieza's expression contorted into a grotesque grimace, and his body visibly tensed with rage. "Aya!" Frieza bellowed, unleashing a surge of energy that enveloped him in a white aura. His power astonishingly doubled. With a forceful thrust of his hands, he shattered Xiaolan's Qi circle / into fragments. Gasping for breath, Frieza felt an anger boiling within him. That insufferable Bald One, using such tricks to deceive me, the great king. Had I not concealed my true strength, I might have perished here. Frieza glanced at his hands, noting a severe gash on his arm. After so many years, he had once again felt pain. Ashamed of his previous plight, an uncontrollable fury welled up inside him as he glared at Xiaolan. "Initially, I considered taking you under my wing due to your impressive battle power. But your recent antics have truly enraged me. Next time." Just then, as Frieza's fury erupted, Xiaolan sensed the impending danger. He swiftly raised his hand and executed a solar fist, blinding Frieza. The narrative had indeed shifted. This version of Frieza possessed a battle power surpassing that of the original story. Nevertheless, Xiaolan was not without his own lethal techniques. "Goku!" he exclaimed. Reluctantly, Goku approached, grumbling about his desire for a one-on-one battle with Frieza. Complaints aside, Goku understood the gravity of the situation. Observing Frieza's doubled battle power, he recognized the formidable challenge before them. While they could fight together, the duration of their combined 20-fold Kaioken and Kamehameha wave was regrettably brief. They had no choice but to resort to their ultimate technique. As Frieza shielded his eyes, Goku and Xiaolin assumed a peculiar stance. With a resounding cry of fusion, a brand new warrior emerged in this realm. Chapter 28. A Frieza unlike any other Sun Wulin, the name I have chosen for myself. When Frieza regained his sight, he beheld a figure resembling Xiaolin in stature, but possessing Goku's hairstyle before him. Raditz gazed in astonishment, never anticipating that Xiaolin could execute the fusion technique that had only appeared in the Buu saga. His battle power detector reacted, 50 million battle power in its normal state. Raditz was perplexed. In Dragon Ball, there exist two methods of fusion, one through movement and the other via earrings. The former results in a combined battle power, while the latter's outcome is uncertain. It has been said that the fusion of Vegeta and Goku through earrings results in a multiplication of their powers. Presently, Sun Wulin and Xiaolin were clearly fused through movement. Logically, their combined battle power should merely add up, capping at 10 million. Why, then, had it reached 50 million? Raditz pondered this mystery. Sun Wulin was equally bewildered. Even fused with Goku, he retained Xiaolin's consciousness, and post-fusion, he was granted a 5-fold increase in their total combined power. Perhaps Xiaolin's status as a traveler endowed his spirit with greater strength. This was advantageous. Sun Wulin clenched his fist, relishing this unparalleled power. With such might, even if Frieza was stronger, he could contend with him. Let us continue. Frieza, Sun Wulin declared, a smirk gracing his lips. Though Xiaolin's persona dominated, he had succumbed to the Saiyan's most fatal flaw, hubris. At this moment, the primary characters of Dragon Ball had also assembled, starting with Vegeta, followed by Master Roshi, Bulma, Chi-Chi, Gohan, Piccolo, Tien, Yamcha, and others. They gazed in bewilderment at the familiar, yet unfamiliar Sun Wulin. Tien and Piccolo explained what Xiaolin and Goku had accomplished during the 15 days following their return from Namek, enlightening everyone. It turned out that during those days, Goku and Xiaolin not only honed each other's skills, but Xiaolin also experimented with a technique called fusion, involving intricate movements to achieve their combined form, which granted them immense power. While Master Roshi and the others expressed astonishment and relief, Vegeta clenched his teeth, filled with anger and impotence. That Kakarot had dared to fuse with a lowly Earthling was a profound insult to the pride of the Saiyans. Vegeta's fists tightened as he seethed. Yet he could not deny the unfathomable energy radiating from Sun Wulin. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would not have believed such immense power existed in the world. A multitude had gathered. Frieza, finally recovering from the effects of the solar fist, found his anger subdued. During their recent skirmish, Frieza had realized that his opponent could discern his position without relying on sight, while he could not. If he allowed his rage to fester, it would only hinder his performance. Furthermore, he had no need for anger, as he still retained his strength. It had been his own arrogance that had led to this predicament. It was clear that the forthcoming battle would require his utmost effort lest he fall victim to the devious tactics of these Earthlings. Oh, you are not frightened by my current self? Sun Wulin noted Frieza's gradually calming demeanor with displeasure. He was now extraordinarily powerful, should he unleash his full potential. His battle power would likely rival that of Super Saiyan 2 in the original narrative. With such formidable strength at his disposal, Frieza's lack of astonishment was a personal affront. What is there to be surprised about? It is merely the fusion of two weaklings, Frieza mocked. A smirk gracing his face. Weaklings? Sun Wulin's lips curled into a sly smile. Originally intending to engage in a playful spar with Frieza, I was taken aback by his utter lack of appreciation for the situation. Thus, allow me to showcase the full extent of my power. As Sun Wulin assumed a furious stance, a crimson aura enveloped him, causing his energy to surge exponentially. This was the formidable tenfold Kamehameha, even more potent than the original. With a sense of pride, Sun Wulin proclaimed, "With my battle power enhanced tenfold, I must now possess around 500 million. The tenfold Kamehameha was a concept conceived by Xiaolin during his training in the hyperbolic time chamber, emulating the tenfold Kamehameha of Dragon Ball GT's Sun Wukong, and surrounding himself with it. However, the mastery of such energy control and physical prowess was exceedingly demanding. The mere 100,000 battle power of Xiaolin was insufficient for this feat now. As Sun Wulin, a fusion of Sun Wukong and Xiaolin, he could effortlessly execute it. The onlookers, including Kame Sennin, Tianjin Fan, and Bike, were left in awe, astonished that Xiaolin still possessed such formidable techniques. Suen Wufan marveled. Father and Uncle Xiaolin are truly incredible. Was this the technique that the little bald head used to defeat me? Vegeta's expression darkened, although reluctant to admit it. He recognized that his former rival had grown beyond him. With Suen Wukong fused with Xiaolin, what was to become of him? Would he still have to face Kiki? Face-palming as he collapsed to the ground. Felicia's demeanor remained unchanged as he too adopted a furious stance, elevating his energy to a level nearly equal to Suen Wulin's. No, surpassing it. This unexpected turn left the spectators feeling apprehensive. Is this truly your full power? Suen Wulin taunted, then continued to unleash his energy, declaring, "Today, let this cosmic emperor witness the mightiest force in the universe." Tenfold Kamehameha combined with 20-fold Kaioken. The earth trembled, the seas roared, and hurricanes swept through the realm. The very planet seemed to lament. As Suen Wulin's crimson energy surged skyward, it gradually diminished, revealing sharper contours of his face. A battle power of 1.5 billion was registered by Raditz Scouter, displaying a terrifying figure. This was merely the early Z era, and such a fearsome power had emerged. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Raditz's mind was in turmoil, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He pondered whether to defect. If Felicia were to fall, he too might face dire consequences. The sheer intensity of the energy left Tianjin Fan, Yamucha, and others in astonishment. With 1.5 billion battle power, I could contend with not only Felicia, but also Shalu. Suen Wulin brimmed with confidence. Shalu? What is that? It hardly matters now. Felicia remained unfazed, crossing his arms with a disdainful grin. What will it be? No attack? I recall that your crimson form is not sustainable for long. Rest assured, my body can endure the damage from the Kaioken post-fusion. Suen Wulin raised 2 fingers. Approximately 2 hours, so ponder how to preserve your life during this time. Your audacity in boasting without shame is rather amusing to me. Felicia's tail flicked. However, with such power, it is still too early to claim victory over me. Suen Wulin was perplexed by his words, but in an instant, Felicia vanished from sight. Suddenly, Suen Wulin felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, as if struck, and before he could react, a tail swept through, slamming him into the ground, creating a massive crater. What just happened? Suen Wulin found it hard to believe he was effortlessly driven into the earth. Chapter 29, The Death of the Traveler. How does it feel? Felicia floated above Suen Wulin. Before arriving on Earth, Raditz shared much information with me regarding Dragon Balls, Science, and training. Training? Rising from the ground. Suen Wulin still felt lingering pain. Hearing Felicia mention training, unease stirred within him. But this was merely the early Z era. Could that thing truly have emerged? How to combat this? As if to validate Suen Wulin's apprehensions, Felicia continued, "You just claimed to showcase the universe's mightiest power. So, where does my power stand in the cosmos?" Felicia's form suddenly radiated a golden hue, resembling a sun so close that it obscured all other colors. Everyone instinctively closed their eyes and shielded themselves from the blinding light, yet a fierce wind surged, the transformation's energy sweeping everyone away. Suen Wulin struggled to maintain his footing, barely appearing unscathed. At last, the phenomenon subsided, revealing a Felicia shimmering with a golden glow. Behind him, Raditz's Scouter exploded, having registered battle power exceeding 1 billion, only to be destroyed by Felicia's transformation. The pressure from the transformation alone sent Kame Sennin and others flying. Piccolo, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi, with their battle powers above 10,000, managed to remain upright, albeit struggling to shield their faces. Meanwhile, Kiki and Bulma, lacking martial prowess, were swept away in an instant. Kiki was fortunate enough to hold on to her son, Suen Wufan, but Bulma was not so lucky. Yamucha was blown away, leaving her without support. As she ascended, fear gripped her. She feared a fatal fall. Just as she braced for impact, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. Before she could look up to see who had caught her, a cold voice remarked, "Why do you, a powerless weakling, come to meddle?" It was Vegeta. To her astonishment, this was the same individual who had previously invaded Earth, now willing to save her. Meanwhile, Felicia's transformation was complete. He had become the true Golden Felicia. This formidable foe, anticipated to emerge in the next major arc of Dragon Ball, had appeared more than a decade early. This golden light seemed to manifest solely during Felicia's transformation. In an instant, Felicia became invisible to all. It wasn't that he had vanished, but rather that his speed was so extraordinary that his movements evaded the naked eye. The most unfortunate was Suen Wuling, who could sense ferocious energy, yet found his body unable to keep pace, left utterly defenseless against the onslaught. His head, abdomen, and every part of him were relentlessly assaulted by Ferocious. Outside, the air was filled with terrifying sonic booms. The ground quaked, skyscrapers crumbled, clouds were pierced, and parts of the ocean dried up, all the aftermath of Suen Wuling being tossed about. He had no chance to counterattack, nor even a moment to retrieve a Senzu bean. Finally, after being driven into the ground once more, creating a deep crater, Suen Wuling could no longer endure and reverted back to Xiaolin and Suen Wukong. The two lay together in agony. Xiaolin, despite the pain, attempted to retrieve a Senzu bean. However, Ferocious interjected. "Do you really think you have the strength to eat while battling me? Such a naughty child." He snatched the Senzu bean and obliterated it with an energy wave. Xiaolin's eyes drooped. He felt utterly drained, his body battered, and his insides in disarray. He sensed he was on the brink of death. Suen Wukong was in a similar predicament. Huh. Ferocious chuckled mockingly, then flicked his tail, sending Xiaolin and Suen Wukong sprawling out of the crater. The two figures tumbled to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust and emitting muffled groans of anguish. Wukong, Xiaolin, Tianshanhen, Yamcha, and Bulma shouted simultaneously. "Have we lost?" Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes widening in shock. If that state had succumbed to Frieza, what about himself? How infuriating. The so-called pride of a Saiyan seemed utterly meaningless against such an adversary. Vegeta was engulfed in despair. Frieza suddenly appeared before Xiaolin and Sun Wukong, initially intending to place his foot on Wukong's face, but the Saiyan's hair proved too prickly, so he opted to step on Xiaolin's bald head instead. "Oh, the sensation is delightful," Frieza remarked, then forcefully rubbed Xiaolin's head with his foot. "Raditz, eliminate this Saiyan. I have heard you can absorb battle power." "Yes, Lord Frieza." Raditz, witnessing Frieza's triumph over the two, felt a surge of encouragement. Silently relieved, he had not acted as the antagonist. He approached the exhausted Sun Wukong, planning to make his move. Just then, a thunderous voice echoed from afar. "Stop!" Everyone was startled, and as they regained their composure, they beheld Son Gohan delivering a punch to Raditz's face. Fueled by rage, Gohan's battle power surged to a terrifying level, sending Raditz flying. "That fool!" Piccolo muttered angrily before swiftly taking action. "What a useless waste. He can't even seize an opportunity." Frieza looked down on Raditz for being knocked away by a mere child. He decided to intervene personally, tired of this game and eager to find the Dragon Balls instead. Frieza charged a blast aimed at Gohan's face, the golden light reflecting off Gohan's bewildered expression. "Fool, get away." Piccolo appeared just in time to whisk Gohan out of harm's way. Frieza's attack missed, but detonated where Sun Wukong and Xiaolin lay. The ground shattered, and Sun Wukong was blasted away, meeting his demise on the spot. Xiaolin fared little better. Being propelled towards came Sennin, who fortunately caught him. Trembling, Xiaolin retrieved a capsule from his pocket, mustering his last breath to tell came Sennin, "Master Mateto, I was too arrogant. It seems I will not have the chance to use my magic." Xiaolin gasped, unable to close his eyes in death. The end of the story? Not quite. It seems that even a traveler without an external advantage cannot accomplish anything significant. The true protagonist of the Dragon Ball saga is yet to be revealed. At this moment, Piccolo wore a grave expression, while Son Gohan simply expressed gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Piccolo." Those words plunged Piccolo into deep reflection. In truth, it is I who should be grateful to you, Gohan. Having lived alone all his life, Piccolo had always been met with fear. With no one willing to engage with him, he had believed that gaining strength and ruling the world would be his sole purpose. But despite his growing power, the loneliness weighed upon him like a mountain until Gohan's arrival. Though Gohan was frightened of him, he seemed eager to converse. The embrace they had shared moments ago brought an unexpected warmth, making Piccolo feel valued for the first time. "Uncle Piccolo, I am not that much older than you." As a warrior, being distracted in battle was indeed worthy of reproach. "But Gohan, you must leave Earth with your mother." Piccolo stood protectively in front of Gohan, facing the mocking visage of Golden Frieza. Gohan, inherently pure-hearted and kind, should never have been dragged into such conflict. However, Gohan hesitated. "Hurry," Piccolo's stern voice urged, prompting Gohan to reluctantly depart. "Oh, planning to block me alone?" Golden Frieza's expression was one of amusement, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. "Gohan, holding back tears. Flew a considerable distance, but memories of his training with Piccolo flooded back. The scenes felt distant, yet he turned back to seek Piccolo. To his horror, he found Piccolo beneath Frieza's foot, barely clinging to life. Frieza had learned from Raditz that the Dragon Balls on Earth were created by the Guardian. Since Piccolo was of the same origin as the Guardian, killing him would cause the Dragon Balls to vanish. Gohan cried out for Uncle Piccolo and charged at Frieza. With a disdainful smirk, Frieza extended his finger to unleash a beam of energy. Just as the beam was about to pierce Gohan's skull, a battered green figure intervened, using the last of his strength to utter a few words. "Fool, run." Meanwhile, in the Guardian's realm, the Guardian could only sigh in disbelief, realizing he would soon have to report back to the afterlife. Yet, a smile of reassurance crept onto his face, acknowledging that Piccolo was not inherently evil. Wukong, Xiaolin. On another front, came Sennin personally retrieve the bodies of his two disciples. How can it be that even the fusion of Wukong and Xiaolin cannot defeat him? Yamcha's face was etched with despair. It appears Earth is truly doomed this time. Chi-Chi wept over Wukong's lifeless body, while Bulma sobbed beside her. Damn it! Vegeta gritted his teeth, his hands clenched in frustration. Tien Shinhan gazed at the silent Kame Sennin, noticing the capsule tightly gripped in his hand. Could it be? Is Master Mateto planning to? Boom! A colossal golden aura erupted in the distance, accompanied by flashes of lightning. Everyone's gaze was drawn to the spectacle. A golden-haired, stern-faced youth stood in confrontation with Golden Frieza. What immense power! Who is he? Tien Shinhan, the strongest among them, quickly recognized the familiar energy, albeit far more potent than anticipated. Is that Kakarot's son? Vegeta was the first to discern the truth, as the golden-haired youth bore a tail, an unmistakable Saiyan trait. Though the youth's appearance had changed, he was undoubtedly Kakarot's offspring. But how could he have transformed in such a manner? What incredible strength! Vegeta suddenly recalled the widespread legend among the Saiyans. A Super Saiyan. But that can't be. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning why the one most likely to become a Super Saiyan was not himself, the noble Saiyan prince, but rather that low-class warrior's son, Kakarot. Is that Gohan? Yamcha's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. Has this incredible power been cultivated through training? Or is it a fluke? It must be through training, Kame Sennin mused. Training? Vegeta was utterly perplexed. He had heard this term since arriving on Earth, a novelty for him, the genius Saiyan prince. Meanwhile, Gohan, engulfed in rage, felt a surge of power coursing through him. This strength, I will avenge my father and Uncle Piccolo. Could this be the Super Saiyan that Raditz spoke of? Golden Frieza stood with his hands clasped behind his back, suddenly intrigued. Let us see if you can land a punch on me. With a roar of energy, Gohan instantaneously appeared before Frieza and landed a punch squarely on his face. Their fists collided in a fierce struggle. Frieza attempted to resist, but under Gohan's fervent shout, he ultimately faltered. Impressive, quite powerful, much stronger than those two combined. However, your opponent is me. With a single punch, Golden Frieza sent Gohan flying, akin to a cannonball striking the distance. The exaggerated impact resulted in a massive explosion, stirring those who bore witness into motion. Gohan. Chi-Chi dashed straight towards the spot where Wufan had fallen. This is perilous, Chi-Chi. The others attempted to intervene, but ultimately relented, for the situation was too terrifying. Such a battle was beyond their control. It seemed that prophecies were nothing more than deceitful fabrications. Frieza was genuinely fed up at this point. With a single finger pointed skyward, a golden orb began to coalesce. Since the Dragon Balls of this planet were gone, there was no longer a need for its existence. What a waste of my time, Frieza grumbled. In the distance, Vegeta became immediately alert. Although he felt uneasy about other Saiyans being stronger than himself in a life-or-death scenario, he found himself surprisingly composed. Damn it, what can I do? Oh right, that little brat is also a Saiyan. Then, Vegeta concentrated, forming a small blue energy sphere in his hand, reminiscent of the technique he had mimicked during his battle with Xiaolin. Saiyans could only unleash their true power during a full moon. You little brat, look at the sky, Vegeta shouted as he hurled the artificial full moon into the air. In the distance, Frieza heard this and momentarily paused to gaze upward. What is that? On the ground, Sun Wufan was dazed. Despite being severely injured by Golden Frieza, he still maintained his Super Saiyan form. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto the artificial full moon. His tail behind him began to swell with vigor. Several days prior, Wufan's tail had sprouted. Vegeta had conceived this plan upon witnessing this transformation. Wufan felt his heart racing, and then he was engulfed in an abyss of darkness. Yet outside, everyone observed his body rapidly expanding. That is, just like the young Goku. The transformation into a great ape. This was the true power of the Saiyans. Witnessing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Vegeta could not help but swell with pride. A colossal golden great ape emerged in the midst of the heavens and earth. Roar! An immense power surged forth. Next, the legendary Super Saiyan Sun Wufan. Chapter 31. Sun Wufan, the legendary Super Saiyan? The golden great ape appeared like a vast mountain, enveloped in massive bolts of lightning. With a mighty roar, it dispersed the energy ball that Frieza had gathered. Oh! Frieza's interest was piqued as he realized that this golden great ape was stronger than before by more than tenfold. Just as Frieza was about to engage in combat, the golden great ape Wufan began to rampage, trampling and smashing with wild roars, as if it were a mindless beast. What an ugly monkey! Frieza halted and began to ascend, his words laced with derision, yet internally, he felt a sense of amusement. Why not let this monkey destroy the planet? Later, I can revert him back and inform him that not only did he fail to protect this planet, but he also annihilated it. He chuckled, envisioning the amusing expression on his adversary's face. At that moment, the great ape Wufan unleashed a chaotic blast towards the distant sky, causing a flurry of visible lights to shimmer across the cosmos. Evidently, it struck some celestial bodies or debris drifting nearby. Should this attack reach Earth, it would likely result in total annihilation. In the distance, Vegeta, Bulma, Yamcha, and the others were thoroughly terrified. It appeared that the Wufan in his great ape form had lost his sanity. Damn low-class warrior. Vegeta had not anticipated that even the Super Saiyan transformation would lead to such a loss of reason. It seemed to depend largely on bloodline. Reflecting on this, Vegeta felt a mix of anxiety and a touch of pride. We cannot linger here. We must retreat to outer space, Vegeta proposed. The others nodded in agreement with this suggestion. Only Kame Sennin protested. No, I must stay. What are you thinking, you old pervert? Are you trying to throw away your life? Bulma shouted. We can still go to Namek to find the Dragon Balls and resurrect Goku and Xiaolin. Indeed, Master Mateto, Bulma was correct. Yamcha also urged. Though in the heat of the moment, his voice was somewhat loud. It's fine. I'm already a man who has died once, Kame Sennin said as he began walking towards Frieza. Despite the considerable distance, knowing that he could not utilize flight. If it weren't for my own ineptitude, my beloved disciples wouldn't have had to stand in front of me. Kame Sennin spoke lightly, yet his grip on the cane tightened, betraying his inner turmoil, whether it stemmed from his own inadequacy or the anger over Goku and Xiaolin's demise. Vegeta observed Kame Sennin's resolute figure and could not comprehend why this frail old man did not fear the unimaginably powerful Frieza, but in an instant, something clicked in his mind. Finally, he seized Bulma, who was still attempting to speak, and took flight, exclaiming, "Let us go." Yamcha, seeing Vegeta and Bulma take off, hurriedly followed. Tianjin Fan, however, murmured, "Master Mateto." "Hey, Tianjin," Chaozu inquired, somewhat puzzled. "Chaozu, take this bewildered Uncle Bull along with Bulma and the others," Tianjin Fan directed, gesturing to the bewildered Ox King nearby. "But Tianjin, you hurry up. We can use the Dragon Balls on Namek to bring us back." With that, Tianjin Fan soared towards Kame Sennin. In truth, Tianjin Fan understood that if Frieza was aware of the Dragon Balls on Earth, he would surely suspect that they existed on Namek as well. The only option left was to gamble on Master Mateto's luck. Should we use that technique, Master Mateto? Perhaps we should join forces, considering the enemy's formidable strength. Kame Sennin was slightly surprised to see Tianjin Fan approach, but quickly regained his composure. Receiving an affirmative response, Tianjin Fan swiftly escorted Kame Sennin towards the battlefield. Meanwhile, Wufan. "Wake up!" Chi-Chi reached Wufan's feet. The great ape Wufan, however, grasped her with one hand. The immense grip caused even the strongest woman on Earth to wince in pain. Frieza observed with great interest. Are they turning against each other? How intriguing. Chi-Chi. Kame Sennin, witnessing this situation, immediately removed his shell, his muscles bulging. Wufan must not kill Chi-Chi, or he will regret it for a lifetime. I understand. Tianjin Fan accelerated his flight. Chi-Chi was gasping for breath. Her husband's demise and her son's transformation into this monstrous form filled her heart with anguish surpassing physical pain, tears streaming down her wan face. Her tears seemed to catch the light in the crimson eyes of great ape Wufan, and for a fleeting moment, Wufan appeared to regain a glimmer of sanity. Consequently, the great ape released its grip, clutching its head and howling in agony, unnoticed by anyone as the golden great ape's form gradually diminished. Chi-Chi's body plummeted like a free fall. Fortunately, Kame Sennin and Tianjin Fan arrived just in time to catch her. TSK. A splendid performance ruined. Frieza expressed his irritation, realizing that the captivating narrative he favored was failing to unfold. What a useless monkey. I shall personally resolve this. Frieza gathered a beam of energy and shot it towards Chi-Chi. Anticipating this, Tianjin Fan swiftly employed the Kamehameha technique taught by Xiaolin, evading with Kame Sennin and Chi-Chi just in the nick of time. However, the ensuing explosion caused the three of them to stumble and fall to the ground. Humph. Quite the escape artist, Frieza fired another energy wave at them. Boom. A cloud of smoke erupted around Chi-Chi, Kame Sennin, and Tianjin Fan. Frieza reveled in his handiwork. Yet he was oblivious to the law of smoke and injury. Soon, Frieza sensed something amiss. Those three weaklings could endure his energy blast. No, why were there four shadows? Who is it? Frieza pondered. Even the venerable Kame Sennin, Chi-Chi, and Tenshinhan were left utterly bewildered. They discovered a tall, dark-haired man before them, clad in a crimson sweater and brown training pants. What captured their attention most was his strikingly long red tail. This silhouette seemed familiar. Was it Yukong? No, I am not your father. The tall man turned around, his demeanor and appearance bearing a remarkable resemblance to Sun Wukong, though his hair was less voluminous, and his eyes were adorned with a noticeable red hue. I am Sun Wufan. The man claiming to be Sun Wufan left the three momentarily speechless. It was no surprise, as their memories of Sun Wufan conjured the image of a child barely 10 years old. How could he possibly have transformed into this adult figure? Had Lin still been alive, he would have recognized this as the grown-up Sun Wufan at a glance, particularly in his Super Saiyan 4 form from Dragon Ball GT. Perhaps it was the transformation into Super Saiyan for that forcibly accelerated Sun Wufan's growth. Chapter 32. Frieza's miscalculation. Everyone was somewhat skeptical, struggling to fathom how a 4 or 5-year-old child could instantaneously mature into an 18 or 19-year-old youth. Moreover, they could not sense any of the energy typical of Sun Wufan emanating from him. Indeed, they felt nothing at all. Can they not sense it? Sun Wufan examined his hands, flexing them to perceive the surging power within him. The strength he felt exceeded all expectations, even in his rage-induced golden form. He could not rival this newfound power. He sensed that he could fully harness this energy in his current state. Another new entity? This diminutive planet truly vexes me with its incessant introduction of disparate nuisances to impede my majesty. The golden Frieza in the sky felt an overwhelming impatience. He was unaware of the identity of the man in red before him, but he had grown weary of this farcical spectacle akin to the tale of the gourd boy rescuing his grandfather. There was no other recourse. I shall take this matter seriously and eliminate all of you. Golden Frieza erupted with rage, charging towards Kame Sennin, seemingly intent on annihilating them directly. Whether it was Tenshinhan, Kame Sennin, or Chi-Chi, they all tensed in fear. However, Kame Sennin urged, "Stay back." Before his words could fully resonate, Sun Wufan had already vanished from his position. Frieza merely perceived a flash of red before a sharp pain surged through his abdomen. What? When did this happen? Golden Frieza instantly realized he had been struck in the stomach by Sun Wufan. The most alarming aspect was that he could not discern his opponent's movements. Impossible. How could I lose in this state? Frieza immediately teleported behind Sun Wufan, intending to counterattack. Yet his attacking hand was seized. Sun Wufan turned to face Frieza, meeting the fierce gaze of Super Saiyan 4, accentuated by red outlines, and a wave of fear surged within Frieza. Could it be that this is the true Super Saiyan? Frieza recalled the legends that circulated through the universe and felt a deep resentment towards Raditz for not disclosing the truth. The golden form was not the true Super Saiyan. This form clad in red with red eyeshadow was exponentially more formidable than that earlier golden-haired, lightning-infused boy. Just as this thought arose, Frieza forcefully suppressed it. After all, he was the emperor of the universe. How could he display such cowardice? He had yet to exert his full strength. As long as he went all out, victory was not out of reach. He was the great ice demon. How could he possibly lose to those barbaric, wretched monkeys? Well done. But if you think you can defeat me like this, you are sorely mistaken. Frieza shouted. his body erupting once more with golden energy. He sought to distance himself to regain his composure. Unfortunately, Sun Wukong offered him no respite, unleashing a flurry of punches upon Frieza. The marks of countless indents from his strikes appeared on Frieza's body. Subsequently, Sun Wukong clasped his hands together and struck Frieza's smooth, rounded head, sending him crashing into the ground. The more confidently he had spoken before, the more severely he was now being punished. Frieza, wincing in pain, attempted to rise but discovered his tail had been seized. Before he could ascertain who had grasped it, he felt the surroundings whirl around him as he was flung like a mere toy. Ultimately, amidst the tumult, his tail was severed and Frieza was tossed aside. Another explosive sound resonated, accompanied by the destruction of debris. Frieza struggled to regain his footing, only to realize he had reverted from his golden form back to his ordinary state. This was a dire situation, as his power had diminished exponentially. Cursed be this fate, Frieza roared, yet the sight of Sun Wukong steadily approaching him filled him with escalating dread. Incredible! I never anticipated the existence of such an extraordinary individual in the universe. The last time I felt such fear was when facing the god of destruction, Beerus. Sun Wukong murmured, Frieza, prepare to meet your end. He had never felt such fury before. Frieza, paralyzed by fear, could not utter a word. Just then, he spotted a green figure beside him. Gudu, Frieza exclaimed, awakening the other. Upon awakening, Gudu found himself ensnared by Frieza, who charged forward. Frieza, Lord Frieza? Quickly, use your abilities to sever that fellow's tail. Frieza shouted. Observing Frieza's frantic demeanor, Sun Wukong remained unfazed. On the contrary, he felt his opponent's speed was tragically sluggish. So perish here, Frieza. Sun Wukong prepared to eliminate Frieza. However, when did this happen? Sun Wukong was taken aback to discover a diminutive green figure had appeared behind him. He could not even perceive the figure's movements. This green figure was Gudu, who was now panting heavily. Fool, you fell for it. Gudu possessed the ability to halt time. Frieza laughed heartily. While there were some discrepancies, this formidable being ultimately succumbed to my intellect. As Frieza's laughter echoed, Sun Wukong's body gradually shrank, ultimately transforming into a naked child who collapsed to the ground. So it was this little brat. Frieza, observing the figure on the ground, felt a sense of trepidation, realizing that Saiyans possessed such capabilities. It seemed imperative to eradicate them swiftly. As he contemplated this, Frieza prepared to strike. Magical. Ceiling. Frieza curiously glanced behind, only to find an elderly man with a bald head and a three-eyed companion, forming a duo of bald-headed figures. They were accompanied by a rice cooker. Of course, Frieza had no knowledge of what a rice cooker was. He knew these two were not formidable. Even in his diminished state, they were no match for him, even if he exerted all his strength. Thus, Frieza disregarded them and continued to focus on the unconscious Sun Wukong, his murderous intent intensifying. He could not afford to hesitate any longer. Boom! Came Sannin and Tenshinhan united their efforts to unleash the magical sealing wave. Frieza let out a ghastly scream as his form twisted, ultimately becoming confined within the rice cooker. Tenshinhan swiftly affixed a sealing symbol onto the rice cooker, subsequently transforming it back into a capsule. He then collapsed to the ground alongside Kame Sannin, utterly exhausted. We have won. Chapter 33, Undercurrents. Gudu, having witnessed Frieza's capture, had long since vanished. Kame Sannin and Tenshinhan, drained of their strength, found themselves unable to move. They had anticipated the cost of their lives when executing the magical sealing wave. Unexpectedly, before his demise, Shaolin seemed to have imbued his rice cooker with the formidable power of the magical sealing wave, which facilitated the effortless sealing of Frieza by Kame Sannin and Tianjin Fan, sparing them the sacrifice of their own lives. Shaolin had previously learned the magical sealing wave from me before embarking on his journey to Namek. Yet it is unfortunate that he did not have the opportunity to employ it himself. Kame Sannin's tone carried a hint of regret. It's all right, Master Wutian. The dragon on Namek can revive the same individual an unlimited number of times. Tianjin Fan, with one eye closed, gasped heavily. Far away, Vegeta and his companions suddenly paused. Just moments ago, Vegeta appeared astonished. Frieza's energy has vanished. Not only Vegeta, but also Yamcha and Jiaozi sensed this change. Vegeta immediately decided to return to investigate the situation. However, Bulma shouted for him to stay. With no other choice, Vegeta found a safe spot to set Bulma down and flew towards the battlefield. Upon arrival, he was met with a scene of devastation. There was no trace of Frieza. Only came Sennin and Tianjin Fan supporting each other, along with Chi-Chi cradling Gohan. What transpired? Vegeta inquired curiously as he approached Kame's Sennin and Tianjin Fan. Despite his exhaustion, Tianjin Fan stood resolute before this former adversary, unyielding due to his mastery of Kame-style energy flow and the latent potential awakened by the Elder. Thus, Tianjin Fan revealed the details of Gohan's battle with Frieza and the eventual sealing of Frieza alongside Kame Sennin. Upon hearing this, Vegeta fell silent, his jaw clenched tightly. He had always believed himself to be the chosen one. After Kame Sennin and Tianjin Fan concluded their conversation, they limped past Vegeta. He glanced at Gohan, tenderly held by Chi-Chi in the distance. Damn it, Vegeta muttered, suddenly turning to call out to Kame Sennin and Tianjin Fan. They looked back in confusion. Can you teach me? Tell me what cultivation is? Kame Sennin and Tianjin Fan exchanged glances. Meanwhile, King Kai transferred the bodies of Goku and Shaolin to King Kai's planet. Shortly after their demise, King Kai had already witnessed the events unfold. Shaolin, seeing this plump deity for the first time, was filled with curiosity. Yet, King Kai sighed. You dared to provoke that Frieza character. You truly had it coming. As he spoke, King Kai observed the battle between Gohan and Frieza through a crystal ball. Witnessing Piccolo's demise while saving Gohan caused Goku to spring up, his face increasingly aflame with fury. Ultimately, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. What the hell? Shaolin exclaimed. You didn't transform while you were alive, and now you do? While lamenting Goku's transformation, Shaolin sighed. The narrative of this Dragon Ball world was entirely different from that in the anime, leaving him perplexed. As a time traveler, he had been defeated by the natives. A true embarrassment. As Shaolin sighed, the unfolding events within the crystal ball took a dramatic turn. First, Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 2, then into a giant ape, and finally into Super Saiyan 4. Shaolin was left in awe. What sort of plot is this? Frieza's transformation into Golden Frieza was already astonishing, and Gohan's transitions into Super Saiyan 2 and 4 were even more outrageous. During this, Gohan lost his tail, causing everyone to clench their hearts. However, when Kame Sennin and Tianjin Fan used the magical sealing wave to seal Frieza, a sense of relief washed over him. It seemed Master Wutian had indeed grasped his intention. This roller coaster of emotions reminded him of the last time he watched the Cell games. Gohan was truly remarkable. After witnessing this, Goku felt compelled. It seems I must work harder as a father. Let us train, Shaolin. Goku's competitive spirit was ignited, inviting Shaolin to join him in training. Shaolin nodded in agreement, recognizing the necessity. With such vast narrative arcs in this world, if he did not cultivate, he might find himself back on King Kai's planet during the Android Saga. Thus, Shaolin and Goku began their training under King Kai's guidance. Goku's training direction was uncertain, but Shaolin focused on mastering the Kaioken and Kamehameha techniques. Of course, he also aimed to further develop the Kame-style energy flow. He needed to discover techniques more powerful than Super Saiyan. After Frieza was sealed, the Z-Warriors returned to their respective homes. Although much of the area was devastated, the Dragon Balls could restore everything, offering great convenience. Bulma and the others planned to construct a new spaceship to journey to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls. However, at this moment, we shift our focus to another character. Dr. Gero and Android 19, the Mediterranean old man in a white lab coat, and the portly pale-faced figure wore garments emblazoned with the double R emblem of the Red Ribbon Army. Unlike in the original, Dr. Gero had not undergone any modifications. I never imagined Goku would attract the attention of extraterrestrials, Dr. Gero remarked as he surveyed the chaotic battlefield. At that moment, a miniature robot perched on Android 19's hand. Doctor, the data on Golden Frieza and the red form of Gohan has been fully collected, Android 19 reported respectfully. Excellent. With this data, I shall create the most formidable android warriors. Dr. Gero exclaimed excitedly. All right, Goku, this time you will learn that science reigns supreme. You brutes shall witness it. Just as they were about to leave, Android 19 pointed toward the ruins, revealing ahead the unconscious Raditz, felled by Gohan's strike. Interesting. Let us take him as a test subject for our strongest warriors. At Bowsy Mountain, Goku's home, a knock echoed at the door. Coming. In the bedroom, Chi-Chi, who was guarding the sleeping Gohan, stepped out. She was puzzled as to who would visit her in such a remote mountain area. Upon opening the door, she was met by two oddly dressed individuals. one with white hair and pointed ears, wearing a rather sinister smile. May I ask who you are? Before she could finish her sentence, Chi-Chi fainted as one of them pointed at her forehead. Please rest for a while, madam, the leader said, and Chi-Chi collapsed. The large figure behind swiftly caught her and gently laid her down. What happened to Chi-Chi? Ox King heard the commotion and emerged. Who are you? Just as he began to speak, the large figure knocked him out. The two then entered Gohan's bedroom. The white-haired, pointed-eared individual placed his hand on Gohan. After a flash of white light, he declared, "It is done. He is sealed." Is this truly necessary, Lord Kaishin? The large figure remarked. I believe this young man is not malevolent. His power is immense. Aside from Lord Beerus, I have never encountered such strength. If things go awry, the entire universe could be annihilated. Upon concluding his statement, the white-haired, pointed-eared individual vanished with the large figure. Chapter 34, Defeated Yamcha. The dragon on Namek grants wishes 3 times within 4 months. Vegeta had been training on Earth for 4 months, residing in Kame Sennin's house, learning martial arts knowledge from him. Although Kame Sennin's strength was lacking, his insights into martial arts proved greatly beneficial to Vegeta. Naturally, Vegeta would never show this outwardly. Sigh. At my age, just don't wear me out, Kame Sennin lamented, driven to engage in sparring with Vegeta. Humph, rest assured, old man. I shall only employ a fraction of my strength against you. In truth, I find the offensive and defensive techniques of you Earthlings quite fascinating. Vegeta struck a pose beside him. Since Vegeta had suppressed his energy, even the old Kame Sennin could hold his own against him. However, ultimately, Kame Sennin found himself at a disadvantage, as Vegeta, feeling cornered, exerted a bit more force than intended and accidentally knocked Kame Sennin to the ground. Vegeta, taken aback, rushed forward and inquired, Are you all right, old man? If it's too much, don't force yourself. You were the one who insisted on training with me. This is hardly my fault for your weakness. Deep down, Vegeta felt a twinge of remorse, yet as the prince of the Saiyans, he found it difficult to utter gentle words. Very well, I shall seek other sparring partners next time. Observing the pained expression on Kame Sennin's face, Vegeta ultimately felt a pang of sympathy. It had been 4 months since Frieza had been sealed away, and during this time, Vegeta had trained under Kame Sennin, experiencing a significant increase in power, now boasting a battle strength of approximately 150,000. However, such power found no equal among opponents on Earth. Tien had been outclassed by Vegeta a month prior. Vegeta had initially intended to spar with Gohan, but Gohan's battle strength appeared rather unstable. Without the enhancement of his rage, it had plummeted to around 20,000. He was so formidable when he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta could not shake the feeling that Gohan was merely putting on a performance. Angrily, he shouted at Gohan, accusing him of forgetting the pride of the Saiyans, which frightened Gohan to tears. Bulma, incensed, scolded Vegeta and sent him away. Just as Vegeta found himself in a predicament, a plane descended from the sky. Out stepped Bulma. Hello, Vegeta. Vegeta scoffed and turned away. This annoying woman again, always interrupting my training. Accompanying Bulma was Yamcha, whose face was pale and filled with worry. Lately, Bulma had been frequently seeking out Vegeta, who was training at Kame Sennin's house, and Yamcha sensed that something significant was about to transpire. Moreover, Bulma seemed increasingly indifferent toward him. Previously, he had felt secure in his relationship with Bulma, often venturing out to socialize with other girls without concern. But as Bulma began to neglect him, he found himself fixated on her. Each time Bulma arrived, it encroached upon Vegeta's training time, which he deemed quite rude. Therefore, every encounter with Bulma left Vegeta feeling exasperated. Vegeta, would you like to accompany me to Namek? Bulma leaned closer, speaking softly. In the past, such invitations would have been dismissed by Vegeta, for he was the proud prince of the Saiyans and would never accompany another on a journey. However, through his training with Tien, Vegeta had learned of the encounters Tien and Krillin had faced on Namek, and he had heard rumors of the Grand Elder's ability to unlock latent potential. To be candid, Vegeta felt a stir of excitement. Thus, when Bulma issued her invitation, he haughtily declined, remaining true to his princely demeanor. Humph, I had no intention of going, but since I injured the old man, I cannot train. I suppose I shall accompany you briefly. Wonderful, Vegeta, Bulma exclaimed, joyously embracing him. What are you doing? Vegeta was taken aback by her warmth, feeling momentarily flustered. Damn it, they never taught me how to handle such situations in my elite upbringing. Wait. Yamcha rushed over, separating the two. Vegeta stepped back, feigning disdain, yet secretly wishing for the moment to last a bit longer. What is this? You were the one who didn't want to go with me in the first place. Bulma exclaimed, somewhat irritated. Since the incident at the bar, her disappointment in Yamcha had only grown. Recently, she had intended to travel to Namek to seek the Dragon Balls to resurrect Goku and Krillin, wanting Yamcha to accompany her. However, due to his fear of Frieza, he was reluctant to venture into the cosmos. Hence, Bulma sought out Vegeta. She had developed a favorable impression of him. Initially, they had not gotten along, but over time, she discovered that beneath his stubborn exterior lay a rather simple soul, not to mention he was quite handsome. No, I cannot agree. Aren't you two the only ones on the spaceship? Yamcha shouted at Bulma, I am your boyfriend. Taken aback by his outburst, Bulma fell silent for a moment. She then turned to Yamcha and asked, would you be willing to accompany me to Namek? Yamcha's face contorted with difficulty as he recalled the overwhelming sensation he had felt while watching Frieza battle from a distance. That immense aura had made it hard for him to breathe, and his fear of the outer universe had taken root deep within him. Ultimately, Yamcha remained silent. Bulma then departed with Vegeta. Kame Sennin observed Yamcha's despondent figure from behind, easily discerning his discontent. However, he had no intention of meddling in others' affairs, shaking his head as he returned to Kame House, leaving Yamcha alone in a whirlwind of confusion. Meanwhile, on North Kai's planet, Krillin was engaged in a sparring match with Goku. The Kai and Piccolo could only watch in awe. Although Piccolo had become considerably stronger over the past 4 months of training, he was still far outclassed by the two before him. At this moment, the mightiest Goku had elevated his power from approximately 5 million to 6 million through his training. Krillin, while diligent, had only managed to increase his battle strength from around 480,000 to approximately 530,000 without any external enhancements. Nevertheless, Krillin was quite satisfied with this progress. Having previously spent 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber to achieve only a modest increase, to now gain several 100,000 in just 4 months was a source of joy for him. Despite the 70,000 disparity between his and Goku's powers, Krillin had cleverly devised unexpected combat techniques, allowing him to hold his ground against Goku. At times, he even managed to gain the upper hand. However, in a moment of frustration, Goku landed a punch that sent Krillin crashing to the ground. Just as Goku was about to boast, he was struck from behind. It was then that Goku realized the Krillin he had knocked down was merely a clone. Indeed, Krillin had mastered the ability to create clones. This technique had been inspired by Tien's four-way technique. In the heat of battle, he would create smoke to obscure his movements and confuse his opponents with his clones. Meanwhile, his true self remained hidden, harnessing his full power while masking his energy. When facing opponents of comparable strength, discerning their moves with the naked eye proved challenging, necessitating reliance on energy sensing. However, concealing one's energy could hinder the ability to perform at full capacity. Krillin's ability to conceal his energy while unleashing his full strength was the result of relentless effort over time. He had developed this combat technique because the afterimage technique had become ineffective against higher-tier opponents. Having once enjoyed this technique in the Dragon Ball anime, he sought to create a substitute for it. Additionally, his exposure to Naruto had provided him with excellent insights into the shadow clone and replacement techniques. This newly developed combat technique allowed him to fight against an opponent with a 70,000 power advantage, but Goku, now incensed, was ready to retaliate. In the midst of continuous oppression, he unleashed a classic technique of the Saiyans. After a burst of golden light, he transformed into a Super Saiyan with golden hair and azure eyes. Very well, Kobayashi conceded defeat immediately. At present, he was not equipped to confront the might of a Super Saiyan. Chapter 35, New Energy Flow. This is rather dull, Kobayashi. Let us engage in a serious battle. Goku, in his Super Saiyan form, felt an overwhelming urge to fight. He had yet to fully adapt to this mode. After a moment of contemplation, Kobayashi realized he could not allow himself to be intimidated by his opponent's strength. After all, when facing an enemy, they would not spare you simply because of your weakness. With renewed determination, Kobayashi was eager to try his hand. The two positioned themselves on either side, with Kobayashi warning Goku to be cautious, as he would unleash his full power. First came the Kamehameha wave, but this was no ordinary Kamehameha, it was a tenfold version, with the appearance of white outlines. Kobayashi's battle power surged to 52 million. Next was the Kaioken. A wave of crimson energy erupted, instantly elevating his power to 20 times. This represented the limit of the Kaioken technique, which inflicted tremendous strain on the user's body, particularly the heart. Kobayashi was not fond of techniques that compromised one's health for strength, but since he was already dead, such concerns were moot. Now, his battle power was 156 million, while Super Saiyan Goku's was 300 million, nearly a twofold disparity. Yet, this did not dampen the fervor of either combatant. Wait a moment. The North Kao intervened, alarmed. The intensity of their energy was so formidable that it caused the entire North Kao planet, and indeed, the whole underworld, to tremble. If a battle were to ensue, it could very well upend the entirety of the underworld, the Dragon Road, and hell itself. This was a long-awaited duel between comrades. The North Kao's council, however, fell on deaf ears. I will exert my utmost, Kobayashi, Goku declared, his voice brimming with martial spirit. Come on. Kobayashi, equally resolute, smirked slightly. The two were on the verge of an explosive confrontation, invisible clashes erupting across the North Kao planet. The sheer force made it difficult for onlookers to maintain their footing. The speed of the Super Saiyan was astonishing. Kobayashi, relying on his exceptional mastery of ki, barely sensed Goku's strikes. However, the strength of the Super Saiyan was formidable. Even when he managed to block, it left his arms tingling, aware that he could not win by brute force given their power disparity. Kobayashi opted for a more tactical approach. He seized an opportunity with the solar flare, temporarily blinding Goku, and then launched a series of rapid strikes while concealing his ki. Unfortunately, despite Goku's might, he could only passively endure the onslaught without his vision and ki perception. Soon, however, Kobayashi encountered a dilemma. He could not breach the Super Saiyan's defenses. This realization was hard for him to accept. Damn it, I have no choice but to use that technique, he thought, although it was newly developed and fraught with drawbacks. However, he was determined not to concede defeat. New energy flow. Countless luminous points emerged, drawn from the various creatures inhabiting the North Kao planet and the underworld. These energies gradually coalesced around Kobayashi. Goku refrained from continuing the fight, recognizing that this was Kobayashi's newly devised technique based on the Spirit Bomb. Unlike the Spirit Bomb, which required energy from others, this technique concentrated energy within oneself to enhance one's own strength. Kobayashi's battle power soared above 200 million. Yet, agony etched across his face. For this technique bore significant side effects. The essence of the Spirit Bomb was pure and benevolent, necessitating a righteous and innocent heart from its user. Being a traveler from another world, Kobayashi could not maintain the same purity as Goku. Thus, integrating this energy into his body not only strained his physical form, but also inflicted harm upon his spirit and soul. Even in death, the pain was excruciating. He even struggled to fully conceal his ki. Kobayashi and Goku clashed once more, but due to the damage inflicted upon his spirit, Kobayashi's techniques faltered, and he ultimately succumbed to Goku's might. Afterward, Kobayashi lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Truly, this new technique had significant flaws. He needed to find a way to improve it. Goku, brimming with joy, helped Kobayashi to his feet, seemingly exhilarated by the battle they had just experienced. The mindset of a battle enthusiast was utterly baffling. Meanwhile, the North Kao surveyed the devastated planet in silence, hoping that Bulma and Vegeta would quickly locate the Dragon Balls to revive these troublesome individuals. The inhabitants of the underworld were equally terrified, for the recent display of power seemed capable of obliterating their realm. King Enma sat in his tilted throne, shaken and apprehensive. Were it not for the North Kao's presence, he would have sought out Goku to express his grievances. Do not treat the underworld as your personal training ground. However, the tormented souls of the underworld soon found their wishes granted. At that moment, Vegeta and Bulma had already arrived on Namek. As the most formidable warrior, Nail had detected the presence of outsiders. Yet, the Grand Elder merely smiled. No worries, they are not foes. Go inform the villagers to bring forth the Dragon Balls. Having seen the entirety of the Dragon Ball saga in Kobayashi's memories, the Grand Elder was well aware of Bulma and Vegeta, thus instructing Nail to procure the Dragon Balls. When Bulma and Vegeta arrived, they were astonished to find the towering, benevolent Grand Elder. Bulma exclaimed, "So many Piccolos. Vegeta, come here," the Grand Elder beckoned. Vegeta frowned. "Why should I heed the words of a Namekian? Hurry, or others will not allow us to use the Dragon Balls," Bulma urged. Reluctantly, Vegeta approached. Observing this, The Grand Elder chuckled, truly, a Saiyan afraid of his wife. Upon hearing this, Vegeta grew agitated. You don't speak nonsense. How absurd, you old Namekian. Bulma, with her hands on her flushed cheeks, looked on as the Grand Elder, amused by their reactions, placed his hand atop Vegeta's head. With a flash of white light, Vegeta's latent potential was unleashed. What immense power! Vegeta's battle power skyrocketed to 4 million. What have you done? He inquired, his tone betraying newfound respect for the Grand Elder. After all, someone had significantly boosted his battle power, compelling even the proud Saiyan prince to exhibit politeness. Subsequently, the Namekians arrived at the Grand Elder's dwelling with the Dragon Balls. Shenron, the Eternal Dragon, was summoned. After Bulma remarked on his rather unattractive appearance, he resurrected Piccolo and Kobayashi. For the third wish, Vegeta intended to request immortality, but Bulma intervened, asserting that there were more pressing desires. Ultimately, after a dismissive snort from Vegeta, Bulma successfully claimed the right to this wish. I wish for better physique and skin. Your wish is granted. After all 3 wishes were fulfilled, Shenron transformed into 7 large stone Dragon Balls and fell to the ground. The sky cleared once more. Vegeta stared at Bulma in disbelief. This is what you deemed more important? He grumbled. Are you foolish? Bulma retorted, what foolishness? Don't you think a girl's physique and skin are of utmost importance? At this, Vegeta began to scrutinize Bulma from head to toe. Indeed, her figure had become more alluring, her skin fair and radiant. She was truly captivating. Vegeta found himself unable to restrain a swallow. However, he soon became aware of his indiscretion and promptly turned away, for his face was flushed with warmth. Bored, he managed to utter 2 words after a prolonged silence. Bulma, observing Vegeta's embarrassment, chose not to confront him, instead offering a mischievous smile that made Vegeta quite uncomfortable. He felt his pride as a Saiyan prince gradually diminishing in the presence of this woman, yet he could not harbor any resentment. Truth be told, Vegeta rather enjoyed the sensation of being teased. How absurd it was for a proud Saiyan prince to entertain such strange thoughts. On his way home, Vegeta muttered to himself. Nearby, Bulma discreetly extended a greeting. Chapter 36. The new training method of Xiaolin on the planet Beijiawang. Upon the resurrection of Piccolo and Xiaolin, the Kai swiftly shooed them away as one would a fly. With Piccolo's revival, the deity was also restored, allowing the Dragon Balls of Earth to be utilized once more. After Xiaolin returned to life, he summoned the Dragon of Earth to resurrect the cities and people destroyed by the Frieza force. Thus, Earth returned to its former state. And even Goku was revived. Xiaolin sought out Gohan and discovered that while Gohan's combat power had increased, it remained relatively low. Moreover, he could no longer transform into a Super Saiyan, let alone achieve Super Saiyan 4. How regrettable. Xiaolin had hoped for a significant ally. However, he realized that Gohan was still young. One could not expect a child to protect him. Children should be allowed to grow up joyfully. Resolute, Xiaolin decided to dedicate himself to improving his martial skills. Upon returning, Xiaolin reminisced with Master Roshi, preparing a sumptuous feast for him before taking his leave. He intended to travel beyond Earth to train in the cosmos and wished to learn the divine technique of instant transmission. With this skill, he would gain greater maneuverability. Before departing, Xiaolin visited Bulma, seeking a superior combat power detector. To his surprise, he encountered Vegeta, who had just emerged from a bath. It appeared that Vegeta had been left behind in the gravity training chamber created by Bulma. Upon seeing his former rival, Vegeta could hardly contain his eagerness. Ah, you're back. Little bald head. Vegeta's demeanor was insufferably cocky, ever since unlocking his potential with the Elder. Tragic Vegeta, what brings you here? Xiaolin was equally curious. Without the Namek incident, could Bulma truly maintain a relationship with Vegeta? Was this fate? Let us spar. Vegeta disregarded Xiaolin's mispronunciation. No, I'm pressed for time, Xiaolin replied. Lacking interest. Though Vegeta had indeed grown stronger, without the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, he was no match for Xiaolin. As Xiaolin attempted to leave, Vegeta abruptly launched an attack. Xiaolin effortlessly evaded and countered with the Kamehameha, striking Vegeta on the neck, rendering him unconscious. As he fell, Vegeta heard Xiaolin exclaim, "Alas, you are far too weak." In his discontent, Vegeta dreamt of being relegated from second place to third, a vexing thought. Upon awakening, he sought out Xiaolin, only to learn that Xiaolin had already ventured into outer space. From that point on, Vegeta became frenzied in his training within the gravity chamber. Xiaolin's method of traveling through the cosmos was not via a spacecraft, but through the technique of flight. He conceived a novel training approach, aspiring to enhance his new techniques and energy absorption. He resolved to perpetually adapt his body to absorb energy from various sources. Xiaolin reasoned that just as humans develop muscles through rigorous training, he could gain resilience through frequent energy absorption. If his body could fully acclimate to new energy flows, he would possess the means to contend with Super Saiyans. Thus, he envisioned a solitary journey through space. Normally, humans require sustenance and oxygen. However, while developing new energy flows, Xiaolin discovered that energy itself contained life-sustaining properties. Therefore, as long as he could continuously absorb energy, he could forego food and breathing. The absence of oxygen and nourishment in space conveniently aligned with Xiaolin's training intentions. Should he fail to absorb energy adequately while traversing the cosmos, his life would be in peril. Xiaolin hoped to surpass his limits under the threat of death. But what if he were to perish? Could anyone truly die in the world of Dragon Balls? Initially, breaking through the atmosphere was quite uncomfortable. Due to the pressure differential, Xiaolin felt immense strain on his insides. Fortunately, as the strongest human with a combat power of 5.2 million, he persevered. However, this discomfort was fleeting. Once internal and external pressures equalized, the sensation dissipated. In truth, Xiaolin wished for the discomfort to last a bit longer, as it was an effective form of training. Once acclimated to the weightlessness, he began to fly at great speeds, setting his sights on Namek. Presently, he was unaware of the location of Yardrat. With Xiaolin's speed and periodic rest, he could reach Namek in 3 or 4 days. However, as this was a training journey, he intended to explore any planets with formidable energy signatures along the way. In the days that followed, Xiaolin encountered a myriad of planets, some barren, some entirely aquatic, and others covered in dense forests, each inhabited by various peculiar creatures. Though none exhibited substantial strength, it was perplexing. Xiaolin recalled the previous Dragon Ball saga, where Goku and his companions frequently encountered formidable foes. Why was it that he found no such challenges? No wonder Frieza, with a base power of 530,000, could reign as the emperor of the universe. Xiaolin believed he could do the same. Yet, he had little interest in real estate. If given a choice, he would open a restaurant in the most bustling city on Earth after the peace was restored, confident that his culinary skills, honed in the real world, would be a tremendous success. But now was not the time for such musings. He needed to diligently train to confront the impending android threat. Xiaolin had contemplated seeking out Dr. Gero immediately to eliminate him and Cell. However, after the turmoil with Golden Frieza, he hesitated. What if Dr. Gero's android plans were already completed? Xiaolin recalled from the movies that there were more androids than just 17 and 18. There were also 13, 14, and 15. Would he be walking into a trap? After all, with all his techniques combined, he could barely reach a combat power of 200 million. While he had not encountered any formidable opponents in the cosmos, Xiaolin uncovered a significant secret. Energy exists within every object in the universe. He did not fully understand the principles of energy, but he had discovered that absorbing energy requires establishing a connection with it through his own energy. After departing from Earth, Xiaolin noticed that the energy he collected from the planet weakened the farther he traveled from it. Thus, he resolved to linger on each planet he visited to connect with the local energy, ensuring he could continuously replenish his energy supply in the cosmos. Because of this, a journey that should have taken a few days stretched into 6 months before he reached Namek. During this period, Xiaolin's combat power increased by 100,000, totaling 5.3 million. However, due to the prolonged absorption of energy, Xiaolin's body adapted. Now, he could effortlessly amplify his combat power tenfold merely by absorbing energy. With the addition of 10-fold Kamehameha and 20-fold Kaioken, Xiaolin's ultimate explosive power reaches 5,300,000 multiplied by 40, totaling 201,200,000. However, this state does not last long, dissipating in approximately half an hour. This is quite remarkable. Not akin to animation where 20 episodes are drawn in 5 minutes. Half an hour would equate to 120 episodes. Eventually, Xiaolin arrives at Namek, where Shenlong, has also been refreshed. Yet, the Grand Elder declares that Shenlong is unnecessary as he already knows the location of planet Yadrat. Under the Grand Elder's guidance, Xiaolin sets off towards planet Yadrat. Chapter 37, Trunks arrives. Instant transmission is indeed a divine skill. Shaolin has long yearned for this ability. When he first saw Goku using it merely for travel or a quick flash during battle, he felt it was a waste. If given this power, he would surely master instant transmission to its fullest potential. The Grand Elder explains that planet Yadrit is quite distant from Namek and at Shaolin's speed. It would take approximately half a year to reach. During the previous half-year journey to Namek, his battle power increased by 100,000. Shaolin is aware that this is not a feasible approach, as even the most extraordinary techniques require a robust physique to support them. Therefore, aside from cultivating his energy, he prioritizes physical training once more. Whenever he passes through inhospitable planets, he stays for a while. Finally, after a year and a half, Shaolin arrives at planet Yadrit. After an extensive cosmic journey of over a year, his battle power surges dramatically, rising from 530,000 to 650,000. Compared to protagonists in other novels, this may seem lacking, yet Shaolin has no external aids. An increase of over 120,000 in a year and a half is already commendable. Shaolin believes that with continuous effort, he will undoubtedly become the strongest. If a year is insufficient, then 10 years. If 10 years are not enough, then 100 years. At worst, he could wish for eternal youth from Shenlong. The inhabitants of planet Yadrit are amiable and, upon sensing Shaolin's benevolent energy, readily acquiesce to his request. Thus, Shaolin begins his training in instant transmission on planet Yadrit. Meanwhile, on Earth, sensing an unusual energy, everyone gathers together. A familiar spacecraft descends upon a desolate area. From it emerges a squad of fish-like aliens wielding firearms, with King Cold, Frieza's father, at their center. This marks the prologue of the android saga. In the original story, King Cold and mechanical Frieza arrive, only to be defeated by the time-traveling Trunks. However, Goku is currently on Earth. For the past 2 years, Goku has been urged by Chi-Chi to find a job to support the family, thereby neglecting his training. Nevertheless, his battle power has significantly improved. If one were to examine Goku's battle power with a scouter, they would discover that it has risen from 600,000 2 years ago to 900,000 now. Truly the hallmark of a protagonist. In the Z Saga, he remains formidable, unlike in Super where he was drastically weakened to a mere shadow of his former self, even being injured by firearms. On the other hand, Vegeta, having been knocked unconscious by Shaolin 2 years prior, felt his pride severely wounded. He devoted himself to training, often emerging battered and bruised. Over these 2 years, his progress has been remarkable, skyrocketing from 400,000 to 800,000 in battle power. The main cast truly seems to have an advantage. As for Gohan, due to his mother Chi-Chi, he completed his elementary education at the tender age of 6, becoming the most educated Saiyan. Additionally, Vegeta acknowledges that only Goku on Earth can match him in combat, frequently seeking sparring sessions with Goku. Initially, Vegeta looked down upon Goku, seeing himself as the proud prince of the Saiyans, while Goku was merely a low-class warrior's child. However, upon witnessing Goku transform into a Super Saiyan, he seethed, "Damn Kakarot. When will you also attain such power?" Vegeta felt a deep resentment, believing he should have been the second Super Saiyan after Gohan, only to see that title snatched away by Kakarot. Am I to be relegated to the third? As the last remaining Saiyan, he felt isolated. Thus, the concept of Super Saiyan became a thorn in Vegeta's side. Even now, facing King Cold, Vegeta lacks confidence in his abilities and can only deal with the minions on the sidelines. Goku, meanwhile, engages in a fierce battle with King Cold as a Super Saiyan. In truth, Goku could defeat King Cold, but as a pure-blooded Saiyan, he is easily swept away by the tide of battle. Suddenly, Goku clutches his chest. Seizing the moment, King Cold successfully ambushes him, reverting Goku to his normal state. Indeed, pure-blooded Saiyans either dominate or suffer defeat, just as King Cold cackles triumphantly. Proclaiming his intent to avenge Frieza, a young boy clad in Capsule Corporation attire transforms into a Super Saiyan and swiftly dispatches King Cold, rescuing the pained Goku. Everyone watches in astonishment. They had just witnessed Goku's defeat and felt despair, yet unexpectedly, a handsome youth arrives to save the day. Who is this? Why is he wearing our company's uniform? So handsome, Bulma exclaims. Vegeta, however, wears a scowl, realizing that he is no longer the third to achieve Super Saiyan status, as someone else has surpassed him. Who are you? Only Kakarot and that kid remain of our race. Vegeta approaches with a challenge, forgetting the existence of Raditz. Trunks, observing Vegeta's inquiry, remains silent, thinking, is this really my father? Just as Mom described, he is somewhat difficult to get along with. This seems to be the first time Trunks has seen his father and is a bit nervous, struggling to find words. Vegeta, noticing Trunks' disregard for him, feels a surge of anger but is helpless, knowing he cannot overpower him. Trunks, seeing his father sulking, initially wishes to speak but feels shy and unsure of how to begin. Ultimately, it is Bulma who interjects. Don't you think this child resembles Vegeta a bit? Trunks reflects, thinking, Mom was truly beautiful in her youth. Bulma's comment catches Vegeta's attention, prompting him to scrutinize Trunks. He realizes it is indeed true. The boy shares his nose and mouth. Yet, he cannot accept that this individual is taller than him. This thought leads Vegeta to feel that Shaolin is not so intolerable after all. Though that individual may be stronger, he is still shorter. Facing his youthful parents, Trunks struggles for words, deciding to focus on the task at hand. He first administers a heart medication to the ailing Goku, who gradually stabilizes. Beside Goku, Gohan timidly expresses his gratitude. Thank you. Trunks then recognizes Gohan. Gohan? Gohan appears bewildered. Do I look that old? Gohan, come here. I have something to tell you, Trunks states, perceiving Gohan as a trustworthy ally. All right, Gohan nods, deciding to listen since Trunks has called him brother. However, as Gohan's true father, Piccolo is not inclined to allow a stranger to take Gohan away. Wait, what do you intend to do with Gohan? Piccolo interjects, then admonishes Gohan. Don't follow strangers without knowing their identity. They might sell you off. It's Uncle Piccolo. Gohan still listens attentively to Piccolo's guidance. Meanwhile, Trunks searches his mind for information. He recalled the information his mother had once shared about this individual. Oh, you are the one with the constantly green complexion, Bick, exclaimed Tynan Kusi. What? Bick gasped, turning an even deeper shade of green. How rude could this person be? If he weren't afraid of losing, Bick would have relished the opportunity to confront him alone. But my mother mentioned that you seem to be only around 8 or 9 years old. Why does Gohan call you Uncle Bick? Gohan, overhearing Tynan Kusi's words, felt as if struck by lightning. It turned out that Uncle Bick was only a few years older than himself. Bick was still astonished that this young man knew so much about him when he heard Gohan timidly suggest, should I start calling you Brother Bick then? Hearing Gohan address him like that, Bick was unwilling to accept it. Would he then have to call son Wukong Uncle Wukong? Absolutely not. Moreover, Bick could not bear the thought of being Gohan's brother. He aspired to be his true father. This was the author's humorous commentary. Nami on Namek. A year equates to 10 years for Earthlings. In a moment of inspiration, Bick concocted a lie. So, in reality, I am over 80 years old. Then should I call you Uncle Bick? Gohan asked again. No, you should still call me Uncle Bick. Don't go changing titles. Bick replied, slightly agitated. All right, Gohan nodded. Tynan Kusi observed this comedic exchange and suddenly felt that Bick might indeed be a trustworthy individual. Noticing the slight intimacy Gohan displayed towards him confirmed this. Thus, Tynan Kusi resolved to inform Bick about the forthcoming emergence of artificial beings, marking the official commencement of the artificial human saga within this narrative. Chapter 38. The explosion beneath Raditz. Within a concealed cavern on Earth lay an array of high-tech inventions, where soil and machinery formed an unusual aesthetic. This was the lair of Dr. Gero. At this moment, Dr. Gero was gazing at a massive incubation tank emitting a faint green glow. Inside, Raditz lay in slumber, connected to various tubes. Doctor, we have just detected a high-energy reaction. Should we proceed to gather data? Inquired the pale, rotund number 19 as he approached Dr. Gero. No need. With the cells of that red Saiyan and golden Frieza, the rest are merely insignificant insects, Dr. Gero dismissed. Upon bringing Raditz back to the lab, he discovered that Raditz's potential exceeded that of his prized creations, number 17 and number 18. Originally, he intended to inject the cells of golden Frieza and the red Super Saiyan into number 17 and number 18 respectively. However, upon observing Raditz, Dr. Gero devised a new plan. He sought to determine if Raditz's body could withstand the powers of both. Consequently, Dr. Gero activated the device, injecting the cells of golden Frieza and the red Super Saiyan into Raditz's body. An overwhelming force erupted immediately. Quickly activate the containment device. It'll be troublesome if those Earthlings sense this energy, Dr. Gero commanded. The containment is already in place. Doctor, number 19 had already taken action as Gero's capable assistant. Excellent. Dr. Gero praised. Number 19 was intelligent and obedient. Otherwise, Dr. Gero would not have entrusted him with such responsibilities. Suddenly, an explosion occurred. The incubation tank shattered, sending glass and liquid flying everywhere, with number 19 fortuitously shielding Dr. Gero. Once the chaos subsided, the scene was left in disarray, strewn with shards of glass and water. Raditz lay on the ground, his lower body obliterated from the waist down. Alas, a failure, Dr. Gero remarked nonchalantly. He then instructed number 19. Let us switch to another incubation tank. This one is too damaged to create a complete cyborg. Dr. Gero thought to himself, what a so-called warrior race, unable to endure. It seemed he would have to revert to his original plan, injecting the cells of Golden Frieza and the Red Super Saiyan into number 17 and number 18's bodies. Dr. Gero approached the incubation chambers of number 17 and number 18, administering the cells of Golden Frieza and the Red Super Saiyan into their systems. Beep, beep, beep. The control computer nearby suddenly reacted. The energy levels began to rise sharply. All indicators increased by 50%, quite impressive, Dr. Gero noted. He then moved to the computer, executing a series of commands. Number 17 and number 18 were placed into large glass tanks filled with incubation fluid. Let us see if you can acquire transformation capabilities, Dr. Gero declared, flipping a switch that sent currents coursing through number 17 and number 18. Their bodies convulsed instantly, though they were in a state of slumber. Expressions of agony surfaced on their faces. Dr. Gero remained indifferent, his brow furrowing as he increased the power. Number 17 and number 18's brows furrowed even deeper. After a considerable duration, Dr. Gero, somewhat disappointed, ceased the electrical stimulation. It appears they cannot transform. Nevertheless, as long as they perfectly merge with these cells, their combat power will continue to rise, he mused, glancing toward another incubation tank containing a peculiarly shaped egg-like device. A smile crept onto Dr. Gero's lips. This shall be my ultimate warrior. Once it absorbs the cells from number 17 and number 18, infused with Golden Frieza and the Red Super Saiyan, it will become the mightiest warrior in the world. No, the strongest in the entire universe. After indulging in a fit of laughter, Dr. Gero submerged the egg-like device into the depths of the ground, beginning preparations for the next configurations of number 17 and number 18, an infinite energy device. Only the cyborgs possessing this configuration would be the epitome of perfection. However, unbeknownst to Dr. Gero, number 18's eyes fluttered open behind him. Upon grasping the situation, she was taken aback. Wasn't I erased by the Omni King? Where am I? Number 18 recalled the defeat of Universe 7 in the Tournament of Power, which resulted in their complete annihilation. Soon, number 18 pieced together the circumstances. She had returned to the past. This must be during the experimental phase with number 17. Seeing Dr. Gero turn around, she quickly shut her eyes. Presently, the bomb within her remained, preventing her from making any rash moves. Moreover, number 18 discerned that she seemed to lack the infinite energy device. It appeared she would have to endure a while longer. Without the infinite energy device, she would be significantly weakened. Thus, number 18 temporarily fell back into a state of slumber. 2 years later, light years away from Earth, Shaolin was diligently training. At this moment, his base combat power had risen from 6,500,000 to 7,200,000. He shouted, 20 times Kaioken, 20 times New Ki Flow, 10 times Kamehameha. The universe is silent, yet he still wishes to make a splash. Shaolin's aura surged dramatically, and with no living beings nearby, he unleashed his full potential. A more potent Kamehameha coalesced in his hands. Why was he doing this? Because he encountered a black hole. A colossal black hole, 10 times the size of Earth, had appeared out of nowhere. After nearly 2 years of travel, Shaolin was close to planet Yardrat and did not wish to be sucked in. Releasing his formidable Kamehameha, it all vanished into the black hole. After a brief delay, the black hole was obliterated, reduced to a mere dust. Shaolin immediately dissipated his energy, feeling utterly drained. Despite 2 years of training, amplifying his strength 20-fold through New Ki Flow still proved to be quite a challenge. He felt sharp pains throughout his body, while his heart raced uncontrollably. This is the aftermath of the Kaioken technique. However, Kobayashi is not disheartened, for he feels a surge of energy. Not far ahead, there lies a planet, from which this energy emanates. It must be Yadalat Star. Kobayashi, with a powerful spirit, swiftly moves forth. Before long, He pierces through the atmosphere of Yadalat Star and enters the planet's interior. The sky of Yadalat Star is perpetually shrouded in night, while the ground is dominated by towering skyscrapers, all crafted from steel, resembling a futuristic punk world. Before Kobayashi even lands, he is greeted by enthusiastic applause. To his surprise, numerous pink-skinned Yadalations await his arrival. Filled with curiosity, he soon realizes that by vanquishing the black hole, he has indirectly saved Yadalat Star. Hence, the Yadalations warmly welcome Kobayashi. This is fortuitous for him. Come forth, everyone. Teach me the art of instant transmission. Chapter 39, Body and Spirit. Everyone? The Yadalations exchange glances, and the once crowded city suddenly transforms. After a puff of white smoke, only one Yadalation remains. They were all me. Kobayashi is taken aback by this turn of events. The scene feels eerily familiar, reminiscent of Naruto's signature technique, the Shadow Clone Jutsu. He possesses a similar skill, but can only split into four. A technique learned from Tianfan's four-way fist. Come, let us meet our Grand Elder. Following the Yadalation, Kobayashi engages in a brief exchange of names. Discovering that this Yadalation is called Xiaoba, Xiaoba leads Kobayashi to the Grand Elder's abode. The Grand Elder is indeed immense, resembling a truck's front end. So large. Kobayashi exclaims. This, I can actually shrink, replies the Grand Elder, who promptly diminishes in size, becoming nearly as tall as Kobayashi. Impressive, Kobayashi marvels. This is merely a result of my research into spirit control. Spirit? Kobayashi queries, perplexed. It is what you refer to as chi. Chi. Kobayashi suddenly comprehends. You wish to learn instant transmission, yes? Indeed, Kobayashi nods. It is straightforward, but you must first master the conversion of body and spirit. Conversion of spirit and body? Kobayashi feels bewildered. The conversation becomes unproductive, and he wishes to refrain from further elaboration, as it only serves to prolong the dialogue. 1 year later, in the outskirts of Yadalat Star, Kobayashi sits cross-legged on a sharp stone, suddenly opening his eyes. At last, it is complete. The conversion of body and spirit is, in essence, the vaporization of the physical form. What does vaporization of the body entail? The human body generates a force known as chi through training. Vaporization of the body transforms the physical form into chi. This state resembles the feeling of death accompanied by an angelic halo. However, the body cannot remain in this vaporized state for long. It can last at most a second. Exceeding this duration would prevent the chi from reconstituting the physical form, resulting in immediate death. The principle of instant transmission is as follows. First, sense the distant chi for positioning. Second, vaporize your body. Third, replicate and reconstruct the vaporized body data at the distant location. This completes the instant transmission. If one is not proficient and uses instant transmission recklessly, death may ensue. Kobayashi has long mastered body vaporization, but for safety's sake, he diligently practiced for a year to ensure his instant transmission would not falter. Additionally, this year of training has enhanced his foundational combat strength, elevating it from 7,200,000 to 8 million. Furthermore, the practice of body vaporization has resulted in a greater synergy between his physical form and chi. He can now effortlessly employ a 20-fold new chi flow. Of course, higher multipliers would still overwhelm his body. However, this should suffice to confront the first stage of Cell, whose combat strength should not exceed 400 million. In truth, the most troublesome aspect of the Android saga is Cell. Androids 17, 18, and 16 are formidable individuals. It can be said that if he resolves Cell, the Android saga will conclude. Now that 3 years have passed, he plans to return to Earth and follow the plot, waiting for Piccolo to face Cell. At which point he will unleash a surprise attack and eliminate Cell, securing a long period of peace for 8 years. After 8 years, he must ensure that the foolish Kaioshin does not gather strength for Bu. If Bu is indeed resurrected, then the Kaioshin should retrieve the earrings, allowing Goku and Vegeta to fuse into the invincible Vegeta. Kobayashi's current strength is more than sufficient to deal with first-stage Cell. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the plot has shifted. A few days prior, an announcement was made. At last, it is complete. Dr. Gero's eyes were bloodshot. Due to the enhancements received by androids 17 and 18 from Golden Frieza and Red Super Saiyan 4, the installation of the infinite energy device proved to be somewhat challenging. What was initially projected to take 2 years has now stretched to 3. Consequently, Dr. Gero has had no time to augment his own body to become an android. Presently, He remains an ordinary elderly human. Just as Dr. Gero intends to rest, bang! The incubation chamber housing Android 18 explodes. Dr. Gero presumes it to be an explosion caused by the failure of the infinite energy device. However, he fails to notice a figure swiftly maneuvering behind him, delivering a chop that renders him unconscious. Android 18. The nearby Android 19, pale with fear, though his complexion is naturally pale. As he is a mechanical being, possesses the intelligence akin to a human. He is capable of astonishment and fear. He knows that Android 18 is a bioengineered entity, crafted from a human with extraordinary combat aptitude, enhanced with an infinite energy device and various martial arts techniques. She is undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of a mechanical android like himself. Do not act rashly. Android 18's beautiful gaze fixates on Android 19, causing him to hold his breath, frozen in place like a statue. Android 18 has returned from the future, bearing the cherished memories of family life. She is Kobayashi's wife and the mother of Marin, with a heart inclined toward ordinary domesticity. Her name is Lazuli, not merely the ruthless Android 18. Hence, Lazuli refrains from delivering a fatal blow to Dr. Gero, choosing only to incapacitate him, and she does not dismantle the pale-faced Android 19 into pieces. Instead, she binds him. After issuing instructions to Android 19, Lazuli entrusts the unconscious Dr. Gero to him. Out of sheer terror for Lazuli, Android 19 offers no resistance and obediently binds Dr. Gero. Lazuli then approaches the workbench, eliminating all objects resembling controllers. Consequently, there is nothing left to trigger the explosive device within her. Next, she releases her brother, Android 17, known as Lapis. In fact, the true names of Android 18 and Android 17 were only mentioned in the early Japanese versions of the Dragon Ball manga and some domestic pirated editions. Later, the storyline was modified, and this detail was overlooked. As the mechanical door opens, Android 17 awakens. Upon seeing Lazuli, he remarks, "Android 18, where is that detestable old man?" Android 17 does not favor addressing Lazuli as sister, as it feels embarrassing, and he cannot simply call her by her name. Lazuli feels similarly. She understands Android 17's personality and his discomfort with being called brother. Thus, when Dr. Gero deceived the siblings into participating in experiments, he assigned them codenames that became their mutual mode of address. That old man is unconscious. Lazuli glances at Android 19, who is binding Dr. Gero. On the 19th, it was already terrified and trembling when it awakened on the 17th. This, of course, is an exaggeration, for the mechanical being does not possess the ability to urinate. At most, it might leak some oil. Nevertheless, the 19th was indeed in a state of panic, particularly as the 17th approached slowly. The 19th felt as though its internal components might disassemble from fear. When the 17th stood before it, regarding both itself and Dr. Gero with those cold, indifferent eyes, the 19th became even more flustered. It began to plead for mercy. Can a robot indeed beg for mercy? The 17th uttered a calm remark, ready to deliver a fatal blow. It extended a hand. "Stop, 17th. Though this old man is despicable, we were merely foolish to trust one another with modifications back then. Locking him up now will suffice." Lazuli, a woman endowed with memories of the future and who has lived an ordinary life, did not wish for her brother to become a callous being simply because he had taken a life. Of course, she was aware that the future 17th had not transformed into such a person. However, eliminating Dr. Gero was truly unnecessary. Their current adversary lurked in the shadows, Shalu. The 17th glanced at his sister. Although he harbored intense hatred for Dr. Gero, he still heeded her words. As the song goes, "Listen to your sister. Do not cause her sorrow. You have regained a life." After uttering this, the 17th turned and walked away. It must be said that the 17th appeared quite cool and spoke sparingly upon his entrance. The 19th felt an immense relief at having been granted a second chance. Who is that? The 17th noticed Raditz still submerged in the cultivation tank. Upon seeing this, the 19th was struck with terror. That one cannot be released. It's an uncontrolled research subject. Following the failed fusion of Raditz with the cells of Golden Frieza and Red Super Saiyan 4, his lower half had been obliterated. Subsequently, Dr. Gero replaced it with more powerful mechanical components, transforming him into a semi-mechanical android. Yet, upon awakening, Raditz lost control upon realizing his lower half was now mechanical. Fortunately, Dr. Gero had an emergency stop button that prevented a tragedy. "Let him out if you wish," Lazuli said to the 17th. She understood that while her brother complied with her request, he was still somewhat displeased. Sensing the 17th's thoughts, she allowed him to act as he pleased. After all, Lazuli felt that her current form seemed even more powerful than in the future, at least 3 times stronger. Although the reason remained unclear, it instilled confidence in her. She believed that she could easily contend with the second form of Shalu from the past. Thus, the semi-mechanical android Raditz was released. Upon his release, Raditz immediately went into a frenzy. "You old bastard. You destroyed my golden staff." His eyes burned with fury, his upper body bulging with muscles, while his lower half glimmered with metallic sheen. He first turned towards the 19th, who was restraining Dr. Gero, and reached out to unleash an attack. "Ah, no," cried the 19th. It was the 17th who intervened. He firmly grasped Raditz's hand, causing Raditz's energy attack to dissipate instantly. Raditz sought to identify the one who obstructed him, but was taken aback upon seeing the 17th. "Is this the android saga?" Raditz looked around as if searching for something. "Where's the 18th? A surge of warmth ignited in his heart. Before his travels through time, he had adored Dragon Ball. Particularly the 18th from the android saga, her golden hair, blue eyes, and exquisite features, complemented by her proud stature and alluring legs. She was nothing short of Raditz's childhood goddess. He had once approached this goddess to learn traditional skills, making the memories vivid and unforgettable. Now, seeing the 18th filled him with uncontainable joy. "I must remain composed," Raditz thought. He aimed to present himself as a suave and mature man to win over his childhood idol. If he could court this goddess, he mused, living as an ordinary person afterward wouldn't be so bad. Thus, he calmed himself and withdrew his hand from the 17th. Although the 17th had been rather rude, he was, after all, the future brother-in-law, so it mattered little. "My apologies, I was a bit impulsive just now," Raditz spoke in a gentlemanly tone, despite his rugged appearance. This demeanor struck both the 17th and Lazuli as somewhat incongruous. Meanwhile, Raditz contemplated that his mechanical lower half posed no issue. He could simply wish for restoration from Shinron. Speaking of androids, Lazuli recalled the 16th, who had once saved her and was a good fellow. "Let us free him too." However, after searching, she found no trace of him. Upon inquiring with the 19th, she learned that Dr. Gero had dismantled the 16th, integrating all his parts into Raditz's lower half. Raditz was stunned by this revelation. He had not anticipated that his lower half would possess such a significant origin. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that his current strength had indeed increased significantly, likely due to the fusion with the 16th. Clenching his fist, he felt confident that his combat power had surpassed that of the former Frieza in his normal state. Technology is truly remarkable, surpassing the enhancements granted by external means. Speaking of enhancements, Raditz noticed that his plundering system seemed to have vanished. He suspected this was the doing of that old rascal Gero. How infuriating. It appeared he must find an opportunity to exact his vengeance upon Gero to quell his inner rage. Subsequently, Lazuli, the 17th, Raditz, and the 19th emerged from the cave. Ascending into the sky, Lazuli unleashed a purple energy blast that obliterated Dr. Gero's secret base entirely. Following this, the 4 of them, with Dr. Gero bound tightly, made their way towards a nearby town. However, unbeknownst to them, at the moment Lazuli obliterated the secret base, the Z fighters on Earth had gathered, led by future Trunks. They were exchanging pleasantries, reminiscing about the years gone by. On an island facing the sea, Bulma had arrived early with her infant son, awaiting the occasion. As a genius scientist, she was eager to witness what androids truly were. In addition, Tianjinhan and Chaos, along with Yajirobe, were also present. Yamcha had not attended. Although Tianjinhan had extended an invitation, Yamcha had been in a dismal mood for years, often found at bars, muttering strange phrases about the world deserving destruction. Tianjinhan could only helplessly attend with Chaos. Over these 3 years, Tianjinhan had significantly improved, his combat power surpassing 2 million. Shortly thereafter, his father Piccolo arrived with Gohan, along with Gohan's surrogate father, Goku. "Oh, Bulma." Goku greeted his childhood friend, then playfully teased the infant in Bulma's arms. "Hello, Trunks. How is your father Vegeta doing lately? He come to train with Uncle in a while." During the days when Krillin trained in the universe, only Vegeta could satisfy Goku's cravings. Thus, Vegeta had successfully ascended to become Goku's new training partner. Krillin's status was now precarious, He should return soon. Upon Goku's remark, Bulma was astonished. How did Goku know the child's name and that of his father? She had revealed nothing to anyone. The others were equally taken aback, especially Tianjin Han and Chaos. How could the notoriously difficult Vegeta be involved with Bulma? No wonder Yamcha always appeared distraught. It seemed he had been overshadowed. Meanwhile, the ever-watchful caretaker of the Sun family, Piccolo, clenched his teeth in silence, inwardly cursing, that rascal Goku. He explicitly stated not to blabber about such things. Piccolo, the great caretaker, swore he'd never tell Goku these things again. That guy could never keep a secret. Chapter 41 Future and Present Piccolo, the great caretaker of the Sun family and Goku's former buddy, though now out of favor, still stepped forward without hesitation to explain to Bulma. Actually, it was Vegeta who told him. Vegeta let it slip when he was training with Goku. Piccolo gave Goku a flimsy excuse. Did Vegeta really say it? Of course, haha. Otherwise how would Goku know such a thing? He's really stupid. Just as Bulma was half believing, half doubting, Future Trunks arrived. Goku greeted Future Trunks warmly. Good morning, Trunks. Good morning, Mr. Goku. Trunks was also very polite. But soon the two of them sensed something was wrong. Because Bulma was looking at them strangely. Trunks? You're also called Trunks? Bulma leaned closer to examine the boy who had disappeared for 3 years. Back then, she had found it suspicious that he was wearing Capsule Corporation clothing. Moreover, Bulma hadn't seen the style of these clothes after returning home. Instead, she had seen similar designs on her mother, Mrs. Brief's, design sketches. They were marked as clothing to be designed in the future. The future? At the time, Bulma didn't understand. But now, seeing this young man again, noticing his resemblance to Vegeta, his hair color similar to hers, and that he was a Saiyan. Suddenly, it all made sense to Bulma. Your Future Trunks. Bulma looked at Future Trunks, then at the little Trunks in her arms. Little Trunks seemed very happy, looking in the direction of Future Trunks and wanting a hug. Future Trunks had been stunned at first, but seeing the little Trunks' excited expression, he smiled helplessly. There was no point in continuing to hide it. He picked up little Trunks, teased him for a bit, then handed him back to Bulma, saying, "That's right. I'm Trunks all grown up." "Oh, I knew it." Bulma responded, then suddenly became excited, walking over to Trunks and pinching his arms, patting his shoulders, and even comparing his height to his toes. "You're so healthy. Trunks will be really handsome when you grow up. Little Trunks, look, you'll grow into a real heartthrob." Bulma was happy, and a long-standing question in her heart was also answered. No wonder she felt an inexplicable closeness to this boy she had just met. So it was Trunks all grown up. That's great. Looks like you've been eating and training well. You've become so strong. Even Tien Shinhan, Piccolo, and that old man who used to be called the strongest in the world, Master Roshi, wouldn't be a match for you. Bulma said with a touch of pride. As proud as a hen. Yes, she was a proud Saiyan wife. On the field, Tien Shinhan and Piccolo both wore strange expressions. Piccolo's face was flushed red. They had overheard Bulma and Future Trunks' conversation. As seniors, they were bitter to lose to a junior, but there was nothing they could do. Piccolo suddenly looked at Gohan. Gohan was already 9 years old. Right, he still had Gohan. If he trained Gohan well, Gohan would definitely be stronger than Trunks in the future. Then he could show off to Bulma and get revenge. Uncle Piccolo? Gohan felt Piccolo's gaze and looked over curiously, looking at Gohan's innocent and pure appearance. Piccolo suddenly stopped thinking. Gohan's potential was enormous, but his personality was too gentle. Forcing him to fight with a ruthless heart would only harm him. Sigh. He's just a child. Why did he always have the urge to throw him onto the battlefield? It was really wrong. Piccolo was only 11 or 12 years old at this time. Perhaps a simple life as a scholar was the life that suited Gohan best. It's all right. Piccolo patted Gohan's hair and said, "If there's danger later, run quickly, don't do anything reckless. Anyway, there are Dragon Balls on Namek that can revive us." "Okay." Gohan nodded. "You two have such a good relationship," Goku remarked from the side, his words purely unaware of any other emotion. No, Piccolo said, blushing. "I was just giving a little reminder as a teammate. But you clearly know how terrifying the androids are. Why did you bring Gohan along? What an irresponsible father." Piccolo seemed a little exasperated, but Gohan was now 9 years old, and in his 3 years of schooling. He knew what tsundere, a Japanese term for someone who is arrogant and aloof, meant. His uncle Piccolo's current situation was a textbook example of tsundere behavior. Gohan said he wanted to come. Goku explained helplessly. He said he hadn't seen Uncle Piccolo in a long time, so he followed me. Piccolo was taken aback, then turned his head away to hide his expression. "By the way, Piccolo, Goku suddenly said playfully, leaning close to Piccolo's ear. I remember you were only about 11 or 12 years old. Why does Gohan call you uncle? Goku then added that he was already 30, older than Piccolo, so Piccolo should also call him Uncle Goku. You're so annoying. Piccolo couldn't hold back anymore. He hated people mentioning his age, and the fact that his former rival wanted him to call him uncle was even more intolerable. Goku, if you keep this up, I'll challenge you to a duel. Piccolo's face turned red with anger, whether from holding back his rage or from shyness. It was hard to tell. All right. I won't say any more. Goku quickly waved his hand, adding one last thing. Krillin told me all this. That wretched little bald guy. Piccolo gritted his teeth. He knew Goku was such an idiot for thinking such strange things. Gohan, watching his uncle Piccolo chatting animatedly with his father, smiled happily. He knew these little squabbles wouldn't harm their relationship. In fact, they'd bring them closer. Gohan couldn't bear to part with either Uncle Piccolo or his father. If he had to choose, he'd have them both. To be honest, Krillin hadn't returned yet. Bulma said from the side, he might be lost in space. Krillin? Trunks had never heard of him before. Oh right, he seems to be bald. But he's not very strong. It probably doesn't matter if he comes or not. It's been 3 years. Goku said, I wonder if Krillin has gotten stronger. Suddenly, a pillar of fire shot into the sky in the distance. Everyone on the island was startled. What was happening? They hadn't sensed any powerful aura. Androids don't have auras. Trunks looked grave. Let's go take a look, Goku suggested. Trunks glanced at Goku. In the future, the androids were about equal in strength to him. Now, with Goku and Gohan joining the team, they should be able to win. If his father were here, it would be even better. Their chances of winning would be higher. He wondered where his father was. Let's go. Trunks' thoughts raced, finally settling on 2 words. Just as the others used their flight techniques to ascend into the sky, Bulma called out to Trunks. Trunks, be careful. Don't act rashly if you can't win. Just run. Okay. Trunks looked at the worried Bulma, nodded heavily, and then sped towards the scene. Upon arriving, he found himself in a desolate wilderness. But deep within this wilderness lay a bottomless, enormous crater. Smoke was still billowing from it. Scattered around the crater were electrical remnants of machinery. This must be the androids' headquarters, Trunks said. But why did they destroy it? In truth, discussing this matter has become futile, for they have once again lost track of the androids. The absence of breath in the androids is indeed a rather vexing characteristic. Chapter 42. Purchasing a vehicle for number 17. La Jili led the others to a nearby town. Observing the serene little town from above, she felt a twinge of nostalgia. In the future, towering metropolises will abound, making such tranquil scenes increasingly rare. Although she preferred the hustle and bustle of city life, an occasional glimpse of a small town was not unwelcome. She descended upon a bank, retrieving a brilliant red gem from her pocket, an item she had brought from the base to exchange for currency. La Jili certainly did not subscribe to the notion of zero-cost acquisitions. Upon entering the bank, she placed the gem down and forcefully exchanged it for money. Subsequently, she found an unoccupied spot to dispose of the gem, instructing number 19 to drop the unconscious Dr. Gero on the ground, thoughtfully placing a gun and a note beside him that read, I am a robber. It was only after La Jili departed that the bank staff dared to rise, trembling in fear. Shortly thereafter, the police arrived, interrogated the situation, and handcuffed the unconscious Dr. Gero, declaring the case solved as he was taken into custody. Why not simply rob it directly? Why all this trouble? Number 17 inquired from the sky. Beside him, Latizi readily agreed, believing that sheer strength rendered discussions with frail humans unnecessary. Why not just seize what you desire? It was akin to his infatuation with number 18. Gazing at her exquisite features and alluring form, Latizi found himself wishing to possess her immediately. However, he soon realized that he was not her equal, and his lower half remained mechanical, leaving him feeling impotent. He longed to find Shenlong and restore his original form. We are humans, La Jili remarked, and we should adhere to the rules. Otherwise, we will instill fear in everyone, making future existence difficult. Although Latizi agreed with the idea of theft, he quickly shifted his stance upon seeing number 18's disapproval. What you say is quite true, number 17. Let us refrain from such rudeness and learn a bit of my gentlemanly demeanor. Aware that he could not conquer number 18 through brute force, Latizi resolved to charm her instead. He recalled reading Dragon Ball novels in which the protagonists effortlessly won over number 18. Surely, he believed he could do the same. Number 18, however, paid him no mind. Initially perplexed by his identity, she soon dismissed the thought altogether. Since number 17 had released him, she saw no harm in allowing him to accompany them. Number 17. If you want something, you must purchase it yourself. Do not constantly think of theft, La Gili added, following up with, later, when we reach the metropolis, I shall buy you a car. As she spoke, La Gili produced a large stack of bills, a rare smile illuminating her face. Number 17, upon witnessing his sister's smile, could not help but grin in return. Really? I am quite looking forward to it. Before his transformation, number 17 had dreamed of owning a car, and now that dream was on the verge of realization. Between driving and flying, he found himself more excited about driving. In the city of Shidu, La Gili circled above several times before suddenly exclaiming, "Where's the Capsule Corporation?" "It is located in Dongdu," La Tz replied, seizing the opportunity to engage with the goddess. What? La Gili was momentarily bewildered. For in her past life's memories, the Capsule Corporation was indeed situated in Shidu. Could it be that this world was not the past, but rather a new timeline? Doubts lingered, yet there was little she could do. Soon, La Gili truly purchased a hover car for number 17. Although he maintained a facade of indifference, the delight in his eyes betrayed him. Approaching the vehicle, he caressed its surface, a charming smile gracing his face, which captivated the saleswoman at the dealership. Meanwhile, La Tz seethed quietly, thinking, is it merely his looks that have these women so enamored? His frustration was compounded by the reminder of his own lost lower half. Once I make a wish to Shun Long and gain greater power, I shall return to this dealership and rectify this situation with these women. Imagining their infatuation with number 17, he felt a surge of excitement akin to a twisted pleasure. Nevertheless, La Tz remarked, what a splendid vehicle, number 17. Your taste is commendable. Number 17, surprised that the hulking figure he had liberated acknowledged his aesthetic sense, nodded and replied, yes, you may sit in the back. His voice was bright and youthful, a melodious sound, but to La Tz, it felt like mockery. Do you think I need your permission to sit? Are you instructing me on what to do? How very generous of you. La Tz maintained a smile, for he could not confront the goddess's brother, especially since number 17 was stronger than he. Number 17 took the driver's seat, with La Gili beside him and La Tz in the back. Poor number 19 wished to join them, but was deterred by a mere glance from number 17. He could only reluctantly follow along using his flight technique. Why can't he get in the car? La Gili inquired, curious. I refuse to let that old man's parasite into my vehicle. Number 17 openly expressed his disdain for Dr. Jero. Behind them, La Tz's gaze was fixed on La Gili's neck. She often played with her golden hair, revealing her lovely earlobes and fair neck, captivating La Tz's attention and quickening his breath. He recalled seeing a quick video in his past life in which a relationship blogger mentioned that women often adjust their hairstyles in front of those they fancy. Was number 18, too, expressing interest in him? La Tz smiled foolishly. La Gili had long been aware of the gaze from behind. In fact, from the moment this fellow appeared, he had been fixated on her, whether intentionally or not. She found it bothersome but refrained from reacting due to her brother's presence. Where are we headed? Number 17 asked. To Shidu, all right. Number 17 activated the navigation, stepped on the gas, and grasped the delicately crafted steering wheel, filled with vigor. The hover car maneuvered through the traffic as if alive, weaving effortlessly. Speeding, running red lights, changing lanes recklessly, and driving against traffic, he executed it all without hesitation. Drivers along the road shouted in alarm, berating number 17 for his reckless driving. Are you in such a hurry to play basketball? Yet, number 17 remained unfazed. He rolled down the window, drove with one hand, and laughed heartily. The car sped up to 300 kilometers per hour, yet for the three of them, it was merely a trifle. Their casual bursts of speed far exceeded that, as they simply found driving to be more entertaining. Once they left the urban area, however, number 17's enthusiasm waned, for the open road offered little opportunity for display. He then turned to La Gili, asking, 18, why are we going to Shidu? I need to find Bulma to retrieve the dragon radar. La Gili, enjoying the wind from the open window and gazing at the shimmering sea in the distance, was relishing the scenery. While she disliked driving, she adored observing the world through the window. The breeze carried her thoughts far away. La Gili also contemplated encouraging Shaolin to work hard and eventually buy a car of her own. At that time, she could sit in the back with her daughter while Shaolin drove, with the trunk filled with provisions for a family picnic. The thought brought a genuine smile to her face, a heartfelt expression that left La Tz enraptured. Upon hearing Bulma's name mentioned by 18, he no longer cared how she knew Bulma. He was utterly captivated and merely sought conversation. Bulma? What do you want with her? La Tz's voice echoed within the car, yet no one responded. Chapter 43. The police car chased Lazili's thoughts drifted far away, completely disregarding Raditz. Suddenly, she felt a wave of distress wash over her. It seemed that Xiaolin did not recognize her at all. What should she do? How had she managed to charm him in her past life? No, charm was not the right term. It was Xiaolin who had pursued her. Yes, it seemed that way at first. Memories began to replay in Lazili's mind. Back then, Vegeta had caught up to her, only to be defeated by her. His son, Trunks, had rushed to save his father, only to fall victim to her power as well. Then there were Piccolo and Tien, both of whom she had easily subdued. Finally, Xiaolin had stood before them, appearing both timid and frightened, yet bravely trying to stand his ground. Such an awkward display had captivated her attention, especially that little bald head, which seemed rather endearing. This had prompted her to tease him with a kiss. That was the scene of their first encounter. Reflecting on the past made Lazili feel somewhat bold, causing her cheeks to flush. So what should she do this time? Xiaolin appeared to harbor a hint of insecurity, especially with her beauty. If she did not take the initiative, he would certainly lack the courage to approach her. It was unavoidable. Although it did not align with her usual demeanor, perhaps she would make an exception and take the lead this time. Once she located the Dragon Balls and had Shenlong remove the bombs from herself and number 17, she would seek out Xiaolin. Raditz, noticing Lazili's silence, pondered her feelings. He rummaged through his memories for emotional insights from his past life. Now, he lamented not having studied the nuances of emotions more seriously, leaving him at a loss. It was indeed true that one only regretted the lack of knowledge when it was needed. Suddenly, he spotted the flush on Lazili's face and an epiphany struck him. Could it be that number 18 had feelings for him? Perhaps she was too shy to speak to him, pretending to be indifferent while secretly harboring affection. After all, how else could one explain her blushing after he spoke? The more Raditz thought, the more convinced he became of his newfound revelation. He commended his emotional intelligence, realizing that, just as depicted in novels, number 18 was indeed easy to woo. He was undoubtedly the protagonist. Otherwise, how could such a beauty be enamored with him? Lazili, still lost in thoughts of reuniting with Xiaolin, remained oblivious to Raditz's increasingly rapid breaths behind her. Who is Bulma? Number 17 curiously inquired. As they had now reached the outskirts, where the desolate road forced him to engage in conversation with his sister. The daughter of the wealthiest man, Lazili replied. Recalling the phrase, everyone wishes to go to Rome, but some are born there. Yet, she felt no envy. The wealthiest? No. 17 seemed to perceive an ulterior motive. Was it to kidnap her for ransom? Absolutely not. Lazili exclaimed, determined to correct her brother's misguided thoughts. Was the evil ideology implanted by Dr. Gero truly taking effect? Number 17. Money must be earned through one's own efforts to be truly satisfying. Kidnapping the daughter of the wealthy and successfully extorting money could count as earning it, right? Number 17 presented a rather unique perspective. No. 18 was momentarily at a loss for words. Well, that could be seen as earning it, albeit the law does not permit it. It was akin to playing a game. Lazili began to explain. Finding joy in a game comes from navigating the unknown. Using cheats to acquire all the items quickly renders it dull. Lazili was unsure if this analogy was fitting, yet number 17 fell into deep contemplation. After a while, he remarked, that makes sense. Reflecting on his own experiences. Although he had become a top-tier warrior as an android, he had lost the serenity of his previous life. He had grown accustomed to positioning himself above ordinary people. And if this continued, he would become a heartless brute. Number 17 felt grateful to his sister. Her words prevented him from losing his sense of self. Behind them, Raditz was unimpressed. What was so great about an ordinary life? If he had power, he should do as he pleased. If others perished due to his actions, it was merely their weakness and bad luck. Besides, to enhance his strength, he had killed many people through the plundering system. Of course, Raditz would never reveal this. To win number 18's affection, he feigned agreement with her perspective. It seemed he would need to be cautious around her, refraining from committing violence in her presence. If he must kill, he would do so discreetly. At that moment, a police car began to pursue them. It turned out that no. 17's display of driving skills in Shidu had caught the attention of local law enforcement, prompting them to send officers to intercept him. The conversation inside the vehicle abruptly ceased. Number 19, intending to eliminate the tailing officers, was warned by number 17 not to act. Number 19's chubby, pale face wore an expression of grievance. He desired to earn number 17's approval through hard work, recalling how he had gained Dr. Gero's recognition through diligence. Number 17 was now exhilarated, having left the city. There were few vehicles on the road, and the sight of numerous police cars chasing him sparked thoughts of action films. He had always enjoyed watching them. And now he found himself in the role of the protagonist. Bring it on, number 17 silently urged himself, yet he gradually reduced his speed, intentionally inviting the police to catch up. Sure enough, 2 police cars flanked his hovering vehicle. Initially, the officers assumed a ruthless criminal was at the wheel, only to be taken aback to find a strikingly attractive young couple inside. The officers, who had raised their weapons, instinctively lowered them, only to notice a tall, menacing man with long hair occupying the back seat. The officers immediately envisioned a scenario in which a dangerous criminal had kidnapped a young couple. Subsequently, the criminal demanded they pull over in a secluded area, leading to a chaotic situation. How could such a thing occur? As defenders of justice, the police could not allow this to transpire. They urgently urged the pair to remain calm and trust in the police's power. However, number 17 smirked wickedly. You need to show some initiative. If you can't stop me before we reach the next city, I will kill everyone in this car. With that, number 17 accelerated, pushing the speedometer beyond 300 kilometers. The hovering vehicle shot forward, and number 17 laughed heartily. The latest model of the hovering car truly possessed remarkable power. The reduction in speed had merely been a taunt to the police, ensuring they would exert their full effort to chase him. Such arrogance. The police, infuriated, had never encountered such a blatant disregard for the law. A criminal bold enough to challenge them must be apprehended. The police cars revved their engines, sirens blaring. The officers, recognizing the challenge posed by number 17, called for reinforcements from headquarters. It seemed they were about to escalate to a full 5-star operation, becoming good citizens in the process. This police chase would undoubtedly end with number 17's victory, and he reveled in the excitement. Yet, this chase had caught the attention of the media on Earth. Although crime rates in the Dragon Ball universe were high, it was the first time a 5-star citizen had appeared, and he had managed to escape. After interviewing in the morning, various television stations rushed to report in the afternoon. Initially devoid of thoughts, Wukong and his companions intended to solicit Master Roshi's assistance in locating the enigmatic Zhanpu Papa, who was rumored to be adept at creating androids. However, upon their arrival at the Kame house, they were drawn to the news broadcast on television. Although the screen thoughtfully obscured the identities of Android 17 and Lazuli, the familiar hairstyles and clothing combinations allowed Data Nankusu to recognize them instantly. It was indeed them. Data Nankusu immediately identified the 2 figures. Chapter 44, The Encounter of 2 Groups. Are they the androids? Both Sun Wukong and Piccolo, along with Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi, and Sun Wufan, were taken aback. The striking young man seemed remarkably unimposing, exhibiting not a trace of formidable energy. Do not be deceived by their appearances. Data Nankusu's expression grew grave as he informed the group that Android 17 and Android 18 were exceptionally malevolent beings, possessing inexhaustible energy reserves. Upon hearing this, the others remained skeptical. Inexhaustible energy? Although they were martial artists, they understood that limitless energy and perpetual motion machines were virtually unattainable concepts. The notion that these 2 youthful figures could embody such attributes seemed far-fetched. Author's note: the ability to emit ki blasts is already quite fantastical. At this juncture, discussing the matter further would yield little. They should hasten to locate them. Sun Wukong was eager to engage, having heard tales of their strength rivaling that of Super Saiyans. For him, they represented the quintessential adversaries. Since attaining his Super Saiyan form, neither Vegeta nor Krillin had posed a challenge. Chi-Chi urged Wufan to complete his homework, as he had been training alone for the past 3 years. Having not experienced a battle of equal footing for an extended period, Sun Wukong felt stifled. He had previously contemplated sparring with Data Nankusu, who was not only the son of his friend Vegeta, but also had the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, indicating considerable prowess. However, Data Nankusu declined Wukong's request, citing the need to conserve energy for confronting the androids. For Data Nankusu, engaging in sparring was a notion that seemed utterly absurd. He had endured significant hardships against the two androids endowed with infinite energy in the future, always striving to recuperate after each battle. It was hard to fathom the idea of fighting during rest periods. As they employed the technique of sky dance to travel to the eastern capital, Wukong casually mentioned that Bulma's residence was also located there. What? Data Nankatsu was taken aback, having grown up at Capsule Corporation. He knew for certain that it had always been situated in the western capital. Why would Mr. Wukong assert that it was in the eastern capital? Data Nankatsu voiced his confusion, receiving responses that all affirmed the location as the eastern capital. This revelation left him bewildered, as he sensed that his time-traveling experience diverged from the past he was familiar with. The eastern capital, as the most prosperous city in the Dragon Ball universe, was a veritable amalgamation of concrete and steel, a pinnacle of modern craftsmanship. Before entering the eastern capital, Android 17 observed highways converging from all directions into the metropolis. He felt a tinge of excitement. Although he dressed stylishly, he had been merely a child living in a remote area prior to his transformation. He harbored a unique longing for the bustling city, especially now that he possessed a sleek, trendy vehicle that catered to his youthful vanity. The police cars trailed closely behind, arranged in a line stretching over 100 meters, shrouded in a cloud of dust, an awe-inspiring sight. Passers-by hastily cleared the way upon witnessing the spectacle. At this moment, Android 17 remained cheerful, finding the chase between vehicles to be immensely entertaining. Yet, it was time to conclude the escapade. Upon entering the eastern capital, the volume of traffic and pedestrians noticeably increased. The police cars, now more cautious regarding the safety of citizens and their belongings, maneuvered delicately. Utilizing his superhuman reflexes, Android 17 navigated through traffic violations, changing lanes illegally, driving against the flow, running red lights, and even driving on the sidewalk, without colliding with anything, merely startling those around him. Of course, such displays left the police cars helpless, ultimately losing sight of him. The five-star model citizens flickered and faded. Enough of this nonsense. Let's head to Capsule Corporation. Lazuli yawned, expressing her desire to move on. Android 17 readily agreed, feeling that the pent-up frustration from being confined in the laboratory had significantly dissipated. Following the navigation's guidance, he swiftly arrived at Capsule Corporation. The establishment was vast, with wide and pristine roads, living up to its reputation as the wealthiest company in the world. Android 17 sought a parking spot for his vehicle, which was not a capsule version. While capsule cars were convenient, they had undergone numerous modifications to accommodate capsule space. Android 17 had no intention of purchasing a downgraded vehicle, thus he needed to find a proper parking space. A car is akin to a wife for a man. Android 17 was unwilling to risk damage to his prized possession by carelessly parking on the street and becoming a victim of inept drivers. This was his first car, and he intended to treat it with utmost care. However, the passenger seat's Lazuli seemed to have spotted something and forcefully opened the car door, leaving behind a brief command, "You all wait for me in the car." Indeed, it was a genuine opening. The high-end car door, resembling a swan spreading its wings, clanged as it danced upon the ground. Android 17 could only watch in dismay as the door became deformed. In that instant, his thoughts came to a halt. All he could do was shout, "My wife." This left Raditz in the back seat bewildered. Suddenly, Raditz recalled that Dragon Ball was an anime from the Our country. Did Android 17 just refer to Android 18 as his sister? Was it possible that he harbored feelings for his own sister? Was this not a case of taboo? Raditz nearly erupted in anger, never anticipating that his rival would turn out to be his little brother-in-law. Of course, Android 17 was referring to his floating car as his wife. However, Raditz would not entertain such thoughts, as he had been influenced by the Our country's adult films. Furthermore, Raditz had no fondness for driving and failed to comprehend why a car and a wife could be equated. A sense of hostility toward Android 17 brewed within Raditz. Yet due to his inferior strength, he could only conceal his resentment deep within. Android 17, witnessing the damage inflicted on his car door, felt as though his heart was bleeding. The pain was excruciating. Yet, the damage was done, and he could not abandon his vehicle. Android 17 patiently sought a parking spot and executed a proper parallel parking maneuver. After exiting the vehicle, he ensured to lock it with the key before hurriedly retrieving the fallen car door, which he picked up with great care. Android 17 attempted to reattach the damaged door, but to no avail. Thus, he began to fret over the condition of his beloved car. Raditz, observing Android 17's anxious demeanor, remained silent and began searching for his goddess. Android 18. It turned out that Lazili had just returned to Capsule Corporation from a small island in the south via a small aircraft. Consequently, she had burst out of the car door. Meanwhile, Bulma had also disembarked from the plane, holding young Daidanenkasu in her arms. Having seen her son grow, Bulma was in high spirits, humming a cheerful tune as she walked. Suddenly, Bulma heard a melodious female voice calling out to her. Turning around, she discovered a beautiful woman with golden hair and blue eyes, her slender figure captivating. Bulma's first thought was, could this be an old classmate come to see her? Who are you? Bulma struggled to recall which classmate it could be. I am Lazili. You may also call me Android 18. Lazili, you say? My apologies. I couldn't recall at first, Bulma replied with an awkward smile, feeling embarrassed that someone recognized her while she could not remember them. Is it okay to call you Android 18? Bulma found Lazili's humor delightful. Bulma deftly shifted the topic, inquiring, what brings you here, classmate Lazili? I seek the Dragon Ball radar, responded Lazili. Upon realizing Bulma mistook her for someone else, she shrugged it off, reminding herself that she was here for the radar. You know about the Dragon Balls, right? That's splendid. It seems we share quite a few common interests, Bulma exclaimed with delight, her curiosity piqued about Lazili's true desires. Could they perhaps mirror her own? Your wish, Bulma said, her face adorned with a mischievous grin. Is it the same? You wish for a perfect boyfriend, don't you? Lazili, typically aloof in demeanor, couldn't help but think of Krillin at Bulma's suggestion. The teasing banter from Bulma flushed her pale cheeks. Not quite, Lazili replied truthfully. However, Bulma's perception of her embarrassment led her to believe Lazili was being coy. I understand, Bulma chattered. All right, come with me, Lazili. I'll fetch you the Dragon Ball radar. Elated by Bulma's acquiescence, Lazili was ready to accompany her. Yet, the arrival of Raditz shattered this tranquil moment. Having overheard Bulma mention that Android 18 intended to wish for a boyfriend from Shenlong, his anger flared. In his mind, he had already claimed Android 18 as his rightful partner, and he would not allow anyone to encroach upon that claim. Raditz, possessive by nature, believed that if something caught his eye, it should not be relinquished to another, even if he himself had no desire for it. Bulma, if you wish to avoid dire consequences, hand over the Dragon Ball radar, Raditz threatened, despite his fondness for Bulma. Yet, in his childhood viewing of Dragon Ball, Android 18 had always held greater importance to him. After all, he believed Bulma had been the subject of many men's gazes and had benefited from it, while Android 18 had remained untouched by such experiences. Thus, his affections leaned more towards Android 18. What are you doing, Raditz? Stay in the car. Lazili frowned at Raditz's aggressive demeanor. She had just managed to persuade Bulma to part with the radar, and she did not want Raditz to spoil that. Stay in the car? Raditz's mindset had shifted. He believed Android 18 was interested in him and shouted, if I don't intervene, you might be taken away by other wild men. Lazili was taken aback, struggling to comprehend Raditz's logic. Choosing to ignore him, she resolved to proceed with Bulma into the Capsule Corporation. However, Bulma had already fled at the first sign of Raditz. She recognized this malevolent figure, who was said to be Goku's brother yet acted as Frieza's henchman, with an exceedingly vile disposition, more despicable than even Master Roshi. Bulma recalled the traumatic incident from years past when Raditz had attempted to force her and Chi-Chi into a compromising situation, a memory that haunted her. Lazili, are you allied with this wicked man? Bulma trembled in fear, and little Trunks seemed to sense his mother's distress, beginning to cry. No, Bulma, I am not a villain. He was merely released by chance. I am unaware of his true nature. If he has offended you in the past, I apologize on his behalf. Lazili, typically cool in temperament, found herself speaking more than she usually would, her persona slipping. Despite her reassurances, Bulma remained unconvinced. The terror Raditz instilled in her surpassed even that of Golden Frieza. Raditz, witnessing Android 18's submissive stance, grew furious at Bulma's refusal to relent. Hey Bulma, you would do well to recognize the gravity of this situation. This is not a request, it is an ultimatum, Raditz declared, extending his hand to gather energy into a menacing sphere. Bulma was so terrified that she scarcely dared to breathe. Lazili was thoroughly exasperated with Raditz. Had he not appeared, she would have already secured the Dragon Ball radar. Such an infuriating individual. It was bad enough that he often looked at her with peculiar eyes. But now he was obstructing her at a crucial moment. Anger surged within her as she clenched her fists, preparing to teach Raditz a lesson. At that moment, several figures descended from the sky, positioning themselves protectively in front of Bulma. Upon recognizing them, Bulma's spirits soared. Goku, Trunks, Piccolo, Tien. Where's Gohan? Gohan was called back by Chi-Chi. Goku sheepishly scratched his head, having sneaked Gohan out today. Now is not the time for such discussions, Piccolo interjected, reminding Goku to focus on their adversary. Although he couldn't sense the energy of the blonde woman before them and perceived her as an ordinary human, Raditz's presence behind her made him wary. Raditz had once ambushed him and later brought Frieza to Earth. In Piccolo's eyes, Raditz's malevolence surpassed even his own. If his father, King Piccolo, were alive, the title of Demon King would likely transfer to Raditz. Yet, the most shocking revelation fell upon Trunks. Could it be that history had altered due to his arrival? Why was there not only Android 18, but also an unfamiliar android present? Chapter 45. The purpose of seeking the Dragon Balls outside the Capsule Corporation lay a beautifully manicured garden, the greenery meticulously tended to. However, all of this was in vain. For the confrontation between the two factions could easily result in a massive crater should either side unleash their fury. The labor of those workers would be effortlessly obliterated. Raditz. Goku and his companions immediately recognized this old foe. Hey, Son Goku, have you gathered all these people to confront me? Raditz sneered, recognizing Trunks as a time traveler from the future. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed. Although Dr. Gero's enhancements had diminished, Raditz's strength had significantly increased. Moreover, he carried a battle power detector modified by Dr. Gero to read an opponent's true base power, even if it was concealed. With this device, Raditz discovered that Android 18 and Android 17 surpassed him in strength. In contrast, Raditz's own battle power registered at 800 million, while Android 18 and Android 17 boasted a staggering 1.3 billion. Initially, Raditz had been unaware of the true value of this power level. Now, upon seeing Goku's group, he noted Tien's 2 million, Piccolo's 5 million, Trunks' 6 million, and Goku's 12 million, which had only increased slowly due to a heart virus. Raditz recalled that his interference had prevented Goku from transforming into a Super Saiyan when facing Frieza, leading to his demise. Missing that opportunity, Goku likely could not attain Super Saiyan status now. Even if he could, Raditz was not concerned. A battle power of 12 million would only reach 600 million at most. Such a level could not match his own. Oh right, Trunks can also transform into a Super Saiyan, but with a battle power of 6 million. What could he possibly do? Perhaps reach around 300 million? Thus, Raditz felt no fear. He was no longer the underwhelming warrior he once was. A new era was about to dawn for Raditz. In truth, Raditz was somewhat astonished. After all, in the original story, Goku's battle power during the Frieza saga was a mere 3 million. By the time of the Android saga, it barely reached 6 million, comparable to Trunks' current level. Yet here, Goku boasted a battle power of 12 million. Raditz understood without needing to think that this was undoubtedly due to the influence of Krillin, another time traveler like himself. In the eyes of La DZ, Shaolin is nothing short of a relentless training fanatic. He has always harbored a disdain for this individual. It has been previously mentioned that La DZ possesses an overwhelming sense of possessiveness, desiring to monopolize even the title of transmigrator. What purpose does training in the martial arts uniform and learning the 20-fold Kaioken serve? With a mere battle power of 12 million? Yasi La, you, who have not trained yet possess a staggering 800 million battle power. After all that time spent training, they have achieved so little. Lottie Z's lips curled in a disdainful smirk. Mr. Wukong, this woman is known as Android 18. Although she is a type I have not encountered before, she must undoubtedly be an android, for I cannot sense her energy. Tanaka S. informed Wukong that he now faced a formidable threat, as in the future, even in his Super Saiyan form, he could barely match a single android in combat. Now, aside from Android 17 and 18, another android has emerged, casting a shadow over Tanaka's countenance. Could this be a consequence of his reckless alteration of history, leading to such revisions? Or is it that Earth is destined to endure this calamity? The other individual, La DZ, is unequivocally a villain. Naturally, Suin Wukong is familiar with La DZ, having once encountered him in a rather disconcerting manner. Initially, Tanaka warned Wukong that androids are inherently malevolent beings endowed with immense power. At first, Wukong was skeptical, having always believed in the potential for redemption in everyone, as exemplified by Tianjin Fan and Bika. However, Upon realizing La DZ's presence among the androids, he dismissed that notion entirely. After all, La DZ is genuinely nefarious in Wukong's eyes. Both Wukong and Tananko assumed battle stances. Mr. Wukong, do not hold back. Transform into a Super Saiyan. Upon uttering this, Tananko's once ebony hair transformed into a brilliant gold, and a similarly hued aura enveloped him. Observing this, Wukong also did not hesitate to transform into a Super Saiyan. We shall each take one. With that, Tananko charged towards Android 18, while Suin Wukong directed his attention towards La DZ. Wait, Tananko, I am not an evil android. La Zili felt disheartened as the situation escalated into such a tense confrontation. Yet, she understood that Xiao Lin had been an orphan since childhood, with these friends being his closest companions, and thus she wished to avoid harming them. Given her current power, far surpassing that of her past life, facing the Suin Wukong of 7 years hence would have been manageable, but against the present-day warriors, a momentary lapse could easily result in unintended fatalities. Who would be deceived by your words? Androids are inherently evil. Tananko, having witnessed the hellish future, could not possibly trust the words of an android. Even the second Hokage from the neighboring village of Muya would offer a nod of approval to such a Tananko. La Zili continued to evade Tananko's attacks, contemplating how to explain her situation. However, before she could finish, an unexpected figure struck Tananko, sending him flying. He tumbled and collided with a distant circular structure. As the dust settled, Tananko attempted to rise. Damn it, he muttered. But his golden hair reverted to black, and he collapsed, unconscious. Tananko? Bulma rushed over to check on her son, easily defeated. It turned out to be La DZ. In an instant, La DZ had knocked out the Super Saiyan Suin Wukong, who possessed a battle power of approximately 600 million. La DZ, at 800 million, should have been able to engage him in a few exchanges. However, Wukong had underestimated his opponent, believing La DZ to be the same weakling who once followed Frieza. Consequently, in his Super Saiyan form, Wukong was somewhat reckless, failing to exert his full strength. La DZ, on the other hand, had no intention of holding back. The outcome was inevitable. Wukong was defeated. Subsequently, upon witnessing Tananko still attacking his beloved goddess, La DZ sprang into action, delivering a punch that sent Tananko, whose battle power was inferior to Wukong's, hurtling away. Had La DZ not refrained from killing in front of Android 18, both would have perished. So, will you hand over the Dragon Ball radar? La DZ demanded, a fierce expression on his face, convinced he had accomplished a great feat that would earn him Android 18's affection. Bulma continued to assess Tananko's injuries, while Bika and Tianjin Fan exchanged incredulous glances. They had not anticipated that, without even a moment for commentary, Wukong and Tananko would fall. Is this the nature of androids? They appeared devoid of energy, yet their strength was astonishing. Bika and Tianjin Fan assumed battle postures, aware that it might be futile, but they urged Bulma to flee with Wukong and Tananko. La DZ. As the situation spiraled further out of control, La Zili's frustration peaked. Can you not be quiet for a moment? Yet, moments ago, it was they who had initiated the chaos. Silence. La Zili reiterated, a frown creasing her forehead. Reluctantly, La DZ fell silent. Were it anyone else who spoke to him in such a manner, La DZ would have lost his composure. But his goddess was different. Her anger was captivating, and La DZ felt a twinge of pride. Bika, Tianjin Fan, we harbor no ill intent. You may relax. La Zili endeavored to soften her tone. Yet, Bika and Tianjin Fan remained cautious. Observing this, La Zili added, with my power, had I wished to kill Wukong and Tananko just now, it would have been a mere breath. Bika and Tianjin Fan exchanged glances. Realizing the truth in her words, it would indeed be simple for either of them to slay the other. Could there be more to this than meets the eye? This is our first meeting, and your impressions of me are likely shaped solely by Tananko's words. Have you considered that those might merely be rumors? La Zili's statement genuinely stirred doubt within the two. Indeed, despite having never encountered a true android, why had they so readily accepted the notion of androids being evil? Then what is your true objective? Although Bika and Tianjin Fan maintained their tense demeanor, their tone now carried a hint of curiosity rather than hostility. Recognizing their wavering resolve, La Zili chose not to conceal the truth. Despite her seemingly frosty exterior, she believed in the principle of sincerity begetting sincerity. In truth, we androids harbor bombs implanted by Dr. Galois. No matter how powerful we become, Once that bomb is activated, we are doomed. Upon revealing this information, both Bika and Tianjin Fan were taken aback, but the most astonished of all was La DZ, who exclaimed, "Foolish! Why would you divulge our weakness?" La DZ, now fraught with anxiety regarding his own life, disregarded the fact that La Zi Li was his goddess. He suddenly lashed out, intent on eliminating Bika and Tianjin Fan, as well as Bulma. After all, La DZ was aware from the original narrative that it was Bulma who discovered the existence of the bombs after finding Dr. Galois schematics. Of course, she subsequently created a device to control the bombs in a short time. However, she had unwittingly entrusted that device to Xiaolin, who had developed feelings for La Zili. In the end, Xiaolin could not bring himself to harm La Zili, destroying the controller instead. Yet the current La DZ would never believe that Xiaolin could show such mercy, considering he too was a transmigrator and had witnessed Xiaolin go to great lengths to defeat Frieza. Had it not been for his own reminder to Frieza to train before arriving on Earth, he might have truly perished at the hands of Xiaolin. Of course, in the end, it remained a mystery how Xiaolin managed to vanquish Frieza, even in his golden form. Raditz had long ceased to ponder the reasons for Frieza's disappearance. Regardless, he was a cautious individual, determined to eradicate anything that posed a threat to his life. Faced with Raditz's sudden outburst, Piccolo and Tien Shinhan were utterly caught off guard, their faces betraying sheer terror. Just as they braced themselves for death, a graceful figure instantaneously materialized before them, delivering a powerful kick that sent the formidable Raditz flying a considerable distance. Raditz's body skidded across the ground, carving a long trench before finally coming to a halt. It was Lazili who had intervened. Piccolo and the others were taken aback by the strength of this seemingly delicate, fair-haired maiden, who had effortlessly defeated both Super Saiyans in an instant. Raditz, should there be a next time, I shall truly kill you. Lazili's words carried a potent warning. Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, and Bulma were acutely aware that any misstep on their part would incite Xiaolin's profound wrath, making friendship seem an impossible feat, let alone marriage. Raditz quickly regained his footing, brushing off the dust from his attire. For the first time, he had felt the force of Android 18's attack and realized how astonishing her battle power of 1.3 billion truly was. He had previously assumed that the disparity between his own 800 million and hers was negligible, merely a deficiency of 30 to 40%. Yet, the reality of the gap was staggering. However, the physical injuries sustained were of little concern to Raditz. What haunted him were the emotional scars. He could not comprehend why Android 18 would harm him for the sake of these outsiders. Had she not blushed in the car? Did she not harbor feelings for him? Why was she so ruthless? Unable to contain himself any longer, Raditz blurted out, "Why did you strike me?" Lazili, noticing the peculiar expression on his face, which was tinged with a hint of grievance, found it somewhat strange. Nevertheless, she responded, "I cannot abide the presence of bloodthirsty scum who do not value life among my peers." This statement was laced with sarcasm, as Lazili was mocking Raditz, viewing him as a scoundrel for the strange looks he had given her along their journey and for nearly meddling with her acquisition of the Dragon Ball radar. Thus, she held a deep-seated disdain for Raditz, whose volatile temperament was further compounded by his absurdly long hair that nearly dragged on the ground. Yet, enmeshed in his romantic turmoil, Raditz was oblivious to such perceptions, for he was enamored with Android 18. Despite his previous grievances towards her, her words had inexplicably softened his heart. The notion that she did not want scum among her peers suggested that she regarded him as a companion, indicating her concern for his character. Raditz's mind spun this interpretation, convincing himself that he was indeed valued. One could only marvel at the simplicity of Raditz's reasoning. If Lazili were to learn of his thoughts, she would likely be rendered speechless. As Raditz stood lost in contemplation, Lazili turned her attention back to Piccolo and Tien Shinhan, her lips parting to explain, "Thus, my quest for the Dragon Balls is to remove the bomb within my body." Meanwhile, on another front, Android 17 was lamenting over the damage to his car door. Despite his formidable battle power, he was powerless to repair it with his bare hands. Suddenly, a card fell from his pocket, a business card given to him by a saleswoman at the Four Sons store. She had said she was responsible for the car's insurance, and any issues could be directed to her. Insurance, after all, provided compensation in the event of an accident. Android 17 pondered whether the damage inflicted by his sister constituted an accident. Should he give it a try? Lacking a phone, he glanced around and spotted a telephone booth across the street. He resolved to dial the number on the card. However, just as he entered the booth and picked up the phone, an explosion erupted from the direction of his vehicle. Turning around, Android 17's expression froze in shock. He had thought that parking his car properly would prevent any mishaps, only to find an alien spaceship landing directly on top of it, reducing his car to scrap metal. On the very first day of purchase, the door of the spaceship opened, revealing a figure clad in blue battle attire. It was Vegeta. At that moment, Vegeta wore a smug expression, a crooked smile gracing his lips as he muttered to himself. Was that Kakarot I sensed? Huh. It seems he has grown complacent in his training, considerably weaker than this prince. 3 years prior, when the androids had arrived on Earth, Vegeta's pride as a Saiyan could no longer be contained. Not only had he failed to secure the second position, but he now found himself relegated to the third. A prince of the Saiyans could not allow himself to be the fourth. Thus, following that day, Vegeta had trained obsessively until a year ago when a significant incident at Capsule Corporation, exacerbated by a drunken Bulma, left him humiliated. In his fury, he retreated into outer space, during which he mastered the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Now, having returned, he sensed Goku's energy and realized Goku had not improved much over the past 3 years, even appearing significantly weaker than himself. This discovery filled Vegeta with delight, for he had surpassed Kakarot, restoring his pride as a Saiyan prince. My car. Android 17 was in a state of utter despair, consumed by anger, yet remembering Android 18's teachings, thus refraining from resorting to violence. He understood that even if he killed the culprit, his car would not return. It would be wiser to demand compensation. You can't park a spaceship here. This is a parking spot, not a landing pad. Pay for my car. Android 17 exclaimed. Vegeta merely cast a cold glance at him, noting that the human lacked any battle aura and initially wished to ignore him. However, after living with Bulma for so long, he had developed a semblance of humanity. In his past self, he would have destroyed not just a car, but entire planets without a second thought. He simply retorted, "This is all my property. I shall park wherever I please." Without a second glance, he turned to leave, intent on taking a shower before showcasing his prowess to Kakarot. Wait. Android 17 saw Vegeta attempting to flee the scene and promptly moved to grab him. However, due to the uniqueness of Vegeta's attire, he was unable to grasp him. Further, Android 17 had no desire to hold on to Vegeta, ultimately resorting to tapping his shoulder instead. Release me. As a proud Saiyan prince, Vegeta did not appreciate others touching him. Pay for my car. Android 17 countered defiantly. There were always those who were unafraid of death. Vegeta recalled the image of Raditz's arrival on Earth, where a farmer with a power level of merely 5 had dared to shoot at a Saiyan. Such a weak race still produced stubborn individuals. He resolved to take care in his approach, lest he inadvertently kill the human. Despite these thoughts, Vegeta's words remained icy. This is your own doing. He shrugged off Android 17's grip, preparing to knock him unconscious. Yet, Android 17 was quicker, sensing Vegeta's intentions. He struck first. Vegeta was struck in the abdomen, bending over like a shrimp. His eyes bulged, and he expelled an unknown liquid from his mouth. Alas, he fainted. Are the people in the city truly this barbaric? Not only did they damage their own vehicle, but they also sought to engage in violence. Number 17 hoisted the unconscious Vegeta. Noticing the Capsule Corporation emblem on the spaceship, he deduced that Vegeta must have some connection to it. Thus, grasping Vegeta's arm, he dragged him towards the Capsule Corporation. This time, he was determined to secure compensation. The sound of Vegeta's body scraping against the ground was quite bothersome, and upon reaching the entrance of the Capsule Corporation, Number 17 could no longer contain himself and simply threw Vegeta out. He landed right in front of Piccolo and Tianjin Han. The moment the group recognized what had transpired, they were taken aback. Vegeta? Whether it was Piccolo, Tianjin Han, or Bulma, even Lazuli was slightly astonished. Vegeta lay there with his eyes shut, appearing lifeless. Just then, Number 17 strolled over coolly, exuding an intimidating aura. The precarious situation of Vegeta, combined with the imposing entrance of Number 17, instantly rekindled the previously easing tension. Vegeta had been killed. They must be villains. Bulma could no longer hold her composure. First her son, then her husband had been assaulted. How could anyone believe they were the good guys? First, it was Raditz causing trouble, and now even his own brother was involved. Lazuli felt overwhelmed, recalling how difficult it had been to ask her former friend for a Dragon Ball radar. Well, they were not particularly close now. With matters at this point, Lazuli steeled herself and continued to explain. Vegeta might have merely fainted from heat stroke. She herself was puzzled as to why she had concocted such a ridiculous excuse. Yet, she had seldom lied before and lacked experience. I was the one who knocked him out, number 17 stated, puzzled by why his sister was being so courteous to these individuals, especially given his own formidable strength. Upon hearing this, Piccolo and Tianjin Han grew even more vigilant. It seemed this dark-haired man was not as amicable as number 18. Why? Lazuli asked number 17. He damaged my car. I sought compensation, but he tried to attack me, he replied candidly. I see. Lazuli exhaled in relief, then turned to Piccolo and the others, saying, You see, it was all a misunderstanding, so please lend me the Dragon Ball radar. No way. I would rather die than lend it to you. You ruffians. Bulma shouted angrily. What is this? You knocked out someone's son and husband and claim it was a misunderstanding? Is that even a thing? Lazuli's expression turned unusually grim. Well, if I must, I will just confess everything. Aren't you curious why I know all your names? Her words captured the attention of Piccolo and the others. Indeed, it was peculiar. Despite this being their first encounter, they only knew Raditz. They recognized Raditz because he had killed Kakarot, which had led to Frieza's arrival, and, consequently, their knowledge of him. But how did number 18 know everyone's names? Her demeanor suggested familiarity. But sister, you are a new character. Why is there a sense of familiarity? Soon, Lazuli revealed even more shocking news. In truth, I am like the great Trunks over there. I too have returned from the future. Nanny? Piccolo and the others gasped, instantly contemplating a possibility. Could it be that in the future, the killing was insufficient, prompting a return to the past to continue the slaughter? Truly, the former Demon King Piccolo possessed a remarkable imagination. Lazuli had endured enough of being misunderstood and, gritting her teeth, declared her ultimate revelation. No, in the future, I am Krillin's wife. Following this declaration, silence enveloped the area. Regardless of whether it was Piccolo, Tianjin Han, number 17, Raditz, or Bulma, all fell into a state of shock. Then, as if delayed by a network glitch, a cacophony of astonished exclamations erupted. What? Piccolo's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Tianjin Han's 3 eyes widened to an unprecedented extent, resembling 3 large bells. Bulma was equally flabbergasted. No way. You ended up marrying that little bald guy? Bulma scrutinized Lazuli, whose striking golden hair, enchanting visage, and enviable figure seemed to clash with the notion of marrying Krillin. Are you truly surprised? Lazuli feigned composure, though her fair face flushed uncontrollably, avoiding eye contact with the others. Regrettably, she wished she had never uttered such words, as it made her seem eager to marry that man. Bulma abruptly entered the Capsule Corporation, only to emerge shortly after, holding a round object. It was the Dragon Ball radar. Here, take it, Bulma said, extending the radar towards Lazuli. This sudden generosity left Lazuli momentarily stunned. What is the reason for this sudden change of heart? Lazuli inquired, perplexed. If you dare to make such a joke, I figure you can't be too bad, Bulma replied. It's not a joke, Lazuli retorted, finding unexpected courage, while simultaneously accepting the Dragon Ball radar. Let us go, number 17, Raditz. Lazuli's face still burned, and she wished to leave swiftly, utilizing her flight technique to escape. Number 17 stood there, astonished by his sister's stunning declaration. Returning from the future, and even becoming someone else's wife? He began to wonder if his sister had suffered some sort of brain damage during her transformation. Not caring about the vehicle compensation any longer, number 17 resolved to clarify the future circumstances before seeking restitution. Raditz, let us go. Stop dawdling, he urged, treating Raditz as if he were a pet he had adopted. Oh right. Raditz appeared dazed, feeling utterly confused. He had never anticipated that this Dragon Ball world harbored not only travelers from different realms, but also those reborn. Wasn't this against the rules? Typically, in stories, there exists only one traveler or one reborn character. But here, there were 3. Raditz swore that if this were indeed a novel, he would deal with that writer who seemed to have a head full of nonsense. Pain surged through him. If a goddess with future memories existed, would she harbor special feelings for that bald-headed Krillin? Would such feelings affect his own pursuit of the goddess? While feeling frustrated, Raditz also sensed a twinge of jealousy. Ultimately, he followed number 17 into the sky, harboring an ominous premonition of failure. Yet, he had felt this affection since before his arrival in this world, a feeling that had etched itself into his very being. Even knowing that number 18 might favor Krillin, he could not sever this bond. Wait. If he spoke ill of Krillin in front of the goddess or showcased his own merits, might she reconsider her affections? Raditz understood the improbability of this scenario, yet he was determined to try. He was a man who never knew defeat. Furthermore, if he succeeded, the thought of holding number 18 in bed, reminiscing about her past as a wife, would only intensify his excitement. Due to Raditz's rather lewd thoughts, the author found it challenging to continue. The perspective then shifted back to number 18, Lazuli. With the Dragon Ball radar now in her possession, Lazuli immediately began to execute her plans. Mobilizing the enigmatic number 19, who had been observing from the heavens, along with number 17 and Lazuli, they commenced the quest for the Dragon Balls. During this endeavor, 17 inquired about the future, prompting number 18 to divulge some insights regarding Shalu and his return from a future timeline to absorb them and attain his complete form. Although number 17 found this revelation astonishing, he ultimately chose to trust his sister. However, Lazuli reassured number 17, explaining that thanks to the new cells injected into them by Dr. Gero, their combat prowess significantly surpassed that of their future selves, alleviating fears of Shalu. It was prudent to remain cautious of Shalu's tail, as being ensnared would render them nearly powerless to escape. Lazuli reminisced about the unsettling sensation of being absorbed in a past life and conveyed this to number 17. After discussing the events on Earth, the scene shifted to planet Yadarat. On planet Yadarat, Xiaolin was diligently training, seated in a meditative pose atop a mountain. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, sensing something, perhaps the energy of Wukong transforming into a Super Saiyan. Yet, it vanished just as swiftly. Realizing something was amiss, Xiaolin pondered the timeline, recalling that he had lost his sense of time while drifting through the cosmos. He surmised that the onset of the android saga was marked by Piccolo's energy. If Piccolo's power were to surge dramatically, it would indicate his fusion with the KO Shin, signaling the progression into the mid-stages of the android saga. He anticipated that upon his return, he would encounter Shalu. Chapter 47, Shalu. After bidding farewell to the inhabitants of planet Yadarat, Xiaolin utilized instant transmission to reach Namek. Given the vast distance from Earth, Wukong and the others were not in their Super Saiyan forms, making it challenging for Xiaolin to sense their energies in the cosmos. Upon arriving on Namek, he requested Shenlong to transport him back to Earth. Once back, Xiaolin surveyed his surroundings, relieved to find no significant destruction and to sense the presence of many Earthlings. Excellent. There had been no large-scale battles. Xiaolin, anxious about any unforeseen developments, then instant transmitted to Krillin Tower. His sudden appearance startled Krillin, who learned from Xiaolin that the Senzu beans had been given to Yakalob for Wukong and the others to combat the androids. It appeared that the androids had emerged, prompting Xiaolin to bid Krillin farewell. He then sensed Piccolo's energy and discovered that he was with Tianjin Fan, prompting him to continue instant transmission. Remarkably, he arrived in a distant location in an instant. Krillin, with his acute perception of energy, quickly noticed Xiaolin materializing in the far-off East City. Coincidentally, Yakalob returned just then. "How did it go?" he asked, to which Tianjin Fan replied with a hint of disbelief. "What do you mean by how did it go? Have you encountered the androids? Who would dare to face such a dangerous foe?" After delivering Yakalob, he suddenly recalled that he had yet to give the Senzu beans to Wukong and the others. In East City, at Capsule Corporation, Wukong, Vegeta, and Trunks had been relocated by Piccolo and Tianjin Fan. "Incredible!" Tianjin Fan exclaimed. Wukong transformed into that golden-haired form, which was already extraordinary, yet he was still defeated by Lazuli in a single exchange. The only strategy Tianjin Fan could conceive was to enlist Gohan's help. Recalling how Gohan had previously transformed into a red-haired Saiyan and easily subdued the formidable Golden Frieza. "No," Piccolo interjected, "although Gohan is formidable, he is still a child and ill-suited for battle. Moreover, he only transformed during a sacrificial moment. Must I sacrifice again?" He added, "It's been 3 years, and Gohan has yet to achieve the ability to become a Super Saiyan on his own, let alone a red-haired one." Tianjin Fan fell silent. Suddenly, a figure appeared before them. "Xiaolin." They both exclaimed simultaneously, startled by his unexpected arrival. "This is instant transmission. My training over the past few years has borne fruit." Xiaolin recounted his training journey, explaining how he had traversed space without a spacecraft and gathered energy from other planets to sustain himself, ultimately achieving a transformation between body and energy, leaving Piccolo and Tianjin Fan in astonishment. Are you sure you're not recounting a fantasy tale? Xiaolin, when did you arrive? Bulma, having just calmed little Trunks, entered to find Xiaolin there. Xiaolin then explained the concept of instant transmission to Bulma. After exchanging pleasantries, Piccolo and Tianjin Fan updated Xiaolin on recent events, including La Zili's victory over Wukong and Trunks in their Super Saiyan forms. Xiaolin furrowed his brow upon hearing this. To easily defeat Wukong in his Super Saiyan state? When I departed Earth, Wukong had a combat power of 6 million. He must be even stronger now. Yet he lost to La Zili? This perplexes me. He remembered that although La Zili was also a time traveler, he had little interest in training. Could it be a hidden advantage? Xiaolin had previously speculated that La Zili possessed a unique ability to absorb others' combat power. However, to defeat Wukong, one would need a power level exceeding 300 million. Where could La Zili find so many targets to absorb? The other two androids must be number 17 and no. 18, Xiaolin inquired. Number 17 and number 18? Piccolo and Tianjin Fan exchanged glances, realizing they had not formally introduced La Zili. The boy with black hair is number 17. And the girl with golden hair is number 18, Xiaolin clarified. Ah, right, Tianjin Fan responded. So you already know them. Bulma interjected with a surprising statement that left Xiaolin bewildered. That number 18 claimed she would become your wife in the future. What? What? Even as a time traveler, Xiaolin was at a loss for words. Is this true? You can ask Piccolo and Tianjin Fan. Seeking validation, Xiaolin turned to them. Piccolo blushed, declaring himself just a 12-year-old child who understood little of such matters. Tianjin Fan nodded, aware of his appeal to many girls. That number 18, said she, like Trunks, came from the future, Tianjin Fan added. The future? Did she travel via a time machine, or is she a reincarnate? Xiaolin pondered, though he did not dwell on it. Despite being a time traveler, he shared a trait with his original self, insecurities about his appearance. Even knowing the anime's plot, he never developed any inappropriate feelings for number 18. Setting that aside, since number 18 has not harmed you, it indicates they are not malevolent, Xiaolin concluded, sighing with relief. Thus, our greatest adversary now is Shalu. Shalu? Piccolo and the others were hearing this name for the first time. To avoid causing confusion, Xiaolin fabricated a tale, claiming he had learned to foresee events from the Yadarat people. There exists a green-skinned monster with regenerative capabilities and a long tail that can absorb number 17 and no. 18 to become complete. We must eliminate him before he can absorb them. Upon hearing Xiaolin's description, Bulma and Tianjin Fan exchanged glances at the sweating Piccolo. Green-skinned and regenerative abilities. That sounds just like you, Piccolo. Xiaolin understood their thoughts and was momentarily speechless. He proceeded to illustrate Shala's appearance in vivid detail, describing features such as a sharp, monkey-like face and a body covered in spots. In summary, the description is quite detailed. Shortly thereafter, Wukong, Vegeta, and Namek awoke, all feeling rather bewildered. After exchanging confused glances, they realized that the three Super Saiyans had been defeated in an instant by an unknown assailant. Such humiliation. Vegeta seethed with anger. Meanwhile, Bulma excitedly informed Vegeta that Namek was his son. Vegeta's expression transformed into that of a bewildered husky. With his limited mathematical knowledge, he deduced that given he was now around 27 or 28 years old, and Namek appeared to be merely 17, he must have fathered this child when he was just 10 years old. 10 years old. At that age, he had not even completed his own physical development. Furthermore, apart from an unexpected encounter with Bulma a year ago, Vegeta had never engaged in such activities. Could it be that Saiyans, as a warrior race, were capable of inducing pregnancy through combat? What are you thinking? This is the future Namek, Bulma reminded him. Namek? Bulma still appeared perplexed, struggling to grasp the unfolding events. I mean, yes, you were an incompetent father, as you did not return to see me during the time of my childbirth. Bulma rubbed her forehead, feeling overwhelmed. What? I mean, this child is ours. He has returned from the future, Bulma explained. Vegeta was taken aback. Is this for real? Yet, the fact that this child could transform into a Super Saiyan indeed confirmed his Saiyan lineage. Indeed, he was Vegeta's offspring. Suddenly becoming a father felt so strange. What? It's not like you didn't push for it after drinking. Vegeta insisted on defending his dignity. Bulma immediately covered Vegeta's mouth, angrily whispering in his ear, "You fool. Is that something you can casually say?" Xiaolin and Tianjin Fan exchanged bewildered looks, their eyes inadvertently drifting elsewhere. Wukong wore an innocent expression, while Piccolo remarked that he was merely a 12-year-old child. Since Super Saiyans could not defeat the androids, I shall surpass Super Saiyans. Vegeta proposed his ambitious plan. What? Surpass Super Saiyans? Is that even possible? Namek questioned, confused. Fool. We Saiyans are the strongest warrior race in the universe. How could we stagnate? Vegeta reprimanded his son, asserting that as a descendant of the Saiyan prince, he should possess Saiyan pride. I know of a place suitable for training where 1 year equates to only 1 day here, Wukong suggested. Thus, the 3 Super Saiyans commenced their journey, adhering to the original plot, heading to the time chamber in the other world for training. Piccolo also expressed his intention to seek out the Kaioshin. Observing everyone leaving, Xiaolin resolved to take action as well. He intended to find Shalu and eliminate him. However, Shalu could conceal his energy, making him a cunning adversary. Consequently, Xiaolin first sought out Granny Uranai, but she too was unable to locate Shalu. Left with no choice, Xiaolin decided to search for the Dragon Balls to summon Shenron. He instantly teleported back to Kame House to retrieve the Dragon Radar. While Kame Sennin was astonished to be pulled away from a yoga program on television to find Xiaolin before him. When did you return? Kame Sennin inquired. That's a long story, Master Wu Tian. I'll explain later. Grasping the Dragon Radar, Xiaolin emitted a burst of white energy and vanished into the distant sky, leaving behind a long trail. Xiaolin observed that several Dragon Balls had already gathered on the radar, presumably collected by number 18 and the others. Thus, he set off to gather the remaining ones. As he flew towards one of the scattered Dragon Balls, he casually scanned for any signs of Shalu. To his surprise, he indeed made a discovery. A small town lay eerily silent, with abandoned vehicles and clothing scattered about. It resembled a scene straight out of an anime. It was Shalu. At that moment, within an airport, there were a brother and sister. The sister, around 17, was named Kai Xia, while her 9-year-old brother was called Kai Dong. They both had brown hair. The sister wore a low ponytail, and the brother sported a neat boyish cut. Sister, I'm so tired, can we stop? No, Kai Dong, that monster is almost upon us. Just a little longer, once we get out of the warehouse. We can escape on a plane, Kai Xia urged, pulling her brother along with all her might, despite her own concern for him. Earlier that day, a terrifying creature had suddenly appeared in the town, and anyone who laid eyes on it was left with nothing but their clothing. Kai Xia and her brother had also become targets of the monster, which seemed to delight in tormenting them, relentlessly pursuing them without striking. They escaped the warehouse and activated a mechanism to shut the enormous yellow hangar doors, designed for storing aircraft. The doors were as large as an ordinary house. Once closed, no one could possibly exit. Kai Xia believed they were safe, gasping for breath while leaning against the closed doors. Suddenly, a deafening noise erupted as a crack appeared, large enough for a person to slip through. The sheer force sent Kai Xia and her brother flying. She shielded her brother with her body, sustaining injuries in the process. Hee. A bizarre laughter escaped through the opening, and a green, humanoid creature with a pointed face emerged. Game over, little cookies. The creature approached the siblings, brandishing a grotesque, thick syringe-like tail poised to strike at Kai Xia. However, a swift shadow darted past, causing the tail to miss and plunge into the concrete instead. Oh, Xiaolin. What a coincidence. I didn't even need to seek you out, saving me quite a bit of effort, the monster spoke. At that moment, Kai Xia and her brother were shielded by Xiaolin, who descended slowly from the air. Kai Xia closed her eyes, initially preparing to meet her demise, but to her astonishment, she was saved. The person who rescued her was a robust, bald young man. Kai Xia gazed up at her savior, and perhaps due to the bridge effect, even though Xiaolin was not conventionally handsome, she found him rather endearing at that moment. Thank you for saving us, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. Upon hearing her thanks, Xiaolin recognized that these siblings were indeed minor characters from the TV series Dragon Ball. However, since they had expressed their gratitude, he felt compelled to respond. No need to thank me. There's a plane over there. You should leave quickly, Xiaolin said, releasing the siblings and turning to face the monster. Kai Xia continued to express her thanks as she and her brother dashed towards the nearby plane, glancing back several times despite her urgency. I've been looking for you for a long time, Shalu. At that moment, Xiaolin finally turned his attention to the green creature. Indeed, this monster was the first form of Shalu. Chapter 48, Reverse Instant Transmission. This Shalu, like Namek, had also traveled through time. thus possessing an in-depth understanding of the Z warrior situation. In Shala's memories, Xiaolin was weak and timid. However, something seemed different now. Xiaolin stood before him, brimming with confidence, showing no signs of retreat. Oh right, it must be because I concealed my energy, which is why this little bald head isn't afraid of me. Shala thought to himself, underestimating Xiaolin's strength. He believed he could easily crush him with minimal effort. No, it would be better to absorb him entirely. After all, a weak warrior was still a substantial meal compared to an Earthling. Shala's overconfidence led him to neglect taking a fighting stance. Meanwhile, Xiaolin had already begun charging the Kamehameha wave. Shala resolved not to dodge, but to endure a single Kamehameha wave, intending to deliver a shock to Xiaolin. However, Xiaolin had long anticipated his opponent's overconfidence. It is essential to remember that with Saiyan cells, one cannot underestimate their potential. Saiyans are renowned for their resilience. The 20-fold Kaioken, the new energy flow, amplified 20-fold. A crimson steam erupted from Xiaolin, causing the Kamehameha wave in his hands to swell, intensify, and shine brilliantly. What? Shala was taken aback. Such power. Could Xiaolin really be that formidable? Shala attempted to evade, but it was already too late. A chorus of anguished cries echoed as Shala was engulfed by the luminous wave. Xiaolin recalled that Shala possessed a core within his mind. As long as it remained intact, he could resurrect indefinitely. Now, seeing Shala's complacent demeanor, went better to obliterate him than now. The Kamehameha surged skyward, visible even in daylight. Observing the vast chasm that had formed, Xiaolin did not ease his vigilance. Suddenly, he vanished from sight, employing instant transmission. Behind a massive warehouse, something was writhing and regenerating, ultimately reconstituting into Shala. It turned out that he had expended all his energy to shield his core, retreating to another location amidst the smoke generated by the Kamehameha. Cautiously, Shala peered out, curious about Xiaolin's actions, only to find no one present. It seemed he mistakenly believed himself dead. What a fool. While reveling in his own cleverness, Shala could not fathom why this version of Xiaolin was so extraordinarily powerful, nearly sending him skyward in their initial encounter. It appeared he needed to absorb more humans. Shala muttered to himself, "Indeed, it seems I must eliminate you once more." An abrupt voice interrupted. Before Shala could turn, a fist struck his face. Ugh, Shala grunted, his body propelled like a cannonball, demolishing several large warehouses along the way. Iron sheets and beams rained down upon him. But how infuriating! Shala staggered to his feet from the ruins. Having compressed his energy to its lowest point, why had he still been detected? Just as Shala steadied himself, Xiaolin reappeared before him through instant transmission, unleashing a relentless flurry of blows, leaving Shala no opportunity to retaliate. Instant transmission typically requires sensing another's energy to utilize, but Xiaolin had devised a plan on Yardrat. Upon encountering Shala, he had subtly transformed his energy into tiny energy orbs, scattering them in the vicinity. These orbs were so minuscule they were invisible to the naked eye, causing no harm, but serving as markers. Xiaolin relied on these orbs to execute instant transmission. Furthermore, they formed a barrier-like circle. Any being entering this circle would trigger the movement of the energy orbs, which Xiaolin could perceive keenly. Thus, even if Shala concealed his energy, as long as he remained within this circle, Xiaolin would be aware of his presence. This innovative technique was inspired not by Dragon Ball, but by another anime Xiaolin had watched in his past life, Hunter x Hunter. It was captivating, containing a concept of energy known as Nun. This circle mimicked the 4 major types of Nun from Hunter x Hunter. While Hunter x Hunter was indeed captivating, the author's penchant for gambling often led to abrupt halts in the storyline. Shala was struck repeatedly, sent crashing to the ground amidst a cloud of dust. According to the conventions of Dragon Ball, battles should cease when dust clouds arise. However, Xiaolin, disregarding martial ethics, continued his assault on Shala, who lay incapacitated on the ground. At this moment, Xiaolin seized the weakened Shala, hurling him skyward. For Shala had exhausted all his strength in enduring the blows and could not resist. On the ground, Xiaolin unleashed his energy once more, declaring, "Kamehameha." A colossal Kamehameha surged into the sky, resembling a gigantic pillar, seemingly striving to uphold the heavens. Just as it appeared Shala would meet his demise, a figure dashed by, taking Shala with him into oblivion. Xiaolin immediately halted the Kamehameha, sensing that Shala had been rescued. Yet, he was somewhat taken aback by the identity of the rescuer, Raditz. The diminutive warrior. Raditz hovered above, gripping Xiaolu by the tail. As Xiaolu slowly opened his eyes, he beheld a robust man holding him aloft. Just as Xiaolu recognized Raditz's visage, Raditz flung him away into the horizon. You came to save Xiaolu? Xiaolin was perplexed, unable to comprehend Raditz's motives for rescuing Xiaolu. No, it's merely that I found you insufferable, Raditz replied with a hint of resentment. In truth, Raditz had initially been searching for Dragon Balls. But upon sensing an immense energy nearby, he had come to investigate. Upon seeing Xiaolin, an inexplicable surge of bitterness welled within him, particularly as he contemplated the prospect of Android 18 becoming this diminutive warrior's partner, envisioning that exquisite figure beneath him. A nameless rage ignited within Raditz. You intended to kill Xiaolu, did you? I shall not permit it. Thus, with a mindset opposed to Xiaolin's, Raditz rescued Xiaolu. In the moment he discarded Xiaolu, a thought struck him. If Xiaolin were eliminated, would Android 18 reconsider her affections? Indeed, if I can just eliminate Xiaolin here, then all will be well. Raditz, having assessed Xiaolin's power level with Dr. Gero's scouter, noted it to be a mere 8 million. Huh, what a weakling. Raditz's confidence surged. Unbeknownst to Raditz, Xiaolin also harbored murderous intent. Initially, he had spared Raditz, believing him to be a fellow traveler and a good person. Little did he know that this decision would lead to significant alterations in the Dragon Ball narrative. Although Xiaolin could not gauge Raditz's strength, he had gleaned information about Raditz's transformation into a cyborg from Piccolo and thus did not underestimate him. The two stood in a tense standoff, and after a brief silence, they unleashed their energies in unison. A powerful clash ensued, generating an invisible pressure that radiated outward in a circle, lifting nearby structures into the air and stripping the lush trees bare, while the previously tranquil sea was stirred into a towering wall of water. Such speed and strength in their strikes. In terms of raw power, Xiaolin was at a disadvantage, realizing that Raditz's strength surpassed his own, at least around 800 million. Xiaolin attempted to mitigate Raditz's force by retreating. His own 10-fold Kamehameha, 20-fold Kaioken, and 20-fold new energy flow could only elevate him to 400 million. Faced with Raditz's 800 million, victory seemed elusive. However, this theoretical analysis of combat power did not account for the disparities in fighting skills. Since his battle with Goku on planet Ko, Xiaolin had contemplated strategies for overcoming stronger opponents. Now was the time to put those ideas into practice. With his 10-fold Kamehameha, 20-fold Kaioken, and 20-fold new energy flow, Xiaolin had adapted well. He could maintain this form for half a day if desired. Why retreat from a clash? Weren't you once so formidable? Where has that lofty demeanor, which dictated my fate, disappeared to? Raditz cackled. Having discerned that Xiaolin was no match for him, he unleashed all the pent-up frustration of the years. Weaklings belong among weaklings. Raditz charged back at Xiaolin with incredible speed. Xiaolin's dynamic vision was utterly inadequate, and moreover, Leitai's was an artificial being, making it impossible for him to utilize energy sensing. However, Xiaolin possessed his own innovative technique, circle. The area within a kilometer had long been enveloped by the tiny energy spheres emitted by Xiaolin. As long as Leitai's made the slightest movement within this realm, Xiaolin would be able to sense it. Although 800 million was an impressive power level, Xiaolin, through the application of circle, could barely keep up with his opponent's speed. At this moment, by employing his battle experience to anticipate Leitai's moves, it was not difficult to predict his attack patterns. Leitai's fist swung towards Xiaolin's bald head, and should it land, it would undoubtedly crush him like a watermelon. Yet, Xiaolin executed an instantaneous teleportation. Ordinary movement could not possibly outpace Leitai's, and would only result in being caught. Leitai's fist missed its target, and in his forward lean, a vulnerability appeared. Xiaolin teleported directly behind him, delivering a fierce punch to Leitai's waist. How solid! It was mechanical limbs. Leitai's, enraged, turned around, but Xiaolin had foreseen this. Thus, Leitai's punch once again met empty air. Xiaolin instantaneously moved behind Leitai's head and struck him at the back of his skull. Leitai's winced in pain. Although this pain was bearable, it ignited a furious wrath within him. Despite his superior strength, he was unable to land a hit on his opponent. With each of Leitai's strikes, Xiaolin could predict and evade, then teleport for a sneak attack, gradually whittling away at Leitai's endurance. While these attacks were not particularly strong, their cumulative effect could lead to significant damage. As time passed, Leitai began to sense something amiss. His strength seemed to be waning. Indeed, it was diminishing. Because Leitai was merely a semi-mechanical artificial being, he lacked an infinite energy source, leading to a depletion of energy during his exchanges with Shaolin. Cursed be it. Leitai unleashed an energy wave towards Shaolin, seizing the moment of Shaolin's evasion to attempt an escape. Shaolin could not allow this to happen. If Leitai managed to escape the confines of the arena, victory would be impossible. Qi Yuan slash. Shaolin unleashed a powerful energy technique with one hand. The bright Qi Yuan slash shot towards Leitai like a scythe of death. Leitai could dodge it, but what followed was Shaolin's instantaneous teleportation for a close-range attack. Foolish. Leitai, seeing Shaolin teleport directly in front of him, was filled with elation. He prepared to retaliate with all his might. Yet, Shaolin smirked. Just as Leitai was about to strike him, Shaolin vanished once more. More precisely, he had swapped places with the previously launched Qi Yuan slash. This was Shaolin's newly developed skill from his teleportation, reverse teleportation. This technique allowed him to exchange positions with the energy orb he had unleashed. What? Leitai could barely utter a word before the Qi Yuan slash severed his entire right arm. Ah, my hand. Leitai clutched his severed limb, reflecting on how this arm had not only been his right hand, but also a companion through countless sleepless nights. Now it was gone. From now on, it would be known as Yanghua. The pain was unbearable. Leitai was at a loss, rendered helpless without his hand. Seizing the moment of Leitai's immobilization, Shaolin prepared to unleash several more Qi Yuan slashes to finish him off. But just as he was about to do so, Shaolin felt an intense palpitation. His heart raced, and it felt as though all the blood in his body was being drained. The Qi Yuan slash he had formed began to dissipate. His hands instinctively clutched at his heart. Finally, he grimaced in agony, unable to perform the sky dance technique, collapsing to the ground. Oh! Shaolin curled up on the ground, resembling a shrimp, groaning in pain. At this moment, a single phrase escaped his lips: heart disease. This sensation was unlike any heart condition in reality. It mirrored the heart ailment experienced by Sun Wukong in the original tale, caused by excessive use of the Kaioken technique. Leitai did not anticipate that Shaolin would not only refrain from killing him, but would also curl up on the ground. This was his opportunity. Leitai felt a mixture of rage and exhilaration. He was angry that he had become Yanghua, yet thrilled at the prospect of finally eliminating this detestable little melon. Die, you scoundrel! Even the heavens are on my side now. Leitai staunched his bleeding and extended a hand, charging an energy blast. A brilliant beam shot toward Shaolin. Shaolin sensed the approach of death, yet found himself powerless to resist. Damn it! Shaolin attempted to struggle, but it was already futile. Heart disease in the Dragon Ball world was terrifying. Just as Shaolin sank into despair, a slender figure appeared before him. Pong! The energy wave shot by Leitai was deflected away. The energy beam flew back, grazing Leitai's stunned face before ultimately escaping into outer space. 18. Shaolin recognized the figure. Familiar from having watched over 100 episodes of the anime. In the distance, Lazuli sensed a powerful energy fluctuation, having just gathered all the Dragon Balls. She looked towards the source, sensing a colossal energy that could very well be Cell. Lazuli thought that if it was Cell, she would eliminate him. Upon arrival, however, she discovered two familiar figures locked in combat. Shaolin. Lazuli was taken aback. She had previously wondered why she hadn't seen Shaolin at Capsule Corp, assuming he was too cowardly to show himself. Yet here he was, having severed Leitai's hand. Could Shaolin possess such formidable power? Lazuli recalled her past life. Shaolin had never been that strong. Confusion enveloped her, as everything felt alien despite being in the past. Until she saw Shaolin clutching his chest and plummeting from the sky, she ultimately decided to intervene and save him. At that moment, Shaolin was still curled up on the ground, utterly unable to resist, and regardless of whether his rescuer was willing to assist, he merely muttered, "Help. Nan. Na Yao." Lazuli could not comprehend his words, but witnessing Shaolin's agonized state, her brows furrowed as she glanced at the Dragon Balls in her arms, seemingly resolved to make a decision. Why? Why save him? This guy is our enemy. Meanwhile, Leitai was in disbelief. At this moment, he was beside himself with rage. Even the pain of his recently severed arm did not compare. Speaking of pain, the anguish in his heart far outweighed the pain in his limb. This was a rare opportunity. He was so close to eliminating this loathsome little melon. At this juncture, Leitais recalled something that 18 had said at Capsule Corporation. She had mentioned that she was also from the future. This implied that she must know Shaolin, as in the original Dragon Ball, 18 was Shaolin's wife. Cursed be it. Was it because of this connection? Why did fate not grant me even a sliver of a chance? Right. There was still one method. Leitais suddenly realized that Shaolin, like himself, was a transmigrant. What if he revealed to 18 that Shaolin's soul had been usurped by another? Would she still regard him as her husband? With this thought, a cruel smile crept across Leitais' face, and he shouted, 18, that Shaolin's soul was replaced years ago. The one before you is not the Shaolin you once knew. Lazili froze upon hearing Leitais' words, but she quickly appeared before him, extending her hand and demanding, where are the Dragon Balls? What do you intend to do? Leitais suddenly conceived an absurd possibility and exclaimed, you don't mean to use the Dragon Balls to cure this guy's illness, do you? I already told you. This guy's soul has been swapped out. He is not your husband. Before Leitais could finish, a punch struck his face. The entire individual was hurled into the distance, ultimately plunging into the vast ocean. Simultaneously, the Dragon Ball that Raditz had just acquired was taken away. Upon obtaining the Dragon Ball, Lazili returned to stand before Shaolin. At this moment, all the Dragon Balls were gathered together, radiating a soft glow as they were placed in proximity. As the incantation was recited, the sky darkened with thick clouds, and a serpentine dragon emerged, soaring through the clouds and waves to appear before Lazili. State your wish. Heal this individual. The divine dragon glanced at the curled-up bald figure on the ground, recognizing him as a longtime user. However, this request posed a significant challenge. This ailment exceeds my capabilities. The dragon's voice resonated with authority, exuding an air of superiority. Repeat that? Lazili conjured a ki blast in her hand, the pressure instilling a sense of mortal peril in the dragon. In an instant, the dragon's composure crumbled. Apologies, I hadn't concluded my statement. While I cannot heal directly, I can replicate the medicine that Trunks provided to Goku 3 years ago. That should suffice for treatment. Then cease the prattle and produce it swiftly. Yes, yes. The dragon dared not delay, this scene evoking memories of being vanquished by Piccolo many years prior. Upon producing the medicine, the dragon felt itself revert to the Dragon Balls, vanishing before Lazili. Immediately, Lazili administered the medicine to Shaolin. After consuming it, Shaolin's expression appeared somewhat more relaxed, yet he remained in agony. The unusual occurrence drew the attention of Android 17 and Android 19. 18, you just summoned the dragon. Why do I still feel the bomb inside me? After voicing his concern, 17 spotted Shaolin lying on the ground and pondered, is this the man my sister cares for? Did she invoke the Dragon Balls merely to save him? What about our bombs? 17 was bewildered, feeling estranged from his sister. Yet, he remained silent. 17's reticence rendered 19 even more hesitant to speak. Meanwhile, after being cast into the sea, Raditz was rescued by none other than Shalu. Are you all right? Shalu had been covertly observing after Raditz was taken away. He discovered that the androids of this timeline were formidable. Any single one could easily overpower him tenfold. 18. One of his targets appeared even more terrifying, causing Shalu, who was only in his first form, to tremble in fear. Left with no alternative, Shalu resolved to ally with others. Raditz seemed an excellent choice, as Shalu perceived him as sufficiently malevolent and motivated by vengeance after being struck by 18. Indeed, as Shalu suspected, Raditz was filled with despair and burgeoning hatred. Damn it, that wretched woman would rather choose a bald head than me, Raditz seethed, his voice eliciting a grimace from Shalu. Allow me to assist you. If you permit me to evolve into my ultimate form, I shall help you exact your revenge. Shalu recalled his mission and began persuading Raditz. Observing Shalu's gaunt, green visage, Raditz contemplated his resentment towards 18 and Shaolin, formulating a cunning plan. Indeed, he would aid Shalu in absorbing 17 before 18's eyes, and subsequently absorbing 18 before Shaolin. Suddenly, Raditz posed an unexpected question to Shalu. Do you possess reproductive organs? Reproductive? Shalu blinked, then gestured with his tail. Upon reaching my ultimate form, I will be able to produce little Shalus. Not that kind of reproduction. Raditz intended to reveal his manhood to illustrate his point, but given the estrangement of brothers, it was futile to convey with physical demonstrations. After much dialogue, he finally made Shalu comprehend. I possess no gender. Companionship is unnecessary. Thus, I lack such things. Shalu shook his head in confusion, pondering why Rithizi was inquiring about such matters. Is he interested in forming a bond with me? How terrifying. Is that so? Rithizi felt slightly disheartened. In his past life, he had not only watched the original Dragon Ball, but also its fan adaptations, witnessing various ambitions, breeding grounds, and sexual prowess. Since Shalu lacked such attributes, he could not engage in any carnal acts before that diminutive figure. Rithizi was consumed with endless resentment, believing that any means of retaliation would be justified. Subsequently, Rithizi and Shalu reached a mutual understanding, with Rithizi employing his intellect to devise strategies for Shalu. In a certain town near a southern isle, within the precincts of the police station, an elderly Mediterranean man was banging on the detention room door. Damn it! Release me at once. Do you know who I am? I am the illustrious Dr. Gero. Earlier, after 18 had placed Dr. Gero before the bank in town and subsequently demolished the bank entrance, he was suspected of bank robbery. When the police arrived, only Dr. Gero lay unconscious on the ground, accompanied by a note declaring him as the robber. As the police could find no other suspects, Dr. Gero bore the brunt of their accusations. Upon regaining consciousness in the police station, Dr. Gero began to cause a commotion, yet the officers ignored him, viewing him merely as a means to enhance their record. After all, in such a small town, bank robberies were a rarity, occurring perhaps once in over a decade. Whether or not it was a robbery, it had to be treated as such. Thus, Dr. Gero faced the prospect of being transferred to a larger prison. If he were to be incarcerated, he might spend decades behind bars. Would he languish in prison until death? Dr. Gero would not allow it. He had yet to witness the ultimate warrior he had created. Had he known this would transpire, he would have transformed himself into an android. If he were an android, these petty officers could never confine him. Damn it, Dr. Gero vented his frustration by striking the wall. At that moment, the wall exploded, the shockwave throwing Dr. Gero against the opposite wall. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Dr. Gero rubbed his head as he rose slowly, only to find the wall before him had vanished, revealing the interior of the police station. A muscular man with a severed arm wreaked havoc, while a towering green humanoid inserted its tail into a person, consuming something. In a matter of moments, that individual was reduced to a mere garment. Witnessing the carnage before him, Dr. Gero was filled with profound fear, a sensation of weakness in the presence of overwhelming strength. Damn it! He attempted to flee, but was ensnared by a tail. Wait, Shalu, do not kill him. This is Dr. Gero. Just when Dr. Gero thought his demise was imminent, the muscular man halted the violence. This old fellow is Dr. Gero? Shalu pulled Dr. Gero closer for inspection. He is merely an insignificant old human. How could he possibly create beings like us? Shalu scoffed at the absurdity that such a powerful creature was the product of a human with a power level below 5. Yet, this was the undeniable truth. Rithizi interjected, "Release him." The moment that compassionate heart allowed this old man to live, he unwittingly became the key to their demise. I dare say they will deeply regret this revelation. Shalu released Dr. Gero, who promptly collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, clutching his neck. The earlier grip nearly robbed him of his life. Upon hearing their conversation, Dr. Gero realized that these two monsters were indeed the android Rithizi and the amalgamation of various powerful cells known as Shalu. Understanding that they would not kill him, Dr. Gero's courage swelled. You are Shalu? Why have you grown so large? In my plans, you were not to emerge for at least another 5 years. Dr. Gero voiced his bewilderment. Surprised? Well, it is not unexpected. I traversed through time using a time machine. Shalu crossed his arms defiantly, showing no respect for his creator. Dr. Gero felt a deep anger at the lack of reverence shown by his own creation, yet he found himself powerless to impose any authority over Shalu. Unlike the android 18, Shalu did not harbor any explosive device within him. Time machine? Did I create that? Dr. Gero pondered that only his most brilliant self in the future could possibly conjure such an invention. Stop boasting, old man. The time machine was developed by Bulma from Capsule Corporation. Shalu retorted mercilessly. Dr. Gero rifled through his memory and recalled having seen Bulma, the daughter of Briefs, at a scientific exhibition long ago. Renowned as a prodigy from a young age, he was astonished that she had the capability to invent something beyond even his imagination. It would be fascinating to discuss the time machine with her if the opportunity arose, he thought, a genuine admiration dawning upon his expression. Enough with the chatter, old man. Raditz interjected darkly, his patience wearing thin. We did not come to rescue you just to discuss science. He seized Dr. Gero by the collar, threateningly insisting. We need to absorb androids 17 and 18, but their power is formidable. Do you have any solutions? Sheru, arms crossed, eagerly awaited Dr. Gero's response, driven by his biological instinct to evolve into his ultimate form. Yes, Dr. Gero gasped, feeling the constriction of his collar. Why were all his creations so disrespectful? At least Android 19 had been obedient and diligent. Dr. Gero explained that, aside from a bomb, Androids 17 and 18 possessed an emergency shutdown mechanism designed to prevent them from resisting fusion with Sheru. Very well, this setup is commendable, Raditz smirked, already envisioning Android 18's despair. However, he continued to question Dr. Gero. You haven't implanted anything else in me, have you? If you have, I won't let you off easily. And no, Dr. Gero stammered, feigning panic, while inwardly thinking, how could I not have, fool? Apart from Sheru, you all have my bombs within you. I haven't read much, don't try to deceive me. Raditz continued to press, suspecting Dr. Gero was hiding something. If you don't believe me, you can kill me right now? Dr. Gero retorted defiantly, aware that Raditz would never dare to take his life. With androids 17 and 18 present, Sheru would have to rely on his own strength to absorb them. At that moment, Dr. Gero felt a twinge of relief. Fortunately, he had infused androids 17 and 18 with the cells of golden Frieza and red Saiyan, greatly enhancing their power. Otherwise, if these two were no longer a threat, he wouldn't survive either. Chapter 50. Device. A day later, Shaolin felt as though he had just awoken from a nightmare, suddenly jolted by a bump. He vaguely heard a woman's voice. 17, slow down. I'm already driving slowly. You've got that bald guy on your lap. How could you possibly bump him? As he slowly opened his eyes, he was startled to see what appeared to be two large dumplings. Upon closer inspection, they were unmistakably the legs of Android 18. Alarmed, Shaolin sat upright, realizing he was in the back seat of a car, alongside the renowned Android 18. With her golden hair framing a fair face and striking blue eyes, reminiscent of the vast sky. Reflecting on his memories, Shaolin recalled his confrontation with Raditz, during which his recollections had faded away. He only remembered an intense pain in his chest, and then losing control of his body. It seemed that Android 18 had saved him. However, as he glanced at her shapely legs, he felt a flush of embarrassment. What am I thinking? Amipa. My goal is martial arts. Flustered, he stammered, thank you for saving me. The youthful voice from the driver's seat chimed in. We wasted a wish from the Dragon Balls to save you. Glancing over, Shaolin recognized a black-haired youth with the same hairstyle as Android 18, Android 17. I am truly grateful, Shaolin replied, unsure of what else to say. Having followed the Dragon Ball series for years, the imposing presence of Androids 17 and 18 had always left an impression on him. Focus on driving. I have some questions for him, Raditz interrupted. Her eyes fixated on Shaolin, scanning him as if trying to imprint him in her mind. Unsatisfied with her view, she shifted closer, their faces mere centimeters apart. Shaolin instinctively recoiled, but found himself pressed against the car door with no escape, forced to maintain eye contact with Raditz. This was a novel experience for him, leaving him blushing deeply, the warmth spreading across his bald head. You're not Shaolin. Raditz's words caught him off guard. After a moment of realization, he understood. Piccolo had mentioned that this Android 18 was from the future, just like Trunks. Since Raditz was her ally, it was only natural for her to question his identity. After a brief contemplation, Shaolin decided to be honest, feeling no need to hide the truth, especially since she had saved his life. I am indeed not the original Shaolin. To be precise, I crossed over 5 years ago. Upon hearing this, Raditz's face turned pale. Initially skeptical, her disbelief crumbled as he confirmed the truth. In that instant, memories of her life with her husband and daughter felt fragmented. It seemed as though those familiar figures were drifting further away from her. Seeing Raditz's despondent expression filled Shaolin with guilt. If she lacked memories of the future, perhaps he could have continued using this body without remorse. However, now that she possessed those memories, he had taken on the body of her husband, altering the situation entirely. After a moment of contemplation, he added, You can kill me, but even then, Shaolin will not return. He has already died once. In the afterlife, he was still in control. Raditz, regaining her composure, looked at the face that mirrored her husband's. She felt conflicted. Everything about him, his appearance, voice, was familiar. Yet his personality was not entirely the same. Just then, an unexpected attack occurred. As Android 19 flew alongside the car, a yellow energy blast approached rapidly, catching him off guard before he could react, obliterating him into fragments. The explosion jolted the vehicle off course. With remarkable driving skills, Android 17 managed to perform a 360-degree spin, regaining control. Raditz remained steady, but Shaolin was not as fortunate. He yelped in surprise, propelled by inertia, and his bald head collided with two soft objects. Dazed, Shaolin found himself enveloped in darkness, uttering incoherent sounds. Raditz gently kicked him aside and exited the vehicle. Shaolin remained in the car, flustered and repeatedly apologizing. I'm sorry, it was unintentional. However, Lazili had long since ignored him. Accompanying her out of the vehicle was number 17, who complained about how difficult it was to drive a stolen car compared to a purchased one. While glancing at the two figures in the sky, they had finally returned after being missing for a day. Who are they? The shattered no. 19 evoked no sympathy from the others, as if it had never possessed any presence from the outset. Latizi Shalu. Lazili furrowed her brow. The figures in the sky were indeed Latizi and Shalu. What was surprising, however, was that Latizi was now allied with Shalu. It appeared that they had become adversaries. At that moment, Latizi wore a sinister grin, exuding malice. His arm had been replaced by a mechanical one crafted by Dr. Goluo, enhancing his battle prowess beyond its previous limits. The only downside was that this mechanical arm might exert excessive force, easily snapping ordinary beings. Yet, this was inconsequential to Latizi, as he had already lost his humanity. Presently, Shalu was merely in its first stage, and Lazili and number 17 were not intimidated by them. Silence was irrelevant. Soon, they would no longer be able to speak at all. Lazili raised her hands, and a white aura surged around her, poised to strike at Latizi. Just then, Latizi unexpectedly produced a peculiar remote control, pink in color, reminiscent of a device used for jumping. One could only wonder who had such a twisted sense of humor to design it that way. Upon pressing a button, the aura surrounding Lazili vanished, and she slumped to the ground. An expression of disbelief crossed her face. What was happening? Her body had become weak and limp, resembling her state before transformation, utterly resembling an ordinary person. Beside her, number 17 was equally astonished, unable to exert the formidable power he once possessed. What is going on, Latizi? Is the controller malfunctioning? They don't seem to be in stasis. Shalu was beginning to panic. For the controller crafted by Dr. Goluo was supposed to render androids dormant with a single press. Yet, it was evident that both still retained some mobility. Meanwhile, Latizi remained as composed as ever. He possessed the most advanced combat power detector, although number 17 and number 18 could still move. The detector indicated that their combat power had plummeted to around 2. It seemed that while the device had not fully achieved its intended function, it had successfully stripped them of their strength without obliterating their consciousness. When it came to vengeance, could it truly be considered revenge if the adversary felt no pain? Let's proceed. First absorb number 17. Latizi urged Shalu forward. However, Shalu was too fearful. It lacked the means to gauge combat power like Latizi did. Yet Latizi showed no leniency, kicking Shalu towards number 17. With no choice, Shalu reluctantly extended its tail to absorb him. As Shalu prepared to absorb number 17, Latizi's excitement was palpable. Did you ever imagine, number 18, that your brother would be slaughtered right before your eyes? Number 17, having lost his strength, entered a dazed state. He could hardly fathom how helpless he had become without his power. Lazili stood in despair, acutely aware of the dire predicament awaiting her and her brother. Yet she felt utterly powerless to intervene. They could not even see Shalu's form at that moment. Suddenly, Lazili and No. 17 sensed the scene around them shift, transforming into the entrance of the capsule company. At this moment, Lazili realized a hand had rested on her waist. No. 17 and number 18, having lost their strength, could not discern what was transpiring. However, Latizi observed with clarity. A red figure suddenly burst from the vehicle, placing a hand on both of them before vanishing into thin air. Instantaneous movement. It was that wretched little man once again. Latizi's expression soured. He began to empathize with pain from the destruction of Konoha. How much weight could a bag of rice carry? Shalu, having been overshadowed by Shaolin, noticeably slowed upon seeing that figure. Latizi, witnessing Shalu's lack of effectiveness, became furious, venting his wrath upon it. If you hadn't hesitated, you would have absorbed number 17 by now. Useless, utterly useless. Sha Lu could only silently endure La Tzu's fury. Once La Tzu had vented his anger and calmed down, he began to devise a strategy. It was clear that Shaolin would take number 18 and no. 17 to find Bulma. The only complication was that little man's ability to teleport. If he intervened, he would undoubtedly whisk them away. A method to counteract this instantaneous movement was imperative. Suddenly, an idea struck La Tzu. Is he dead? If not, get up quickly and return to find Dr. Guluo. Inquire if he possesses an invention to disrupt energy perception. La Tzu shouted at the buried Sha Lu. What do you need that for? Sha Lu questioned, perplexed. Why ask so many foolish questions? Just do as you're told. Yes, yes. If you were not here to guide me, I would never absorb number 17 and number 18 in my lifetime. In 1 hour, regardless of the circumstances. You must arrive at the capsule company. Otherwise, consider your life forfeit. After finishing his tirade, La Tzu erupted in anger and soared away. Only after La Tzu had vanished into the distance did the timid Sha Lu dare to clench its fists tightly, a fierce expression crossing its face as it muttered. How dare that bastard yell at me? I am the ultimate life form of the future. You are merely a half-finished product. Sha Lu cursed. Yet it still dared not defy La Tzu. It needed La Tzu's assistance to absorb number 17 and number 18. Sha Lu then set out to find Dr. Guluo. Meanwhile, Dr. Guluo was hiding in his underground laboratory, observing La Tzu and Sha Lu through a spy robot. He was not foolish enough to venture out himself. Did he wish to court death? He had established numerous underground laboratories on Earth, so even if the previous one had been destroyed by number 18, he had plenty more. Far more than he could ever utilize. Presently, Dr. Guluo had acquired considerable insight into the situation on Earth. He had learned that Shaolin seemed to have acquired the skill of instantaneous movement from outer space. Analyzing this technique through the spy robot, he discovered that it permitted the human body to convert its energy into information. This allowed the body to transform into a form of energy data, which could then be read and recombined at another location. Truly a remarkable ability. Dr. Guluo marveled at this phenomenon. However, it seemed La Tzu was also aware of the principle behind this technique. Otherwise, he would not have suggested to Sha Lu that they seek a device to sever energy perception. Qi was a term used by those barbaric fighters. Dr. Guluo considered it a form of energy as well. He understood that Earth's martial artists possessed a method to perceive Qi, which they utilized in their combat encounters. Hence, when designing the androids, he invented a device capable of disrupting energy perception. He named this device the G device. Androids equipped with the G device would not be detectable by human fighters. Furthermore, as long as they could not perceive Qi, Shaolin's instantaneous movement would be rendered ineffective. Dr. Guluo realized that La Tzu feared Shaolin might employ instantaneous movement to escape into space with number 17 and number 18. Dr. Guluo shared this apprehension. After all, he wished to witness the completion of Sha Lu, his finest creation. Thus, it was essential to prevent Shaolin from utilizing instantaneous movement. Dr. Gero contemplated for a moment, realizing that all that was required was the creation of a large G device, sufficiently expansive to disrupt the entire Earth, thus preventing Shaolin from perceiving the essence of extraterrestrial realms, effectively trapping him on the planet. However, this endeavor would require some time. He hoped that Raditz could find a way to delay matters. Rising from the monitoring room, Dr. Gero commenced the construction of the G device, capable of enveloping the entire globe. By the time Sheru arrived at the underground laboratory, Dr. Gero had already begun his work. He informed Sheru that he could devise a method to impede Shaolin's instantaneous movement, but it would necessitate several hours to accomplish. Sheru felt a bit perplexed. As the ultimate life form, he was primarily a combat entity, not an academic one. Nevertheless, since Dr. Gero claimed to have a solution, he had no choice but to return to Raditz. He pondered Raditz's current whereabouts, as he could not sense any energy emanating from him. Just as Sheru was hesitating, the television in the underground laboratory suddenly flickered, and a familiar face appeared on the screen. To his astonishment, it was Raditz. How had this individual managed to appear on television? Was he aspiring to be a celebrity? Chapter 51. The television station Why Are You Rescuing Us? Looking at Shaolin, who was clutching his chest and gasping for breath, Razi Li asked in confusion, "Did you not save me as well?" Shaolin replied, his mind occupied with other matters. He had previously believed his heart condition was resolved, only to discover that using instantaneous movement caused him considerable distress. Number 17 remained silent, wrestling with whether to express his gratitude. However, seeing Xiao Lin engaged in conversation with his sister made him hesitant to interject. Is that all? Li was evidently dissatisfied with this answer. Xiao Lin, however, did not respond further, as he felt his heart throbbing painfully and was pressed for time. He intended to ask Bulma to remove the restraining devices and bombs from number 17 and number 18. If he could contend with the first form of Sheru, and Raditz was evenly matched with him, then it followed that number 18 could easily defeat Raditz. This indicated that the powers of number 17 and number 18 should far exceed that of the current Sheru. Once the two regained their strength, they would be unafraid of Sheru. Xiao Lin pressed the doorbell of Capsule Corporation, and to his surprise, it was Mrs. Brief who opened the door. "Ah, it's Mr. Baldy. Are you here to take me on a date?" Xiao Lin was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly laughed. "No, I'm here to see Bulma." Mrs. Brief, known for her vivacious personality, often made such remarks when encountering someone she fancied, even with her husband present. "Oh, really? What a pity." Mrs. Brief always wore a cheerful smile. Xiao Lin continued to awkwardly touch his bald head, struggling to maintain his composure. Unbeknownst to him, Li stood behind him with a dark expression. While she was aware of Bulma's mother's eccentricity, she could not suppress her irritation. However, she quickly reassured herself. After all, the person before her had acknowledged that Xiao Lin was not the original. Why should she be upset? Li attempted to comfort herself, though the effect was minimal, and she still felt somewhat vexed. Mrs. Brief led Xiao Lin and the others to find Bulma, who had just lulled little Trunks to sleep. Upon seeing Xiao Lin, she appeared quite puzzled, and when she noticed number 17 and number 18 following him, she grimaced. Pulling Xiao Lin aside, she exclaimed loudly, "Are you insane? Why did you bring such troublesome individuals to my house? I was already stressed enough yesterday." Bulma was never one to mince words with acquaintances. That was her nature. In response, Xiao Lin explained the situation, informing Bulma that the powers of number 17 and number 18 had been restricted. "Isn't that a good thing? I absolutely will not assist you." Bulma recalled how her husband and son had been beaten up the day before, making her exceedingly displeased. "Please, you are the smartest person on Earth. Kindly help us, Bulma, our brilliant and benevolent genius." Xiao Lin circled around Bulma, pleading with her, until he finally managed to coax her into agreeing. Li, standing to the side, frowned in disapproval, unable to watch any longer. "Fine, if you won't help, then I will leave." Li resolved to turn away. Her pride would not allow her to beg. Yet, Xiao Lin pushed her back. "What are you doing?" I finally got her to agree. "If you leave now, aren't you just delivering food to Sheru?" Xiao Lin urged her gently. "You are so pathetic. I would rather be absorbed." "I understand now. I want to do this again, just this once, all right?" "My dear aunt." Li was shoved back into position. For reasons unknown, Li felt an odd familiarity in this moment, reminiscent of when Xiao Lin would apologize after their playful banter. The two women, facing each other, turned their heads away, each huffing in annoyance. Xiao Lin appeared awkward, thinking to himself that conversing with women was far more challenging than training. At that moment, the television screen nearby shifted, revealing Raditz's face. "Greetings, citizens of the nation. I am Raditz, the artificially engineered being who has undergone 2.5 years of transformation. What are you doing here? Get him out of there." At that moment, Raditz had intruded upon a renowned television station, barging into a well-known studio. Disregarding the objections of others as he seized the spotlight, the director, observing from a high vantage point, was displeased. This was a live broadcast, and he immediately called for security to remove Raditz. However, without even turning his head, Raditz made a swift gesture, and the two individuals attempting to intervene were swiftly incapacitated. Blood sprayed across the screen, obscuring the camera, while screams erupted from the audience, both men and women, along with a chilling threat. "Keep filming, or I will kill you." A meek voice responded affirmatively. Soon after, a hand wiped the blood from the lens, and in the blurred aftermath, Raditz's silhouette reappeared on the television screen. This horrifying scene terrified many viewers, prompting some to smash their televisions in panic. "Xiao Lin, I know you are still on Earth. If you dare to teleport with number 17 and number 18 to another planet, I will not hesitate to destroy Earth and annihilate all Namekians." Raditz continued. "To ascertain your location, I require you to maintain your energy at its highest. Otherwise, Raditz abruptly stepped back, allowing the camera to capture his entire form. At that moment, he had seized a human female. The woman was tall, clad in a black business suit, wearing glasses, her features delicate, likely a journalist. As Raditz tightened his grip around her neck, her face flushed red, and she squirmed in agony. Suddenly, Raditz delivered a powerful punch to her face, transforming her delicate visage into a mist of crimson, while her previously writhing body fell still, resembling a lifeless sausage. She was slain. The cameraman began to scream again, but Raditz silenced him with a mere gesture. 5 minutes. I grant you 5 minutes. If I cannot sense your energy, I will obliterate the Earth. Raditz flashed a sinister grin at the screen. Alternatively, you may surrender number 17 and number 18 to me, and I shall spare you. Outside the television, Shaolin, Bulma, Razi Li, and number 17 stood in stunned silence. They had not anticipated Raditz's complete descent into madness. As an ordinary person, Bulma was particularly frightful, her legs trembling in terror. Such intensity was beyond any rated movie. Shaolin suggested, perhaps we should heed his advice and surrender them. Bulma timidly responded. Razi Li, along with number 17, shared a worried glance at the television's content and turned anxiously to Shaolin upon hearing Bulma's proposal. No way. Shaolin retorted with unusual resolve. Why? Aren't you afraid he will destroy the Earth? Bulma questioned. Even if we surrender, he would still destroy the Earth. What then? Tell me. Shaolin urged. Hurry and help number 18 and number 17 remove the bombs within them and restore their powers. However, Bulma opposed. Stop being stubborn, Shaolin. Is it because you've heard that he claims he will be your wife in the future that you feel sympathy for them? Many of the issues we face stem from these too. If your compassion leads to the Earth's destruction, can you live with that? After her stern words, Bulma softened her tone. Even if they are killed, we can use Shenlong to resurrect them, right? But the prerequisite is that the Earth must not be destroyed, otherwise, the Dragon Balls will vanish. It's not because of sympathy. Shaolin denied this notion and countered. Are you willing to sacrifice them for your own safety? Razi Li, listening from the side, felt a sense of emptiness. She understood that Shaolin was unwilling to hand over himself and number 17. However, hearing that his motives were not rooted in compassion left her feeling unsettled. Is it that you truly do not care for me? It is not about sacrificing them for my own safety. Bulma was taken aback. She hadn't expected Shaolin to pose such a profound question. She quickly added, if any other Earthling were in this situation, they would choose the same. You needn't feel conflicted. Enough. Shaolin interrupted Bulma, his previously amiable demeanor now hardened. If all other Earthlings think that way, Raditz wouldn't need to intervene. As he spoke, a ball of energy coalesced in his hand, casting a yellow glow that illuminated the entire Capsule Corporation. The energy detector within the corporation began to emit a series of urgent red alerts, indicating a high-energy warning. I will annihilate this Earth now. Shaolin's stubborn stance frightened Bulma into changing her tone. She had not anticipated that the usually pliable Shaolin could become so formidable, transforming into a being akin to an enraged Thanos, prepared to obliterate all humanity. I understand. Do not act rashly. Bulma conceded, her expression slightly flustered. If they must die, then let it be. You too, come with me quickly, and I will help you remove the bombs and lift the restrictions. Really? Shaolin's energy ball dissipated, and his face returned to its usual absent-minded expression. What about falsehoods? I cannot tolerate you people, always using me for your whims. Bulma said helplessly. Thank you, Bulma. Shaolin laughed. Enough of that. We have known each other for so many years. I will risk my life to play with you this once. Bulma remarked. I will at least need an hour. Can you buy me some time? An hour is all. Shaolin found it hard to believe. Bulma had never dealt with androids before, and her claim of needing only an hour to dismantle bombs and restrictors seemed exaggerated. Although they were androids, they appeared human, likely biological androids. If there were bombs and restrictors, they would probably be nanorobots lurking in the bloodstream, which would be difficult to extract. However, interfering with their signals to induce dormancy would not be a challenge. Why am I explaining this to you when you wouldn't understand? After a lengthy exposition, Bulma suddenly realized that Raditz had only given Shaolin 5 minutes. All right, leave it to me to buy time. Bulma, go ahead and do your thing, Shaolin said, turning to depart. After all, Raditz had only given him 5 minutes. Shaolin understood Raditz would not dare to easily destroy the Earth, but he couldn't take that risk himself. Nevertheless, he would not lose his temper here. If Raditz learned that number 18 and number 17 were at Capsule Corporation, it would be troublesome. Wait, Shaolin. La Zili suddenly called out to him. Shaolin turned back in confusion. La Zili's expression was filled with concern. She was aware that Shaolin's heart condition had not fully healed, and his strength would not be what it once was, let alone suppressing Raditz. Achieving parity would be a feat furthermore. With Cell joining the fray, Shaolin was indeed in a perilous situation. Why go to such lengths? La Zili gazed intently into Shaolin's eyes. The exchange of light was mutual. As La Zili looked into Shaolin's eyes, he too gazed back into hers. So beautiful. At that moment, even the battle-hardened Shaolin possessed a normal sense of aesthetics. Staring at a girl like this for the first time, Shaolin felt a slight flush on his cheeks. I simply do not wish to trade the life of my savior for a mere chance at survival. Shaolin's words were filled with righteous indignation, yet his face betrayed a deep blush. Shaolin seemed aware of this, and, in an attempt to mask his embarrassment, he executed an instant transmission, vanishing from the spot. That guy's actually a bit cool. Number 17 remarked, watching Shaolin disappear, his first words spoken. He then turned to his sister, seeking affirmation. To his surprise, he noticed a barely perceptible smile on her face. Cool. He's just a show-off. Let's hurry and remove the restrictions. La Zili urged the dazed number 17, then turned to follow Bulma, with a hint of worry in her gaze. La Zili whispered, "Don't die so easily, Shaolin." Meanwhile, Bulma had finished her tasks. Shaolin had also teleported to Karen Tower. Karen, is Yajirobe here? Startled by Shaolin's sudden appearance, Karen recognized the pain on his face and understood what he sought. Yajirobe, quickly bring out the Senzu beans that were forgotten for Goku and the others. After Karen's words, a chubby figure emerged from the cellar. All right, why the shouting? Yajirobe, stuck at the exit due to his girth, struggled for a moment before removing the Senzu bean pouch from his waist and tossing it to Shaolin. You've got the Senzu beans, so now help me out and pull me out of here. Yajirobe complained. Honestly, why would Karen design such a small entrance? It's inhumane. However, Shaolin had no time for complaints. He was acutely aware that time was of the essence. Sorry, Yajirobe, I really must hurry. Farewell. With that, clutching the pouch of Senzu beans, Shaolin executed instant transmission once more, leaving the scene. Chapter 52. Destruction of Time and the Spiritual Abode. The television station was a towering structure of over 50 stories, employing nearly 1,500 people. Yet now, all these individuals were scrambling to escape, for a demon of indiscriminate murder had invaded. That demon was Raditz. After finishing his speech on camera, Raditz promptly destroyed the equipment. Suddenly, he sensed an approaching presence. Turning, he discovered it was Cell. Raditz frowned. Is the task complete? Cell's response lightened Raditz's demeanor. Did I not instruct you to wait for me at Capsule Corporation? If number 17 and number 18 are there, and Shaolin is drawn to me, you would have the opportunity to become the ultimate being. Raditz stated. I did not consider that angle, Cell replied awkwardly, fully aware yet reluctant to go. What if Shaolin were at Capsule Corporation and happened to discover him? That would spell doom for him. Ever since the last encounter where he nearly met his end at Shaolin's hands, Cell had developed a significant fear of the bald fighter. Fool. After Raditz finished speaking, he immediately blasted through a nearby wall and soared into the sky. Where are you going? Sheru hurriedly followed. To the Heaven Realm, Raditz replied. What for? Can you stop being so verbose? Suppress your energy to the lowest level. We must not be detected. Raditz's face was filled with impatience. Observing Raditz's demeanor, Sheru promptly fell silent. This troublesome creature is indeed difficult to deal with, Sheru thought to himself. On their journey, Raditz spotted a military force on the ground. A torrent of tanks, combat helicopters, and advanced fighter jets. Raditz chuckled at the sight, reminiscent of how, in his childhood, he would pour water on an ant colony. However, in the present, Raditz unleashed his might upon the military, employing his princely combat tactics. Countless energy waves cascaded onto the ground, creating large craters with a diameter of 2 to 3 meters, shattering the once indomitable steel torrent. Soldiers in uniform scrambled in panic, and many were reduced to mere remnants due to their slow escape. In an instant, the once orderly formation descended into chaos. Witnessing this spectacle, a smile crept across Raditz's face. An amusing spectacle, he remarked before continuing his ascent. In truth, the military had initially intended to confront him, only to find themselves at the mercy of Raditz. At his level, few entities posed a threat to him. Earthlings were ineffective, even with military might. The only beings who could challenge him were the original Dragon Ball protagonists, such as Sun Wukong. However, it struck Raditz as peculiar that despite having battled fiercely with Xiaolin 2 days prior, Sun Wukong and his companions had yet to appear. The only explanation was that they might be training in the Time and Spirit Room. If that were the case, it could pose a problem for him. Thus, Raditz resolved to ascend to the Heaven Realm to obliterate the Time and Spirit Room. If Sun Wukong was not within, it would be fortuitous, but if he was, it would serve to trap them. Unless he possessed Super Saiyan 3 strength, escaping would be impossible. Before long, Raditz arrived above the Heaven Realm. From his vantage point, he observed 3 individuals of different hues engaged in conversation. Raditz immediately recognized their identities. The green one was the Namekian Piccolo, who had merged with the Supreme Kai, exuding an entirely different aura. Raditz assessed his battle power to be around 450 million. The second individual, with yellow skin, was Future Trunks, who had likely trained in the Time and Spirit Room, possessing a battle power of 15 million. The third was Bobo, with a mere battle power of 300. "I will absorb their energy," Sheru exclaimed, his eyes gleaming at the prospect of the Z-Warriors, for they were a significant source of nourishment compared to ordinary humans. "Are you seeking death?" Raditz grasped Sheru, who lacked Raditz's battle power detection device. His perception of the Z-Warrior's strength was based on his previous experiences. In Sheru's timeline, none of the Z-Warriors had been his match. Future Trunks, having undergone training, now boasted a battle power near 900 million. 900 million? Sheru struggled to comprehend this concept. "Your battle power is merely 300 million, Raditz pointed out, emphasizing the disparity in their strengths. "Is the gap really that vast?" Sheru questioned, incredulous, recalling his past victory over Trunks through an ambush. "My battle power was 800 million a day ago, but after Dr. Gero upgraded my arm, it now stands at 1,100 million. Raditz revealed his own power, not only to inform the audience, but also to ensure Sheru understood the gravity of the situation and to heed his instructions. Upon hearing this, Sheru indeed quieted significantly. Raditz once again scrutinized the Heaven Realm, observing multiple times without spotting Vegeta or Sun Wukong. At that moment, Piccolo's conversation reached Raditz's ears. "Can he hear us from this distance?" This was the advantage of the androids. "I just merged with the Supreme Kai," Piccolo explained. "While I have gained immense power, it is somewhat overwhelming, and many abilities I previously wielded with finesse now require practice to master." Piccolo was elucidating to Trunks the reasons behind his sudden surge in strength. Trunks had spent a day training in the Time and Spirit Room, witnessing significant improvements in his abilities, and had even grown his hair longer, donning a combat outfit reminiscent of his father, Vegeta. "This is excellent. The stronger our powers, the higher our chances of defeating the androids. Once my father and Mr. Wukong emerge, we can seek out the androids," Trunks declared. "I doubt it," Piccolo interjected gravely. Just now, the Supreme Kai observed that Raditz has commenced a large-scale slaughter of humanity, and he has Sheru with him, seemingly intent on absorbing androids 17 and 18. "We must quickly rendezvous with Xiaolin and eliminate them." This urgency was precisely why the Supreme Kai had decided to merge with Piccolo. The Earth had reached a stage where he could no longer protect it alone. "Isn't absorbing androids 17 and 18 a good thing?" Future Trunks questioned, harboring a bias against the androids due to witnessing the devastation of the future. "Have you forgotten what Xiaolin said? If Sheru absorbs those two, his power will become insurmountable." "We cannot allow that to happen," Piccolo warned. "I understand." Future Trunks remained composed. "We must not delay. Let us depart immediately." With Trunks' agreement, Piccolo prepared to set off, having received word from Karen that Xiaolin awaited him at Karen Tower. Meanwhile, Raditz above the Heaven Realm took action. Upon learning from Piccolo's dialogue that Sun Wukong and Vegeta were in the Time and Spirit Room, Raditz wasted no time in unleashing his energy blasts. An onslaught of yellow ki blasts rained down. Future Trunks and Piccolo reacted instantly, evading the barrage, with Piccolo even scooping up Bobo. "Thank you, Supreme Kai." "I am no longer the Supreme Kai," Piccolo replied, glancing towards the incoming energy blasts, where Raditz and Sheru stood with their arms crossed, amused by the unfolding drama. "How did these two find this place?" Piccolo pondered. "This is bad. The Time and Spirit Room has been destroyed," Trunks exclaimed in shock. Piccolo, alarmed, also turned his gaze towards the Supreme Kai's realm, now devoid of any structure. Not only had the time and spirit room been obliterated, but the entire heaven realm had vanished. Father and Mr. Wukong are still inside. Can they escape? Trunks anxiously inquired of Piccolo, hoping for a reassuring answer. However, Piccolo's expression darkened as he shook his head, indicating that it was impossible. Damn it! Enraged at the thought of his father being trapped forever, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, glaring furiously at Raditz before charging at him. Piccolo, not daring to underestimate the situation, removed his cloak and hat and followed suit. Having previously witnessed Raditz's immense power and unable to sense his energy, they felt an acute sense of trepidation. Raditz, however, remained unfazed. His battle power had now reached 1,100,000,000, and with Dr. Gero's combat experience instilled in him, his skills and combat knowledge had significantly improved. At this moment, facing the combined forces of Piccolo and Trunks, he held the advantage. Piccolo wanted to unleash the Kamehameha he'd learned from Krillin. But due to his recent fusion with Kami, his control over his body was still limited, preventing him from using such a refined fighting technique. He was forced to rely on his basic fighting power to clash head-on with Raditz. The three exchanged blows, countless supersonic punches creating shockwaves that echoed outwards. Those on the lower world only heard terrifying sonic booms, many mistaking them for thunder. So, go wait at Capsule Corporation. With all this commotion, Krillin and Ruby Lin will definitely be attracted. Use this opportunity to absorb androids 17 and 18. Raditz, fighting two opponents simultaneously, remained relaxed and even reminded Cell of what to say next. In contrast, Trunks and Piccolo looked exhausted. In just a short time, the three had exchanged numerous blows, and Piccolo felt his arms going numb. Truss's stamina was also beginning to decline due to the strain of his transformation. Cell, standing to the side, couldn't see the others' movements clearly, only managing to discern Trunks and Piccolo's positions through his key senses. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He knew this battle was definitely not one he could participate in. At this moment, Cell's desire to become an ultimate level surged even stronger. He also wanted power, the power to fight these powerful beings. So Cell turned to leave. But the instant he turned to leave, a blue beam of light shot into the sky. A Kamehameha. When Cell stared in disbelief at the ki blast before him. Someone had clearly fired a ki blast at him, yet he hadn't been alerted at all, as if the Kamehameha was alive and could conceal its presence. Die? Only this one word remained in Cell's mind. The next moment, Cell felt himself thrown to the ground. His position had been forcibly altered. Raditz had appeared next to him and kicked him away. Raditz took the full force of the Kamehameha wave. A cloud of smoke, obscuring everything, billowed out. Piccolo and Trunks couldn't even see where Raditz had disappeared to. They exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with deep shock. The androids were incredibly powerful. Luckily, this guy was stupid enough to take a Kamehameha wave to save Cell. He's probably dead now. As natives of the Dragon Ball world, they would never know the smoke doesn't hurt principle. As the two breathed a sigh of relief, the smoke dissipated, revealing Raditz's naked body. 80% of his body was mechanical. Only his neck and above were flesh. Hey, Krillin, your power seems to have declined. Besides Raditz, Krillin also appeared. Krillin was panting heavily from firing the Kamehameha. He still had red flames and white outlines around him. The special effects looked like flickering, almost broken light bulbs, appearing blurry and unreal. He had just retrieved the Senzu beans from Korin Tower when he heard a violent explosion above. Krillin figured Raditz was trying to destroy the time and hyperbolic space house. He instantly teleported up, but it was too late. Goku and Vegeta were still inside. Krillin touched a Senzu bean and swallowed it, forcibly stabilizing himself. The effects of his heart condition were far greater than he had imagined. Heart disease in the Dragon Ball world was truly formidable. Right? Raditz was equally formidable. Dealing with him was far more troublesome than he had anticipated. Krillin hadn't expected Raditz to be so clever as to destroy the time and hyperbolic space house, while Goku and Vegeta were inside, resulting in a direct loss of members on his team. There was no other way. Now he, Piccolo, and Trunks had to fight him alone. Without wasting words with Raditz, Kobayashi instantly teleported to Piccolo and Trunks' side and distributed Senzu beans to them. Piccolo and Trunks were utterly astonished. They hadn't even sensed Kobayashi's approach. Especially his technique of concealing the ki from his Kamehameha wave. His mastery of ki was simply divine. Even though their current strength far surpassed Kobayashi's, they still felt a deep respect for their bald teammate. Raditz, of course, knew what Senzu beans were. He didn't intend to give Piccolo and Trunks any more time to consume them, and immediately launched his attack. Kobayashi knew he couldn't fight at full strength, so he didn't join the fray. He believed that Trunks and Piccolo would be able to hold out longer with the Senzu beans. Kobayashi turned his attention to Cell, who was sweating profusely. Damn it, he had to fight this weird bald guy again. Chapter 53 Raditz offline. Your ki seems much weaker. Don't force yourself if you can't handle it. Cell didn't dare breathe loudly in front of Krillin. Krillin didn't reply, but silently spread his ki around. His current physical condition prevented him from using the Kaioken. The constant stabbing pain in his heart tormented his will. Activating the Turtle Stream and Neo Stream only increased his fighting power 30-fold. Approximately 240 million ki. Although slightly weaker than Cell, using Senzu beans to hold him off for an hour was more than enough. Once Android 18 and 17 successfully released their restrictions, he would win. Cell's fighting power was stronger than Krillin's, but Krillin possessed strange techniques like and instant transmission, managing to overpower Cell. Luckily, Cell had regenerative abilities, otherwise, he would have had to go and report. Cell was also cunning. It would absorb attacks that couldn't directly destroy its core, focusing only on blocking Krillin's killing moves. Kobayashi was helpless against it, and his own physical condition was deteriorating. Even eating Senzu beans had little effect. It felt like he'd been given a healing band buff. It was awful. He needed to unleash his full power and finish the fight quickly. Kobayashi kept trying to forcefully use the Kaioken technique. But each time he exerted his strength, he felt extremely uncomfortable. His heart was pounding wildly, feeling like it was about to burst out of his chest. He could only look at it briefly, because looking at it any longer would cause him to explode. However, he had managed to hold on for half an hour now. If he pushed a little harder, Android 17 and 18 could come to help. Piccolo and Trunks, working together, with the Senzu beans as a supplement, were barely managing to hold off Raditz. They should be fine until the Senzu beans ran out. Kobayashi forced himself to continue fighting. But suddenly, he realized he couldn't sense ki anymore. It seemed like something was preventing him from sensing ki. Cell was also startled, then overjoyed. It knew that Dr. Gero had successfully activated the G-Drone. This was advantageous to Cell, because during his fight with Krillin, Cell had discovered that Krillin, somehow, could conceal his ki while attacking. Unable to sense Krillin's ki, Cell was like a headless fly, constantly getting beaten up. Now, things were different. Neither of them could sense each other's ki. So it was a matter of who could endure longer. As expected, Krillin, having lost his ki senses, couldn't even use instant transmission, and due to his heart condition, his speed was no match for Cell. Now, contrary to expectations, Krillin was being overwhelmed by Cell. Finally, Krillin couldn't hold on any longer, and Cell grabbed his bald head, about to deliver a fatal blow. But Raditz stopped him. Damn it, this guy's still useful, don't kill him. Raditz pushed Trunks and Piccolo back, then took Krillin from Cell's grasp. Don't move, or I'll kill this bald guy. Raditz grinned sinisterly at Piccolo and Trunks, who still wanted to fight. Krillin, Mr. Kobayashi. The two shouted simultaneously, a look of hesitation on their faces. Ha ha ha. A bunch of trash think they can mess with me. You need intelligence to survive in this world. Raditz laughed heartily, then grabbed Kobayashi's bald head and lifted him up with one hand. Let's collect some interest first. Raditz reached out towards Kobayashi's. Well, you know? His expression changed instantly. What impressive assets. He's even older than me. Unacceptable. Scratch him. Just as Raditz was about to brutally destroy Kobayashi, two figures appeared. Raised, Raditz quickly released his grip. Salt, standing nearby, was even more terrified and immediately fled, abandoning Raditz. These two figures were none other than Lazuli and Android 17. Now back to their full power. Damn it. Raditz cried out, trying to escape as well. But Lazuli quickly blocked his path. Seeing that she was about to attack, Raditz immediately shielded Kobayashi in front of him. If you dare come any closer, I'll kill him. You don't want your husband to get hurt, do you? Lazuli frowned when she saw Kobayashi's tattered clothes from the battle, and his face covered in swelling and blood. Her movements ceased. Raditz, seeing that his threat had worked, beamed with delight. But Kobayashi, held weakly in his arms, said, Number 18, hurry up. Raditz is a bastard. Keeping him alive is more dangerous than keeping Cell alive. Lazuli remained unmoved. Seeing this, Kobayashi continued with difficulty. What are you hesitating for? I'm not the original Kobayashi. You don't need to worry about me. Shut up. Multiply by 2. One voice was from Raditz. The other was from Lazuli. Didn't you say you weren't the original Kobayashi? Then you have no right to make choices for me. Lazuli said coldly. Piccolo, Trunks. Fire at me. Kobayashi shouted with all his might. Piccolo and Trunks were not reckless. They were already preparing their ultimate attacks. Magic Light Piercing Cannon. Ultimate Flash. Raditz was terrified when he saw the two of them like this. He hadn't expected Piccolo and Trunks to completely disregard Kobayashi's life or death. The two blasts were about to destroy Raditz. At that moment, a figure stepped forward, deflecting both waves. Trunks, nearly succeeding, was furious. Damn it. The androids are truly evil. They abandoned their own comrades and still dare to call others evil? Android 17 said calmly. It was Android 17 who had just deflected the two waves. Raditz and Kobayashi were thus saved. Heh, it seems your comrades are starting to fight amongst themselves, Raditz whispered in Kobayashi's ear. But Kobayashi was barely breathing and had no strength left to speak. His only question was why Android 17 had also tried to save him. Why? You can't escape either. I'll give you two choices. One is to die here. The other is to put Kobayashi down, and I'll let you go. Lazuli crossed her arms. Her blue eyes fixed on Raditz. Heh. Raditz forced a smile, his body subtly shifting, ultimately positioning himself opposite Android 18, Android 17, Piccolo, and Trunks. He didn't want to be attacked from both sides again. That was one reason. And another was that he noticed Cell, who had just run away, was still there. This guy was a bit bold. While everyone was watching Raditz, he slipped behind Android 17. Raditz decided to help him, so he tried to draw everyone's attention. Thanks to Dr. Gro's G-Dragon, no one could sense the elemental aura, and naturally, they didn't know Cell was secretly approaching. Do you think I can believe what you're saying? Unless you close your eyes. Raditz covered Kobayashi's eyes to prevent him from seeing Cell. You have no choice. Lazuli was a little puzzled by Raditz's actions, why he was covering Kobayashi's eyes. But her doubts didn't last long, because Raditz quickly relented. All right, Raditz said, I'll let Kobayashi go now. No one expected Raditz to do it so smoothly. The instant he finished speaking, he tossed Kobayashi to Lazuli. Lazuli caught Kobayashi, a flash of anger crossing her eyes as she looked at his battered, bald head. Hey, get me some Senzu beans. Lazuli turned to Piccolo and Trunks. But the next moment, something no one could have predicted happened. A huge tail suddenly covered Android 17's head. Android 17 was startled to realize someone was behind him. He tried to dodge, but found himself powerless. The tail seemed to suck all his power away, drawing him in until he merged with the tail's owner, Cell. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Everyone watched as a small, monkey-faced Cell grew larger, eventually becoming a square-faced, large-mouthed Cell. Hee hee. I did it. Cell first smiled casually, then suddenly burst into laughter. He could feel an unprecedented surge of power within him, surpassing everyone else. He is truly the strongest in the universe. Unlike Cell's excitement, Piccolo and Trunks displayed an expression more terrifying and astonished than seeing a chicken play basketball. Their eyes wide like saucers, just like in the song. This key, Cell's key, had actually destroyed the devices on Earth that suppressed Ki. The G device exploded because it couldn't suppress Cell's Ki. Therefore, Piccolo and Trunks could feel the power of the person before them. Raditz, on the other hand, was ecstatic. What had he just witnessed? Cell's power level had skyrocketed from a little over 300 million to 5 billion. Invincible. Well done, Cell. Quickly kill them all. Oh, right. Leave Android 18 and that little bald guy alive. I need to torture them properly. Raditz excitedly directed Cell's next move. In his heart, Cell was still someone he could command at will. But Cell remained motionless. He seemed not to hear him. What are you doing, Cell? I'm the one who helped you successfully absorb Android 17. Are you going to be ungrateful? Raditz seemed to sense something was wrong and quickly began to use moral blackmail. But what is Cell? It has no morals. Okay. Cell's square face suddenly split into an ugly smile. Then one finger pointed at Raditz's heart. Then you're the first one I decide to kill. Geo. A beam of yellow light shot out from Cell's hand, piercing through Raditz's chest. Raditz stared at Cell in disbelief, not understanding why Cell wanted to kill him. Cough, cough, aren't we allies? Raditz coughed up engine oil. Allies? Who's an ally of you? I wouldn't dare ally with a bad person like you. Cell flashed to Raditz's side. His orange hand with green spots gripping Raditz's face. Your underhanded tricks are so numerous, they even frighten me. I really don't trust you with my back. So you might as well die. Boom. Cell tightened his grip, and Raditz was blown to pieces in despair. As a transmigrator, due to his poor interpersonal relationships, it was unlikely anyone would collect the Dragon Balls to revive him, so he was logged off. He just didn't expect to be killed by his own teammates. Raditz, reporting from the underworld, felt a sense of humiliation. Like the first thing he did upon resurrection was to kill the person he loved. I worked so hard to help you absorb the androids. And this is how you treat me? Back in the human world, Cell was smiling gently. Suddenly, his eyes fell on Piccolo, whose face immediately turned green with fear. He looked at Trunks, whose face also turned green with fear. Looking at Lazuli, who was also trembling, her beautiful eyes no longer held their former confident coldness, but instead reflected the terror of being dominated by Cell in her past life. Although she was angry that Cell had absorbed her brother, a deep-seated fear made her tremble all over. Interesting. Cell didn't directly extend his tail to Lazuli's head. He was about to absorb Lazuli. But, Lazuli held her breath as Shaolin, in the throes of a grave ailment, suddenly sat up, launching a ki blast at the expanding tail of Sheru. The ki blast, drawn in by the tail's suction, penetrated Sheru's body and exploded, obliterating his lower half. However, the mangled flesh writhed, indicating regeneration was underway. You all take number 18 and go, Shaolin said weakly, closing one eye. The you he referred to was obviously Piccolo and Trunks. At that moment, both were paralyzed with fear from Sheru's aura, but upon hearing Shaolin's command, they mechanically began to move. Each took one side of Lazuli, intending to retreat. Wait. Lazuli finally regained her composure and shouted at Shaolin's retreating figure. Do you really intend to face this monster alone? She felt a haunting resemblance between this back and the Shaolin of her past life. Despite his enhanced combat prowess, he still bore the same stubborn disposition. Why stand up when victory is unattainable? Piccolo, do not despair. We can still win. Remember the fusion? Shaolin did not respond to Lazuli's question, but instead reminded Piccolo. During their 15-day journey back to Earth from Namek, Shaolin and Goku had successfully mastered the advanced technique of fusion, which Piccolo had observed. Thus, when Shaolin uttered those words, Piccolo understood he intended for him to teach the fusion technique to Trunks, allowing himself and Trunks to merge. Fusion would combine their fighting strengths, augmented by the Super Saiyan transformation. Hope surged within Piccolo. He exchanged a reassuring glance with Trunks before pulling Lazuli away. I won't go? Lazuli suddenly broke free from their grasp, shouting, I still have my ultimate technique to unleash. Your presence here will only hinder me. If you don't leave, I will take my own life. As she spoke, Shaolin abruptly thrust a hand into his chest, crimson blood slowly dripping from his fingers, leaving Lazuli pale with shock. Go. Shaolin pressed harder, more blood cascading from his hand. Lazuli stood frozen, helplessly allowing Piccolo and Trunks to lead her away. Only a few crystalline tears remained behind. Regaining its composure, Sheru did not rush to pursue. As a creature imbued with Saiyan cells, it now possessed formidable power, so it was only natural for it to relish the moment. Conversely, Sheru observed with interest as Shaolin inflicted harm upon himself to ensure others' escape. Interesting. Sheru licked its lips. A flicker of pain seemed to revive Shaolin's spirit, and a rare smile broke across his face. What comes next is even more intriguing. I never anticipated using it against you. With that, Shaolin, under Sheru's astonished gaze, extracted his own heart. It was a heart on the verge of wilting, weakly pulsating. Ah, how amusing. You dare to approach me, Lord Sheru. If I do not approach you, how shall I obliterate you? Sheru and Shaolin exchanged trivial banter. Yet what piqued Sheru's interest was that despite having removed his heart, Shaolin appeared more spirited than before. Moreover, apart from the initial blood flow, it had nearly ceased. This was peculiar. The heart is the body's pump, and extracting it should result in significant blood loss. Upon closer inspection, Sheru noticed a radiant white glow emanating from the gaping wound where Shaolin's heart had been. This white light bore a shape resembling a vibrant heart. Sheru realized that Shaolin had harnessed ki to substitute for the heart's functions, sustaining his body. Truly fascinating. You are far more intriguing than the Shaolin of my original timeline, with all your peculiar techniques. Sheru had previously been confounded by Shaolin's instant transmission and circular maneuvers, but what did it matter now? Was he not significantly weaker? All flash and no substance. Its efficacy can only be gauged through combat. Shaolin wore a carefree smile. For the moment he employed this technique, his life had entered its countdown, a genuine countdown. One that even the Dragon Balls could not reverse. Are you familiar with the Kaioken? Shaolin suddenly inquired. Sheru, puzzled, replied, You mean that technique with enormous side effects? It recalled that in its own timeline, Goku had developed a heart condition due to overusing that very technique. It was indeed a case of harming oneself while attempting to harm the enemy. In Sheru's eyes, it was a foolish maneuver. What use is it? To sacrifice one's life for power is a strategy only a foolish creature could conceive. A mocking smile crept across Sheru's face. Indeed, I now possess the right to ridicule all existence, for there is no one left who can defeat me. Then do you dare to withstand my full power strike? Shaolin challenged. What is there to fear? Sheru replied confidently. It understood that the maximum multiplier of the Kaioken was only 20 times. Even if Shaolin amplified his strength by that factor, he would still fall short. Consider carefully, although my time is limited, this attack could very well obliterate you. Obliterate me? Sheru erupted into laughter. Is there truly anything in this universe capable of defeating me? It suspected that Shaolin's bravado was merely a ploy to buy time. Yet, that mattered little. Even if granted 10 more days, these individuals could never hope to vanquish it. After all, I am invincible. Sheru arrogantly gestured with a thumbs up. How splendid, Shaolin responded. Let us not waste time. This is the 20-fold Kaioken. In an instant, a crimson aura enveloped Shaolin, starting off with the 20-fold Kaioken. Are we? Sheru crossed its arms, not even bothering to raise its eyes. Such power was insufficient to warrant its full attention. However, Shaolin was far from calm. Having received a message from the North Kao, at that moment on North Kao's planet, he was drenched in cold sweat, utterly frightened. The Kaioken was a technique he had devised based on an ancient text. He had restricted its maximum multiplier to 20 for a reason. The 20-fold threshold was a dividing line. Below it, one merely harmed their body. Above it, one risked permanent damage to their soul. In the Dragon Ball universe, when a person died, they transitioned into a spiritual state, allowing for potential reincarnation or revival through certain channels. Thus, one could argue that human life encompasses two phases: life with a physical body and life after physical death upon reaching the afterlife. Ever since Frieza's reign, the North Kao had begun to take Earth seriously. After all, Earth belonged to the North Galaxy, and the sudden influx of powerful beings was indeed unsettling. The emergence of androids had heightened the North Kao's vigilance. He had not anticipated that the once destitute planet would evolve to such an astonishing level of technological advancement, capable of creating beings as formidable as Sheru. The androids known as Number 17 and Number 18, along with Sheru, posed a threat that perhaps only Lord Beerus could contend with. Yet, unexpectedly, Shaolin's return from the universe had shifted the tide. Thus, the North Kao began to monitor Shaolin's every move. At this moment, he sensed Shaolin's intentions. Shaolin, please do not act recklessly. Using the Kaioken beyond 20 times will prevent even the Dragon Balls from reviving you. The North Kao communicated telepathically. To him, Earth was merely a speck, while Shaolin was a talent worth cultivating. Such an individual could be guided to the Great Kao for further training, destined to become a powerful warrior. Defeating Sheru would merely be a matter of time. There was no need to sacrifice his soul for Earth. I understand, North Kao, but I have made my decision. In truth, there is little to regret in dying like this. In his heart, Shaolin silently conversed with Bei Jiawang, yet his hands remained in motion. As his energy continued to surge, just as he had proclaimed, 30 times the Kaioken, a sensation akin to a soul being torn asunder enveloped him. This was a pain distinct from mere physical injury, yet Shaolin pressed on undeterred. 50 times the Kaioken. The crimson aura surrounding him intensified, and simultaneously, his spirit ignited, causing fissures to emerge across his entire being. Bei Jiawang realized it was too late. This young man possessed an astonishing tenacity. In truth, Shaolin was indifferent. He had already perished in his previous world and found himself unexpectedly transported to the realm of Dragon Ball. This journey stemmed from a childhood fascination and yearning for Dragon Ball, propelling him to strive for strength. Ultimately, he held no deep attachment to this world. If he were to perish this time, so be it. 300 times the Kaioken. However, if death awaited him, he would go out with a bang. He sought to explore the heights to which he could elevate the Kaioken with his current knowledge. Shaolin's body began to shatter inch by inch, the crimson aura becoming more vibrant and expansive, even extending to a size several times greater than his own form. The very earth seemed to tremble. Despite being thousands of meters above ground, stones began to ascend slowly, an absurd sight. The humans below were equally affected, sensing the ground tremble beneath them, while the endless ocean resembled water in a giant's bowl, swaying uncontrollably. Whirlwinds, lightning, and various forms of dreadful weather began to manifest. Meanwhile, On the distant Bei Jiawang star, Bei Jiawang stood agape. 300 times the Kaioken? This was a figure he had never dared to dream of. Now unleashed by a diminutive bald human. It was not just Bei Jiawang who was astonished. Far away on the eastern Kaishin star, the last of the 5 Kaishins, Saiyan was drenched in cold sweat. He sensed a powerful and malevolent energy. Although it could not compare to the previous golden Frieza and Bu, this energy was formidable enough that even he could not eliminate it. The direction pointed to Earth. How could it be that this planet, so remote, generated news capable of unsettling the entirety of the 7th universe? Saiyan grumbled, then summoned a towering figure. His Kaishin candidate, Jia Baite, a tall, robust man with white hair. What business does the Kaishin Lord have with me? Jia Baite inquired. We must journey to Earth once more. Trouble has arisen, Saiyan replied. No sooner had he spoken than he felt another energy, one that rivaled the previous malevolent force. This energy emanated from Shaolin, who had unleashed the 300 times Kaioken. It was astounding that even from such a distance, the energy of an ordinary mortal could be perceived so clearly. This time, the aura bore no evil intent. It appeared set to confront the malevolent energy head-on. Saiyan's expression shifted, becoming invigorated, splendid. It seemed he would not need to intervene as the Kaishin this time. Perhaps we should summon Lord Beerus, Jia Baite suggested. Yet Saiyan hesitated. Lord Beerus has fallen into slumber, and only the ancient Kaishin knows how to awaken him. Saiyan paused here, as each universe possesses but one Kaishin. Only in their 7th universe do they have 5, east, south, west, north, and central. Ultimately, it was the original Kaishin, whose whereabouts were unknown, that led to the emergence of these 5 Kaishins, using the Patera earrings to self-proclaim their status. The original Kaishin is, of course, the ancient one to whom Saiyan referred. Thus, technically, Saiyan was not the true Kaishin of the 7th universe. Nevertheless, he was determined to safeguard the universe governed by the ancient Kaishin. Should the higher powers discover the chaos in the 7th universe, they may face obliteration. The scene shifted back to Earth. High in the skies where the former heavenly temple once stood, the comm cell was startled by the sudden eruption of Shaolin's towering crimson aura. At this moment, Shaolin was nearing the pinnacle of his power, and Cell had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary human harbored such formidable techniques. Cursed, he had been careless. Cell decided to abandon their agreement and strike first to defeat Shaolin. However, he soon noticed that Shaolin's condition was precarious. Though his energy was potent, his body exhibited clear signs of fracturing, as if he were disintegrating from the ground up. Intriguing. Cell's brow glistened with sweat. Rather than flee, he observed intently. He recognized that Shaolin's actions were merely a desperate gamble with severe side effects. He might perish without even needing to attack. Shaolin sensed this phenomenon as well. It appeared his body and spirit were approaching their limits. The 300 times Kaioken was nearly on par with the augmentation of Super Saiyan 3. Yet Shaolin remained unsatisfied. After all, he was on the brink of death. He might as well push himself further. I shall extract every ounce of my combat knowledge. The conversion of flesh and energy is the key to instantaneous movement. In truth, he could reverse the process. Embracing death with tranquility, Shaolin felt clarity rather than panic. Previously, he had always approached the transformation of flesh and energy with caution, as a misstep could lead to his demise. Now, however, he was audacious. Employing techniques untried since ancient times, Shaolin began to gather his life force, attempting to convert it into physical form to mend his body. Not only that, he also sought to infuse this life force into the flames of his soul, extending its endurance. Perhaps due to his defiance of death, this method proved successful. The fragments of Shaolin's body began to coalesce. A smile graced his face as his aura surged once more, becoming visible to half the inhabitants of Earth, who gazed in awe at the spectacle, mistaking it for the apocalypse. In this chaotic atmosphere, a profound panic unfolded. Some were fearful, others indifferent, while some unleashed their inner malevolence all at once. In short, disorder reigned supreme. The Z warriors, pivotal characters from the original Dragon Ball, were left speechless. This Shaolin's energy? This is beyond imagination. The one most affected was Tianjin Fan, who had previously felt dwarfed by extraterrestrial beings like Piccolo, Son Goku, and Vegeta, believing Earthlings could never match them. But now look at Shaolin. He achieved what he thought impossible. Tianjin Fan shook his head. a sense of wistfulness washing over him. Shaolin, you are the strongest Earthling. 500 times the Kaioken. Shaolin once again shattered his limits. 800 times the Kaioken. The continuous escalation of multipliers caused Cell's expression to warp into one of utter madness, ultimately morphing into a mere meme. What is this? Was I not invincible? In that instant, memories of being bested by Shaolin surged back, filling Cell with dread once more. 1,000 times the Kaioken. With Shaolin's declaration, his power reached its zenith. The thousand-fold enhancement transformed his base power of 8 million into a staggering 80 billion battle power. Feeling this terrifying energy, Cell was engulfed in regret. He lamented his earlier claims of invincibility and the hubris of pointing to himself with a thumbs up. That gesture, once Vegeta's, now belonged to Cell. No. Cell's expression spiraled into chaos. This is my ultimate Kamehameha. You must receive it well, invincible Mr. Cell. A radiant smile spread across Shaolin's face. A reward for his relentless efforts in elevating the Kaioken to 1,000-fold. Kamehameha. Shaolin gathered a sphere of azure energy in his hands. Upon witnessing this terrifying aura, Shalu, overwhelmed with fear, abandoned his promise and began to flee at full speed. A lack of integrity is unacceptable. He had vowed to let me strike him while standing. Observing Shalu etching a long trail across the sky, Shaolin remained unfazed. He felt a profound sense of calm. With a swift motion, he vanished from his original position, maintaining his charge. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the sky, Shalu exclaimed, "Ha ha, fool! How could I possibly stand still?" As he soared, he glanced back to see if Shaolin was in pursuit. At that moment, he descended from an altitude of 10,000 meters to the ground, traversing the sprawling metropolis and the undulating mountains, finally reaching the boundless ocean. He intended to conceal himself beneath the waves, but before he could finish his taunting remarks, a figure suddenly appeared before him, Shaolin, formally charging the Kamehameha. A colossal wave of destructive energy surged forth, striking Shalu with devastating force. This power cleaved the heavens and shot directly into outer space. When the tumult subsided, Shaolin stood alone, his body marred with cracks. He gazed at the vast ocean and the distant mountains, feeling an overwhelming sense of tranquility amidst the expansive sky. Yet, a pang of loneliness gripped his heart. He had traversed to this world, dedicating each day to training, never truly taking in the beauty surrounding him. Regrettably, it was too late. With a resigned shake of his head, his body began to disintegrate from the feet upward, like dust, ultimately vanishing from existence. However, a cellular mass remained at the site, slowly healing and eventually transforming into Shalu, with his square face and wide mouth. In that moment, Shalu wore a look of sheer panic, cursing Shaolin. Damn it! What a terrifying individual. Thankfully, I absorbed number 17 and possessed 2 regeneration cores, though he destroyed one. Otherwise, I would truly be dead. Shalu glanced at the spot where Shaolin had fallen and dared not linger, fleeing swiftly. Unbeknownst to him, as Shaolin turned to ash, a heart composed of white light plummeted into the ocean, pulsating powerfully. Chapter 55. 100 billion warriors. Shaolin's presence had vanished. Trunks and Piccolo had returned to Capsule Corporation, the largest company in the world, occupying an expanse of land that most would deem unimaginable. Yet it offered no comfort to them. Moments ago, they had felt Shaolin's energy surge and then plummet into nothingness, signifying his demise. Did we win? Piccolo clenched his fists, unable to sense Shalu's energy, uncertain if Shalu had perished alongside Shaolin. After all, Shaolin's energy had been overwhelmingly potent. Even Shalu could hardly have withstood a single attack. We should have won, Trunks stated, attempting to sound hopeful, yet his expression betrayed his disquiet. Despite his efforts to traverse back in time, he had ultimately failed to save everyone. What was once a grand assembly had dwindled to just 3 individuals, one of whom remained an ambiguous presence. Both Piccolo and Trunks eyed the fair-skinned, slender blonde woman warily. Number 18, originally known as Lazili, appeared somewhat dazed. Earlier, she had been frightened by Shalu in his second form and had reluctantly agreed to leave due to Shaolin's threat of self-harm. Now, reflecting on her brother No. 17's loss and Shaolin's fate, she felt a profound sense of despair. What purpose did her survival serve? I will not harm anyone. If you do not believe me, you may kill me now. Lazili's heart was heavy with sorrow. She found no joy in living anymore. Very well, I shall grant your wish. Trunks harbored a long-standing prejudice against Lazili. After all, She was the one responsible for the destruction in his timeline. As he prepared to strike, Piccolo quickly intervened. Although he too was skeptical of Lazili's intentions, he recognized that she had never harmed anyone thus far. Surely, her sins did not warrant death. At that moment, Piccolo, having merged with the Supreme Kai, was privy to the memories of the Kai. He recalled that number 17 and number 18 had not taken a single life. Influenced by the Supreme Kai's wisdom, he argued, "We cannot resort to killing based on suspicions of the future. But when she turns malevolent, it will be too late. My timeline has already become hell. I do not wish for yours to follow suit." Trunks recalled the moment when Lazili had negotiated with Raditz to save Shaolin, realizing that the two androids of this timeline differed from those in his own. In truth, he felt lost. Had he acted decisively, Piccolo would not have been able to restrain him. "Trunks, what are you doing?" "That is your Uncle Shaolin's wife." Bulma emerged from Capsule Corporation. Having overheard the commotion outside, she was taken aback to see her son poised to commit murder. While Lazili might be despicable, surely she did not deserve death. Although she had once suggested to Shaolin that he turn over Lazili and number 17, upon reflection, she realized her own selfishness. "Mother," Trunks stammered, unsure of how to respond. But, he faltered, struggling to articulate his reasoning. "After all this time, someone finally loves your Uncle Shaolin. And you wish to kill her? Do you want him to remain single forever? I regret having given birth to such a handsome son. You do not understand your uncle's plight." "I do not." Trunks felt like a child caught in wrongdoing. Though he was merely 16, he had come to grasp the complexities of relationships. His appearance indeed offered him an advantage over Shaolin. Yet, Shaolin was dead now. What did it matter if he had a wife? There is a possibility of using the Dragon Balls to resurrect him, Bulma exclaimed, striking Trunks on the head. Trunks was taken aback, glancing at the equally bewildered Piccolo. "The Dragon Balls disappeared when I merged with the Supreme Kai," Piccolo explained. "What about the Namekian Dragon Balls?" Bulma prompted. "Aren't the Namekian Dragon Balls lost due to the Grand Elder's passing?" Trunks questioned, puzzled. In Trunks' timeline, the Grand Elder had passed shortly after Frieza's assault, leaving them unable to gather the Dragon Balls to revive the Z Warriors. "That cannot be. I distinctly remember Uncle Shaolin saying he returned by making a wish with the Namekian Dragon. Is it possible that there is a parallel universe?" Trunks mused, contemplating the implications. If the Dragon Balls still existed, they could resurrect Shaolin and retrieve Vegeta and Goku from the hyperbolic time chamber. Piccolo felt a twinge of embarrassment at his ignorance regarding his home planet's situation. "Oh right. Since I merged with the Supreme Kai, Earth is now missing a deity. Perhaps I could seek assistance from Namek?" Indeed, the Dragon Balls. As Lazili, once pale and despondent, overheard the trio's banter, a flicker of hope ignited within her. Yet, just as she prepared to inquire further, her vision suddenly darkened. Amid the terrified gazes of Biki, Teinankisi, and Bulma, a towering green figure abruptly materialized behind Lazili, launching a surprise attack. "Ah, the Dragon Balls. Regrettably, that adorable little bald head has been shattered into fragments. And I suspect even the Shenlong cannot resurrect him." The newcomer was none other than Shalu, who, after delivering this taunt, proceeded to absorb Lazili entirely. From that moment on, Shalu's form underwent yet another transformation. A dashing visage of Shalu emerged before the crowd. However, rather than admiration, the onlookers were paralyzed by the overwhelming aura of terror emanating from him. "Is this the complete form?" Shalu looked down at his hands, clenched and then released them, followed by an explosive surge of energy. "Ah!" Bulma shrieked in shock. "Mother!" Teinankisi immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan to shield Bulma and the Capsule Corporation behind her. For within the corporation were his younger self and his grandparents. Yet, even as a Super Saiyan, he found himself suppressed by Shalu's mere display of power. Teinankisi gritted his teeth, struggling to maintain his ground, his feet slowly being dragged, etching visible marks into the earth. Biki fared no better. He, along with the surrounding flora and towering structures, was violently uprooted and sent flying far away. As the scene widened, one could observe from the sky that this vast metropolis, sprawling over 100,000 square kilometers, was entirely swept clean within a radius of 1,000 miles from the Capsule Corporation by a mysterious, ferocious wind. Quite an impressive display. I initially believed my second form was formidable enough, yet now, a casual burst of energy from me is at least 4 times stronger than before. A triumphant grin spread across Shalu's face, his earlier fear of Shaolin now a distant memory. In his current state, Facing the previous Shaolin would be but a trivial matter. Had Raditz been present, he would have noted that the now tranquil Shaolin possessed a staggering combat power of 100 billion. How infuriating. Could it be that my reckless time travel is to blame for such a predicament? Nankisi trembled, his strength utterly drained, unable to maintain his Super Saiyan form. Gazing at this creature, far more terrifying than anything from his timeline, despair took root in his heart. This opponent cannot be vanquished through mere years of training. Yet here I stand, conversing so nonchalantly. Saiyans truly are an extraordinary race. Shala's voice had transformed into a melodious tone, but to Nankisi, it was nothing short of a death knell. He glanced back to see his young mother had already fainted. Strangely, Nankisi found himself devoid of fighting spirit. "Kill me," he uttered, a sense of relief washing over him as he spoke. In the future timeline, he had battled against the androids number 17 and no. 18 for over a decade. From the moment of his birth, he had been deprived of a childhood, spending his days either fleeing or training with Gohan, dreaming of the day he could defeat the androids. In truth, ending such a life may not be so tragic. His only concern was for his mother in the future timeline. He wondered if she would shatter upon learning her son could never return. Nankisi ceased his thoughts. However, no. Shalu dismissed him, arms crossed, not even glancing in Nankisi's direction. His expression one of smug pride as if victory were assured. "I arrived in this world entirely thanks to your time machine. Consider it a form of gratitude. I shall grant you an opportunity." "What?" Nankisi looked at Shalu in confusion. 10 days. I grant you 10 days to prepare. After that, I shall host a martial arts tournament. Should no one defeat me, I will annihilate this planet. Shalu's Saiyan cells activated once more, allowing him to soar effortlessly. He had made a proclamation reminiscent of the very plot of Dragon Ball. Having transformed into his ultimate form, he sought to test the full extent of his terrifying power. Yet, perhaps only Earth possessed such a formidable being. Observing Nankisi's bewildered expression, Shalu kindly offered a hint. "Use your Dragon Balls to summon Vegeta and Son Goku. I have heard they are the mightiest Saiyans, and I am truly eager to witness their prowess. That will be the extent of my hints." Shalu appeared ready to take flight, but turned back to Nankisi and remarked, "Just 10 days. Do not say I have not given you a chance." Shalu's words lingered in Nankisi's ears, yet he had already vanished from sight, leaving Nankisi unable to even perceive his movements. 10 days? It was only then that Nankisi regained his senses, but soon his gaze dimmed. What could be accomplished in 10 days? The room of spirit and time was already destroyed. Even if it were intact, defeating Shalu in the time allotted would be impossible. "Do not give up, Nankisi." Biki had flown over at some point. Judging by his battered and weakened state, he had also suffered significantly from the recent pressure. 10 days is hardly sufficient. With current technology, reaching Namek would take at least 15 days. Nankisi gritted his teeth as he spoke. Although 10 days would not suffice to travel to Namek and use the Dragon Balls to bring back Goku and the others, I recall a secret technique that Shaolin once taught me. Biki intended to mention the peculiar fusion technique that involved unusual postures. Secret technique? Nankisi felt a spark of curiosity, but the one to voice those two words was not him, but rather two unfamiliar figures who had suddenly appeared. Both he and Biki gazed in astonishment at the newcomers, having not noticed their arrival. One was tall, and the other short, both adorned in peculiar attire with white hair. Upon seeing them, Biki felt a sense of unease wash over him. "Greetings, I am Kaioshin Xian, and this is my subordinate, Jebite." The shorter one was indeed Kaioshin Xian, while the taller one was Jebite. These two characters, who were meant to debut during the Buu saga, had to appear prematurely due to Shala's overwhelming power exceeding that of the original storyline. "Kaioshin," Nankisi exclaimed, astonished but perplexed, having only heard of the gods. "Fool. Lord Kaioshin is the ruler of the entire universe." In the past, Biki would have dismissed such deities, considering himself of the demon race. However, after merging with the Kai, he had changed. Upon seeing these two, he felt an immense pressure. "So, they are my ancient leaders. Ruler of the universe?" Nankisi did not fully comprehend, though he sensed that these two were not particularly strong. "Well, let us not be so formal. For now, we should discuss how to deal with Shalu. That fellow is likely no less formidable than the previous Buu." Xian's expression turned grave. "If not handled properly, the entire universe may face obliteration." "Understood. Please, Lord Kaioshin." Instruct us on what to do. Beaky's demeanor was exceedingly respectful. Is this what it means to be a corporate slave? No need to be so formal. Saiyan initially intended to maintain an air of superiority, but upon receiving Beaky's earnest inquiry, he realized he had no solid plan either. He had only just learned of such a terrifying force at the universe's edge and had yet to devise a strategy. How about, Saiyan forced himself to appear composed, suggesting casually, perhaps I could transport you to Namek? I can do it in an instant, without needing 15 days. An instant? Really? Not only Beaky but Tainankisi, too, looked on with eyes full of hope, their gazes toward Saiyan filled with newfound respect. Of course, I am Kaishin. Instantaneous movement is but a commonplace skill. Seeing the respect reflected in their expressions, Saiyan straightened up, regaining his stature as Kaishin. Indeed, as a Kaishin, one cannot display anything less than a serious countenance. Chapter 56. The arrival of Satan Saiyan accompanied by Ku and Tainankisi to the planet Namek. The two marveled at the wondrous nature of this journey while also locating the Grand Elder. Upon seeing the Grand Elder, Tainankisi was astonished. Indeed, the history here differed remarkably from his own, and the Grand Elder of Namek still existed. Thanks to Ku, who shared a common background with the Eastern Kaishin Saiyan. The Grand Elder was quite amiable. He remarked that the situation had diverged significantly from the anime. What anime? Ku, Tainankisi, and the Kaishin were all somewhat puzzled. Oh, it's nothing. The Grand Elder learned about these matters when he helped Shaolin unlock his potential by examining his memories. Consequently, he later made a wish to Shenlong for longevity, believing that living a bit longer would allow him to assist Shaolin and his companions. Indeed, the Z warriors had once again come seeking external aid. The frequently summoned Bo Luanjia commenced its laborious endeavors, feeling somewhat exasperated as it thought. Haven't I been called 5 or 6 times? Does Earth not have a Shenlong? However, upon seeing the Grand Elder and the Eastern Kaishin, Bo Luanjia prudently held its tongue. Thus, the first wish was to restore the heavenly temple on Earth, while the second wish aimed to resurrect Shaolin. Yet, Bo Luanjia reported that it could not locate Shaolin's soul in the afterlife. Hence, it proposed 2 hypotheses, one being that the person they wished to revive was still alive, and the other that he had perished completely. Ku and Tainankisi hoped for the former, but they wondered how Shaolin could have let Cell escape if he were still alive. They found themselves momentarily stunned, realizing that there truly existed a death from which even Shenlong could not intervene. For the subsequent 2 wishes, they made some rather peculiar requests. They asked Shenlong to eliminate Cell, to revert Cell to his first form, and to return him to his embryonic state, yet none of these wishes bore fruit. It seemed that being the premier external aid in the Dragon Ball universe did not grant omnipotence. Meanwhile, far away on Earth, Cell had declared a 10-day deadline and, naturally, intended to adhere to it. However, as time passed, he grew bored and sought some amusement. He promised that if he lost in 10 days, he would destroy the planet. But he never specified that he could not cause localized destruction. Thus, Cell roamed freely between heaven and earth, unleashing devastation upon any cities that displeased him. As he watched vibrant metropolises transform into fiery ruins, countless individuals fleeing through smoke and debris, he reveled in gleeful laughter. He subsequently repeated this destruction in another city. After a period, humanity suffered grievously, prompting their king to mobilize the army against Cell. Yet, this vast army merely provided Cell with more amusement. After wreaking havoc on several unfortunate cities, Cell found the destruction rather dull. He contemplated that if no one came to witness the battle in 10 days, it would be exceedingly tiresome. Thus, he took a page from Raditz's book and stormed a television station. The unfortunate station had only just recovered from Raditz's earlier incident when Cell descended upon it. Having learned from Raditz's attack, everyone was paralyzed by fear and dared not take action. Seeing their compliance, Cell refrained from violence and instead introduced the Cell game scheduled for 10 days hence. He announced that should no one on Earth be capable of defeating him, the planet would meet its demise. Those still watching the broadcast could hardly believe their eyes, wondering if this green-skinned monster was indeed more formidable than nuclear weapons, which could not obliterate the Earth in one strike. Realizing the disbelief of Earth's inhabitants, Cell shattered a wall, revealing the distant mountains. He then directed the camera towards that mountain range. Slowly approaching the camera, Cell flashed a sinister smile at the viewers before unleashing a yellow energy blast towards the mountains. After a brief delay, the mountains erupted into a mushroom cloud. The tremendous force of the explosion sent shockwaves, creating a gale that swept through the area. The audience witnessed the screen distort before losing all signal. Another day of obliteration had occurred. With the restoration of the Heavenly Temple, the time chamber also returned to its former state. However, Vegeta and Son Goku remained inside, immersed in their training, oblivious even to the destruction of the entrance by Raditz. The bond between Son Goku and Vegeta deepened, once as children. Shaolin was Goku's closest companion, but as adults, with Shaolin training alone, Vegeta had seized the opportunity to become Goku's new ally. The allure of novelty outweighed the affection of the past, and it was only natural for the new to eclipse the old. After sending Goku and the others back to Earth, the Eastern Kaioshin departed, aware that he could not remain on Earth, lest Cell eliminate him as well, which would spell disaster for Universe 7. Furthermore, Goku returned with Dan D, who was appointed as the new deity. Living up to expectations, Dan D upgraded the existing Dragon Balls. The storyline of the Dragon Balls began to align more closely with the anime. Observing that Goku and Vegeta had yet to emerge, Goku and Tainan Kasi assumed they were still training and felt no urgency to call them out. Compared to Vegeta and Goku, Goku and Tainan Kasi were more concerned about whether Shaolin was still alive. They ventured to the sea where Shaolin had last confronted Cell, searching for clues but ultimately found none, forcing them to return. The following day, Goku and Vegeta emerged from their training. They had achieved full power in their Super Saiyan forms while also maintaining the Super Saiyan state in their normal forms. Upon learning all that had transpired from Goku and the others, they were eager to seek out Cell for some practice, but Tainan Kasi intervened. He suggested that since others had 10 days, why waste time? Goku and Vegeta remained intent on battling Cell, but Tainan Kasi and Goku stepped in to dissuade them, and it was only with the intervention of the Kaioshin that they momentarily settled down. Subsequently, Goku and Tainan Kasi entered the time chamber to train for a day. Before entering, Goku instructed Goku to practice fusion with Vegeta, as despite their immense power, they seemed insufficient compared to Cell. Upon hearing about fusion, Vegeta recalled the peculiar poses Shaolin and Kakarot had struck during their fusion against Frieza and expressed his reluctance. Indeed, how could a proud Saiyan assume such a strange posture? Wouldn't he that brings shame to the Saiyan race? Vegeta declared, I have transcended Super Saiyan. I cannot resort to such methods. His tone was cold and haughty, yet internally, he wrestled with the thought of what it would be like to fuse with Kakarot. Surely it would be more powerful than the fusion with that diminutive fellow. He was filled with curiosity about the sensations of merging with Kakarot. No, I am a proud Saiyan prince. I cannot entertain such degenerate thoughts. Externally, Vegeta maintained his pride while internally grappling with turmoil. Ultimately, under Goku's gentle persuasion, he reluctantly agreed to attempt it. The next day, Goku and Tainan Kasi emerged, significantly stronger. Yet their expressions were grim as they had both sensed the full power of Cell and realized that even after a year of training, they still fell short. They had attempted fusion, but the results were peculiar. Had anyone ever seen a Namekian with Tainan Kasi's hairstyle? Their power still paled in comparison to Cell's complete form. At that moment, Goku arrived with his son, Gohan. After witnessing the aftermath of Frieza's attack from North Kaioshin's star, Goku recognized his son Gohan's extraordinary potential. Though Chi-Chi usually forbade Gohan from training, in light of Cell's reign of terror, she relented and permitted Gohan to train. But she repeatedly emphasized that he must not confront that terrifying Cell. Wukong readily agreed, but Chi-Chi remained skeptical. Consequently, Wukong spent the night persuading her, which led to Gohan entering the time chamber for training. Wukong, Vegeta, and Trunks had completed their training, while Piccolo had only 1 day left. The group proposed that either Master Roshi or Tianjin fan guide Gohan's training, and there were no objections. Only Piccolo hesitantly expressed that even with just 1 day, he could help. However, Wukong disagreed, stating that it would be better for one person to guide the training from start to finish, as having 2 instructors could lead to inconsistent teaching. Faced with Wukong's dismissal, Piccolo could only sulk and walk away, his face flushed with disappointment. Gohan then declared that he wanted Uncle Piccolo to guide him in training. Wukong patiently explained the disadvantages of having 2 instructors, but Gohan remained adamant about wanting Piccolo. Ultimately, Piccolo, beaming with joy, separated Gohan from Wukong, hiding Gohan behind him, saying, Son Wukong, you may be formidable, but that does not make you a competent father and teacher. Leave this to me. With no other option, Wukong relented, allowing the two to train together. Thus, Piccolo and son Gohan happily trained in the time chamber for a year. It remains uncertain whether it was the author's folly or the protagonist's halo that caused Gohan's power to soar, culminating in his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Before departing, Piccolo reminded Gohan to remember the feeling of anger, for only through anger could his potential be unleashed. After Piccolo left, Gohan continued his training in the time chamber for another year. In the human world, since Wukong's marriage and the ongoing crises on Earth, the Turtle School and Crane School had not participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament. The absence of true masters diminished the tournament's appeal, resulting in fewer spectators compared to previous years. The golden-haired host, witnessing an unremarkable champion with an unruly hairstyle, felt a sense of disinterest. He fondly recalled the matches featuring son Wukong and Krillin, which had genuinely showcased martial arts prowess. He pondered why they had not participated in recent years. Was it due to inadequate prize money? Despite his disappointment, the host maintained his professionalism, praising the champion before allowing the reporters to approach for interviews. Following Cell's announcement of the Cell Games on television, fighters gained renewed attention from the media. The champion, with his wild hairstyle, was no exception. This wild-haired champion, laughing heartily and raising his hands in a victory sign, almost swallowed the microphone thrust into his mouth. He was furious, wondering who had the audacity to put a microphone so close to him. However, upon realizing it was a reporter, he quickly suppressed his anger, recognizing the rare opportunity to promote himself. If he could gain fame, he would certainly earn a fortune in the future. Thus, he sought out the camera, pressed his face close, and exclaimed, "Hello everyone. I am Satan, the champion of this World Martial Arts Tournament. I am the strongest man in the world." The reporter, taken aback, admitted that it was the first time he had heard such a name. Satan, the Satan of the Demon King. This wild-haired champion would later become known globally as Satan, a remarkably fortunate powerhouse. The Demon King? The reporter was skilled at capturing sound bites. Of course not. Although I share a name with the Demon King, I am quite benevolent, Satan quickly clarified. Oh, so the kind Mr. Satan, what are your thoughts on the Cell Games? The reporter pressed on. Cell Games? Satan was somewhat confused. He had been entirely focused on the tournament and had not watched television lately. The reporter explained that Cell was a tall, green monster who claimed he would destroy the Earth if no one could defeat him in 10 days. Ha! Destroy the Earth? One person? Satan laughed heartily, incredulous that someone claiming to be a champion could not even destroy a boulder. Yet this Cell dared to threaten the planet. Was he mad? Satan suspected Cell might have escaped from a mental institution. It's outrageous how poorly these places are managed, allowing such patients to roam free. However, he knew he could not voice such thoughts. As the champion, he had to uphold a semblance of martial ethics. I suspect some children who have been foolishly captivated by cartoons. If I, the world champion, take the time to educate this Cell fellow, he will surely come to his senses, Satan confidently asserted. Children captivated by cartoons? The reporter was bewildered. He had seen the live broadcasts and recalled that Cell stood over 2 meters tall and could unleash a peculiar energy sphere capable of annihilating vast mountain ranges. Was it appropriate to dismiss this as mere childish fantasy? The reporter considered shifting the focus of the interview, having realized that this wild-haired champion might not be entirely coherent. However, the director urged him not to stop, as the ratings had soared since Satan began his nonsensical tirade. Energized by the prospect of high ratings, the reporter decided to continue with the interview, regardless of how ridiculous Satan's claims might be. Although Satan's words seemed exaggerated, they sparked a glimmer of hope in the eyes of those who had been devastated by Cell's rampage. In Chapter 57, titled Cell Games, Satan leveraged the attention surrounding Cell to become an internet sensation. Major television networks vied to report on this newfound celebrity. Thus, Satan's reputation grew exponentially within a few short days. While his behavior may have appeared absurd, it proved remarkably effective amidst the chaos caused by Cell, bringing a semblance of calm to those who had been terrified by his destruction. The Earth's order did not deteriorate further. During the time that Satan was being profiled by the media, Cell grew bored and began constructing a stage at his designated location. Consequently, during Satan's moment of glory, the human world experienced a rare period of tranquility, deepening the people's hope in Satan. 10 days later, a wild-haired champion, surrounded by admirers, arrived at the stage for the Cell Games. accompanied by a reporter and photographer willing to risk life and limb for ratings. The arena was a desolate plain, featuring a combat stage approximately 300 square feet, built from numerous white blocks. Cell stood at the center of the stage, hands clasped behind his back, patiently awaiting the arrival of the Z-Fighters. However, instead of the Z-Fighters, he was greeted by a confident wild-haired champion draped in a white cloak, accompanied by his photographer. Cell cast a fleeting glance at Satan, perceiving him to lack any significant presence. What a waste of time, he thought, dismissing the champion as he prepared to conserve his strength and focus on the true challenge ahead. Unbeknownst to Satan, he had yet to grasp the severity of the situation as he boldly stepped onto the stage, giving Cell a thumbs-down gesture. Whether it was sheer luck or Cell's good temper, the encounter took an unexpected turn. Shalu, unexpectedly, did not intervene. Satan, brimming with confidence, even beckoned the photographer to approach, for the perspective from the audience was inadequate to capture his triumphant stance against Shalu. Observing Satan's audacity, the reporters felt a twinge of fear and hesitated. Would I be killed if I went on stage to broadcast? Come up, don't worry, I will protect you, Satan assured, exuding unshakable confidence. Just then, the photographer zoomed in on Satan's face, broadcasting his self-assured demeanor to viewers worldwide. Humanity witnessed Satan's calm and confident visage, amplified by the reporter's flattery, proclaiming that with Mr. Satan present, they could rest assured. This stirred a wave of enthusiasm among the audience, save for a few dissenters, such as Master Roshi, who sipped tea and lamented the decline of martial arts, remarking how such a person could become champion. Meanwhile, in distant Dongdu, Bulma, accompanied by little Trunks, shouted, "Who wants to see that old man's face?" The reporters, inspired by Satan's demeanor, shed their fears and began to exhibit their professionalism. To avoid any awkwardness, one reporter thrust a microphone towards Satan, inquiring, "Mr. Satan, how do you feel at this moment? Could you share your thoughts with the audience?" With his signature confident smile, Satan replied, even gesturing to himself with a playful mockery, "I feel a great sympathy for Shalu, who miscalculated. He surely never anticipated the existence of someone as formidable as me. This is his gravest error. I know this fellow has boasted, but at this point, any apology would be too late. I, as a righteous champion, will not let him off the hook." With a flourish, Satan dramatically swirled his cape, appearing quite dashing. His words reignited the audience's fervor, with cheers erupting in support of Satan. Even children, captivated by his proclamation as a champion of justice, vowed to emulate him as heroes in their future. Although Satan could not see the audience's expressions, he instinctively understood how to seize the moment. Suddenly, he snatched the reporter's microphone, addressing the camera with fervor, "Dear viewers, I assure you, I will defeat that rascal Shalu." The reporter, somewhat displeased with Satan's audacity, posed a challenging question, "Really? But Shalu is capable of destroying mountains and repelling armies. What can you do against such a monster, Mr. Satan?" The reporter believed this query would stymie Satan. In truth, Satan had later witnessed Shalu's deeds through television, yet the bull-headed Satan remained unfazed, even asserting that was merely an illusion. He provided his whimsical explanation. The mountains and armies were easily destroyed by Shalu because explosives were secretly planted beforehand. This explanation made Shalu break into a cold sweat. Where did this fool come from? He considered striking but sensed formidable energies approaching from afar. It was Vegeta and Goku. He chuckled, knowing that if they saw him mercilessly attacking the weak, he would be ridiculed. Shalu suppressed his urge to retaliate, allowing Satan to push further. Once again, Satan commandeered the reporter's microphone, gesturing for the camera to focus on him. "However, his tactics will not work on me." Shalu remained motionless, seemingly unresponsive. The reporter, skeptical, remarked, "No, he seems to be intimidated by my righteousness, too scared to speak." Satan, brimming with unwarranted confidence, made a childish face at Shalu. When Shalu still did not react, Satan turned around, provocatively presenting his back and patting it, exclaiming, "Come at me, you fool." Ha ha. He resembled a child in his antics. Meanwhile, the Z-Fighters were soaring through the air. Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, Trunks, Piccolo, Tien, Chaozu, and Yamcha were all present, except for Krillin. Piccolo, addressing Shenron, inquired, "Is it true that Krillin cannot be revived?" Goku suddenly asked Piccolo. After a moment's hesitation, Piccolo nodded. Goku fell into silence. After a long pause, he finally said, "I'll be the first to go." Piccolo, Tien, Yamcha, Gohan, and Trunks all nodded in agreement. Goku glanced at the silent Vegeta. After a moment of aloofness, Vegeta shrugged, claiming, "Do as you wish. I will definitely be the one to defeat Shalu." "Thank you, Vegeta," Goku replied, a hint of camaraderie in his voice. The proud Saiyan prince had transformed from haughty to playfully defiant. Although both were proud, there was an unmistakable difference in their demeanor. Meanwhile, Satan continued his comedic banter with the reporter. As Goku and the others appeared in the sky, their altitude was visible even to ordinary people. "They arrived," Shalu mused, grinning at the horizon. Although he was already the strongest warrior in the universe, he was fundamentally a combative being, born from the fusion of countless fighters and Saiyan cells. He too yearned for battle. The reporters and photographers could only perceive something flying in the sky, resembling people, yet they dared not confirm it, for in their understanding, humans could not fly. It was only upon Goku's group landing that they were astonished to discover their perceptions had been shattered. Indeed, some could fly. Satan, however, forcibly redirected the camera back to himself, calmly asserting that it was all an illusion. The reporter nodded awkwardly. "Goku, you're finally here. Have you decided who will go first?" Shalu completely disregarded the prattling Satan and addressed Goku. "I'll go first." Learning that Krillin had perished due to the monster before them, Goku's expression darkened. Since they had previously agreed, none of the Z fighters opposed Goku's decision. With a leap onto the stage, Goku struck a heroic pose. And the photographer captured this moment for the world to see. Those who had encountered Goku recognized him as the grown-up version of the boy they once knew, while others simply marveled at the impressive display. Seeing the spotlight shift to Goku, Satan immediately grew displeased. Wait, don't decide the order without consulting," he exclaimed, rushing toward Goku to reclaim the camera. Goku, looking at the anxious figure before him, could hardly fathom that this was his future father-in-law. When asked if he was aware of Shalu's danger, Goku nodded affirmatively. He could sense the threat emanating from Shalu. Goku retorted, "How dare a mere human step up? You should step down. This guy is not to be trifled with. You could easily be killed." "A mere human? Step down?" Satan was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. He turned to Goku with a serious expression, displaying his signature confident smile. "I am the world champion, Mr. Satan. Rest assured, I can handle Shalu in no time." He then jumped off the platform, grabbing a large clump of yellow clay, and struck it against his head. The explosion of clay shattered into fragments, leaving Satan's hair covered in dust, yet he laughed heartily, proclaiming, "See, this is the power of a champion." His antics left the Z fighters in astonishment. Is this the world champion? A comical world champion? The ever-cool and aloof Vegeta silently cursed, calling someone an idiot. Sun Wukong wore a peculiar expression, recalling how he could have shattered dirt clods effortlessly in his youth. He was utterly perplexed by the intentions of the explosion-haired uncle before him. In a bid to hasten a confrontation with Shalu, Wukong reluctantly pressed on, advising, "I think you should leave this place. It would be easy for you to meet your demise here." However, Wukong's well-meaning counsel appeared to be nothing but mockery in Satan's eyes. Growing somewhat irate, Satan shouted, "Even a joke must have its limits. This is a duel that determines the fate of Earth. It is you who should leave." The reporter and photographer, exhibiting commendable professionalism, swiftly captured the escalating conflict, shifting their focus to the quarrel between Satan and Wukong, thereby allowing all of humanity to witness their dispute. At that moment, the reporter directed the photographer to give Wukong a close-up shot, promptly introducing him as an unknown blonde man disrupting the match, claiming he will toss Mr. Satan off the stage. What might unfold next? Will Mr. Satan forgive this man, or will he defeat him on the spot? Let us await the outcome with bated breath. The reporter's words reverberated through the live broadcast, inciting a frenzy among the audience. How audacious of someone to speak to the world champion, Mr. Satan, in such a manner. Was he not afraid of provoking Satan, who would surely not save the Earth? Countless Earthlings transformed into keyboard warriors, wielding their most righteous words to condemn Wukong. In an instant, the ratings soared. The reporter, witnessing the spectacle, could hardly contain his laughter, realizing he had risked his life for such entertainment. Indeed, people seldom relish the mundane. It is only the matters that stir emotions that captivate their discussions. The truth became irrelevant. What mattered most was that the audience derived joy from the unfolding events. Naturally, Wukong remained oblivious to the audience's condemnation. Yet, Satan stood firm, unwilling to yield. At last, Lepin approached, tugging at Wukong's sleeve and whispering, "Let him go. If he truly perishes, we can use the Dragon Balls to revive him." Wukong hesitated, feeling it was absurd and cruel to pit an ordinary person against Xiaolu. Wukong, the pride of humanity, would only understand his arrogance after suffering a setback. Although he did not grasp Lepin's words, he found himself with no choice but to relent since the other party was unwilling to step forward. Was he truly expected to kill him? With no alternatives, Wukong stepped back, yielding the initial challenge to Satan. Observing Wukong and Lepin whispering, Satan assumed they were conspiring against him and contemplated confronting them. However, upon seeing Wukong descend from the stage, he felt it inappropriate to pursue the matter further. Instead, he stood alone on the arena, flashing a broad smile and forming a V sign for the camera. Victory! The reporter, seizing the moment, remarked in a dramatic tone, "Mr. Satan demonstrates remarkable kindness. Regardless of how rude the opponent may be, he persists in winning them over with virtue, using nothing but words to send the disruptive blonde man away. Is this the grandeur of a world champion? Truly magnificent. Let us all cheer for Mr. Satan." Hearing the reporter's words, Satan erupted into laughter, appreciating the reporter's insight and stoking the atmosphere. If he were to defeat Xiaolu, his popularity would undoubtedly soar to unprecedented heights. At that moment, he thought to himself that not only would he become a global sensation, but even if he desired to become a king, the people would likely acquiesce. With this thought, Satan couldn't help but laugh heartily. Chapter 58, Xiaolu versus Satan's son Wukong, utterly bewildered, leaped off the stage, while Satan strutted about like a victorious rooster, showcasing his flamboyant maneuvers. The reporter and photographer deftly captured the scene, thanks to Xiaolu's good-natured temperament, who refrained from annihilating the three individuals on the spot. Anyone could step up, let the match begin. Xiaolu crossed his arms, displaying visible impatience. "Of course, I will be the first," Satan declared confidently, casting aside his white cloak and striking a fighting pose. However, a pink helicopter adorned with neon lights descended from the sky, appearing quite ostentatious. Confused, Satan could only comprehend the situation when the helicopter landed, and two men and a woman disembarked, revealing themselves as his disciples. The trio consisted of the tall, blonde man Krillin in white attire, the rotund Pierogi clad in a black helmet, and the woman Bisha, whose wavy brown hair cascaded over her shoulders in a revealing outfit. Satan stared at his three flamboyantly dressed disciples, momentarily taken aback. Just a short while ago, they were urban workers he had convinced to learn martial arts while distributing flyers. They had only managed to attend training during their breaks, often appearing disheveled and grimy after a long day at the factory. Yet today, they presented themselves with such flair. Krillin and Bisha had even donned makeup, transforming into a stunning pair. Clearly, they had put in considerable effort, likely motivated by their master's newfound fame. Who are they? The reporter was puzzled, unsure how to introduce the trio descending from the skies. "They are my disciples," Satan stated directly. As their master, he welcomed his disciples' bid for attention rather than resenting it. After all, in Satan's mind, nameless fighters often face dire fates. While a fighter might not always earn money, fame was paramount. Satan wished for his disciples not to abandon their aspirations of becoming fighters due to financial constraints, reverting instead to mundane jobs. "Master, this sort of opponent does not require your intervention. Allow me to handle it." Krillin, clad in white, stepped forward, his tight-fitting vest accentuating his muscular physique. "In that case, I entrust this to you. Do not hold back." Satan acquiesced, turning with a flair he thought was charming, only to realize he had discarded his cloak. "Yes, master. We shall not disappoint you," the trio enthusiastically affirmed before taking their positions. Among them, the female disciple Bisha stepped forward with a microphone, introducing herself in front of the camera. The reporter, witnessing this, became anxious, sensing a threat to his own position. Unfortunately, at over 40 years old and of modest stature, he could not compete with the youthful allure of the shoulder-bearing Bisha. The higher-ups at the television station quickly instructed the reporter to step aside, granting the spotlight to the beautiful young woman. The reporter felt as though struck by lightning, realizing that years of hard work paled in comparison to the natural charm of others. Only Satan's male disciples would face Xiaolu. First up was the white-clad Krillin, followed by the rotund Pierogi. Both were merely ordinary Earthlings. Xiaolu remained still, unleashing a surge of energy that sent the two flying through the air, ultimately crashing into the ground and losing their front teeth in the process. Their pitiful state was utterly embarrassing. After witnessing their dismal fate, the camera turned back to Satan. Yet, as their master, Satan remained unfazed, even stating, "They were two overconfident fools. Have they forgotten my teachings? A lion uses all its strength, even against a rabbit. Master speaks wisely. It seems only you can handle this opponent." The new reporter Bishop began to lavish praise on Satan. Seizing the opportunity, Satan leaped onto the stage. Resigned to the fact that it was up to him, the master, to restore honor for his disciples. As Satan ascended the stage, he audaciously attempted to flaunt his charisma, only to be met with a harsh lesson. One of his feet collided with the edge of the combat platform, disrupting his balance and causing his elongated face, adorned with an explosive hairstyle, to meet the hard ground in an abrupt kiss. A silence enveloped the scene, leaving even Satan's female disciple at a loss for words to justify her master's folly. However, who is Satan? Beyond his imposing physique, his most formidable asset lies in his silver tongue. "I am unscathed," he declared, rising to his feet and brushing off the dust from his attire, suddenly turning to the camera and flashing a victorious V sign. Yet, his grimacing smile betrayed the absence of a front tooth. "That despicable Sheru has set traps in the arena, causing me to stumble." Satan was aware of his blunder, yet astutely deflected blame onto Sheru, offering a forced explanation. As long as he could shift the blame swiftly, he deemed himself absolved. His female disciple seized upon Satan's self-justification, promptly relaying to the world that Sheru had ambushed her senior before the match had even commenced. Nevertheless, Mr. Satan, as the world champion, remained steadfast, emerging unscathed. One might think that only a fool would believe such forced explanations. Yet, the inhabitants of Earth, in their naivety, rallied to support Satan, vociferously denouncing Sheru for his lack of sportsmanship. Satan suddenly produced a stack of tiles, stacking them precariously before delivering a decisive blow. "Oh wait, one remains." Embarrassment flushed his face, much akin to the swelling of his hand from the ill-fated display, concealing the inflamed area. He pointed at the shattered tiles on the ground, taunting Sheru. "In 1 minute, you shall meet the same fate as these fragments." With that, Satan charged forward, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon Sheru, alternating between targeting his muscular front and executing surprise attacks from behind. Sheru, however, remained unmoved, enjoying the sensation of Satan's futile assault. With a single hand, he flung Satan several meters away, finally bringing him to rest against a small hillside. Truly foolish was Sheru's assessment of Satan. The arena fell into silence, especially among Satan's 3 disciples and the cameraman, who could scarcely believe that their master had been bested. Viewers watching the live broadcast also fell into a hush following Satan's defeat. In contrast to the general silence, the Z warriors grew impatient. Sheru, too, expressed his annoyance, demanding that Sun Wukong step forward. "Stop letting those pesky flies disrupt my mood. Let's be quick about it, Sun Wukong." Sheru addressed him, whether in the past or present. Sheru had only heard legends of Sun Wukong and had yet to face him. Now that his opponent stood before him, Sheru, composed of an amalgamation of fighter cells, was eager for the challenge, his combative blood boiling with anticipation. "I can hardly wait," Sun Wukong exclaimed, leaping into action and assuming a fighting stance. Sheru stood with his hands behind his back, observing Sun Wukong with keen interest, curious about his forthcoming moves. In the wake of Satan's defeat, his female disciple, Bai Sha, found herself at a loss, while an opportunistic reporter snatched the microphone back, casting a triumphant glance at Bai Sha. As if to say that beauty holds little weight in crucial moments, experience reigns supreme. Just as the reporter was about to speak, he was startled to find the dust-covered Satan had returned, standing beside him. "As Satan, sir? Were you not just thrown by Sheru? Are you all right?" The reporter stammered, uncertain, for it was a miracle that an ordinary person could withstand such a fall. How could he reappear, unless he is some sort of turtle? "Humph, thrown. I merely twisted my ankle and staggered slightly away from the ring," Satan retorted indignantly, as if he had not lost, portraying himself as a victim of great injustice. "Just a little distance?" The reporter thought, bemused, having witnessed Satan's flight from the arena. It was miraculous that he had not met a dire fate. "Rest assured, that fellow is not as formidable as he appears. Now that someone has stepped up, I shall take a brief respite before returning to deal with Sheru," Satan declared, exuding confidence. "Indeed, Mr. Satan, what is your opinion of that blonde youth on stage? Does he stand a chance against Sheru?" the reporter inquired, regaining his composure to interview the combat expert. The combat expert, Satan merely scoffed. Impossible. Judging by his muscle definition, that blonde fellow has not trained in martial arts. I could defeat him in 2 seconds flat. Is that so? Haha. Truly, you are Mr. Satan, the reporter replied awkwardly. For he found the blonde man named Sun Wukong to possess an impressive demeanor. Yet, Satan claimed he could dispatch him in mere seconds, leading the reporter to consider the wisdom of maintaining goodwill with the explosive-haired man, lest he provoke his ire. Their exchange was overheard by Vegeta, who, despite his usual stoicism, found his expression faltering in disbelief. This guy, having just endured a blow from Sheru, remains oblivious to the disparity in strength. Is he truly a world champion? In stark contrast to Vegeta's detached observation, Piccolo, Lu Ping, Tianjin Fan, and Trunks gazed in astonishment at Wukong, murmuring, "Incredible, Wukong. His stance is impeccable. He can counter any attack from Sheru flawlessly. Indeed, it seems the current battles are beyond our capabilities." They marveled at the impressive progress Wukong had made after a mere year of training in the time chamber. As Wukong's confrontation with Sheru commenced, he initiated the assault, propelling himself like a cannonball towards Sheru. Upon reaching him, Wukong retracted his elbow and threw a punch. Sheru, leaning back, seized Wukong's punching hand and flung him several meters away. Wukong executed a somersault mid-air and landed deftly on the ground. The two resumed their standoff. Those who had doubted Wukong, including Satan and the reporter, wore expressions of astonishment. Was this not far superior to Satan's earlier feeble attempts? Yet, the reporter handed the microphone back to Satan. "Mr. Satan, how would you categorize this recent exchange?" Upon realizing the camera was on him again, Satan feigned calm and laughed heartily. "I must admit, both fighters performed slightly better than I anticipated, though not by much." While he spoke with bravado, a sense of unease began to creep into Satan's mind. These fighters appeared formidable. This level of skill vastly exceeded those he had encountered at the World Martial Arts Tournament. What should he do? "I must maintain my composure. I cannot allow my reputation to crumble in the eyes of the world," he resolved, continuing to explain to the reporter. Fortunately, Satan's silver tongue was adept. Otherwise, he would have been exposed. At this time, Wukong and Sheru quickened their pace, moving at a speed beyond the comprehension of ordinary spectators. Satan and the reporter could only hear the sounds of their clash, struggling to catch a glimpse of their figures. Astonished, Satan exclaimed, "So fast! I can hardly see them." How could he provide commentary in such a scenario? "Mr. Satan, why are there no visible figures on the stage?" The reporter questioned, perplexed, as he too could only hear the sounds of battle without sighting the combatants. "Oh, it must be some advanced technology causing a disruption in light transmission, thus impairing our viewing experience," Satan attempted to explain, albeit with a shaky grasp of physics, feigning calm despite knowing he was spewing nonsense. "Oh, is that so?" The journalist found it rather incredulous, pondering how Shalu could possibly carry high-tech gadgets when he was clearly unclothed. However, Shadan offered no explanation for his bewilderment. Instead, he criticized the current generation with a tone rife with disdain, lamenting that young people could not focus on martial arts and were incessantly incorporating high technology into combat, rendering it akin to mere magic tricks. As a world champion, he expressed his deep-seated contempt. Shadan then turned to the camera, declaring, "I hope those who enjoy martial arts do not emulate the two on stage. True combat should embody honesty." His eloquent tones stirred the hearts of viewers, who applauded his sense of justice and pragmatism, further elevating his popularity. On the Z Warriors' side, the participants were rendered speechless by Shatan's remarks, as what was initially an enthralling match was abruptly overshadowed by his prattle. Lepin's lips twitched slightly as he muttered, "Did Shalu just knock this old man silly?" Shadan certainly knew how to seize the spotlight. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Wukong and Shalu seemed to reach a new intensity. At that moment, Shala chuckled, "Son Wukong, you are utterly different from that little Lin. The moment he steps in, he unleashes his full power, whereas you prefer to test the waters. This is rather dull. Why not show your true strength? Otherwise, we might not have much fun." Chapter 59's resolution still rested upon you, Sun Wufan. Let us consider the previous exchanges as mere warm-ups. Since everyone's impatience has grown, let us unleash our full powers, Shala suggested. Very well, Wukong concurred. For the earlier probing had ignited a fervent desire for genuine combat within him. Shadan, who had been lurking at the edge of the arena, was left agape, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Had those exchanges merely been warm-ups? The speed had been so astonishing that even he, a world champion, could barely discern it. Realizing the folly of challenging such formidable opponents, Shodan sensed the Z Warriors' anticipation as they prepared for an epic showdown. Wukong was the first to unleash his energy, his standard Super Saiyan form erupting into a golden aura. This surge sent shockwaves radiating outward, causing those around him to struggle to maintain their footing. The Z Warriors, possessing formidable strength, managed to stay grounded, but Shodan, the journalist, the cameraman, and the three disciples were unceremoniously blown away. Just as the dust settled, Shala too erupted with an aura of golden energy akin to Wukong's. Once again, Shodan and the others were sent flying. With a shared glance, Wukong and Shalu commenced their battle with even greater ferocity. The effects of their clashes produced winds strong enough to shatter the bricks beneath their feet. In mere moments, the arena, crafted by Shalu himself and spanning over 500 square meters, began to fracture, ultimately reducing to rubble. With the arena in ruins, the two warriors tacitly transformed the battleground to encompass the entire Earth, casting aside any restraints to unleash their most lethal techniques. Not bad, Sun Wukong. You can actually contend with my ultimate form for so long, Shalu exclaimed, exhilarated by the challenge. But can you withstand this? Seizing an opening, he struck Wukong, sending him flying, and then assumed a stance. Kamehameha wave. Shalu's energy surged, crafting a massive blue energy blast. Wait, Shalu. That level of Kamehameha will obliterate the Earth. Wukong barely had time to voice his concern before he was compelled to counter the impending onslaught. He summoned all his strength, his arm bulging with energy, managing to redirect the trajectory of the Kamehameha into the cosmos at the cost of nearly all his stamina. Panting heavily, Wukong's arm hung limply at his side, visibly exhausted. What's the matter, Sun Wukong? Is a single Kamehameha rendering you this helpless? If that's the case, perhaps it's time for a replacement, Shalu remarked nonchalantly, his face adorned with a smug expression. Wukong, acknowledging Shalu's superiority, conceded defeat, stating, then let the next one take my place. Vegeta, eager for his turn, stepped up. It's your turn now, Vegeta, Wukong said, passing the mantle. I will not be as disheveled as you, Kakarot, Vegeta smirked, finding a sense of satisfaction in Wukong's predicament. However, just as Vegeta prepared to engage, Shalu interrupted, I wish to face only the elite, not play games with the inept. Shala's gaze fixed on Vegeta, who was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in anger, shouting, what are you staring at? Are you calling me inept? Shala laughed, I am not targeting you specifically. Vegeta's expression softened slightly, interpreting Shala's words as directed at Shodan, who had recently fought Shalu. Yet, Shala's next statement nearly sent Vegeta into a rage. I meant to say that everyone present here is inept. With that, he revealed a look of disdain. What did you say? Vegeta's face contorted in disbelief, feeling the sting of the insult. As the proud Saiyan prince, he had always been the one to label others as inept, never having been subjected to such a remark himself. This was a classic case of words of kindness warming 3 winters, while harsh words chill in June. Infuriated, Vegeta resolved to prove himself. In an instant, his trademark black hair transformed into a brilliant golden hue as he surged toward Shalu, fueled by the dignity and wrath of a Saiyan prince, launching a powerful punch. Yet, Shalu effortlessly caught his fist. What? Vegeta gasped in astonishment. This was his full-force strike, and his opponent had merely brushed it aside. Inept, Shalu retorted, delivering a knee strike that left Vegeta crumpled in a heap. Vegeta nearly lost his meal from the blow, while onlookers envied his ability to expel his previous meal with such ease. Witnessing his father in distress, Trunks' concern ignited into fury. Dad! His lavender hair cascading over his shoulders transformed into the golden locks of a Super Saiyan as he materialized before Shalu in an instant. Prepare to meet your end, Shalu. After extensive training in the hyperbolic time chamber, Trunks had far surpassed his previous self, unleashing a flurry of punches upon Shalu. Yet Shalu, having absorbed the formidable powers of androids 17 and 18, was not an adversary easily bested, especially since Trunks had yet to grasp the threshold of Super Saiyan 2. Ugh. Trunks shared Vegeta's fate, feeling the force of Shalu's punch collide with his abdomen, propelling him into the sky. In midair, Shalu appeared overhead, ready to deliver a devastating blow with both fists clenched. Boom. Trunks was slammed into the ground like a nail, a cloud of dust erupting around him. Though there is some progress, it is hardly significant. Sheru crossed his arms, hovering before the Z warriors, all of whom were drenched in cold sweat. What do you think? The arena is gone, and the battlefield now encompasses the entire Earth. You all can team up against me. I have no qualms about it. Sheru tilted his head back, gazing arrogantly at the others. As the ultimate form, mere one-on-one combat no longer satisfied him. Only by confronting him collectively could they quench his insatiable thirst for battle. Since you lack the initiative, allow me to assist you. Suddenly, Sheru crossed his arms, and his entire figure began to shimmer. This is... The three-eyed Tianjin fan suddenly gasped in astonishment. He was all too familiar with Sheru's form. Is this not the Four Bodies Fist? Indeed, it is the Four Bodies Fist. A creation derived from the cells of all of you. Sheru transformed into four identical versions of himself, speaking in unison. Immediately, the tails of the four Sheru unfurled, launching 8 blue orbs. These orbs extended upright, revealing themselves to be miniature versions of Sheru. What do you think? I have commanded these little Sheris to eliminate all humans on Earth. Are you not going to stop them? As the four Sheru finished speaking, the little Sheris began to scatter. Cursed be. The Z warriors' faces were etched with anxiety, yet they refused to stand by as the little Sheris wreaked havoc. Thus, they immediately rushed to intercept the miniature Sheris. Piccolo, Lu Ping, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi joined forces to block the little Sheris, but at that moment, the four Sheru employing the Four Bodies Fist turned their attention towards them. Sheru understood that humans could only unleash extraordinary power when cornered. Hence he devised this scenario to provoke them into using their full strength. If they do not defeat me, they will not catch up to those little rascals. Come on. The four Sheru spoke in perfect synchronization, their faces adorned with mocking expressions. Seeing Sheru, who had just defeated 3 Super Saiyans, left Piccolo and his companions in a state of uncertainty. After all, Sheru's previous display of strength was truly fearsome. Even top-tier fighters like Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Trunks could not prevail against him. Could 3 ordinary Earthlings and 1 Namekian truly stand a chance? Meanwhile, aside from Piccolo and his companions, the previously blown-away Satan and others were huddled in terror behind a small rock. The rock was too small, forcing the 6 Earthlings to squeeze closely together. I suggest you find another hiding place. There is simply no room for so many here, Satan whispered, gazing at the vanished arena. Satan realized how terrifying the combat prowess of those he had previously underestimated truly was. He was not even in the same league. If he was a normal human, those warriors were unequivocally monsters. Not only could they fly, but they also emitted light and could conjure laser-like projectiles with their bare hands. Most frightening was their ability to obliterate a combat arena of over 500 square meters in an instant. The surrounding hills and craters, ravaged by battle, only underscored the monstrous nature of these beings. Satan deeply regretted coming here. Mr. Satan, it seems Sheru has produced many little Sheris, claiming he will exterminate all humanity. You must hurry out and defeat them. The reporter, visibly frightened, still managed to raise the microphone towards Satan. Oh, this cursed professionalism, Satan thought. I can't possibly confront those monsters. However, upon seeing the camera aimed at him, he promptly suppressed his thoughts. But going out is out of the question. There seems to be no choice. I must take action myself. Satan first feigned a heroic stance, but the moment he stepped forward, his expression shifted, and he clutched his stomach in agony, exclaiming, "It hurts, it hurts. My stomach is acting up." Mr. Satan? The reporter looked at him in confusion. It must be the undercooked food from the hotel today that upset my stomach. What a dilemma. I need to use the restroom before dealing with Sheru. With that, Satan bolted away, leaving no trace. Is that so? The reporter murmured. At that moment, the photographer, having lost sight of Satan, had no choice but to shift the camera's focus to Sheru, who had just utilized the Four Bodies Fist to create 3 additional Sheris and then unleashed 8 little Sheris from his tail, boldly declaring his intent to annihilate all of Earth's inhabitants. This entire scene, coupled with Sheru's words, was relayed precisely to every viewer at home, igniting unprecedented panic across the globe. Countless individuals abandoned even watching the live broadcast, hastily packing their belongings to flee. They planned to escape the conspicuous urban areas and hide in remote mountain caves, hoping the little Sheris would not find them. The scene turned back to Piccolo, who now faced the most perilous situation. He had thought that merging with the Guardian would grant him comparable combat strength, but upon encountering a true formidable foe, he realized he was still woefully inadequate. Yet even so, he must stand firm. If they did not rise to confront Sheru, no one on Earth could stop him. Piccolo discarded his burdens, prepared to risk his life to hold Sheru at bay. I will deal with Sheru. You all go stop those little Sherus. With the emergence of the ultimate Sheru, Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi, and Lu Ping had also entered the hyperbolic time chamber to train over the past 10 days. Their combat strength had surpassed that of the original story. But can you do it, Piccolo? Now is not the time for such discussions. Hurry and go. If you delay any longer, it will be too late, Piccolo shouted, urging them to stop their prattling and take action. Don't overexert yourself, Piccolo. You are no match for me, Sheru sneered, unhurried to strike. He believed that if he attacked first, these four would fall quickly, and for the sake of more amusement. He decided to let them initiate the assault. After all, the little Sherus had been away for a while. They must be getting anxious. Bang, 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 bang. Just as Sheru was about to savor his victory, he suddenly faced a barrage of strikes. The three Sheru duplicates and the original were sent crashing together, ultimately merging back into one. The assailant was Son Gohan. Piccolo stared in disbelief at the familiar young man before him, astonished by the speed and prowess he displayed. The technique that had just taken down the four Sherus was not inferior to that of his father, Sun Wukong. Piccolo uncle, leave Sheru to me. You all go stop those little Sherus. Gohan, with his golden hair and azure eyes, was simultaneously shedding his Piccolo-style white cloak, revealing his robust, athletic physique. Gohan, this is no child's play. Piccolo knew that Gohan had far surpassed him. Yet as someone who had spent more time alongside him than even his own father, Piccolo still viewed Gohan as a child. How could such a terrifying opponent be entrusted to Gohan? Rest assured, Uncle Piccolo. A small whirlwind of energy began to swirl around Gohan, ruffling his golden locks and enveloping him in arcs of blue lightning. I recall the memories of my battle with Frieza 4 years ago. I have also revisited the sensation of that time within the hyperbolic time chamber, as you instructed. A terrifying aura emanated from Gohan's being. As if it were on the verge of spiraling out of control, you mentioned that I should let my anger rise, and I have accomplished that now. Chapter 60 Shaolin. Observing the child who once barely reached his thighs grow into a gallant youth, Piccolo felt a surge of paternal pride. He realized he could only place his trust in Gohan now and urged the others to intercept the little Sherus. Sheru dispelled the four bodies fist and reverted to a single form, cracking his neck a couple of times while gazing with intrigue at the boy brimming with immense energy. You seem to be Sun Wukong's son. Your name is Son Gohan, correct? Sheru recalled having information about Son Gohan in his mind. Within the materials referenced, the depiction of Suin Wufan diverges from the Suin Wufan before me. In the memory of Sha Lu, Suin Wufan was older and bore the mark of a severed arm. His power feeble enough that even the likes of Android 17 or 18 could easily vanquish him. The present Suin Wufan, though younger than the one from memory, possesses extraordinary strength. Having endured a few strikes from him, Sha Lu discerns that the force and speed of this Suin Wufan far surpass those of Suin Wukong. Among the remaining Saiyans on Earth, Sha Lu had never regarded Suin Wufan with any significance. However, that perception has now transformed. This seemingly unremarkable Suin Wufan is, in fact, the mightiest of all. You are worthy of a one-on-one challenge, Sha Lu declares. He initiates the assault, his calm demeanor erupting into a golden aura. Suin Wufan remains unperturbed. Having faced Frieza and spent 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, he is no longer the timid child who cried and screamed. With a steely expression characteristic of a Super Saiyan, he raises his arms and, with a commanding shout, unleashes a mysterious energy that expands like a circle. The golden aura and blue lightning swirl around Suin Wufan, presenting a striking image reminiscent of every Dragon Ball viewer's childhood dreams. Sha Lu's advances are thwarted by Suin Wufan's overwhelming presence, halting in midair as if confronted by turbulent waves. With a fierce resolve illuminating his features, Sha Lu exclaims, "I shall name you the strongest," and intensifies his energy, finally closing in on Suin Wufan. A punch is thrown, only to be caught by Suin Wufan. Immediately, Sha Lu shifts tactics, targeting Suin Wufan's abdomen with a knee strike, which is again intercepted. The moment Suin Wufan grasps Sha Lu's knee, his hands begin to glow, forcefully channeling a Kamehameha wave. Sha Lu, taken aback, retreats to evade the incoming attack. Seizing the moment, Suin Wufan relentlessly pursues, launching a barrage of strikes while Sha Lu finds himself on the defensive, unable to mount a counterattack. Meanwhile, Suin Wukong, who had been exhausted from battling Sha Lu, is momentarily astonished by his son's prowess, reflecting on the days when Suan Wufan would merely cling to his side in tears. Suan Wukong muses at how his son has grown so formidable. During Sha Lu and Suan Wufan's confrontation, he darts over to check on Vegeta, who, though dazed from Sha Lu's assault, remains alive. Suan Wukong rouses Vegeta, then rushes to assist Tanan Ke, pulling him from a pit. Tanan Ke, regaining consciousness, is surprised to see Suan Wukong and his father at his side. "What are you doing lying there? Get up," Vegeta admonishes, eager to ascertain Tanan Ke's condition. "Yes," Tanan Ke responds, rising to his feet, observing the fierce battle between Sha Lu and Suan Wufan. He is taken aback at how Suan Wufan can hold his own against the formidable Sha Lu. Sha Lu has separated many smaller versions of himself, each possessing considerable strength. "I fear that Bika and the others may struggle to contend with them," Suan Wukong expresses candidly. "What do you mean, Kakarot? Are you suggesting I should deal with the lesser Sha Lus?" Vegeta retorts, displeased at the notion. "I am a prince of Saiyans. If that hybrid brat can fight Sha Lu, why can't I? Unfortunately, we three are not sufficient to face Sha Lu," Suan Wukong admits. "Moreover, we are either exhausted or injured. We simply cannot fight." Frustrated, Vegeta watches the clash of speed and power between Sha Lu and Suan Wufan. Realizing that he is unable to keep pace, resolved, he sets out with Suan Wukong to support Bika. The battle between Sha Lu and Suan Wufan intensifies. Sha Lu observes that Suan Wufan is rapidly evolving in combat. No matter how much he amplifies his energy, he finds himself consistently suppressed. Engaging with such a formidable opponent is exhilarating, yet Sha Lu, possessing Saiyan cells, is acutely aware of the terrifying potential of Suan Wufan. He senses that if this trend continues, Suan Wufan's power will undoubtedly surpass his own. Having grown weary of being overshadowed, Sha Lu resolves to eliminate Suan Wufan to avert future complications. In this moment, his desire for combat shifts to a determination to showcase his true strength, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. Upon fully absorbing the powers of androids 17 and 18 from this era, Sha Lu recognizes the emergence of a new transformation. Though untested, he is confident in its formidable might, intending to employ it against Suan Wufan. "I acknowledge your strength and desire to continue this battle, but I regret to inform you that I must end your life here," Sha Lu states, retreating to create distance before uttering enigmatic words. In the next instant, a radiant golden light erupts from his being. "What is this?" Suan Wufan's stoic expression shifts as he recalls a similar sight from 4 years prior when Frieza had transformed. The androids possess unique cells that grant them greater strength than their counterparts from his own timeline. Thus, Sha Lu's exterior transforms from green to a brilliant gold, shimmering with metallic luster under the sun. Frieza's transformation? You too can achieve such a form. Suan Wufan's rare display of anxiety emerges. For Sha Lu's energy now dwarfs what it was moments ago. The ordinary form of Sha Lu had already presented a significant challenge, and this new transformation is even more daunting. Suan Wufan, too, raises his energy, the surrounding golden aura and blue lightning intensifying. There is no time for fear. It is his duty to protect the earth and everyone upon it. Yet, in this golden state, Sha Lu's power exceeds what he can contend with. And despite his rapid growth in battle, the disparity in strength is insurmountable in the short term. Ultimately, Sha Lu seizes an opening and launches Suan Wufan into the sky with a powerful punch, then begins to concentrate a blue Kamehameha wave in his hands. Having been propelled by Sha Lu's forceful strike, Suan Wufan finds himself paralyzed by pain, unable to retaliate. Should he endure this Kamehameha wave, he would surely be obliterated in an instant. Meanwhile, Bika, Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi, and Yamcha are embroiled in a grueling battle, rather than a battle. It feels more akin to being overwhelmed. During the 10-day promise made by Sha Lu, Bika taught the Kamehameha technique to Yamcha. Now, the four of them can unleash the Kamehameha wave, but it serves merely as a means for survival. Although these smaller Sha Lus are fragments of the original, their power is not to be underestimated. For individuals found themselves cornered, each grappling with an overwhelming force, compounded by the knowledge that 4 others had stealthily slipped away. These remaining 4 would undoubtedly unleash a reign of terror upon the human world. Though the situation appeared grim, the 4 were united, still concerned for the safety of humanity. How infuriating that even these diminutive Sha Lu possessed such strength. Just how formidable must the original be? Yamcha lamented, feeling a twinge of regret. He wished to protect the Earth, yet felt powerless with his meager combat abilities. At that moment, as Yamcha's focus wavered, a small shallow lunged at him. "Cursed creature, I cannot break free," Yamcha exclaimed. Piccolo, eager to assist, found himself thwarted by his own adversary. It seemed that Yamcha was on the verge of becoming part of a classic scene. Suddenly, the four small Shala divided and acted independently. Indeed, they executed a true separation, their heads severed from their bodies. Small Shalu, deceased, fourfold. What on earth is happening? Piccolo and the others scanned their surroundings in search of answers, only to freeze in astonishment as they beheld a small, bald figure clad in the Turtle School's martial arts attire hovering above them, gathering a Kamehameha wave. The yellow Shalu was momentarily taken aback, for in an instant, all 8 of his dispatched small Shalu had been annihilated. Though these small Shalu were inferior to his true form, they possessed strength comparable to his second stage. How could anyone possibly eliminate them so swiftly? Nonetheless, he resolved to eliminate this Son Gohan first. A sense of unease crept into the yellow Shalu's heart, yet he unleashed the Kamehameha towards Son Gohan. The intense blue light dimming the once bright sky, the blue beam soared, poised to obliterate Son Gohan from history. But then, it abruptly ceased. Indeed, the yellow Shalu watched in disbelief as his Kamehameha inexplicably vanished into thin air. The sky, once home to a single figure, now boasted 2. One was Son Gohan, and the other, even the powerful yellow Shalu, displayed a visage of terror. "Little Lin?" He gasped, incredulous. The figure that once haunted him during his first and second forms had returned, the one who had twice brought him to the brink of death. "We meet again, Shalu. Though you seem different from my expectations. With Frieza's cells within you, your transformation is hardly surprising." Indeed, the figure was Shaolin, who now regarded the yellow Shalu with an expression devoid of warmth, exuding an air of authority. Uncle Shaolin, Son Gohan, regaining his composure, had reverted to his black-haired form, having been unable to withstand the ferocity of the yellow Shalu's attack. However, upon witnessing the icy demeanor of Shaolin, Son Gohan felt uncertain. In his memories, Uncle Shaolin was always portrayed in a comical light, never displaying such cold detachment. "Apologies, Gohan. This new body seems to hinder my ability to express emotions swiftly," Shaolin replied, his expression remaining impassive, almost resembling a mask. "You may watch from the sidelines, Gohan. Leave Shalu to me." Shaolin gestured for Son Gohan to step aside, but Gohan appeared reluctant. "Uncle Shaolin, this guy is incredibly strong. Let us confront him together." "It is unnecessary. Though the yellow Shalu is formidable, my current state is sufficient to handle him." Shaolin maintained his cool demeanor, patting Gohan on the shoulder. "Rest assured, this matter is in the hands of an adult." At the moment Shaolin's hand made contact with Son Gohan's shoulder, Gohan felt an instantaneous surge of vitality, as if he had consumed a Senzu bean. Shaolin's touch seemed to imbue him with immense energy. "Incredible! My strength has returned." Gohan realized that the Shaolin before him had become unfathomably powerful. No, for the former Gohan, Shaolin had always been enigmatic. It was merely that this sensation was now amplified. Gohan took to the sidelines to observe the battle. "Did you not perish?" the yellow Shala questioned. Beads of sweat dotting his forehead, anxiety etched across his face. As before, he could not sense Shaolin's energy. The latter's concealment skills remained exceptional. Yet, the yellow Shala sensed something amiss. From the moment Shaolin arrived, he felt strange energies converging upon him from all directions, all ultimately coalescing around Shaolin. If these energies were akin to buses, Shaolin was their common destination. This was profoundly unsettling. "Indeed, my physical form has vanished," Shaolin stated emotionlessly. "This body is new." "A new body? Could it be the dragon?" the yellow Shala mused, furrowing his brow. "No," Shaolin shook his head. "It is energy. My current form is actually a manifestation of energy collected from the surroundings." 10 days prior, Shaolin had pushed his Kaioken technique to its limits, resulting in the disintegration of his entire body, leaving only a heart composed of energy to sink to the ocean floor. With his body shattered and soul fractured, Shaolin believed he was doomed. Yet, the good fortune was that his consciousness lingered within that heart, contemplating that since the physical body could transform into energy, perhaps energy could likewise assume a corporeal form. He embarked on an improbable journey of recovery, gathering energy from Earth and even beyond the cosmos. This energy flowed into his ethereal heart, which he then utilized to sculpt a new body. Remarkably, after a mere 10 days. What had begun as a temporary heart had transformed into Shaolin's likeness. His soul and will were thus summoned back into this newly formed body. Thus, the reborn Shaolin emerged. Due to his entire being composed of energy, he achieved a flawless symbiosis between physical form and energy, elevating his control over energy to unprecedented heights. Now, Shaolin could effortlessly employ healing techniques akin to dandies, or the size-altering abilities of the Yardridans, along with techniques such as the multiplication technique, and he could utilize Kaioken without sustaining harm. As long as he gathered enough energy, he could infinitely enhance his Kaioken. The final extraordinary trait of this new body was its capacity, reminiscent of Naruto's Sage Mode, to continually absorb ambient energy to augment itself. Indeed, Shaolin's body was in a constant state of strengthening. He had become a humanoid energy bomb, growing more powerful the longer he existed. He had truly become an unparalleled existence. Upon completing his transformation, Shaolin sensed 8 strange energies in the world. He instantly teleported to their location, discovering them to be blue small Shalu. With swift precision, Shaolin dispatched them. Aware that Shalu had achieved his perfect form, Shaolin teleported once more, this time arriving in front of the true Shalu, just in time to save Gohan. Thus unfolded this scene. I can hardly comprehend your words. The yellow Shalu glared at Shaolin, though he was somewhat unnerved, unable to sense Shaolin's energy. Must not falter. The yellow Shalu reassured himself, declaring that he was now a perfect being, his strength surging, rendering him unafraid of this small figure. Yet, confronted with Shaolin's icy demeanor, the yellow Shalu could not help but recall the previous 2 instances when Shaolin had bested him with ease. That was a lasting shadow. In a bid to bolster his courage, the yellow Shalu launched into a series of combat moves reminiscent of a prince's technique against Shaolin. Countless yellow energy blasts surged towards Shaolin, yet at the very moment they neared him, it appeared as though these orbs were absorbed, vanishing entirely into his being. Futile. These attacks that sought to materialize energy held no effect on me. Rather, they merely served to replenish my strength, Shaolin coldly elucidated. He had attained the ability to seamlessly transition between energy and corporeal form. To Shaolin, these assaults, which merely transformed energy into energy waves or blasts, were pathetically inferior. They resembled unencrypted computer files, effortlessly accessed by him. By merely altering the nature of this energy to something advantageous, he could wholly absorb it. This was not an attack. It was a supply. What is happening? Huang Jinsha Lu exhibited a look of panic. Just moments ago, he had exerted his utmost effort, truly his full strength. Not the kind of pretense he had previously displayed to Sun Wukong. How could this little bald-headed opponent be unaffected? These inferior tricks are useless. Shaolin maintained his indifferent demeanor, his words seemingly mocking Sha Lu. How infuriating. Huang Jinsha Lu could not believe that with his current power, he could not defeat this insufferable little bald head. Thus, disregarding all caution, he charged at Shaolin, initiating a fierce close-quarters battle. In the melee, every strike from Huang Jinsha Lu was thwarted by Shaolin. However, Sha Lu soon realized that Shaolin's speed and strength were still inferior to his own. The only reason Shaolin could defend himself was due to his peculiar techniques. This little fellow seemed to possess a perception sharper than mere energy sensing. Yet it was of no consequence. The disparity in power and speed assured your defeat. You seem to excel only in superficial skills. Should this battle prolong, you will inevitably succumb to me. Do you wish to jest with your life as you did before? Huang Jinsha Lu, having regained some confidence, began to taunt. Yet the reality was far from his claims. Are you under some misunderstanding? This doesn't even qualify as a warm-up, Shaolin stated, as a figure suddenly materialized beside him. This figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Shaolin. Huang Jinsha Lu was taken aback. There's another? Do not misunderstand. This is merely my clone. Shaolin extended his fist, bumping it against that of his clone, which then transformed into a radiant white light that gradually flowed into Shaolin's body. As one individual absorbing energy was far too slow, I have dispatched several clones of myself to various locations to gather energy, Shaolin explained while merging with his clone. Subsequently, he ceased to conceal his aura, unleashing it fully. Huang Jinsha Lu's expression turned to one of terror. He sensed that the energy of this little fellow was more than double his own. Even Sun Wukong's son, Sun Wufan, who had been watching, was left in awe. Initially, he could not perceive Shaolin's energy, but now that Shaolin had shed his concealment, he immediately recognized the terrifying nature of his power. He had thought his Super Saiyan form, imbued with lightning, was formidable enough. Yet witnessing Shaolin's prowess made him realize his combat skills were akin to those of a primitive man. Remarkable, Sun Wufan marveled. Meanwhile, Shaolin extended his palm toward Sha Lu, making a provocative gesture inviting him to attack. Come now, I shall not employ the Kaioken. I will face you just as you are, dare you? Do not underestimate me. Huang Jin Sha Lu, unaccustomed to such disdain, charged forward regardless of the odds. However, this time, Shaolin's strength had ascended to an entirely different dimension, and he could deflect Huang Jin Sha Lu's attacks with but a single finger. In the face of Huang Jin Sha Lu's mounting fear, Shaolin began his counterattack, starting with a blow to the abdomen. Huang Jin Sha Lu doubled over in agony. His face contorted in pain. The second punch struck his belly again. The third punch followed suit. Damn you, you only know how to hit. Huang Jin Sha Lu attempted to retort about Shaolin's repeated abdominal strikes, but his words were cut short by a fourth blow. This time, Huang Jin Sha Lu felt a strange energy surge within him, accompanied by a wave of nausea. What is happening? His handsome face twisted as his mouth widened grotesquely like that of a cow, from which emerged a black-haired man clad in dark attire. It was number 17. Shaolin tossed him to Sun Wufan. Catch him. Sun Wufan quickly complied, disregarding the sticky substance covering him. Without number 17, Huang Jin Sha Lu could not maintain even his golden form, devolving into the monstrous big-mouth Sha Lu. Yet, before he could utter another word, he was struck by another wave of nausea. His mouth expanded once more like a cow's, and a blonde woman was expelled from within. Shaolin utilized instant transmission to relocate the woman to safety before continuing his battle with Sha Lu. This woman was, of course, Lazili. With the loss of 2 androids, Sha Lu could no longer sustain his form, reverting to his original, grotesque appearance. Stripped of all power, Sha Lu was genuinely terrified, realizing that even in his complete form, he could not triumph over Shaolin. He was utterly consumed by dread, begging for mercy, yet beneath Shaolin's Kamehameha, he was reduced to dust. Observing the place where Sha Lu had vanished, Shaolin confirmed several times before he ceased his vigilance, for Sha Lu had indeed reached the underworld. In the realm of the underworld, Sha Lu encountered Raditz, and their meeting nearly escalated into a brawl, but being spirits without corporeal forms, they were swiftly subdued by the enforcers of the underworld. Awaiting them was the judgment of hell. The scene shifted back to Earth. Once Shaolin ceased to conceal his energy, the Z fighters on Earth detected this formidable power. They were all struck with fear. For this power surpassed that of Sha Lu and felt strikingly familiar. It emanated from the very essence of Shaolin, who had been declared dead 10 days prior. The first to express astonishment were Piccolo, Yamcha, Tianjin Han, and Jiaozi, who had narrowly escaped death at the hands of the diminutive Sha Lu. They stood bewildered, sensing the terrifying energy, glancing quizzically at the bald figure who had just saved them. Wasn't Shaolin right here? Why was there such a powerful energy from afar that belonged to him? It is merely a clone. In response to their astonishment, the bald figure offered a brief explanation before vanishing in an instant. This clone was the one that had been assimilated by Shaolin's essence. Meanwhile, the Saiyan trio, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Trunks, also sensed Shaolin's energy. This energy belongs to Shaolin. Sun Wukong immediately recognized it, for this was the energy of his comrade, one he would never forget, and he felt immense joy, for this signified that Shaolin was alive. Mr. Shaolin? Had he not perished? Trunks was equally incredulous, as he believed that a human could only attain such immense strength at a tremendous cost. Coupled with Shinran's explanation regarding Purunga, Trunks was fully convinced of Shaolin's demise. The sudden emergence to save the day was truly exhilarating. After all, Trunks felt a sense of guilt regarding the historical alterations in this timeline, as he had always believed that his presence had caused Sha Lu to travel from the future to this place. Yet, with the situation resolved, his guilty heart found a semblance of solace. Most expressive of all was Vegeta. Throughout the ordeal, he had been contemplating his ranking. Given Sha Lu's might, he had been firmly established as the top contender in Vegeta's mind, followed closely by the invincible Sun Wufan. Third was Kakarot. However, Vegeta believed his strength was on par with Kakarot's, thus placing himself in a tie for third. As the proud Saiyan prince ranked third in the universe, he was already quite irked. He repeatedly consoled himself with various affirmations to restore his composure. However, out of the blue, a more formidable individual emerged, a diminutive bald figure. No less. Suddenly, he found himself relegated to fourth place. Vegeta, this haughty Saiyan prince, once again succumbed to frustration, muttering how absurd, under his breath, ignoring the attempts of Son Goku and Trunks to soothe him. In short, he was exceedingly angry. Then came the unexpected disappearance of Cell. To his astonishment, Vegeta discovered that he had reclaimed his third position. Accepting third place was not entirely unacceptable. With a disdainful snort, Prince Vegeta followed Kakarot and Trunks towards the direction where Krillin was engaged in vanquishing Cell, on a vast plain characterized by yellow soil and barren peaks. All the Z-fighters from Dragon Ball congregated. Upon seeing Krillin, everyone voiced their respective queries. Some inquired about what transpired between Krillin and Cell, leading to Krillin's abrupt disappearance. He candidly replied that he had unleashed a thousand-fold Kaioken. A thousand-fold Kaioken. While others might not comprehend the terrifying implications of such a technique, Son Goku was left utterly astonished. Wasn't the best version only 20-fold? He felt utterly exhausted after employing a mere 20-fold. So it was no wonder Krillin vanished after a 1,000-fold. Next, they questioned Krillin about his sudden revival. He honestly recounted how he had temporarily manifested a heart using his energy, which later fell into the sea to continue absorbing life force. The Z-fighters listened in stunned silence, astonished that energy could be manipulated in such a manner. Particularly, Piccolo, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha were profoundly intrigued by Krillin's insights on the conversion of physical form and energy, as well as the technique of absorbing life force to enhance oneself. Krillin generously shared his experiences. The group listened attentively, but upon attempting to replicate his technique, they discovered its immense difficulty and the potential for peril, causing them to shy away from further attempts. They could not help but marvel at Krillin's extraordinary talent for energy manipulation. Piccolo also attempted the conversion of physical form and energy, but was quickly deterred by the inherent dangers, expressing his inability to grasp it. His sentiments were echoed by Tien, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu in agreement. They questioned whether Krillin was some sort of monster capable of mastering such formidable techniques. However, this did not discourage Piccolo. A smile unexpectedly graced his face. He resolved to grow stronger in his own way. Krillin, still struggling to control his expressions, made an effort to return the smile. At that moment, Trunks, with a conflicted expression, approached the group, glancing at the unconscious Lazuli and Android 17. Chapter 62. Krillin yearns for an ordinary life. Trunks' feelings towards Android 17 and 18 were decidedly complex. After all, in his timeline, these androids were synonymous with malevolence, having caused the deaths of a significant portion of humanity and nearly obliterating cities and civilization for their own amusement. Despite this, they continued their nefarious pursuits for the sake of entertainment. If circumstances allowed, Trunks would have wanted to eliminate them right then and there. However, this timeline was not his own, and he could not act unilaterally. The Z-fighters collectively fell into silence upon observing the two unconscious androids. Let them be, Krillin suggested. And as Earth's savior, no one objected. That blonde woman mentioned she would be Krillin's wife in the future, so wouldn't it be wise to let her go? Son Goku's seemingly innocuous remark caused the atmosphere to shift awkwardly. The previously harmonious ambience was muddied by his words, even if Krillin struggled to maintain his composure. A look of shock and embarrassment crossed his face. Hey, Kakarot, is that an appropriate topic to bring up? Vegeta chided the dense warrior, astonished that someone could have affection for such a short bald man, especially a beauty at that. Truly, what a stroke of luck. No, I'm not her husband. Krillin quickly clarified, shaking his head, unwilling to conceal the truth any longer. In fact, I'm not the original Krillin. I crossed over before encountering Raditz. He revealed the truth of his existence, knowing that the original Krillin was a friend to them all, and the sudden replacement would be hard for anyone to accept. Yet, Krillin felt it was time to come clean. He had anticipated that this revelation would lead to his ostracization, but unexpectedly, Goku approached him, ruffling his bald head. What? I feel like you haven't changed at all. Who else could this bald head belong to if not Krillin? Goku's lighthearted jest brought laughter to the group. And although Krillin felt somewhat uncomfortable with the bald remarks, the carefree expressions of his friends eased his tension. Since we've cleared up the misunderstanding, let's let androids 17 and 18 go, Krillin suggested, glancing towards the place where the two androids had been, only to find their absence. Somehow, they had flown away without anyone noticing. Behind a cloud, Lazuli quietly observed Krillin. She had awakened when Krillin defeated the Golden Cell, but felt too embarrassed to reveal herself while the Z fighters gathered. She had heard Krillin's words and Goku's as well. Indeed, this bald head was undeniably Krillin. Lazuli murmured to herself, "If it truly interests you, perhaps you should go and clarify things." Android 17 suddenly remarked to his sister, "After all, that little bald guy isn't half bad. What nonsense are you spouting?" "I'm merely confirming that Cell has vanished," she retorted, revealing a keen understanding of emotions. "If you're not forthright about such matters, others will seize the opportunity." Android 17 shrugged, appearing quite knowledgeable on the subject. "Huh, someone could beat you to it." "No way. How could that short bald guy attract any interest?" Lazuli playfully tossed her golden hair, confidently asserting her stance. "Honestly, your attitude can be quite troublesome." Android 17 sighed, observing his sister's lack of urgency. The two then departed, disappearing into the horizon. With the android crisis resolved, it was time for the Z fighters to leave. Piccolo stated, preparing to depart alongside Tien and the others. "Uncle Piccolo," Son Gohan suddenly called out, prompting Piccolo to turn at the sound of his voice. "Uncle Piccolo, why not come to the Capsule Corp? We could all live together." The earnest request from the young boy brought a warm smile to Piccolo's face. He approached and affectionately ruffled Gohan's hair, saying kindly, "Rest assured, I won't conceal my energy. You can come find me anytime." Living at Capsule Corp? Piccolo recalled Chi-Chi's fiery temper, causing him to reconsider. After Piccolo and the others departed, Goku and Gohan followed suit, with Vegeta calling out to Trunks before leaving. "Trunks, come have a meal with us before you return to your own timeline." Vegeta's expression was stern, but after a moment, he added, "It's Bulma's invitation, not mine. Don't get it twisted." "Yes, Dad," Trunks replied, seemingly thrilled. As the group dispersed, Krillin also decided to leave, resolved to embrace a new chapter in his life. Since the last death, he has seriously contemplated whether this relentless practice and the duty of protecting the Earth is indeed the life he desires. Although he has traversed into this world for many years, he is yet to truly understand it. The so-called grand adventure of exploring the world has yet to commence. If one were to inquire about the moments of utmost joy for Shaolin in this realm, it would undoubtedly be during his cosmic wanderings. As each arrival at an unfamiliar location satiates his curiosity, that sensation is simply delightful. However, travel is merely a fragment of life. What Shaolin yearns for most is to establish his own enterprise within the realm of Dragon Ball. As for the domain of this enterprise, he aspires to venture into the culinary industry, inspired by his past life as an avid consumer of gourmet videos. Yet, due to the demands of work, he never had the opportunity to engage in cooking himself. Now, in this world, he can finally realize that ambition. As for the protection of Earth, he believes it is best left to Wukong and the others, for the planet has endured numerous calamities, far beyond his capacity for infinite protection. Moreover, he senses that his interventions in the plot often lead to a significant increase in the strength of the bosses. Were it not for a stroke of luck or the presence of someone in the Z Warriors with an advantage, he would truly struggle. In the future, he resolves to remain a carefree bystander, engaging in battles he can win and devising strategies for those he cannot. At this moment, Shaolin begins to comprehend the sentiments of the Earthlings Shaolin, Yamcha, and Tianjin Fan in the Dragon Ball narrative. Upon returning to Kame House, he informs Master Roshi of his departure, to which the old master responds with a tone of indifference. "Oh, is that so?" His demeanor is calm, yet the solitary figure standing at the door of Kame House evokes a sense of melancholy. "Do not worry, Master. I shall certainly return when I can." Shaolin exclaims with sudden emotion. "Foolish boy, I am not lonely. I have lived for hundreds of years and spent long periods in solitude. It is nothing. Nothing at all." Master Roshi suddenly bursts into laughter, leaving one to ponder whether he speaks truthfully or simply wishes to assuage Shaolin-esque concerns. "I understand, Master. I am off now." Shaolin gently ascends into the sky, glancing back at Master Roshi as he departs. Go on, stop being so verbose. Do you wish to annoy this old man?" Master Roshi appears to turn away in irritation, as if to retreat into the house. Observing Master Roshi's intent to return indoors, Shaolin does not linger any longer and flies towards the distant sky. After Shaolin has left, Master Roshi halts his steps. "Master, it has been over a decade. That fellow has called me that for the first time." With a beaming smile, Master Roshi enters Kame House. Following Cell's disappearance, the Z Warriors gradually depart, and from a nearby mound of earth emerges a figure, none other than the explosive-haired Mr. Satan. Mr. Satan surveys his surroundings. Witnessing the gusts of wind sweeping across the desolate yellow plains, devoid of the terrifying figures of Cell and his minions. Is it over? Mr. Satan mutters to himself, cautiously moving about until he confirms that no one is present, at which point he begins to explore freely. Indeed, Cell is gone. He must be dead. With a sigh of relief, Mr. Satan suddenly feels something beneath his foot and looks down to find a human hand. Startled, he hears a muffled groan emanating from the earth where the hand is buried. Someone is still alive. Mr. Satan jolts, for although he relishes fame, he is absolutely committed to the sanctity of life. Possessing a strong physique among humans, Mr. Satan swiftly digs into the ground, uncovering a journalist and a photographer. His 3 disciples had long since fled in terror, while the journalist and photographer had attempted to escape but were trapped beneath the earth by the shockwave of a key blast. While Mr. Satan himself had been buried during his escape, he was fortunate that the earth was not too heavy, and with his considerable strength, he managed to extricate himself. The journalist and photographer, upon being rescued, remained unconscious. Are they lacking oxygen? Mr. Satan pondered, unsure of how to administer first aid. So he decided to mimic the artificial respiration he had seen in the soap operas his daughter often watched. Here I come, Mr. Satan pouted as he prepared to deliver oxygen to the journalist and photographer. However, upon awakening, they were startled to find a peculiar old man attempting to kiss them, prompting them to leap up in fright. They clung to each other, screaming, and only after a moment did they recognize the strange old man as Mr. Satan. Mr. Satan? The journalist asked, still trembling. You were not killed by Cell. Foolish boy. Mr. Satan instinctively felt a surge of panic at the mention of Cell. But as a global sensation, he remained resolute. How could Cell possibly defeat me? After hearing Mr. Satan's declaration, the journalist glanced around and noted that there were no other figures in sight aside from him. The photographer, ever diligent, immediately checked to ensure his camera was intact. Finding it undamaged, he resumed recording, capturing the surroundings, but failing to find any trace of Cell. Ultimately, he turned the camera towards Mr. Satan. Seeing the camera aimed at him, Mr. Satan instantly assumed an impressive demeanor, his appearance transforming into that of a heroic figure. Just then, the journalist inquired, with Cell's absence, could it be that Mr. Satan has triumphed over him? I defeated him. Mr. Satan paused briefly, then quickly connected the dots. He realized that since those monstrous beings had vanished, they must have perished alongside Cell. Thus, he decided to graciously accept the credit for their victory. Of course. I, Mr. Satan, am the world champion. Cell is merely a trivial opponent. Mr. Satan boasted, flashing a broad smile and displaying a victory V sign for the camera. At that moment, the live broadcast to the entire world suddenly regained its signal, showcasing Mr. Satan's triumphant pose along with the announcement that he had vanquished Cell. Initially, the panicked populace had been fleeing the city, causing chaos on the roads, but upon seeing the news, they halted their vehicles, exited, and embraced their loved ones, while strangers exchanged tears of joy, celebrating the arrival of peace on Earth. Consequently, this day marked Mr. Satan's transformation from a mere internet sensation to a beloved national icon. Now referred to as Satan Day, the Dog King even personally gifted a city to Mr. Satan, naming it Satan City. As the narrative draws closer to the original story, Shaolin finds himself troubled about how to realize his dream of opening a restaurant. With Cell's disappearance, many have flocked back to the city, including those who lost their homes, driving up the cost of land in the human world. Shaolin desires to rent a location with good foot traffic for his restaurant, but discovers that the rent is exorbitantly high, far beyond his means. Although he could wish for endless wealth from Shenlong, he feels that the journey of striving to become wealthy is far more captivating than the outcome of merely being rich. It is akin to a game where, once cheats are activated and levels maxed out, the fun dissipates. While borrowing from Bulma is an option, it lacks the allure he seeks. Ultimately, Shaolin opts for a job that suits him, delivering takeout. He chooses this path based on his abilities, as he possesses the skills of body duplication and instant transmission, making it an exhilarating endeavor. Thus, several months after the Cell incident, a bald delivery legend emerges in the prosperous city of Shidu. The legend states that if your takeout order is received by a bald man, it will arrive at your doorstep in no more than 10 minutes, a remarkable speed. However, Shaolin soon discovers that the current delivery personnel are still tied to established storefronts, with salaries paid by the owners, resulting in fixed monthly wages without commission from orders. In the world of Dragon Ball, the realm of online communication is rather underdeveloped. Indeed, while the technology in this universe can be quite impressive, it lacks the convenience of modern network communications akin to our own reality. Mobile applications are virtually non-existent. Forget about touchscreen smartphones. People are still using keypads for their phone calls. Even when ordering takeout, they rely on flyers received while strolling outside and place their orders by phone from the comfort of their homes. This situation leaves Shaolin quite bewildered. Despite possessing the technology to create androids, the capability to fit a large house into a small capsule, and even the invention of time machines, the network is still not advanced, and mobile phones remain as rudimentary as the original Big Brother models. Isn't that peculiar? Chapter 63. Renting a house. The efficiency of the takeout service, led by the bald delivery man, has significantly increased the number of orders in Shidu. Those establishments that enlisted Shaolin for delivery have reaped substantial profits. However, today Shaolin decided to submit his resignation. The owners, desperate to keep him, had never encountered anyone who could deliver takeout so swiftly, nor had they realized that such a convenient service could enhance their reputation while also generating income. Naturally, Shaolin refused. For after several months of delivering food, he had amassed a sum equivalent to 50,000 RMB in purchasing power. How did he manage to accumulate such wealth so swiftly? It was all thanks to his ability to utilize the technique of creating clones to work simultaneously at different establishments. This method, it turns out, is far more suited for labor than for combat. 50,000 should suffice to rent a storefront for a small restaurant. The local market typically operates on a 2-month deposit and 1-month rent system, with an average rent of 5,000 per month. A 2-month deposit means an upfront payment of 150,000 for the first transaction. Shaolin inquired with several landlords in prosperous areas, and the prices were consistently similar. The landlord before him, a rotund man with a prominent beer belly, suddenly posed a question just as they were nearing an agreement. What do you intend to do with the space? Shaolin rubbed his bald head and responded. I plan to cook and open a small restaurant. A small restaurant. The landlord's demeanor shifted, his alertness peaked. That won't do. The grease and smoke will be excessive, and the foot traffic unpredictable. Using fire is dangerous. No deal. Why not? Shaolin exclaimed, taken aback. In short, it was a firm refusal. If Shaolin insisted on renting, the price would double, 10,000 per month, with an initial payment of 30,000. Faced with the landlord's exorbitant demands, Shaolin struggled for a moment before ultimately conceding. Perhaps he should work a few more months to save enough. As Shaolin contemplated this, he felt a gentle tap on his shoulder from behind. You're the one who saved me and my brother, aren't you? The voice was youthful and vibrant. Turning around, Shaolin found a young woman clad in jeans and a white shirt engaging him in conversation. Her large, bright eyes, around 16 or 17 years of age, framed by her long, well-groomed brown hair tied back in a neat low ponytail, were captivating. Shaolin was momentarily stunned. When had he met such a young beauty? He rifled through his memories, attempting to match her with characters from the Dragon Ball storyline. Could she be his ex-girlfriend Marin? No, that was impossible. He had arrived before the Z saga began, making it impossible to have met Marin. So who was she? My name is Kai Xia, she introduced herself. And not long ago, I was saved by you from a green monster. Sensing Xiaolin's confusion, she playfully added, Or perhaps our heroic gentleman has already forgotten such matters. I remember now. Xiaolin awkwardly scratched his bald head. Indeed, when he first encountered Cell, he had rescued a brown-haired girl and a child. It seemed this girl was the one he had saved. And what is our heroic gentleman's name? I am Xiaolin. He had no reason to conceal his name. There was no shame in sharing it. Hello, Mr. Xiaolin. Just call me Kai Xia, she smiled, her cheerful demeanor quite enchanting. By the way, Mr. Xiaolin, you were looking to rent a room, correct? I have one available. Really? Xiaolin's surprise was palpable. Following Kai Xia, he ventured towards the outskirts. However, shortly after Xiaolin departed, a slender figure emerged from the alley adjacent to the storefront he had previously considered. It was Lazili, who had been missing for several days. Her delicate features were now marred by a furrowed brow, as if a storm cloud loomed overhead. What is this? That bald guy actually has a young woman chatting him up? Lazili pondered, a realization dawning upon her. A red sign of anger appeared on her fair forehead. Could it be he is pursuing her? Furious, she could not contain her rage, and her hand, braced against the wall, suddenly crushed a sturdy cement structure. The terrifying cracks spread like a winding river, drawing the attention of passers-by, who were left in shock upon witnessing a delicate woman damage a wall with her bare hands. The beer-belly landlord, hearing the commotion, rushed over, only to be horrified by the sight of the gaping fissure in his property. "What are you doing? Let go!" the landlord shouted at Lazuli. Though she was in the wrong, her furious demeanor was imposing. "Shut up. If you had rented to him, he wouldn't have the money for such things. It's infuriating." With that, Lazuli's pale face was etched with anger as she took flight, determined to chase after Xiaolin and prevent him from succeeding. "What's the matter? If you want to get married, do it properly. Why spend money to find someone?" The beer-belly landlord, witnessing her take off into the sky, collapsed in shock. The weather was clear and sunny, with no rain for days, yet he felt the ground beneath him warm and damp. Looking down, he realized he had urinated in fear. It had been a long time since he felt such relief. Meanwhile, Xiaolin was being led by Kai Xia through a desolate area strewn with remnants of destruction. Before him lay a bumpy road littered with wrecked vehicles. While the sidewalks and green spaces had been largely devastated, some high-rise buildings had collapsed while others were truncated. "What is going on?" Xiaolin inquired, puzzled. "This is the work of that guy named Cell," Kai Xia explained, a hint of fear slipping into her lively demeanor as she spoke of him. "I see." Xiaolin said nothing further. It appeared that during his absence, Cell had wreaked havoc. Fortunately, Kai Xia continued, "My home was spared." She skipped over to a 2-story square building, approximately 300 square meters in size, and introduced it. "The first floor used to be a small restaurant. It's available if you're interested." Xiaolin looked at the building, surprised. The walls were riddled with cracks, but it seemed habitable compared to other structures. "Isn't it too dilapidated?" "Don't worry. I won't charge you rent," Kai Xia reassured him, noticing his hesitation. No, I just need a place to cook. I don't mind its condition," Xiaolin replied, regaining his composure. "Aren't you afraid it will suddenly collapse?" "Not at all," Kai Xia said, letting out a sigh. "Even if I were, it wouldn't matter. I have nowhere else to go. This is my home." After exchanging a few more words, Xiaolin learned that the last time he saved Kai Xia and her brother, they had been traveling with their family when they encountered Cell, who absorbed their parents and deliberately let the siblings escape to toy with them. If it were not for Xiaolin's timely discovery, they would not have had a chance to survive. Xiaolin inquired if the nation would not provide assistance given the city's devastation. Kai Xia responded that both the government and the people were focusing their efforts on the savior Satan, pouring all resources into constructing the so-called Satan city, leaving no attention for their own ruins. After saying this, Kai Xia expressed her indignation. Having witnessed the terror of Shalu, she believed that an ordinary man like Satan, with his ridiculous hairstyle, could never defeat Shalu. She suspected that Satan was merely claiming the credit of those golden-haired martial artists who fought alongside him. Seeing the girl suddenly become enraged, Xiaolin could only smile awkwardly. The one who ultimately vanquished Shalu was indeed him, but Xiaolin had no intention of boasting, as he did not seek the limelight. As for Satan's desire for fame, so be it. After all, in the original narrative, Xiaolin had a rather favorable impression of Satan. He was somewhat fame and fortune-driven, yet inherently kind-hearted. Initially, he had planted a remote-controlled bomb intending to assassinate Boo. But upon witnessing Boo play joyfully with a puppy, he ultimately refrained from detonation. Moreover, when Vegeta was on the brink of death at the hands of the malevolent Boo, it was Satan who recklessly rushed in to save the incapacitated Vegeta. Kai Xia led Xiaolin into a small restaurant on the first floor, a place where her parents once worked. Now, due to the lack of electricity, it appeared rather dim. Yet Xiaolin's keen eyes discerned numerous cracks and cobwebs on the walls. The kitchen was neglected, and the scattered utensils and chairs were coated in dust, indicating it had been quite some time since anyone had used it. Concerned that Kai Xia might become melancholic and reminisce about her deceased parents, Xiaolin quickly shifted the topic, exclaiming, "This is quite good. I'll take it. But you must charge rent. I am here to conduct business after all." Kai Xia initially intended to waive the fee, yet after Xiaolin's persistent requests, she agreed to a monthly rent of 1,000 yuan, with no deposit required. Such a spacious area of nearly 150 square meters for only 1,000 yuan was indeed a bargain. As a responsible adult, Xiaolin felt it inappropriate to take advantage of the young lady's kindness. so he secretly resolved to assist Miss Kai Xia in repairing the premises. In a sudden moment, Xiao Lin vanished, leaving Kai Xia momentarily bewildered, almost believing she had just experienced an illusion. However, a minute later, he reappeared, accompanied by some cement. Impressive. Is it possible that you are the legendary bald delivery man from the urban circles? Kai Xia asked, her eyes sparkling with interest. Having been saved by Xiao Lin, she felt a burgeoning admiration for him, especially as she observed him skillfully mixing mortar and mending the cracks, reinforcing her perception of Xiao Lin as remarkably reliable. Oh, is it already this time? Kai Xia glanced at the sunset, painting the sky in hues of red. My younger brother is about to finish school. I must go pick him up, she said before dashing off. With Kai Xia's departure, Xiao Lin felt a sense of relief. Witnessing her astonishment at his instantaneous movement made him realize that his abilities were quite astonishing to ordinary Earthlings. To avoid being perceived as a monstrosity, attracting undue attention or ostracism, he resolved to exercise discretion in showcasing his talents. However, with Kai Xia gone, he felt free to fully utilize his powers. Xiao Lin employed his cloning technique, creating countless duplicates of himself, all working under his guidance to restore the house. Dust was cleared away. The walls scrubbed clean to ensure no blemish remained, and the electrical system was restored. Indeed, due to the city's destruction, power had been cut off. But this posed no challenge for Xiao Lin. Electricity is merely a form of energy, and qi, in essence, is also a type of energy. By converting them, he could generate power. Xiao Lin released a small amount of qi, transforming it into electricity that flowed through the house's wiring, promptly illuminating the long-dormant light fixtures. The entire house brightened, and with the diligent efforts of his many clones, it appeared as if it had been newly renovated. Indeed, when the Z-Fighters ceased their battles to engage in everyday life, their capabilities proved remarkably formidable. The scene shifted to a primary school. At that moment, Kai Xia finally spotted her younger brother Kai Dong amidst the throng of students. However, her 7- or 8-year-old brother lacked the exuberance and smiles typical of his age. Instead, he bore a sullen expression, his gaze vacant. Kai Dong, your sister has come to pick you up, she called, her heart heavy at the sight of her brother's despondency, which had only worsened since their parents' passing. Kai Dong remained silent, and as his sister, Kai Xia felt compelled to continue the conversation. How was school today? Did you have fun? Kai Dong still did not respond, appearing as though he were merely a shell devoid of spirit. Come on, let's go home. I bought your favorite chicken legs, she encouraged. Despite her own sorrow over their parents' demise, as the elder sister, she understood that she could not display weakness in front of her brother, lest it aggravate his unease. With their parents gone, Kai Xia felt a profound responsibility to raise her brother. I don't want to go, Kai Dong suddenly murmured. I don't want to go back. Mom and Dad are gone. It's old and dilapidated, not my home. What are you saying? Of course, it's our home. Mom and Dad have merely gone to heaven. They are watching over you every day, she attempted to console him. Yet as she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. Chapter 64. Siblings. Kai Xia hurriedly wiped her tears away, filling the silence with hopeful words, unwilling to reveal her vulnerabilities to her brother. The journey home was short, yet the emotional turmoil felt interminable. Are we home? Kai Xia asked, her tone wavering as she beheld the bright and tidy house, as if it had shed its former burdens. In her moment of astonishment, she nearly dropped her brother's backpack when it slipped from her shoulder. Had it not been for Xiao Lin emerging from the ground floor shop at that moment, she might have believed she had taken a wrong turn. Mr. Xiao Lin, what is this? Kai Xia inquired, still in a daze. Oh, I had a bit of time, so I decided to repair the entire exterior of the house. Xiao Lin replied, patting his bald head with a grin. The entire house. Kai Xia struggled to comprehend. She gazed at her abode, which, though only 2 stories high, stood at 10 meters. How had Mr. Xiao Lin managed to mend the cracks so high up on the walls? Is this your younger brother? Xiao Lin asked, shifting the topic. He bent down to engage with Kai Xia's little brother, but the boy seemed to lack any semblance of spirit, ignoring Xiao Lin's words. Kai Dong, someone is speaking to you, Kai Xia said, feeling a bit embarrassed by her brother's silence. She hastily provided an explanation to Xiao Lin. I don't believe he is merely shy. Perhaps he is troubled? Xiao Lin suggested, considering it essential to foster goodwill with his future landlord. After all, they would see each other daily. No, Kai Xia quickly waved her hand, glancing at her brother with a hint of awkwardness. Yet Shaolin appeared oblivious to her discomfort, continuing, I assume it's a girl he likes who is ignoring him. How could that be? Kaidong is far too young for such things. Kai Xia replied, her annoyance evident. Mr. Shaolin, please refrain from joking. Apologies, apologies. If it's a matter of romance, perhaps I could offer some assistance, Shaolin chuckled, stroking his bald head. Experiencing the discontent of another due to one's own words brings an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, leaving one at a loss for explanation. Mr. Xiaolin has dated? To her astonishment, Kai Xia was momentarily taken aback by Xiaolin's words. A relationship? Absolutely not. Xiaolin paid little heed to the shifting expressions of his companion, shaking his bald head vigorously like a rattle. As a qualified time traveler in a novel, he had never experienced romance. The protagonists who have known love typically reside in urban literary genres, often commencing with a breakup. Xiaolin had merely brushed past the superficial insights of relationship influencers while perusing short videos in his previous life. Though just a glimpse, such knowledge could be deemed akin to overpowering primitive beings within the realm of Dragon Ball. Xiaolin mused. Having read a few romance novels, he chuckled, hoping to assist his younger brother. This was his explanation, given that this world lacked smartphones, and certainly short videos were non-existent. Xiaolin found it hard to fathom how the youth of this era entertained themselves, or how they idled away their time after work. Indeed, Kai Xia appeared to be inexplicably pleased, her eyes shimmering with light as she clapped her hands together and remarked, I always knew Mr. Xiaolin would never experience love. Let us forget your suggestions. Kaidong isn't of that age yet. In that moment, although the other laughed, Xiaolin felt a twinge of ridicule, vexed by the notion that he was so lacking. Was it merely because he was shorter, poorly dressed, and bald, and struggled with conversation? Indeed, he seemed rather unfortunate. Xiaolin sought to uplift his spirits, but found no footing. Well then, let us talk later, Mr. Xiaolin. I must take my brother upstairs to prepare dinner. With that, Kai Xia led Kai Dong up the stairs. Xiaolin, of course, did not pursue further, as he too had to prepare for his culinary ventures. Once Kai Xia and her brother ascended, she typically lit some candles for illumination, yet today she was pleasantly surprised to find the lights were on. Electricity. Kai Xia was overjoyed. Although she could not comprehend how there could be power when the wires had been severed, the illumination indicated that the appliances within the house were functional. Upon entering, she flipped the switch, and the home was flooded with light, reminiscent of days gone by. If anything was amiss, it was the absence of her parents. Contemplating this, Kai Xia felt a pang of melancholy but quickly masked it. At merely 16, she was brimming with youthful vitality, having once been a rather headstrong girl when her parents were present. Whenever she spied something desirable, even if it belonged to her brother, she would vie for it. Her parents would chuckle at their squabbles, teasing Kai Xia for acting like a child in conflict with her younger sibling. Yet now, in their absence, she found herself suppressing her genuine feelings and exhibiting patience toward her brother. Kai Xia suddenly realized that this was perhaps the manifestation of growing up. However, if given a choice, she would prefer to forego this manner of maturation. A rumble echoed from her brother, a sound of hunger. Despite his current melancholy demeanor, his stomach still expressed its needs. It was time to cook. Kai Dong, you should start your homework, Kai Xia instructed as she entered the kitchen, only to turn back and see her brother still standing idly at the doorway. This was not how her brother used to behave. He would at least heed her words. Unlike now when he offered no response. Would he always be this way? A sense of unease gripped Kai Xia. Nevertheless, she proceeded, gently guiding Kai Dong to the table. Sit down. Sister is going to cook now. You must diligently work on your homework. She spoke softly, yet Kai Dong remained unmoving. Exasperated, Kai Xia placed him in a chair and opened his backpack, retrieving the notes for his assignments to lay before him, along with some stationery. All right, Kai Dong. You really must listen. Sister is going to cook now. Entering the kitchen, she glanced back at Kai Dong, only to find he still hadn't moved. However, she could not dwell on it now. She needed to focus on preparing the meal. Upon reaching the kitchen, Kai Xia noted only a few radishes, tomatoes, and cabbage on the countertop. It suddenly struck her that in her elation at encountering Xiaolin, she had forgotten to purchase meat. With the power outage, she could not preserve meat in the freezer, necessitating daily purchases. Yet today, she was so preoccupied with guiding Xiaolin that she had overlooked this necessity. It seemed there was no choice but to prepare a vegetable dish for tonight. Kai Xia's cooking method was simple. She chopped the vegetables and blanched them. This was the most straightforward technique she had gleaned during this time. When her parents were around, they managed all the meals, and Kai Xia had never learned to cook. After retrieving the vegetables, she divided them into 2 plates, lightly seasoning them with salt and pepper before boiling 2 packets of instant noodles as the staple. These noodles lacked a seasoning packet, as those were more expensive. The funds left by her parents were scant, likely sufficient only to see her and her brother through their studies. Thus, she had to be frugal. In a mere 10 minutes, Kai Xia emerged from the kitchen with 2 modest plates for dinner, ready to dine with her brother. Upon seeing him, she noticed that the homework she had laid out for him remained untouched. She thought to herself that he would likely fail to submit it tomorrow and would face yet another round of reprimands from his teacher. Yet, she felt no anger, merely suppressing her confusion as she placed the noodles and vegetables before him. "Let us eat first, Kai Dong. We'll do homework after we're full." With that, Kai Xia picked up her chopsticks and declared, "I'm going to start now." The vegetables, having been blanched for 7 minutes, were somewhat soft. The blend of the tomatoes' acidity with salt and pepper created a unique flavor, palatable enough. In truth, Kai Xia wished she could indulge in noodles with seasoning packets, but she worried about their nutritional value. As for quick meals like instant curry rice or beef brisket rice, those were prohibitively expensive. Ultimately, she opted for the simpler route of purchasing vegetables to cook. Kai Xia also aspired to learn culinary skills, but with no internet at home. She could only inquire with classmates who were adept at cooking. Unfortunately, while she grasped the concepts at school, they often eluded her once she returned home. It was truly challenging. Kai Xia glanced up to see her brother not eating. "Kai Dong, do have some. I promise to improve my cooking in the future." "No." Kai Dong suddenly swiped his food aside. Crash! The pristine plate shattered into countless pieces across the living room, some lying in plain sight, while others were hidden beneath the table, the sofa, and the television stand. The noodles and various ingredients lay in disarray, making for a daunting cleanup. Kai Xia stared at the chaotic floor for a moment before turning back to her brother, who remained in a stupor. Suddenly, all the suppressed emotions within her erupted. She stood abruptly, slamming her chopsticks onto the table, causing the plate to clatter. "Enough. Can you stop being so willful? You're not the only one hurting over mom and dad," Kai Xia shouted at Kai Dong. Yet, after this simple outburst, she immediately regretted it. How could she shout at her brother like that? At that moment, her brother's previously blank expression shifted dramatically. His eyes turned red, and he could no longer contain his tears. "I'm sorry, Kai Dong, it was wrong of me. I won't do this again." Kai Xia's face was awash with guilt as she moved closer, hoping to comfort him and wipe away his tears. But Kai Dong abruptly swatted her hand away, shouting, "I don't want you. I hate you the most. I want to find mom and dad." With that, Kai Dong dashed out of the house. "Kai Dong, where are you going?" At this moment, Kai Xia found herself in a state of confusion and rushed to pursue, but as she began to run, she accidentally stepped on a vegetable dough lying on the ground, resulting in a painful fall. Her fair arm was cut by the shards scattered on the floor, and bright red blood began to flow. Upon witnessing this, Kai Xia could no longer maintain her composure and burst into tears, her lovely face marred by sorrow. Meanwhile, in the first-floor corridor, Shaolin looked puzzled as he watched Kai Dong rush out. He had just overheard a quarrel from above, but since it was the landlord's family matter, he felt it was best not to interfere. However, he was soon startled by the sound of another fall, followed by the soft sobs of a girl. Caught in a dilemma, Shaolin ultimately decided to investigate. Upon ascending, he noticed that the door was ajar, revealing the young and beautiful landlord, Miss Kai Xia, weeping on the floor. Shaolin immediately sensed that something serious had occurred. He approached her, intending to offer comfort. But as soon as he spoke, the young landlord suddenly embraced him and cried even louder. Shaolin was taken aback, struggling with the notion of propriety between genders, and initially considered pushing Kai Xia away while asserting, "Please don't act this way. I am a respectable person." Yet, seeing her in such distress, he could not bring himself to do so, remaining frozen in place, overwhelmed and submerged in emotion. At that moment, on the balcony adjacent to the living room, a blonde woman arrived, Li, who had followed Shaolin here. She had initially assumed that Shaolin was out seeking a lady for dubious purposes, but realized he was merely attempting to calm his inner turmoil while renting a room. It seemed this balding fellow had developed some ambition and aspired to become his own boss. Li observed Shaolin cleaning the restaurant for a while, preparing to leave, but suddenly noticed him ascend to the landlord's floor, alerting her instincts. What was he planning to do? She recalled that the young landlord was not only beautiful but also exuded vitality when she smiled, making her an attractive prospect for many. Could it be that Shaolin was similarly inclined? Did he intend to use his physical prowess to coerce her into submission? Thus, Lazili stealthily approached the second-floor balcony, quietly opened the door, and peered through the curtains. What met her eyes was enough to ignite her jealousy. She saw the young landlord embracing Shaolin. How could a girl like her be attracted to such a short, balding man? Was there something fundamentally wrong with her? Unable to contain herself any longer, Lazili felt she would turn green with envy if she waited any longer. Just as she was about to push aside the curtains and barge in, she noticed the young landlord had released Shaolin. At that moment, Lazili observed the redness and swelling around the landlord's eyes, indicating she had recently been crying. "Thank you, Mr. Shaolin," she said. What had transpired? The two outside began to converse, revealing that the young landlord had recently lost her parents, leaving only her younger brother and herself to rely on each other. Initially, she had intended to be a strong sister to support her brother, but after a sudden emotional outburst that left him in tears, he had run away, declaring his disdain for her. With both parents gone and her brother resentful, the young landlord could no longer hold back her tears. Hearing this, Lazili's initial impulse to confront the situation was quelled. She empathized with the young landlord, recalling her own brother. Their circumstances bore some resemblance to the landlord's plight. Though her brother had ultimately been deceived by Dr. Galuo into participating in experiments, the young landlord sobbed, "My brother said he hates me the most. What should I do? Our parents are gone, and I cannot afford to lose him too." She continued to crouch on the floor, her voice choking at the thought of her brother. At just 16, she was still a fragile girl, having grown up under her parents' protection until just months ago. Now facing a tempest of emotions she was unprepared for. In this moment, she instinctively leaned on Shaolin for support. However, Shaolin, lacking siblings of his own, was at a loss for how to resolve sibling conflicts. If one were to ask him for advice, he would simply say that dealing with unruly children meant resorting to discipline. Perhaps it was merely a moment of anger, and the brother would return when hunger struck. While his thoughts were one thing, his words would convey another. Why suppress your emotions? Speak your mind. You are siblings, not strangers. As they conversed, an unfamiliar voice resonated within the room. Following its source, they were taken aback to see a striking blonde woman entering through the balcony, having drawn back the curtains. Kai Xia was startled. She was unaware of why a stranger had suddenly appeared in her home and instinctively hid behind Shaolin. Witnessing this, Li's expression shifted, her brow furrowing in irritation. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Shaolin exclaimed in surprise, 18. What are you doing here? He recognized the tall, elegant woman as the iconic character 18 from Dragon Ball Z. What are you doing here? Shaolin inquired, perplexed. Li felt a surge of frustration as Shaolin focused solely on her presence, neglecting the girl hiding behind him. Yet, she refrained from displaying her irritation, knowing that any overt display of jealousy would make her appear petty and small-minded. Instead, she resolved to maintain her composure and feign indifference. Stop sitting on the floor. It's dirty. Come sit on the sofa instead, Li suggested, her demeanor icy, particularly with her strikingly fierce brows, which exerted an undeniable pressure. Kai Xia hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. Perhaps it was due to Shaolin's presence, but he felt a mix of guilt and fear toward 18. Noting that Kai Xia remained motionless behind him, he too did not dare to move. As if 18 were a predator, and the first to act would be the one to be attacked. What are you two doing? Sit down, Li urged, her patience waning as her tone grew sharper. Oh, all right, Shaolin replied, appearing somewhat submissive as he helped Kai Xia to her feet, intending to guide her to the sofa and discern 18's intentions. Li, noticing Shaolin assisting the young landlord, darkened her expression and intervened. Stop dawdling. She pulled Kai Xia toward the sofa and seated her firmly. Shaolin, momentarily taken aback, followed suit, only to find that there was only one spot on the couch beside Kai Xia. Reluctantly, he settled into that space. However, just as he was about to relax, Li interrupted him again. Are you trying to take advantage of a young girl by sitting next to her? Faced with Li's fierce glare, Shaolin remained silent, rooted in place, unsure of how to respond. Initially, Kai Xia had been captivated by Li's beauty and commanding presence, nearly forgetting her own role as the landlord. Yet, upon realizing that Li harbored no ill intentions, she began to regain her composure. witnessing Xiao Lin being scolded. She attempted to defend him, saying, Mr. Xiao Lin is not that kind of person, and besides, I have nothing for him to gain. As Kai Xia continued to speak, her voice grew softer, and she became aware that her words had been rather bold. You foolish girl, La Zili chided her. Taking on the mantle of an experienced mentor, a young lady should be more reserved. It is essential to avoid being taken advantage of. As she spoke, La Zili suddenly had a moment of inspiration. Glancing at Xiao Lin, she leaned closer to Kai Xia and whispered, Don't be deceived by this bald man's honest appearance. He was quite lewd in his youth. When he got lewd, his eyes and smile would become so crooked, it was rather indecent and comical. La Zili assumed that this girl must be the type who had never been in a relationship, likely mistaking Xiao Lin for a suitable object of affection out of recent heartbreak. She thought that if she spoke ill of Xiao Lin, this young landlady would surely be disillusioned. Meanwhile, Xiao Lin was speechless. Come on, you're whispering right in front of me. I can hear you perfectly. Xiao Lin was perplexed as to why La Zili would speak ill of her, perhaps out of resentment for occupying her husband's body. With this thought, Xiao Lin chose to remain silent. No way, Mr. Xiao Lin was a good man who risked his life to save us siblings, Kai Xia sincerely stated. It's not unusual for a man to have a bit of lewdness. My father used to secretly buy strange books to read behind my mother's back. La Zili was momentarily rendered speechless by Kai Xia's words. Strange books? That was beyond her realm of knowledge. However, when she turned to look at Xiao Lin, her heart tightened. For Xiao Lin had shown a look of contentment upon being validated by Kai Xia's words. La Zili's gaze shifted toward Kai Xia, and her perception altered. This girl has a bit of depth. I must not underestimate her. What are you eavesdropping on? Hurry and find the landlady's brother. La Zili resumed her fierce demeanor while speaking to Xiao Lin, causing Xiao Lin to feel a pang of anxiety, as if under the weight of bloodline authority, prompting her to scurry downstairs. After Xiao Lin departed, the two women exchanged a moment of silence, both sensing something awry about the other. Shortly thereafter, La Zili noticed that Kai Xia bore a bleeding wound and promptly inquired if there was a first aid kit at home. Kai Xia confirmed there was and directed La Zili to its location. Thus, under Kai Xia's puzzled gaze, La Zili retrieved the first aid kit and began disinfecting and bandaging Kai Xia's wound. This should prevent scarring. La Zili tied a lovely bow with the white gauze, leaving the landlady in awe. Sister, you are so skilled, Kai Xia genuinely praised. It's just a small issue. I used to help my daughter with bandaging. La Zili initially intended to share that her skills were learned from assisting her daughter. However, reflecting on her current unmarried status with Xiao Lin, her spirits dimmed slightly. Yet, La Zili quickly regained her composure and changed the subject. Just call me La Zili. I merely thought the title sister was a bit too bashful, which is why I revealed my real name. My name is Kai Xia. Thank you so much, Miss La Zili, Kai Xia smiled. Her petite lips tinted with a hint of cherry pink, complemented by adorable dimples, making her quite charming. La Zili couldn't fathom how this girl could be interested in Xiao Lin. What nonsense. Miss La Zili, do you have any siblings? Kai Xia suddenly inquired. I have a younger brother. Why do you ask? No wonder. What you said upon entering the house holds some truth, Kai Xia mused, secretly hoping to glean some tips from La Zili on how to interact with her brother. It's not just a little truth, it's a fundamental principle. Consider this. As siblings, your relationship should inherently be equal, regardless of age or status. There's no need to sacrifice your own feelings to accommodate one another. Simply express whatever's on your mind. Bottling things up will only deepen the rift between you, La Zili asserted, emphasizing her straightforward communication style with her brother. But Kai Dong is still young. If you don't share your true feelings, he will certainly hide his from you. La Zili chuckled. Just chalk it up to me being a bit overzealous. It's merely my personal opinion, and you can take it or leave it. La Zili was not one to engage in debates, and quickly interrupted Kai Xia's attempts at discourse. But there's something important I need to share with you. La Zili leaned closer to Kai Xia, almost as if complaining. Let me tell you, that little bald man is truly hopeless. Not only does he snore loudly while sleeping, but he also skips brushing his teeth before breakfast, showers using just a single towel and a bar of soap, and washes his socks, underwear, and clothes all together. He even struggles to earn a living. La Zili continued to enumerate Xiao Lin's flaws, as if attempting to brainwash others. Kai Xia listened, stunned, nearly forgetting the earlier points after hearing the latter. Yet she was adept at grasping the crux of the matter. Wait, does he really snore? Uses just one towel for showers? Kai Xia's expression changed slightly. She had heard from classmates that boys could be rather rough, but those were typically revelations made after becoming boyfriend and girlfriend and living together. Miss Lazili, are you perhaps Shaolin's girlfriend? Facing the landlady's inquiry, Lazili quickly denied it. She was usually quite aloof, largely due to her own insecurities, which made her come across as cold and unapproachable. How could that little bald man be my boyfriend? Absolutely impossible, Lazili protested, even though internally she shouted, I'm his wife, but found it difficult to voice. With this thought, a faint blush crept onto Lazili's fair face. Despite her efforts to maintain composure, the outcome was quite the opposite. Observing Lazili's demeanor, Kai Xia suddenly felt an unsettling intuition. When Shaolin had rescued her, she had been in his arms. And upon looking up at his resolute expression and shiny bald head, she had fleetingly thought the little bald man was rather endearing. Perhaps it was the suspension bridge effect. But from that moment on, Kai Xia had developed a fondness for Shaolin. She had initially believed that upon returning to her hometown, she would no longer encounter that little bald man, only to unexpectedly meet him on the way home from school and successfully invite him to rent a room in her house. This hadn't made Kai Xia overly joyful. But now, with Lazili's appearance, she felt a hint of threat. Indeed, Miss Lazili must be here to compete for her man. A peculiar tension permeated the air between the two, and although they both wore friendly expressions, an unspoken war among women had begun. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shaolin was feeling quite relieved as he searched for Kai Dong. However, aimlessly wandering was proving to be a time-consuming endeavor. Thus, Shaolin enveloped the entire city with his aura, almost instantaneously sensing Kai Dong's location. In a flash, Shaolin appeared beside a small child hiding in the greenery, sobbing quietly. Ah, a crying child. How difficult to console, Shaolin thought with a hint of helplessness. Don't cry. Your sister is waiting for you at home. No, I don't want to go back to that home, Kai Dong replied without raising his head, speaking in a tone laden with tears. To be frank, this tone left Shaolin at a loss. Why not go back? Is it because you hurt your sister's feelings, and now you feel ashamed? Shaolin's perspective was somewhat unconventional, yet it struck a chord with Kai Dong. He knew full well that their parents would never return, and his mood had been perpetually heavy and low. Unable to vent his feelings to others, he could only unleash them on his closest kin. Having expressed everything now, he felt guilt and unease, realizing he had done something shameful to his sister, leaving him too embarrassed to return home. Wah! Kai Dong cried even harder at this moment. Crying was all he felt capable of doing. The deed was done, and he believed his sister must hate him now. Kai Dong wished to apologize, but he lacked the courage to face his sister. Children can indeed be quite troublesome. Shaolin, feeling somewhat at a loss, rubbed his smooth scalp vigorously and suddenly conceived an idea. Why not take this child to meet his parents? Kai Dong, would you like to hear what your mom and dad have to say? Shaolin's words caused Kai Dong to cease his sobbing, and he gazed at Shaolin with a peculiar expression. Don't look at me like that. I can truly let you see your mom and dad. Now, give me your hand. Without further ado, Shaolin, eager to resolve the matter swiftly, grasped Kai Dong's hand and executed a technique of instant teleportation. They first arrived at Bei Jie Wangxing, startling the king of the north. Wow, it's Shaolin. I never expected you to change so much. My apologies, Lord King. I am rather busy at the moment. The king of the north had intended to commend Shaolin for his creativity in resurrecting the body using vital energy. But Shaolin promptly vanished again. His destination, Bei Jie Wangxing, was chosen solely because it was adjacent to the underworld. The moment he arrived, Shaolin dispersed his energy throughout the underworld and, in the blink of an eye, found himself before Yin Luo Wang. Initially, Yin Luo Wang was engaged in his duties, but he was soon alarmed by an overwhelming aura pervading the underworld. After a moment, upon seeing a small bald figure, he relaxed. Chapter 66, An Instant Resurrection. Yin Luo Wang had encountered Shaolin on several occasions, once during the reign of the short Miao Demon King and again with Frieza. Ah, yet another Earthling. Yin Luo Wang mused, feeling somewhat perplexed, for every time he recorded the death toll from Earth, those souls inexplicably returned to life. It was quite bothersome. Shaolin looked at Yin Luo Wang, who bore a striking resemblance to someone he knew. By the way, Yin Luo Wang, are you related to the Bull Demon King from Baozi Mountain? Shaolin posed this question. What nonsense? Yin Luo Wang responded, somewhat bewildered, as he was not one for idle chatter. What business do you have in the underworld? I wish to help this young boy meet his parents. Shaolin indicated towards the bewildered Kai Dong behind him. After a moment of contemplation, Yanluo Wang decided to assist, for he understood that in this universe, the most formidable being was the small bald figure before him. In the 8th district, Yanluo Wang directed Shaolin, who then transported Kai Dong there. At the fountain in the 8th district, a middle-aged couple nestled together, awaiting the day of their reincarnation. They needed only to drink from the fountain of forgetfulness to erase all memories of their lives. They felt powerless regarding their child's fate, hoping only that he would not suffer and grow up well. After years of mutual support, they never anticipated they would have to part ways. This embrace would be their last, marking a permanent farewell. Mom and Dad. At that moment, they heard a familiar voice that should not have been present there. A small figure dashed towards them. Kai Dong. The couple gasped in disbelief. Was it possible that their child had also perished? Mr. Demu, Miss Bo Duo, do you still wish to reincarnate? Before the three could reunite, the fountain's manager began to shout. Due to the overwhelming number of deceased souls in the universe, he was the sole custodian of this place, perpetually occupied. Enduring such a relentless, year-round workload would cause anyone to become irritable. The waiting souls began to murmur anxiously, increasing the pressure on Kai Dong and his parents. My apologies, but may we return to reincarnate later? The couple, Demu, Kai Dong's father, and Bo Duo, his mother, pleaded. What? Are you out of your minds? You're dead. What do you care about family ties? Those who don't understand should just go. Get lost. The fountain manager angrily expelled the three. Kai Dong, having never witnessed such a scene, immediately shrank back into his parents' embrace. Demu and Bo Duo had been in the underworld for several months and understood its regulations. Missing the chance to reincarnate would condemn them to become wandering spirits. And if discovered by the ghost messengers, they would be cast into hell. Fear gripped them. But seeing their son cower only strengthened their resolve to step aside from the queue. If you dare leave, don't think of coming back. Your presence disrupts my work. I will remember you three. Don't expect to reincarnate. The fountain manager fumed, infuriated that Demu and Bo Duo still chose to walk away despite his warnings. Don't be so irritable. Such an attitude will never earn you a promotion. The fountain manager thought his words would settle the matter. However, an unexpected voice interrupted him. Who dares to speak? The fountain manager squinted in the direction of the voice, spotting the small bald figure, Shaolin. At that moment, the fountain manager noticed something amiss about Shaolin. He bore no halo. A living person? How did you enter the underworld? Do you want me to summon the ghost messengers to seize you? I came here with the permission of Yanluo Wang. Nonsense. How could someone so short and bald meet Lord Yanluo Wang? Ghost messengers, we have a rebel here. The fountain manager wasted no time in raising the alarm, summoning a swarm of horned police cars that quickly converged. A multitude of blue and red ghosts, the underworld's enforcers, disembarked from the vehicles. The fountain manager rushed over, spoke a few words, and pointed toward Shaolin. After unilaterally assessing the situation, the ghost messengers turned fierce and began to encircle Shaolin. Demu and Bo Duo were terrified, but still shielded their son. Please, don't act rashly. I truly came with Yanluo Wang's permission, Shaolin attempted to reason. Nonsense. How could Lord Yanluo Wang know a living being? This must be a fraud. Everyone. Attack. The ghost messengers charged at Shaolin like a tsunami. The fountain manager crossed his arms smugly, pleased at the prospect of reprimanding a disrespectful living person. Though it was a lopsided battle, as the ghost messengers drew near Shaolin, they were all repelled, as if two magnets were opposing each other. The ghost messengers fell like bees sprayed with insecticide, scattering throughout the underworld. While the fountain manager remained with his arms crossed, his expression morphed into one of shock, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. How could these enforcers, who maintain order in the underworld, be sent flying in an instant? Stay away from me. The fountain manager yelped, falling backward in a classic display of surrender. I am not approaching you. Shaolin retorted before ignoring him and walking toward Demu and Bo Duo. You harmed the ghost messengers? The underworld will hold you accountable. Demu exclaimed, filled with trepidation. Fear not. You shall soon be resurrected, Shaolin assured, placing his hands on Demu and Bo Duo. In truth, at the moment of resurrection, Shaolin had realized that both the souls and bodies of humans could be recreated using vital energy. With Demu and Bo Duo's souls still intact, he could simply reform their bodies to bring them back to life. This was likely the same principle behind the dragon's wishes. Having previously gained experience in body sculpting, Shaolin swiftly restored the couple's bodies, causing the halos above their heads to vanish, indicative of their revival. Damu and Bo Duo remained in a state of confusion, while the fountain manager was utterly astonished. He had never witnessed someone resurrecting souls without the process of reincarnation. This was something even their superior, Yin Luo Wang, could not achieve. Who are you? The fountain manager shouted, incredulously. Shaolin paid no heed to him. Since Damu and Bo Duo had already been resurrected, there was no reason to linger in the underworld. In an instant, he teleported back to Earth, leaving the spring water manager in a state of disarray. This farce had already delayed the reincarnation process for several minutes, and the long line of souls before the spring began to stir restlessly. Logically, the spring water manager should have maintained order and expedited the workflow at this moment. However, the ability to resurrect souls had disrupted the primary operations of the underworld. So this manager had to report the situation to Yin Wang immediately. Soon after, in Yin Wang's hall. What did you say? That little bald head can resurrect souls. Yin Wang was taken aback. Goodness, this was something even he could not accomplish. Not to mention himself, even the higher-ranking realm kings could not do it. If anyone could, it would likely be the legendary cosmic ruler, the king god. What should we do, Yin Wang? Should we send someone to eliminate them? Asked the spring water manager. Yin Wang remained silent for a while, shaking his head helplessly. No need. That fellow is not someone we can provoke. In the future, if you encounter him, do not be so impolite. Otherwise, if he decides to kill you, I can do nothing about it. The spring water manager was dismissed. Yin Wang sat back in his seat, reflecting on how the world had changed. First, the emergence of the terrifying Emperor Frieza, and now, a mere mortal, Shaolin, with powers rivaling those of deities. It felt as though their status as divine beings was becoming precarious. Why bother thinking so much? I should just focus on my duties. Thus, Yin Wang resumed reviewing the list, feeling quite despondent. Back on Earth, Damu and Bo Duo, upon seeing their familiar home amidst the chaotic surroundings, realized they had truly been resurrected. They gazed at Shaolin in disbelief. Although he appeared to be an unremarkable little bald head at first glance, his ability to resurrect and traverse the realms of life and death was astounding. Are you a deity? They exclaimed excitedly. Thank you so much, great deity. We thought we would never see our children again. I am not a deity. Shaolin scratched his head, clarifying that the current deities were likely dandy, while his abilities were merely a minor manipulation of qi. Not a deity? Damu and Bo Duo were taken aback. Yes, I am Shaolin, your new tenant. Upon hearing Shaolin's introduction, the couple was once again stunned. Was it possible that their tenant was so remarkable? I am Damu, the father of Kai Dong. This is my wife, Bo Duo. Regardless, Damu felt it was appropriate to express gratitude to Shaolin. Damu? Bo Duo. Upon hearing their names, Shaolin's pupils constricted. Those names were very familiar. May I ask, Mr. Damu, is your surname Dong and I? And is Mrs. Bo Duo's name Yejing? Shaolin couldn't help but inquire, having quickly assessed their resemblance to the names on a license plate. Damu and Bo Duo are indeed our names. As for surnames, very few people use them in this world. Damu shook his head in explanation, puzzled as to why Shaolin would ask about surnames, assuming he had mistaken them for someone else. Oh, I see. My apologies, just disregard what I said earlier. Shaolin smiled awkwardly. If his earlier question were to be revealed, other traversers might mistakenly think he was a lecher. Shaolin Gij, you are amazing. You really let us see our father and mother. Kai Dong, upon reuniting with his parents, became cheerful, dispelling his earlier gloom. Needless to say, I would never deceive a child in such a base manner. I helped you this time, so you must go back and properly apologize to your sister. Seeing the child become so affectionate towards him, Shaolin couldn't help but smile with pride. Look, even the little rascal is on my side. Yes. I will definitely apologize to my sister. Kai Dong nodded vigorously, now devoid of confusion or hesitation. What on earth was happening? Damu and Bo Duo were equally bewildered. However, Shaolin had no intention of explaining the circumstances. Their family would eventually learn the details from Kai Xia. Providing explanations now would only seem like filler. Upstairs, the two women had many topics to discuss, but upon realizing each other's intentions, they both fell silent, their gazes sharp. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward and tense, the sound of Kai Dong's jubilant voice echoed from the stairs. Kai Dong is back. Upon hearing the commotion, Kai Xia's heart filled with joy. Mr. Shaolin was indeed reliable, and he really could reunite them. Brother Ah? Kai Xiao's expression turned to one of shock. Following her brother Kai Dong, two familiar figures appeared, laughing and chatting. It was their parents, Demu and Bo Duo. Wow, what's going on, Kai Dong? Sister, Shaolin Gij is so powerful. He can resurrect our father and mother. Kai Xia was momentarily frozen in astonishment. Mr. Shaolin was truly incredible. Could he really bring people back to life? Was he a death deity? The four family members confirmed time and again that they were indeed reunited, and this home, once filled with oppression and sorrow, was now warm again. Shaolin observed this scene, a genuine smile blooming on his face. However, La Zili's expression was somewhat nuanced. Approaching Shaolin, she discreetly pinched the flesh on his arm and spoke with a hint of awkwardness. Oh, how impressive. Did you collect Dragon Balls just to have them call you Shaolin Gij? If that little brat calls you Gij, what should his sister call you? Truly remarkable. Shaolin. Such sarcasm made Shaolin feel uneasy. Yet, he endured the pain in his arm and replied, I didn't use the Dragon Balls. They are merely stones at present. Indeed, the Dragon Balls were still in their cooling period, having been utilized a few months prior by La Zili to treat Shaolin's heart condition. Speaking of which, Shaolin stole a glance at La Zili. In the world of Dragon Balls, her complexion was fair, her figure graceful, and her proportions even more reasonable than depicted in the anime. A truly beautiful woman. Although he had previously boasted to La DZ that he only sought martial arts, it was merely the shy excuse of a reclusive man. When faced with such a woman, a flutter of emotions inevitably arose. La Zili noticed Shaolin's gaze and coldly remarked, What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beauty before? Her words may have sounded harsh, but she secretly relished the notion that she had captivated him, the little bald head. Shaolin immediately lowered his head, taking a deep breath to calm his flushed face. Thank you for that incident with the Dragon Balls. I really appreciate it. Shaolin expressed his gratitude regarding his heart condition. On one hand, it was a gesture of thanks, while on the other, he was unsure of what else to say. Excuses. If you truly want to thank me, then don't just say it. After saying this, La Zili began to descend the stairs. What? Shaolin was somewhat perplexed. How else could he express his gratitude? By offering himself? Of course, he only dared to think such thoughts. His nature would never allow him to voice them. I am hungry. You don't understand that? La Zili turned her head, her golden hair flowing gracefully. Her sky-blue eyes as beautiful as gems, eggs. Particularly, the last word idiot was deliberately elongated, and paired with her melodious tone. It transformed what was meant to be an insult into something delightfully pleasant to hear. Oh, Shaolin suddenly understood. Indeed, if he wished to express gratitude, he should at least treat her to a meal. Chapter 67. Shaolin's sticky rice chicken. La Zili accompanied Shaolin to the storefront on the first floor. In a mere moment, the once dilapidated shop had been transformed by Shaolin into a bright and tidy little establishment. The overall aesthetic was dominated by white, and upon entering, one could see 8 wooden dining tables in the hall, adorned with warm yellow oil. To the right of the hall stood a large bar counter, separating it from an open kitchen equipped with a cutting board, various knives, woks, frying pans, a steamer, an oven, and a deep fryer. These were all items that had been present before, merely cleaned up by Shaolin. Is it true that you want to run your own restaurant? La Zili asked, somewhat perplexed. In her mind, Shaolin had always been a diligent worker, focused solely on his job without any inclination to venture into entrepreneurship. This is my passion. I wish for it to become my profession, Shaolin explained, inviting her to take a seat. What a rare opportunity. Will Miss Number 18 be my first customer? Of course, as the proprietor, this meal is on me. Since you put it that way, I suppose I shall give it a try. Although La Zili was skeptical about the culinary skills of this big man, she figured it wouldn't hurt to taste his creations. All right, just a moment. I shall fetch some ingredients. With that, Shaolin swiftly departed, leaving La Zili sitting at the bar, bewildered. What was he doing, starting a restaurant without preparing any materials? Considering that Shaolin had just acquired the shop today, it was reasonable that he lacked ingredients. Approximately 5 or 6 minutes later, Shaolin reappeared, carrying 2 bags of items. Chicken legs for 10 yuan, sticky rice for 5 yuan, along with cornstarch, dried mushrooms, small shrimp, and various seasonings like ginger, garlic, and dried lotus leaves. Goodness, you actually went grocery shopping. La Zili exclaimed. Indeed, I have mastered the art of instantaneous movement, a skill that took me a year to acquire. Shaolin responded, engaging in conversation while he began cooking. He first soaked the dried mushrooms in hot water and rinsed the sticky rice, which was typically soaked beforehand. But to save time, he placed it directly in the rice cooker to steam. Once the preliminary preparations were complete, Xiao Lin took a knife to deb-one the chicken legs, making precise cuts along the bone until he had transformed a whole chicken leg into a fillet. He diced the fillet into pieces and soaked them in water to draw out any blood. As the gamey flavor of meat often emanates from bodily fluids such as sweat and blood. After soaking, it was crucial to dry the chicken with kitchen paper or a towel, otherwise, excess moisture would release during frying, potentially leading to a soggy dish that could detract from its visual appeal. At this point, he began chopping the aromatics, slicing garlic and ginger, and cutting the white parts of the scallions, which are the most fragrant. He heated the pan with cold oil, only to discover that the stove was merely a standard household model, lacking the power of the commercial gas stoves he was accustomed to in his previous life. However, that did not deter him. Even if the fire is weak, I can still create heat, he thought, turning off the stove and picking up a frying pan, heating it with his hands. In truth, he was merely using air to warm the pan, but given that he could even resurrect the dead, heating a pan was trivial. With sufficient heat, the fragrance of the garlic, ginger, and scallions was released. He added the chicken, raising the temperature, and the oil was quickly absorbed or evaporated by the chicken and seasonings. Without oil as a barrier, the chicken could easily burn. So Xiao Lin opted to add some cooking wine, which evaporated instantly, cooling the pan while enhancing the aroma. He seasoned the dish with soy sauce and sugar, creating a delightful combination that would tantalize the taste buds. A splash of oyster sauce added a hint of seafood flavor, followed by a small amount of water mixed with cornstarch to thicken the sauce, ensuring a rich and luscious texture. Finally, he set aside this simple stir-fried chicken, carefully removing the ginger, garlic, and scallions to avoid affecting the dish's texture, which was why he had cut them into chunks. The dried mushrooms had now rehydrated, and he diced them as well, rinsing the small shrimp before mixing them with the stir-fried chicken. To elevate the flavor, he added a drizzle of sesame oil. He retrieved a palm-sized round bowl, lining it with dried lotus leaves, mixing the cooked sticky rice with salt and chicken powder before pressing it into the bowl. The stir-fried chicken, mushrooms, and shrimp formed the filling, which he spread over the rice before covering it with more rice. Once the filling was entirely encased, he folded the lotus leaves and pressed them down to secure the contents. In this manner, a traditional Cantonese delicacy, sticky rice chicken, was born. Xiao Lin repeated the process until all the ingredients were used, ultimately placing the sticky rice chicken into a steaming cabinet for a while to ensure the chicken was thoroughly cooked and to infuse the flavor of the dried lotus leaves into the rice. "What is happening?" Lazili observed, realizing that Xiao Lin had indeed mastered the art of cooking. The old Xiao Lin would never have been capable of such a feat. He would have only boiled instant noodles at most. "This is a delicacy from my past life," Xiao Lin admitted, a hint of pride evident in his demeanor as he prepared to share a piece of his heritage with this world. "I can't possibly eat all that," Lazili remarked. "Put in a little effort. With your slender waist, you could easily indulge. Gaining a little weight wouldn't be a problem," Xiao Lin teased, recalling her slender figure. "Are you trying to kill me?" Lazili's face flushed with indignation. Did this little bald man enjoy sneaking glances at others' waists? "My apologies. It seems the sticky rice chicken is ready. Let me retrieve it." Xiao Lin, sensing her irritation, quickly changed the subject, moving to the steaming cabinet to retrieve the dish. A wave of fragrant steam enveloped him, the aroma of lotus leaves filling the restaurant. This scent was utterly enchanting, even stirring a sense of anticipation in Lazili, who had always regarded food merely as sustenance. Xiao Lin placed a sticky rice chicken before Lazili, handing her a pair of chopsticks. The dish was still shrouded in wisps of steam. "You can eat it by simply unwrapping the lotus leaves," Xiao Lin instructed. Suddenly, he was struck by a whimsical idea. Since he was already in the Dragon Ball universe, a little exaggeration wouldn't hurt. He pointed at the sticky rice chicken, and it seemed as if an aura emanated from him and enveloped the dish. "It's done." Xiao Lin's face lit up with delight. "What are you doing?" Lazili inquired, somewhat confused. "Nothing to worry about. It's merely a dining custom from my hometown." "Do try it," Xiao Lin urged, eager to see if his hypothesis could manifest in this world. Lazili, intrigued by the dish Xiao Lin had prepared, did not protest further. She delicately used her chopsticks to peel away the lotus leaves, revealing the masterpiece within. A radiant golden light shot up, dazzling enough to outshine even Lazili's golden hair. Lazili was astounded. It was her first time witnessing food glowing. In that moment, She could almost hear some peculiar background music. Beside her, Shaolin wore a broad smile, for he had guessed correctly. In his childhood, aside from watching Dragon Ball, he also enjoyed Zhonghua Xiaojia, where dishes that did not emit a golden glow were deemed lacking. Shaolin had seized upon this distinctive feature and had just added a gentle, special effect akin to a miniature sun to the glutinous rice chicken. This not only illuminated the food, but also ensured it did not blind the diners. Even without a system, Shaolin felt it was reasonable to enhance the food with a touch of energy. The author remarked, "It is indeed reasonable." After the golden glow faded, glistening white grains of glutinous rice came into view, resembling translucent jade. Accompanying this was the refreshing aroma of lotus leaves, creating a dual sensory elevation of sight and smell. Not a drop of sauce escaped. Perfection. Shaolin quietly clenched his fist. It seemed he had succeeded. If the glutinous rice were improperly pressed, the chicken-filling sauce would leak out, adversely affecting its presentation. After such a peculiar prelude, La Zili's appetite was thoroughly awakened. Her curiosity piqued about the taste of this special effect-laden dish. She seized a piece of the glutinous rice chicken with her chopsticks, revealing the sauce enveloping the chicken. Diced mushrooms and tiny shrimp. The sauce flowed gently, and La Zili could not resist dipping it and savoring it with the glutinous rice. A flavor unlike any she had ever experienced exploded in her mouth, indescribable, novel, and unique, almost urging her to take another bite. La Zili seemed to intuitively grasp the true way to enjoy glutinous rice chicken. She set down her chopsticks and picked up the entire dish, devouring it in large bites. The crystalline glutinous rice combined with chicken, diced shiitake mushrooms, tiny shrimp, and thick sauce was akin to a cascading explosion of flavors, stimulating her taste buds in wave after wave. In an instant, the glutinous rice chicken vanished. Even the portion Shaolin had been about to eat was snatched away. All 6 pieces were gone, taken one after another. Shaolin, the chef, was left uncertain about the flavor. However, he felt no anger. For him, the voracious consumption of his creation by others was the highest form of praise. "How does it taste?" Shaolin could not help but ask, eager for compliments. Once the glutinous rice chicken had entirely disappeared, La Zili abruptly regained her composure. It was terrifying that as a powerful android, she could lose herself over something as trivial as glutinous rice chicken. Surely, that moment of disarray had been witnessed by Xiao Guangtou. When she looked up at Shaolin, she found him wearing a face full of eager anticipation for praise, which filled her with frustration. Instinctively, she wanted to respond with silence. Yet Shaolin persisted, repeatedly asking, "Is it delicious? How does it taste? Please tell me." "It's good, but you're so annoying," she finally exclaimed. "It's just average." Ultimately, pressed by his relentless questioning, La Zili crossed her arms and turned her head away with a huff. "Huh, just average?" Shaolin's expression fell as he sighed. "I was planning to feature this as the signature dish for my new restaurant. Now it seems I must think of something else. What a headache." Seeing Shaolin in distress, La Zili felt a twinge of guilt. She realized she should not always burden him. Perhaps a little encouragement would suffice. "Maybe my taste buds are different. Ordinary people must surely enjoy it," La Zili remarked. This statement jolted Shaolin to a realization. Indeed, number 18 had been modified, her body designed for combat. Thus it was not surprising that her sense of taste was diminished. Shaolin concluded he could not rely on the opinions of an android for feedback. He needed to seek out others for their impressions. Acting on this resolve, he promptly purchased more ingredients and replicated his earlier efforts, producing another 6 glutinous rice chickens. Once finished, Shaolin hurriedly grabbed the 6 glutinous rice chickens and dashed out. La Zili observed the entire process, initially believing these freshly made glutinous rice chickens were for her. However, when she saw him take them all away, she was taken aback. Rising to ask, "Where are you taking those glutinous rice chickens?" "I'm going to have Miss Kai Xia taste them," Shaolin declared, sending La Zili's blood pressure soaring. How could he abandon his own wife to boldly seek another woman? The audacity! La Zili felt a strong urge to obliterate Shaolin's restaurant. Yet, she ultimately refrained, as she suddenly realized that in this timeline, she had no connection to Shaolin. She had not even kissed his cheek as she once did. Was it because of this that Shaolin felt no affection for her? La Zili recalled what her brother, number 17, had said to her months ago. If she was not forthright, Shaolin could indeed be taken away by another woman. Initially, she had dismissed this notion, scoffing at the idea that anyone could steal a man from her grasp. However, her perspective had shifted, Xiao Lin was now seeking another woman right under her nose. An unprecedented sense of crisis surged within her, far more intense than when facing Cell. I must see for myself. Thus, Lazili stealthily flew to the second floor, curious to observe Kai Xia's demeanor toward Xiao Lin. Upon reaching the second floor and peering through the balcony, she discovered Kai Xia's family of 4, including her father, Damu, mother, Bo Duo, and brother, Kai Dong, all ravenously consuming glutinous rice chicken, entirely oblivious to their surroundings. Only Kai Xia, after taking a small bite, gazed at Xiao Lin with admiration, her bright eyes seemingly sparkling. Mr. Xiao Lin, your food is absolutely delicious. Truly impressive. This display paled in comparison to Lazili's earlier gluttonous behavior. Even the moment when she had snatched Xiao Lin's glutinous rice chicken. I cannot replicate that, Lazili lamented. Yet in the next moment, Xiao Lin's reaction struck her like a dagger. Seeing someone praise his glutinous rice chicken so warmly, Xiao Lin beamed, puffing up his bald head in pride. Oh no, Miss Kai Xia, you are even more suited to be a taste tester than number 18. Really, Mr. Xiao Lin? If you don't mind, I could help you taste new dishes every day, Kai Xia replied, her cheeks flushing with bashfulness. That would be wonderful, Xiao Lin agreed, doing so in front of the hidden Lazili. In that instant, Lazili felt the glutinous rice chicken she had just eaten lose its appeal, replaced by a rising tide of jealousy. Chapter 68. Lin Ji. Xiao Lin nonchalantly renamed his restaurant Lin Ji. To simplify matters, Lin Ji exclusively sold glutinous rice chicken. Located in a desolate area, the restaurant initially attracted little foot traffic. However, Xiao Lin had a plan. He procured a significant amount of glutinous rice chicken ingredients and prepared numerous portions. Then, he packed them into thermal containers. At 6 o'clock in the morning, he sent out numerous clones, each carrying a container of glutinous rice chicken, targeting routes with high foot traffic, such as those frequented by commuters and students. Over the course of several months in the takeout business, Xiao Lin had become adept at identifying busy areas. Next came the time to leverage his clones and instantaneous movement. Initially, people were quite curious about the bald-headed boy setting up a stall. Upon witnessing this novel food, steam wafting from the thermal containers revealed plump, glutinous rice delicacies wrapped in lotus leaves, which tantalized the senses of sight and smell. When they learned the price was just 5 yuan, they could not resist purchasing a portion. As soon as the lotus leaves were unwrapped, golden light erupted into the air. Such a phenomenon attracted even more onlookers, leading media outlets to report on it as news. Within a mere month, Xiao Lin's glutinous rice chicken gained notoriety throughout the city, becoming an undeniable internet sensation. Even a gang meeting took place, where one member, having never tasted Nwomi ji, was brutally struck by the leader. The gang leader proclaimed that everyone's breakfast here consisted of Nwomi ji, and without having tasted it, one had no right to attend the meeting. Thus, Lin Ji gained notoriety. The desolate area where Lin Ji resided began to attract government attention. Once a flourishing urban district, it had been devastated by Shalu, leaving only the home of the Kai family intact. Now, thanks to Xiao Lin's Nwomi ji, the area regained its vibrancy, drawing the gaze of the public and support for the disaster-stricken residents. Consequently, the vicinity of Lin Ji began to flourish, with an increasing flow of people. Even the landlord, who had previously refused to rent to Xiao Lin, deeply regretted that decision. The sole consolation for him was that his urinary tract had cleared. But the bad news was that he could not control it, facing the constant risk of leakage. Lin Ji's business prospered, and Xiao Lin found himself overwhelmed. He wished to clone himself, yet feared that too many similar bald heads would frighten the patrons. Fortunately, the landlord's daughter, Kai Xia, was exceptionally friendly, often coming to assist both before and after school. Initially, Xiao Lin felt embarrassed, but Kai Xia insisted that it was a chance to gain societal experience for future employment. Xiao Lin inquired if she did not have homework, to which Kai Xia rolled up her sleeves, stating that she had completed it during recess. Remarkably, she managed to finish her assignments during such brief interludes without fear of being criticized by her classmates. Kai Xia's assistance proved invaluable, and her exquisite beauty garnered much praise among the diners. Lazili also wished to help, but upon arriving too late, she found Xiao Lin and Kai Xia engrossed in their tasks, leaving her no opportunity to intervene. Ultimately, Lazili could only sit at the table, feeling frustrated, as she consumed her Nwomi ji with a face full of vinegar. After finishing one, she noticed how well Xiao Lin and Kai Xia collaborated in the kitchen. reminiscent of a couple running a business together. When Shaolin called for another Nwomiji, La Zili intended to disrupt this dynamic, as she was not fond of it. However, when she shouted, Shaolin did not respond. Instead, Kai Xia, while helping, extended a Nwomiji to La Zili. This action left La Zili feeling unappreciated. Yet, she soon rationalized that Shaolin might simply be too busy to attend to her. Not only did she feel this way, other patrons shared her sentiment. A middle-aged man enjoying Nwomiji with his drink, having indulged a bit too much, lost control of his mouth. Kai Xia, Shaolin, you two are quite the pair. Are you already married? Upon hearing this, Shaolin's face flushed with embarrassment. He was about to explain when the drunken man was suddenly hurled backward by a powerful force, only to be caught mid-air by Shaolin. The patrons were taken aback by this scene, both by the man's sudden flight and by the boss's ability to catch him. After confirming the man had merely fainted, Shaolin turned to question La Zili, though others had not seen clearly. Shaolin knew all too well that it was La Zili who had sent the drunken man flying. Why did you suddenly strike him? He demanded. Because he spoke out of turn, La Zili replied nonchalantly, though internally she was grappling with her own turmoil, realizing she had acted recklessly. However, she had been feeling quite troubled lately and wondered if Shaolin could discern her feelings. What had he said that was so wrong? Yet, Shaolin was oblivious to what the man had actually said, having not heard any mention of 18 from him, nor had he even looked in her direction. Where was the anger stemming from? You mean he was correct? La Zili suddenly became agitated. So you're saying he was right, you jerk? Go be with your landlord's daughter. After delivering her words, her eyes turned red, and her expression indicated she was desperately trying not to let anyone see her distress as she swiftly turned and left. Shaolin felt utterly bewildered, calming the remaining patrons before exchanging an awkward glance with Kai Xia and returning to his work. La Zili soared to the sky, weeping profusely, causing even the white clouds to scatter. She had never endured such humiliation. Could it be that her husband would be taken away by that landlord's daughter? This thought was unbearable for her. After crying, she suddenly felt invigorated. La Zili resolved to take drastic action. First, she booked a hotel room in the city center. Then she sat within the room, counting down the minutes. As night fell, the bustling city became even more vibrant, yet Linji, which closed at 9, slowly became deserted. After bidding farewell to the last customer, Shaolin intended to close the shop. Upon entering, he noticed Kai Xia diligently cleaning, prompting a smile from him. Thank you so much today, Kai Xia. No need for thanks, she quickly waved off. I was just idle. By the way, take some leftover Nwomiji home for your brother and parents. As Shaolin handed her some Nwomiji, she hesitated but ultimately accepted due to his insistence. Just before leaving, Kai Xia turned back, a hint of blush on her cheeks, and asked, Shaolin, may I come to help again? Of course, he replied noncommittally. Acknowledging her assistance, Kai Xia's spirits visibly lifted upon receiving his response. However, in the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared, whisking the elated Kai Xia away before Shaolin could react. 18. Shaolin froze, sensing something was amiss, and immediately pursued them. Chapter 69. A boy must know how to protect himself outside. What were 18's intentions? Shaolin did not hesitate, transforming into a streak of light as he followed. Why had 18 abducted Kai Xia? Had he misjudged her? Was 18 truly an evil person? Shaolin's thoughts spiraled, unaware that a greater malevolence awaited him. He continued to chase after them. Strangely, 18 seemed to be deliberately allowing him to follow, until they reached a towering hotel, where 18 finally halted. Upon seeing Shaolin approach, she quickly flew up to one of the hotel floors, entering a room through the window. Shaolin followed suit. Inside, the room was shrouded in darkness, with only the bathroom emitting a faint glow. 18 stood before the bathroom, her backlit figure casting a shadow that obscured her expression. Inside the bathroom, muffled sobs could be heard. It was Kai Xia, bound to the toilet, her mouth gagged with cloth. 18. Why are you doing this? In response to Shaolin's indignation and inquiries, La Zili remained unfazed. Would you like to know the reason? Then let us have a chat. With that, she walked over to sit on the edge of the bed. It was a large bed adorned with a pure white mattress, the sheets also white and fluffy, appearing quite inviting. Though the room was dimly lit, Shaolin clearly saw 18's voluptuous figure sink into the bedding. It must be quite comfortable to sit there. As La Zili patted the space beside her, indicating for Shaolin to join her, he felt conflicted. Hearing Kai Xia's Li's muffled cries from the bathroom, driven by an instinct to rescue her. Are you afraid I might harm you? Li's voice, laced with subtle seduction, drew Shaolin inexplicably closer. Shaolin pondered upon his current prowess, recognizing that since Sheba had seemingly other intentions, it would be prudent to glean her thoughts, without understanding her motives. Resolving this predicament would merely invite further troubles in the future. Thus, with newfound courage, he approached her. Upon reaching the bedside, Shaolin refrained from sitting beside Li as she suggested, believing that there should be a distinction between the sexes. Standing was sufficient. Li, however, patted the space beside her again, and seeing Shaolin's reluctance to sit, extended a fist towards him. Allow me to show you something special. Come closer. Intrigued by her earnest tone, Shaolin stepped forward, his curiosity piqued, momentarily lowering his guard. He cast a glance at her delicate, pale fist before his gaze shifted to Li's face. Her exquisite, alabaster features, gem-like blue eyes, and subtly curled lashes marked her as a true beauty. From a distance, admiration was all he felt, yet now, standing so close, he found his heart racing with desire. Compounding his discomfort, the dynamic of their positions, her seated, him standing, created an imposing perspective, leading his gaze to wander downward, where he quickly averted his eyes, feeling a rush of guilt. When he finally returned his gaze to Li, he was met with a smile that shattered her usual icy demeanor. Suddenly, he felt a tug at his collar, and before he could react, he was leaning towards her. It turned out Li's hand was devoid of anything. She merely sought to draw him closer, knowing that given his timid nature, he would instinctively retreat if she approached directly. You intend to steal? Shaolin thought she might be planning an attack, but before he could articulate his concern, his lips were enveloped by something soft and warm. Li had initiated a kiss. Reacting instinctively, he attempted to pull away, but her long legs swiftly wrapped around his waist, securing him in place. Stunned by the unexpected turn of events, Shaolin felt his mind race with various thoughts, even questioning whether he had crossed into a different realm entirely. Yet, as Li's body pressed against him, all thoughts ceased, leaving only the sounds of their shared breaths and the bed creaking under their weight. The next morning, Shaolin sat half reclined on the bed, his sturdy shoulders concealed beneath the covers, quietly weeping into the white fabric. Meanwhile, Li rose to fetch 2 oversized bathrobes. After donning one to cover her voluptuous figure, she handed the other to Shaolin. When he hesitated to take it, she merely smiled and returned to embrace him, playfully saying, "Silly pig, I will take responsibility, stop crying." "You must keep your word," Shaolin replied, his voice softened. "Of course," Li responded, playfully swatting a certain part of him beneath the covers. "You rest a bit. I've ordered a nutritious breakfast. After you eat, we shall continue, and by afternoon, we will register our marriage." Shaolin nestled against her shoulder, feeling like a young bird seeking comfort. Observing his vulnerable state, Li felt a surge of triumph and pride. She then descended from the bed and made her way to the bathroom, where Xia was bound and appeared haggard from a sleepless night spent listening to the live broadcast of events. Upon seeing Li again, Xia's resistance flared, despite her mouth being sealed with cloth. "What have you done to Mr. Shaolin?" she managed to exclaim, her face flushed as memories of the previous night surfaced. Realizing something significant had been lost, her classmates had often warned her to be wary of the yellow-haired characters, and now she began to understand their caution. Li flashed a victorious smile and replied, "It was merely a night of driving." "You lie. You were clearly in the room the entire time." Xia retorted angrily. "That is none of your concern. The young landlady is still in high school, correct? Being a minor, she should focus on her studies and leave adult matters alone. I demand to know the truth." Xia insisted, her determination unwavering. Yet Li showed no leniency. Considering the matter settled and the die cast, even the most alluring young landlady was now merely a defeated opponent. "All right, school starts at 7, if I recall correctly. It's about time I escorted you back," Li said, effortlessly lifting Xia as if she were a small chick, bringing her to the window. The window was a floor-to-ceiling one, leading to a balcony outside, while the room lay behind them. Meanwhile, Shaolin, overwhelmed by shyness, hid beneath the covers. Xia, taking in the disarray of the room, was left speechless. What kind of chaos had transpired the previous day? The floor was sticky with white residue, and glimmering watermarks adorned not only the ground but also the walls and ceiling. Kaixia struggled to comprehend how such a state could be achieved. What are you staring at? Let us go, La Jili urged, using her flight technique to whisk Kaixia away. Rather than being frightened by the flight, Kaixia felt a sense of loss as the fresh air replaced the strange odors that had filled her mind the night before. She sensed that after this day, what she desired would drift away like the fading scent. Upon reaching the school gate, she felt despondent. La Jili, you are cunning. You spoke ill of Mr. Shaolin in front of me. Yet why do you still pursue him? Seeing the girl's forlorn countenance, La Jili felt a twinge of remorse. Forcing Kaixia to listen to her passionate night with Shaolin was already quite devilish. However, the battlefield of love knows no courtesy or restraint. La Jili understood that if she didn't seize the opportunity, the harmonious relationship between Shaolin and Kaixia could very well lead to his departure from her life. I love Shaolin, La Jili declared with unwavering resolve. I can relinquish everything else, but this I cannot. Kaixia hesitated, already sensing the truth of last night's events. Would she have the courage to love as La Jili did? Uncertain, she could only drag her weary body into the school, observing her lonely figure. La Jili sighed. Without Shaolin, perhaps she and this girl could have been friends. Yet, she had no regrets. Ever since leaving yesterday, her heart had been tumultuous. To regain her composure and reclaim Shaolin, La Jili resolved to take bold action. After all, it was after kissing Shaolin's cheek that their tumultuous bond had begun. This time, she would be even more audacious. There was no point in dwelling on explanations now. It was merely the matter of increasing her word count. La Jili recalled Shaolin still in the room, likely having finished the nutritious breakfast she had ordered for him. Immediately returning to the second battle, La Jili unleashed her full potential, her form transforming into a streak of light as she sped back. It was now 7 in the morning. Upon spotting Shaolin, a surge of emotions coursed through her, reminiscent of thunderclaps igniting flames and the legendary Bauta subduing river demons. As the day wore on until 7 in the evening, the two finally exited their room. A radiant little bald man emerged from the hotel entrance, adjusting his collar, his bald head gleaming in the light. Beside him was a stunning woman, her legs trembling. They were none other than La Jili and Shaolin. What was happening? La Jili's expression was not quite right. Despite being an artificial human endowed with boundless stamina, she could not fathom why she had been bested by this little bald man. After dinner, shall we continue? Shaolin proposed eagerly, brimming with youthful vigor as he was about to embark on his first foray into the mystical realm. No, I wish to rest. My energy is lacking. La Jili replied weakly, shaking her head. Well, all right, Shaolin conceded, feeling a tinge of disappointment. He held great respect for La Jili, and since she was unwilling, he did not press the matter. Ever since his body had been revitalized, Shaolin felt an inexhaustible reservoir of energy, not only in battle but even in his initial skirmishes. He could navigate with remarkable ease due to his formidable stamina. Observing La Jili struggling to walk, Shaolin gallantly scooped her up in his arms. What are you doing? So many people are watching. La Jili exclaimed, taken aback by Shaolin's sudden gesture. Your legs are unsteady. Allow me to carry you. Let us return home to rest, he replied, lifting La Jili into the air, astonishing passers-by. Someone is flying. Is this a performance? As they soared high above, La Jili wrapped her arms around Shaolin's neck, leaning her face close to his, playfully giving him a peck. Why are you blushing? No one can see us now, she teased, finding amusement in his reddened cheeks. Shaolin, let us obtain our marriage certificate tomorrow, La Jili suggested, intending to do so today, but having forgotten in their excitement. Yes, that sounds good, Shaolin affirmed eagerly, nodding vigorously. Unbeknownst to them, shortly after they vacated the hotel, an irate housekeeping attendant rushed to the front desk. Room 1015 must forfeit the deposit. It absolutely must. The attendant was fuming, leaving the front desk manager momentarily stunned. What happened? The manager inquired. The room is a disaster. The floor, the walls, the ceiling, the bathroom, it's all a mess. Just go see for yourself. The manager, skeptical of the attendant's exaggerated claims, was hesitant, recalling that only 2 individuals had exited the room. How chaotic could it possibly be? However, upon the attendant's insistence, he reluctantly decided to investigate. Upon entering, he was immediately overwhelmed by the stench, his eyes widening at the sight of the untidiness. Goodness! The floor, the walls, the ceiling, it's a catastrophe. The bed is destroyed, and the trash can is overflowing with white paper balls. We must deduct the deposit. The manager, incensed, stormed back to the front desk and, after reviewing the registration information, attempted to contact the blonde female guest and the bald male guest for compensation. However, after numerous attempts, he discovered that the provided phone number was fake. Left with no recourse, he could only suffer the loss in silence. Consequently, the manager placed the blonde woman and the bald man on the hotel's blacklist, ensuring that they would be unwelcome at all branches and franchises in the future. How infuriating. Chapter 70. The Genesis Dragon Soul. After writing 200,000 words, Xiaolin finally stepped into the hallowed halls of matrimony. His wedding was a modest affair, as his only friends in this world were the principal characters from the Dragon Ball saga. At the altar, Xiaolin donned a sharply tailored suit, and despite being a little bald, he exuded an air of charisma. Lazili, in a pure white wedding gown, displayed a slight curvature of her abdomen, clearly pregnant, yet radiated a unique beauty. It was inevitable. Xiaolin, inexperienced yet exuberant, and Lazili, youthful yet long neglected, together formed a perfect union, akin to the much-needed rain after a prolonged drought, or the relentless flow of the Yellow River bursting forth. After a month of diligent effort, they decided to proceed with the wedding. Initially, Lazili was reluctant, believing a marriage certificate and a child sufficed, viewing the wedding as mere formalism. However, Xiaolin insisted, believing that the certificate was merely official and that they needed to publicly proclaim their union. Thus, they invited friends, including Suan Wukong and his family, Master Kame Sanin, Bulma's family, Tianjin Fawn, Bike, Yamucha, and the Earth Four. Even their furry companions, Wulong, Puki, and Dahai too, made appearances. Finally, esteemed guests such as Dondi, Kalinshin, Babaxian, and Yakalubii from the celestial realm graced the occasion. In the brief months they had been apart, Xiaolin was on the precipice of fatherhood. The most astonished was Master Kame Sanin, reflecting on the fact that such a delightful person was willing to marry Xiaolin. Yamucha, too, found it hard to believe. Reminded of his own circumstances and witnessing Bulma's joyful scene, Yamucha felt a wave of despair wash over him. In stark contrast to Yamucha's dismay, Xiaolin and Lazili exchanged vows amidst fireworks and the blessings of their friends, their faces aglow with happiness. Meanwhile, in the vastness beyond the seventh universe, a magnificent palace floated in the void, radiating a divine glow, imposing and solemn. This was the palace of the Omni King, the residence of the ruler of the 12 universes. At this moment, a diminutive figure with white hair and blue skin stood beside the throne of the Omni King. He was the Grand Minister, the eldest of the angels. The Grand Minister raised his scepter slightly, delivering a decree that echoed throughout the cosmos. All high-ranking angels and apprentice angels, except those guiding the destroyers, were summoned back to the palace of the Omni King. Shortly after the Grand Minister's proclamation, figures began to materialize on either side of the Grand Hall, standing tall and respectful. Assessing the gathered crowd, the Grand Minister noted the numbers were sufficient. Suddenly, he noticed an unexpected presence. Whis, did I not instruct that the guiding angels need not attend? Your duty is to care for the destroyers. Yes, Father, but Lord Bylus is currently asleep, and out of curiosity upon hearing your summons, I came to observe, Whis replied. Very well, the Grand Minister acknowledged, not pressing the matter further. He then produced a cerulean orb, its exquisite beauty captivating the assembled angels, who had lived for millennia, yet had never encountered such a gem. The puzzled expressions did not escape the Grand Minister's notice, prompting him to recount the origin of this orb. Originally, the universe was shrouded in chaos, inhabited by myriad chaotic beings. The father of the Omni King, known as the Great Omni King, was once among these entities. In the midst of chaos, he gathered 7 orbs that sealed the Genesis Dragon souls. Summoning the Genesis Dragon God and wishing for unparalleled power, successfully creating 20 universes from the chaos. After fulfilling his wish, the Genesis Dragon God would disperse into 7 dragon souls, scattered across various times and spaces, rendering their retrieval exceedingly difficult. Moreover, even if one were fortunate enough to locate a Genesis Dragon soul, capturing it would be impossible. The sole means of containment was the Genesis Dragon Orb, a vessel created by the Great Omni King to house the Genesis Dragon souls. Presently, the Grand Minister sensed that a Genesis Dragon soul was poised to descend into his current timeline. Thus, he urgently summoned the angels across the 12 universes. My esteemed father, with your formidable strength, you should be more than capable of collecting the Genesis Dragon soul. What is the purpose of summoning us here? After listening, Weiss has gained some understanding of the Genesis Dragon God, but remains perplexed as to why his father would go to such lengths to call nearly the entire clan together. The individuals coveting the Genesis Dragon God are not limited to us. There are also the Chaos beings. It would be more appropriate to refer to them as the Chaos Clan, as they have now acquired a leader, the High Priest elucidated. The Chaos Clan? A leader? The angels exchanged bewildered glances. They were somewhat familiar with the Chaos beings, having dealt with them for over 1,000,000 years. Presently, the location of the Grand King's palace lies at the boundary between 12 universes and the Chaos realm. In the beginning, the Grand King, empowered by the Genesis Dragon God, unleashed a massacre in the Chaos, nearly claiming half of the Chaos world for himself. Subsequently, the Grand King utilized this fraction of the Chaos world to create 20 universes. However, the Chaos beings that were purged upon their rebirth felt a deep-seated fury and a covetous desire for the Grand King's strength, leading them to unite and launch a massive offensive against the 20 universes. The Grand King had just created these 20 universes when his strength waned, and being distracted by the need to protect them from destruction. He ultimately repelled the Chaos beings' incursions, but sustained grievous injuries, his body and soul shattering into countless fragments scattered across the 20 universes, transforming into various life forms. The angelic High Priest and the Grand King coalesced from relatively large fragments or multiple fragments, inheriting the most of the Grand King's will, and thus established the Grand King's palace to guard the boundary between the universe and the Chaos realm, ensuring that the Chaos beings could not infiltrate the universe. Yet, the Chaos beings have always harbored animosity towards us, and now that one of the Genesis Dragon souls has appeared on our side, they will certainly not relent. After the High Priest explained everything, the others began to comprehend the situation. However, considering that the Chaos beings possess such weak combat power that even the angels can easily defeat them, how could they possibly threaten the Grand King? Just as the other angels felt that the High Priest's concerns were unwarranted, a voice erupted within the Grand King's palace. Ha ha ha, High Priest. You remain as obstinate as ever. We three are clearly the greatest deities formed from the largest fragments. Why do you stubbornly assist that diminutive figure in becoming the Grand King? A towering humanoid creature, muscular with a snake-like head, bull horns, and an unruly mane of dark hair, strode slowly through the entrance. With each step, the floor crunched beneath him. Exhibiting no reverence for the Grand King's meticulously crafted palace, his face instead displaying disdain and arrogance. The other angels, upon witnessing this creature, exhibited a range of expressions, the majority of which were rooted in astonishment. For the Grand King's palace was a joint creation of the Grand King and the High Priest, so sturdy that even their combined might would leave no mark, yet this monstrous figure could effortlessly shatter it. Most significantly, his tone was rife with contempt and hostility towards the angelic race. Salama, I never imagined you would fall so low as to betray us to the Chaos, the High Priest remarked, remaining unfazed by the creature's insolence. Salama. Weiss was taken aback. He recognized the name. One of the ancient deities, Dragon God Salama, reputed for creating the super dragon balls that could grant any wish, possessed strength akin to that of his esteemed father. However, it seemed he had been eradicated by the Grand King, and now he reappeared here. Fall. The Grand King was once a Chaos being himself. I do not consider this a fall but rather a return to my origins, a reversion to simplicity, Salama retorted with a mocking smile. Enough, Salama. This is not the time for your antics. If you do not wish to be eradicated, return swiftly to your Chaos realm, the High Priest commanded. Eradicate? If I have calculated correctly, that little Grand King should still be in a period of slumber. You cannot intimidate me. Moreover, I have come prepared. With that, Dragon God Salama summoned a series of black vortexes around him, from which a multitude of grotesque creatures emerged, some walking upright, while others crawled on all fours. They were bizarrely formed, with human bodies and animal heads, and some were hybrids of various ferocious beasts, creating a scene that was disconcerting to behold. These are the Chaos beings, predominantly possessing abstract appearances. The angels within the Grand King's palace immediately assumed defensive stances, ready for combat. Incompetence, Salama scoffed, waving his hand dismissively, unleashing a wave of catastrophic dark energy that would turn any angel it touched to dust. Yet, as Salama initiated his attack, the High Priest, positioned before the Grand Throne, acted swiftly, conjuring a translucent blue shield that enveloped all the angels, effortlessly dissipating the dark energy. It seems that even after tens of millions of years, your power has not diminished, Salama conceded, albeit begrudgingly. However, suddenly, a black chasm materialized beside the high priest, and a massive sword imbued with dark energy swung toward the 7 blue orbs floating behind him, obliterating the Genesis Dragon Balls in an instant. This time, even the typically composed high priest was taken aback, for he had not sensed the approach of his adversary. However, he quickly deduced the identity of the assailant, a creature with a dragon's head and a humanoid body, sporting dragon wings on its back, a dragon guardian of Salama. It appeared this dragon guardian had absorbed an excessive amount of chaos power, effectively disrupting the divine techniques of detection. Yet, absorbing too much chaos power could lead to soul fragmentation. After destroying the Genesis Dragon Balls, the Dragon Guardian's body began to disintegrate. Ha ha ha, High Priest. Now that the vessel is destroyed, I wonder how you shall collect the Genesis Dragon Soul. Salama laughed heartily, having successfully executed his plan. Just as Salama had predicted, a golden beam that had initially aimed for the Grand King's palace began to falter due to the disappearance of the Genesis Dragon Balls, subsequently veering off course towards the 7th universe, one of the 12. Noticing the shift in the direction of the Genesis Dragon Soul, the High Priest furrowed his brow. The Genesis Dragon Soul was crucial to the Grand King's dominion over the entire universe. Should it fall into the hands of another, it could give rise to beings capable of threatening both the angelic race and the Grand King. You came solely to destroy the vessel of the Dragon Soul? Indeed. Isn't it infuriating? Salama laughed with bravado, but then suddenly raised an eyebrow, sensing an impending arrival. He swiftly summoned another black hole, commanding the bizarre chaos beings to retreat. Before long, a purple potato-like figure clad in attire appeared upon the throne within the Grand King's palace. The other angels immediately knelt partially. The purple potato figure surveyed the scene and pointed at the center, where Dragon God Salama stood, inquiring of the High Priest, "Who is he?" Observing the utter disregard the potato figure exhibited, Dragon God Salama clenched his teeth, seething with rage. "You insolent tuber." With that, he stepped into a black vortex that appeared beside him. Salama was acutely aware that the purple potato figure was the Grand King. Although he dared to insult him to his face, he was nonetheless fearful, for within the confines of the 12 universes, the Grand King possessed the authority to obliterate all entities, including Dragon God Salama. This was the reason the Grand King retained his legitimacy after the Grand King's disappearance and why the 12 universes had endured against the Chaos Realm for so many years. The Black Vortex led to the Chaos Realm, where the Grand King's power could not reach Salama. Thus, Salama dared only to exchange barbs before fleeing in a panic upon encountering the Grand King. Regardless, I have achieved my purpose this time. As long as the Chuangshi Longhun does not fall into the hands of Quan Wang, there remains a possibility for me to overthrow his reign. Just wait, Malingshu, for I shall surely tear you apart in the future. As the black hole dissipated, only the fierce words of the dragon god Salama remained in the air. He was merely a mischievous, chaotic being, and His Majesty Quan Wang need not concern himself with such trivialities. The high priest squinted, and with a slight tremor of his staff, the damaged areas of the Quan Wang palace miraculously restored themselves. Oh, I had thought something interesting had occurred to awaken me early. The expression on the face of Quan Wang was blank, concealing any emotion, yet this only heightened the sense of dread. The angels kneeling below were drenched in cold sweat, fearing that a sudden displeasure from Quan Wang could lead to their erasure. In this world, only the high priest seemed unafraid of Quan Wang. I sincerely apologize for disturbing your Majesty's slumber, the high priest remarked discreetly. Currently, nothing particularly interesting has transpired across the 12 universes. Perhaps your Majesty should return and rest a bit longer. Indeed, very well. Quan Wang nodded in agreement, and once again, his figure vanished from sight. The angels below finally breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently, the high priest issued a command for all available angels to immediately search the 12 universes for the whereabouts of the Chuangshi Longhun. Chapter 71. The vanished protagonist 10 months later, in an underground location on Earth. An elderly man with Mediterranean features and a peculiar hedgehog-like tuft of white hair was intently observing the information transmitted by a spy robot. The notion that androids could bear children was a concept Dr. Jero had never dared to imagine. He was, of course, referring to the child of Lotzi Li and Xiaolin. Since Xiaolin had vanquished Shalu, Dr. Gero had secluded himself to investigate the source of Xiaolin's extraordinary strength, yet he had made little progress. He found himself unable to create a more powerful android to contend with him. However, with Android 18 nearing childbirth, Dr. Gero suddenly conceived a bold idea. Could he enhance the androids by merging them with the offspring of the monstrous Xiaolin, thereby creating an entity even more formidable than Xiaolin himself? Despite his ambitions, Xiaolin's strength was such that even the slightest approach from the spy robot would be detected. It should be noted that Dr. Gero's new spy robots had posed no threat even when close to the complete form of Shalu. Thus, Dr. Gero could only dare to monitor Xiaolin and his wife from a distance, fearing retaliation should Xiaolin discover his presence. This was indeed troublesome. Dr. Gero harbored a strong desire to study the child of Xiaolin and Android 18, yet he found himself at an impasse. Perhaps he could secretly abduct the child? That seemed implausible, as Dr. Gero was well aware that Xiaolin possessed instant transmission capabilities, allowing him to appear at any moment. Dr. Gero believed he needed to devise an untraceable containment pod for the baby, isolating the child of Android 18 and Xiaolin within it, so that Xiaolin could not find them. Dr. Gero was a man of action, quick to implement any idea that crossed his mind. While Dr. Gero busied himself, Xiaolin was pacing anxiously in front of the delivery room of a large hospital. His emotions were a tumultuous mix of worry, fear, anticipation, and unease. He was about to become a father while simultaneously fretting over the well-being of his wife during childbirth. At last, a cry pierced the air, signaling a smooth delivery. His wife, Lotzi Li, was wheeled back to the recovery room, and Xiaolin followed closely behind. Their child was a daughter. As Xiaolin carefully cradled her in his arms, he noticed that the little one had yet to open her eyes, her hair sparse but faintly golden, reminiscent of her mother. Overjoyed, Xiaolin approached Lotzi Li's bedside, where she sat up to gently receive their daughter from him. The next moment was dedicated to naming their child. Xiaolin pondered numerous names from Huaxia culture. Yet Lotzi Li insisted on naming their daughter Marwen. Xiaolin was speechless. Marwen was the name of the original's former girlfriend. Though the circumstances had changed, he acquiesced to his wife's insistence. Just as they settled on a name, a streak of light traversed the sky above Earth. This beam of light was none other than the Chuangshi Longhan, having escaped from the Quanwang Palace to the seventh universe. It sensed that a human on Earth was continuously absorbing the surrounding energy, a trait highly suitable for serving as its vessel. Thus, the Chuangshi Longhan plunged into the atmosphere, heading toward the hospital where Xiaolin was located. Almost simultaneously, everyone looked up at the sky, witnessing a golden light slicing through the heavens and entering the local hospital. Upon seeing this light attempting to enter his body, Xiaolin immediately entered a defensive stance. The Chuangshi Longhan, finding it difficult to penetrate, opted instead to merge into the infant Marwen, still cradled in Lotzi Li's arms. Though this newborn girl was not as formidable as Xiaolin, the surrounding energy seemed to be quite welcoming to her, making her equally suitable for the Chuangshi Longhan to inhabit. This event transpired in an instant, leaving both Xiaolin and Lotzi Li momentarily stunned. After observing Marwen for a moment, and seeing that she appeared unharmed, they both exhaled in relief, though they were left with an unsettling feeling regarding the mysterious light beam. What should have been a joyous occasion now bore a weight of anxiety for the couple. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their thoughts. How rare it is for the Chuangshi Longhan to choose a mortal as a vessel. A figure dressed in priestly attire, with blue skin and white hair, floated into the delivery room. Though this character had not appeared in the previous Dragon Ball anime, both Xiaolin and Lotzi Li exclaimed in unison, "Heavens, an angel? Do you know us?" This unexpected figure was indeed an angel named Bangang. Bangang had been tasked by the high priest to seek out the Chuangshi Longhan and had just discovered that it had fled to a remote planet in the seventh universe. Upon arriving, he was astonished to find that the Chuangshi Longhan had chosen a human infant as its vessel, a notion beyond his comprehension. "I must take this child. Since you are aware of my identity, you should willingly hand her over. Though we angels cannot interfere in mortal conflicts, the divine mandate allows for exceptions." Xiaolin furrowed his brow at these words, realizing that the implication was that Bangang, due to some mission, could act without fear of repercussions against mortals. He glanced at his wife and child. Noting Lotzi Li's evident tension, she understood the terror that angels could invoke. After all, they were beings capable of besting even destroyers. Nevertheless, Xiaolin knew he could not back down. What kind of father would relinquish his newborn daughter to save his own life? What if I refuse? Refuse? Huh. I am not requesting. I am merely stating an impending reality. A haughty expression crossed Bangang's blue visage, and in the next moment, the infant in Lotzi Li's embrace vanished, floating beside Bangang, enveloped in a blue aura. Before Xiaolin and Lotzi Li could react, Bangang transformed into a streak of light and swiftly departed from Earth. Marwin, Lotzi Li cried out. Xiaolin instantly activated his instant transmission. He sensed that his newborn daughter possessed considerable energy, allowing him to locate her with clarity. In an instant, Xiaolin appeared before Bangang. The angel was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this bald mortal could match his speed. Xiaolin was uncertain if his strength could contend with an angel, yet in that moment, he had no time for doubt. He simply charged forward to reclaim his daughter. Unleashing the Kaioken at 1,000 times, he confronted the proud Bangang, whose demeanor faltered for just a moment at the sight of the mortal radiating red energy. The strength has now nearly matched that of a typical destroyer god. As Kobayashi launched a full-scale assault, Bangang merely lifted his staff, preventing Kobayashi from advancing even a step. Switching his approach, after exchanging several blows with Bangang, the fears stemming from the unknown nature of angels began to dissipate. Though he claimed he would give up, he possessed a bug skill that allowed him to absorb energy endlessly, enhancing his strength. To prepare for future formidable foes, despite living harmoniously with Razali and Hame, Kobayashi dispatched countless clones across the cosmos to absorb energy and bolster his combat prowess. With a mere thought, innumerable Kobayashi clones instantaneously converged to encircle the angel. Waves of attacks surged from all directions like shadows. What appeared to be an inescapable net was effortlessly evaded by the angel Bangang. This was the manifestation of his passive skill, the divine technique of the gods, which allowed his body and consciousness to separate, enabling him to perceive dangers instinctively without conscious thought, akin to having an evasion AI embedded throughout his body, except for his mind. This somewhat unfair technique was akin to the latest divine art mentioned in Dragon Ball Super before Kobayashi's traversal. Quite intriguing, Bangang mused, marveling at Kobayashi's ability to summon identical entities simultaneously. However, before he could finish his contemplation, the multitude of Kobayashi clones merged into a singular entity, signifying a transformation from quantity to quality. Kobayashi's strength experienced exponential growth, a pace that even Bangang found impressive. The newly fused Kobayashi unleashed 1,000-fold Kaioken, charging towards Bangang at an astonishing speed, compelling Bangang to exert his full power in response. Despite the full-powered version of the divine technique still managing to evade Kobayashi's rapid strikes, it could not endure for long. At one moment, Kobayashi's fist tore through Bangang's face, leaving a crimson streak on his azure visage. Could a mere mortal possess the strength to rival an angel? Bangang had no choice but to distance himself from Kobayashi, who immediately closed the gap. Even Kobayashi did not anticipate that after merging with his clones, he could unleash power surpassing that of an angel. In that moment, his confidence surged, and just as he was about to continue his pursuit of Bangang, he felt his body inexplicably retreating. It was merely a matter of surpassing strength. However, the angelic lineage does not ascend to the pinnacle of existence through sheer force alone. With a gentle flick of Bangang's staff, time in the 7th universe began to reverse, increasing the distance between Kobayashi and himself. You mortals lack divine power. You cannot defeat a true deity. A hand of Bangang emanated a white radiance as he pointed towards Kobayashi, declaring, "Destruction." Kobayashi's body began to fracture inch by inch. This too was a divine technique, a power exclusive to the destroyer gods, but one that an angel of greater strength could wield. The one struck by this technique would face obliteration. As Kobayashi disintegrated into fragments, Bangang felt a twinge of regret. What a pity to find such enjoyment in battle with a human, only to lose it. Bangang muttered to himself. Indeed, it was a pity. Even an angel as powerful as he could show vulnerabilities. Super Magic Sealing Wave. With the invocation of the technique's name, Bangang suddenly sensed the space around him warping as his divine technique activated, instinctively prompting him to flee. Yet, the scope of the super magic sealing wave was far too vast. Not only was Bangang affected, but the surrounding galaxies twisted and deformed, clearly under the influence of the sealing wave. Damn it! Time reversal, time reversal. Bangang attempted to utilize his divine skill, but manipulating time proved challenging even for angels. Now in a cooling period, Bangon deeply regretted using such a powerful move merely to evade a minor attack. Ultimately, with anguished roars of defiance, this once mighty angel was sealed within a rice cooker. Kobayashi promptly sealed it with a lid and pressed the button to revert the rice cooker back into a capsule. Ever since the incident with Frieza, Kobayashi had carried capsules containing rice cookers and sealing wave seals. The magic sealing wave, truly a divine technique. Kobayashi sighed as he retracted the capsule. With the disappearance of Bangon, the imprisoned Marin appeared before Kobayashi. He immediately shielded his daughter with energy and instantaneously transported back to the hospital. "Madam, you have just given birth. It is crucial to rest and not move around." Razali attempted to rise to find her husband and daughter, but the nurses quickly intervened to prevent her. These were mere mortals, yet, for some reason, after giving birth to Marin, Razali felt utterly drained of power, struggling against the nurses' grasp. The conflict between patients and nurses turned the ward into chaos. At that moment, a shadowy figure seized the opportunity to enter and replace Marin's original crib with a specially designed baby pod of his own making. Upon completing the exchange, the figure swiftly exited. As he reached the door, the figure pulled down the black cloth covering his face, panting heavily. Such vigorous activity was indeed ill-suited for an elderly individual. Indeed, this person was Dr. Goro. He had created a baby pod that could obscure detection and transform into a capsule, which could then teleport to a designated location. With such a convenient device, it was quite easy to abduct Razali's daughter, but the challenge lay in approaching without being detected by Kobayashi. Just as Dr. Goro pondered this dilemma, a mysterious blue-skinned figure appeared to distract Kobayashi. This was a rare opportunity, and Dr. Goro promptly moved to switch the cribs. He believed Kobayashi would undoubtedly return with his daughter. As expected, shortly after, Kobayashi reappeared in the ward. This supernatural phenomenon frightened the nurses who intended to obstruct Razali, causing them to scatter in an instant, leaving only Kobayashi, Razali, and the peacefully sleeping Marin in his arms. "Marin," Razali rushed to check on her daughter, and upon seeing that all was well, she collapsed to the ground. Kobayashi quickly placed Marin in the nearby baby pod, curious as to why it appeared different from before. But his concern for his wife's condition took precedence. "Razali, are you all right?" Kobayashi assisted Razali back to her bed. "I'm fine, just a bit weak." After confirming Marin's safety, Razali lost her earlier vigor, leaving her physically drained. At that moment, the pod containing Marin suddenly transformed into white smoke and vanished. However, the parents, Kobayashi and Razali, failed to notice as their attention was drawn elsewhere. The traces of Bangon seemed to have disappeared. It was human. Another blue-skinned figure appeared, but this time it was someone familiar to both Kobayashi and Razali. The leader of the angelic race, the Grand Priest, renowned as the strongest in Dragon Ball Super. "As punishment for your transgressions against the gods, I shall exile you beyond this world." The Grand Priest ignored the astonishment of Kobayashi and Razali, and with a flick of his staff, the ground beneath Kobayashi shattered, revealing a dark abyss. Kobayashi immediately attempted to flee, but countless dark hands from within the abyss ensnared him. Despite his strength now rivaling that of an angel, he found himself unable to break free. "Kobayashi," Razali rushed forward, trying to grasp the continuously descending Kobayashi. "Stay back, Razali. Take care of Marin." But it was too late. As she approached Kobayashi, Razali was also drawn into the abyss. The two vanished from this world. Chapter 72. Changing discs. Dr. Goro hid outside the door, too frightened to move. How could the seemingly invincible Shaolin, who even defeated Sha Lu, be so effortlessly vanquished by this blue-skinned individual? The divine officer in the hospital also took note of Dr. Goluo. However, as long as he did not actively intervene, angels typically refrained from meddling in the affairs of mortals. Just as Bangang Lin was sealed away by the magical barrier, he sent a message of his plight to the divine officer. The divine officer promptly arrived. Intrigued as to why a mere mortal possessed energy comparable to that of an angel, yet he acted without hesitation to eliminate Shaolin, solely because the latter had offended the angelic race. Soon after, the divine officer inspected the room, and fortunately, Dr. Goluo had inadvertently abducted Ma Lin, which meant the divine officer did not uncover any trace of the Genesis dragon soul, allowing him to depart unimpeded. At that moment, Dr. Goluo finally dared to breathe deeply. realizing he had been so frightened that even his breathing had been cautious. He noticed that the blue-skinned individual had been clearly searching for something. Could it be that they were after Shaolin's daughter? Did that little child possess something that could attract such a formidable being? If so, he must proceed with caution during his research to ensure that those blue-skinned entities did not sense Shaolin's daughter. Dr. Goluo quickly retrieved his vehicle and sped towards his secret base. Upon entering through a concealed cave, he indeed found a crib set up in the designated area, containing a peacefully sleeping infant. How can you be sleeping at your age? Dr. Goluo mused, recalling that 18 had given her the name Ma Luan. He decided not to rename her. From that moment forth, she would be known as Ma Luan. Thus began the experimental modifications. Dr. Goluo intended to transform Ma Luan into an artificial being, convinced that Shaolin's daughter could become the mightiest warrior. However, shortly thereafter, he abandoned this notion, recalling his similar aspirations when creating Raditz and Sha Lu. Both possessed unimaginable strength, yet what did it matter? Neither obeyed his commands, even openly defying him and showing no respect for their creator. Strength, though formidable, devoid of control, rendered them failures. If Ma Luan were to follow the same path, then her existence would be rendered unnecessary. Hence, Dr. Goluo resolved not to continue with his previous methods. How could he ensure Ma Luan's obedience? Implanting a program? No. Regardless of how he altered her, if she felt dissatisfaction, she would seize any opportunity to rebel. Dr. Goluo found himself troubled. As one of the foremost intellects in the Dragon Ball universe, he could not conceive an effective strategy. At this juncture, he could only rely on the wisdom of predecessors and delve into books. Dr. Goluo left the base once more to visit a bookstore, seeking literature that might impart knowledge on this matter. Do you have any books that teach one to be obedient? He inquired after failing to locate anything suitable. The clerk, slightly bewildered, asked, "Who do you want to be obedient?" After a moment of contemplation, Dr. Goluo replied that it was for an infant. The clerk, enlightened, recommended a childcare manual, as well as titles such as How to Be a Good Father and 3 Essentials for Communicating with Children. Upon acquiring these books, Dr. Goluo felt as if he had struck gold and immediately returned to the base to study them. An hour later, after finishing, he was filled with profound realization. It turned out that beyond material needs, humans also harbored emotional requirements. The text suggested that to earn a child's genuine affection, one must reciprocate with sincerity. To gain their respect, one must serve as a role model. This seemed somewhat absurd. Humans are inherently selfish creatures, capable of turning against one another even within familial bonds. Was the author of these texts a sentimentalist? Dr. Goluo scoffed, recalling how he had once threatened other artificial beings with his life to compel their obedience. Was that not a form of self-interest? Yet, such a relationship could never be stable. Although the book's assertions seemed implausible, he found himself devoid of better alternatives. Perhaps he should give it a try. If it worked, it would be a boon. And if not, he had nothing to lose. Resolutely, he decided to treat Ma Luan with kindness, nurturing her into adulthood. Though not out of genuine affection, he mused that she would remain unaware of his true intentions. Indeed, this is the course I shall take. Thus, Dr. Goluo procured numerous books on child-rearing, immersing himself in their contents and embarking on a dual role of both father and caretaker. When Ma Luan was hungry, he personally prepared her formula. If she awoke from sleep due to needing a diaper change, he would attend to her needs. To satisfy her curiosity, Dr. Goluo even acquired various toys. These responsibilities were burdensome, yet with his intellect, he could have easily created an AI robot to handle childcare duties. However, in pursuit of nurturing a compliant super warrior, he chose to invest his time and effort, even relinquishing his most beloved research. He relocated from the secret base to a quaint town, purchasing a home and adopting the guise of a benevolent elderly gentleman. The rationale behind this was simple. He believed that a kind, grandfatherly figure would earn greater respect from his granddaughter. Consequently, Dr. Goluo transformed his former nefarious ways and became a widely praised good neighbor. 7 years later, the once helpless infant had blossomed into a 7-year-old child. Unlike the original Ma Luan, this version had been born 4 years earlier, resulting in slight variations in her appearance. This Ma Luan inherited the exquisite beauty of Raditz, but, unlike Raditz's striking presence, her features leaned towards a softer, more endearing charm, likely a trait inherited from her father. Shaolin. Now, Ma Luan attended a regular elementary school in the town. With her flowing golden hair and charmingly sweet visage, She garnered considerable affection from both her peers and teachers. In her latest examination, she achieved a perfect score, ranking first in her class. She was encouraged to continue her diligent efforts. The homeroom teacher handed Ma Luan a paper filled with red check marks, and she graciously accepted it, her youthful voice chiming. "Thank you, teacher." No matter how many times one witnessed it, her appearance and voice were undeniably adorable. The teacher nodded and moved on to the next student. Ma Luan gazed at her neatly written paper, a smile creeping onto her face as she clenched her small fist. Grandfather would surely be delighted. At 3:30 p.m., the school bell rang, signaling the end of the day. Ma Luan packed her belongings and exited the classroom. Just as she was about to leave, she noticed a group of boys gathering nearby. Among them was a clean-cut, youthful boy who, despite being shy, summoned his courage amidst the encouragement of his peers. "The school beauty is coming out, hurry up," they urged. The title of school beauty was a designation bestowed by the male students based on their own aesthetic judgments. Although Ma Luan was still quite young and had just entered the first grade, her golden hair, fair complexion, and sparkling blue eyes made her the darling of the boys, easily overshadowing older female classmates. The young boy, albeit nervous, ran up to Ma Luan, blushing as he offered her a letter before quickly retreating. Ma Luan stood momentarily stunned, watching the boy flee, before glancing at the group of boys who had cheered him on. They too scattered, having initially sought amusement in encouraging the boy to confess. Little did they expect that Ma Luan would actually accept the love letter. At this moment, they suddenly experienced a twinge of regret, realizing that had they known it would be so effortless, they would have done well themselves. However, these were mere trivialities, as this narrative does not dwell on such matters. Ma Luan did not open the letter on the spot. Instead, she casually stuffed it into her backpack and hurried home. At this moment, Ma Luan was eager to share the news of her perfect score with her grandfather. After exiting the school gates, she jogged back with her backpack, covering the distance of approximately 3 kilometers in one breath, all while maintaining a composed demeanor. "Ah, Ma Luan is back," exclaimed the short-haired aunt from next door. "Yes, I just got out of school." "Good afternoon, Auntie," Ma Luan politely paused to greet her. This was a lesson instilled by her grandfather. One must always acknowledge their elders. A demonstration of good upbringing. Living solely with her grandfather, Ma Luan matured quickly, always mindful of her grandfather's teachings, as she did not wish to disappoint him. No matter how many times it occurred, she truly was an adorable and well-mannered child. The neighbor's aunt was nearly overflowing with affection, even contemplating returning her own mischievous son to have another daughter. "Hee no way." Ma Luan beamed with the innocent smile characteristic of children, relishing compliments about her cuteness, even though her grandfather had instructed her not to be prideful. "By the way, Ma Luan, today seems to be the day the exam results are released. How did you do?" inquired the neighbor's aunt. "I scored full marks," Ma Luan replied without a hint of modesty, her smile radiating. "Oh, how clever you are, Ma Luan." Amidst the praises, Ma Luan found herself lost in joy. Upon arriving home, dinner was already prepared. "Grandpa, I'm back. My dear granddaughter has returned." The dining table was adorned with a variety of dishes, and a kindly old gentleman emerged from the kitchen, placing a clean set of utensils before Ma Luan. "Wash your hands. It's time for dinner." This gentleman was, of course, Dr. Goku, who had been diligently applying the educational principles found in his books on child rearing. In fact, to ensure Ma Luan developed healthy eating habits, Dr. Goku had even taught himself how to cook. As a man in the twilight of his physical prowess, he had contemplated giving up countless times. Yet, as Ma Luan grew from a babbling infant into an adorable little girl capable of communication and dependence, even displaying moments of affection, Dr. Goku suddenly found renewed motivation. He had been married before and had a son, but he had never possessed the patience he now displayed. The more effort Dr. Goku invested in Ma Luan, the more he cherished her. On numerous occasions, he had contemplated conducting experiments on her, but he always dismissed the idea, citing her young age and inability to endure such suffering as an excuse. Gradually, even Dr. Goku was unaware of how much he was enjoying the experience of raising a child. "Look at this, Grandpa." Instead of washing her hands immediately, Ma Luan retrieved her perfect test paper from her backpack and presented it to Dr. Goku. The question seemed dreadfully simplistic to him, yet upon seeing the score, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. "Impressive, Ma Luan. How shall I reward our little genius?" Having lived with Ma Luan for 7 years, Dr. Goku was well aware of her preferences. "How about I take you shopping for lovely clothes this weekend?" That sounds wonderful. Thank you, Grandpa. Upon hearing the news of new clothes, Ma Luan leaped with joy and embraced Dr. Goluo's neck. All right, go wash your hands for dinner, otherwise, the food will get cold. Hom. As Ma Luan went to wash her hands, she noticed a commotion coming from the neighbor's house. A pitiful voice called out, Mom? What are you doing? I passed this time. Why are you still hitting me? Passing should be a normal thing, right? You think it's something to brag about, huh? Ma Luan next door got full marks, and you only passed. I'll teach you a lesson, you unambitious child. No, all along. Ma Luan had been a representation of the children from the neighboring households. Though she appeared charming and was well-loved, she also became the nightmare of her peers in the same grade. Whenever parents spoke of Ma Luan, their children trembled in fear, anticipating punishment. By the way, Grandpa, a boy gave me something today. While enjoying her meal, Ma Luan suddenly recalled the envelope she had received from a boy after school. It was her first experience with such an occurrence, so she mentioned it for her seasoned grandfather to handle. What? Dr. Goluo sensed something amiss. Quick, show it to Grandpa. Ma Luan produced the envelope, and upon opening it, Dr. Goluo was astonished to discover it was a love letter. What is wrong with today's elementary students? Such young ages, and they are already thinking of such things. Dr. Goluo felt a surge of anger, incensed that someone would dare entertain thoughts toward his precious granddaughter. This was utterly intolerable. Ma Luan, from now on, you must never accept letters from boys. If they try to get close to you, remember to distance yourself immediately. You are a girl, and you must learn to protect yourself. Do you understand? Seeing her grandfather's rare seriousness, Ma Luan nodded earnestly. I understand, Grandpa. Good, that's the way to be. Dr. Goluo initially considered tearing the letter apart, but decided against it, thinking it prudent to take it to school the following day and present it to the principal, hoping to address the behavior of such misguided children. Chapter 73, The Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Unable to find an image of Ma Luan, I'll draw one myself. This is my first attempt, and if it's not well received, I'll try again. You can also draw it. I'll leave a segment for comments. After taking a shower, Ma Luan donned her pink pajamas and settled on the sofa to watch television. Today, a fire broke out at the Chinda department store in Satan City, where Miss Bai Di Li, daughter of a hero, became trapped while attempting to rescue others, only to be saved by Superman Saiyan. The news broadcast displayed footage of the fire, featuring a person clad in green attire, wearing a white turban and sunglasses, which captured Ma Luan's attention. Such a strange outfit, she remarked before changing the channel. Why is the landlord suddenly out of water? Li Ziming, your mother is calling. Dove, enjoy the smoothness. Mixed with Jean Kula, absorbs nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium from 2,000 meters underground. Stop hitting. Don't hit. Zhuge village woman, you dare? Be quiet. I've never seen such a shameless person. I would rather starve to death than eat a single bite of your food. It smells so good. She flipped through several channels, only to find advertisements or television shows and variety programs that failed to pique her interest. The long-awaited Grand Martial Arts Tournament, which had not occurred in 8 years, was set to begin in a month, featuring separate categories for adults and youth, with victors earning the chance to challenge the hero, Satan. Additionally, the first prize would reward a staggering 10 million in gold. 10 million, Ma Luan mused, calculating in her mind. Typically, a beautiful outfit costs around 200. 10 million could buy 50,000 outfits. This idea ignited her excitement. At 9 o'clock, it was time for Ma Luan to go to bed. All right, Grandpa. I'll head to my room right away. She noted the date and location of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament and dashed back to her room, filled with enthusiasm. Ma Luan's room was primarily sky blue, adorned with a plush carpet, and her bed was piled high with a variety of stuffed animal toys. Approaching a full-length mirror, Ma Luan noticed her reflection seemed to double. You pretend to be asleep. Don't let Grandpa catch on, she whispered, gently opening the window. After instructing her reflection to feign slumber, Ma Luan soared into the night. Indeed, this 7-year-old girl has already mastered the art of flight. From a tender age, Ma Luan has been graced with the inheritance of martial arts techniques in her mind, including Kamehameha, Kaiwansen, 20-fold Kaioken, doppelgangers, and instant transmission. She possesses the extraordinary ability to perceive the distribution of vital energy on planets with her naked eye and can actively absorb this energy to enhance her physical prowess according to her preferences. However, her grandfather cautioned her that being excessively powerful would lead her to be regarded as an anomaly by ordinary people. Thus Ma Luan has kept her abilities hidden. Yet, The allure of a 10 million reward and 50,000 sets of clothing proved too tempting, prompting her to contemplate showcasing her skills. Although she has inherited knowledge, she lacks practical experience, so she resolved to dedicate a small amount of time to practice. Finding a secluded area, she engaged in self-training with her doppelganger for about an hour. Adhering to the belief that staying up late is a lady's nemesis, Malowin returned home promptly at 10 to rest. A month swiftly passed, coinciding with the timing of the World Martial Arts Tournament, aligning perfectly with Malowin's summer vacation, providing her ample opportunity to participate. Adorning herself in a white shirt paired with a pink suspender dress and completing her ensemble with a petite oval hat, she admired her reflection in the mirror, satisfied before setting off. On another front, Bao Zishan, Wu Tian, you must pay attention to your energy perception. You possess formidable strength. Yet why do you consistently fall short in the basics? Suan Wukong patiently instructed his son. Suan Wu Tian wore a perplexed expression, as he too is a time traveler. Having arrived in this world without immediately awakening the memories of his past life, only to do so at the age of 7. It is quite unfortunate that after finally entering the Dragon Ball universe, he squandered 7 years of training opportunities due to this delayed awakening. Now, upon regaining his memories, he despairingly realizes that he is indeed Suan Wu Tian. This was disheartening news for him, as he holds great admiration for the female characters in Dragon Ball, such as Lan Chi, Chi-Chi, Shirbao, and Bulima. However, they have all become relatives, rendering any romantic pursuits impossible. As for Bidalai, she belongs to his older brother Suan Wufan, who has always treated him with kindness, and he has no desire to compete for his brother's wife, especially given Bidalai's considerable age difference. He decided to focus on his training instead, believing that finding a partner could wait until he matured. Moreover, with the imminent onset of the Buu saga, his current strength is insufficient. Nevertheless, Suan Wu Tian was puzzled as to why Suan Wukong was still alive in the early stages of the Buu saga and learned from his brother Suan Wufan that it was not he who defeated Cell, but rather Xiaolin. This revelation left Suan Wu Tian incredulous, questioning how a mere Earthling could have bested the perfect form of Cell. However, such matters were beyond his concern. Suan Wu Tian resolved to train diligently with his father, aspiring to become stronger when he merges with Namek, hoping to navigate the Buu saga with greater strength. Thus, in the month leading up to the World Martial Arts Tournament, Suan Wu Tian dedicated himself to intensive training with Suan Wukong, who marveled at his son's unwavering determination. This pleased Suan Wukong, as he finally had someone willing to spar with him. In the past, he had sought Suan Wufan's assistance, but his son preferred studying, aspiring to become the most educated Saiyan. Attempts to train with Vegeta were thwarted by Bulima's complaints about Suan Wukong borrowing her husband late into the night, leaving her restless. Suan Wukong also tried to connect with Xiaolin, but ever since his wedding, the couple seemed to have vanished from existence, and Suan Wukong had not seen Xiaolin since. The Earth has remained peaceful since Cell's defeat, yet Suan Wukong found himself growing disinterested, often urged by Chi-Chi to seek employment. Fortunately, the World Martial Arts Tournament was reopening. Otherwise, he would have had little time to train leisurely. After a month of training with Suan Wukong, Suan Wu Tian made significant progress. As his memories from his past life accelerated his growth, he believed he could now rival Namek. In the original narrative, Namek, being a year older and slightly stronger, had claimed the championship in the youth division. However, with his newfound training, the victor of the youth competition remained uncertain. Excitement surged within Suan Wu Tian as he anticipated participating in the renowned World Martial Arts Tournament. He found himself craving combat, wondering if this was the essence of being a Saiyan. The day of the tournament finally arrived, with Suan Wu Tian, Suan Wufan, Suan Wukong, and Chi-Chi boarding Bulima's grand airplane heading to the arena. En route, Namek invited Suan Wu Tian to play, and despite his adult consciousness, he eagerly accepted, recalling his fondness for the younger Namek. True to the original story, Suan Wufan suggested they refrain from transforming into Super Saiyans, and everyone concurred. However, Suan Wu Tian was puzzled by the absence of Xiaolin and the family of Shirbao on the plane. He found it strange, but soon learned from the exchange between Suan Wukong and Vegeta that Xiaolin's family had mysteriously vanished. It seems that Xiaolin had a daughter, who in the Buu saga would be around 3 or 4 years old, possessing golden hair akin to Shirbao's. Yet, her features mirrored those of her father, Xiaolin, making her appear rather cute, but not within Suan Wu Tian's realm of interest. Soon, they arrived at the venue for the World Martial Arts Tournament, which was a magnificent sight, identical to its depiction in the anime. This year's event, influenced by Satan, was exceptionally lively. The venue had expanded significantly, accommodating hundreds of thousands of spectators, creating a sea of humanity. Even as a time traveler, Sun Wutian began to feel a twinge of social anxiety, worrying that he might falter in front of such a vast audience. Wutian, this time I won't hold back, Namek said, patting Sun Wutian's shoulder, which helped ease Sun Wukong's tension. I understand, Namek. I've trained for over a month, so if you underestimate me, you'll surely lose. Really? Then I look forward to it. Their exchange was interrupted by Bulima and Chi-Chi. What are you two doing? Hurry up and sign up, or the youth competition will begin. Oh, Namek and Sun Wutian hurriedly rushed to the youth registration area. While filling out the forms, Sun Wutian took a moment to observe the competitors. The youth division was designated for children, with the youngest being himself at 7 years old and the oldest 14. The familiar supporting characters from the anime filled the ranks. It seemed that despite the numerous participants, the competition ultimately boiled down to a showdown between himself and Namek. Suddenly, Sun Wutian froze, spotting a little girl with long golden hair, fair skin, and exquisitely delicate features seated on a waiting bench. Her striking eyes mirrored the color of the sky, exuding an ethereal quality. This was Sun Wutian's first impression, utterly stunning. He felt a sense of familiarity, yet could not pinpoint which character she resembled. Did such a character even exist in the Buu Saga's World Martial Arts Tournament? Wutian? Namek called out, having noticed Sun Wutian's lack of response. Following his gaze to see what had captured his attention. What a lovely girl. Is she also a contestant in the youth group? Namek scratched his head, troubled, and said, if I encounter her, it would be problematic. My mother strictly advised me not to strike girls. Indeed, with such slender arms and legs, it would be heart-wrenching to see such a girl being battered. On the other hand, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were in the adult group, where they faced off against boxing machines, with higher scores eliminating lower ones. As in the original tale, the demonstration was led by Satan. Thus, it was Sun Wukong's group of Z warriors. Since Son Gohan wished to gauge Biddy Lee's feelings, he requested his father and Uncle Bick to go easy. Naturally, both fathers complied, but Vegeta displayed visible impatience. While he could tolerate Sun Wukong's words, he had no intention of listening to Son Gohan. He promptly knocked the machine down, startling the testing personnel into believing it was broken, prompting them to set up another one. This little incident delayed the start of the adult group by quite some time, allowing Sun Wukong, Son Gohan, Vegeta, and Bick the opportunity to watch the youth group matches. Upon arriving in the audience, Sun Wukong was pleasantly surprised to find his master, Kame Sennin, had also come to watch the event. Kame Sennin, it has been so long. Sun Wukong greeted warmly. Oh, Wukong, it has been many years. You never come to visit this old man. Kame Sennin chuckled while expressing his complaint. I've been busy too. Chi-Chi always wants me to work, Sun Wukong lamented, only to be shot a glare by Chi-Chi, who was also in the audience. If you can win this time, I won't bother you. Honestly, do you Saiyans dislike working? Chi-Chi had her own grievances. What a pity, Chi-Chi, your hopes might be dashed for this time. The champion will undoubtedly be my Vegeta, Bulma declared proudly, arms crossed. What? My Goku is the strongest. It's Vegeta. It's Goku. The two middle-aged women, who had been quite amiable moments ago, were now embroiled in a dispute over whose husband was superior. Vegeta and Sun Wukong, the two strongest Saiyans, found themselves speechless. The ones most eager for victory were not even them. Their quarrel frightened the nearby spectators into retreating. Kame Sennin and Yamcha attempted to mediate the situation but were swiftly pushed aside, leading them to reflect on the formidable nature of Saiyan wives. Oh, the youth group matches are about to begin. That child resembles Wukong in his youth, Kame Sennin remarked, intending to change the subject, but was taken aback upon seeing a child who bore an uncanny resemblance to young Sun Wukong step onto the stage. After bowing, this child swiftly knocked out his opponent. Kame Sennin, that is my youngest son, Sun Wutian, Sun Wukong explained with a smile. I see. You truly are impressive, having a second child already. Kame Sennin remarked with admiration. Of course, the youth group champion will undoubtedly be my Wutian. Chi-Chi beamed with pride upon witnessing her son effortlessly defeat his opponent, momentarily suspending her feud with Bulma. Not at all. The champion should be my Namek, Bulma retorted, unwilling to yield in the battle of mothers. Wutian, Namek, Wutian. Nankisi. The two women were at it again. Chapter 74. The first duel. What a spectacle. In the youth group matches, each bout featured two children competing individually, accompanied by a host who narrated the events. This time, the host was none other than the esteemed master of ceremonies from the World Martial Arts Tournament. A middle-aged man clad in a black suit, sporting sunglasses and blonde hair. He had been hosting since the first part of Dragon Ball, when Sun Wukong was a child. Although Sun Wutian knocked out his opponents quickly, the seasoned host skillfully cultivated the atmosphere. This is remarkable. You resemble your father, Sun Wukong, quite strikingly. The host noted upon recognizing Sun Wutian's resemblance. You are Sun Wutian. Is Sun Wukong your father? He handed the microphone to Sun Wutian. Yes, Sun Wutian nodded. Indeed. You look just like your father did as a child, the host exclaimed. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. This young lad's father, Sun Wukong, has claimed second place twice and once won the World Martial Arts Tournament. His opponents included the legendary Kame Sennin and the top disciple of the Crane School. And in his final match, he faced the descendant of Demon King Piccolo. The intensity of those battles and the prestige of the championship are incomparable to what we see today. With the host's impassioned speech, the atmosphere surged. In the backstage, Satan felt as though the host was subtly criticizing him. Is that Sun Wukong truly more formidable than me, Satan? Or does he merely possess superior marketing skills? However, aside from beings like Sheru, he doubted any normal person could surpass him. Relaxing with a glass of champagne, Satan remained unfazed by the impending confrontation with the tournament champion. While the matches between Sun Wutian and Nankisi promised excitement, the other children's duels were rather trivial. Generally, older children triumphed over their younger counterparts, leading to dwindling spectator interest. It seemed there was little to anticipate before the showdown between Wutian and Nankisi. In the audience, Yamcha began to feel somewhat disinterested. Yet, watching children play can be amusing, his companion, Puer, remarked. Well, it can't be helped. I never expected the World Martial Arts Tournament to turn out like this. Yamcha chuckled, having finally moved past the shadows of Bulma and Vegeta. He found solace in his single status, realizing that despite not being the strongest, he thrived among ordinary people. Earning a decent living came easily, and many women appreciated his looks. Moreover, when there were no women around, he could always rely on Puer to entertain him. Speaking of which, though Puer was a cat, she was a female cat. After Sun Wutian exited, he entered the chaotic backstage, where the youth were jubilantly discussing their anticipated signatures from Satan upon winning. Nankisi leaned against the wall, coolly surveying the scene before revealing a playful smile. Winning? What a pity. With me around, that will forever be impossible. Just then, Sun Wutian entered. Wutian, if you won 10 million, how would you spend it? Nankisi inquired. 10 million. Sun Wutian recalled that the youth group champion would indeed receive a monetary reward. I would give some to my family and save the rest in the bank for interest to use when I marry in the future. What? Nankisi was taken aback. He had anticipated Wutian's answer would revolve around buying snacks, toys, or perhaps treating him to an amusement park, but never considered the notion of saving for a future spouse. It was no surprise. Even this mature 8-year-old hadn't contemplated such matters. How could Wutian, who was a year younger, have thought of it? Wutian, could it be that you are quite the little romantic, thinking of marriage at such a young age? Nankisi found himself speechless. Vegeta was not overly strict with Nankisi, but always emphasized that as a Saiyan descendant, he should cultivate formidable skills. However, Wutian, on the other hand, did not seem at all like a Saiyan. What? Wutian felt embarrassed. Nankisi, your family is so wealthy. Of course, you wouldn't understand my troubles. Rest assured, we are indeed good friends. What is mine is yours. Nankisi laughed innocently. Witnessing that smile, even Wutian, who is an age-old traveler in terms of experience yet appears youthful, felt a surge of emotion. The innocence of childhood friendship is truly pure. The waiting area for the youth group was filled with children of various ages, and it seemed that many spots were inadequate. However, a significant space was deliberately left vacant near Malwin. Boys of different ages seemed to intentionally avoid this area, occasionally casting glances in that direction. Malwin did not resent the attention, for it validated her attire for the day. Alas, this is the fate that a beautiful girl must bear. With a hint of pride, Malwin twirled her long hair. At that moment, the announcer called out her name. Next, we invite contestant number 35, Sadaki, and contestant number 36, Malwin, to the stage. It's my turn. Maluan gracefully exited the waiting room, and the male competitors instinctively parted to create a pathway. Is that the girl? Does her attire seem appropriate for battle? She wears a skirt and hasn't even removed her hat, Senenkizi thought, questioning the suitability of her outfit for combat. Maluan. Suin Wutian's focus was somewhat different. He recognized the name. In the realm of Dragon Ball, Krillin and number 18's daughter is named Maluan. He had previously sensed a resemblance, and now, upon reflection, she bore a striking resemblance to number 18 with her golden locks. However, according to the storyline, Maluan should appear only 3 or 4 years old. What is this strange age similarity? She must be a mere passerby with a similar name. Suin Wutian fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, Maluan arrived at the arena. The stage was vast, at least 800 square meters, constructed from neatly processed large stones. It was truly magnificent, teeming with people. Surrounding the arena were towering spectator stands that soared several dozen meters high, reminiscent of a Roman Colosseum. Oh, I did not expect such an adorable child among the contestants. Allow me to introduce Miss Maluan, who is 7 years old, announced the golden-haired host. The audience was enchanted by the porcelain doll-like Maluan, especially with her silky golden hair adorned with a small oval hat, successfully invoking their affection for lowly characters. Many worried whether such a delicate girl could withstand the fight. If she were to be struck, it was likely she would cry for a long time. No way. What kind of parent would be so cruel as to push such a fragile little girl into the arena? Chi-Chi exclaimed in indignation. But didn't you do the same by entering your 7-year-old for the prize? Buerma retorted from the sidelines. That is not the same. My child with Wukong is quite strong. Not necessarily. Our Tenenkizi is formidable as well. Enough, enough, the match is about to commence. Wukong interjected, fearing the two would start bickering again. This intervention was met with approval from the nearby Kushian Run and Vegeta. How splendid. If these two women were to engage in an endless comparison, they could go on for a day. Their essay saying, 2 women can out-talk 300 ducks. The other participant, Sadaki, was 14 years old, possessing a robust physique and having trained in combat since childhood, appearing far beyond his years. The golden-haired host expressed doubt. Sadaki sported a bowl-cut hairstyle with long hair at the back and wore a rather infuriating expression. His persona was entirely that of a delinquent. My opponent is a charming young lady. Why not concede? I have no desire to strike a girl. Once the match commenced, Sadaki did not attack immediately, but instead engaged Maluan in conversation. Now in his 2nd year of junior high, he was well aware of such matters. Though he typically wouldn't take an interest in a 7-year-old, today his opponent was simply too beautiful. If she were to mature a few years, she would be just right. Oh, that is indeed a dilemma, Maluan mused, her body slowly edging toward the arena's edge. Sadaki and the audience believed Maluan was about to concede, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, hoping such a girl would not suffer injury. Surrender seemed the best choice. I am here to compete for 10 million, Maluan stated, remaining firmly on the edge rather than jumping down. If this is the case, then I cannot be blamed. Sweet little sister. The moment Sadaki saw Maluan at the edge of the arena, he launched a fierce attack, thinking a simple push would send her tumbling off. As he charged toward her, a smile graced Maluan's face. She had no intention of engaging in a brutish brawl with the boys, as that would surely ruin her dress and skirt. Just as Sadaki was about to make contact with Maluan, the audience held their breath in suspense. Suddenly, it appeared that Sadaki had tripped over something, losing his balance, and, having run too fast, fell off the stage. Clang. Due to his misstep, Sadaki was eliminated, leading to Maluan's victory. With the golden-haired host's announcement, Maluan confidently returned to the waiting area, taking light, joyful steps. This girl is truly fortunate to have won in such a manner. Wukong, from the audience, mused, feeling somewhat bored as he commented on the children's duel. Humph. It seems you have indeed regressed, Kakaluot, to find such amusement in the antics of children. But isn't Vegeta watching as well? Humph. I merely have nowhere else to go. You must be supporting Tenenkizi. What a disingenuous individual. Wukong, with his natural naivety, discerned Vegeta's thoughts, proving himself to be an old hand at understanding. Enough already. If you speak again, I will duel you right now. Vegeta, feeling exposed by the truth, became furious and attempted to cover his embarrassment. How charming. Buerma observed the interaction between her man and Wukong, stifling a laugh. How wonderful. That child did not sustain any injuries. Upon witnessing Maluan's victory, Chi-Chi sighed in relief. It was not merely luck. That little girl possesses some hidden prowess. However, Ku Xianren held a different perspective on the battle. It was entirely unsurprising that the boy named Sadaki fell outside the ring. Though faint, Ku Xianren sensed a subtle energy emanating from Maluan. Is that so? But to me, it appeared that Sadaki merely fell on his own. Wukong was puzzled. He had been watching intently and felt nothing amiss. Wukong, have you been slack in your training lately? Ku Xianren inquired, taken aback as he looked at Wukong. Not at all. I have been training diligently with Wu Tian. Regarding energy cultivation? How could that be? I have completely mastered it. Further training yields minimal enhancement. My current focus is on improving my physical prowess. After all, elevating my base stats will make me stronger as a Super Saiyan. Wukong explained his understanding of power enhancement. Ah, indeed. Wukong, your strength has increased, but you have lost much concerning the fundamentals. Do you understand? The path of martial arts has no end. When you believe you know everything, that is often when you are the most ignorant. Ku Xianren imparted a profound observation, yet Wukong did not absorb the wisdom. In his current mindset, transformation was the sole avenue for a Saiyan. That is correct, old man. You Earthlings likely cannot comprehend the might of a Super Saiyan. Hence such misconceptions arise. Vegeta wholeheartedly agreed with Kakaluo's sentiments. Let us hope that is the case. The wise Kame Sennin chose not to continue the debate. For a qualified teacher must promptly point out the shortcomings of their students. However, if a disciple remains obstinate, Kame Sennin believes that individuals often learn from their own misfortunes. It is likely that after experiencing setbacks, Wukong will eventually come to his senses. One can only hope that such trials will not cost him his life. The girl has returned, seemingly victorious. It appears that the towering opponent was not as formidable as expected. Tainan Keisai and Wu Tian were the first to notice Marin entering the waiting area. They were somewhat taken aback by the fact that this beautiful girl managed to win the match. After all, she was just a 14-year-old girl. And it is challenging for anyone of that age to prevail, especially in a male versus female contest. While they were still discussing, Marin slipped out through another door of the waiting area. After a brief stroll, she felt a thirst and decided to search for a vending machine. Chapter 75, Versus. Tainan Keisai, she first selected a bottle of Mengyang pure milk. Just as she was about to pay for her drink, she realized with dismay that she had no money in her pocket. Oh no, she had forgotten to bring any cash this morning. How careless of her. Wufan, there is a vending machine here. Allow me to treat you to a drink, she called out as someone approached, instinctively observing the newcomer. It was a short-haired girl, followed by an oddly dressed individual. Saiyan Superman, Marin exclaimed, recognizing the peculiar attire. How odd. Who else could it be but the Saiyan Superman? She had seen this strange character frequently on the news lately, making it hard to forget. What an adorable child. The newcomer was none other than Biddy Lee and the Saiyan Superman, Sun Gohan. Wufan, she knows you. She must be a fan of the Saiyan Superman, Biddy Lee remarked. While being called adorable is typically a compliment, Marin could not share in the joy upon hearing the latter part of the statement. She intended to clarify that she was not a fan of such peculiar individuals. However, Biddy Lee bought her a box of milk instead. Do you like Mengyang milk? Thank you, Marin nodded, deciding to let the fan business slide now that she had been treated to a drink. So cute, Biddy Lee remarked again, but at that moment, the announcement came through. Next, please welcome contestant Sun Wutian. It's your brother's match, Wufan, hurry. Upon hearing the news of Sun Wutian's turn, Biddy Lee hurriedly pulled Sun Gohan away. Marin thought to herself, what strange people. I should head back. As the matches progressed, the waiting area became less crowded. With the weaker competitors eliminated, the remaining contestants grew familiar with one another. Ultimately, only Marin, Tainan Keisai, and Sun Wutian remained in the waiting area. It was truly unbelievable that this girl had not been eliminated. I find it astonishing as well. There are many older competitors, Tainan Keisai whispered to Sun Wutian. Marin overheard but remained silent. She had merely tripped her opponents slightly. If they could not discern such minor tricks, they were hardly a concern. Indeed, Marin had never encountered anyone as formidable as herself. The next match was Tainan Keisai versus Marin. This was the semi-final of the youth division, and it promised to be a fierce contest. The blonde-haired host energetically built the atmosphere. Tainan Keisai greeted Sun Wutian before stepping out to the arena. Wait here, Wutian. I'll take care of this girl, and then I'll join you for a match. Although the opponent was only slightly younger than him, endlessly discussing the match would surely irritate him. If they were merely whispering about his cuteness, that would be acceptable. However, if they were speaking ill of him, well, Ignoring such trifles is a quality a lady must possess. Yet, once on the stage, he thought, humph, I will return all remarks in kind. At just 8 years old, Tynan Kasai dealt with each opponent with lethal precision, showcasing his profound skills. On the other hand, Marin, while appearing delicate and charming, was favored by the goddess of fortune, as her opponents consistently fell to various misfortunes. Thus, how would this clash of Tynan Kasai's assured victory against the lucky Marin unfold? Let us await the results. The host's enthusiastic calls heightened the atmosphere, and the audience eagerly anticipated the outcome of this duel. Go for it, Tynan Kasai, Bulma cheered, forming her hands into a megaphone to support him. Poor girl, facing Tynan Kasai. I hope he shows her some mercy, Chi-Chi lamented, shaking her head, believing Marin's luck was about to run out. There is no mercy in this competition, Son Goku stated. In the past, during martial arts tournaments, he hadn't shown any mercy to Chi-Chi either, sending her flying with a single punch. Saiyans have no need for mundane compassion. Vegeta wholeheartedly agreed with Kakarote's perspective. What uncouth fellows. Chi-Chi fumed, clenching her fists. Meanwhile, Kame Sennin wore a serious expression, aware that the crucial match would soon arrive. Tynan Kasai versus Wutian. I too wish to see the outcome, Son Gohan, seated in a VIP area due to his association with the daughter of Satan, remarked as he observed Marin and Tynan Kasai on the arena. He believed that only the match between Wutian and Tynan Kasai in the youth division was of any real interest. I am somewhat looking forward to these children's duel. Biddy Lee added, visibly excited. Although I am uncertain how you made it to the semifinals, your luck is about to run out, Tynan Kasai declared, unwilling to fight a girl. You should surrender. Marin, tired of such remarks, retorted, I'll return that statement to you unaltered. Arrogance is hardly a commendable trait. Arrogance. I am merely stating facts, Tynan Kasai replied, feeling there was nothing more to discuss. Since Marin refused to concede, he would personally ensure her defeat. Tynan Kasai launched the first attack, propelling himself forward with tremendous speed. He held back much of his strength, yet to the ordinary observer, it would appear as though one had to exert tremendous effort just to keep pace with Tynan Kasai's velocity. Impressive. Is he concealing his abilities? Marin thought, witnessing a human possess such speed for the first time. He seemed formidable, but that would be the extent of it. As Marin's eyes shifted, Tynan Kasai suddenly felt as if something had appeared beneath his feet, attempting to trip him. What is happening? Is this girl playing tricks? He pondered. Foolish. Tynan Kasai exerted more force, breaking free. He then extended his hand, fingers splayed, and unleashed a yellow energy wave toward Marin. A ki blast? This kid can use that too? Marin was taken aback, caught off guard, and unable to evade it. She crossed her arms to absorb the impact. At that instant, the audience gasped in shock. This exceeded the bounds of science, something they had only witnessed in the fantastical tales of Ultraman. Yet here it was, unleashed by a mere child. Now do you recognize my prowess? Huh. Tynan Kasai relaxed as he saw Marin being propelled out of the arena by the ki blast. However, just as Marin was about to touch the ground, she vanished in a flash. Before Tynan Kasai could react, a figure appeared behind him. Here's your return. Marin had used instant transmission to appear behind Tynan Kasai, single-handedly redirecting his ki blast back at him. Like a game of catch, the energy blast collided with Tynan Kasai, who was caught unprepared. He was sent hurtling off the stage, crashing into the edge of the audience area. The arena fell into a profound silence, disrupted only by the heavy thud of Tynanks hitting the ground. Tynanks had been ejected from the ring, and the victor was none other than Marin. The blonde host was the first to react. He had witnessed such scenarios before, yet the surprise of this long-awaited moment still caught him off guard. Who would have thought that within this seemingly frivolous junior tournament lay a true martial arts master? How delightful! The enthusiasm of the blonde host surged as he began his commentary. Many spectators had failed to catch the movements of Marin and Tynanks, but as a professional commentator, the host relied on his keen eyesight and imagination to narrate the events. Clearly, the audience was captivated as the atmosphere in the arena intensified, with some even beginning to applaud. In stark contrast were Bulma, Son Goku, and Vegeta, who were all taken aback. They had assumed that the formidable Saiyan would undoubtedly dominate this martial arts tournament, yet they were astonished to see Tynanks defeated by a mere girl. Unbelievable. How could such a powerful Earthling exist? Bulma was incredulous. She knew her son's strength well, and even without transforming into a Super Saiyan, he should not have easily succumbed to a girl. Tynix had clearly underestimated his opponent. Vegeta, too, was puzzled. How could his son lose to a little Earth girl? This made it quite difficult for him to hold his head high in front of Kakarot. He could only hope that Kakarot's son would also face defeat. Nevertheless, that girl truly possessed remarkable skills. As she maneuvered behind Tynix, Vegeta realized he had not even seen her movement. Suddenly, a thought struck Vegeta. Son Goku, too, seemed to have had an epiphany, exclaiming in astonishment, "Isn't that the instant transmission technique of Krillin?" Indeed, it appeared so. Master Roshi nodded in agreement. Judging by her energy manipulation and appearance, she must be Krillin's daughter. What? Both Son Goku and Bulma were astounded, especially Bulma, who expressed her disbelief with a look of utter incredulity. No way. That little bald guy could father such a beautiful daughter? Her words brought to mind Krillin's iconic bald head. The likelihood of that seemed quite slim. Tynix's defeat was indeed hard to fathom. In the VIP section, Gohan was also somewhat surprised, though his astonishment paled in comparison to that of Videl, whose eyes widened like two shining bells. Is this really the strength of a 7-year-old child? Videl was unable to discern the details of their battle. Oh, this is merely some sleight of hand, Gohan explained, genuinely hoping not to hurt Videl's pride, as their level of combat seemed almost mythical. Is that so? Videl replied, somewhat skeptical. The adult matches should be wrapping up soon. Let's go take a look. Gohan intended to steer Videl away. No way. At least we must watch Goten's final match. He is your brother. Videl firmly refused. It was evident that the girl's prowess was formidable, and the upcoming battle would surely challenge Videl's worldview. Gohan felt a wave of anxiety. Having spun so many lies, he never expected to be exposed. He wondered whether Videl would harbor resentment upon discovering the truth. Although his brother had reached the finals, Gohan found it difficult to feel joy. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Tynix groaned as he rose from the ground. Are you all right, Tynix? The blonde host asked with concern. However, Tynix had no time for him. Instead, he glared angrily at Marin. Wait, I have not lost. I didn't even unleash my full power. Judging my defeat solely based on being pushed out of bounds is utterly unfair. If I had gone all out, I would have surely defeated that girl. Tynix. The rules of the match are as such. This is merely a martial arts exchange, not a life-or-death duel, the blonde host replied, somewhat at a loss, as he had little experience dealing with a child's unreasonable tantrums. Lacking even the courage to admit defeat was indeed quite unbecoming. Marin, arms crossed and head held high, replied smugly, to be honest, even if you used all your strength, you would still be no match for me. You insolent brat. What are you talking about? Tynix retorted angrily, preparing to transform into a Super Saiyan and continue fighting Marin. Tynix, she is right. If you lack the courage to acknowledge your defeat, you will never progress. Vegeta's voice rang out from the distant stands, clear and audible to all, yet devoid of any sense of raucousness, merely a normal tone of conversation. Oh, this person is quite impressive, Marin thought, casting a brief glance toward Vegeta. From his manner of speech, she could tell he had mastered energy manipulation quite well. It appeared that she was not the only exceptional individual among Earthlings. Marin suppressed her own arrogance. I understand now, father. Upon hearing his father's words, Tynix immediately quelled his rebellious spirit, reluctantly clenched his fists, and returned to the waiting area. Tynix's friend, Goten, noticed his friend's dejection. Truth be told, he was also startled. Although Tynix hadn't transformed into a Super Saiyan, any Earthling capable of defeating him was undeniably impressive. Moreover, this opponent was merely a 7-year-old girl. Most importantly, such a character had not existed in the original storyline. Goten sensed that the world he inhabited diverged from the one he had envisioned. Goten, be cautious. That girl is truly formidable. Do not underestimate her, Tynix, ever the loyal friend, urged, even in his moment of disappointment. I understand, Tynix. I will strive to match your efforts. Goten replied, grateful. You fool. If we are brothers, you need not say such things. Goten bid farewell to Tynix. While he found Marin's beauty appealing, he could not neglect the rivalry. He would defeat her himself. Never did we imagine that the seemingly fortunate Marin concealed such remarkable skills. Chapter 76. Versus Son Goten. Unexpectedly, the least favored competitor, Marin, had triumphed over Tynix, advancing to the finals. The other finalist was Son Goten, who, like Tynix, was known for his lethal strikes. Before the match commenced, let us interview Son Goten. How do you feel about entering the finals for the first time? The blonde host inquired. thrusting the microphone towards Sun Goten. Sun Goten, somewhat speechless, replied, "Why do we have to do this? I just want to get started." Impatient, just like your father, lacking the ability to appreciate the moment, the blonde host remarked, recalling the time when Goku had knocked Chi-Chi off the stage with a single punch. After which they announced their marriage. How annoying, this host, Sun Goten thought. The audience found the host's revelations amusing and suddenly became intrigued by Son Goku, the champion of the previous tournament. Is that true? Son Goku questioned, perplexed, as he had completely forgotten. Hey, you haven't forgotten, have you? Chi-Chi exclaimed, irritated that such a romantic encounter had slipped from her husband's memory. Goten, you must do your best. Do not follow in your father's footsteps. Chi-Chi shouted towards Goten, as if venting her frustrations. You must win back 1,000,000. With the elder's hopes resting on the younger, Bulma interjected. Weren't you just saying how pitiful that little girl was? Why not ask Goten to show mercy? You fool. That is 1,000,000. Do you think everyone can afford to be as wealthy as you? Chi-Chi explained. Amidst the clamoring audience, the blonde host continued his interview on the stage. This has always been his habit, to interview the finalists before the championship match about their emotional journeys. Marlon, may I ask why you chose to participate in this year's Tianxia Dai Wudao Daowei? Upon hearing the microphone approach her, Marlon immediately adjusted her posture. She is someone who places great importance on her image. Because I want to win the prize money. This response was indeed surprising, as the participants in the youth category typically come to admire Mr. Satan. Mr. Satan? Marlon blinked in confusion, then recalled a scene she had seen on television and quickly waved her hands. Impossible, impossible. Who would admire that strangely looking uncle? The atmosphere became awkward, as most attendees were die-hard fans of Mr. Satan. How devoted are they? Let us put it this way. They would even willingly don wedding gowns to marry him on the spot. Hearing a young child disparage their idol, the audience grew irate. Mr. Satan is not an uncle. He is the savior of the hero world. Yes, yes. Without Mr. Satan's efforts, your parents might have perished long ago, and you wouldn't even exist. You look good, but your reasoning is flawed. How disappointing. We were just cheering for you. The crowd was in an uproar. Marlon, hearing their complaints, seized the microphone from the blonde host and retorted, "What is wrong with you all? Are you all into uncles?" Rather than calming the situation. This provoked Mr. Satan's fans even more. Apologize. 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 They chanted, demanding an apology from the young girl. Unsure of how to respond, Marlon simply made a face at the audience. I won tea. With that, she tossed the microphone back to the blonde host, who fumbled for a moment before finally securing it. My apologies, Marlon. I cannot believe I asked you such a question. The host could see that Marlon was suffering from this mental assault due to his interview. Let's start the match, he urged hastily. Marlon no longer wished to speak. Her only desire was to win first place and leave with the prize money. All right then, the finals for the youth category will now commence. With the host's announcement, Sun Wutian and Marlon simultaneously vanished from their original spots. Initially, their movements were still visible, and their martial arts stances were impressively standard, pleasing to the eye. Though both were merely children, the force with which their fists collided was anything but weak, echoing like the crack of bamboo. The audience fell silent. The earlier outcries concerning Mr. Satan dissipated, as they now recognized the two 7-year-olds on stage were genuinely skilled. This level of combat would be challenging even in the adult category. Wu Tian is quite impressive. Sun Wukong marveled at his son's prowess. Kakarot has secretly trained his son to be this formidable, Vegeta observed, his expression one of begrudging admiration. As their speed increased, they became nearly invisible to the naked eye. Sun Wutian had not intended to use his full strength, but upon realizing that Marlon effortlessly dodged his attacks, he began to unleash his power. Marlon also recognized that her opponent was exceptionally skilled in both technique and physical attributes. Although she could evade attacks, her skirt restricted her movements, making it challenging to launch a proper counteroffensive. What a blunder. I never expected to face such a formidable opponent. That's why I wore a dress to the competition. It has now become a burden. Marlon continued to dodge Wu Tian's punches, but after the second strike, he suddenly changed tactics and delivered a kick. Instinctively, she wanted to raise her leg to block, but the constraints of her dress rendered her unable to do so. With no other option, she abandoned the idea of blocking. But her speed was insufficient to evade the attack. Unless, Kamehameha, a layer of white mist enveloped Marlon, and Sun Wutian could distinctly sense her speed surge dramatically. In an instant, she appeared behind him, delivering an elbow strike to his back. Startled, Sun Wutian could not comprehend why Marlin's speed had suddenly increased. Struck in the back, he was propelled toward the edge of the ring. He attempted to utilize the Bukong technique, but Marlin's elbow strike had been too powerful. No matter how he manipulated his energy, he could not perform the technique. Damn it! Wutian struggled to regain control as he neared the edge. Wutian, transform into a Super Saiyan. Trunks, watching from the sidelines, immediately called out. After observing closely, he recognized that this girl possessed remarkable abilities. If he did not transform into a Super Saiyan, it would be unjust to lose to her. Prompted by Trunks' words, Sun Wutian erupted in a golden aura. An iconic Super Saiyan theme began to play. Just in time, Wutian managed to halt his descent before falling off the stage. However, his appearance had transformed. His once black hair now shimmered golden, and a golden flame enveloped him. Moreover, he hovered in midair, as if he could fly. The audience watched in astonishment, unable to believe their eyes. How could such a young child suddenly possess golden hair and the ability to fly? They swore that even world champion Mr. Satan could not achieve such feats. Kakarot, it seems your son isn't all that impressive. He requires transforming into a Super Saiyan just to deal with a little girl. Vegeta teased from the audience. What can I say? That girl is incredibly strong. She can even use Kamehameha. I bet she is definitely Krillin's daughter, Sun Wukong mused. Scratching the back of his head, he felt that these youngsters were becoming increasingly formidable, far surpassing the strength he and Krillin had exhibited in their youth. That little bald-headed kid? Vegeta remarked, recalling that he had never managed to defeat Krillin. However, in the past 7 years, he had been unable to find any trace of Krillin. In stark contrast, Master Roshi and Piccolo were astonished by Wutian's strength. If memory served, Wutian was only 7 years old. To achieve Super Saiyan status at such a young age was a power that far exceeded their own. Today's children should not be underestimated. Meanwhile, Trunks noticed a shadowy figure lurking behind a wall, an afro-clad man sneaking a peek at the competition. This person was, of course, Mr. Satan. Even during Trunks and Marlin's battle, he had sensed something unusual about this youth category. Why were these children so fast? Their movements were powerful, even in the adult category. They would rank among the elite. Moreover, that golden-haired child was evidently a descendant of those golden-haired warriors who had battled against Cell. Oh no, Mr. Satan trembled, realizing that either of these children could easily defeat him. If he lost, everything would be over. Someone, please save me. Sun Wutian gathered the golden aura surrounding him, as maintaining such power was exhausting. He absorbed the excess energy into his body, mimicking the training methods of Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan in the hyperbolic time chamber. Super Saiyan, full power. It seemed Wutian had already adapted well to the Super Saiyan state. Sun Wukong immediately recognized Wutian's transformation. Nothing impressive. My son Trunks can do it too. Vegeta chimed in, unwilling to be outdone by Kakarot, hoping his own child would also demonstrate such prowess. Is that so? Remarkable. Sun Wukong sincerely remarked that it took him and Wu Fan an entire year to master this technique. In the arena, Sun Wutian floated gracefully in the air. The spectators nearby widened their eyes in astonishment. He can fly? Referee, isn't that a violation? Marin furrowed her brow, surprised that her opponent also possessed the ability of aerial maneuvering. That is not a problem. Flying in the air is a form of martial arts known as the Wukong Shu from the He Xian lineage. I understand. But doesn't that mean he has left the arena? Marin responded. That does not count. The rules state that one must leave the arena and touch the ground to be considered defeated, the blonde host clarified. You should have mentioned that earlier. If that were the case, I could have performed much better. Marin's abilities thrived in larger spaces, and this arena setting limited her potential. As she spoke, her body also began to ascend from the arena. What? Another person can fly? The audience gasped. Sun Wutian was not surprised. Instead, he urged, you should just give up. In this state, I am 50 times stronger than before. You boys are so arrogant, thinking you're the only ones with hidden cards. Just watch. Marin's form shifted, suddenly transforming into 4 identical copies of herself. For body technique, Sun Wutian was taken aback, questioning the utility of a technique that divided one's strength into quarters. This is not the 4-body technique. This is my cloning technique. Each clone possesses the exact same power as I do. But having identical strength won't help against me now, Sun Wutian replied, unfazed. It seems you have great confidence in your power. Marin adjusted the brim of her small oval hat and smiled gently. A surge of energy emanated from her petite frame, multiplying exponentially. This is the 20-fold Kaioken. She and her 3 clones can utilize it? Sun Wutian was left astonished, realizing there was such a capability. In fact, he was bewildered. This girl, who shared the same name as the daughter of Shaolin from the original story, could perform the Kaioken. This was truly unimaginable. There was no such storyline in the anime. Sun Wutian felt as though he had entered a false Dragon Ball world. The girl chose to attack first. The 4 Marins zipped around, occupying 4 advantageous positions and encircling Sun Wutian, then unleashed a barrage of yellow energy spheres towards him. The spheres were densely packed, resembling countless miniature suns amidst the daylight. The audience was left in awe, witnessing a spectacle that seemed more akin to a science fiction film than a mere battle between 2 children. In the VIP section, Biddy Lee, the daughter of a hero, was left dumbfounded. Is this truly a battle between 2 children? I, an 18-year-old adult, lack such power. No, I am not even worthy of carrying someone else's shoes. My father has always claimed I am the second strongest in the world after him. Has he been deceiving me all along? In that fleeting moment, Biddy Lee's worldview, built over more than a decade, crumbled. Wutian, this is excessive, Wu Fan said, feeling the tension rise. Wu Fan, have you been hiding your strength all along? Biddy Lee felt a pang of disappointment. There's nothing to hide. They are merely performing tricks, Wu Fan struggled to explain. Over the month of training together, he had developed a fondness for Biddy Lee and could not bear to see her disappointment. My father has deceived me for over a decade. I don't like you, and it appears you feel the same. Upon hearing Biddy Lee's words, Wu Fan's panic subsided slightly. Indeed, if he were to become involved with Biddy Lee, he would eventually have to reveal the truth. Yes, Wu Fan nodded, then continued to explain, our powers are so great that we did not wish to alarm ordinary people. Hence the concealment. How ironic. Biddy Lee suddenly found the term ordinary people quite amusing. She had always believed others were ordinary. Yet now she found herself considered ordinary in the eyes of others. As descendants of champions, why was there such a vast disparity? Chapter 77. The birth of a champion. Your actions could harm the audience. Sun Wutian, now in Super Saiyan form, struggled to evade the relentless barrage of energy spheres. The reckless nature of his opponent's attacks instilled a sense of fear within him. After all, this was an arena, surrounded by numerous spectators. A single misfire could endanger many lives. If someone gets hurt, so be it. I have no concern for those audience members. Marin appeared indifferent. However, her energy blasts, when they struck the ground, walls, or the arena, would dissipate before exploding, but if they hit Sun Wutian, they would cause an explosion. In an instant, Sun Wutian found himself hit multiple times by energy blasts to his chest and back. The impact was not overwhelming, but it effectively drained his stamina. Sun Wutian understood that he could not evade the onslaught and resolved to endure the energy blasts, attempting to eliminate them one by one. Yet, every time he charged at one Marin, she would instantly vanish, reappearing beside another clone, maintaining distance and continuing her relentless assault. This was instantaneous movement, a trajectory invisible to the naked eye. It made Marin seem as elusive as a blind person who could navigate to their allies, leaving Sun Wutian frustrated. Despite his superior strength and speed, he could not land a hit, and his stamina waned under the barrage of energy blasts. What a cunning strategy. If this continues, Wutian will surely be exhausted, Sun Wukong lamented. He did not favor such a fighting style. Saiyans preferred direct confrontation, and this constant long-range attrition felt entirely against the spirit of combat. Indeed, this cunning approach is reminiscent of that little bald-headed boy. Vegeta concurred with Wukong, asserting that true battle should be about face-to-face confrontations, dismissing this kite-flying technique as utterly tedious. Vegeta had no desire for such a fight. Using one's strengths to exploit an opponent's weaknesses exemplifies the wisdom of battle. Master Roshi expressed a differing viewpoint. Unlike Wukong and Vegeta, the audience was captivated. Initially, they were frightened by the dense barrage of energy spheres, but upon realizing they posed no threat, they found the spectacle immensely entertaining. This was a scene that even television dramas of the past would not dare to depict, let alone in a live broadcast. Such a novel and sci-fi battle scene was a feast for their visual senses. Was this not more captivating than mere hand-to-hand combat? The audience's enthusiasm surged, and they began to cheer, "Go, Sun Wutian!" However, their cheers were solely for Sun Wutian, as the audience had previously been offended by Marin's disparagement of their idol. Mr. Satan. Thus, they rallied behind Sun Wutian. Have the courage to fight up close. Do you find it amusing to attack from a distance? Frustrated by his inability to grasp his opponent's clothing, Sun Wutian felt a surge of irritation. Such a calculating battle was pure torment for a Saiyan. Close combat. A lady would never resort to such a crude fighting style, Marin retorted, smiling with a hint of mockery. If you cannot manage, you may always concede. How infuriating. While it is a gentleman's duty to be chivalrous, as a Saiyan, Sun Wutian's combative spirit had been ignited. I cannot concede here. Sun Wutian still had tricks up his sleeve, originally reserved for his confrontation with Bu. It seemed he would have to unveil them prematurely. Such resilience is commendable. But pushing through may prove detrimental to your body. Ma Luan, while reminding, showed no mercy, and the yellow energy blasts were unleashed with even greater speed. Don't get too cocky. Sun Wutian suddenly roared, and countless blue lightning bolts surged from his body. Super Saiyan 2. This outcome was something Sun Wutian had not anticipated. During a month of training with his father, he discovered that his growth rate was astonishingly rapid, possibly due to the fusion of his original soul with the new one he had acquired upon crossing over. In this month, Sun Wutian successfully comprehended Super Saiyan 2. This power was initially reserved for future battles, yet he found himself compelled to unleash it against a little girl. As Sun Wutian transformed into Super Saiyan 2, the entire Tianxia Dai Wudao Dahui seemed to tremble, and the energy blasts that had been aimed at him were effortlessly blown away. Seizing the moment, Sun Wutian charged towards Ma Luan. He swiftly defeated 3 opponents, none of whom were her true form. My strength has increased again. Impressive. Ma Luan's true form appeared unfazed by Sun Wutian's newfound power. In stark contrast to her calm demeanor were Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Sun Wufan in the audience, who all realized simultaneously that this was Super Saiyan 2. Understanding the difficulty of achieving such a state made them appreciate Sun Wutian's accomplishment even more. Sun Wufan had only activated it after the sacrifice of his father, and Sun Wukong and Vegeta had spent over 5 years mastering it. Incredible, Wutian, Sun Wukong exclaimed. Astonished once again, overwhelmed by the day's revelations. Vegeta, on the other hand, was rendered speechless. A 7-year-old Super Saiyan 2. Trunks had previously claimed that his opponent was slightly weaker, and he had felt a sense of joy. How infuriating. Even his own father had deceived him. Vegeta silently vowed to challenge Trunks upon his return, hoping to achieve Super Saiyan 2 himself, unwilling to be outdone by Kakaloot. Meanwhile, Trunks looked at Sun Wutian with envy. He had not expected Wutian to transform into this second form. Come on, Wutian. You must defeat that arrogant woman. Trunks cheered him on, unaware that he would soon face a severe beating from his own father. Sun Wutian accelerated, determined to confront Ma Luan. He intended to unleash his full power, aware that he could not maintain the Super Saiyan 2 form for long. His plan was to seize Ma Luan's hand and force her out of the ring, thereby claiming victory. To the spectators, it appeared as though Sun Wutian had instantly reached Ma Luan and grasped her wrist. So soft, he thought to himself. Yet his resolve did not waver. He aimed to throw Ma Luan down. Suddenly, Sun Wutian felt the world shift beneath him, and the scenery around him transformed. He was nearly crashing to the ground. He quickly steadied himself and looked up in confusion, only to see a little girl with black hair and red eyes floating in midair, lightning crackling around her. Is that Ma Luan? Sun Wutian was astonished. Why had she transformed? The answer came in the form of a colossal red Kamehameha wave, which nearly engulfed the entire arena. Such a powerful Kamehameha could annihilate the earth. Sun Wukong gasped, instinctively wanting to intervene, only to be stopped by Kame Sennin. Master, you must observe clearly. With that reminder, Sun Wukong regained his composure. The Kamehameha wave obliterated the arena, but caused no harm to anything beyond it. However, Sun Wutian found himself outside the ring, losing the match. What remarkable control over energy. The crowd gasped, turning their attention to Ma Luan, who had transformed from a blonde girl into one with black hair, surrounded by a crackling energy. Wait, that's not right, Vegeta noted, his hands trembling and his lips quivering. I can't be mistaken. This energy belongs to a Super Saiyan. He stood up. What are you doing, Vegeta? Bulma asked, puzzled by her husband's unusual behavior, as he was typically so stoic. Kakaloot, do you sense it? That little girl possesses the power of a Super Saiyan. Ignoring Bulma, Vegeta turned to Sun Wukong. Bulma felt a pang of jealousy. Always Kakaloot this and Kakaloot that. He talks so much more when he s with you than he does with me. A Super Saiyan? Suin Wukong began to focus his senses, and indeed, he could feel a similar energy emanating from the girl. Could she be a Saiyan too? But she is clearly Chaozhu's daughter. How could she possess Saiyan power? Is it possible that Chaozhu is also a Saiyan? Suin Wukong felt overwhelmed. Nonsense, that is impossible. The Saiyans should only consist of our two families. Why would this little girl have the power of a Super Saiyan? I don't know, Vegeta replied, suddenly considering a new possibility. Could she be a fusion creature like Cell? I felt a Super Saiyan energy from Cell as well. Perhaps this girl's abilities stem from Chaozhu's genes? Vegeta's thoughts began to spiral. A Super Saiyan. Came Senin interjected. Recalling his initial assumption that Ma Luan's hair changing from gold to black indicated she had a trait similar to Launch. However, hearing the others describe their sensations reminded him of the feeling when Wufan fought against Golden Frieza. Wait, that little girl has a similar aura to that red Saiyan. Kim Senin suddenly realized. With black hair and red eyes, her power seemed to have surged exponentially, yet her energy was still inferior to that of the red Saiyan. Why is that? Could she be Wufan's child? Kim Senin glanced over at Suin Wufan, who was comforting Biddy in the VIP area. But that doesn't fit. Wufan is so innocent and naive. He wouldn't understand these matters. Kim Senin was perplexed. The recent events on Earth felt increasingly bizarre. As formidable beings seemed to emerge periodically, perhaps he was truly becoming obsolete. The arena has vanished. The blonde announcer, who had been within the Kamehameha's range, thought he was doomed. Yet, he found himself unharmed, only to discover the arena was gone and Suin Wutian was on the ground. Looking up, he saw Ma Luan with black hair and red eyes floating closer. Hurry and announce the results. That boy has fallen out of the ring. Ah, I understand now. The announcer regained his composure and shouted into the microphone. Suin Wutian has fallen out of the ring. Thus the champion of the youth division is Ma Luan. The announcement rippled through the crowd, igniting a chorus of cheers. Following that unforgettable battle, many no longer dared to underestimate the little girl Ma Luan. And the derision previously directed at Satan had vanished. Did you witness that formidable combat prowess? I dare you to insult her. Ah, Wutian lost. Chi-Chi felt a twinge of disappointment, having believed her son would surely win the championship. However, she quickly rallied her spirits. Second place still comes with 500,000. No worries. You truly are optimistic, someone remarked. Bulma cast a glance at Chi-Chi, their relationship having grown remarkably close due to their connections with Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Sun Goten, and Trunks. Indeed, if a Saiyan's wife does not maintain an optimistic disposition, she may easily succumb to aging. Chi-Chi explained. This time, surprisingly, Bulma did not object. Hey, you two. Vegeta, having overheard the two women criticize Saiyans, initially intended to interject. Is there something amiss? However, as both women turned to face him, Vegeta found himself at a loss for words. Forget it. I have other matters to attend to. With that, Vegeta seemingly fled, startling the onlookers. Yet, they quickly regained their composure, reasoning that if children could fly, an adult should manage just fine. On stage, Marin reverted from her black-haired state back to her golden locks. The blonde host approached and gently shook the unconscious Sun Goten lying on the ground. Sun Goten, Sun Goten. Sun Goten had indeed fainted, returning to his normal state. Goten. Trunks rushed from the sidelines, anxiously checking on his friend's condition. Rest assured, he merely fainted. Unlike you, as a lady, I am quite measured in my actions, Marin remarked, inspecting her dress, relieved to find it free from dust and wrinkles. Although she was soon to receive a prize of 10 million, she cherished this outfit too much to let it be damaged. Curse you, you vile woman. Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, angrily shouting at Marin. I shall avenge Goten. I already said he merely fainted, Marin said, somewhat exasperated. This was precisely why she preferred not to converse much with boys. They were so prone to fighting, which she found utterly barbaric. The blonde host, sweating nervously, timidly suggested, you two don't intend to continue fighting, do you? Absolutely not. I've had my fill of such brutish antics today. Marin firmly shook her head. That is not for you to decide. Trunks was brimming with combat fervor, driven partly by a desire to avenge Sun Goten and partly by a wish to engage Marin in a serious battle. Trunks, you have already lost. Rather than stubbornly clinging to this, you should reflect on your shortcomings. A reprimanding voice startled Trunks back to his original form. Dad. Indeed, Vegeta had appeared on stage, casting a menacing glare at Marin. Chapter 78. The arrival of Exan Marin remained silent, feeling intimidated by the stern-looking man in blue attire before her. She had no desire to converse with someone so fearsome, fearing reprimand at any moment. "What was that move you just executed?" Vegeta inquired, his gaze still fierce. Marin, encountering such a formidable adult for the first time, felt somewhat apprehensive. In the past, her charming demeanor and politeness had won the hearts of many adults, who were generally warm and welcoming, unlike Vegeta's intimidating presence. I lack experience in handling such inquiries." Even with Vegeta's question, Marin felt perplexed, having employed numerous techniques: instant transmission, clones, the Kaioken, and Kamehameha. Tentatively, she suggested, "Prince technique?" This left Vegeta bewildered. "What Prince technique?" "That one, ha ha ha. The one where you continuously shoot yellow energy blasts. That's the Prince technique," Marin explained earnestly, recalling the information passed down to her. "What nonsense." Vegeta frowned, sensing a hint of familiarity with this technique. Moreover, it seemed the creator of this technique was also named Vegeta. He appeared to be a prince, hence the name. However, since it only drained one's energy without causing harm, it had a rather ironic connotation. Marin, feeling emboldened, continued sharing her knowledge. She had an odd sensation that if she expressed her thoughts openly, they would become good friends. Utterly foolish. "Who told you that?" Vegeta exclaimed, his anger palpable, though deep down he couldn't help but agree. Indeed, he had always found that using this technique inflicted no damage on opponents while exhausting his own stamina. Vegeta silently resolved to use it sparingly in the future. "Why are you angry?" Marin, startled by his outburst, was left at a loss. "Dumb girl. My father's name is Vegeta," Trunks quietly reminded her from the side. "Is that so?" Marin felt embarrassed upon realizing she had spoken ill of someone in their presence. Trunks looked at Marin with mixed feelings, initially thinking she was a troublesome girl, but now unsure whether to admire her boldness or consider her foolishness for speaking so freely before his father, who was, after all, the strongest being in the universe. "Enough of this nonsense. I demand to know what that black-haired state was. Is it a Super Saiyan?" Super Saiyan. Marin was unfamiliar with the term, as it was not recorded in her memories. "It's like how we turn our hair golden," Trunks demonstrated, transforming briefly into a Super Saiyan before reverting back. He wasn't sure when he had begun acting as a commentator. "Oh, you mean this?" Marin transformed back to her black-haired state with nonchalance. She had mastered this transformation since childhood, enhancing her overall capabilities significantly whenever she reverted to black hair. "It does resemble your golden-haired form somewhat, but I believe it is referred to as wild liberation," Marin relayed to Vegeta. "What?" Vegeta felt that he had stumbled upon an area of ignorance. "Vegeta, what are you doing here?" "The adult group competition is about to commence," Sun Wukong descended to remind Vegeta. He then turned to the perplexed Marin. "Oh, you must be the daughter of Xiao Lin and 18. I am your uncle Wukong." "Huh." Marin was utterly baffled. "What are you babbling about? My parents have passed away. I know not who Xiao Lin and 18 are." "Is that so?" Sun Wukong scratched his head awkwardly. "My apologies. You look just like them, and even know Xiao Lin's techniques." "Haha, what a bizarre situation," Marin thought, distancing herself. She was not adept at interacting with strangers. Since she had already secured first place, she preferred to explore the mall and buy some clothes. Marin approached Trunks, who was not particularly fond of her, but felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as she drew nearer, instinctively taking a step back. "Don't block my way." Marin pushed past Trunks. "What do you think you're doing?" When Trunks regained his senses, he noticed Marin placing her hand on Son Goten's head. Instantly, a white light flickered from Son Goten's form, and the previously unconscious boy began to stir. "What is this?" Trunks was puzzled, wondering what type of technique this was. "It's merely a slight healing gesture." "Is that so remarkable? Don't you know how to do it?" After speaking, Marin walked toward the blonde host. "When can I collect my prize?" "The prize? That will only be available after the competition concludes," the blonde host replied, noticing Marin's disappointed expression. "Fear not, contestant Marin. Our event will not renege on its promises. You will receive your prize once the competition is over. Next, you will face off against Hero Satan." "Hero Satan? That big-haired uncle?" Marin furrowed her delicate brows. "Do I really have to fight him to claim my prize?" "Not exactly. It's merely the reward for the youth group champion, allowing you to compete against the world-renowned Satan." "No way. Who wants to compete against an old man? Please, have me excused." After speaking, Maluin walked towards the resting area without looking back, leaving the blonde-haired host with a face full of embarrassment. It seemed that the contestant Malouin had urgent matters to attend to, thus not competing against Mr. Saiyan. In 30 minutes, the adult group competition will commence, and the audience is encouraged to proceed to the main venue to continue watching. As the blonde-haired host finished his words, the spectators began to disperse, some expressing regret while others were excited. The excitement stemmed from witnessing such an intense battle, while the regret was due to the inability to see Saiyan take the stage. Unlike the audience, Saiyan, who was waiting in the area, plopped down on the ground with a long sigh of relief. How fortunate! It appeared that the little rascal had no intention of competing against him. What a relief indeed. Saiyan patted his back, realizing that his clothes had become soaked with sweat without him noticing. At that moment, Malouin entered the waiting area and spotted Saiyan slumped on the ground. Their eyes met. She could not comprehend why someone like this uncle would be referred to as a hero. Knowing that someone had been secretly observing her battle from the waiting area, Malouin remarked sarcastically upon seeing Saiyan. She then disregarded him and hurried over to the vending machine. Initially intending to buy a drink, she quickly realized she had no money. Oh dear, it seems the recent battle had affected her, causing her to forget that she hadn't brought any money. You must be Miss Malouin, right? Huh. Why are you getting so close, you old man? Malouin was startled and immediately distanced herself. Saiyan, feeling rejected, broke into an awkward sweat. Yet he rubbed his hands together and said in a conciliatory tone, I have plenty of juice and snacks in my office. I wonder if Miss Malouin could consider my request. Then we could, Suin Wukong. Long time no see. The blonde-haired host joyfully looked at Suin Wukong. Who are you? It's me. I've been hosting since you participated in the martial arts tournament when you were a child. Ah, I remember now. You are the host. Long time no see. You've grown a beard. Reminiscing about the carefree days of childhood, the blonde-haired host and Suin Wukong shared a nostalgic smile. How different it is now. Earth is constantly facing crises. In the past, the biggest event on Earth was merely the martial arts tournament held every few years. Your child really resembles you. The blonde-haired host chuckled, ruffling Wu Tian's hair. At that moment, Wu Tian had finally regained full consciousness. Am I not in a competition? Where am I? Wu Tian looked around in confusion, only to realize he had already lost. That little girl is truly impressive. Suin Wu Tian thought that even if he could not compare with his father or brother, he should at least be invincible among his peers. Yet, he had lost to a little girl. In terms of both skill and strength, he had been thoroughly defeated. By the way, Mr. Wukong, the adult group competition is about to start. I will head over now. The results of the adult group selection have been announced. Bike, Suin Wukong, and Vegeta are all participating. Additionally, there is the couple group featuring Suin Ganfan and Bidalai. As for the original supporting characters from Earth, their places have been filled by a tall, burly man clad in green armor and a woman with orange hair, wearing a red and blue sweater paired with a white lab coat and glasses. This woman had a mischievous expression that evoked a sense of feminine charm, albeit contradicted by her ample figure. Lord Kaioshin. Upon entering the waiting area, Bike was the first to notice two familiar figures, East Kaioshin Shin and the apprentice Kaioshin Jaibite. Bike, Wukong, Vegeta. Long time no see. The Kaioshins, having known Suin Wukong and the others for 8 years, seemed less aloof and mysterious than in the original story, appearing more like playful jesters. He was inherently a jester, only restrained in front of outsiders. Lord Kaioshin, why are you here? Suin Wukong inquired, perplexed. Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, maintaining a cool silence. This matter must be kept confidential. East Kaioshin Shin leaned closer to Wukong, whispering, We have discovered the matter that East Kaioshin Shin referred to as the evil sorcerer's plot to resurrect the slumbering Majin Buu on Earth. Majin Buu? He must be incredibly powerful. I am looking forward to it. Suin Wukong, with his naive disposition, was incapable of keeping secrets. Foolish Wukong, keep your voice down. There are Bibidai's minions nearby. If they overhear our plan, it will be ruined. Shin was flustered, quickly covering Suin Wukong's mouth, causing him to emit muffled sounds. Moreover, our goal is not to resurrect Majin Buu, but to locate and eliminate Bibidai. That sounds rather uninteresting, Wukong said, scratching his head. I think I have heard that name before. What? Have you encountered this person? East Kaioshin Shin was taken aback, realizing that Wukong's recognition of the name implied he had met him. Yes, she is quite close to my son Suin Ganfan and has been training with him recently. Wukong pointed at Bidalai, who was conversing with Suin Ganfan. East Kaioshin Shin frowned, taken aback that Bibidai was a woman. Moreover, She was associated with the mightiest Z fighters of the time. Could it be that Bibidai intended to manipulate Suin Gonfon to fulfill her ambitions? That cannot be. I think Bibidai is quite nice and gets along well with Gonfon, Yukong suggested. Fool, that is merely Bibidai's deception, deliberately lowering Gonfon's guard. Shin disagreed with Yukong's assertion. I say you two are the real fools. Yukong, how could you forget your son's girlfriend's name? It's Bidalai Bidalai. Bike could no longer contain himself and shouted at the two. Yukong and Shin looked at the angrily fuming Bike in confusion. After a moment of silence, Yukong sheepishly replied, Is that so? Then I must have been mistaken. Ha ha. He laughed to mask his blunder. East Kaioshin Shin was still in a daze. Bike quickly realized he had inadvertently scolded his superior. There was no helping it. How could Suin Wukong, as a father, be so oblivious to his son's affairs? As a caretaker, Bike felt a surge of frustration. Apologies, Lord Kaioshin. I was not targeting you. I was merely stating that Suin Wukong is a fool. Bike explained. Finally, East Kaioshin Shin understood that it was Wukong's blunder regarding Bidalai's name. Hey, Kakaluot. I do not care what you are doing with Majin Buu, or anything else. This martial arts tournament is a rare opportunity for us to duel, and I do not wish for anyone to interfere. At this moment, Vegeta interjected, focusing solely on Kakaluot while disregarding other formidable foes. Vegeta, do you not wish to see how strong Majin Buu is? Suin Wukong asked. Not at all. If you continue to be so careless, do not cry when I defeat you. Vegeta replied coldly. Chapter 79. Trunk Scheme, this is delicious, Wu Tian. Indeed. The two young Saiyans from Dragon Ball Z were enthusiastically devouring the dishes on the table. The recent battle had left them ravenous. They had heard that the restaurant at the World Martial Arts Tournament served the best food, so they ordered a lavish spread. Saiyans are naturally endowed with hearty appetites. Although they were merely 7 or 8 years old, they could keep the kitchen bustling. Gradually, the area around them became filled with empty plates, forming a white wall. The waitstaff and patrons alike gazed in astonishment at the two children, marveling at how their stomachs could possibly accommodate such an immense quantity of food. At the entrance of the restaurant appeared a young guest, dressed in a charming dress layered over a white shirt and adorned with a petite oval hat. She gracefully pulled along a wheeled suitcase, her movements light and airy, reminiscent of a butterfly. Her long golden hair cascaded down to her waist, shimmering as she moved, as if imbued with a magical brilliance. I would like a children's meal and a deluxe mango parfait, please, she announced. The server guided her to a table. And as they passed by Tanan Ka and Wu Tian, the latter recognized her and greeted her warmly. Maluan, are you here to eat too? Having engaged in a friendly tussle earlier, he felt a sense of familiarity towards her, especially given that they were of similar age and her beauty was striking. Though he had missed many enchanting young ladies from the Dragon Ball series, this unconventional little girl was certainly worth pursuing. I was wondering why there were two gluttonous little piglets in the restaurant. Turns out it was you too, Ma Luan remarked playfully, feigning surprise while wearing a smile. Would you like to join us? It's my treat, Wu Tian offered, unperturbed by her teasing. However, Ma Luan merely pointed to the corner of her mouth without replying. Wu Tian paused, then realized he needed to wipe his own mouth. Your uncouth dining manners are hardly fitting for a lady like myself, Ma Luan said, tossing her hair back with a hint of narcissism. When it comes to fighting, you're no less uncivilized than we are, Tananka muttered, unable to contain his irritation. Who is speaking? My defeated opponent? Ma Luan retorted, unfazed and exuding confidence. Tananka, however, bristled at being called a defeated opponent and stood up to argue. What do you mean? If it weren't for the arena, I wouldn't have lost. I can't hear anything from someone who's already been defeated. Ma Luan waved her hand dismissively, seemingly disinterested in his outburst. See you later, she said before following the server to her table. Forget it, Tananka. Let us eat up. We still have to watch the adult matches later, Wu Tian suggested, noticing Tananka's escalating frustration. Tananka wanted to argue further, but was restrained by Wu Tian. Upon hearing about the adult matches, he calmed down, eager to cheer for his father. Since Ma Luan was seated several tables away, both groups enjoyed their meals without further conflict. I'm full, Tananka. Me too, Wu Tian. Let us go? Wait. Tananka, I think I forgot my wallet, Wu Tian said, rummaging through his pockets. In the original story, Tananka and he had once been chased by restaurant staff for dining and dashing, so he had brought his wallet to avoid such embarrassment. But why was it missing? He must have brought it out with him. Could it have fallen out during their earlier scuffle? This was dire. It seemed dining without paying was inevitable. Wu Tian glanced at Tananka. Do you have any money? He whispered. Money? Tananka replied, taken aback. Having never dealt with money before, he had no interest in it, and certainly didn't have any on him. Oh no, my wallet is lost. I have no money to pay, Wu Tian stammered. Ah. Tananka was equally shocked, recalling how Wu Tian had confidently insisted he would treat him to a meal. But now wait. Tananka glanced over at Ma Luan, and a plan formed in his mind. Isn't it just about settling the bill? He smiled at Wu Tian with apparent ease. Watch this. Impressive, Tananka. No wonder you're the son of a wealthy family. Wu Tian, seeing Tananka's relaxed demeanor, felt relieved, thinking he must have brought money. Without waiting for Wu Tian to rise, Tananka confidently approached the counter. The total comes to 500,000, the cashier remarked, drenched in sweat from the lengthy receipt stretching over 400 meters. What on earth did these two little rascals consume? 500,000. Wu Tian exclaimed, bewildered. Did he and Tananka eat that much? Even if his wallet hadn't been lost, the 4,000 inside was hardly enough to cover the bill. Indeed, you ordered 200 lobsters at 1,500 each. The cashier replied, glancing at the order. Is that so? Wu Tian was taken aback, realizing how exorbitantly priced the lobsters were. He had never paid attention to such details, having never ordered them before. Yet, despite their quantity, the meat was so small it could be consumed in a single bite. 500,000. That seems reasonable. In stark contrast to Wu Tian's shock, Tananka remained remarkably composed and pointed towards Ma Luan, saying, charge it to her. She is our good friend. He emphasized the words good friend with a broad grin. Tananka, that doesn't seem right. Wu Tian instantly realized Tananka's intentions and tugged at his arm, whispering, that's a bit too wicked. She's bound to hate us. She already dislikes us and always acts so superior. This will serve as a lesson, Tananka replied softly. But, Wu Tian started. If we run up such a bill and our parents find out, especially Uncle Wukong and Aunt Chi-Chi, they will surely scold us. Wu Tian wished to voice more concerns. But their hushed conversation was interrupted by the cashier. Is this true? The cashier asked skeptically, eyeing Tananka and Wu Tian. However, recalling their recent ranking as second and third in the junior division made him doubt they would lie. Even if they did, he could explain the situation to the organizers of the World Martial Arts Tournament and perhaps deduct the meal cost from their prize money. To be prudent, the cashier called over a server to inquire with Ma Luan. Oh no. Wu Tian and Tananka exchanged panicked glances. However, the cashier was too focused on Ma Luan to notice their distress. When the server approached her and asked, did these two little boys claim to be your good friends? Good friends? Ma Luan paused, taken aback. She had understood the meaning of the term since kindergarten, but due to her unique circumstances, she seldom played with other children. As a young girl, she had accidentally knocked out a classmate in a moment of exuberance, leading to an extended hospital stay and her grandfather's apologies to the boy's family. To avoid causing trouble for her grandfather and to prevent harming others, Ma Luan had never dared to make friends. The concept of friendship felt unattainable to her. Consequently, she had spent most of her time alone, which heightened her focus on her appearance and shaped her current personality. Yet, deep down, she yearned for companionship with peers. Otherwise, she wouldn't have honed her skills to such an extent, striving to control her strength and minimize the risk of harming ordinary people. Could you clarify? Ma Luan asked, suppressing her longing. It's those two. The server pointed to the visibly anxious Tananka and Wu Tian at the counter. When they made eye contact with Ma Luan, their expressions visibly stiffened, followed by an awkward, forced smile. Who were they? Ma Luan felt quite surprised. When had she become good friends with them? In fact, these two were far more formidable than the ordinary people she had encountered. Even if she exerted all her strength, she might not be able to knock them out. Could it be that they, too, lacked friends, and having been defeated by her, felt a sense of admiration, leading them to forge a blood pact with her? Akin to sworn brothers? Ma Luan had sneaked a glance at her grandfather's purchased martial arts novels, where such tales of heroes and comrades were frequently depicted. The more she pondered, the more it seemed plausible. Just then, Tananka beckoned them over, his face brimming with a stiff smile, albeit a smile nonetheless. This beautiful lady. We three are good friends, right? He said, addressing Ma Luan. Beautiful lady. Good friends struck a chord with Ma Luan. Upon hearing this, she felt a mix of joy and embarrassment. There was no way around it now. Since they had said so, she decided to play along. Tossing her hair with a hint of pride, she declared, very well. I shall reluctantly accept the role of your good friend. Upon hearing Maluan's affirmation, Namek immediately clenched his fist in delight. This mischievous woman was surprisingly easy to sway. Just like her mother, a few compliments about her beauty would leave her dazed. The waiter returned to inform the cashier, who, upon learning of Maluan's acknowledgement of their friendship, let out a sigh of relief and allowed the two children to leave. Even if they weren't friends, she could still seek assistance from the organizers. Forcing them to stay would only create chaos and disrupt the restaurant's business, which was the cashier's consideration. As Maluan finished her meal and approached the cashier, she was greeted with, "Hello, the total comes to 500,057. I'll round it off for you. 500,000 will suffice." The cashier spoke to Maluan. "What?" Maluan was taken aback. "Well, this little lady, your two good friends just mentioned that they would put the entire bill on your tab, and you agreed, right?" The cashier asserted. "Damn it, those two rascals." Maluan felt a surge of anger. Did those little brats think they could dine and dash by deceiving her into becoming their friend? What's wrong? The cashier inquired. "Never mind, let us settle the bill." Maluan reassured herself that a lady should never show anger in public. Thus, she opened her suitcase, revealing neatly stacked bundles of cash. This was her prize for being first place. It was originally meant to be distributed only after the Grand Martial Arts tournament concluded. When that explosive-haired uncle mentioned that helping him with a favor would grant her an advance of 10 million, Maluan had agreed, not expecting the money to be handed to her directly. Although she wasn't particularly fond of that explosive-haired uncle, his straightforwardness when it came to money was indeed impressive. Seeing Maluan carrying such a substantial amount of cash, the cashier's demeanor immediately shifted. "Miss, please hold on for a moment. I will settle your bill right away." In no time, the 500,000 had been counted. Maluan, dragging her suitcase, immediately switched gears and sprinted toward the direction where Namek and Suan were departing. Namek was in high spirits, humming a tune with his hands clasped behind his head, while Suan appeared pensive, contemplating why he, no longer a child, still enjoyed playing such pranks. Namek planned to call Suan back to check on Maluan. But, stop right there, you two little rascals. Maluan confronted them. Her golden hair now darkened with fury, her ruby-like eyes fixed on Namek and Suan. Namek was taken aback by her appearance, stammering, "You, are you trying to dine and dash?" To Namek, it seemed impossible for Maluan to afford the 500,000 bill. Surely, the restaurant would make things difficult for her. "Do you think I'm like you? I pay my bills." Maluan disliked being misunderstood, so she felt the need to clarify. "Really? Do you have that much money?" Suan was taken aback, as throughout both his past and present lives, he had found it challenging to earn money. Especially in his previous life on Earth, where working 14 hours a day in a factory would yield only around 7,000 at the end of the month, with deductions for accommodation, utilities, and tardiness, leaving him with barely over 5,000. To save 500,000 would take at least a decade. "Why would I lie to you?" Maluan opened her suitcase to reveal a dense stack of cash. Suan eyes widened in astonishment. Namek, however, merely lost himself in thought. As the son of a wealthy family, he had never touched money and held no interest in it. He was only momentarily distracted by the sight of someone hauling a suitcase full of cash. "That's a lot of money." "So what? It's just money. What's so surprising about it?" "My family has plenty," Namek said dismissively. "Oh really? What you have belongs to your parents. But this is all from my hard work. At least I'm not like you, who has to deceive others just to eat," Maluan retorted angrily, hands on her hips. "We never deceived you. Don't say such things." Namek argued back. "Your ability to talk nonsense far exceeds your skills." Maluan shot back. "You two just lied, claiming to be my friends. And then tried to skip out on the bill, didn't you? How pathetic." "Well, you see," Namek countered, "if you're not willing to pay for the meal, why would you expect us to be friends? You're the one being unreasonable." Maluan was momentarily taken aback by Namek's retort. "How does that make sense? If you were truly friends, you wouldn't expect someone to pay without a word. Moreover, your tone has been quite rude. You are neither polite nor courteous. Dummy. That's precisely why friends can speak freely without formality. My mother always said that true friends don't hold back when they talk. Don't you feel a sense of liberation when talking to us?" Maluan hesitated, reflecting on her interactions with these two since their meeting. Indeed, she had spoken quite candidly. There was none of the prim demeanor she usually presented in front of elders and classmates. However, this forthrightness felt quite enjoyable, and Maluan found herself relishing it. "Forget it. I don't want to argue with you. Consider this meal as a debt you owe me," Maluan declared. "You cannot refuse. Otherwise, I will tell your parents. Oh, you can't do that. Namek panicked at the thought of his parents finding out. Watch over this suitcase for me. I need to change my clothes. Without hesitation, Ma Luan entrusted her suitcase to Suen Wutian and to Namek before instantly teleporting home. Moments later, she returned. How did you just disappear like that? Namek asked, puzzled. Suen Wutian nodded in agreement, having his suspicions but refraining from confirming them. After all, even his father, Suen Wukong, couldn't he teleport? How could this little girl do so? Teleportation? Don't you two know how? Who would do something like that? Can you teach me? Unlike Namek's confusion, Suen Wutian was eager to learn this skill. I wonder if you could show some backbone, Wutian. This skill allows you to reach your destination instantly, no matter the distance. Upon hearing this, Namek's interest peaked. This is simply a divine skill. His demeanor shifted from adversarial to beaming with a smile. You seem so insincere, Ma Luan mumbled, pouting. Indeed, Ma Luan. Did you not just mention changing your attire? Yet, I see no alteration in your outfit, Wu Tian remarked, casting a glance at Ma Luan, who remained adorned in a pink dress, her hat unchanged. I am wearing shorts, she declared, lifting her skirt, causing Wu Tian and Namek to instinctively cover their eyes in shock. However, the scene was far from what they had anticipated, for beneath her skirt, Ma Luan sported a pair of shorts, with the remainder of her attire revealing her fair, long legs. I must say, you two are surprisingly innocent. The boys at school often gaze at me, she remarked. Fool, who would be interested in your legs? Young lady, please maintain some decorum, Namek retorted, his embarrassment evident. Ma Luan found their reactions amusing, her eyes sparkling with delight. How about this? I am to participate in the adult category competition shortly. And if you two cheer for me, I shall teach you the art of instant transmission. Cheer? How vain of you, Namek replied, feeling a bit awkward. He had seen cheerleaders on television, and they were expected to dance. Namek felt a bit embarrassed. Please, I implore you to teach me instant transmission, Wu Tian exclaimed, lacking any sense of modesty. Wait a moment, Wu Tian. Cheerleaders must wear peculiar outfits and dance, not to mention loudly shout her name in support. Is that something you wish to do? Namek warned, concerned that his dear friend might not grasp the implications. Rarely does someone offer, so do not meddle. Ma Luan cautioned Namek, then turned to Wu Tian with a smile. You are son Wu Tian, are you not? You have a discerning eye. I shall remember you. Farewell. Ma Luan reclaimed her suitcase from Namek and waved in farewell as she proceeded towards the adult category venue. You are Miss Ma Luan, the champion of the youth category, are you not? Mr. Sa Dan has informed us of your status as his disciple, and you shall represent him in the adult final. The monk in charge of the event greeted her. Upon seeing Ma Luan, he relayed Sa Dan's instructions. Become the disciple of that flamboyant fellow? What a jest! Ma Luan thought to protest. However, Mr. Sa Dan has assured that regardless of the outcome, the prize for first place in the adult category will be awarded to you. The monk continued. The first place prize? That's 10 million. Coupled with my current funds, this would grant me the freedom to purchase clothing. Ma Luan exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Momentarily disregarding her status as Sa Dan's disciple, the monk escorted her to a VIP viewing room reserved for Sa Dan. Mr. Sa Dan, I have brought her, he announced with a respectful bow. At that moment, Sa Dan remained silent, his back turned to Ma Luan and the monk, lifting a hand that held a glass of red wine in a gesture signaling the monk to depart. How ostentatious. Once the monk exited, Sa Dan immediately altered his demeanor, approaching with a smile. My apologies, Miss Ma Luan, for unilaterally declaring you my disciple. It was unavoidable, as the organizers were reluctant to grant you the seed position otherwise. Rest assured, I shall not bring you shame. Look here. Sa Dan moved aside, dramatically pulling away a white cloth from a long table. Before them lay a table nearly 5 meters long, adorned with exquisite confections, and in the center were stacks of cash. This is all your reward, Sa Dan proclaimed confidently, convinced Ma Luan would be enticed. Previously, he had noted that despite her tender age of 7, Ma Luan exhibited a surprising fondness for wealth. With the array of desserts crafted by esteemed masters, he was certain the young girl would not refuse. Having witnessed her prowess, Sa Dan took her as a disciple, intending for her to compete in the adult category on his behalf. Regardless of victory or defeat, such a remarkable display of combat would surely elevate his renown. As anticipated, Ma Luan did not decline. Instead, She requested Saiyan to bring a chair so she could savor the sweets while observing the battles outside. Saiyan exclaimed, "The plan is working. I, Saiyan, am truly a genius." The large window overlooked the adult competition arena, where the contestants were engaged in fierce battles, and the audience was fervently animated. "Now, please welcome contestant Kubai to the stage," the host announced, his golden hair marking him as the exclusive commentator for the World Martial Arts Tournament. It is believed that even a century later, he would be revived with Dragon Balls to continue his commentary. The contestant known as Kubai was, in fact, Piccolo. Due to the widespread recognition of his name, Piccolo decided to compete under an alias to avoid instilling fear. However, his appearance was still recognizable to the golden-haired host, who quietly advised him, "Please refrain from demolishing the arena this time." "I understand," Piccolo responded, a hint of embarrassment coloring his green visage. Recalling the time he had leveled the tournament grounds during the finals against Sun Wukong, causing the audience to flee in terror. Yet, the dedicated host continued his commentary without faltering until the match concluded. In hindsight, Piccolo admired the human's professionalism, which surpassed his own fears. Kubai's opponent was the formidable number 16, a towering figure clad in green armor. The host, intrigued by the name, noted, "It is quite curious that someone would be named number 16. As he called out, a muscular man with a mohawk entered the arena, standing nearly 2 meters tall, resembling a beast. "Go, Uncle Kubai!" Sun Wufan cheered, stepping out from the waiting area to support his father. "That fool. I specifically changed my name. How could he still call me by it? Is he undermining my efforts?" Piccolo thought, though he felt immense joy at Wu Fan's encouragement. Alongside Wu Fan, Bai Li also emerged. "Wu Fan, do you know that peculiar individual?" Bai Li mused, feeling that Piccolo's green hue was quite odd, far from that of a normal human. "Uncle Piccolo is not strange. He is a good person who has watched me grow up," Wu Fan replied, in stark contrast to the original narrative where he had previously made hurtful remarks about Piccolo. Here, however, Wu Fan held deep respect for him, equating him to his own father. "Oh, I see," Bai Li said with an awkward laugh, recognizing her earlier indiscretion. "Uncle Piccolo, you must win." Wu Fan continued his support. Piccolo heard their conversation, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he assured, "Do not worry, Wu Fan. I shall show you the fruits of my years of training." He promptly removed his hat and the heavy cloak he wore. The thud of the hat and cloak hitting the ground silenced the previously lively audience. "Impressive. Contestant Kubai is trained in such heavy attire. This promises to be an exhilarating match." The host commented aptly, "Coming out strong, are we? This is for the best, as it saves time," the muscular man, known as number 16, remarked, seemingly unfazed. Indeed, he was the famed android from the original Dragon Ball series, though due to certain circumstances, his appearance was delayed until the Buu saga in this narrative. The reasons for this will become clear in due course. "You are quite unfortunate to face me," he added. In the present day, Goku has become somewhat frivolous, having traversed the arcs of the Saiyans, Frieza, and the androids. His strength has escalated to a level that ordinary Earthlings can only aspire to. Currently, Goku does not sense the energy of the 16, perceiving him merely as a tall figure devoid of any remarkable prowess, which inevitably breeds a sense of contempt. However, the moment the match commences, heralded by the exuberant shout of the golden-haired host, the robust silhouette of 16 suddenly charges towards Goku. What? Goku finds it hard to believe that this seemingly ordinary Earthling, lacking any visible energy, possesses such incredible speed, even surpassing that of the earlier android, Raditz. Who is this individual? When did such a formidable warrior emerge on Earth? Astonishment aside, Goku is no longer the same as he was 8 years ago. During this time, spurred on by Shaolin, Goku devoted himself to rigorous training, aside from a visit to witness Wu Fan's prowess. In an instant, Goku evades 16's assault, appearing beside him. Realizing Goku has maneuvered to his flank, 16 pivots with remarkable force, launching a punch aimed at Goku. What a formidable opponent! Goku mutters, aligning his palms to absorb the blow. Such immense power. At this moment, Goku comprehends that the behemoth before him is not merely human. He resembles a mechanical monstrosity. Just as Goku braces for the impact, 16 executes a swift kick aimed at his waist. Cursed be it. Goku raises his leg to block, but the opponent's might proves overwhelming, leaving him momentarily weakened. He cannot allow the onslaught to persist. With a fierce shout, Goku unleashes a yellow energy blast from his mouth. 16, caught off guard, is propelled away, his feet dragging across the arena floor, leaving two conspicuous trails. Goku creates distance between them, and both fighters momentarily pause. This brief interlude grants the audience a moment to digest the spectacle, and thunderous applause erupts. What an exhilarating display. The contest between Goku, or rather Kobai, and 16 is utterly captivating, a clash of raw power that stirs the soul. The golden-haired host, too, is swept away by the fervor of the atmosphere. In the VIP section, Satan stares in disbelief, having prepared himself mentally, yet the absurdity of the battle still astounds him. Truly formidable. If I were to step into the ring, I would likely be reduced to a mere shadow of my former self. Fortunately, these two demonstrate considerable skill. As expected of the adult division, Marin elegantly wipes her mouth after a sweet treat, sharing her thoughts. Chapter 81, by D. Lee's Misfortune. Incredible. That tall individual can actually hold his own against Goku. When did Earth become home to such powerful beings? Sun Wukong appears perplexed, for in his recollection, Earth has never harbored such formidable individuals. He cannot possibly be human, Vegeta interjects, noting the absurdity of a human possessing propulsion capabilities. Observe that insignia. Vegeta gestures towards the red double R emblem on 16's chest. Which emblem? Sun Wukong inquires, pondering briefly before responding with confusion. What is that? The Red Ribbon Army. Vegeta exclaims, incredulous. You, an extraterrestrial, know of it. Yet this native, Kakarot, is oblivious. Ah, is that so? Sun Wukong remains unfazed by Vegeta's critique. Indeed, Mr. Sun Wukong. A woman in a white lab coat approaches, introducing herself. I am number 21, an android. The self-proclaimed number 21 extends her hand, seemingly intending to shake hands with Wukong. Sun Wukong inspects the woman, who is shorter than him, sporting a peculiar smile and impressively developed muscles. Most strikingly, she identifies herself as an android. Rest assured, we are not affiliated with Dr. Gero. My presence at the World Martial Arts Tournament is solely to observe the prowess of the world's champions. Number 21's eyes twinkle, her smile unwavering, exuding an unusual charm. However, as a pure-blooded Saiyan, Sun Wukong feels little interest in such matters. If given a choice between a robust man and a slender woman, he would undoubtedly choose the former. For the thrill of combat with the former far outweighs that of the latter. Ultimately, out of courtesy, Sun Wukong shakes her hand, yet no. 21 refuses to release her grip, her face flushing as she utters peculiar words. So strong, just as legend foretold, Mr. Sun Wukong is truly the mightiest in this world. A strange sensation washes over number 21, as she licks her lips and exclaims something utterly baffling. It must be delicious. Sun Wukong feels compelled to withdraw his hand. Sensing the oddity of the interaction, Vegeta, standing beside him, furrows his brow, harboring no affection for number 21. How detestable. This woman approaches Kakarot with such familiarity. Does she intend to usurp him? Kakarot has yet to settle our rivalry, and that cannot be allowed. Currently, Kakarot belongs to me, Vegeta. Similarly, Chi-Chi in the audience shares Vegeta's sentiments. How infuriating. What is that woman thinking, grasping onto my Wukong's hand? Chi-Chi, consumed by jealousy, exclaims. So what if she is younger and has a larger chest, and wears glasses? Whoa. Suddenly, Chi-Chi bursts into tears. What are you doing, with such a plethora of emotions? Bulma remarks, somewhat exasperated. Bulma, do you think Wukong finds me old? Chi-Chi confides in Bulma. Bulma, taken aback, muses, you are 4 years younger than I am. If you consider yourself old, what does that make me? Rest assured, Wukong is not that type of person, Bulma reassures her. But Wukong hasn't touched me in ages. Chi-Chi wails. What nonsense, there are so many people around. Bulma lowers her voice. How long has it been? 8 years. What? Bulma is equally shocked. 8 years without intimacy. Chi-Chi and Wukong truly are. Bulma inquires further to uncover the truth. It turns out both Wukong and Chi-Chi are not proactive. And at night, they merely sleep. I say, Chi-Chi, Saiyan men are like wooden blocks. If you do not take the initiative, they will not respond. Sigh. Bulma is taken aback by their story and promptly shares her own experiences with Vegeta. As the topic unfolds, Chi-Chi feels shy yet anticipates it with eagerness. Thus, she learns from Bulma, alleviating some of her sorrow. Meanwhile, Master Roshi, the turtle hermit, is eavesdropping on their conversation. The surrounding audience is also captivated. For this topic is far more engaging than Goku's battle. On the other hand, East Kaishin, at this moment, is not focused on the interaction between Wukong and No. 21, nor on the combat of his former subordinate, Baiku. Instead, he observes with grave concern the two muscular figures whispering to each other nearby. These two muscular figures, possessing a slightly pale complexion and adorned with an M insignia on their foreheads, clutch an object resembling a urinal. These two are, of course, the henchmen of Bibidi from the Bu saga, here to gather energy to resurrect Bu, just as depicted in the original narrative. Their energy levels are considerably higher than those of ordinary Earthlings. Are they still below the threshold? They discuss amongst themselves, yet do not engage Baiku in battle. In the arena, Sun Wutian had quietly flown above the stage to observe, fulfilling his promise to cheer for Marin. Wutian, you can't truly believe that person's words, can you? I think she merely intends to toy with him. Tenanx had reluctantly followed along. Shoo, Tenanx, look, Wutian urged, directing Tenanx's gaze to the stage. At that moment, Piccolo and Android 16 were once again exchanging blows. Piccolo, you are even stronger than what the records indicate. You are not so bad yourself. I now recognize your identity, Android. Oh, you figured it out? It's so obvious, who wouldn't? With that exclamation, Piccolo mustered his strength and charged at Android 16, who remained unfazed and charged back. The two met in the center of the stage, elbows clashing, fists colliding, feet kicking, each showcasing their martial prowess. A fierce wind whipped up on the stage, threatening to shatter the bricks beneath them. The sound of their strikes echoed like rolling thunder. Ultimately, Piccolo unleashed the Kamehameha wave, instantly tripling his power and catching Android 16 off guard, sending the massive figure flying out of the ring. With Android 16 eliminated from the competition, the victor was Piccolo. As the blonde-haired announcer proclaimed, the crowd erupted in cheers. It was indeed a spectacular battle. Anticipation grew for the next contestants' performances. However, due to the impressive display by both fighters, the arena had been damaged and required repairs, so please bear with us for a moment. The blonde-haired announcer called for repair personnel who had not been summoned for quite some time. After all, in the absence of Sun Wukong, the World Martial Arts Tournament had seen no formidable opponents, and the stage had rarely faced any damage, let alone litter. I often hear my father say that aside from Uncle Wukong and Brother Wufan, there are no other strong fighters on Earth. However, I never expected Uncle Piccolo to be this powerful. Tenanx, watching the spectacle alongside Wutian, remarked with awe. Not only Tenanx, but even Sun Wutian was somewhat astonished. Piccolo's strength was indeed remarkable, especially with that technique that suddenly manifested white edges, rivaling his own Super Saiyan 2 form. This was a far cry from the Piccolo who merely served as a backdrop in the later parts of the original story. It seemed he had underestimated others. Wutian silently chastised himself. Congratulations, Uncle Piccolo, Wufan said to the victorious Piccolo. Of course, Wufan. It has been many years since we last sparred. This time, I want to see how strong you have become. Winning in front of his beloved disciple filled Piccolo with a sense of pride. Indeed, I am looking forward to it. As Wufan reminisced about their sparring days before Vegeta came to Earth, he felt nostalgic for his childhood. You two share a wonderful bond, remarked Biddy Lee. Glancing between Wufan and Piccolo, she was genuinely captivated, realizing that her classmate Wufan was surrounded by extraordinary martial artists, which broadened her horizons. Oh, pardon me. You must be Wufan's girlfriend. I, as an elder, have spoken too much. I shall leave the rest of the time to you two. Piccolo noted Biddy Lee's presence. Although he was inclined to continue conversing with Wufan, he deemed it unnecessary to disrupt Wufan's romantic endeavors. What? That's not true. Biddy Lee blushed at Piccolo's comment. However, Piccolo had already walked away. Haha, Uncle Piccolo truly enjoys joking, Wufan awkwardly chuckled, secretly overjoyed. Even Wufan thinks so. How frustrating. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Biddy Lee pouted, her cheeks flushed. She indeed had developed a fondness for Wufan. Perhaps it was during her initial curiosity about the golden-haired warriors and Saiyan superheroes that she was destined to fall for him. The next match features contestant M. Lee Ku against contestant Biddy Lee. Please prepare yourselves. The announcement from the blonde-haired host echoed through the arena. It appeared that the battlefield had been repaired. Biddy Lee, it's your turn. I will be cheering for you. Wufan flashed a bright smile. Whatever. Your support means nothing to me. Biddy Lee turned away, then softly muttered dummy as she dashed onto the stage. Upon reaching the arena, she found herself facing a pale-skinned, muscular man. Yet, she felt no fear, although she was not as powerful as Wufan and the others. She had recently mastered the art of flight and had a basic understanding of how to harness her energy. Biddy Lee, being the daughter of Satan, had gained a world-class reputation due to her altruistic nature. While the inhabitants of the Dragon Ball world might not be aware that their king was a dog, they certainly recognized Satan. Go, Miss Biddy Lee. Miss Biddy Lee is so beautiful. Will Miss Biddy Lee surpass her father this time? The audience erupted in various cheers, clearly demonstrating that the heroic daughter was indeed quite popular. Lee Ku, hurry up and finish the fight. We don't have time to waste, he arrogantly declared. In stark contrast to Biddy Lee's popularity, this was, of course, overheard by Biddy Lee. Though intimidated by the Z Fighter's power today, the pride of being a hero's daughter remained intact. She could not bear the thought of losing to anyone else. Let the match begin. The blonde-haired host seemed to forego embellishments, likely aware of Satan's true nature, thus harboring little hope for his daughter. As the battle commenced, Biddy Lee launched the first attack, charging towards Lee Ku at a speed that seemed rapid to an ordinary person, unleashing a flurry of punches that merely grazed Lee Ku's body. Lee Ku, however, wore a radiant smile. Wow, Miss Biddy Lee has taken the initiative. What a fierce and swift style of fighting. Yet, her strikes caused no harm, resembling more of a massage than an assault. The host's commentary was brutally honest. Observing from the sidelines, Sun Wukong quickly discerned the disparity in strength between Biddy Lee and Lee Ku, and he sensed the malevolence radiating from Lee Ku, causing him alarm. To prevent Biddy Lee from getting hurt, Wukong shouted, "Biddy Lee, you are no match for him. Surrender now." How infuriating. Biddy Lee instantly recognized the gap in their abilities, yet her determination would not allow her to relent. However, as she attempted a sweeping kick to Lee Ku's head. Lee Ku, stop wasting time. A companion interjected. Lee Ku turned to his ally and replied, understood. Simultaneously, his hand effortlessly caught Biddy Lee's incoming kick. What? Biddy Lee was taken aback, astonished that her attack had been so easily intercepted. Biddy Lee, just give up. Wukong urged anxiously, but it was too late. Lee Ku finally initiated his counterattack. He effortlessly lifted Biddy Lee and delivered a fierce punch to her abdomen. The force was so severe that one could only marvel at how Biddy Lee, in the original story, could still bear a child after such an onslaught. Biddy Lee, surrender quickly. Wukong was filled with concern. Biddy Lee, struggling to maintain consciousness, glanced at Wukong. I clearly said I would do my best. She forced a smile. Now faced with the prospect of conceding. What kind of nonsense is this? Am I being underestimated? Although I am not as strong as you, I am still the daughter of a world champion. The latter part of her thought faltered. Biddy Lee clenched her teeth, refusing to yield. The surrounding audience, witnessing the scene, were rendered speechless. Soon, they regained their senses and began to shout, "What are you doing? Just throw her out of the ring and you win. Why must you torment Miss Biddy Lee like this? Indeed, Lee Ku, the tournament forbids killing. So just throw Miss Biddy Lee out of the ring to secure your victory." The blonde-haired host, unable to bear it, echoed their sentiments. What nonsense. Isn't this quite entertaining? M's face twisted into a cruel smile. He had not come to this arena merely to compete. Chapter 82, Rusty Lobby D. Lee. That wretched man. How could he treat my daughter this way? In the VIP audience room, Sadan was so agitated that he was nearly beside himself. Yet he felt utterly powerless. Like Wukong beside the ring, he wished for Biddy Lee to concede, as it would spare her further torment. Biddy Lee, please surrender. I will not. Biddy Lee was resolute, refusing to yield no matter how Wukong implored her. Such tenacity is admirable. Though it pleases me to see you struggle. May your life prevail, as your tongue does. Biddy Lee's steadfastness did not evoke M's sympathy. Rather, it fueled his excitement. He reveled in this torment, especially after being dubbed BBD's subordinate, his wicked desires intensifying. Such behavior seems morally reprehensible. Enough of your drivel. The blonde-haired host attempted to intervene, but was brusquely dismissed by He too was at a loss. For as long as Biddy Lee refused to concede, she remained within the bounds of the match. How infuriating. You scoundrel. Observing Biddy Lee being tormented repeatedly by Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, ready to intervene. Wukong, this is the World Martial Arts Tournament. No one will be killed here. Sun Wukong stepped forward to quell Wukong's fury. How delightful, such resilience. I am thoroughly entertained. I think he is called Bobo Biki, it slipped my mind. Whatever. I'll let it go, maintained his excited yet sadistic grin as he prepared to stomp Biddy Lee's face into the ground. Suddenly, A tremendous force struck him sending him crashing into the distant wall, embedding him within, leaving his fate uncertain. Meanwhile, Bedili vanished from the stage. What just transpired? Like's companion, a tall, muscular man, was utterly bewildered by the events that had unfolded. His partner, Like, had been sent flying, and Bedili seemed to have disappeared as well. The blonde-haired host and the audience were equally perplexed. The fighter Like was knocked out of the ring, and Miss Bedili appeared to be missing. The host narrated the situation, while the Z-Warriors had a clearer understanding of what had transpired. Suin Wufan dashed away. "Wufan, where are you going?" Suin Wukong inquired. "I need to check on Bedili." Without looking back, Wufan headed towards Sadan's VIP room. Indeed, he had witnessed everything that had just occurred on the stage. Maluin had appeared on the arena in an instant, unceremoniously striking Like away, then vanishing with Bedili. Suin Wufan recognized Maluin. Although she had used instant transmission, he could sense her energy now residing in the VIP room where Sadan was. Sure enough, within the VIP room, Sadan was anxiously scanning his surroundings. He had been wholly focused on his daughter's match, but now she had inexplicably disappeared. "Bedili, where has she gone?" Sadan was in a panic. Suddenly, two figures materialized in the room, Maluin and the unconscious Bedili. Maluin, standing at approximately 1 meter tall, was oddly cradling the taller Bedili in a princess carry. Maluin gently placed Bedili on the sofa. Sadan rushed over to inspect her. "My poor Bedili," tears welled in Sadan's eyes. "Right, I must call for a doctor." Sadan was flustered, somewhat at a loss. "I have already treated her," Maluin stated calmly from the side. Hearing this, Sadan glanced at his daughter and noticed that, while she appeared a bit dirty, her expected injuries had vanished. "Ah." Sadan finally regained his composure. "Thank you, Miss Maluin. No need for thanks. It's no big deal." Maluin had recognized Bedili as the older sister who had previously treated her to milk. So this was merely a return of a favor. Suddenly, the VIP room door swung open. A peculiar figure in green attire and sunglasses burst in. Sadan immediately recognized the newcomer as a young man with whom he had recently shared jovial banter. Hey, what are you doing?" Sadan attempted to intervene. While he was desirous of fame, he was also a traditional man who did not want his daughter associating with questionable individuals. "Bedili, are you all right?" Hearing Suin Wufan's call, the previously unconscious Bedili stirred back to consciousness. Despite Sadan's relentless calling, it was Suin Wufan's presence that seemed to resolve everything. Perhaps this is the power of love. "Wufan," Bedili smiled warmly at the concerned face before her, for reasons unbeknownst to her. "Thank goodness, Bedili. You are safe." Suin Wufan's expression softened with relief. He then turned to Maluin and expressed gratitude. "Thank you, little sister." "It's nothing." Maluin waved her hand, seemingly uninterested in the unfolding drama. "If all is well, you should leave quickly. Your presence here is distracting me." Maluin sat at the table, eating to divert her attention. Though she usually did not indulge excessively, she was not one to refuse food when she desired it. "Well then, let us go, Bedili." Suin Wufan took Bedili's hand, intending to leave. Upon feeling his grip, Bedili blushed immediately, her face turning crimson. Strangely compelled, she agreed to accompany Suin Wufan. The two were about to leave, entwined in mutual affection, when Sadan interjected angrily. "Wait, Bedili is my daughter. You cannot take her away." Sadan rushed forward to prevent them from leaving. Seeing this sudden interruption of his connection with Bedili, Suin Wufan had a faint recollection. Wasn't this the human uncle who had appeared during the Shala Games? Just then, an announcement blared through the arena. The next match will feature Suin Wufan and the 21st contestant. The blonde-haired host began to introduce the next match. Upon hearing the announcement, Bedili could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "Wufan, you must hurry, or you will be declared the loser." However, Suin Wufan was indifferent to winning or losing. His focus was solely on Bedili. "The championship that eluded me. I hope you can help me achieve it." Bedili proclaimed these heartfelt words. And Suin Wufan finally nodded, swiftly dashing back to the arena. Suin Wufan has finally arrived, and thus the match can commence. The blonde-haired host wiped the sweat from his forehead upon seeing Suin Wufan's arrival, for the audience had grown increasingly impatient due to his tardiness. Yet, even as the host called for the start, the two combatants on stage remained motionless. Suin Wufan noticed that the 21st contestant was a woman. As a courteous Saiyan, he intended to strike first. To his surprise, the 21st contestant did not initiate an attack either. Instead, She spoke in a sultry voice. Are you Suin Wufan? You were the one who defeated Shalu, correct? Her question left Suin Wufan utterly bewildered. How did she know about Shalu? No need for astonishment. I am a synthetic being, created in a manner similar to Shalu. The 21st contestant seemed to have anticipated Suin Wufan's confusion, revealing her identity. A synthetic being? Suin Wufan felt a twinge of anxiety but quickly regained his composure, confident in his own strength. Moreover, the aura she exuded was not menacing. At least she was forthcoming about her identity. However, unlike Shalu, I have no interest in playing with lives. The 21st contestant chuckled, her laughter paired with a captivating allure. Is that so? However, I did not defeat Shalu. Suin Wufan, concealing his thoughts, uttered something that took the 21st contestant by surprise. On the 21st, a moment of surprise crossed her face, as this seemed to contradict her calculations. In this world, besides their group of Saiyans, who else could possibly defeat the being of the same origin as Shalu? Nevertheless, setting that aside, her purpose today was to ascertain the strength of these individuals. What are you all doing? Are we fighting or not? The conversation between the two had consumed quite some time, leaving the audience rather displeased. Actually, the match has already begun, remarked the blonde-haired host, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. It was evident that the audience was growing impatient. Well, we have no choice. Let us commence, Sun Wukong. A crimson aura erupted from the 21st, indicating her intention to hold nothing back. This overwhelming energy evoked a sense of Super Saiyan power in Sun Wukong. Indeed, as she had stated, the 21st appeared to be a product created from the same origin as Shalu. The intensity of her aura soared several meters high, startling the already disgruntled audience, who were now thrilled, as they anticipated a battle of high caliber. Equally astonished was Sun Wutian, who was observing from above. While others may not have been familiar with the 21st, he was exceedingly well acquainted with her. This woman, an android, had never appeared in the Dragon Ball anime, but had made her debut in the game Dragon Ball FighterZ. Her introduction should have occurred after Sun Wukong's victory at the Tournament of Power, yet here she was, appearing just before the Buu saga. First, it was the unknown Marin, followed by the 16th, and now the 21st. Sun Wutian felt increasingly bewildered by the intricacies of the Dragon Ball universe. The android 21st indeed possessed notable prowess. Vegeta observed her strength without being overly astonished, as he believed he could easily handle her. She posed no threat. However, sensing a Super Saiyan aura emanating from a non-Saiyan being irked him. How dare these insignificant humans dare to desecrate the noble Saiyan lineage? Both Shalu and this 21st were affronts to their heritage. With this in mind, Vegeta shouted to Sun Wukong, "Hey Wukong, do not hold back, bring this counterfeit down." It was quite rare for Vegeta to cheer for Wukong. Sun Wukong felt a surge of emotion, recalling how Vegeta typically maintained a cool demeanor whenever he saw Sun Wukong, rarely exhibiting such encouragement. More often than not, he would lecture Wukong about his lack of pure bloodline and his failure to train diligently, leading him to stray further from being a true Saiyan. Piccolo watched Vegeta with a look of discontent. He had only just managed to convince himself to cheer for Wukong. But Vegeta's interruption left him feeling awkward about voicing his support. Wukong was momentarily taken aback, perhaps due to the lingering shadow Vegeta had cast over his childhood, compounded by Vegeta's tendency to either lecture or belittle him. This made Wukong inherently wary of interacting with his uncle. However, upon witnessing Vegeta's unexpected encouragement, Wukong was momentarily stunned. Yet, he quickly responded, "I understand, Uncle Vegeta." Without hesitation, Wukong let out a shout and transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. His transformation, however, lacked the characteristic lightning effects, causing Vegeta to frown deeply. After 8 years, how had this boy's strength diminished? Why does it seem that Wukong's strength has regressed? Sun Wukong inquired, scratching his head in confusion. Back when he battled Shalu, Wukong was the only Saiyan capable of holding his own against Shalu, and at that time, his energy had been purer and stronger than it was now. Yet, presently, there was an unmistakable sense of weakness emanating from him. "That is a question for you, Kakarot." Vegeta snapped, incensed by Sun Wukong's nonchalant demeanor. How could a son with such extraordinary talent be reduced to this? Ask me. I am at a loss too. Whenever I urge Wukong to train, Chi-Chi scolds me, and I have since ceased to do so, Sun Wukong explained. Humph, a proud Saiyan afraid of his wife. It seems you are not as formidable as you claim, Kakarot. A mocking smile spread across Vegeta's face upon hearing Sun Wukong's admission of fear. Why did he find it amusing? He would never, at least he convinced himself of that, be afraid of his wife. Yet, when he thought of Bulma, he found his own resolve wavering. Piccolo regarded the two Saiyans with confusion. What was wrong with these two? They were now discussing the topic of fear of their wives. He decided it was best to refocus his energy on supporting Wukong. Once again, his gaze returned to the arena, where the 21st radiated a red aura while Sun Wukong was enveloped in golden flames. The two clashed spectacularly. Not bad. Wukong, is this the power of a Super Saiyan? The 21st, amidst their clash, appeared unfazed and licked her lips, eyeing the powers surrounding Sun Wukong with a predatory gleam. This left Sun Wukong astonished. He had not anticipated that even after transforming into a Super Saiyan 2, he would only be evenly matched with her. Despite her apparent inferiority, even weaker than Shalu in his base form, he found himself unable to defeat her in an instant. At that moment, Sun Wukong realized that the prolonged period of peace had caused him to neglect his training, leaving him weaker than he was at the age of 12. This realization filled him with regret. Just then, two figures suddenly leapt onto the stage. Chapter 83, Disciple of Satan. Due to Sun Wukong's focus on the 21st and the weakening effect of the epic confrontation, he failed to notice the two figures approaching the stage. It was none other than the M-Force, who had just battled with Bidalai. In the original story, they were known as Bapabik, but he regrettably forgot. Sun Wukong felt a sudden tension, as if something had pierced him from behind. It was a white pot. Sun Wukong, he called out, attempting to struggle, but found himself completely powerless. This is excellent. I had not hoped for this, yet I have encountered someone with high energy. Wukong. Piccolo, sensing Wukong's predicament, rushed to assist, but was halted by the Kaishin. Why, Lord Kaishin? Piccolo asked, bewildered. I apologize, Piccolo, but this matter pertains to the peace of the universe. I hope you can endure this, the Kaishin replied, somewhat regretfully. Beside him, Jebet was controlling Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, having been forewarned by the Kaishin, was not particularly surprised. TSK. That guy Wukong cannot even break free from this power. Vegeta felt a mixture of disappointment and frustration. He had no intention of intervening. After all, a Saiyan should resolve their own challenges. Relying on others was not the Saiyan way. However, the Kaishin had overlooked an important detail. What are you doing? Disrupting someone else's battle. The 21st expressed her discontent, swiftly launching two energy blasts to send the M-Force flying. How infuriating. This woman is not to be trifled with. The M-Force, realizing their predicament, hastily retreated with their pot, intending to report the occurrences to Bidalai. Thank you. Wukong expressed his gratitude to the 21st. Meanwhile, the East Kaishin, noticing the M-Force retreat, immediately pursued them. Sun Wukong followed suit, intrigued to discover what kind of being could pose a threat to the safety of the universe. Kakarot. Vegeta interrupted him. What is it, Vegeta? Sun Wukong asked, somewhat puzzled by Vegeta's obstruction. Kakarot, we still have our match ahead. Where do you think you are going? Vegeta replied, a hint of irritation in his tone. He felt that Sun Wukong was not taking their match seriously, which hurt the pride of a Saiyan prince. Rest assured, Vegeta, I merely wish to observe that fellow known as Morin Buo. I shall return promptly after your match. Son Goku spoke somewhat dismissively. Yet Vegeta did not wish to press too hard. Very well, I shall accompany you. Do not attempt to flee. We shall take a brief look and return. Upon finishing his words, Vegeta took flight alongside Son Goku. How impatient you are, Vegeta. Do you not wish to witness this Morin Buo? Not at all. Vegeta grumbled as he followed Son Goku into the sky. Observing his father's departure, Sun Wukong was somewhat bewildered. Uncle Bike, where are you headed? At that moment, Bike also intended to follow, prompting Sun Wukong to inquire. Apologies, Wu Fan, but Earth is in peril. I must investigate. Having merged with the deity, Bike transformed from a great demon king into a protector of Earth. Watching Bike ascend, Wu Fan, being a Saiyan, felt a surge of justice. I am sorry, Miss Urshiaheo. Wu Fan followed closely behind Bike. Miss Urshiaheo was taken aback. The crimson aura enveloping her gradually dissipated. She had just begun to enjoy the fight when her opponent fled. Oh, how disappointing the men are. Miss Urshiaheo expressed her discontent. Although many events transpired, due to the voluntary exit of contestant Wu Fan from the arena, the victor was declared to be contestant Urshiaheo. The blonde-haired host snapped back to reality, as did the other spectators. astonished by the sight of so many individuals soaring into the air. It felt as though flight was a standard human trait, yet they themselves could not fly. They have flown away? In the VIP section, Sadan's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing that the adult group contained such formidable individuals. Thankfully, they have departed. Sadan felt both relieved and anxious. Wufan. Seeing this, Bidalai rushed outside. Where are you going, Bidalai? Sadan attempted to stop his daughter, but was too late. A young woman is not to be kept at home. You, a disheveled father, cannot possibly compete with that strapping young man. At this moment, Maloan interjected. In truth, Bidalai's decision to leave was quite sensible, as remaining in the company of unfamiliar individuals often feels awkward. It would be best if even this peculiar uncle departed, allowing her to relax. This was Maloan's silent reflection. As one who considers herself a lady, Maloan would never voice such thoughts, except for the two brats, Trunks and Sun Wutian, who are too pompous to be treated with courtesy. Otherwise, they would not respect you. No way. How could my Bidalai be interested in that oddly dressed man? She once sweetly declared her intention to marry her father during her childhood. Sadan felt as though the world was crumbling upon hearing his daughter pursue another man. Hey, uncle, are you still asleep? Such a terrifying fantasy. Maloan's crystalline eyes were filled with confusion. What should I do? What should I do? That man's hair seemed to turn golden. Could it be that Bidalai has reached that age and now fancies boys with golden hair? Impossible. This cannot be. Why must fate be so cruel? What have I done wrong? Sadan's emotions spiraled, muttering incessantly, causing Maloan to feel vexed. I truly wish I could toss this old man out. How annoying. Maloan approached the floor-to-ceiling window to distract herself by gazing outside. At that moment, she caught sight of the victorious Urshiaheo. The aura surrounding this woman is rather peculiar, almost as if many individuals were amalgamated into one. Maloan pondered, realizing that after that strange group departed, the most formidable opponent she might encounter would likely be this woman. There are indeed many strong individuals in the world. I had thought myself unique, but it seems I was mistaken. With this thought, a faint smile graced Maloan's lips. Even she had not realized that she was beginning to look forward to battling someone. This was not in accordance with her ladylike demeanor. Hey, Wutian. It seems that father and the others have gone to some place. Trunks observed the direction in which Vegeta and the others flew with great interest. Wutian, shall we follow? I do not wish to go. Wutian knew what was about to unfold. Yet he was more eager to learn instant transmission. It is merely an evil sorcerer attempting to resurrect a slumbering fat man. Sun Wutian unconsciously divulged the forthcoming plot. However, the term evil sorcerer piqued Trunks' curiosity. Why do you look so excited all of a sudden? Sun Wutian questioned, puzzled by Trunks' sudden eagerness. Let us go together, Wutian. I too wish to witness this evil sorcerer. No, I want to learn instant transmission. Come on, Wutian. As long as you accompany me, I'll give you a toy. Of course, Sun Wutian was not particularly interested in toys. In the end, he underestimated the persistence of a child and was half-heartedly dragged along by Trunks. As for the ensuing events involving Morin Buo, they followed a trajectory quite similar to the original story, except this time, the participation of Xiao Lin was absent. Simultaneously, due to Bike mastering Xiao Lin's Kamehameha, and having been spurred on by Xiao Lin, he had diligently trained himself over the past 8 years, thus assuming a combat role. As in the original tale, Bibidai defeated 2 M-class beings, only to discover that there were indeed powerful humans on Earth, prompting him to lure Son Goku into his spaceship and dispatch his minions to combat Son Goku and his allies, thereby gathering enough power to break the seal on Morin Buo. In the first match, Bike vanquished an unidentifiable catfish man. In the second, Son Goku triumphed over a gluttonous dinosaur beast. And in the third, the regressed Saiyan, Sun Wufan, faced the Demon Realm King, Dapula. Son Goku remarked that Dapula possessed considerable strength. Although he could not compare to the former, normal state Sheru, he still compelled Sun Wufan to transform into Super Saiyan 2. Ultimately, the two engaged in a match that infuriated Vegeta, who bluntly declared that Sun Wufan was merely a fool, lost in the tranquility of peace. Such an opponent should not require so long to defeat. A waste of that talent. Simultaneously, Vegeta's desire to contest with Son Goku was conveyed to Bibidai, who successfully manipulated Vegeta, eliciting the dark impulses buried deep within him. Consequently, Son Goku was compelled to battle Vegeta. The Kaioshin, watching from the sidelines, was left exasperated. as any confrontation between Son Goku and Vegeta would allow Bibidai to swiftly gather energy to resurrect Morin Buo. The narrative concerning the Buo arc unfolded similarly, with minimal deviation from the original. Let us return our focus to the World Martial Arts Tournament. As Malowin anticipated, once Son Goku and his companions departed, Uchiha emerged as the strongest contestant in the tournament, naturally advancing to the finals. To her surprise, this captivating woman possessed extraordinary martial prowess, tearing through the competition with ease. According to the tournament rules, contestant Uchiha was to challenge the hero Saiyan, who had previously defeated Cheru and saved the world. Should she vanquish Mr. Saiyan, contestant Uchiha would be crowned the new champion. On the arena, the blonde-haired host spoke, while an inexplicably floating balloon blimp displayed a large television screen showcasing the film of Saiyan's victory over Cheru. The individuals in that film donned headgear that made them appear rather foolish. Is it possible that such a man defeated Cheru? Although the film was quite absurd, Uchiha recalled Sun Wufan mentioning that Cheru was not defeated by him. Could it be that Cheru was truly vanquished by such a man? Uchiha gazed skeptically at the grinning fool on stage. Could this individual genuinely have bested Cheru? No, this person exudes no formidable presence. Perhaps it is due to his mastery of techniques. I must remain vigilant. Greetings to all the spectators. I am Saiyan. As soon as Saiyan made his entrance, he performed his iconic victory V gesture, igniting an immediate frenzy among the audience. A significant reason for their attendance was undoubtedly Saiyan himself. They were fervent admirers of his, and witnessing him stirred their emotions. Contestant number 21 proved to be quite formidable, having fought her way to the final, ultimately standing before me, Mizite Saiyan. Saiyan first commended contestant 21 before adopting a solemn demeanor and declaring, however, I am of advancing age and should not monopolize the title of world champion. Thus I have decided to let my disciple take the stage. Disciple? Contestant 21 furrowed her brow, surprised that he would not personally compete, but instead send forth a disciple, which seemed to belittle her capabilities. Despite her perceived weaknesses, she possessed the strength akin to a fully realized Shalu. Yet this older gentleman appeared utterly unconcerned, indicating he was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Yet why were there no figures of such caliber in the future world? Could it be that this world was not the one she originally inhabited, but rather an alternate timeline? Contestant 21 was perplexed, realizing that the time machine developed by Jianan Company seemed to possess capabilities beyond mere temporal displacement. Wait a moment, Mr. Saiyan, this is not what was promised. The blonde host sensed that events were spiraling out of control. It was clearly agreed that Saiyan would personally take the final stage. Yet he was now delegating the responsibility to another. There is nothing wrong with this decision, Saiyan reassured, dismissing the host's unease. Rest assured, my disciple is exceptionally powerful. He waved towards the waiting area, and the audience buzzed with anticipation, eager to discover who Saiyan's disciple was. Surely, the esteemed disciple would be remarkable. Indeed, it must be a tall and handsome gentleman. After all, among his previous disciples was a striking blonde man. No, it should be a stunning lady. They noted that contestant 21 was a beauty, and thus assumed Saiyan chose to send forth a female disciple to avoid any semblance of impropriety. Surely, this disciple would also be a beauty. The audience transformed into amateur detectives, speculating among themselves. You may come out now, Malowin. As Saiyan beckoned, a petite figure emerged from the waiting area. Indeed, it was Malowin. Yet, she appeared somewhat displeased. When did I become your disciple? Do not be like that, Miss Malowin. Saiyan implored, rushing over to whisper, please, just cooperate with me. I know you adore beautiful clothes. After this, I can gift you VIP cards to all the clothing stores in Saiyan City. All clothing stores. Hearing this, Malowin's interest was piqued. And VIP cards to all the dessert shops. Saiyan sweetened the deal. Then I shall reluctantly grant your request. As a lady, one must pay attention to her image. Yielding too readily could appear excessively greedy. Thus, Malowin tossed her golden hair, feigning reluctance while internally elated. She glanced at contestant 21, who was also looking back at her. Her opponent was a mere little girl. What a joke, Malowin thought. She is just a slightly stronger woman. Let us see how I defeat her. Chapter 84. Buo Arc. Since it was Mr. Saiyan's request, the adult group was set to engage in their final showdown. One side featured contestant 21, who had decisively triumphed over all challengers, while the other was contestant Malowin, a child yet known to all who watched the youth category as the reigning champion. her strength equally terrifying. Following the customary protocol, the blonde host presented the fighter's information, prompting contestant 21 to raise an eyebrow, dismissive of the host's description. How can a mere child be deemed formidable? She scoffed, questioning the host's judgment. Maluin noticed the disdain on her opponent's face and felt no anger. Rather, she was pleased. Such a mindset would surely lead to her downfall. Maluin initiated the attack, her speed neither too fast nor too slow, merely perceived as swift by the average observer. Contestant 21 remained still, viewing Maluin's movements as excessively slow. Clearly, this individual had not witnessed her battles against those two little brats. Such complacency was unwarranted. Maluin executed a daring side kick, and contestant 21 merely stepped back slightly. Yet, Maluin awaited this very opening. In an instant, her hair transformed into a dark hue, revealing the full extent of her power. Though her previous kick had missed, aided by her aerial technique, she adjusted her position and landed a direct hit on contestant 21 before she could react. Contestant 21 found herself propelled through the air as if struck by an immense force. Realizing that this seemingly innocent girl was no ordinary opponent, but rather a formidable little monster concealing great strength. Utilizing her aerial technique, contestant 21 returned to the stage. Didn't he succeed? What a pity. She glared at Maluin, noticing her cunning expression, which irked her greatly. She herself possessed a similar disposition. Yet it was precisely this resemblance that made her dislike women like Maluin, even if she was merely a child. What a sly little brat, contestant 21 declared sharply. Upon hearing the insult, Maluin retorted, "It's clearly your arrogance that led to this misfortune. You old hag are merely making excuses. Sharp-tongued little brat. Just wait until I tear your mouth apart. With 2 pieces of pork on your chest, you dare to challenge me?" Contestant 21 shot back defiantly. However, Maluin's retorts were surprisingly sharp. One could not fathom where she had learned such vocabulary. Their verbal sparring created a lull in the match, capturing the audience's interest as they watched 2 girls, one large and one small, bicker. Just as they relaxed, the 2 combatants exploded into action, instantaneously converging at the center. Their brief encounter saw them exchange numerous blows in an instant. Maluin, now clad in leggings, was unencumbered by concerns of modesty, unleashing a flurry of martial arts techniques with perfect execution. However, the audience suffered, eager to witness the final match clearly. The intensity of their battle unleashed a tempest, with not only strange energy effects emanating from their bodies, but also the sheer force of their strikes creating a whirlwind, obscuring the view for the spectators. How exhilarating! I can barely make out their moves. Maluin was astonished. Having observed from the VIP room, she had not fully grasped her opponent's prowess, but now, engaged in combat, she recognized the terror of contestant 21. In close combat, she felt a dull ache in her arms. This woman was quite formidable, undoubtedly far surpassing that Son Goku. Maluin was stunned, while on the other side, contestant 21 was equally troubled. She had not anticipated that aside from Son Goku and the other Z fighters, there existed such a monstrous little girl. It was known that she was a synthetic being, created from the same source as Shalu, and due to her longer development time, her strength had always been on par with a fully realized Shalu. Yet, this ostensibly invincible power faltered before a mere 7-year-old girl. If it were one of the seasoned warriors like Son Goku, it would be understandable, but to be outmatched by a child was utterly humiliating. Contestant 21 felt as if all her years of effort had been in vain. She had her pride, and suddenly, contestant 21 erupted, striving to unleash every ounce of power within her. Gradually, she began to gain the upper hand in their close-quarter combat. Maluin, realizing the danger, hesitated to confront contestant 21 head-on. Your words may be tough, but your strikes are nothing to fear." Contestant 21 felt great delight, beginning to taunt her opponent. However, Marin's expression soured. It was unclear why she harbored such an aversion towards number 21, especially with her enviable figure, which could incite jealousy in many. Marin herself lacked such a gift. The last person who spoke to me in a similar manner, can you guess what happened? Suddenly, Marin distanced herself from number 21. This separation, alongside Marin's words, caused number 21 to halt her onslaught, observing Marin with keen interest. Within her, there also resided Saiyan cells, those damned cells that made number 21 feel invincible when the tide was in her favor. Behold! With a swift exclamation from Marin, she transformed into 4 distinct Marins, all manifesting in their ebony-haired forms. Number 21 was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recalled her studies. Was this not the Four's body technique of Tianjinhan? It appeared flamboyant, yet its essence lay in dividing one's strength into four, seemingly ineffective. However, to her astonishment, the strength of the four Marins remained identical to the original, merely multiplied in number. This was not fortuitous news for number 21, as it implied she would have to confront four formidable Marins alone. Number 21 could not fathom why, after employing the Four's body technique, the opponent's strength had not diminished but remained unchanged. This technique, which did not dilute combat power, was nothing short of a divine skill. Realizing her miscalculation, number 21 sought to rectify her approach, but it was too late to launch another attack. Marin refused to engage in close combat, with the four Marins strategically positioned around her, continually wearing number 21 down using the prince's battle style. Despite her relentless attempts to close the gap, number 21 faced failure at every turn. She had even tried to counterattack, but the agile young girl evaded her strikes effortlessly, employing instantaneous movement. Reluctant to concede, number 21 braced herself against the onslaught, convinced that such a diminutive girl could not possess boundless energy. Surely, a chaotic application of the prince's battle style would soon exhaust her. Yet, reality proved to be a stark contrast to her expectations. Number 21 soon realized that the girl seemed to emit waves of energy effortlessly, her expression remarkably relaxed, devoid of any sign of fatigue. Something was amiss. The current number 21 gradually began to feel the strain. Initially, she could maintain her attire through sheer will, yet gradually, her clothing began to show signs of wear. As the situation escalated, she faced the imminent threat of exposure. Ultimately, with no other recourse, number 21 chose to surrender. How could this girl be so powerful? As if she possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of energy? The thought of limitless energy reminded number 21 of Dr. Jero's research on infinite energy devices. Initially, she had dismissed such concepts, deeming them impossible. However, upon her resurrection, she learned of Capsule Corporation's time machine, a notion previously beyond her imagination. Furthermore, she had come to understand that the artificial beings androids 17 and 18, who were destroyed by Trunks, possessed infinite energy devices. Could it be that this little girl was also an android? Upon reflection, she bore a striking resemblance to Android 18 from her records. As number 21 pondered this, her defeat was declared by the golden-haired host, announcing Marin as the ultimate victor of the adult group. The audience erupted in cheers, celebrating Marin's double victory that day, which brought her joy amidst the competitive atmosphere. However, thoughts of the prize money and the shopping spree in a bustling metropolis brought a smile to her face. In contrast to Marin's enjoyment of triumph, number 21 cast a lingering glance at her. At that moment, number 16 approached her. Feeling down? He inquired. Upon hearing this, number 21 turned to him and chuckled lightly. Not at all. Our return was not solely for the sake of winning a championship. We merely sought to gauge whether our powers align with this era. It appeared that the world they had returned to was not as it was documented. Number 16 pondered for a moment. Both of them hailed from alternate timelines, specifically from the universe of the anime series Future Trunks. Number 21 awakened a decade after Trunks defeated androids 17 and 18, only to find that Goku was the sole remaining super warrior. The Dragon Balls had vanished, rendering the resurrection of others impossible. Without the revival of the other Z fighters, number 21 could not fulfill her wish. In desperation, she resorted to using the time machine to return. Upon her arrival, her first priority was to verify Goku's survival and strength. She learned that Goku would be participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament, but never anticipated encountering such an unusual girl as Marin. If it weren't for the scarcity of Bu cells within me, I would never have lost to such a child, number 21 thought darkly. You are still quite concerned, aren't you? Number 16 remarked, his expression unchanging. Be quiet. You are truly annoying, number 21 retorted, suppressing her irritation. She then addressed number 16, very well, initiate that plan. You begin searching for the Dragon Balls while I investigate the legendary Majin Bu and collect some Bu cells. Although number 21 possessed Bu cells, their insufficiency hindered her ability to fully harness their power, limiting her strength to that of a perfect cell, making further enhancement challenging. Nonetheless, these cells granted her a unique ability, the power to transform others into treats, consuming them to gain a fraction of their strength. It was akin to a diluted version of Bu's chocolate magic. This presented her with ample opportunity for manipulation. An insidious plan began to take shape in her mind. This return to the past was intended to turn all the Z fighters into delicacies, as she yearned to savor each of their flavors. Moreover, she desired to consume not only the Z fighters, but also the likes of Nappa, the Ginyu Force, Frieza, and Cell. Thus, she needed to locate the Dragon Balls to resurrect these individuals. However, before commencing, she must ascertain their strengths. Should she find herself lacking, she would not revive them, for they would only become obstacles. With number 16 departing to fulfill number 21's orders and collect the Dragon Balls, she cast one last significant glance at the victorious Marin, mentally adding her to the list of delicacies. Just wait, she contemplated as she exited the tournament arena, swiftly heading towards the battlefield where Goku clashed with Buu. At that moment, Vegeta willingly allowed himself to be controlled by Babidi to engage in battle against Goku. The energy from their fierce confrontation was immense, culminating in the revival of Buu, a rotund figure emerging on Earth. He was the legendary Majin Buu, a pink, chubby being with a temperament reminiscent of a mischievous child. Without delay, he devoured his mocking master, Dabura, and under Babidi's coercion, began attacking the Supreme Kai, only to be thwarted by Piccolo and Gohan. Despite unleashing their full power, the two were soon overpowered. Babidi ordered Buu to eliminate them, while East Supreme Kai Shin attempted to intervene, only to be soundly defeated by Buu. Amidst the chaos, Vegeta sensed Buu's overwhelming energy. Finally, he realized that his obsession with defeating Kakarot had brought forth such a terrifying adversary. Thus, he feigned a truce with Goku. But when Goku reverted to his normal state, Vegeta seized the opportunity to ambush him, rendering him unconscious. Vegeta resolved to confront Buu alone, seeking to atone for his past mistakes. Just then, Trunks and Son Goten arrived. Vegeta called Trunks over and, for the first time, embraced the 8-year-old boy. "It seems your father cannot take you to the amusement park," Vegeta uttered enigmatically. Trunks recalled the promise his father made the night before the World Martial Arts Tournament when he had cried during their training, and in a moment of helplessness, Vegeta had promised to take him to the amusement park. Trunks' memories were abruptly interrupted as he was knocked unconscious by Vegeta. Unconscious, Trunks, along with Goku, was handed over to Son Goten, who was instructed to take them away. Son Goten complied. Subsequently, Vegeta faced the formidable Fat Buu, rescuing the barely conscious East Kaioshin and requesting him to use instant transmission to evacuate Piccolo and Gohan. Finally, Vegeta engaged in battle with Fat Buu, suffering a severe beating. In a desperate act, Vegeta self-destructed, obliterating Fat Buu entirely. However, Buu managed to resurrect himself using a mere fragment of his cellular structure. Thus, the Buu saga officially commenced. In Chapter 85, titled Magic, Marin returned home with 2 million zeni, presenting the money to Dr. Gero. A large, rectangular suitcase, measuring 1 meter by 60 centimeters, opened to reveal a bounty of cash. Dr. Gero was taken aback, exclaiming whether Marin had robbed a bank. That cannot be. Marin, however, smiled with pride, claiming she had won the lottery, boasting with a rather self-satisfied expression. Dr. Gero was skeptical, suspecting she was merely pulling his leg, as he believed lottery wins were often fraudulent. He turned on the television, causing Marin to panic, fearing the news would report on her participation in the World Martial Arts Tournament. After all, it was a grand event for the human world, and being a dual champion, she would undoubtedly be featured. After flipping through dozens of channels, she breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing there was no coverage of the tournament. It turned out Dr. Gero was actually searching for news on a bank robbery, which, surprisingly, was not reported either. Gradually, he began to believe that lotteries could indeed yield genuine winners. Marin decided to spend a little money on shopping for clothes, asking Dr. Gero to save the rest, ensuring her grandfather could sustain the household without working. This warmed Dr. Gero's heart. Although he appeared to be a frail old man working as a security guard at a local parking lot, he actually had numerous scientific patents generating income. He simply wished to prevent Marin from perceiving him as wealthy, thereby encouraging her to strive for her own success. Once permitted by Dr. Gero, Marin took to the skies, venturing off to the mall. Meanwhile, Dr. Gero resumed watching television, only for it to suddenly broadcast an emergency news report. It described a pink, rotund figure wreaking havoc, transforming people into chocolate, milk, and various confections. The situation was bizarre and defied scientific explanation. Dr. Gero's expression shifted to one of concern, lamenting the calamities that plagued Earth. He contemplated calling Marin back, but she had neglected to bring her phone. Upon her return, he resolved to provide her with a mobile device. With newfound wealth, Marin relished her freedom, shopping for clothes and indulging in the latest desserts at a confectionery, soaking in the vibrancy of the metropolis. She felt immense joy. Having money was delightful. However, she soon found herself full, realizing that further consumption would lead to weight gain. Clutching several shopping bags filled with clothes in one hand and an ice cream cone in the other, she discovered she was satiated, reluctant to waste the treat. She noticed a peculiar pink figure ahead. It was an oddly shaped individual, and she thought, surely, a plump person like that would appreciate a treat. Here, this is for you, Marin offered, extending the ice cream to the pink figure. The being paused, momentarily taken aback, before being drawn in by the delightful aroma and accepting the offering. Though he had intended to cause destruction, he found himself momentarily distracted by the sweet gesture. "Why are you giving this to me?" Bu inquired, tilting his head. Marin glanced back at Bu, taking in his small eyes, round face, and soft, antenna-like appendage, which struck her as amusing. She chuckled, finding him to be quite a peculiar creature. Though she thought this, her upbringing as a lady taught her to refrain from speaking ill of others. After all, kind words can warm the coldest winter, while harsh words can chill the warmest summer. This cultural lesson had been instilled in her since childhood. "I just think you're adorable, so I wanted to share this with you," Marin explained. Bu appeared momentarily puzzled. "Adorable? If you are a boy, that means you are handsome. If you're a girl, it means you are beautiful." Handsome, beautiful? In his previous city, Bu had asked others if he was handsome, only to be met with frightened expressions, prompting him to transform them into chocolate. Yet here, in this new city, someone had offered him food and called him handsome, which shifted his perception of humans slightly. He had previously thought of them as merely troublesome beings who cried and ran away. "Bu, what are you doing? Did I not command you to eliminate all humans? Do you dare disobey me?" Bu's master, the nefarious sorcerer Bibidi, appeared, incensed by Bu's playful demeanor. How could a being created by his father be so disobedient? "Listen, if you defy me again, I will seal you away once more." Under Bibidi's threat, Bu begrudgingly gulped down the ice cream, barely savoring its flavor before transforming the nearby crowd into chocolate. With a single gulp, they were consumed, much to the horror of those who remained unchanged, causing them to flee in panic as they witnessed this unprecedented scene. "Hey, Bu, there's still a little girl here." Bibidi noticed that Bu had intentionally spared a girl, and his dissatisfaction grew. "She gave me food. She is a good person," Bu replied in a deep, rumbling voice. Despite his rotund size, his demeanor was akin to that of a child, lacking a clear understanding of good and evil. He simply reciprocated kindness with kindness. "Did I ask for your opinion? You should know who the true master is." Bibidi fumed, his small stature belied by his enormous temper, surpassing even Vegeta's. Bu turned away, quietly seething. He despised being scolded by Bibidi. Were it not for his desire to avoid being sealed, he would not heed the sorcerer's commands. What was that? Unbeknownst to them, Marin had returned to Bu's side, intrigued by the spectacle of him transforming a group of people into chocolate. She found it quite fascinating and wished to learn the trick. Seeing the sparkle in her eyes, Bu felt an affinity for her. Not only had she offered him a treat, but she was also a child. Bu seemed to enjoy interacting with young ones. "That's magic. It can turn anything into what I desire," he explained, his voice endearing and far from villainous. "Magic. It can turn anything into what you want." Marin's interest was piqued. Could she conjure the clothes she desired at will? How enchanting. "Wow, that is amazing. Can you turn all that chocolate back to normal?" Upon witnessing the admiration on Marin's face, Bu felt a swell of pride and readily replied, "Of course. No problem at all." As Bu began to regurgitate all the chocolate he had consumed, an abundance of it cascaded to the ground like a deluge, subsequently transforming back into animated humans. These individuals, dazed and bewildered, stood up and, upon realizing their surroundings, felt a profound sense of relief at having reverted from chocolate to human form. However, the next moment, upon catching sight of Bu, they froze in terror, screaming and scattering in all directions. Bu, initially furious at their fear, felt a sense of injustice for having liberated them. Yet he heard a voice exclaim, "Wow, that's amazing. Can you teach me? I can treat you to something to eat." Marwan's eyes sparkled with eagerness, longing to acquire such magical abilities. The world indeed held wondrous secrets. Despite her innate prowess in various formidable combat techniques, Marwyn found herself far more intrigued by magic. While boys often idolized superheroes such as Superman or Ultraman, Marwyn, as a girl, was enchanted by the tales of Mahua Xiaojiao. What was the most crucial element in becoming Mahua Xiaojiao? It was possessing magic. Today, Marwyn's wish was about to come true. You want to treat me to something to eat? Bu inquired, puzzled. Yes, since you've released so much chocolate, I must treat you. Marwyn replied. Is it that icy, sweet delight from earlier? Bu mused, realizing he had been too hasty to savor the taste. That is certainly not an issue. You can have whatever you desire, Marwyn said enthusiastically, willing to spend all her pocket money for the sake of magic. In that moment, she began to understand the sentiments of Sun Wutian. Of course, Marwyn felt that Sun Wutian lacked her charm. At least she understood the importance of treating someone to a proper meal before making demands. After we eat, you must teach me that magic that turns people into chocolate. Marwyn reminded him. This unabashed straightforwardness pleased Bu immensely, and he nodded emphatically in agreement. However, an unwelcome interruption occurred. A diminutive figure, resembling a yellowish goblin, shouted, Bu, what are you doing? How dare you release all those people? Bibidi, infuriated, recognized Bu's discontent but had previously chosen to swallow his anger. He never anticipated being openly betrayed now. His curses grew increasingly harsh. Marwyn observed as Bu's jovial expression visibly darkened. Indeed, it transformed into a shadowy hue. Marwyn, sensing the shift, quickly positioned herself in front of Bibidi, denying him any chance to react, and enveloped him in a crystalline bubble. Bibidi was immediately ensnared. Taken aback and then frantically flailing within the bubble, but to no avail. He could not even produce a sound. Bu's eyes brightened at the sight. While Bibidi possessed numerous spells, he lacked the agility of Bu, as he needed to vocalize his incantations. Now captured by Marwyn, Bu felt liberated from any further threats from Bibidi. At this moment, Bu's fondness for Marwyn surged. Thank you so much. This fellow is quite menacing. Always trying to threaten me with seals and forcing me to do things against my will, Bu said sincerely. Since being unsealed, this girl was the first to approach him willingly, even aiding in the capture of the detestable Bibidi. That sounds rather frightening, Marwyn responded, aware of what a seal entailed, as she recalled a sealing technique from her memories. With that, Marwyn set aside her beautiful attire and rummaged through a nearby trash bin until she found an empty water bottle. Then, under Bu's bewildered gaze, Marwyn opened the bottle and placed it on the ground. Since you enjoy sealing others, let me show you what it feels like to be sealed, she declared, striking an unusual pose before shouting, Magic Seal Wave. Bibidi's expression changed as he twisted and contorted within a green vortex, ultimately being trapped inside the water bottle. Marwyn quickly secured the cap, finding that Bibidi was so weak that he required no sealing talisman to contain him. Subsequently, she handed the bottle to Bu. Here, you can decide what to do with it. Bu stared in astonishment at the scene before him. This young girl possessed such formidable sealing skills. She had even managed to seal Bibidi, who was known for his significant magical prowess. Bu contemplated this revelation and felt a surge of joy. It meant that no one would restrict his freedom any longer. Accepting the bottle, Bu transformed it into chocolate and consumed it, causing Marwyn's eyes to sparkle once more. Magic is truly incredible. Thank you. My name is Bu. What is yours? Marwyn. Marwyn, huh? All right. I shall begin teaching you magic, Bu proclaimed, generously sharing his knowledge. However, whether it was Marwyn's lack of understanding or Bu's insufficient clarity, she found herself utterly confused after his explanations. In frustration, Marwyn suggested they eat while discussing. Thus, she led Bu to a dessert shop for their meal. Bu's peculiar appearance startled many ordinary humans, but Marwyn reassured him, saying, Don't mind those people. They are merely in awe of your looks. Bu, with his innocent mindset, interpreted their astonishment as admiration for his handsomeness, delighting in the thought and feeling even more cheerful. In the dessert shop, Bu indulged in a plethora of delectable treats, each one more exquisite than the last, leaving him both amazed and thoroughly satisfied. He devoured them voraciously, momentarily forgetting about teaching Marwyn magic. Marwyn, unperturbed, sat nearby, observing Bu as she reflected on the magical principles he had mentioned earlier. She felt a glimmer of understanding. This was a promising start, and she believed that once Bu was full, she could inquire further and master it perfectly. The array of desserts before Bu continued to grow. colorful and enticing. Yet, soon enough, these delightful treats began to dwindle into empty plates, nearly stacking to the ceiling, causing Marwan's heart to race. This scenario felt eerily familiar. The little rascals, Trunks and Sun Wutian, seemed to possess similar insatiable appetites. Marwan instinctively checked the thickness of her pocket money, silently scolding herself for being careless. I must hold on to my allowance when it's time to settle the bill. After some time, Bill finally finished his meal, contentedly resting his hands on his ample belly. A lovely waitress approached to present the bill. 500,000. What a familiar figure. However, unlike before, Marwan's hand trembled as she reached into her bag for money. Darn it, I didn't bring enough cash. Marwan extracted all her money, offering a portion before asking them to wait while she retrieved more. She promised to return shortly. But seemed to notice Marwan's predicament and pointed at the bills in her hand, asking, "What is that?" "It's money," Marwan replied, taken aback, and then explained its role in the human world. To her surprise, upon hearing this, Bill glanced at the bills and effortlessly conjured a large stack. Marwan's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, magic is truly powerful. Chapter 86. At a loss, it turned out that not only snacks, but money could be transformed as well. Marwan yearned to learn even more. With such magic, who would still want to participate in the so-called World Martial Arts Tournament? Beyond the realm of magic. The two had also shared their first encounter. Marwan had heard that the easiest way to forge a connection was to ask others about their professions. "I am a primary school student," Marwan stated solemnly, then inquired, "What about you, Mr. Bu?" "Me?" Bu pondered for a moment, realizing he had never considered such a question, what exactly he was. After all, he was not a being born of nature, but rather a magical creature created by a certain sorcerer. His purpose for existence seemed to revolve around destruction. "My profession is to destroy planets," Bu stated, unsure if such a declaration was indeed appropriate, yet feeling compelled to respond since the question had been posed. Destroying a planet. The little girl across from him displayed a look of astonishment. "Isn't that the behavior of a villain?" "Villain?" Bu found himself perplexed by this term. A villain is someone who derives pleasure from ruining the beautiful lives of others. Even with this explanation, Bu remained bewildered. Perhaps we shall delve into this later. However, destroying a planet is absolutely unacceptable. Marin crossed her arms, forming an X with her hands, and exclaimed, "Why? I ask you, is cake not delicious?" Marin inquired. Without a moment's thought, Bu shook his head vigorously. "Of course, it is delightful. But if you annihilate the planet, then no one will be there to bake you a cake." Marin pointed skyward as an example. "Furthermore, casually uttering such destructive words will earn you disdain, ultimately leading to a situation where no one wishes to converse with you. Do you truly enjoy the prospect of perpetual solitude?" Bu shook his head repeatedly. The mere thought of such loneliness was unbearable. Reflecting on his time of confinement, he had endured more than enough. Marin continued to impart wisdom to Bu, genuinely fearful that he might obliterate Earth. Without him, there would be no shopping malls to visit. Although somewhat reassured, Marin remained cautious, fortunately. Places like dessert shops often boasted bookshelves, and these shelves contained comic books. To her surprise, there was an Ultraman comic. Marin picked up a comic describing Ultraman and presented it to Bu. "Take a look at this, and you will understand what a villain truly is." With Marin's encouragement, Bu savored his dessert while engrossed in the book. However, juggling a book with one hand while eating with the other proved cumbersome. Thus, he opted to hold the book with one hand and let the dessert levitate into his mouth. The silver spoon seemed to possess a life and consciousness of its own, effortlessly delivering food to his lips. Marin was taken aback, unable to perceive the energy Bu was employing. Could this also be magic? I want to learn. Thus, the two spent the better part of the day in the dessert shop. The shopkeeper, having just witnessed Bu conjure a substantial sum of money, paid them little mind. Convinced that Bu must be a magician. If he could summon money, then it was not unreasonable for a silver spoon to feed him as well. In stark contrast to Marin's harmonious experience, the Z warriors were engulfed in tension. In the sacred world of the Kais, perched high above the clouds, typically shielded by divine power and basking in clear skies, the atmosphere today felt rather somber. Vegeta and Bulma struggled to maintain their composure, but ultimately Bulma succumbed, burying her face in Chi-Chi's shoulder and quietly sobbing. "I'm sorry, Bulma," Goku consoled, assuring her that if they were to find the Dragon Balls, they could resurrect Vegeta. Yes, and the Dragon Balls. Bulma's tears began to subside upon hearing this. At that moment, Kaioshin Shin and Piccolo suddenly teleported in. Lord Kaioshin, Goku exclaimed, momentarily shocked, then asked, "Where have you been? I could not sense your energy and feared the worst." "We are fine. We merely returned to the Kaioshin realm," East Kaioshin Shin replied, his expression grave, unprecedentedly so. "My apologies, Lord Kaioshin. It was our recklessness that released Bu." "No need for apologies. After all, even without you, Vegeta would have found a way to resurrect him. The ultimate outcome would simply have been delayed." East Kaioshin Shin continued, "By the way, Mr. Goku, your son, Son Gohan, must train in the Kaioshin realm for a while. I intend to cultivate him into a warrior capable of defeating Majin Bu. Can you grant us some time? A day or even half a day will suffice." "Gohan, thank goodness he is unharmed." Chi-Chi breathed a sigh of relief, having placed immense expectations on her eldest son. Training Gohan. Goku was taken aback, surprised that East Kaioshin held such high regard for his son. However, Gohan seemed considerably weaker now than he had in his youth. "Hey, Goku, what kind of expression is that? Gohan is incredibly strong." Piccolo was the first to object, incredulous that as a father, Goku would doubt his own child. It was quite disheartening. Piccolo reminisced about the battle with Bu, recalling how he, Gohan, and Lord Kaioshin had been defeated in an instant. That kind of power far surpassed that of Cell from 8 years prior. What is happening to Earth? Why does it keep encountering such incomprehensible monsters? Piccolo felt a sense of despair regarding the future of Earth. "Indeed, Mr. Goku, you may be unaware, but Gohan harbors potential that surpasses all beings. Do you remember the Golden Frieza from years past? It was Gohan who defeated him," East Kaioshin Shin recounted, prompting Goku to reflect as well. "Indeed, that crimson-hued Gohan possessed immense strength." "I understand, Lord Kaioshin. Leave the time negotiation to me." Goku's fighting spirit surged. To be honest, he had long desired to engage Bu in battle, but had been ambushed by Vegeta instead. "I'm counting on you, Mr. Goku." East Kaioshin Shin teleported away, intent on returning to unleash Gohan's latent potential. Goku instructed Piccolo to train Goten and Trunks, then vanished into the skies. As he soared, he sensed Bu's energy. "So it is. The creature that destroys planets is indeed a true villain. I refuse to become such a being." In the dessert shop, Bu perused numerous Ultraman comic books, finally grasping how dreadful it was to destroy a planet. Fat Bu was incensed. He vowed never to entertain such thoughts again. Indeed, from now on, he must live as a stable part of Earth. "Is that so? But I am uncertain where I should reside. Why not stay with us? It would be quite entertaining to have you around, as it is just my grandfather and me at home," Marin suggested. "Of course. The condition is that you teach me magic." "That is no problem, as long as I can enjoy desserts every day," Bu replied. "Desserts?" Marin recalled that she still had the winnings from the World Martial Arts Tournament and thought this arrangement should pose no issue, so she agreed. Just then, a figure descended from the sky, shouting through the glass window to Bu and Marin. This person was, of course, Son Goku. "You are quite easy to find. Come, let us battle, Bu." Goku entered the shop and addressed Bu. Bu was momentarily taken aback, then glanced at Marin, seemingly questioning what was happening. "Did you not say that the people of this planet cherish peace? Why do they seek to fight so readily? You are Marin, right? It has been a while." Goku also noticed Marin sitting across from Bu, perplexed as to why she was there. "Do you wish to fight Bu as well?" "Certainly not," Marin replied, her expression one of confusion, recalling that this was the individual she had encountered at the martial arts tournament, who had introduced himself as the son of a certain someone. How peculiar. She had not intended to interact with him. "What brings you here?" "The Bu in front of you is prepared to annihilate the Earth," Goku warned kindly. "Where did you hear that?" Marin was astonished, realizing that this fellow possessed a sense of justice and intended to protect the planet. It seemed he wished to engage Bu in combat. How could this be? She had only just managed to convince Bu to teach her magic. Lord Kaioshin said so. To illustrate that Bu was a villain, Goku even provided an example. He killed Vegeta. "Vegeta?" Marin's brow furrowed. "Who is that?" "Oh right. Isn't he the founder of the Saiyan fighting style?" Seeing that neither Bu nor Marin seemed to recognize Vegeta, Goku described his identity and characteristics. "I know that Vegeta, but I did not kill him. He self-destructed." Bu felt a surge of anger. He had already resolved to be a good person and did not wish to bear the blame. Self-destruction? Goku was taken aback. If it is indeed self-destruction, then one cannot blame others. It would be best to return quickly. There are no villains here that you need to defeat, and it would be wise not to disturb us. Ma Luan waved her hands, attempting to expel Sun Wukong. Observing his surroundings, Sun Wukong realized that this city bore no signs of destruction, and the people displayed no fear of Bu, who seemed to be merely indulging in desserts without any criminal intent. This revelation caused Sun Wukong to question his previous assumptions. Did the Kaioshin not declare Bu to be an evil being? While he harbored a desire to assess Bu's combat prowess, which had effortlessly bested Vegeta and Piccolo, there was no justification for an attack now, as Bu showed no inclination to engage in combat. This left Sun Wukong feeling somewhat powerless, as he had mustered great determination to explore his latest transformation into a Super Saiyan, a culmination of 8 years of arduous training. He had anticipated that this battle against Bu would provide the perfect opportunity to unleash his full potential. Yet, the reality was that Bu did not appear malevolent and had no intention of annihilating the Earth. He was simply conversing with a young girl in a cafe. It would be unreasonable for Sun Wukong to force a confrontation under such circumstances. A puzzled expression crossed his face, and after contemplating the situation for a while, he reluctantly returned to the Kaioshin's palace. Upon his arrival, Bulma, Chi-Chi, Piccolo, Son Goten, and Trunks were visibly taken aback by Sun Wukong's description of Bu. They were astonished to learn that he had ceased his malevolent ways and was instead enjoying ice cream, chocolate, and pudding with a little girl, completely devoid of any villainous demeanor. Sun Wukong expressed his inability to take action against him. Trunks, who had only recently awakened, was devastated upon hearing the news of his father's demise, which caused Bulma great distress. Son Goten was left in shock. Bu had turned into a good person? How could this be? The Bu saga had only just begun, and the main antagonist had not even entered his second transformation before renouncing his evil ways. How could the story progress from here? Son Goten swallowed hard, his face a mask of disbelief. He repeatedly sought confirmation from his father, Sun Wukong, before finally accepting the truth of Bu's transformation. However, he was also aware that the key to Bu's change lay with Ma Lun. Reflecting on this girl, who was of his age yet possessed greater strength, Son Goten found himself puzzled. He even speculated whether she might be a time traveler, having known from the start how to befriend Bu. Of course, this was merely Goten's conjecture. Nonetheless, Bu's early redemption was not without its merits, as it spared them from the lengthy conflict that had transpired in the original narrative. This could be considered a positive turn of events. In addition to the astonishment of Sun Wukong and his companions, the East Kaioshin was equally taken aback upon hearing the news of Bu's transformation. After carefully assessing the situation, he gasped in disbelief. The being he had feared for over 10,000 years, Majin Bu, had been subdued by a little girl through the simple pleasures of sweets and comic books, ultimately leading to his reformation. The East Kaioshin, perplexed, gazed toward the distant Vegeta, who was sternly instructing Gohan on how to wield the Kaioshin sword. With Bu now reformed, Bulma and her group decided to commence their quest for the Dragon Balls. Bulma retrieved a plane from her capsule, preparing to depart in search of the Dragon radar at home. Just then, the previously clear sky abruptly darkened, transforming from a serene blue to an oppressive black, with ominous flashes of lightning illuminating the distant clouds. These bolts of electricity could easily obliterate a person. Subsequently, a colossal Shenron soared into the sky, emanating a faint golden light. Bulma was taken aback, realizing that someone had collected the Dragon Balls ahead of her and was now summoning the dragon to fulfill their wishes. Panic surged within her, as this indicated that she would need to wait at least a year to gather the Dragon Balls herself. How could she endure a year of solitude? Ignoring Sun Wukong's warnings, Bulma furiously boarded the plane and swiftly flew toward Shenron, determined to uncover the identity of the individual who had preempted her in collecting the Dragon Balls. Soon, Bulma arrived at the scene, which was a barren wasteland filled with yellow sand. Aside from the howling winds and swirling sand, there was nothing else in sight. By the time she arrived, Shenron had already departed, leaving behind a ground littered with various sized craters, as if a person had been there. Meanwhile, the underworld seemed to be receiving an unexpected visitor. Chapter 87. The birth of the malevolent wave. A small ghost with horns sprouting from its hair, sporting golden short hair and red skin, with a peculiar set of teeth and 2 prominent fangs protruding from its lips, was currently listening to Wang Feng, involuntarily beginning to sway to the rhythm. Suddenly, it was struck and sent flying, crashing into a nearby large machine, which emitted a thick cloud of smoke. The youth of today, with their headphones, seem oblivious to others asking for directions. From the smoke emerged a voluptuous woman, followed by a muscular man with a mohawk. Without further ado, these were Android 21 and Android 16. They had utilized Shenron's wish to come to the underworld, with the objective of locating the soul separator within. Android 21 had discovered that when a living being dies, the soul separator in the underworld separates the soul from the body. This device was of great significance to her. As Android 21 approached a large machine, she found a massive glass cube filled with intricate machinery, beside which was a label reading soul separator. Excellent. Let us take it. At Android 21's command, Android 16 effortlessly hoisted the soul separator away, and the two figures vanished from the scene. However, the thick smoke of the underworld continued to billow, and the ghostly enforcers tasked with maintaining order arrived late. They spotted the rolling smoke from a distance and hurriedly approached. This is bad. The malevolent energy filtration device has been damaged. A higher-ranking ghostly enforcer exited their vehicle, astonished to discover that the vital malevolent energy filtration device had been destroyed. Each soul arriving in the underworld would undergo reconstruction, with both virtuous and malevolent individuals present. The malevolent ones would produce malevolent energy, which would lead them to be cast deep into hell until their malevolence was spent before they could reincarnate. All of this malevolent energy would accumulate here, to be filtered by the malevolent energy filtration device. Unfortunately, now that the device was broken, it meant that the malevolent energies in the underworld would remain unprocessed. The ghostly enforcer, uncertain of the consequences of such an accumulation, recalled how the King of Hell had emphasized the importance of preventing the spread of malevolent energy during every meeting, indicating that the situation could be dire. Damn it, where's the red ghost? Shouldn't the guardian of the malevolent energy device be him? Where has he gone? The ghostly enforcer fumed, relentlessly searching for the individual responsible for this area. Who is to blame for this chaos? Clearly, it is the guardian's fault. With the leader's command, the other ghostly enforcers swiftly began searching the vicinity for the whereabouts of the red ghost. However, when they finally located him, they found him collapsed at the center of the malevolent energy filtration device. The thick black smoke was not smoke at all. It was, in fact, malevolent energy, which was gradually invading the red ghost's body. Before the ghostly enforcers could report back to their leader, the once diminutive red ghost began to swell rapidly. Ultimately, he transformed from a small ghost into a large, yellow, bloated infant the size of a small house, wearing an expression devoid of emotion, repeatedly chanting the words malevolent wave. This must be its name. What? The ghostly enforcers instinctively sensed danger and attempted to flee. However, the malevolent wave raised its hand, and a yellow energy orb shot into the sky. Immediately, an explosion erupted in the heavens, transforming into stars that cascaded toward the earth like shooting meteors. The ghostly emissaries, eager to flee, were struck by an icy chill. They never anticipated that serving in the netherworld could lead to a second demise. The sinister wave, the sinister wave. The entity known as the Saiyan bow continued its incessant chatter, then leaped into the sky. The recent fall had sent tremors throughout the entire underworld. Yama, who had been diligently working, lost his balance and tumbled to the ground, scattering files from his desk like a mountain in disarray. What is happening? Yama murmured, as some subordinates rushed in, panicked, to report. A grave situation has arisen, Your Majesty Yama. The evil energy filtration device has been destroyed. What? Yama stood, incredulous. This device was of paramount importance. Should this malevolent energy escape, it could potentially corrode the entire universe. Benevolent souls would turn wicked, while the wicked would become even more terrifying. Quickly, send someone to repair it. We must not allow the evil energy to spread. Just then, the underworld trembled once more violently than before. Yama collapsed, unable to articulate his thoughts. What is happening? Yama attempted to exit the Yama Hall to discern the situation, but was thwarted by an invisible barrier that prevented him from stepping outside. The voice of Saiyan Bo echoed ominously in his ears. Yama gazed upward in astonishment. Just moments ago, he was worried about the spread of evil energy. However, it now seemed unnecessary, as the malevolent energy had coalesced into a more formidable entity. This is troubling. Despite Yama's lack of extraordinary power, he sensed the immense strength of this being before him. If left unchecked, the underworld could face annihilation, perhaps even the universe itself. Yama realized that Saiyan Bo could continue absorbing evil energy to grow stronger. Quickly, send word to Jean Pu Papa, instructing her to bring Xiao Lin from Earth, along with Sun Wukong and others. A significant event is unfolding in the underworld. Yama returned to his chamber and immediately dispatched a message to Jean Pu on Earth. At the moment, in the East Kai's realm, Kai Shin and Jebet stared in bewilderment at a crystal ball displaying the situation of Bu. Weeks had passed. Yet Bu appeared genuinely convinced by the young girl named Ma Luan, no longer engaging in malevolence, instead living peacefully with Ma Luan and Dr. Jero. The earth basked in tranquility. Kai Shin began to doubt the purpose of his existence. After years of battling the demon Bu, it was disconcerting that a mere child could resolve the matter so effortlessly. His head throbbed. However, it was evident that the current Bu, now plump, was vastly different from the original Bu. It seemed that absorbing the Great Kai had altered him significantly. Kai Shin recalled the Great Kai, a kind-hearted, hefty figure. Observing Bu for so long, it appeared that Bu now bore the influence of the Great Kai. If Bu has turned to good, then surely the Kai can permit my return. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong was still diligently wielding the Kai sword. Initially, when encountering Bu, the Earth faced a dire crisis, and Sun Wukong had been summoned to train vigorously in the Kai realm. However, as news of the crisis abetted spread, he began to slack off, losing his focus in training. Though East Kai had lifted the seal within him, he had made no progress over the past few weeks, his strength unchanged. This cannot continue. The crisis is not yet resolved. I say, Wukong, you are the most promising warrior in the universe. Why do you not take your training seriously? East Kai felt a sense of frustration. He had witnessed the overwhelming power of Sun Wukong transforming into Super Saiyan 4, a force that inspired admiration. Yet Wukong replied, I do not favor fighting. With peace restored, why continue training so hard? Sun Wukong's response was reminiscent of a certain mundane character. Are you doing this intentionally or out of carelessness? Intentionally. East Kai gritted his teeth, suddenly empathizing with Vegeta. Ultimately, East Kai did not release Wukong, but summoned the legendary Kaizen steel, reputed to be the hardest metal in the universe, and hurled it toward him. I will not allow you to return until you grow stronger, East Kai declared. Though Bu posed no immediate threat, it was unwise to assume he would not revert to his former violent self. He was a ticking time bomb. East Kai could not afford to be complacent unless someone's power surpassed Bu's. At this stage, the most likely candidate was Sun Wukong. Over a decade ago, he had already exhibited the capacity to overpower Bu. East Kai believed that even if he could not fully unleash that power now, with some training, he would easily surpass Bu. The Kaizen steel flew toward him. Sun Wukong yelped, hastily swinging the Kai sword to defend himself. However, with a resounding crash, Kaizen steel shattered the legendary Kai sword into pieces. The three onlookers were momentarily stunned. How could one expect this sword to defeat Bu? Wait, this is not my fault, Sun Wukong exclaimed as he scrambled to reassemble the broken sword. Miraculously, it seemed to bond back together. Just as Sun Wukong lifted it to show everyone it was still intact, it shattered once more. The atmosphere fell silent, as if a crow had flown by. Ah! This is the finest sword in the universe, East Kai lamented, clutching the broken sword in anguish. Sun Wukong, now frightened, retreated, insisting, it's not my fault. It was the Kai's decision to throw such a heavy object. Suddenly, a voice, aged and somewhat irreverent, broke the tension. The three turned in unison, startled. Did this planet house anyone besides the three of them? They instinctively looked toward the source of the voice. Upon seeing the newcomer, Sun Wukong felt little but curiosity about the sudden appearance of an elderly man. Yet East Kai leaped up, trembling, and exclaimed, Ancestor. Indeed, the figure before them was the old Kai from 15 generations prior. This was the authentic Kai. Those who succeeded him were merely nominal descendants. To be precise, the true Kai had always been the old Kai. Ancestor, Sun Wukong, and Jebet were bewildered. The ancestor was the Kai from 15 generations ago. No, he was the true Kai. Our current divine position is somewhat illegitimate. The ancestor is the genuine deity, East Kai hastily clarified. Is that so? Sun Wukong replied, somewhat dismissively, seemingly indifferent to the concept of a true deity. What is this attitude, Wukong? East Kai felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was one thing to show disdain toward him, but not toward the ancestor. Oh, forget it. It matters little. The title of Kai is merely a label. In the end, I am just an ordinary old man. The old Kai seemed unconcerned, his eyes drooping, his speech imbued with a languid quality, as if he might doze off at any moment. Yes, ancestor. East Kai felt nervous. This was his first conversation with the ancestor, and he was unsure of the latter's temperament. Yet it appeared he was not difficult to engage. To break the ensuing silence, East Kai ventured, "Ancestor, where have you been all this time? Why have I not seen you in years?" "Oh, you mean that?" The venerable ancestor spoke in a manner that seemed to favor intermittent pauses, stating, "I am sealed within the Jian Wangshan sword." Upon hearing this, everyone was struck by a sudden realization. To their astonishment, they had inadvertently released the esteemed ancestor. Yet, who could have been responsible for sealing him? The old Jian Wangshan fell silent for a moment, seemingly deep in thought, before lazily remarking, "I have forgotten. By the way, esteemed ancestor, a momentous event has transpired in the universe. The seal on Majin Buu has been lifted, and he now resides on Earth," announced Dong Jian Wangshan Xian with gravity. Majin Buu? The old Jian Wangshan appeared somewhat bewildered, but soon comprehended the situation. Upon grasping the nature of this terrifying entity, he seemed unfazed, stating, "It is of no concern. The seventh universe will not be obliterated by such a being. Should he overstep his bounds, there will inevitably be those who will deal with him." Previously, I was mistaken. Dong Jian Wangshan Xian indeed remained unaware of the existence of the destroyer gods. However, he was reluctant to amend his previous misunderstanding. "I see," Xian acknowledged, recognizing whom the ancestor referred to. Yet, it would take the awakening of that individual before the celestial bodies of the universe would not be in peril of being annihilated by Buu. Fortunately, a young girl had managed to stabilize Buu for the time being, prompting Xian to breathe a sigh of relief. "Who is this child? Is she your chosen candidate?" The old Jian Wangshan regarded Sun Wukong with curiosity, noting the tremendous power that lay within his seemingly mortal form, stronger than that of ordinary deities. The old Jian Wangshan discreetly sensed the events that had transpired in the seventh universe during his years of confinement, and his expression shifted dramatically. He discovered that 7 years prior, the supreme officer of the Angel clan had visited the seventh universe, and his purpose was to confront a mere mortal, a small bald mortal. The old Jian Wangshan was profoundly shaken, yet he dared not reveal his thoughts, fearing the displeasure of that supreme officer could spell doom for the entire seventh universe. Chapter 88. Number 21. Sun Wukong continued to train in the realm of the Jian Wangshan, while on Earth. Bulma had enlisted Sun Wukong to journey to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls to resurrect Vegeta. Sun Wutian and Trunks remained on Earth to keep watch. Upon hearing of his father's potential revival, Trunks shifted from sorrow to joy, yet after such tumultuous events, he refrained from suggesting play and instead invited Sun Wutian to train in the heavenly realm. Sun Wutian found this agreeable, as the foes in the Dragon Ball universe were exceedingly formidable. His Super Saiyan 2 form was still far from sufficient. He sought to discover the transformation method for Super Saiyan 3. Coincidentally, the evil containment wave emerged, and the fortune teller Baba could not locate Sun Wukong or Little Lin. So she had no choice but to summon the young Trunks and Sun Wutian. She also sought out Marin, as she had not been able to detect Little Lin's whereabouts through her divination, but had found clues leading to her daughter Marin. Baba believed that even without capturing the desired individuals, she must bring their offspring along. Thus, Marin, upon hearing the first leads regarding her parents, agreed to venture into the afterlife to confront the evil containment wave. Accompanying her were Sun Wutian, Trunks, and Buu, and the four engaged in a fierce battle against the evil containment wave in the afterlife. The infant form of the evil containment wave was relatively easy to defeat, but once it reached its adult form, the four were utterly overwhelmed. In terms of speed and strength, they were no match for the evil containment wave. Its terrifying ability to disassemble and reassemble itself rendered them incapable of victory. Later, Baba also summoned Vegeta to join the fray, but they continued to struggle against the evil containment wave. Ultimately, it was Sun Wutian, the traveler from another realm, who devised a plan to fuse with Vegeta to confront the evil containment wave. However, Vegeta vehemently resisted, proclaiming he would rather perish than fuse. In a state of desperation, Sun Wutian fused with Trunks to become Gotenks and transformed into Super Saiyan 3. The formidable power momentarily stunned Vegeta, who was taken aback to see even a 7-year-old surpassing him. Though Vegeta had met his demise, his pride remained unbroken. Nevertheless, even Gotenks was only able to match the adult form of the evil containment wave at best. As the battle wore on, the adult evil containment wave absorbed the malevolent energy flowing from the underworld, increasing its power. The energy drain of Gotenks Super Saiyan 3 form proved too great, leading him to revert to his base state, and the two young fighters endured a thorough beating. In the end, it was the invincible Sun Wufan who came to their rescue. The old Jian Wangshen unlocked Sun Wufan's potential, transforming him into Shinfan. The old Jian Wangshen remarked that Super Saiyan 3 was a path of misfortune, powerful yet excessively draining, akin to a vehicle consuming fuel at an alarming rate. In his Shinfan state, Sun Wufan became akin to a non-leaking balloon, achieving peak power and speed while consuming minimal energy. When the adult evil containment wave faced the invincible Sun Wufan, the latter finally did not falter. After an intense battle, alongside Sun Wutian, Marin, and Buu's Kamehameha, as well as the ultimate explosion from Vegeta and Trunks, they succeeded in obliterating the adult evil containment wave. Ultimately, joy reigned. Reminiscent of the conclusion of a well-crafted theatrical production, the afterlife was saved, and those who had contributed to its rescue began to depart. Yet, the afterlife lay in disarray, leaving King Yama in a state of utter dismay. King Yama, the soul separator, is missing. One of his subordinates reported the crucial information. But after experiencing the cataclysmic battle with the evil containment wave, King Yama instinctively believed the soul separator's disappearance to be a consequence of the conflict. Thus, the afterlife commenced its restoration according to King Yama's plans. However, none could have anticipated that this very soul separator would soon plunge the entire universe into a greater crisis. Upon returning, Sun Wufan and Sun Wutian naturally intensified their training. However, just a few days later, Sun Wufan was summoned by Bai Di Li, and thus began to neglect his training, leaving Sun Wutian to toil alone. Vegeta, inexplicably resurrected, appeared to have been brought back to life by Sun Wukong and Bulma on Namek after collecting the Dragon Balls. Following his resurrection, Vegeta returned to Capsule Corp with a visibly exhilarated Trunks. Finally, there was Marin with Buu, as she firmly grasped Baba's collar, who protested that Marin lacked respect for her elders. Marin retorted that Baba had deceived her, having promised to reveal the whereabouts of her parents after saving the afterlife. Yet, when it came to this, Baba fell silent, having previously been curious about little Lin, but now perplexed by the sudden shattering of her crystal ball, an ominous sign. As one who valued her life, Baba dared not continue her divination. "I'm sorry, but I can only tell you the appearances and backgrounds of your parents. I cannot disclose their current locations." Baba expressed her regret profusely. She produced the crystal ball, revealing the likeness of little Lin and number 18 to Marin, subsequently recounting their histories. Marin's expressions fluctuated between seriousness, shock, and bewilderment as she grappled with the inexplicable disappearance of her parents. Yet, a flicker of relief emerged within her. Her parents were neither dead nor had they abandoned her. With this burden in her heart, Marin returned home. Upon her arrival, her demeanor was noticeably somber. Dr. Gero, noticing her distress, inquired about her troubles. He soon discovered that Marin's source of worry stemmed from her parents. Dr. Gero remained silent, sharing a night of unspoken thoughts. The following day, he awoke to find Marin still lacking in spirit. Admittedly, he harbored no fondness for little Lin and number 18, having once regarded them as foes. However, Dr. Gua ultimately revealed everything that had transpired. He recounted all he had witnessed in the delivery room, leaving Ma Luan utterly astonished. In the end, Dr. Gua also felt a sense of loss, for he disclosed that he was not Ma Luan's biological grandfather. Previously, he had harbored skepticism towards human emotions, but after nurturing Ma Luan for 8 years, he unknowingly found himself ensnared by them. This time, it was Ma Luan's turn to fall silent, though she soon came to a realization. Despite Dr. Gua not being her real grandfather, their interactions over the years had rendered their bond indistinguishable from that of a genuine grandparent and grandchild. Upon hearing her words, Dr. Gua felt a wave of relief wash over him, and his spirits lifted. Meanwhile, Buo slowly expressed confusion, indicating a lack of understanding regarding human emotions. With the truth unveiled to Ma Luan, Dr. Gua felt no need to conceal his identity any longer, reclaiming his stature as a distinguished scientist. He had anticipated that this revelation would incite Ma Luan's displeasure. However, her eyes sparkled with admiration, proud to have a scientist as her grandfather. For the first time, Dr. Gua felt a sense of pride in his profession. Unfortunately, this moment of tranquility was short-lived. One day, the serene Earth was suddenly besieged by numerous peculiar replicants, devoid of thought and driven solely by a desire for destruction. Their inherent strength vastly exceeded that of ordinary humans. Despite their rampant chaos, humanity's military forces were powerless against them. Those familiar with Dragon Ball would recognize these replicants as Goku, Gohan, Krillin, Yamcha, Piccolo, Tien, Vegeta, Trunks, Nappa, Ginyu, Frieza, and Cell, suggesting that their prototypes were based on these named individuals. There were countless replicants, if not 1,000, certainly several hundred, created by the 21st. Possessing a unique ability, 21st could transform these replicants into delicacies, and by consuming these treats, her strength would augment. Although these replicants were formidable, they were still no match for the essence of this timeline. However, 21st had modified a soul separator stolen from the underworld, expanding its influence across the globe. Any strong Earth warrior's connection between soul and body would be disrupted. In less severe cases, they could still move, but would be unable to unleash their full potential, reduced to mere mortals with enhanced physicality. In more critical instances, they would fall into a dormant state, unable to move at all. This storyline is derived from the game Dragon Ball FighterZ. Naturally, all Z fighters succumbed to this slumber. Buo also entered a dormant state. In the original work, he simply fell asleep, with no impact on his strength. However, for convenience, I have opted for him to be asleep. Ma Luan, for reasons unknown, did not fall into a dormant state. Her power was merely diminished to 1/3 of her peak. Dr. Gua soon detected the unusual occurrences on Earth and suspected that an equally nefarious scientist was conducting an experiment on a global scale. His immediate thought was to flee with Ma Luan, at least to escape Earth. Just then, a striking female scientist burst into his home. 21st. Dr. Gua gasped in astonishment, for he had not seen this woman in over 60 years. She should have perished alongside his laboratory. 18 had destroyed the lab where Cell resided in this timeline, and he had assumed she was lost as well. Dr. Gua quickly deduced the truth. You must have come from another timeline. I knew you would catch on to the crux of the matter so swiftly. 21st replied with a playful smile. Seizing the moment while she was distracted, Dr. Gua attempted to escape with Ma Luan. Knowing she could not contend with this woman, Ma Luan aimed to use instant transmission to take Dr. Gua and Bu O away. However, her intentions were discerned by 21st, and in an instant, Ma Luan was rendered unconscious. Wait, do not harm her. She is not a replicant, merely an ordinary little girl. Dr. Gua exclaimed in shock. To prevent 21st from further targeting Ma Luan, he revealed her purpose for coming. You intend to capture Bu O and obtain the data on infinite energy, do you not? Dr. Gua stated, his legs trembling as he stood protectively in front of the unconscious Ma Luan. Upon seeing this, 21st's expression turned mocking. Is this still the cold-hearted doctor I once knew? You were so ruthless even towards your own child. It is best not to dwell on such matters. It seems you have fallen as a researcher. Say what you will, as long as you do not harm this child. I will grant you access to all my research. Dr. Gua's complexion shifted slightly. Calling her my child stirred memories of his own offspring, who had perished during his human experiments. He had later used his son's information as a template to create the android number 16. But that was all in the past. Preserving Ma Luan's safety was paramount now. You say this little girl is not a replicant? 21st glanced at the sleeping Ma Luan, genuinely surprised. How could such a young human possess such formidable strength? Though intrigued, 21st's greater focus lay on Dr. Gua's research and Bu O. Thus, she consented to spare Ma Luan, and in turn, Dr. Gua and Bu O were taken by her. Bu O was tossed into the laboratory, where its cells were further extracted and wholly injected into 21st. Consequently, she underwent a significant transformation, able to shift from her human form into a striking woman with Bu O's skin and pure white hair. Although peculiar, this appearance perfectly aligned with certain preferences. 21st fully mastered Bu O's ability to turn beings into delicacies, and with each treat consumed, her energy swelled. Most of the replicants in the city were transformed into delicacies and devoured, amplifying 21st's strength to unprecedented heights. Had Gohan, Goten, and the others not been unconscious, they would have immediately sensed that 21st's energy was far more ominous than that of her adult form. Bu O's cells contained not only power but also the pure malevolence of the original Bu O, which was integrated within 21st. Thus, her actions grew increasingly wicked, transforming her into a villainess. Dr. Gua honored his promise and handed over the infinite energy to 21st, granting her the same boundless energy possessed by androids 17 and 18. Meanwhile, Goten awoke in his bed, astonished by the drastic changes in the world. Combining this with his knowledge of Dragon Ball's narrative, he quickly surmised that this was the storyline concerning 21st's appearance in Dragon Ball FighterZ. In this arc, 21st seemed to have utilized strange machinery to strip the Earth's warriors of their combat abilities, leaving only those whose bodies contained special souls able to unleash their full might. As a transmigrator, Goten's soul was a fusion of his own and that of a former Earthling, thus allowing him to merely fall unconscious for a brief moment without losing his strength. Truly, a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Nevertheless, Goten remained perplexed. As the events of 21st's arc occurred after Frieza's resurrection in Dragon Ball Super, why had she appeared prematurely, even before the god of destruction had arrived on Earth? Goten pondered this conundrum. Chapter 89, The Unsealed Frieza. Baozi Mountain lay deep within the mountains, scarcely trodden by human feet. Consequently, the environment remained remarkably preserved, and a gentle breeze often revealed a verdant sea undulating in the distance. In his previous life, Sun Wutian resided in a bustling metropolis, accustomed to the city's opulence. Little did he anticipate that dwelling in the mountains would evoke an entirely different sentiment. However, this was not the moment to revel in the beauty of nature. The narrative of the Dragon Ball Z saga concerning the androids was unfolding, and Sun Wutian was acutely aware that shortly after the emergence of the replicants, the Z warriors had ventured forth to confront them. Yet, for reasons unknown, they had all succumbed to a deep slumber. According to the storyline, one individual would be chosen to merge with another soul, enabling the Z warriors to harness their full potential solely with this soul's assistance. Excluding himself, perhaps due to being a traveler from another realm, his own strength remained unscathed. Without delay, Sun Wutian sought out Bulma, for only she possessed the capability to temporarily awaken the Z warriors from their slumber. Once his purpose was confirmed, he bid farewell to Chi-Chi and soared towards Capsule Corporation. Along the way, he encountered the replicants of Krillin and Yamcha, easily vanquishing them. Sun Wutian mused that the champions of the ancient world martial arts tournament were struggling to keep pace with the rapid updates in strength. Nonetheless, this gap had somewhat narrowed in Dragon Ball Super. Tianjin Fan and Piccolo soon appeared, but they were merely replicants. Thus, Sun Wutian's battle recommenced, albeit with a more formidable challenge. Piccolo proved to be quite strong, compelling Sun Wutian to transform into a Super Saiyan to defeat him. Subsequently, Sun Wutian arrived at Capsule Corporation, only to find his father, Sun Wukong, unconscious within. No matter how he called out, he could not rouse him. Ultimately, Bulma devised a method to awaken Sun Wukong, while Sun Wutian was entrusted with the task of locating Trunks. There was no need for concern regarding his whereabouts, as Bulma had equipped Trunks with a locator. It appeared that Sun Wutian was not particularly regarded, yet he held deep affection for Trunks. Thus, he set off. Throughout his journey, Sun Wutian encountered numerous adversaries in the form of replicants, including his brother Sun Wufan, his father Sun Wukong, Cell, Frieza, and Vegeta. Among them, the most challenging was the replicant of his brother Sun Wufan. However, thanks to his battles with these formidable foes, Sun Wutian's combat prowess soared. Finally, he located Trunks in a desolate mountainous area. As Trunks stirred awake, he exclaimed, "Wutian," surprised to see him. Yet, his astonishment deepened as he realized he could not harness his strength. "What is happening? I seem unable to fly," Trunks uttered in shock. Sun Wutian was at a loss for words to explain. Noticing Wutian's silence, Trunks chose not to press further and instead stated, "Wutian, I just saw that woman abducting Bu. Their base must be nearby." Confused, Sun Wutian inquired about Trunks' statement. Trunks then provided a detailed account, revealing that Android 21 had captured Bu during her return to the base, which he had followed. Regrettably, upon arrival, Trunks had suddenly felt his strength being drained, causing him to faint. "So, Android 21's base is hidden nearby?" Sun Wutian surveyed the surroundings, noting the barren yellow earth and sparse hills, making it difficult to locate. As they pondered their next move, the nearby hills suddenly trembled, revealing a concealed door before Sun Wutian and Trunks. Naturally, they quickly took cover. Android 21 emerged, seemingly in search of prey, and within moments, she had flown far away. She masked her energy, leaving Sun Wutian unable to gauge her strength. Yet his instincts warned him that she was undoubtedly stronger than he. Thus, he refrained from acting hastily. Trunks expressed his admiration for the secret base, and once Android 21 departed, the two cautiously emerged. Trunks expressed a desire to explore the interior, to which Sun Wutian readily agreed. For the most formidable android had already left. Even if Android 16 were present, he believed he could manage. Ultimately, Sun Wutian's goal was to dismantle the machinery that suppressed their powers. If these devices continued to operate, the Z-Warriors on Earth would be unable to unleash their true potential. Once inside, Sun Wutian and Trunks wandered aimlessly until they stumbled upon Bu, confined within a laboratory. They freed him and soon encountered Dr. Gero. Trunks was unaware of the man's identity, but Sun Wutian was taken aback, for in his knowledge, Dr. Gero had perished 8 years prior during the Cell Saga. This rice cooker is entrusted to you. If Android 21 pursues you, you can unleash its contents to serve as a shield. But please take care of my granddaughter, Dr. Gero instructed before deactivating the soul separation device within the experiment. Sun Wutian then realized that in this timeline, Dr. Gero was a benevolent figure. He wished to rescue Dr. Gero, but the latter shook his head, stating that Android 21 would soon discover the deactivation of the device and return. He intended to buy time for Sun Wutian and Trunks to escape, revealing he possessed something Android 21 desired, ensuring his safety. Respecting Dr. Gero's firm decision, Sun Wutian had no further words to offer. After all, their connection was minimal, devoid of emotional ties. Should Dr. Gero wish to use his life to delay their pursuers, so be it. Reviving him later with the Dragon Balls was indeed a possibility in this world. Before departing, Sun Wutian inquired about the whereabouts of Dr. Gero's granddaughter. Dr. Gero indicated that Bu would know. Thus, Sun Wutian and Trunks carried the unconscious Bu along with the enigmatic rice cooker and exited the secret base. As anticipated, Android 21 returned shortly thereafter. After a brief silence, the base erupted in a tremendous explosion. Amidst the brilliant flames, only the slender figure of Android 21 emerged. Her expression darkened upon realizing that the cowardly old man had sacrificed himself to destroy her research. However, she sensed the presence of Sun Wutian and Trunks and swiftly pursued them. At that moment, Trunks was carrying Bu, while Sun Wutian clutched the peculiar rice cooker, adorned with a yellow talisman. This prompted Sun Wutian to wonder if it contained something sealed within. Before long, they sensed a formidable energy pursuing them, compelling them to transform into Super Saiyans and flee. The presence was overwhelmingly powerful, surpassing even the malevolent energy of the adult form. With the weight of their burdens, escape seemed improbable. In desperation, Sun Wutian handed the rice cooker to Trunks, resolved that if he were to perish, he would be revived by the Dragon Balls. Thus, Sun Wutian engaged in battle with Android 21. He initially transformed into Super Saiyan 1, then Super Saiyan 2, yet he found himself unable to gain the upper hand. Ultimately, in a moment of dire need, he transcended to Super Saiyan 3. Nevertheless, even with this transformation, he only managed to gain a slight advantage. Soon, as Android 21 transformed into her Majin form, Sun Wutian's Super Saiyan 3 was swiftly overpowered. Trunks, however, refused to abandon Wutian, choosing instead to return and assist him. Witnessing the Majin Android 21 uttering bizarre remarks about how unexpected it was for a 7-year-old boy to be so delectable, he felt a sense of dread. She seemed to embody a deranged obsession. Subsequently, she employed a magic similar to Bu's, intending to transform Sun Wutian into a delicacy. In a critical moment, Super Saiyan Trunks intervened, seizing Wutian and dodging in another direction. On the 21st, a look of anger clouded her narrowed eyes, seemingly filled with both resentment and wrath, as she exclaimed that Namek had disrupted her meal. Just as she was about to take action against him, Namek cunningly hurled a rice cooker in her direction. This was the very rice cooker that Dr. Gero cherished, and although she was unaware of its contents, it appeared to have taken him considerable time to acquire it. However, the moment was critical for the 21st, and she could not retract her attack in time. The rice cooker shattered under the force of her crimson energy blast. Instead of the anticipated explosion of rice, a cloud of dust erupted. As the dust settled, a diminutive figure with a tail emerged between the three. Sun Wutian, mustering his strength, opened his eyes to gaze at the figure and murmured the words, "Dawang?" Before losing consciousness, Namek swiftly supported Sun Wutian, his curiosity piqued by the words uttered in his unconscious state. "Dawang," he repeated. To his surprise, the tailed figure burst into laughter, declaring, "Indeed, I am the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza." He continued to speak in a bizarre manner, lamenting how he had finally been freed after so many years. and accusing Earthlings of being despicable for their ambush. Namek was momentarily taken aback by the title of Cosmic Emperor and found himself inadvertently exclaiming, "What a cool title." Frieza cast a sideways glance at Namek, a smirk playing on his lips, and remarked, "You have quite an eye, little one. What do you say? This great king has returned to the world and is in need of capable subordinates. Would you consider joining me?" Joining? Namek seemed perplexed by the unfolding events. "Indeed. I am now in the real estate business," Frieza proudly announced. "Real estate?" Namek remained confused, but inquired, "If I join you, can I also become a Cosmic Emperor?" This left Frieza momentarily speechless, but soon he erupted in laughter. "How amusing. I've never encountered someone with such ambition. Perhaps, if you ever manage to defeat me, then it's settled. I agree to be your subordinate, and I too wish to become a Cosmic Emperor," Namek responded, filled with hope. Frieza paused, contemplating the situation, and ultimately decided to accept the eager boy's offer. He then turned to the 21st and asked, "And what about you, the one who released me? Do you wish to become my subordinate as well?" "Frieza? No wonder you were short of a body when you made your wish. It turns out you never died. This contradicts the information in my memory. How intriguing." The 21st appeared to ignore Frieza's question, instead gazing at him with curiosity, her tongue greedily flicking across her lips. "What a strange individual," Frieza mused, furrowing his brow before reiterating, "This is your last chance. I ask you once more, do you wish to be my subordinate?" The 21st, seemingly displeased with Frieza's lofty demeanor, exchanged a challenging look with him. Suddenly, they engaged in combat, a flurry of effects lighting up the scene. The 21st soon realized a grave error. Frieza was far more powerful than she had anticipated. Impossible. According to the data, Frieza was someone who couldn't even defeat Super Saiyan Son Goku. Yet, why is the Frieza before me capable of transforming into a golden state? This is a form I have never encountered. The 21st had believed that, having integrated the cells of Majin Buu along with infinite energy, she stood at the pinnacle of strength. Yet, it became clear that her confidence was misplaced. Seizing an opportunity, she unleashed an energy blast that stirred up dust and made her escape. She intended to continue absorbing and replicating to enhance her power before ultimately seeking revenge on Frieza. Frieza did not pursue her but remained in place, mockingly smirking, signifying that he was now invincible. Soon, he heard Namek cheering, "The Cosmic Emperor is amazing." He drove away that wicked woman. Frieza's smirk widened. How many years had it been since he emerged? His first act was to engage in battle. But it was not entirely unpleasant. It served as a means of stretching his limbs. Frieza turned to assess his newly acquired subordinate, asking for his name. "Namek," he replied. Frieza felt a sense of familiarity with Namek's features, but could not place where he had seen them before. However, upon sensing Namek's strength, he was pleasantly surprised. This young boy, despite his age, surpassed the abilities of his former elite squad, the Ginyu Force. "Excellent, Namek. You shall henceforth be the second strongest in the Frieza Force," Frieza declared with a hint of admiration. "Second strongest? Who is the first?" "That would, of course, be me. The Great King. Oh, by the way, what does it mean to be a subordinate?" "What? You don't even know what a subordinate is, and yet you agreed to join?" Frieza found it difficult to comprehend the young boy's thought process, but ultimately decided to explain. "A subordinate is akin to a worker. You will work for me. And once the task is accomplished, I will compensate you. I don't want money, my family has plenty. What a bother. Then what do you desire?" Frieza was momentarily taken aback. Was this boy a rich kid? "Anything. Of course. I am the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza. Whatever you desire, I can provide." "I wish to visit an amusement park." Namek expressed his wish, and then added, "Could you also help restore Wutian?" "What a hassle," Frieza remarked, displaying his disdain. Nevertheless, he devised a way to awaken Wutian, and indeed took Namek to the amusement park. Chapter 90. The Return of the Missing Persons. Sun Wutian awakened from a healing pod. The door opened automatically, and as he stepped out, he found himself inside a remarkably advanced technological facility. No, it was a spaceship. Sun Wutian gazed out at the moving scenery, bewildered. How had he ended up here? He noticed that the healing pod he had just exited resembled the one used by Vegeta on Namek. But there's another one, and inside is Fat Buu. Sun Wutian exclaimed in astonishment. Shortly thereafter, Fat Buu also regained consciousness. The two stared at each other, both equally puzzled about the events that had transpired. Eventually, it was Namek who had barged in to check on them. that explained the situation. It turned out that Frieza had located the spaceship left behind during his invasion of Earth, which contained healing pods capable of treating both Sun Wutian and Fat Bu. Sun Wutian and Fat Bu made their way to the ship's control room, where they encountered Frieza. Once a villainous boss, he had been reformed during Dragon Ball Super. However, Sun Wutian felt that this version of Frieza was reformed even more rapidly, as when he inquired about Frieza's next plan, the response was a trip to the amusement park. What? The amusement park? Frieza repeated. Sun Wutian fell into self-doubt. Were they going to play or invade the amusement park? It was odd. This Dragon Ball antagonist displayed no awareness of his villainous role. Surprisingly, they indeed went to the amusement park. Namek and Frieza were thoroughly enjoying themselves. As was Fat Bu. Sun Wutian, however, was preoccupied with heavier thoughts, reflecting on how Earth was facing an unprecedented crisis, yet everything felt so leisurely. Thank you, Frieza. My king. Namek expressed his gratitude, holding a souvenir from the amusement park, his spirits high under the setting sun. It was merely a trivial matter. In the future, when you speak to others, ensure you highlight the generosity of this great king, as it will attract more individuals to work for the Frieza force. Understood, Frieza my king. Namek replied eagerly, seemingly unable to resist the allure of the so-called force. The two individuals engaged in an unusually lengthy conversation, oscillating between discussions of cosmic conquest and the familial circumstances of Namek. How irresponsible of your father to promise you a trip to the amusement park yet fail to follow through, Frieza remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong's son, Sun Wutian, squinted in exasperation, bemused by the fact that both father and son had become subjects of others' whims. If Frieza were to discover that Namek's father was indeed Vegeta, it would be intriguing to witness his reaction. Sun Wutian felt an unsettling sense of forgetfulness regarding something significant, yet he could not recall what it was at that moment. On another front, due to the destruction of the Soul Separator, characters such as Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Tianjin Han awakened from their slumber. They swiftly gathered together and began to eradicate the replicants lurking in the streets. During this endeavor, they encountered old adversaries, including Nappa, who, despite his brashness, was swiftly defeated by Piccolo. Ultimately, it was Prince Vegeta, the seasoned warrior, who chose to spare him. Nappa felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, while simultaneously trembling in awe of Vegeta's newfound strength, especially in his golden-haired transformation, which appeared even more formidable than that of Lord Frieza. The group then confronted the Jinyu force, who, upon spotting Sun Wukong, cunningly retreated. Although Sun Wukong and his companions attempted to pursue them, they were intercepted by Cell. Faced with this terrifying opponent, Sun Wukong and his allies broke into a cold sweat, realizing that without Krillin, they were uncertain who could vanquish the foe. Cell, exuding an air of arrogance, compelled the Z warriors into a confrontation. However, as the battle ensued, an alarming realization struck them. What is happening? Why is my power so feeble? Cell exclaimed in disbelief, finding himself felled to the ground. He was incapable of transforming into his golden form and sensed a stark contrast in strength compared to 8 years prior. Unbeknownst to Cell, this body was crafted using data from Android 21, who hailed from an alternate dimension, resulting in a power level equivalent to that of the original storyline, thus rendering Cell significantly weaker in this narrative. In a single encounter, he was easily subdued by Sun Wukong, who struck him down with a decisive blow. Just as Cell was on the verge of demise, he was unexpectedly rescued by none other than Android 21. Now, she had absorbed more replicants and grown even stronger, maintaining her Majin form while radiating a potent aura of malevolence. To those with a keen sense of perception, her presence could induce a profound reaction. Recognizing her as the Android 21 encountered during the World Martial Arts Tournament, Sun Wukong's group quickly discerned that she was the principal antagonist of this chapter. With a maniacal laugh, Android 21 proclaimed her intent to transform everyone into delicacies to consume. In a demonstration of her power, she transformed Cell into a treat, savoring him with a tantalizing flick of her tongue. Yet, the onlookers found little amusement in this scene, as they observed her form beginning to undergo a disturbing transformation. Her once delicate pink skin morphed into a grotesque purple, adorned with unsightly spots. The enchanting beauty they once beheld had now become something sinister, her aura brimming with wickedness and brutality. Sun Wukong, Son Gohan, Vegeta, Piccolo, Tianjin Han, and Nappa braced themselves for an imminent confrontation as tensions escalated. The unfortunate Earth found itself once again engulfed in turmoil. Meanwhile, on another side, Marin awoke in a daze, only to find herself enveloped in darkness. She attempted to move, only to realize that she was utterly immobilized. Amidst the shadows, a diminutive figure began to materialize. At last, I sensed the energy of Earth. But wait, why am I in someone else's body? The small figure, a bald-headed individual, appeared equally astonished. In the next moment, Marin gasped, recognizing him as the figure from the portrait shown to her by the seer. This likeness had been revealed to her when she inquired about her parents' appearances. Little Krillin? Marin instinctively called out the name. Krillin, gazing at the petite girl before him, felt an uncanny familiarity, despite this being their first encounter. 7 years prior, Krillin and Lazuli had been transported to a bizarre realm devoid of azure skies, only to be met with endless darkness and relentless, resurrecting monsters. In that grim place, they fought ceaselessly, oblivious to the passage of time. Krillin had always sensed the energy of Earth, yearning to return through instant transmission. Yet his efforts had been in vain until recently when he finally detected a faint connection. However, upon linking, he discovered his soul had entered another's body. You know me? Krillin asked, puzzled. Marin began, filled with excitement and a torrent of words, yet found herself tongue-tied. Right, I apologize, little miss. I have urgent matters to attend to and must borrow your body. After saying this, Krillin took control of Marin's form. He sensed the surroundings. Indeed, he was back on Earth. However, this was no time for celebration, as his priority was to rescue Lazuli from that dreadful place. With Marin's body under his command, Krillin extended his hand, summoning a plethora of energy from the environment. In an astonishing display, 2 physical forms materialized on Earth, those of Krillin and Lazuli. Yet, this was not the end. Marin's eyes narrowed, sensing something entering the bodies before her. As the darkness receded, she regained control of her own form. Just as she awakened, she found 2 figures standing before her. Marin trembled, her lips quivering as her beautiful eyes grew moist. The individuals were none other than Krillin and Lazuli. Resembling the portraits she had seen, her mother was indeed stunning, while her father, though short and bald, exuded a sense of warmth. At that moment, joy radiated from the couple as they reunited, having endured years of relentless struggle in a place devoid of respite. Thank you, little miss. Without you, we would not have returned to Earth. Krillin and Lazuli expressed their gratitude to Marin. However, Marin stood in shock, perplexed by their reference to her as Little Miss. They did not recognize her. A wave of melancholy washed over her, but she reassured herself that it had been 7 years. How could they possibly recognize her? By the way, Krillin, we must find Marin. Lazuli suddenly exclaimed, eager to depart, but Krillin held her back. Lazuli, how do you propose we find her amidst the vast crowd? Then what should we do? Lazuli's urgency grew palpable. We should first seek the Dragon Balls. We can wish for Marin's location. Yes, you're quite clever, Lazuli smiled, leaning down to plant a kiss on Krillin's cheek, rendering him momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Marin, initially overjoyed at her parents' determination to find her, felt a surge of irritation at Krillin's next remark. Lazuli, perhaps once we locate Marin, we can give her a little brother or sister. Shaolin wore a comical expression as he uttered words unfit for public discourse. Lazuli gave Shaolin a sharp pinch, signaling him to be more mindful of his speech, especially with children present. I apologize, Shaolin said awkwardly, rubbing his bald head. It had been a long time since he felt so relaxed, which made him a bit careless. Marin, angered, stormed off to seek her grandfather. What kind of father is this? He returns only to suggest I need siblings. Marin was fuming. Observing Marin's swift departure, Shaolin and Lazuli were both astonished. Such a young girl could perform aerial maneuvers. However, they soon realized they had yet to ask for each other's names. Thus, they pursued her, intending to inquire about her name, hoping to repay her kindness once they located their daughter. What are you doing? Marin asked coldly, though she felt a flicker of anticipation within. Yet, her disposition prevented her from expressing it, as she hoped her parents would understand her unvoiced grievances. By the way, young lady, my name is Shaolin, and this is my wife, Lazuli. May I ask your name? Shaolin inquired. Upon hearing her name being requested, Marin turned her head away, her cheeks slightly puffed in irritation, and simply replied, Marin. Oh, so your name is Ma what? Marin. Shaolin and La Zili exchanged astonished glances, astonished at how her name mirrored that of their daughter. As they scrutinized Marin, they were taken aback by her striking resemblance to La Zili. Just as emotions surged and a heartfelt reunion seemed imminent, Shaolin's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He sensed a formidable energy erupting nearby. In truth, this energy was not overwhelmingly powerful, but it was significantly more potent than others, posing a threat to his friends. "I'm sorry, I have something to attend to," Shaolin stated before vanishing from sight, employing instantaneous movement. Marin, who had nearly been moved to tears by the atmosphere and was prepared to forgive her father for his earlier comment about wanting more siblings, found herself disappointed as he disappeared at a critical moment. "Fine. This father-daughter relationship is unnecessary," Marin seethed. On another front, after absorbing Shalu, number 21's power surged dramatically, allowing her to single-handedly confront Sun Wukong, Sun Wufan, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Tianjin Fan. Tian could only cower in fear, feeling like a mere fish in a vast ocean, realizing that the forces at play were far beyond his comprehension. In a mere moment, number 21 unleashed an explosive burst of energy, sending the approaching Z fighters flying. "How weak! How weak!" Number 21's laughter, reminiscent of silver bells, echoed. "You've brought me so much joy, managing to last this long against me in this state. How delightful! I can hardly restrain my desire to consume you. How infuriating!" Sun Wukong and the others were filled with rage, realizing they could not even transform into Super Saiyan 1, as their opponent was simply too formidable. "Is this how Earth meets its end? Rest assured, I only intend to devour you, not to destroy the planet." Number 21 assured them with a sultry smile. Just as she was about to act, a figure appeared before her. Shaolin, ×4, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Tianjin Fan, and Piccolo, who thought they were on the brink of demise, simultaneously exclaimed at the sight of the figure blocking their path. Sun Wufan was equally astonished and called out, "Uncle Shaolin." "Hello everyone. Long time no see," Shaolin greeted cheerfully, entirely unfazed by the bewildered number 21 standing nearby. Naturally, number 21 regarded Shaolin with disdain. For according to her data, his strength paled in comparison to Tianjin Fan and Piccolo, whom she considered mere bean sprouts, insignificant in her eyes. Clearly, a person weaker than them, such as Shaolin, could not be a formidable opponent, easily dismissed with the slightest breath. Yet, Shaolin chose to ignore number 21, continuing his conversation with Sun Wukong and the others. Number 21, incensed by his disregard, shouted, "Hey, bald head, don't get too cocky. Remember, I'm still here. Is it not rather impolite to ignore me like this?" Shaolin did not respond. He merely glanced at her askance. Although she was unfamiliar to him, he quickly recalled a character from a Dragon Ball game, number 21 from the Dragon Ball FighterZ saga. "Number 21, you are not inherently evil. If you cease your experiments and leave Earth, I might let you go," Shaolin stated calmly. After years of chaos and combat in the Chaos Realm, Shaolin exuded an aura of lethal intent. He was no longer the same person he had been 7 years prior. "Then let us see if you possess the capability," number 21 retorted, having lost her patience. She was on the verge of savoring the delicacies formed from Sun Wukong and the others. Yet this bald newcomer was thwarting her, and his attitude was exceedingly arrogant, especially considering her current might. "You dare mock me, bald head?" Number 21's energy erupted into a fierce crimson aura, causing the surrounding air to whirl chaotically, creating a tempest that made it difficult to see. "Behold, this is my power," she proclaimed triumphantly. "Even if you kneel and apologize now, I would not spare you. Run, Shaolin. This woman is far stronger than the Shalu of yore." Sun Wukong and the others were alarmed, sensing the overwhelming power emanating from number 21. They could only speculate how long it would take for them to reach such strength through regular training. How unfortunate to encounter such a terrifying foe. In that fleeting moment, despair loomed over Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Sun Wufan, Piccolo, and Tianjin Fan. Although reuniting with Shaolin should have been a joyous occasion, it coincided with Earth's most perilous moment. It seemed as if fate was playing a cruel joke on them. Kamehameha. However, Shaolin remained unfazed. He turned and swiftly gathered a massive blue energy wave, releasing it with a resounding boom. This Kamehameha surged forth rapidly, its coverage exceeding that of a standard football field, appearing from a distance like an enormous laser beam, clearly visible even from outer space as a colossal beam of light. Number 21 was caught off guard, unable to react in time. By the time she comprehended the situation, she found herself in a familiar location, the very place where she had stolen the soul separator, the underworld. As she finally grasped where she was, Number 21 was astonished to realize she had been dispatched to the underworld. Feeling utterly aggrieved, she questioned why, being the strongest in the universe, she had been defeated so swiftly. She attempted to resist, but in her soul form, she possessed no power against Yin Wang, the king of hell, and could only submit to the organization's directives. Returning to Earth, Shaolin remained in the Kamehameha stance, a vast chasm stretching before him, extending into the distance as if he had parted the Earth itself. The once formidable Number 21 had been reduced to dust, as though she had only existed in the annals of history. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Sun Wufan, Piccolo, and Tianjin Fan stood in stunned silence. They sensed the absence of Number 21's energy. Could it be true? The formidable foe who had just dominated them was obliterated in an instant? This realization left the five feeling somewhat unsettled. They all recognized Shaolin's prowess, yet no one anticipated it to be so formidable. Upon their reunion, they felt as though they were standing on the edge of a precipice, unable to gauge the depths of Shaolin's capabilities. Except for Sun Wukong, the others had diligently trained over the past 8 years. However, despite their efforts, they found themselves unable to match Shaolin's pace. Even their fusion technique did not afford them the confidence to stand alongside him. A collective sigh escaped their lips. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A diminutive figure emerged. "Oh, so you are all here," announced Frieza, astonishing Shaolin and the others. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and the rest stood momentarily stunned, including Shaolin himself. Wasn't Frieza sealed away by the Mafubo? How could he appear here? What had transpired? Had the times changed? These thoughts flickered through Shaolin's mind, yet they were fleeting. With his current strength, he had no fear of Frieza, not even the Golden Frieza. "You were sealed by us, weren't you?" Tianjin Fan stammered, fully aware of Frieza's terrifying nature. Sun Wukong regarded him as a significant threat. Frieza merely chuckled lightly, exuding an air of arrogance. He surveyed the group, his smile broadening. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Tianjin Fan wore expressions of tension. They had just seen the end of Android 21, and now Frieza had returned. What a troublesome situation. Who could possibly resolve this? As Frieza reveled in their anxiety, his gaze fell upon the grown-up Son Gohan, and his eyes narrowed. Why does this fellow bear such a striking resemblance to that red-haired Saiyan? Frieza's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively wanting to flee. However, at that moment, Trunks approached. "Frieza, wait for me." "Ah, Dad." "Uncle Wukong, Uncle Piccolo, Brother Gohan, Uncle Tianjin Fan." Trunks exclaimed, startled upon seeing the Z-fighters, and immediately greeted them. Observing his newly recruited subordinate, Frieza felt compelled to maintain his composure and stayed put. As the leader, he could not show weakness. "By the way, that terrifying individual is also here," Frieza thought nervously as he gazed at Son Gohan, who looked remarkably similar to the one who had once swung him around by his tail. He could still recall the overwhelming power he had felt back then. Son Gohan felt puzzled by Frieza's intense scrutiny. Was there something particularly special about him? Although he was somewhat apprehensive upon seeing Frieza, the presence of Uncle Shaolin offered him a sense of security. After all, what was Frieza? Even 100 or 1,000 of him would pose no threat to Shaolin's strength. Unlike the other Z-fighters, Son Gohan did not feel disheartened by his own relative lack of power. Instead, he took comfort in the presence of a formidable protector. While he could assist others, safeguarding the Earth was undeniably exhausting, especially when the threats were powerful adversaries. Wouldn't it be preferable for someone else to shoulder such burdens? Enjoying a leisurely existence was the most sensible path. Gazing at Shaolin's back, Son Gohan felt invigorated. He had allies. "Trunks, what is that individual's power level?" Frieza discreetly inquired about Trunks' assessment of Son Gohan's strength, having developed the ability to sense energy. He noted that Son Gohan exhibited no fighting spirit, and his energy lacked the overwhelming intensity of that red-haired Saiyan. If he were to draw a comparison, Frieza would liken the current Son Gohan to an ant, while the previous red-haired Saiyan resembled a towering mountain. The resemblance between the two was so striking that it triggered haunting memories for Frieza. At that moment, Frieza regained his composure and began to question Trunks about Son Gohan's power. However, Trunks was not entirely sure himself, only knowing that Brother Gohan was stronger than he. "My brother's power is quite formidable," perhaps around twice my own. Just then, Sun Goten and Bu arrived on the scene. Twice your power? Frieza quickly calculated. He had previously invited Sun Goten to join him, but the latter had insisted on defeating him first. This led to a confrontation, and Frieza was astonished to discover that this 7-year-old Saiyan possessed such frightening strength, including 3 transformation stages. Each transformation significantly amplified his power. Especially in that final form with long golden hair, Frieza found himself thoroughly suppressed. He had to transform into Golden Frieza to ultimately triumph over Sun Goten. Impressive indeed. Frieza mused, recalling that the Saiyan race had once served under him. He had encountered countless Saiyan children, but Sun Goten was unlike any he had seen before. However, if Sun Gohan's strength were merely double that of Sun Goten's, he felt a renewed sense of confidence. Standing tall, albeit still short in stature, Frieza believed he could handle this situation. Trunks, why are you associating with Frieza and calling him King Frieza? Vegeta demanded, his voice laced with foreboding. He sensed that his child might be following in his footsteps, joining Frieza's ranks. This was unacceptable. How could his child become a subordinate to Frieza? Vegeta recalled his own childhood, when his father, King Vegeta, had also served Frieza. As the prince of planet Vegeta, he had still been forced to labor, and the thought of it haunted him at night, awakening his prideful spirit. Having finally seen Frieza sealed away, he had transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta believed himself to be the 3rd strongest in the universe, yet now his son was treading the same path, aligning with Frieza. Was it truly the fate of the Vegeta lineage to remain in servitude? Yes, father. The Frieza force is indeed powerful, and I couldn't resist joining, Trunks replied earnestly. Silence. Withdraw immediately. We Saiyans are free and will not become anyone's subordinates. Vegeta bellowed, enraged. Trunks trembled, but Frieza saved me, he stammered, unable to meet Vegeta's fierce gaze. Vegeta's intense glare was something Trunks had never encountered before. It was terrifying. Help me. Trunks involuntarily closed his eyes, wishing for salvation. At that moment, Frieza interjected, Now? Vegeta, is it truly appropriate for you to act as a father in this manner? Children have their own desires. If you continue to suppress them, you will stifle their very nature. Look at me. You once served under me, and did I ever limit your freedom? Frieza's words posed a challenge to Vegeta, momentarily choking his anger. Reflecting on his past, Vegeta recognized that he had indeed worked for Frieza since childhood, yet Frieza had never restricted his freedom. He could conquer any planet of his choosing, and life had been relatively joyous. Wait, how could I have fallen so low? Vegeta shook his head, forcefully dismissing such thoughts. Truly, the Saiyan race is noble. For Frieza to reduce them to mere laborers is the ultimate humiliation. I refuse to allow my son to become your subordinate. Despicable Frieza. Vegeta's fury flared once more as he began to counter Frieza's provocations. But didn't you promise Trunks that you would take him to the amusement park? Frieza smirked, deliberately provoking Vegeta further. He was well aware of Vegeta's pride, and his intent was to witness the crumble of that prideful facade. The amusement park? Vegeta paused, glancing at Trunks, who had his head bowed. Vegeta recalled that he had indeed made such a statement. However, he had recently perished and been resurrected, followed by encounters with the evil energy waves and the replication of beings, culminating in a confrontation with number 21. Thus, such matters had slipped his mind. Even if he hadn't forgotten, he currently lacked the time to take Trunks to an amusement park. If he had any spare time, it would be better spent honing his skills. After all, he could not even defeat Kakarot, let alone contend with the little bald-headed Krillin who stood before him. His time was undeniably precious. How could he squander it on a trip to an amusement park? Yet, as he gazed at Trunks, who remained with his head bowed, a sense of guilt welled up within him. Perhaps he had indeed overlooked Trunks, which had driven him to join Frieza. You did not take Trunks to the amusement park. But I did, Frieza suddenly boasted, his delight swelling as he noticed the fleeting guilt on Vegeta's face. At last, the proud Prince Vegeta reveals such emotions. Chapter 92. Encountering the Grand Minister. Sun Wutian looked on in bewilderment at these individuals, utterly perplexed by their discourse. Vegeta had actually quarreled with his former superior, Frieza, over matters concerning children. What a fantastical turn of events. Moreover, Sun Wutian noticed that the often absent Krillin had miraculously returned. In other translations, he was referred to as Klin, but since he was called Krillin here, that was how he would be addressed. By the way, where is number 21? Sun Wutian inquired curiously. He had accompanied Frieza due to the overwhelming aura emanating from number 21, driven by a desire to protect the Earth and satiate his curiosity. However, he found no trace of number 21. How peculiar. Number 21 has already reported to the afterlife, Piccolo interjected. Is that so? Both Sun Wutian and Frieza were taken aback. They had both faced off against number 20 and were well aware of his formidable prowess. To learn of his demise was quite startling. Who could have done this? Frieza's instincts kicked in, glancing apprehensively at Son Gohan. He was filled with trepidation, convinced that only Son Gohan possessed such capability. It was Krillin, Sun Wukong clarified. But this revelation only deepened their confusion. Frieza remained trapped in the past, perceiving Krillin as the same weak, bald-headed figure. Sun Wutian, having preconceived notions, recalled the narrative where Krillin was dubbed the strongest Earthling, yet he was merely an Earthling. In comparison to the Saiyans, Krillin was akin to a mere vegetable. To assert that Krillin had vanquished number 21 was akin to claiming a $2 lottery ticket had won the grand prize. Sun Wutian was incredulous. Yet, in the next moment, an ambush ensued. Magic Sealing Wave. What? Krillin suddenly unleashed the magic sealing wave upon Frieza, and amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Frieza found himself confined within a bottle. Krillin affixed a talisman to the bottle and handed it to Sun Wukong. Wukong, this is for you. I have other matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. With a wave of his hand, Krillin instantaneously vanished. Sun Wutian and Trunks were left dumbfounded. Was there no code of honor in battle? Their newly recognized elder brother had been sealed away just like that. Naturally, Krillin returned to Lotzi Li's side. A battle had ensued between Krillin and number 21. Lotzi Li and Marlin also began their familial reunion. After much verification, Lotzi Li finally confirmed that Marlin was indeed her daughter. They embraced, weeping, sharing their stories from the years apart. Suddenly, Krillin returned, bewildered by the scene before him, but soon grasped the situation. Tears welled in his eyes as he yearned to embrace his daughter. However, Marlin rebuffed him, stating that Krillin always seemed preoccupied with the idea of having more siblings and cared little for her. Moreover, Krillin was bald, and Marlin expressed a slight disdain for this. Krillin was taken aback. Could there truly be such a rift between father and daughter? He then endeavored to appeal to her emotions and reason. What's wrong with being bald? It dissipates heat efficiently, ensures safety during nighttime excursions, and allows one to be the first to know when it rains. Most importantly, it conserves shampoo. A quick rub with a towel suffices. What manner of father was this? Marlin cast a disdainful glance at Krillin before looking at her beautiful mother. Thankful that she resembled her mother, lest she be utterly speechless. They conversed at length, deepening their understanding of one another. Krillin learned that it was Dr. Gero who had raised Marlin all these years. Marlin discovered that her parents had been transported to a strange world by an angel known as the Grand Minister when she was born, enduring numerous hardships before finally returning to Earth. I have already eliminated number 21, Krillin stated, yet Dr. Gero was not present. He recounted the recent battle with number 21. Though it hardly qualified as a battle, it was merely a one-sided thrashing. Could it be that Dr. Gero has perished? Lotzi Li concluded. However, this single statement caused Marlin, who had only just reunited with her parents, to weep uncontrollably. She had not anticipated that her grandfather would depart so soon after their reunion. Witnessing Marlin's distress, Krillin felt a pang of sorrow himself. Although he was not particularly fond of Dr. Gero, he deferred. Wait for me a moment. With that, Krillin vanished in an instant. Marlin was uncertain about her father's intentions. Lotzi Li gently stroked Marlin's head, offering comfort. Leave it to your father. Meanwhile, Krillin arrived in the afterlife. The King of Hell was taken aback. Not this bald-headed fellow again. Krillin wasted no time, stating his purpose directly. He wished to ascertain whether Dr. Gero was indeed dead. The King of Hell grumbled a few complaints, but nonetheless summoned Dr. Gero. Upon seeing Krillin, Dr. Gero was astonished. The fact that he had escaped the clutches of the terrifying blue-skinned race was truly commendable. Indeed, you are remarkable, Krillin, Dr. Gero mused. However, when Krillin expressed a desire to revive him, Dr. Gero flatly refused. Why? Krillin inquired. Dr. Gero simply stated he was weary, having spent his life consumed by ambitions. It was only upon facing death that he realized the things he once deemed significant were not as crucial as he had imagined. The notion of resurrection held little meaning for him now. Krillin was taken aback, clearly not anticipating this response. Wasn't he supposed to be a mad scientist? He now appeared more like a philosopher. Wouldn't you like to see Marlin? She misses you, Krillin remarked, causing Dr. Gero to pause. In truth, Dr. Gero recalled his own youthful aspirations. At that time, he had been solely focused on creating the strongest android, even resorting to using his wife and child as experimental subjects. He was indeed a villain, unworthy of anyone's concern. I am merely a fraud. My kindness towards your daughter was merely a ploy to gain her favor, ensuring she would not defy my commands when I transformed her into an android. Dr. Gero shook his head and departed alone. Spare me the pretense. Just return, Krillin retorted, disliking such dramatics. He proceeded to resurrect Dr. Gero and transported him back to Earth in an instant. When Dr. Gero reunited with Marlin, he was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face, utterly devoid of his earlier solemn demeanor. He had thought his death was final, yet here was Krillin, capable of resurrecting the dead. This exceeded all his expectations. Dr. Gero now viewed Krillin as a truly formidable man. With Dr. Gero's resurrection, Marlin's spirits lifted, and her perception of her father began to shift. Her father seemed rather extraordinary. Meanwhile, at the Capsule Corporation, Bulma was in a fit of rage. Because Vegeta unexpectedly brought a formidable figure home, the imposing individual was none other than Nappa. Revived by Android 21, Nappa later encountered Vegeta, who, sharing the same Saiyan heritage, decided to take in this former subordinate. However, due to Nappa's lack of physical appeal, Bulma was vehemently resistant. How could such a hulking presence dare to vie for Vegeta's affection? Humph. Women can be quite troublesome, Vegeta mused. What? You all eat my food and stay under my roof, and now you find me bothersome? Bulma cried out in distress. Nappa, standing awkwardly to the side, felt utterly lost. Vegeta, perhaps I should take my leave, Nappa suggested, appearing somewhat defeated. No, wait for me one night, Vegeta replied with certainty. That very night, he spent an insomniac vigil with Bulma. The next day, Bulma lay exhausted in her room, while Nappa successfully integrated into the Capsule Corporation. Saiyans possess a distinct sense of hierarchy. On his first day, Nappa engaged in a match with Transmigrated, only to be bested by a single blow from the 8-year-old. Though humiliated to lose to a child, Nappa found himself fascinated by Transmigrated's golden-haired transformation. Upon inquiry, he learned it was the legendary Super Saiyan. Further questioning revealed that Saiyans on Earth could all achieve this form. Nappa was deeply moved, envisioning himself as a Super Saiyan. Unfortunately, Transmigrated merely glanced at his bald head and concluded with certainty that Nappa would never attain the Super Saiyan state. This revelation struck Nappa hard. Shattering his perception of class, he now realized he was barely superior to Yamcha. Nappa felt stifled, sensing he was out of sync with the evolving world. Meanwhile, Suan Wutian accompanied Suan Wufan and Suan Wukong back to Baozi Mountain. The recent crisis on Earth had finally passed, yet a fog of confusion lingered in Suan Wutian's mind. He struggled to comprehend why this world Shaolin was so formidable, why he had vanished for 8 years, and why he had so brazenly employed the Mafuba technique against Frieza. Suan Wutian was filled with enigmas and began to investigate Shaolin. He heard tales from Suan Wukong and Suan Wufan about Shaolin's past exploits, such as single-handedly defeating Vegeta, devising the fusion technique against Frieza, and effortlessly suppressing Sha Lu after his resurrection. The more Suan Wutian learned, the more he sensed that Shaolin was extraordinary, possibly another traveler like himself. Over the days, Suan Wutian pondered the idea of meeting Shaolin, convinced that if he were indeed a fellow traveler, he could unveil valuable insights. Finally, unable to contain his curiosity, Suan Wutian set out to find Shaolin. However, this search led him to a far more startling revelation. He beheld an angel, and not just any angel, but the Grand Priest himself. Concealed in the shadows, Suan Wutian watched in astonishment as Shaolin clashed with the Grand Priest, a being regarded as the pinnacle of power within Dragon Ball Super. It was said that the Destroyer gods were formidable, but the Grand Priest, capable of effortlessly defeating them, was the utmost authority among the angels. Yet here was this mythical figure engaged in a fierce battle with Shaolin. It appears I have underestimated you, mortal. Your power far surpasses that of ordinary angels. However, if you believe my strength is limited to this, you are mistaken. The Grand Priest exchanged blows with Shaolin, effortlessly creating distance before launching a verbal assault. Meanwhile, Suan Wutian noticed ripples forming beside the Grand Priest, as two identical figures emerged. How curious that you seldom utilize this technique, summoning us from other timelines. It turned out these two were grand priests from alternate realities. Aware of the existence of many timelines, the grand priest, as the pinnacle being, could freely open dimensional gates, uniting with others to prevent threats to the divine. Under normal circumstances, such terrifying foes would not arise in this world. Yet today was an exception, and that exception was Shaolin. Not only could he return from the Chaos Realm to the Omni King's realm, but he had also absorbed a considerable amount of chaotic energy, granting him overwhelming strength capable of disrupting divine techniques. Even the Grand Priest, heralded as the apex of combat prowess, found himself evenly matched against Shaolin. In a desperate move, he summoned the Grand Priest from other timelines to confront Shaolin. Such a maneuver? Shaolin was taken aback. Sun Wutian, who was secretly observing, was equally astonished. One was already formidable, and now there were three. Then, before Sun Wutian's wide eyes, numerous versions of Shaolin appeared, merging into a brilliant light that enveloped the original. Sun Wutian could distinctly feel Shaolin's energy surging, ultimately reaching an unfathomable level. What kind of technique is this? Sun Wutian's eyes widened, struggling to comprehend. This maneuver surpassed the Saiyan's transformations by a considerable margin, akin to an infinitely expanding balloon. Prepared for battle, Shaolin once again engaged the Grand Priests. Sun Wutian could scarcely follow their movements, perceiving only peculiar distortions in the air. Ultimately, the Grand Priests, finding themselves at a loss, resorted to mysterious methods, seemingly intending to transport Shaolin elsewhere. Shaolin sought to escape, but one Grand Priest unleashed his power while the other two restrained his movements. Bound and unable to flee, Shaolin appeared on the brink of being absorbed. Just then, two figures emerged. Shaolin, Dad, what are you doing? Quickly leave. It was 18 and Maluan, attempting to reach Shaolin, but they too were caught in the turmoil, vanishing to an unknown location. Sun Wutian watched in fascination, feeling that Shaolin's exceptional prowess had drawn the ire of the authorities. However, before he could ponder further, the Grand Priest's attention shifted to him. It turned out he had long been discovered. Yet, they merely scrutinized him before disappearing without further action. Angels remained neutral, suggesting that Shaolin must have committed some grave offense to warrant such scrutiny. Ultimately, Sun Wutian failed to converse with Shaolin and returned home. Meanwhile, Shaolin, thrust into an unknown passage by the Grand Priest, focused solely on protecting his wife and daughter. This marked his second encounter with such a mysterious corridor. Should he continue down this path, he would be banished from the universe, returning to the chaotic realm of slaughter. Shaolin was unwilling to accept this fate. After all, he had just released that angel from confinement. Why was the Grand Priest persistently targeting him? As for why such events transpired, that would have to be unraveled another time. Chapter 93, Arrival at the Canonical Dragon Ball Super. Shaolin struck the tunnel with a punch, creating a breach. He disregarded the implications of this opening, as it was preferable to returning to the Chaos Realm. Without hesitation, he led Maluan and Lazili into the breach. A flash of light enveloped them, and Shaolin found himself aboard a grandiose cruise ship, bustling with chefs and busy staff. The true protagonists, however, were a group celebrating a birthday. Shaolin recognized them: Buer Ma, Vegeta, Little Tran Kasi, Sun Wutian, Chi-Chi, Sun Wufan, and the somewhat round-bellied Bidalai. This scene felt eerily familiar to Shaolin, who quickly felt relieved that he had not ended up in the Chaos Realm, but rather returned to Earth. I was terrified for a moment, Maluan exclaimed, patting her non-existent chest. She often perceives herself as quite formidable, yet in the presence of the self-proclaimed Grand Priest, a sense of rebellion fails to stir within her. Ironically, it is her bald father who engages in an intense battle with the opponent. Unlike the harrowing survival of Maluan, Lazili finds herself glancing around in awe. This grand cruise ship rings a bell for her. Isn't this the venue for Bulma's birthday celebration? Lazili's heart races, realizing that this passage leads to such a place. A sense of discord fills her as she contemplates the dissimilarity of this world to the one she once knew. Before she could ponder further, Bulma and her companions arrived. Krillin, Shiba, why are you so late? Today is my birthday, Bulma exclaimed. I just found out. Krillin stammered, feeling a bit awkward, as he had only just learned of it. However, he was puzzled as to why Bulma referred to him as Krillin instead of Shaolin. What are you wearing in such tatters? Just days ago, I saw you working at the police station in Shidu with your hair intact. Why have you shaved it all off? Bulma remarked, her gaze drifting nostalgically. The police station? Here. Krillin gasped, a wave of realization washing over him. Could it be that he had entered another timeline of Dragon Ball? As he glanced around, the scene felt eerily familiar. Wasn't this the opening of Dragon Ball Super? Bulma's birthday, followed by the encounter with the god of destruction, Beerus. Krillin was surprised at how his punch had misdirected the Grand Priestess teleportation. Thus, this timeline must indeed align with the canonical history of Dragon Ball. Uncle Krillin, you look just like I remember, Suin Wufan laughed heartily. Reminiscing about the years that had passed since he last saw Uncle Krillin in his bald glory. Krillin felt reassured that he had arrived in the correct timeline of Dragon Ball Super. Otherwise, Suin Wufan wouldn't have called him Krillin. By the way, Krillin, is this little girl Ma Luan? It's only been a year. How has she grown so fast? Bulma knelt down to stroke Ma Luan's head, captivated by her cuteness despite her confusion about Ma Luan's rapid growth. Isn't the bald one called Xiaolin? Before Krillin could respond, Ma Luan stepped aside, puzzled. She had called Krillin Diddy only in moments of peril. Otherwise, she referred to him as Baldy. This was reminiscent of their initial meeting, where Krillin had expressed a desire for siblings for her. Krillin? Bulma was taken aback by this name. Just then, a voice resonated from above. Bulma, we're here. Everyone turned their attention upwards to behold a version of Krillin with hair, cradling a 4- or 5-year-old girl, accompanied by a woman strikingly similar to Lazi Li. Bulma, Suin Wufan, and the others were momentarily stunned, astonished at the appearance of two Krillins, two Shiba House, and two Ma Luan, one larger and evidently more adorable than the other. The crowd was bewildered. The Krillin family from this world was equally astonished to see the other Krillin. You aren't me, the Krillin with hair exclaimed, pointing at the bald Krillin in disbelief. Though the latter was shaven, Krillin recognized this as his former self. And there's another me, Krillin's wife. Shiba Hao remarked, observing Lazi Li. She appeared relatively composed, not overly flustered. We come from another timeline, Lazi Li explained, casting a complex glance at the world Shiba Hao. Another timeline? Bulma quickly grasped the situation. It must be akin to Datananko's. Upon hearing Bulma mention Datananka, the others understood and speculated about the reason behind Krillin's presence. Are you the younger version of me? Ma Luan approached the alternate Ma Luan, scrutinizing her features. Your eyes are smaller than mine. Why do you resemble Xiaolin? The larger Ma Luan pondered aloud, causing Krillin, holding the smaller Ma Luan, to feel a tinge of embarrassment as he glanced at Krillin, seemingly questioning. What kind of daughter have you raised? Krillin awkwardly replied, Ma Luan, it's quite rude to stare at others like that. What does it matter? Isn't this just another version of me? Ma Luan shrugged off the concern. She noticed that the smaller Ma Luan was also quite intrigued by her, timidly calling her sister. The larger Ma Luan beamed and playfully ruffled the smaller Ma Luan's hair. Sister, will I be as beautiful as you when I grow up? The smaller Ma Luan inquired. Me? The larger Ma Luan paused for a moment before affirmatively nodding. Of course. Lazi Li exchanged glances with the world Shiba Hao. Instinctively, she took Krillin's hand, knowing that in this life, her husband was only this Krillin. Certainly, even another version of herself could not take him away. The other Shiba Hao mirrored Lazi Li's sentiment. As these events unfolded, others began to gather around, intrigued. Many acquaintances of Krillin, albeit slightly altered, appeared. Yamucha, Wulong, Puchi, Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi, Mr. Sadon, Dr. Bewley Fu, Mrs. Bewley Fu, Koei Shinran. And even the tortoise were drawn to the spectacle. Tananka S. and Suin Wutian were off playing. Vegeta, however, scoffed at the situation. That bald one is so weak. An additional one is just that, an additional one. What is there to be surprised about? In the canon, Vegeta crossed his arms, his fingers drumming against his biceps. When will this birthday party end? That Kakarot must be off training somewhere, secretly honing his skills. How infuriating. This prince desires to train as well. Despite the presence of Krillin's family in this timeline, the warmth and hospitality of the main cast allowed Krillin's family to quickly integrate. Everyone was curious about Krillin, wondering if a crisis had emerged in his timeline akin to that of Datananko's. Krillin shook his head, assuring them there was no such threat. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. They had feared another disaster akin to the one caused by Sha Lu a decade ago. Since Krillin had claimed there was no danger, they felt reassured and resumed enjoying the birthday festivities. Bulma was elated that Krillin had traversed time to celebrate with her. Krillin, however, felt a tad awkward, as his arrival had been purely serendipitous. He then advised Lazi Li and their daughter Ma Luan, regardless of what occurs, Do not intervene. This world is supported by Saiyan Wukong and Vegeta. It is best we remain uninvolved. Krillin's caution stemmed from his previous experience. Upon returning from the Chaos Realm, he had absorbed chaotic energy, which had been sensed by the Grand Priest during his battle with number 21, ultimately leading to this current predicament. Thus, upon entering the canonical timeline of Dragon Ball Super, Krillin was reluctant to reveal his strength, for the chaotic energy was too conspicuous within the realm of the Omni King and could easily attract the notice of divine beings. Nevertheless, during his battle with the Grand Priest, Krillin discovered that this chaotic energy could suppress divine techniques. Were he to face other angels, he was confident he could render their mastery ineffective. However, the Grand Priest's ability to summon alternate timelines and transport beings to the Chaos Realm was perplexing, not to mention the Omni King's erasure capabilities. Krillin resolved to maintain a low profile and seek ways to bolster his strength, preparing to confront the Grand Priest and the Omni King when necessary. Lazily nodded in acknowledgement of Krillin's words, aware that Saiyan Wukong and Vegeta would manage everything. Ma Luan, too, remained resolute, as she had never been fond of fighting. Upon witnessing that his wife and daughter had readily accepted the situation, Shaolin exhaled a sigh of relief. He began to contemplate how to enhance his own strength. First, he decided to send out clones across the cosmos to gather Yuan Qi. He also needed to learn the method to open a time-space tunnel, allowing his clones to continue their quest for Yuan Qi in other timelines. Additionally, he aimed to prevent the High Priest from teleporting him to distant locations in the future, and to escape with Lotzi Li and Ma Luan before the Omni King could erase him. Intrigued by the existence of another version of himself from a different timeline, Krillin approached Shaolin to engage in conversation. From mundane topics about work to more significant matters concerning family, Krillin was eager to chat. When he learned that Shaolin was currently unemployed and spent his days merely cultivating, he felt a surge of pride. After all, he was now a sheriff, a far more dignified position than that of an idle wanderer. Shaolin, you should be more proactive. Compared to the Saiyans, our human potential is vastly inferior. We simply cannot keep pace. With Goku protecting Earth now, I believe you should seek a proper job and make something of yourself, Krillin advised, patting Shaolin on the shoulder with earnestness. Shaolin nodded in agreement, refraining from disclosing his identity as a traveler or revealing his formidable strength that could rival the highest combatants. There was no need. He knew that Krillin would not believe him, and allowing Krillin's misconceptions to linger would serve him well when he later revealed his true capabilities. Satisfied with his objectives, Shaolin began to relish the tranquility of this world, enjoying delicious food without expense, engaging in pleasant conversations with acquaintances, and admiring the distant blue skies and fluffy clouds, all while feeling the gentle sea breeze. Such a life was truly delightful. However, this serene existence was soon disrupted by two uninvited guests. The god of destruction, Beerus, who had just defeated this timeline's Goku on North Kai's planet, appeared aboard the cruise ship with his attendant Whis. Everyone was curious about Beerus and Whis. As Season Z warriors, they prided themselves on having seen much of the universe and felt no fear despite the arrival of the god of destruction. Even Piccolo, who had fused with the old Kai, failed to recognize the high levels of the two newcomers and merely stood by, indifferent to the unfolding drama. It was Vegeta, who had been impatiently urging the party to conclude, who first sensed their identities. Known for his cold demeanor, Vegeta surprisingly became warm towards Beerus, treating the hairless cat-like deity with unexpected deference. This behavior astonished everyone, but no one probed further, assuming Beerus was simply a friend of Vegeta's. Aware of the plot's direction, Shaolin remained unmoved. He felt a twinge of apprehension about whether Whis would discern his unusual nature, but he was not concerned about Beerus at all. Whis, however, did not pay any attention to Shaolin, allowing him to enjoy the exquisite cuisine in peace. As the events unfolded, reminiscent of the Dragon Ball Super storyline, Beerus expressed his desire for pudding, which enraged Majin Buu. Thus, a conflict erupted between Beerus and the main cast of Dragon Ball. Vegeta, flustered, attempted to appease Beerus, but the god of destruction showed no mercy and threatened to annihilate Earth. In response, Goten and Trunks stepped forward and fused into Gotenks. However, they were no match for Beerus, who easily overpowered them as an adult might a child. The main cast continued to engage, but they too fell short. Ultimately, Bulma, angered by Beerus' disruption of her birthday party, slapped him. Beerus retaliated with a slap of his own. Witnessing Beerus strike his wife, Vegeta could no longer contain his fury and confronted Beerus. Despite his fierce spirit, he was still no match for the god of destruction. Lotzi Li observed the chaotic battle without panic, having experienced a similar scenario and knowing Earth would not be destroyed. Shaolin, meanwhile, savored his food, feeling as though he were watching a play unfold, albeit one in which he was physically present. Ma Luan quietly asked Shaolin, "Aren't you going to intervene? That hairless cat has threatened to destroy Earth. There's no need to intervene. Though Earth often finds itself in peril, it will always be saved. Just wait and watch. It will become even more thrilling," Shaolin replied, glancing at Ma Luan. "Ma Luan, could you refrain from calling me Little Bald Head? I am your father." "Little Bald Head suits you just fine," Ma Luan retorted playfully. "The more you dislike it, the more I shall call you that." At that moment, Vegeta was soundly defeated, capturing Ma Luan's attention as she observed Beerus toy with him. Realizing her own inherent abilities paled in comparison to those of the fighters around her, Ma Luan resolved to train vigorously to enhance her strength, much like her father. Meanwhile, Beerus continued his rampage. After Vegeta's defeat, Goku arrived via instant transmission, proclaiming that he had discovered a method to transform into Super Saiyan God. Encouraged by this revelation, Beerus set aside his whims and allowed Whis to assist Goku and his companions in locating the Dragon Balls on Earth. The dragon revealed the secret to achieving the Super Saiyan God transformation. It required gathering 6 Saiyans with kind hearts. This included Goku, Goten, Gohan, Trunks, Vegeta, and finally, the unborn child of Biddy Lee. Thus, Super Saiyan God Goku was born, his hair now a striking red. Ma Luan marveled at Goku, realizing that Saiyans could have hair colors beyond just gold. Today, she witnessed the vibrant red. "Such a new version," she exclaimed, noting that there were even 2 more colors to discover. Shaolin remained composed, unaffected by the spectacle, as he was already familiar with the Dragon Ball lore and thus not astonished by the Saiyans' hair colors. "What other colors?" Ma Luan inquired, intrigued. "There's blue and white. Oh, and one Saiyan can even have green hair." Shaolin shared about Goku's future Ultra Blue form and the Ultra Instinct form, as well as the legendary Super Saiyan Broly's hair color. "How wonderful." Ma Luan expressed genuine envy, wishing she could master so many hair colors when she could only possess gold and black. As Goku and Beerus battled from Earth to the skies, and then into space, spectacular effects illuminated the heavens, resembling beautiful fireworks. Ordinary spectators were awestruck, exclaiming at the beauty of the display, while those more knowledgeable gasped in astonishment, recognizing the rarity of such a battle. Shaolin, however, felt the duel moved at a sluggish pace, akin to slow motion. Rather than focusing on the fight, he took advantage of the spectators' distraction to indulge in the lavish feast. Bulma, the world's wealthiest woman, had spared no expense for her birthday party, employing numerous chefs and staff, and providing an abundance of exquisite ingredients. Lobsters and king crabs were available for unlimited enjoyment. Alongside Shaolin, Whis appeared equally relaxed, seemingly engrossed in sushi. Noticing Shaolin, who was also focused on his meal rather than the battle, Whis smiled kindly. Shaolin reciprocated with a smile, unperturbed, knowing that Whis could not perceive the depths of his strength. Shaolin feasted heartily while Goku and Beerus engaged in a fierce confrontation. Ultimately, a victor emerged. Goku lost. But Beerus, having enjoyed the fight, decided against destroying Earth this time. As the identity of Bylus was revealed, coupled with his formidable power, the Z fighters of Earth ultimately succumbed to his might. Consequently, Bulma experienced an extraordinarily enchanting birthday celebration. Following the conclusion of the battle, Bylus and Whis returned to their realm. Sun Wukong descended to reunite with everyone and engage in conversation. Upon discovering the bald-headed Xiaolin and the haired Krillin, he was taken aback. As the protagonist, Sun Wukong immediately sensed a familiar energy emanating from Xiaolin, reminiscent of the aura he felt while gathering his Kamehameha wave. He discerned that Xiaolin possessed considerable strength and thus invited him to a duel. Xiaolin, however, declined, wishing to keep his power concealed to avoid attracting the attention of the Grand Minister of this realm. "What a pity," sighed Wukong from this universe. "Xiaolin could never hope to defeat you. Are you aware of the terrifying battle prowess of the Saiyan race?" Fortunately, Krillin intervened, believing that Xiaolin, as a counterpart from another universe, would possess similar strength. "Indeed, Wukong, you just fought one battle, and now you wish to engage in another? What will become of my birthday celebration?" Bulma exclaimed, frustrated that despite inviting a longtime friend, he chose to train instead. Under Bulma's influence, Wukong reluctantly abandoned the prospect of a duel with Xiaolin. Xiaolin then began to familiarize himself with the main cast of this world, and eventually, the birthday party concluded. As everyone returned home, Krillin's family extended an invitation to Xiaolin's family, which Xiaolin promptly declined. All the wives look alike. We cannot live together. With that, there was no further discussion. However, the housing prices in the big city were still quite high. After Krillin's remark, he departed with his wife and child. Housing prices high? Xiaolin chuckled, for he had a brilliant method of earning money. What scheme do you have? Lazuli approached, knowing her husband well after years of companionship. True to form, over the course of a month, Xiaolin led his family to reside in the remote mountains. Simultaneously, he created hundreds of thousands of clones, with some venturing across the universe to absorb energy and train, while others worked in factories tightening screws in major cities. After just about a month, Xiaolin's workforce earned substantial wages, easily purchasing luxurious residences in the bustling districts of Shidu. Another month passed, and with the wages sent back by the hundreds of thousands of Xiaolin clones, his family would no longer need to worry about sustenance, merely depositing the money in the bank to live off the interest. Consequently, countless Xiaolin clones resigned from their jobs across factories worldwide, leading to a simultaneous halt in operations. These clones were further duplicated and dispatched to various planets throughout the universe, allowing Xiaolin to quietly amass all the energy from the seventh universe, achieving unprecedented growth. Nevertheless, Xiaolin understood that relying solely on himself was insufficient. He needed to cultivate several clones with strength comparable to his own, preparing for the eventual necessity of ambushing the Grand Minister without scruples. Xiaolin meticulously planned his strategy. His daughter Marin also began her training. She too could absorb energy to enhance her abilities, but unlike Xiaolin, she could not do so continuously. Marin needed to meditate independently to capture the surrounding energy. This marked her first foray into cultivation since birth. Previously, she felt her strength was adequate, but upon reuniting with her father, she realized that many formidable adversaries still existed in the world. If she continued to languish, she might lose her ability to safeguard herself. Through 2 months of introspection, Marin learned from her mother that the Dr. Gero of this universe had long since perished. This knowledge left her despondent for several days. However, after some contemplation, she concluded that as long as her grandfather from her original universe remained unharmed, everything would be well. It was just that her presence in this world might render him lonely. Was there a way to return? Aside from training, Marin pondered this question. Recently, she had witnessed Sun Wukong asking Shenlong a question, seemingly mentioning that the dragon could grant any wish. She wondered if this dragon could send her back to her original universe. The Xiaolin family was gradually acclimating to this world. Sun Wukong and Vegeta endeavored to curry favor with the god of destruction Bylus through culinary delights, commencing their training and swiftly mastering divine power, eventually transforming into Super Saiyan Blue for the first time. This form represented an advanced transformation beyond the regular Super Saiyan Red, officially referred to in a rather convoluted manner as the Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan. It initially appeared formidable, but progressively became less impressive, failing even to match Broly in his base form. The Saiyan race seemed to find itself at the bottom once more. However, a common trope dictates that when protagonists acquire a new ability, they must be thrust into a battle to showcase their newfound prowess. Thus, the god of destruction Kampa from the 6th universe and the angel Vados visited the 7th universe. Kampa and Bylus were brothers, one a plump cat and the other a lean cat. The purpose of their gathering was to compete over whose culinary creations were superior. In past years, Kampa often emerged victorious, but this year, due to Bylus discovering Earth, even a mere bucket of instant noodles from there overwhelmed all the culinary offerings of Kampa's 6th universe. Bylus reveled in this triumph, while Kampa was incensed. Since the 6th and 7th universes were structurally identical, Kampa hastily inquired of Vados regarding the whereabouts of Earth in the 6th universe. Vados searched and reported that Earth in the 6th universe had long been destroyed due to war. Upon hearing this, Bylus burst into laughter, momentarily forgetting his earlier intention to annihilate Earth, proudly asserting that the culinary competition would henceforth be his domain. With a thumbs up, Bylus signaled his satisfaction. Cursed Bylus, we shall compete. If you lose, you must grant me Earth from the 7th universe. Kampa challenged Bylus. Why would I do that? There would be no benefit to me regardless of the outcome. Bylus declined. You. This is why I have loathed you since childhood. Kampa retorted through gritted teeth. What a coincidence. I feel the same. The two cats bickered back and forth while the others looked on helplessly. Finally, Kampa revealed his terms. It turned out that during this time, Kampa had traversed various universes gathering Super Dragon Balls. To persuade Bylus to accept his challenge, he proposed wagering the Super Dragon Balls. If Kampa won, he would claim Earth from the 7th universe, whereas if Bylus prevailed, he would obtain the Super Dragon Balls in Kampa's possession. Super Dragon Balls, you say? Bylus mused, glancing at Kampa, thinking his brother quite foolish. If you already possess Dragon Balls, why not simply restore your own universe's Earth? Why compete with me? However, a contest could be enjoyable, as he had not exerted his full strength in quite some time. Bylus agreed. Yet, Whis and Vados were not pleased. How could the gods of destruction from two universes engage in battle without permission? Thus, the challenge between Bylus and Kampa transformed into a selection of powerful individuals from each universe to compete, with each side permitted to choose 5 fighters. Bylus promptly made his selections, Sun Wukong and Vegeta. This would serve as a trial for Wukong and Vegeta to master their new abilities, marking a pivotal moment in their journey. Naturally, a narrative arc would first emphasize their struggles before elevating them. At this juncture, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta were in their black-haired forms, possessing rather weak powers. Kampa scoffed upon observing them. Is this your apprentice god of destruction, Bylus? How pitifully weak. As he spoke, Kampa recalled his own hit, who could easily defeat Sun Wukong and Vegeta with a single hand. Kampa felt victory was assured and began to revel in his impending triumph. When Beerus encountered his brother, he was quite pleased and unconcerned. He understood that Xiangpa was likely contemplating the foolishness of sending Sun Wukong and Vegeta into battle. However, the true measure of foolishness could only be determined through the clash of combat. Sun Wukong and Vegeta possessed strengths that Beerus acknowledged, placing them among the elite of their 7th universe. In fact, Beerus found himself somewhat eager to witness Xiangpa's astonishment when he realized he had underestimated them. It was bound to be entertaining. After finalizing their agreement, Xiangpa and Bardos returned to the 6th universe, while Beerus entrusted the selection of the remaining fighters to Sun Wukong. He believed that with Sun Wukong's ability to transform into Super Saiyan Blue, he was more than capable of defeating the adversaries from the 6th universe. Sun Wukong felt exhilarated at the prospect of battling opponents from other universes and readily agreed to Beerus' request, promptly returning to Earth to scout for candidates. His first thought was of his son, Sun Wufan. Yet, Sun Wufan declined due to his wife, Biddy Li, needing companionship during her pregnancy. In desperation, Sun Wukong turned to Sun Wutian, but Chi-Chi, upon hearing of the plan for her son to participate in the interuniversal battle, became furious. How could a child be thrust into such peril? Thus, Sun Wutian was also unavailable. Sun Wukong sought out Tenengs, but was similarly thwarted by Bulma, who also believed the children were too young for combat. Ultimately, Sun Wukong approached Krillin. However, Krillin appeared preoccupied and directed Sun Wukong to Android 18, who declined participation due to a lack of funds. A visit to Piccolo proved fruitful, as he readily agreed to join. Sun Wukong was overjoyed, exclaiming how considerate Piccolo was, which caused a blush to spread across Piccolo's face. Sun Wukong then approached Majin Buu, but Mr. Satan informed him that Buu was currently in a state of hibernation and would not awaken for several weeks. Attempts to locate Tianjin Fan and Android 17 were also unavailing. Beerus required a team of 5, but with only Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Piccolo, they were still too short. Suddenly, Sun Wukong recalled the family of Shaolin, who had traversed into his universe. Previously, Sun Wukong sensed their extraordinary nature and decided to visit them on a whim. After an extensive search, he learned from Bulma of their whereabouts, as Shaolin now resided in West City and maintained contact with Bulma's family. Shaolin was initially curious about Sun Wukong's visit, presuming it was a friendly challenge. However, upon discovering the true nature of the gathering, an interuniversal contest over the fate of Earth, Shaolin, well aware of the implications, opted not to participate, wishing to remain concealed. La Zili also chose not to take part, leaving Sun Wukong feeling disheartened. Just then, however, Ma Luan raised her hand, inquiring whether the competition was for the Super Dragon Balls, which could grant any wish. Within Shaolin's modest home, acquired through diligent labor and savings, Ma Luan questioned Sun Wukong about the Super Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong, uncertain, speculated that they likely shared properties with the Dragon Balls of Earth and Namek. Elated by the prospect, Ma Luan declared her desire to participate in the contest for the Super Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong, equally astonished alongside Xiao Lin and La Zili, was taken aback by the thought of the seemingly innocent girl entering the fray. Ma Luan, however, demonstrated her prowess by conjuring a yellow energy sphere, which she hurled at Sun Wukong. Caught off guard, Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, intending to defend himself. But the energy sphere vanished only to reappear in Ma Luan's grasp, spinning slowly before dissipating. Though the power was not formidable, her control was impressive, earning her son Wukong's admiration. Years of striving for strength had led them to neglect the finesse of energy manipulation. "May I join?" Ma Luan asked, reveling in the astonishment of those around her. "Of course. I will return for you in a month," Sun Wukong exclaimed in delight, finally finding a willing combatant. As he departed, Ma Luan opened her room's large window, gazing at the night sky, contemplating the month ahead and the need for diligent training. Aware that this world was filled with formidable beings. "Is Ma Luan asleep?" La Zili's voice called from outside. Ma Luan returned to her room and opened the door. "Mother, is there something you need at this late hour?" she asked. La Zili mentioned the discussion about Ma Luan's participation in the competition, inviting her mother inside her room, which was decorated in a youthful manner. Ma Luan's room featured a wardrobe overflowing with clothes and a bed adorned with plush dolls. "You cannot enter," Ma Luan declared fiercely, adopting a fierce demeanor towards Xiao Lin, slamming the door shut, leaving him embarrassed outside. As a mother, La Zili harbored concerns for her daughter. Understanding the dangers of the Dragon Ball world were far graver than in her own time, where one misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Yet Ma Luan was resolute, yearning for a wish to return to her original world. Realizing the significance of Dr. Gero in her daughter's esteem, La Zili ultimately refrained from intervening. At that moment, Xiao Lin teleported inside. "What are you doing here? I told you not to come in," Ma Luan retorted, maintaining her usual disdainful attitude. Despite her ire, Xiao Lin found her demeanor endearing. "Don't be upset. I have a suggestion," he said, explaining the existence of a time chamber where training for a day equated to a year outside. Upon hearing this, Ma Luan's interest piqued. She had methods to grow stronger, but felt pressed for time. The prospect of such a place was too enticing to ignore. "Is this place real? If so, I might forgive your intrusion into my private space," she replied, crossing her arms. "I am your father. Could you not show a little more respect?" Xiao Lin, having missed much of his daughter's growth, found himself at a loss, struggling to comprehend her thoughts. "I am who I am, if you dislike it. Perhaps you should have had more children with mother," Ma Luan retorted, turning her face away with a huff. Regretting his earlier words, Xiao Lin felt a twinge of remorse. Meanwhile, La Zili remained silent, her cheeks flushed. The banter between father and daughter was both absurd and amusing. After agreeing that Xiao Lin would take Ma Luan to the Supreme Kai's temple the following day, he escorted La Zili back to their room. Their living space, while larger, appeared unremarkable, yet Xiao Lin valued its soundproofing, understanding that their conversations could often be quite loud. "La Zili, I believe Ma Luan has a point," he stated as soon as they entered the room. "What?" "Let us consider the prospect of giving Ma Luan a younger sibling. If she were to embrace the role of an elder sister, it would surely cultivate a more benevolent disposition within her." Xiao Lin expressed this sentiment. "What nonsense are you speaking? Ma Luan merely exhibits a poor attitude towards you. Her inherent character and virtues are not fundamentally flawed," La Zili responded, her curiosity piqued. Sensing that Xiao Lin was merely seeking an excuse for something else, "Let us postpone this for tonight. I have already arranged to accompany the neighbor's wife to the mall tomorrow. I cannot afford to oversleep and break my promise." La Zili was acutely aware of Xiao Lin's fervor, which often left her feeling utterly depleted. "Come on, La Zili." "Absolutely not. Quickly, go to sleep." She felt a twinge of disappointment. The lights in the room dimmed, and Xiao Lin obediently climbed into bed. La Zili assumed her husband had surrendered, leaving her unguarded as she prepared to drift into slumber. However, an unexpected ambush ensued, leading to a night devoid of sleep. The following morning, Xiao Lin emerged, refreshed and invigorated to partake in his morning exercises, his vibrant demeanor even seeming to brighten under the sunlight. Ma Luan, clad in her training attire, stepped outside and, upon seeing only Xiao Lin, inquired with a hint of confusion, "Where is Mama? Why did she sleep in today?" Upon hearing Ma Luan's question, Shaolin stiffened momentarily, then awkwardly explained, she was exceedingly worried about you getting injured during the competition, so she spent the night awake. Currently, she is catching up on her sleep. I see. Staying up late is a woman's greatest adversary. Mama ought to be more mindful. I am not an ordinary child. There is no need for such concern. Ma Luan, initially striking a proud pose with her hands on her hips, felt an undercurrent of unease as she added, before heading off to train. I should check on Mama's condition. After all, I will be in that spirit and time room for 3 days, which means I won't be able to see her for quite some time. Ma Luan resolved to visit her mother before embarking on her journey. No. Your mother has just fallen asleep. Do not disturb her. Shaolin quickly intervened, recalling the recent battle between them, the aftermath still lingering. Such a scene was not suitable for children. How could he allow Ma Luan to enter? What are you so flustered about? You must be hiding something from me. Yet the more Shaolin resisted, the more determined Ma Luan became to investigate. Furrowing her brows, she was on the verge of teleporting. Shaolin realized that he could not allow her to witness the current state of their room, even if it meant exposing himself to risk. At that moment, Sun Wukong appeared unexpectedly. Teleportation? You can do that too? Ma Luan exclaimed, astonished by the sudden appearance of Sun Wukong. She had believed that only she and her unconventional father possessed such a skill, unaware that others in this world could as well. Of course I can, Sun Wukong replied, somewhat confused as to why this was remarkable. However, he did not dwell on the matter. His purpose for coming today was to invite Ma Luan to train in the Spirit and Time Room. Upon hearing about the Spirit and Time Room, Ma Luan's attention shifted from her mother's late rising. All right, let us go, she declared. Shaolin, feeling awkward on the sidelines, realized that teleportation was Sun Wukong's signature skill, while he was merely a thief of its benefits, having gleaned insights from the narrative. Yet, this was advantageous as it kept his affair with La Zili concealed. He thought to himself that having a child transformed such matters into a clandestine affair. A rather amusing notion. By the way, I should tidy up the battlefield first, he decided, planning to clean up before offering Ma Luan guidance in her training. As Sun Wukong led Ma Luan to the Spirit and Time Room, Shaolin hurried back to their room to tidy up, ultimately covering La Zili with a blanket before making his way to the Spirit and Time Room. Meanwhile, Ma Luan and Sun Wukong simultaneously arrived at the Spirit and Time Room. You can teleport. Sun Wukong found himself momentarily flabbergasted, having thought himself the sole practitioner on Earth. I have a basic understanding, Ma Luan replied dismissively, her gaze scanning the so-called Divine Palace. With its white brick dome and abundant greenery, the space appeared vast, yet inexplicably serene. Soon, she spotted a peculiar green child, reminiscent of Sun Wukong's friend, Piccolo. This is Dandy, the Earth's divine being. Sun Wukong began to explain, recognizing Ma Luan's thoughts. A divine being? This is my first encounter with such a title. I have only met Yama before. Yama has horns and a rather imposing physique, while this Dandy is green with antennae. After a moment of contemplation, Ma Luan posed a question. Do all gods have to look strange to hold such positions? Wukong responded with a puzzled hum, while Dandy appeared perplexed. He leaned in to whisper to Wukong, Mr. Wukong, who is this girl? She seems rather difficult to engage with. This is Shaolin's daughter, Ma Luan. Sun Wukong stated candidly. Shaolin's daughter? Dandy was taken aback. Isn't Ma Luan the name of Krillin's daughter? She appears to be about 5 years old. Yet this girl is already 7. It doesn't seem to match. My father is Shaolin, not Krillin. Ma Luan defended her father's honor before the outsider, stating, my father is far superior to that Krillin. Dandy was left bewildered. I thought divine beings could perceive all events occurring on Earth, Sun Wukong remarked, recalling how the old god could simply close his eyes in the divine palace to sense happenings on Earth. Ah, yes, I forgot to utilize that ability, Dandy admitted awkwardly, revealing that since Goku and Vegeta had been safeguarding world peace, he had become somewhat complacent and had not been attentive to earthly matters. Now that Wukong had brought it up, Dandy began employing this ability, soon uncovering the extraordinary news of another person from a different timeline visiting Earth. This individual bore an uncanny resemblance to Krillin. The only differences were in character and name. Reflecting on this, Dandy's thoughts drifted back a decade when the old god merged with Piccolo, and he temporarily assumed the role of the divine being. Among those who arrived from other timelines was the notable Trunks. The unexpected arrival of yet another individual from a different timeline gave Dandy an unsettling premonition, as he felt something significant was on the horizon. At that moment, Wukong led Ma Luan into the spirit and time room, where they discovered Vegeta, Piccolo, Trunks, and Sun Wutian, along with this world's Krillin. "Hey, Wukong, who was the last contestant you mentioned?" inquired Krillin. Sporting a three-point hairstyle and wearing a wrinkled turtle school GI, which he had searched long and hard for the previous night. "Krillin, haven't you all begun training yet?" Wukong asked, somewhat surprised. "Of course not. We are waiting for you. I would never engage in secretive training," Krillin replied. Vegeta, arms crossed and exuding cool confidence, remarked to Sun Wukong, "Even if I surpass you, I must earn your respect." "You truly are relentless," Vegeta, Wukong sighed. "Stop the chatter and start already." Vegeta was not inclined to bicker with Wukong. At this moment, Ma Luan slowly stepped in behind Wukong, prompting the group to pause in surprise at the sight of her small frame. Notably, Krillin rubbed his eyes, initially mistaking her for Android 18. The reason Krillin had rejoined was due to his concern for Wukong's anxious demeanor. As Wukong's childhood friend, he felt compelled to assist him. Thus, he had taken a month's leave from the police department to accompany Sun Wukong on his cosmic adventures. He had contemplated shaving his head, but refrained, remembering that Shaolin was also bald, not wanting to cause any confusion. "Wait a moment, Wukong. You are not referring to Marin as the final contestant, are you?" Krillin felt a twinge of nostalgia. After all, that fellow Shaolin has a daughter named Marin too, yet she is quite adorable, with large eyes resembling blue gemstones. His own little Marin, however, is a reflection of himself, with dark eyes and small pupils, though she is also charming. She seemingly pales in comparison to the larger Marin from Xiaolin's family. Chapter 96 has arrived. Enough idle chatter, let us hasten to our training, Vegeta urged the group. Thus, everyone promptly formed their teams, Vegeta with Sun Wukong, Krillin with Piccolo, and the two youngsters, Trunks and Sun Goten. Only Marin was left standing alone. "Marin, why not join us for some practice?" Krillin inquired, feeling a sense of concern for Marin, despite not being her biological father. "No need, I can manage on my own," Marin replied coolly, distancing herself as though she felt out of place. She did not require sparring. She could simply enter a meditative state and absorb energy. As the seasons changed, 6 months had passed within the hyperbolic time chamber. All who entered had made significant progress. Marin, however, had remained in meditation for the entire half-year without consuming any food. Both Krillin and Piccolo, as well as Sun Wukong and Vegeta, found this peculiar. Is there truly such a method of training? "Hey, Kakarot, is it really acceptable to include such a little girl in the competition?" Vegeta could not help but pause his training to question Sun Wukong. He even began to think that Sun Wukong must be a bit dense to allow such a small child to participate. In his view, Trunks and Sun Goten were far superior to her. Moreover, you wouldn't genuinely be at a loss for participants, would you? What about Bu? What about Gohan? Why seek out Krillin and Piccolo? Are you planning to face the contestants from Universe 6 with just the two of us? They all have their own circumstances, haha. Sun Wukong scratched his head awkwardly. However, she is quite powerful, Vegeta. Sun Wukong's expression shifted, filled with confidence as he spoke. I have witnessed her prowess. How strong can a 7-year-old child truly be? And she is the daughter of that little bald-headed fellow. I doubt she is anything remarkable. After Vegeta finished speaking, he suddenly shouted and charged at Sun Wukong. Caught off guard, Sun Wukong was struck squarely in the face. Too cunning, Vegeta. You should not have used your doppelganger in battle. A smirk appeared on Vegeta's lips. 6 months in the hyperbolic time chamber equated to merely half a day outside. At that moment, Xiaolin, who had been at home, finally tidied up his workspace and instantaneously transported himself to the sacred land. Dandy was startled. There truly is another Xiaolin. Hello, Dandy. Hello, Mr. Bobo. You're well. Before Dandy and Bobo could respond, Xiaolin entered the hyperbolic time chamber. He swiftly passed by the others and approached Marin. You have improved significantly. Xiaolin could see that Marin was surrounded by a vast amount of energy. She resembled an energy sphere that had accumulated for half a year. One could only wonder where this hyperbolic time chamber connects to, for it contained such an abundance of energy. If this were on Earth, it might drain the planet dry. Xiaolin remained silent, waiting patiently. Soon, Marin awoke, having sensed someone watching her. Upon opening her eyes, she was surprised to find Xiaolin. What brings you here? I have come to teach you how to train. No need, Marin replied curtly. If you don't need it, then consider my words mere musings. Xiaolin proceeded to explain his method of distributing energy to every corner, predicting an opponent's movements through the flow of energy, as well as the technique for instant transmission using this energy for positioning. Though Marin did not speak, she could not help but listen intently. It was the first time she had heard of such techniques. If this is the case, I could utilize my instant transmission without relying on a doppelganger for positioning. Before long, 3 years had passed within the hyperbolic time chamber. Each individual returned home to rest, awaiting the upcoming competition. A month later, all participants gathered at Bulma's residence. At that moment, Whis stood atop a blue cube. Greetings, everyone. I shall guide you to the competition venue. Please step inside this cube. Where is the entrance? Son Goten and Trunks, intrigued, rushed over to the blue cube. Is this a spaceship? It doesn't quite resemble one, Trunks pondered. This is not a spaceship. It is a cube. Whis refrained from elaborating further and instead leapt over the walls of the blue cube, entering effortlessly. Wow, the two youngsters gasped. Indeed, the walls can be traversed. Whis explained, we will first travel to Beerus's planet, then proceed to the competition venue. The entire journey will take 3 hours. With this demonstration, the others followed suit and entered the cube one after another. A multitude of individuals had arrived. Bulma's family, Sun Wukong, Son Goten, Gohan, and Chi-Chi, who was still caring for Biddy, seemingly weakened after childbirth. Satan had come, but Bu was absent, still in slumber. Following them were Yamcha, Master Roshi, Tien, and Kaiatsu. The classic spectators. Krillin's family and Xiaolin's family exchanged awkward smiles. I heard you purchased a mansion in the city center, Krillin remarked to Xiaolin, his tone incredulous. This was something he had just learned from Sun Wukong, who mentioned that Xiaolin's house was quite grand and located in a bustling area. It's all right, but allowing a child to participate is truly. Krillin could not help but chide Xiaolin for permitting Marin to engage in battle. I am nearly 11. I am not a child. Marin interjected from the side. During the 3 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, she had grown significantly taller, now appearing as a graceful young lady. Enough of that. Let us board the vessel. Finally, everyone entered the blue cube. The cube, controlled by Whis, soared swiftly towards Beerus's residence, revealing many extraordinary sights along the way. At last, they arrived at the planet where Beerus resided. At that moment, Beerus emerged from the shadows of the trees, exuding a formidable presence. Following him was a stoic pink goblin clad in a green vest. Lord Beerus, who is this? Sun Wukong inquired without hesitation. This is the ace of our team. Ace? Is he powerful? Sun Wukong asked. Much stronger than you, Beerus replied. What? Sun Wukong gazed incredulously at the pink goblin. What is its name? Manaka, the pink goblin replied succinctly. Manaka? The name means great panda, Whis interjected. What is a panda? Sun Wukong asked, somewhat puzzled. It's a large X-head. My X-head is exceptionally large, Manaka stated calmly, shocking everyone with his words. I see. Sun Wukong responded with surprising calmness, then added, but I have already gathered 5 participants. Can Manaka still join? If you have enough participants, then let one of them withdraw. Beerus decided without concern. Which ones? Beerus inquired. Vegeta, myself, Piccolo, Krillin, and Marin, Sun Wukong enumerated. Then let that little girl withdraw. She does not appear to be strong. Beerus stated. I see. I will ask her. Sun Wukong planned to consult Marin. However, Marin straightforwardly interjected, I will not withdraw. Oh. Beerus, intrigued, turned his gaze towards Marin. Upon seeing her unwavering stare, his expression sharpened. How interesting. She is not afraid of me, the god of destruction. I said for you to withdraw. Do not make me repeat myself. I have stated that I will not withdraw. Why should I listen to you? What? Beerus was enraged, having never encountered such a troublesome individual before. Upon realizing his identity, no one dared to defy his commands, yet this little rascal was the first to do so. Wait. Please stop arguing. Lord Beerus, allow me to withdraw. At this moment, as the situation escalated, it was Krillin who stepped forward to voluntarily exit. Beerus and Maluin were drawn to Krillin's presence. Meanwhile, Shaolin kept his gaze fixed on Beerus, prepared to act without hesitation should he dare to harm his daughter. You are fortunate. Someone has withdrawn, Beerus scoffed. Maluin turned her head away, refusing to engage with Beerus. This minor disruption finally passed. Beerus and Manaka swiftly arrived at the competition site between the 6th and 7th universes. The destroyer of the 6th universe, Nappa, had been waiting for some time. accompanied by the angel, Bados. Upon seeing Virus, the two hairless cats began to exchange banter. Shaolin gazed at the colossal star in the sky, realizing it was a Dragon Ball. It's enormous. Shortly thereafter, a group of deities descended, including the Grand Kaioshin of the 7th universe, along with Shin and Jebit. The Kaioshins of the 6th universe expressed surprise at the audacity of Sun Wukong and his companions, who dared to converse playfully with them. Soon after, the competitors began to assemble. Be careful, Malowin, La Zili advised with concern. It's all right, mother. I've trained for 2.5 years. I'll be just fine. Malowin replied confidently with a smile. After speaking, she joined Sun Wukong's group, while the participants from the 6th universe arrived as well. They included a golden-vested bear, a robot, an ice demon resembling Frieza, a slender Saiyan, and a cool figure clad in a helmet and trench coat. That person looks like Frieza, Sun Wukong remarked. Indeed, he does. Vegeta agreed. Are you Saiyans from the 7th universe? Asked the slender Saiyan from the 6th universe, introducing himself as Gabe. What? You're a Saiyan from the 6th universe? You're quite short. Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Vegeta, arms crossed, added, by the way, where's your tail? Sun Wukong inquired curiously, glancing at Gabe's backside. Tail? Gabe responded, puzzled, as he did not possess one. Your attire resembles that of the Saiyans before they were conquered by Frieza, Vegeta assessed. Frieza? Gabe was taken aback, shaking his head in confusion. I'm sorry. I don't understand what you're talking about. Upon hearing this, Vegeta glanced at the figure resembling Frieza from the 6th universe. It seemed that while their appearances were similar, many other aspects were quite different. Vegeta then asked Gabe, which planet do your Saiyans inhabit? Planet Rezu, Gabe replied. What? Planet Rezu still exists? Vegeta was astonished, for planet Rezu was the true homeland of the Saiyans, although he had only heard of it from adults in his childhood. Does it no longer exist on your side? Gabe questioned, equally bewildered. Yes, planet Rezu disappeared during the internal strife among the Saiyans, and later, they occupied other planets to survive, Vegeta explained. Occupying other planets. Gabe was surprisingly sensitive to this notion. Wait, what does that mean? Is it just what it sounds like? Aren't your Saiyans a warrior race? Vegeta countered. Yes, but we don't engage in the occupation of others' planets. We primarily work as mercenaries to combat villains. It seemed that, in their universe, Saiyans were considered the good guys. Sun Wukong remarked, if given the chance. Could I visit planet Rezu? Vegeta expressed interest in a planet that only existed in legends, pondering if the Saiyans in another universe had not perished. Huh. Gabe was taken aback, as Saiyans from the 7th universe were notorious for occupying other planets, leaving him uncertain about how to respond. Rest assured, we no longer occupy other planets, Vegeta reassured Gabe, sensing his hesitation. I see. Gabe's uncertainty vanished as he smiled. Then you are most welcome to visit. The competition is about to commence. All contestants, please gather. Bados interrupted the conversation, leading them to a room filled with tables. The first round is a written examination. Bados announced. What? Sun Wukong was the first to display a pained expression, as he had not anticipated a written test in a martial arts competition. Do not worry. It only involves some basic combat knowledge. If you cannot manage that, elimination is warranted, Bados stated while tapping her staff on the ground, causing everyone to materialize at their desks. With no other option, they were compelled to answer the questions. Does a chicken that has been raised for 2.5 years play basketball? Should one retain a portion of the flavor of the intestines in a 9-turn large intestine? Did Wong ever eat fried rice? Malowin pondered over the questions, perplexed. What sort of combat knowledge is this? Initially confident as an academically proficient student, she found herself daunted by the bizarre questions on the exam paper, almost wanting to protest. However, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and answer, ultimately passing. What a stroke of luck, Malowin sighed in relief. Not expecting such a challenging inter-universal competition. Chapter 97 end. The exam concluded swiftly, fortunately, with lenient grading. Everyone passed the assessment, and the team from the 7th universe, led by Sun Wukong, triumphed over the team led by Hit. The intensity of the battle attracted the attention of the Omni King and the Grand Minister. The Omni King intended to praise Beerus and Kampa for their innovative ideas. However, at that moment, Shaolin suddenly launched a sneak attack, sealing the Grand Minister and the Omni King. This all transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving even the destroyers and Whis astonished. The seemingly invincible Grand Minister was unexpectedly sealed by an ordinary little bald head. This was truly unforeseen. As the gods of this realm witnessed the sealing of the Omni King and the Grand Minister, they were compelled to intervene. Yet, when Beerus and Kampa attacked together, they were swiftly overwhelmed by Shaolin. The destroyers were nearly obliterated, and Whis and Batos had no choice but to intervene as well. However, upon taking action, they realized that the little bald head before them exuded an aura of terror, rendering their divine techniques ineffective. Not even in the presence of the Grand Minister had they felt such pressure. The two angels were defeated in an instant. The Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Krillin from this universe were also left dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. They never anticipated that even when the destroyers and angels teamed up, they would be bested by Shaolin. This Shaolin from another timeline was akin to a monster, defying all conventional reasoning. After the Omni King was subdued, the realm of chaos began to invade the realm of the Omni King, but Shaolin repelled it. The dragon god Salama was also vanquished, and the Super Dragon Balls dissipated. This universe fell under Shaolin's control. With the destroyers and gods defeated by Shaolin, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Shaolin, Piccolo, Tianjinhan, and Yamcha all approached Shaolin. Eager to learn how to train, Shaolin found their persistence exhausting and ultimately released the Grand Minister. This time, the Grand Minister was truly impressed by Shaolin's strength and was finally able to sit down and negotiate calmly. Shaolin asked the Grand Minister if he could return to his original timeline and ensure that the Grand Minister from that timeline would no longer trouble him. The Grand Minister from this timeline nodded in agreement. However, he requested that Shaolin agree to one condition, that he must not release the sealed Omni King. Shaolin was taken aback. He had always believed that the Grand Priest was merely a servant of the Omni King, but it appeared that the reality was not as he had imagined. However, Kobayashi chose not to inquire further. After entrusting the rice cooker that sealed the Omni King to the Grand Priest, he prepared to return to his original world with Raziri and Marin. At that moment, this world's Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, Master Roshi, Kaiatsu, Yamcha, Bulma, Krillin and his family, Chi-Chi, Son Goten, Son Gohan, and Mr. Satan Bu all came to bid farewell. There was a palpable sense of reluctance among them. Nevertheless, Whis assured them that if they wished, he could take them to another timeline. However, as soon as he spoke, he was reprimanded by the Grand Priest. Ultimately, Kobayashi and his family returned to their original world. The end. Due to a job change, my working hours have shifted from 9 to 12 daily. This book was merely a whimsical venture inspired by Dragon Ball fan fiction and given my limited writing abilities. The plot and prose are quite hasty and juvenile. There was no way to refine it further, so I had to conclude it. Thank you all for your readership. I also extend my apologies to those who held expectations for this work. Ha ha ha, I truly am not cut out for writing. Since 1,000 words are required to post a chapter, the remainder is merely filler.